By 2030, Earth's resources will be increasingly depleted, with water, minerals, oil, and food all nearing exhaustion. The man was squatting by the pond, and the koi in the water were actively approaching him. Natural affinity, level 1, this was part of his system. In addition to natural affinity, Ank's system also gave him a complete encyclopedia of plants and animals and master-level survival skills. Suddenly, a voice descended from the sky. In order to protect cosmic life, the game Wilderness of National Fate is hereby granted. People across the country, and even the world, looked up at the sky. This national event wilderness game involved participation from 197 countries worldwide. Each country will select one representative, who will enter the game half an hour later. The game will be streamed live on a global platform. As the sound faded, a giant screen appeared in the sky, covering the heavens like a holographic projection. Players whose fate is tied to their nation will have their in-game items multiplied 1,000-fold and manifested to their country. Warning: 1. If the player bound to the game dies, they cannot be resurrected. The nation's resources will be reduced by half, and the lifespan of its citizens will be reduced by 5 years. 2. The game is full of opportunities and dangers. 3. Don't trust anyone in the game, especially players from other countries. 4. Each country can send one 100-character comment per week. 5. No items are allowed in this game, except for clothing. Countdown, 30 minutes. As the countdown began, panic gripped the world. Governments around the globe quickly convened emergency meetings. The leaders of countries such as Great Xia, Japan, the United States, and Russia are all discussing who will be their country's representative. What we acquire can be multiplied 1,000-fold and manifested to the nation. Oil and water resources can be solved. The top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom is also taking urgent action, allowing each country to send a 100-word message to the contestants every week. Elderly, the highest leader of the Dragon Kingdom, convened the country's top explorers, survival experts, and other talents from various fields. Meanwhile, Ankh stood on the street, watching the countdown before him. Have I been chosen? He was surprised to find that no one around him seemed to have noticed the countdown. Bearing the fate of the nation, the pressure is immense, Ankh said with a smile. As the countdown entered its final stage, Ankh was ready and quickly returned home to prepare. 20 minutes later, he stood in front of a full-length mirror, wearing various clothes, a windbreaker, a cotton-padded jacket, and a short-sleeved shirt. Clothing is crucial in the wild, and Anko hopes to bring these clothes into the game. The countdown is about to end. Almost there. The people of China, and even people all over the world, are waiting anxiously. Who will represent China in the competition? People across the country hope that a special forces soldier or a top survival expert will be selected. As the countdown reached 0, Nku's body shimmered with light, and the surrounding scenery changed. He looked down and found that all his clothes were gone, leaving him only in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. As the players entered the game one by one, the live stream began. Citizens of the Dragon Kingdom flooded into the live stream room. However, many people were disappointed when they saw Anko's young face on the screen. He's a student? He looks good, but wilderness competitions aren't about youth and good looks. The top brass of the Dragon Kingdom immediately launched an investigation. After seeing Nku's information, they were surprised to find that he was a college student born in the 2000s. Mr. Lee's gaze swept across the entire room. It seemed the future of the nation lay in the hands of the young. We must have faith in them. Old Lee's words eased the tension slightly. He was right. We should have confidence in young people. Youth means hope. It means the future, another leader added. But this was not enough to stabilize the people's hearts, so the top officials specially arranged a commentary program. As soon as the program aired, the ratings soared. After all, it concerned the future of the Dragon Kingdom and every citizen. During the program, host Sa Baining created a lively atmosphere, eliciting continuous laughter from the guests, such as Kong Hui and Liu Yifei. I have high hopes for Ankh. Liu Yifei responded with a smile. As Sa Baining said, Ankh is full of energy. Furthermore, as Professor Wu, the exploration expert, just analyzed, Ankh's teleportation location is a beach, so there shouldn't be much danger. However, foreign viewers around the world made sarcastic remarks. Lucky, do you even know what a tropical island is? What will Ankh do if there's no fresh water on the island? Can he distill seawater? He might even have trouble starting a fire. Meanwhile, Ankh continued exploring his surroundings. A mission prompt, resembling a holographic projection, reappeared in his field of vision. Mission: please have contestant number 1 from the Dragon Kingdom find water resources. This mission is different from the previous countdowns. All viewers can see it. Liu Yifei laughed and said, since this task has been issued, It means there must be a water source on this island. The entire nation believes that as long as Ankh can find a water source, the Dragon Kingdom can achieve a 1,000-fold increase and solve its current water resource problem. Water is the most important resource on a tropical island, and dehydration is a deadly threat. He decided to venture deep into the jungle in search of water. Ankh looked around and suddenly spotted a tree branch about the height of a person. He picked it up and walked deeper into the jungle. About an hour later, Coach Xiao, one of the guests in the live broadcast room, frowned. He is a coach from one of the top adventure organizations in China. Coach Xiao said in a deep voice, based on my observation of the surrounding environment, and Ku, if you continue deeper, you are very likely to get lost. An hour had passed, but there was still no sign of water. The senior officials in the conference room began to worry. After a moment of deep thought, Old Lee nodded in agreement to use bullet comments to provide guidance to Nku. Just then, the sound of flowing water came from the live stream. Inside the high-level meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom, the leaders all looked up, their eyes glued to the live broadcast. Nku has found a water source. The appearance of a stream on the live broadcast immediately caused a national sensation. He has found a water source, viewers across the country exclaimed. In the live broadcast room, Sa Baining excitedly said, Nku has brought us a huge surprise. With the mission completed, the announcement from the National Fortune System reappeared on the screen. Congratulations to contestant number 1 from the Dragon Kingdom for completing the task. As the first contestant to complete the task, this is a special reward. The physical fitness of all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom increases by 1 point. Mission reward. The stream manifests 1,000-fold. As soon as the announcement was made, 1,000 identical streams appeared in the wilderness, deserts, and every corner of the Dragon Kingdom. They appear out of nowhere, yet they do not affect any towns, and can even provide water in the driest regions. The viewers in the live stream went wild. Holy crap, a stream has appeared near us too. There's one in front of my house too. Wait a minute, have you noticed? Our bodies have gotten stronger. Long-term ecological pollution has left many people in dire health conditions. Yet, this slight improvement in physical fitness has brought many people a sense of ease they've never felt before. Inside the highest conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, the commander in charge of military forces urgently ordered, quickly, pull up the satellite images. An image of a northern desert appears, showing a clear stream that has appeared in a place that was once barren. People in those originally arid areas, suffering from water shortages, flock to the streams to play and frolic. Water carries the hope of life. The 1,000 streams not only alleviate the scarcity of water resources, but also provide hope for ecological restoration. Meanwhile, in the live stream, foreign viewers felt embarrassed and angry. Wow, they've got us, one foreign viewer exclaimed angrily. Baka, how dare you insult my country? I'll make your contestants lose face if I get the chance. TCH, those brats from China just got lucky. The people of the Dragon Kingdom, who had already benefited, didn't care about these taunts at all. Ank's success filled them with immense pride. Lu Yifei smiled and asked, Coach Xiao, what do you think about Nku finding a water source? Under the host's question, Coach Xiao had to force a smile. Nku is indeed very lucky. At this point, after the 1,000-fold realization reward and the completion of the task, the National Fortune System once again gave Ankh a special reward. Congratulations to Ankh for obtaining immunity to all poisons. Upon seeing this reward, Ankh couldn't help but laugh. That's good. The poisonous insects in the tropical jungle won't pose a threat to me anymore, Ankh thought to herself. While he was drinking water to replenish his strength, the National Fortune System issued a new task. Task 1, build a shelter. Task 2, prepare a sumptuous dinner, first of the day. Task 3, maintain peak condition and become number 1 among all survivors. Ankh looked at the system tasks and had an idea. She issued all 3 tasks at once. Chapter 5. The camp construction required choosing a suitable location, so he immediately took action, selecting a place near a water source and finding flat land to build the camp. Viewers in the live stream began speculating about Ankh's whereabouts. Coach Zhao analyzed. The water supply is secured. Next is food. Seeing Ankh's excellent performance, the foreign audience began to provoke her. Ankh only has a stick, trying to catch prey? What a joke. Japanese netizens also joined in the mockery. Our country's athletes have already found coconut trees, and they'll soon be able to drink coconut juice. What does this have to do with Japan? The Chinese audience retorted quickly. Your contestants haven't won anything yet. Just then, Ankh found an ideal location to build. Based on his experience, he quickly identified a flat area backed by mountains as the site for his camp. Coach Zhao was still sticking to his analysis. Aang is being foolish. She's wasting time building a camp. She should be looking for prey instead. But Aang easily caught a fish. Coach Zhao was stunned. The viewers in the live stream were also shocked. How did this fish jump into Aang's hand by itself? Does nature judge people by their appearance? In fact, Aang was able to do this entirely because of his natural affinity. He is in nature, where this skill is constantly improving, and other skills such as gathering proficiency and crafting proficiency are also increasing in tandem. Aang's construction speed increased rapidly, and the basic shape of his simple shed had already appeared. The system kept issuing notifications. Construction proficiency +3. Finally, Aang's makeshift camp was completed. He clapped his hands with a sigh of relief. Done. Barely passable. Lu Yifei teased Coach Zhao. Professor Zhao, do you think this kind of camp is barely acceptable for you? Professor Zhao was speechless. At this moment, Aang began collecting wood and bark to prepare for starting a fire and storing food. Just then, the system issued another task. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant number 1 for completing the mission. Reward: Master-level ceramic refining technique. All the knowledge about ceramic refining instantly flooded into Aang's mind, making her a ceramic master. Aang knew that ceramics could be used to boil water, cook food, and even prepare for winter. In the live stream chat, viewers flooded the screen with comments like, Aang is amazing. She solved the problems of water, campsite, and food in less than a day. In Chapter 6, after completing the camp construction, Aang began preparing dinner. Since the severe environmental resource problems, he hadn't had seafood for a long time. The audience from the United States began to mock. Our contestants from the United States have already reaped quite a few prey. Our Korean contestants have already gotten their hands on a few coconuts, and the Korean audience continues to mock and ridicule them. With his top-notch wilderness survival skills, Aang knew there must be seafood on the beach. He went to the shore and began looking for suitable fishing tools. Suddenly, Aang walked towards a pile of stones. When she lifted the stones, all the foreign viewers in the live stream were stunned. Under each rock were fresh swimming crabs and seafood, which Aang obediently collected. Why don't these seafoods run away? No one could believe it. At this moment, Aang exclaimed, as long as the power of natural affinity continues to improve, I can truly become the king of nature. After catching enough seafood, he thought, if only the tide would go out, I could go beachcombing again. Just then, Aang saw a grove of coconut trees. He took off his shoes and prepared to climb the coconut trees. Aang had already climbed to the top of the coconut tree like a monkey. Climbing proficiency +4. Chapter 7, Climbing Proficiency, reached climbing LV.3 in a short period of time. Without hesitation, Aang kicked the coconuts hard, and in a few kicks, all the coconuts on the coconut tree were picked. He quickly climbed down the tree and gathered up the coconuts that had fallen to the ground. Several coconuts were cracked, and Aang drank the coconut water inside to replenish his fluids. Viewers in the live stream swallowed hard. Many remembered that coconut trees had long been extinct, and everyone hoped to see them reappear. After replenishing his water, Aang continued to target the coconut trees, intending to harvest all the coconuts in the vicinity. Aang repeated the same method on the next few coconut trees, becoming more and more skilled, and her climbing proficiency also increased rapidly. He stopped to rest, picked up a broken coconut, and drank from it, saying, it must have been tough. The foreign viewers in the live stream were completely shocked. The elderly people from the Thousand Islands were dumbfounded. Aang had easily collected all the coconuts in less than 20 minutes. Viewers from the US, Japan, and South Korea also started posting comments like, is that kid from China a reincarnation of a monkey? In the high-level conference room of the nation, the commander-in-chief couldn't help but ask, hasn't Aang ever served in the military? The intelligence department replied, no. Just then, Aang received a system notification. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom's #1 contestant for achieving the condition of manifesting the coconut tree. The 15 coconut trees will be materialized 1,000-fold. Aang understood that materialization could be triggered if certain conditions were met. The 15 coconut trees appearing 1,000 times larger means that the Dragon Kingdom will have 15,000 coconut trees. Although the number of coconut trees is negligible when divided among the population, it still brought great joy to the people of the whole country. The audience in China exclaimed excitedly, this is wonderful. I can eat coconuts again in my lifetime. Childhood memories have come back. Some older viewers were moved to tears. Coconuts are not just food, but also memories of their youth. In the segment, Kong Hui excitedly explained, the manifestation of the coconut tree is a historic moment. Thank you, Nku. Professor Wu said with a smile, more than 10,000 coconut trees will provide food, medicine, and ecological value for the people. Ankh will undoubtedly benefit many fields. In Chapter 8, after resting, Ankh began processing the coconuts he had collected. There were too many coconuts for him to carry back to the camp by himself. So he selected a few, and Ankh used a stone to crack open the coconuts. As his strength increased, he cracked open the coconuts, drank the coconut juice, and ate the fruit. A proper dinner isn't complete without dessert. Ankh smiled, feeling that she already had an advantage over the other contestants. After eating a few coconuts, Ankh decided to bury the remaining coconuts in a shady place to prevent them from being eaten by animals or from evaporating. Ankh didn't rush back to camp, but stayed on the beach. Professor Wu was puzzled. Ankh already has seafood. Why is she still on the beach? It's getting dark. Let's go back to camp. Everyone was wondering why he hadn't gone back yet. Ankh knew he already had a sumptuous dinner, but to secure first place, he decided to continue his search for seafood. He looked forward to the rewards from the national fortune system, especially the third reward. The first and second rewards made his survival in the wild much easier, and he didn't want to miss any opportunities. The beach has been almost completely searched. Now, Ankh turned her gaze to the sea. This is the time to test the power of nature affinity. He planned to use the power of nature to lure fish from the shallows. Ankh found a suitable branch to use as a harpoon and prepared to go into the sea. He took off his clothes, leaving only his shorts, and jumped directly into the sea. The girls in the live stream screamed when they saw Ankh's figure. Sisters, did you see that? Ankh's abs are amazing. The male audience member was also surprised. Why is Ankh going to such lengths? There's already enough seafood. Why is she still going into the sea? Foreign viewers began to worry. Hopefully Ankho doesn't catch any fish, then we still have a chance. In Chapter 9, after Ankh entered the sea, her diving proficiency and swimming proficiency increased rapidly, and unexpectedly, her breath-holding proficiency also began to increase. The waters were crystal clear and unpolluted. The underwater scenery was picturesque, the corals were colorful, and various fish swam freely. Ankh was completely immersed in it. Viewers in the live stream also witnessed this beautiful underwater scene and exclaimed in amazement. The ocean, unpolluted, is so dazzling. Ankh started trying to catch fish with a harpoon. Viewers from other countries in the live stream were waiting to see him fail. However, Ankh's actions when catching fish shocked everyone. Small and medium-sized fish stopped moving and swam towards him. Why are these fish so stupid? Why didn't our contestants encounter any fish that were so easy to catch? Foreign audiences couldn't understand Ankh's luck at all. The Chinese audience, however, were proud of Ankh's performance. The experts in the program exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to explain this phenomenon. Professors, what method did Ankh use to get these fish to approach willingly? Professor Wu, Coach Zhao, and expert Shui all fell silent. They were completely unable to explain it all. Ankh ultimately decided not to catch all the fish, but to catch a grouper, which would fill her stomach without wasting food. The moment he caught the grouper, an announcement appeared in the national fortune system. Congratulations to contestant number 1 from the Dragon Kingdom for achieving the condition of manifesting 1,000 times the grouper. 1,000 grouper manifested successfully. In an instant, 1,000 grouper appeared in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. They swam in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, untouchable by other countries. The viewers in the live stream cheered. Ankh not only brought the coconut trees back to life, but also gave the Dragon Kingdom 1,000 grouper. I am full of hope for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. This game of national destiny is truly amazing. I never thought it would actually come true. After catching the grouper, Ankh quickly swam back to the beach, got dressed, and prepared to leave. He knew the wilderness would become even more dangerous at night. Before leaving, Ankh prepared the grouper, packed up the swimming crabs, shellfish, and coconuts, and embarked on her journey home. His triumphant return filled the Chinese audience with pride, who retorted to other countries. Look at what Ankh has achieved. Can other contestants do it? Keep shouting, why did you stop? The foreign audience could only stubbornly reply, we were just lucky today. In Chapter 10, Ankh returned to the camp much faster than before. Thanks to his immune to all poisons constitution, he no longer needs to carefully avoid poisonous insects and snakes. The foreign viewers in the live stream were incredibly envious. Their competitors had to carefully avoid dangers in the jungle, which took them a lot of time. Many viewers from China were worried that Ankh was too tired, but he didn't stop. Ankh couldn't let his guard down, fearing that other contestants would finish the task first. He placed the collected ingredients on the previously washed stone slab and began preparing dinner. Sabe Ning praised, Ankh is truly a visionary. Kong Hui nodded in agreement. I was wondering why he was cleaning the stone slabs, but now I finally understand. Lu Yifei said with a smile. It seems that Ankh was confident from the beginning that she could get seafood. Her praise prompted viewers in the live stream to jokingly comment, "The goddess's eyes are full of love." At this point, Ankh had already begun to start a fire by rubbing sticks together. Expert Shui explained on the program, starting a fire by rubbing sticks together seems simple, but it's actually very difficult. However, Ankh's fire-starting proficiency was steadily improving. In less than a minute, wisps of smoke began to rise, followed by sparks. Professor Wu said excitedly, "Look everyone, Ankh is close to success. Just one step away, the spark is about to ignite." Sure enough, a spark ignited the dry grass, and a campfire roared to life, eliciting cheers from the live stream chat. Ankh did it. To achieve this at such a young age. Ankh quickly added dry grass and firewood to the fire, making it burn even brighter. Then, he skewered the whole grouper with a branch and roasted it over the fire. Later, he picked up a small stone slab and placed the blue crabs and shellfish on it to grill. The aroma of the food resonated with the viewers in the live stream. While competitors from other countries were still struggling to survive, Ankh was already enjoying delicious food. Seeing his skillful cooking, the Chinese audience jokingly commented, "Hey, you beacon of light, do you need fire? We, the Dragon Kingdom, can give you some." The fish and seafood that Ankh had grilled emitted an enticing aroma, and the foreign players in the live stream were undoubtedly greatly disappointed when they saw this. The National Fortune System is broadcasting in real time, revealing the status of athletes from other countries. Japan's #1 athlete ate some coconut and crab, barely filling his stomach, and is now worrying about where to set up camp. The nation's #1 athlete has solved the dinner problem, but is still searching for fresh water. Seeing this, the audience in China became even more smug and launched a counterattack against the doubts raised by outsiders about China. Meanwhile, live broadcasts showed that athletes from some countries were facing enormous difficulties in terms of survival, with some athletes tragically dying due to lack of food and water. At this moment, Expert Shui couldn't help but speak up, "Don't overglorify Nku. His success today is largely due to luck." Before he could finish speaking, Professor Wu immediately retorted, "Expert Shui, didn't you see Nku's climbing skills and fire-making techniques? These are his real abilities." Lu Yifei added from the side, "Expert Shui, if it were you, could you make so many contributions to China in less than a day?" Faced with Professor Wu and Lu Yifei's counterattack, Expert Shui was speechless for a moment and remained silent. Chapter 11. After a busy day, Nku hadn't eaten yet, and now he couldn't wait to start eating. First up was the grilled fish, its surface golden brown while the inside remained tender and delicious. Next came the swimming crab, its meat fresh and retaining the original flavor of the seafood. Ankh ate and drank coconut juice, enjoying this simple yet delicious dinner. The live stream chat was more active than ever, with viewers expressing their amazement. "This grilled fish is so delicious." Even Kong Hui, Sa Baining, and others in the program couldn't help but salivate. Due to environmental pollution, many ingredients are no longer common, making Ankh's swimming crabs the envy of many. Seeing everyone's discussion about Ankh's cooking skills, Kong Hui smiled and turned to Lu Yifei. "Lu Yifei, what do you think of Ankh's barbecue?" Lu Yifei smiled and replied, "With cooking skills like that, I'd like to go live in the wilderness with him. I'm just afraid he'll complain if I eat too much." After finishing dinner, Ankh let out a satisfied burp. The audience didn't think he lacked decorum. Instead, they found him even more approachable. However, Ankh shook his head and said, "It's a pity there's no rice. The meal wasn't very satisfying." He sighed. Foreign viewers were the most upset, and they were furious. They're not satisfied with river fish, crabs, shellfish, and coconuts. However, Ankh really didn't care about any of that. He was a true foodie, and without rice, he felt like something was missing. As night fell, the chirping of insects and the growling of wild animals began to echo. Ankh sat by the campsite, quietly watching the campfire. In this environment, Ankh's life was as relaxed as a vacation. After resting, Ankh began to sharpen a stone knife using the stones she had collected that day. He sharpened his knife while admiring the night sky. There was no air pollution here, the stars were exceptionally clear, and there were even clusters of light floating in the air. Ankh exclaimed in surprise, "Will-o'-the-wisps." Professor Wu couldn't help but laugh and said, "These aren't will-o'-the-wisps, they're fireflies." He looked at Lu Yifei and said with a smile, "These are the fireflies mentioned in the textbook. They are really beautiful." Lu Yifei stared intently at the ball of light, her eyes filled with longing. "It's so beautiful." At this moment, all the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom were admiring this beautiful scene at the same time, marveling at the wonders of this world. Suddenly, A system notification broke everyone's reverie. The top-ranked player for today will be announced soon. Dragon Kingdom's #1 player, Enku. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Physical fitness of all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, plus 0.5. Contestant Enk has acquired the bow and arrow manufacturing technology. The audience snapped out of their reverie of the beautiful scenery and cheered with joy when they heard that Enk had won first place. Enku is amazing. She took first place on the first day. Haha. Special Forces soldiers and experts are nothing compared to Enku. Enk seemed to hear cheers in the distance. He was a little surprised, but didn't think much of it. He began to examine the bow and arrow manufacturing technology reward he had obtained, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Enk understood that in this game, weapons were the ultimate factor, especially since the player's experiences would inevitably intertwine in the same world. He was secretly on guard. Although he had only seen familiar creatures so far, he could not rule out the existence of unknown species, or even resurrected extinct species. He had to be careful about everything. In Chapter 12, the contestants who had not yet set up camp felt the biting cold, while Enk lay by the campfire, enjoying the warmth. Because she had collected a lot of dry firewood during the day, Enk wasn't worried about the campfire going out. Foreign viewers in the live stream expressed their envy upon seeing this. While competitors from other countries tread carefully in the jungle, worried about being bitten by poisonous insects, Enk is relaxed and at ease, as if walking in her own garden. Enk is too strong. She's not even afraid of poisonous insects. Our country's athletes are still worried about poisonous insects, but Enk is so relaxed. Enk's performance brought glory to China, earning him the admiration of foreign athletes and spectators alike. Enk fell into a deep sleep by the warm campfire, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. The next day, birdsong broke the silence. Viewers flooded into the live stream early, eagerly awaiting Enk's waking up. However, even though the sun was already high in the sky, Enk still showed no signs of getting up. During the segment, expert Chui appeared somewhat impatient and said with a stern face, "In wilderness survival, sleeping in late is not a good habit." This behavior shows a complete lack of awareness of danger. He tried to save face by criticizing Enku. If it were just representing his own laziness, that would be one thing, but he is now representing the Dragon Kingdom. Coach Zhao chimed in. In wilderness survival, every minute and every second is crucial. Wasting time is playing with your life. But Lu Yifei retorted, "This is not laziness. Enk made a huge contribution yesterday. The other contestants are still hungry or dehydrated, but our Enk has plenty of food and water, so it's understandable that she needs to rest a bit." Her words resonated with the audience, who overwhelmingly supported Enku. Compared to expert Chui's criticisms, the Chinese audience valued Enku's achievements for the country more. More than an hour later, Enk finally woke up and immediately checked her progress on Natural Affinity. As the progress bar increased, he figured he would be able to level up in about 6 or 7 days, at which point he might be able to communicate with larger creatures and even control them. By then, I probably won't need to collect supplies myself anymore, Enk thought to herself, filled with anticipation. He went to the stream, brushed his teeth, and washed his face, ready to start his day refreshed. Viewers in the live stream, seeing Enk's actions, couldn't help but tease him. Look at the contestants from China, they don't even forget to brush their teeth, while contestants from other countries are still fighting for survival. The Japanese athlete stayed up all night and is now completely exhausted, while Enk is leisurely brushing her teeth. Haha, that's terrible. Despite catching their prey early, the Japanese athlete was forced to spend the night outdoors due to a lack of water and an inability to set up camp in time, leaving them demoralized. The Chinese audience gloated and mocked the Japanese athlete. Meanwhile, Enk had a simple breakfast, and the remaining river fish, coconut meat, and coconut juice were already much more plentiful than the food of the other contestants. Lu Yifei laughed and said, "Enku has no idea that athletes from many countries don't even have breakfast. His breakfast alone surpassed the dinner of most athletes from other countries." Sabanin laughed too. "If there weren't regulations at the national level, we would have made fun of these foreigners long ago." Just then, the National Fortune System released a new announcement. In yesterday's National Fortune game, Enk, the #1 player from the Dragon Kingdom, was in the best form among all the players. Congratulations to all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom for receiving the reward. Constitution plus 0.5. Enku, a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, has received the reward. Constitution plus 1. As soon as the announcement was made, people all over the country felt an improvement in their physical condition, and the golden light shimmered, indicating that everyone's physical condition had been enhanced. What a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect to get a physical bonus. Now I can easily run 2 kilometers, and I feel so much younger. My grandfather used to have difficulty moving around, but now he can walk on his own. It's amazing. Thank you, Ankh. He brought all of this to us. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were overjoyed and gave Anku a thumbs up. However, some people questioned with dissatisfaction. Why didn't I get a reward? I'm also a Chinese citizen. Someone dug up this netizen's background. You've already changed your nationality. How dare you say that? After you became famous, you joined the empire on which the sun never sets, and even criticized domestic museums. You're a traitor. These remarks sparked considerable discussion, and ultimately, this netizen became the target of public criticism. Just then, Anku also felt her physical condition improve and her spirits lift. Great. I can do so many more things now. Just as Ankh was preparing to begin today's resource gathering, the system issued another announcement. Japan's #1 athlete, Santaro, has died. Cause of death, attacked by a venomous snake. Ankh looked at the announcement and smiled. Oh wow, this looks really interesting. Chapter 13. 10,000 poisonous snakes descend on Japan. A delicious breakfast. The Japanese representative, Santaro, did not set up camp that night and endured the cold. In the morning, the cold and hunger left him feeling weak and delirious. Santaro began searching for food and water, and luckily, he found one soon after. Many fish swam in the water. Seeing all this, Santaro's mood immediately brightened, thinking that today must be a lucky day. The Japanese audience also cheered for him, believing that Santaro might win first place today. Everyone remembers that Ankh had only eaten some raw fish and coconut before, and the Chinese players were still smugly showing off. Now, Santaro has not only found a water source, but also discovered abundant fish, shrimp, and snails. It's a huge harvest. Just as the Japanese were preparing to boast in the live stream room of China, disaster struck. Santaro encountered a venomous snake coiled by the riverbank. Before he could react, his foot was bitten hard. The venom spread rapidly, and Santaro quickly lost consciousness. The Japanese athlete was pronounced dead. The news plunged the entire country into silence. How could this happen? How could he die? Some people couldn't believe it. We just found a water source. How could this happen so quickly? The other person was stunned. What do we do now? How can we still gloat in the live stream room in China? More questions and complaints spread among the Japanese viewers. Before the Japanese even had a chance to show off in the live stream, Chinese netizens had already flocked to the chat. The live stream was instantly flooded with comments. Extreme joy begets sorrow. This saying truly applies. Although you have found a sumptuous breakfast, unfortunately, Santaro will not be able to eat it. Haha, that's hilarious. You want to show off? You guys should try to survive first. Respect for the dead is paramount. We should pray for Santaro. Cough, sorry, I couldn't help but laugh. At this point, Japanese netizens were furious, but this was just the beginning of a nightmare. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again. The Japanese athlete who died will be punished. In 1 minute, the lifespan of all Japanese citizens will decrease by 5 years, resources will be halved, and 10,000 venomous snakes will descend upon Japan. The system's announcement plunged the Japanese people into despair, filling them with a mixture of anger and fear. Baka, how could they choose such a useless piece of trash as a contestant? He didn't even see a snake. What kind of expert is he? What a scourge. The entire Santaro family should commit seppuku. No matter how much they cursed, punishment was inevitable. With only 30 seconds left on the countdown, the Japanese people were gripped by panic. Please, I don't want to lose 5 years of my life. That's 5 years. That's terrifying. I'm terrified of snakes. Don't let them come. Resources are already scarce. How will we survive if they are halved? The faces of Japan's high-ranking officials turned extremely grim. As an island nation, Japan already has limited resources, and now that resources have been halved, it will undoubtedly face a severe predicament. However, they are powerless to stop it from happening. The moment the countdown reached 0, the entire Japanese sky was shrouded in black light. A black light swept in, instantly reducing the lifespan of the Japanese people by 5 years. Those in their prime felt their physical strength decline rapidly, and children who were not yet fully mature grew up quickly, but lost their intelligence. Many elderly people, who could have lived longer, quietly fell down and left this world under this light. And this is far from over. As the light faded, 10,000 venomous snakes appeared throughout Japan. It was initially thought these snakes would be found in uninhabited areas, but reality proved far more terrifying than imagined. These venomous snakes have appeared in crowded places, swimming pools, shopping malls, and even the meeting rooms of high-ranking Japanese officials. Their appearance inevitably claims a life. One of the venomous snakes killed more than 10 people in one go. News of snake bites spread rapidly across the country, and ambulances were dispatched urgently. However, due to the wide variety of venomous snake species, including some that are extinct, hospitals were unable to provide antivenom. This time, the price Japan paid wasn't just the death of Santaro. The punishment of the venomous snakes resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands. And the most terrifying part is that these snakes are almost impossible to catch, many of them lurking in the shadows, meaning that more similar incidents may occur in the future. Worse still, the punishment of halved resources followed closely behind. Food, water, and other resources were all halved, land subsided, soil erosion occurred, and many places turned into wastelands. The disaster in Japan left almost everyone stunned. What pained them even more was that they received no sympathy from other countries. Japan's actions have caused great distress to many countries, especially their behavior in certain events, which has filled these countries with resentment. Japan's disasters have become a kind of entertainment for people in other countries. This is retribution. Meanwhile, people in other countries began to realize the terrifying power of the fate game. This game could not only make a country rich, but also easily lead it to its demise. This punishment serves as a wake-up call to all participating countries, reminding them that any mistake by an athlete could have unforeseen consequences. While the outside world was in chaos, Ankh was leisurely enjoying breakfast in his live stream. He caught a fish and a group of shrimp. To be precise, the fish and shrimp swam into his hand on their own. This greatly shocked the foreign viewers who were new to the live stream. Did the Chinese athlete use some kind of magic? Why don't these fish and shrimp escape? Some longtime viewers who used to watch the live streams on China calmly responded, "This is just basic stuff that Chinese players do, nothing to brag about." The new audience was completely stunned, finding it hard to believe that this was basic operation. Ankh cooked the fish and shrimp he had caught to replenish his energy. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for breakfast to restore his spirits and prepare him for the challenges to come. Ankh was enjoying herself immensely, eating and drinking coconut juice. Viewers from other countries watching this couldn't help but feel envious. While athletes from their own country are still struggling with water shortages, athletes from the Dragon Kingdom are already enjoying delicious breakfasts. Chapter 14, Wild Boar Discovery, and a Troop of Angry Monkeys. After eating the fish and shrimp, Ankh officially began his new day's work. He walked to the stone slabs that had been cleaned the day before and began making some simple tools. He would stop every now and then, searching around and busy setting things up. This series of actions aroused the curiosity of the viewers in the live stream. What is Ankh doing? It doesn't look like they're collecting things. He must be doing something in the same spot. Seeing the questions from viewers in the live stream, Kong Hui turned to Professor Wu, waiting for his explanation. Before Professor Wu could speak, Coach Zhao interjected, and Ku is setting a trap. The dam he built on the platform before was actually a simple fishing device. Coach Zhao continued to explain. What he's making now is a trap to catch small animals, like a hare or a small mouse. Lu Yifei was somewhat surprised. You can eat rats? Professor Wu added with a smile. In the wild, you can eat any non-toxic creature. After all, survival is the most important thing. The audience nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere relaxed. Coach Zhao's explanation was also accepted. Coach Zhao was delighted, finally having the opportunity to change his previous image. But he also genuinely admired Nku. After all, Nku's wilderness survival skills were something even he, an experienced adventure coach, couldn't match. Everyone was hoping that Ankh would successfully catch her prey. Can such a simple trap catch any prey? Some netizens joked. Another netizen immediately responded, What do you know? You're a foreign netizen. Ankh continued working when suddenly, everyone saw him encounter an adult wild boar. It had dark brown fur, a strong physique, and sharp tusks. It's a wild boar. The Chinese audience exclaimed excitedly. If Ankh catches it, we won't have to worry about meat for days. Foreign viewers began to question. Wild boars are not so easy to deal with. Can your athletes handle it? They sneered, believing that Ankh was incapable of handling the danger posed by wild boars. Adult wild boars are extremely dangerous. Even an adult wouldn't dare approach them easily, a foreign spectator remarked. But the audience in China had great confidence in Nku. After all, his previous performance had already impressed everyone. Ankh didn't rush into action, but instead hid in the shadows and carefully observed the wild boar. He knew that with his current equipment, a direct confrontation was futile. Wild boars are incredibly strong and have sharp tusks, so you can easily get injured if you're not careful. However, Ankh did not give up. After all, how could she easily let go of such a huge prey? So he decisively decided to make bows and arrows. With the skills rewarded in the live stream, Making bows and arrows was a good choice. Professor Wu nodded upon seeing this, and Ku is very steady and did a great job. With his current equipment, it would be too risky for him to directly confront the wild boar. Giving up is a wise move. Although the audience in the Dragon Kingdom was somewhat disappointed, they understood Ank's decision. After all, a large prey is not so easy to deal with. Ank began searching for suitable branches to make bows and arrows, while continuing to set traps. Just as he was searching for materials, he suddenly heard a sharp scream that sent chills down his spine. Professor Wu, Expert Shui, and Coach Zhao's expressions changed instantly. These are Tibetan macaques. Although they are small, they are not afraid of people, but they are also short-tempered and highly aggressive, the experts warned. The viewers in the live stream immediately tensed up. Ank is in danger. The monkey is very aggressive. These monkeys are very territorial. If Ank trespasses into their territory, it will be a big problem. Meanwhile, the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom were also considering whether they should send Ank a warning message via live chat. However, just as they hesitated, a group of monkeys suddenly emerged from the treetops, looking menacing. It's over. Ank has already entered their territory. These monkeys don't look like trouble. I've heard that monkeys hold grudges, and if you anger them, you'll face endless retaliation. Let Ank run. Viewers in the live stream anxiously sent messages urging Ank to leave immediately. However, Ank seemed oblivious to the threat posed by the monkeys. He remained focused on the task at hand. The staff in the live stream, including Lu Yifei, all stood up anxiously. Lu Yifei clenched her fists and shouted, "Ank, run!" But her voice clearly couldn't reach Ank's ears. The entire nation's audience was on tenterhooks for him. However, just when everyone thought Ank was going to meet with misfortune, a miracle happened. These normally irritable monkeys became unusually docile after seeing Ank. They even offered Ank bananas, their eyes full of expectation. Ank was stunned. He smiled and prepared to refuse, but the monkeys wouldn't allow him to, forcibly stuffing the banana into his hand. This scene left the viewers in the live stream completely dumbfounded, as they had never expected it to end this way. Everyone's tense mood instantly relaxed, and they all expressed that such a turn of events was unbelievable. Chapter 15. Can monkeys understand human speech? Manifesting a banana tree. The foreign viewers in the live stream were all shocked. Oh my god, what did I just see? Am I dreaming? How did this young contestant from the Dragon Kingdom manage to do that? Could he be involved in some secret deal with a national fortune game? From the United States, South Korea, and other countries looked on in disbelief. They had expected Ank to run into trouble, and even hoped for a natural disaster to befall the Dragon Kingdom. But now, the Dragon Kingdom's young contestant is actually getting bananas. People in these countries couldn't help but ask, what exactly happened? However, the audience in China was equally confused. Even high-ranking government officials couldn't understand what had happened. Originally, they were planning to send Ank a valuable message during the live stream, but thankfully, they didn't waste the opportunity. Just then, Li Lao, the highest leader of the Dragon Kingdom, suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone has their own destiny. Perhaps this is Ank's fate, his good fortune, or the good fortune of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Li's words instantly eased the tense atmosphere, and everyone in the conference room couldn't stop laughing. And Ku is truly a blessing to the Dragon Kingdom. Ank was completely unaware of the shock he was causing. He had intended to refuse, but had no choice but to accept the banana with a smile and sincerely thank the monkeys. The monkeys made cheerful noises and jumped around excitedly, as if they were especially happy because Ank had accepted the banana. Then, led by their king, the monkey troop departed gracefully. Foreign viewers stared wide-eyed. Wait a minute. Are these monkeys here specifically to bring food to the young contestants from the Dragon Kingdom? Why don't we have any monkeys bringing me things? Isn't this racist? Foreign viewers expressed their dissatisfaction and complained about the unfairness. However, the most furious were the Japanese viewers. Having experienced a disaster themselves, they were completely devastated to see this scene. If our athletes could also have monkeys bringing them food and water, would they still die? However, their complaints received no response, and the national system offered no explanation. At this moment, Ank began to enjoy this unexpected deliciousness. Although he didn't like bananas before, in this resource-scarce wilderness, fruit was a very precious food, so he still found it delicious. After finishing the banana, Ank continued setting up his traps. Despite his extensive wilderness survival skills, catching prey still depended on luck. Therefore, he decided to make more traps to increase his chances of success. After setting enough traps, Ank returned to the beach and took a few coconuts. Coconuts were too heavy to carry, so he only took a few back each day, enough to quench his thirst and eat the fruit. Then, He circled the coastline again. This time, he didn't go into the sea, but instead picked up some seashells that had drifted ashore. Although the haul wasn't large, Aang didn't mind. He ate seafood yesterday, and today he decided to try some wild game. After hiking for a while, Aang finally returned to the camp with coconuts and seashells. But instead of checking the traps he had set, he continued to collect resources and familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. The surrounding resources are mostly dry grass and withered vines. Because it rains frequently in the rainforest, these items are difficult to use for starting a fire once they get wet. And in the wilderness, being unable to start a fire is a major taboo. Aang hummed a song as he collected these resources. Meanwhile, his system kept giving him notifications. Collection proficiency +5. Collection proficiency +5. Just then, the familiar monkey calls echoed around again. Aang looked up and saw that the monkey troop that had just left had returned. Huh. Aang couldn't help but laugh. In this wilderness, a group of monkeys occasionally came by, so it wasn't too boring. Out of gratitude for the bananas the monkeys brought, Aang decided to reciprocate by giving them a few coconuts. The monkeys took the coconut, but they didn't seem to know what it was. The alpha male tried to take a bite, but couldn't crack it, so he assumed it was a toy and prepared to give it to the younger monkeys to play with. Seeing this, Aang couldn't help but laugh. This isn't a toy, it's food. After saying that, he simply opened the coconuts for the monkeys. Here, let me open it for you. The Monkey King handed the coconut to Aang, a scene that once again stunned the viewers in the live stream. Wait a minute. This monkey can actually understand human speech. Aang quickly opened the coconut and taught the monkeys how to drink the coconut juice and eat the coconut meat. The monkeys were clearly divided into ranks, with the Monkey King trying it first. When the Monkey King tasted the coconut meat, he made an excited sound, seemingly enjoying the new food. The other monkeys couldn't wait to try it too. Aang laughed and said, don't rush, I'll help you open it. All the monkeys received their own coconuts. Although they couldn't speak, it was clear they were very grateful to Anko and had become closer to him. Then, the Monkey King walked up to Anku and called out to him a few times. Aang raised an eyebrow. Where do you want to take me? The Monkey King nodded. This scene once again stunned the viewers in the live stream. My god, this monkey actually nodded. Luckily, I evolved quickly, otherwise this monkey would be just like us. Led by the Monkey King, Aang soon arrived at a banana grove. The bananas on the trees were bright yellow and looked ripe. Aang's eyes lit up. So many bananas? This means that even if he doesn't catch any prey today, he doesn't need to worry. At least for the short term, bananas can replenish his nutrients. The Monkey King began directing the monkeys to pick bananas. Before long, Aang was surrounded by a pile of bananas, almost up to her knees. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom's #1 contestant for achieving the Banana Forest's 1000x cashback condition. The Dragon Kingdom now possesses 1000 banana groves of the same size. As soon as the system announcement was issued, banana trees suddenly sprouted up all over the country. In total, there were 1000 banana groves of the same size. The live chat exploded. Haha, there's not only a stream near our village, but also banana trees. Damn, we have nothing here. Want to come over here from upstairs? I guarantee you'll get some bananas. With these banana groves, will the price of bananas drop? Bananas, once a rare fruit, are now becoming more common and potentially more affordable, thanks to the announcement of a 1000-fold realization. Meanwhile, foreign viewers in the live stream couldn't help but feel a pang of envy as they watched the Chinese people discussing these topics. Everyone entered the game Wilderness Kingdom at the same time. Aang provided resources for the Dragon Kingdom several times, while their players never received similar assistance. Chapter 16. Trap the Rabbit. Is this really a post-2000s college student? Aang watched the monkeys picking bananas and piling them up, and couldn't help but laugh. That's enough. I can't eat this much by myself. Bananas spoil very easily, so storing too many would be wasteful. He said to one of the monkeys, the one with a scar on its forehead, Scarface, tell your troop to stop. Aang named the monkey Little Scar because of the scar on its forehead. Although Little Scar looked fierce, it was very obedient in front of Aang, and would immediately command the other monkeys to stop upon hearing a command. Seeing them stop, Aang didn't intend to take the bananas away, but instead shared them with the monkeys. After all, he couldn't eat so many by himself. After making some simple markings, Aang prepared to say goodbye to the monkeys and go check the trap she had set. However, Little Scar called to Aang again. Aang was puzzled, wondering what it wanted. Little Scar then gave a command, ordering a female monkey to hunt. A short while later, the mother monkey returned with some small birds and insects. Although catching insects was not difficult, the small birds flew quickly, posing a challenge for the monkey. Ankh realized that the Monkey King had specially brought out his most precious food to repay him, and his heart warmed. He smiled and squatted down, his tone gentle. "Little Scar, I don't need these. You can eat them yourselves." Ankh's natural affinity allows him to have no worries about food in the wild, but he knows that life is not easy for monkeys. After hearing this, Xiaoba nodded and finally agreed to keep the food for herself instead of continuing to force it on Enku. Viewers in the live stream were deeply moved by this heartwarming scene. Little Scar is so cute. Not only is he smart, but he's also very perceptive. Sometimes, animals are more grateful than humans. Yes, the deceit and treachery between people makes one feel less warm. Indeed, especially the United States and Japan, they are really annoying. If it weren't for the plundering by the United States, would Earth be in the state it is today? Seeing these comments, Chinese viewers became even more furious, knowing full well that the world's current problems stem from the irresponsibility of some countries. The United States remained silent on this matter. Ankh bid farewell to the monkey troop and began to inspect her traps. The first trap was empty. The second trap yielded no results either. This worried the viewers in the live stream. After all, besides bananas and coconuts, Ankh had no other food. If Ankh doesn't catch any prey today, she might not have any meat to eat. Professor Wu noticed the audience's concerns and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry too much. I have great confidence in the trap that Ankh has set up." Sa Baining and Lu Yifei, who were present, also began to listen attentively. Professor Wu turned to Coach Zhao and smiled. "Coach Zhao, you asked me to help you save face on the show back then, so let me tell you about it now." Coach Zhao understood immediately and quickly explained. Ankh's traps are not made randomly. Each one is carefully designed. He pointed to the ground and said, "Look at this mark. This is actually a highway left by animals, their activity path." Ankh used these clues to set the trap. Before Coach Zhao could finish speaking, the viewers in the live stream were already excitedly sending messages. "Look, Ankh's trap has caught its prey." It turned out that in the fourth trap, Ankh successfully caught a large, snow-white rabbit. The live stream was instantly filled with surprises. "Ankh is amazing. He's an idol. Look, it really is a rabbit. Ankh is amazing. Ankh is amazing." Catching a rabbit is a huge achievement. Everyone cheered for Ankh's success. Ankh was also very happy. Just as Coach Zhao had said, Ankh had absolute confidence in her ability to handle traps. As long as the rabbit isn't stupid enough to lie around all day, catching it in a trap shouldn't be a problem. Ankh brought the rabbit back to the camp and skillfully used a stone knife to process it, separating the meat from the skin. The rabbit fur was also a good ingredient. Next, he began to clean the internal organs and some filth, and after preparing, he began to roast the rabbit meat over charcoal. Meanwhile, foreign netizens began to nitpick, mocking Ankh. "Rabbits are so cute. How could you eat one? That's violence. That's a crime. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are so cruel. They're practically a race from hell. My God, how can there be such a barbaric tribe?" The audience in China couldn't help but laugh when they saw these comments. "Yes, rabbits are so cute. But today I want to eat spicy rabbit heads. I want 3 gene. Haha, is 3 gene enough? I want 10 gene." These comments infuriated foreign netizens, but failed to affect the emotions of Chinese viewers. Ankh remained leisurely, continuing to enjoy the rabbit meat she had caught. "I must say, wild game is really delicious." He took a bite of rabbit meat and exclaimed, "It's just a pity there's no seasoning." The viewers in the live stream laughed. The contestants from other countries are still without food, and Ankh is complaining about not having any seasonings. "Ankh, be content. Don't make others envious." Haha, if they get jealous, they might start biting people indiscriminately. At this moment, Ankh murmured while drinking coconut juice, "When I have the chance, I must make some seasonings." This statement astonished the viewers in the live stream. And Cook can even make seasonings? Is he really a college student? Inside the high-level meeting room, Old Lee looked at the detective in charge of information and asked doubtfully, "Are you sure Nku is really an ordinary college student?" Chapter 17. After a satisfying meal, it's time to prepare the lobster. Watching Nku's performance, the detective couldn't help but smile wryly. He began to doubt whether Nku was really just an ordinary college student. How could a college student possess such outstanding wilderness survival skills? After some investigation, the detective had to confirm that Nku was indeed a college student, a pure college student. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream saw Ankh burp after finishing the wild rabbit and pat her belly contentedly. After resting for a while, he didn't forget to have another banana. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. This guy even had a banana after his meal. He must have digested really well. I can't figure out whether Ankh is surviving in the wilderness or we are surviving in the wilderness. Looking at the current scarcity of resources on Earth, I feel like we're surviving in the wilderness. Wah, I should have participated in the competition. Seeing these comments, Kong Hui couldn't help but laugh. Everyone, don't be fooled by Ankh's live stream. Wilderness survival is not that simple. Even now, many contestants from various countries are still struggling with food and water. Just now, a Japanese athlete died from a snake bite. Professor Wu nodded and added, "That's right, the wilderness environment is extremely harsh. Even an old guy like me isn't confident I could do better than Ankh." All the scenes we see today were created by Ankh using her own skills. His current situation is both a testament to his ability and a product of luck. It's difficult for others to replicate. Lu Yifei suddenly realized, "That's right. We can see Nku is so relaxed because he is Nku. No one else could do that." This made some spectators who were just about to sign up for the competition realize something. If they were to participate, the result might be the same as the contestants from other countries, or even like the Japanese contestant, who might die in an accident. Ankh's image has become even more admirable in everyone's hearts. In the live stream, Ankh, having finished lunch, rested for a while before getting up to set off. Viewers quickly recognized the direction he was heading, to the beach. "I bet Deku is craving seafood." "You're called Deku, understand?" As the audience guessed, Ankh's destination was the beach. He had been there once in the morning, but he hadn't caught any fish then. He had only collected some seashells. Ankh had intended to catch river fish, but his traps set along the riverbank yielded no results. So, in the afternoon, he decided to try his luck at the seaside again. After all, there are more fish in the sea. Along the way, Ankh made fishing traps as she walked, until she reached the seaside, just in time to finish making the traps. Wow, my mom saw me watching the live stream on my knees too. The river. It really is the river. I was watching the live stream on my knees too. Ankh is a true master craftsman, able to create traps even while walking. I'll eat shit if this trap can catch anything. IP, Dragon Kingdom. You're the one who eats shit. Can't Korea and the United States be this disgusting? Anything made by Ankh is guaranteed to be of high quality. While the argument was taking place in the live stream, Ankh opened a coconut, put the coconut meat into the trap, connected it with vines, and finally threw the trap into the sea. That way, I won't have to go into the sea, Ankh thought with a smile. There's a problem with going into the sea. You get salt on your body, and it feels uncomfortable after it dries. Also, according to the rules of the National Fortune game, he only has one set of clothes, and the salt makes him feel terrible. Speaking of which, should we consider making clothes? Ankh muttered to herself. The Wilderness Survival Skills course does teach how to make simple clothing. Although it is rather crude, it is still sufficient as a replacement. The viewers in the live stream were shocked to hear Ankh's mutterings. Huh? Deku can make clothes? Really? Deku can actually make clothes? You're just bragging. Who would dare say they can make clothes? Oh, it's you, Ankh. No problem. Ankh's casual remark made everyone believe he was a big shot even more. Ankh continued his search along the shore, while waiting for the trap to yield its reward. Although he found nothing particularly remarkable, he was certain that this world seemed devoid of human civilization. There was no trace of civilization, no trash, and it seemed as if nothing had ever been damaged by humans. Is it a parallel world, or is this ancient times? Ankh couldn't help but wonder. If it really was ancient times, would there have been ancient creatures? To maximize her gains, Ankh waited until dusk before retrieving the trap. By this time, the trap already contained a considerable amount of seafood, sea fish, crabs, and even a lobster. The moment the lobster was seen, the live stream chat exploded with comments. Oh my god, Deku is getting lobster tonight. I'm so envious. I want to participate in the wilderness competition, truly to bring glory to my country. Haha, you're thinking of going to freeload off in Ku, aren't you? The audience in China was already incredibly envious, while foreigners were even more green with envy. Lobsters, as a high-end delicacy, are now extinct, and even many wealthy people can't afford them. At this moment, the National Fortune System issued an announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom's #1 contestant for achieving the condition of a 1000x lobster manifestation. 1000 lobsters have been created. Although lobsters live on the seabed and cannot be seen in person, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the viewers in the live chat. 1000 lobsters have materialized. Anyone want to catch lobsters together? I've been wanting to try lobster for ages. Foreign viewers were utterly devastated by this scene. What rubbish. The Dragon Country actually has lobsters. While coconuts and bananas were good, they were just fruits. Lobster is different. Everyone who's tried it says it's incredibly delicious. At this point, The foreign audience members began to discuss privately their plans to form a team to catch lobsters in the waters of China. However, their remarks quickly drew a personal response from a general of the Dragon Kingdom. Sink any unauthorized foreign vessels you spot. The foreign audience fell silent, their anger simmering in private, but they dared not utter a word. Chapter 18. A Monkey with Intelligence. Everyone was shocked. Aang didn't return directly to the camp. Instead, he checked the nearby traps first. The first, the second, the third. He checked all the traps, but found nothing. Aang herself was somewhat surprised. Logically, she should have caught at least one prey. She sighed helplessly. Foreign viewers in the live stream, seeing this situation, finally found an opportunity to criticize, excitedly launching into sarcastic remarks. See, what kind of prey can this kid's trap catch? I was lucky before, and I only managed to catch a few prey. Luck always runs out. Now let's see how he dies. However, just as the foreign spectators were feeling smug, Aang returned to the camp and encountered the same group of monkeys as before. Instead of damaging the camp, the monkeys formed a circle around it, as if protecting it. Aang couldn't help but smile, feeling a warmth in his heart. Humans are social animals, and although living in the wild for a period of time allows for good food and shelter, loneliness is inevitable. Having a group of monkeys for company made him feel at ease. After he greeted the monkeys, Scarface brought over several prey and some bananas. Aang smiled and pointed to the seafood in her hand. No need. I have my own food. You guys eat it yourselves. However, Little Scar seemed to be in a hurry and immediately directed a monkey to lead Aang towards a trap. The monkey gestured wildly, as if trying to convey something. Aang looked for a while and then suddenly realized. You mean these prey were taken from my trap? The monkey cried out excitedly, as if in response. That's right. That's exactly it. Aang was both amused and exasperated. So it was you guys who caught my prey. No wonder my trap didn't catch anything. He laughed heartily, in high spirits. It turned out that the trap he had set according to professional survival knowledge was flawless. The key was that the monkeys had taken away his prey for him. Aang waved her hand. Let's go. Let's have dinner together. Aang couldn't let the monkeys work for nothing. Although he possessed natural affinity, and the monkeys helped him without expecting anything in return, he still decided to repay them. Upon learning this, viewers in China were overjoyed. Did the haters see that? Didn't you say our Aang's luck had run out? I'm so sorry to disappoint you. Aang's luck hasn't run out. In fact, it's gotten even better. Most of her traps have caught their prey. The foreign audience members who had just been sarcastic were now speechless, their faces turning red and white in turns, feeling extremely embarrassed. Sa Binding from the program team couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. These foreign viewers had been so reckless with their insults before. Now they finally know what's what, right? However, as public figures, they cannot join netizens in hurling insults on television programs. They need to maintain their public image. Professor Wu, can you explain what's going on with these monkeys? Kong Hui asked. Why do these monkeys seem so intelligent? Why are they so nice to Enku? Sabanin also showed interest. He had never seen such a spiritual animal before. Professor Wu was also somewhat puzzled. I don't know how to explain it either. Primates are intelligent, but they can't be that intelligent. In the end, Professor Wu could only shake his head helplessly. I have the same confusion as you. It really doesn't make sense. Lu Yifei, standing nearby, said with a smile. I told you, nature judges by appearance. In the live stream, Aang's trap caught a total of 4 prey. Because there was seafood, Aang kept only 1 rabbit and gave the other 3 prey to the monkey troop. In addition to these, Aang also brought some seafood and coconuts to the monkey troop. He was indeed very generous, because he was confident that he could catch even more food. Seeing Aang's generosity, the monkeys naturally didn't refuse. Little Scar led the monkeys, deeply grateful to Aang. In the wilderness, catching prey is a huge challenge in itself, so the monkey troop was naturally very grateful to Aang for getting so much food. Aang, like a god, effortlessly provided them with abundant food. Little Scar immediately let out a cry, and then the monkey troop all knelt down to express their gratitude. Aang watched this scene in astonishment, feeling somewhat moved. Although the monkeys were intelligent and perceptive, they were still wild animals, and such a sight still deeply impressed him. This scene greatly surprised the viewers in the live broadcast room, who commented, if human evolution were any slower, even monkeys might replace us. However, despite their intelligence, monkeys are still wild animals, and at night they begin to return to their habitats. Although Aang felt a little disappointed, he understood that the monkeys' habits had to be respected. Furthermore, too many animals gathering together was unsafe and might attract large predators. Aang composed himself and began to focus on preparing dinner. He now had lobster, fish, and various shellfish on hand, so he could feast tonight. As the food sizzles over the flames, it makes your mouth water. Just imagine the taste. It's absolutely delicious. Viewers in the live stream, both domestic and international, were incredibly envious, wishing they could jump into the screen and have dinner with Aang. At the top, Old Lee looked at the screen, his heart filled with emotion. And Ku is eating better than I, the top leader, am now. It's practically a perfect dinner. All the comments were filled with envy for him. Chapter 19, Making Bows and Arrows, Foreign Mocks. Aang's dinner tonight was truly sumptuous. Lobster meat, tender crab, shellfish, and rabbit meat that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Every bite made him feel incredibly satisfied. Even after transmigrating to Earth and achieving financial freedom through plagiarism, Aang had never enjoyed such a delicious dinner. The impact of environment and resources on life is truly enormous. After a hearty meal, Aang had no intention of leaving the camp. Just like yesterday, he knew perfectly well that the jungle at night was far more terrifying than during the day, especially for carnivorous animals, which were usually active at night. As long as there was a campfire, wild animals generally dared not approach. So Aang decided to stay in the camp and enjoy the peaceful night. Next, I need to find something to do, he muttered. Without a cell phone, entertainment options were limited, so crafting became the best way to pass the time. Therefore, he decided to start making a bow and arrow under the cover of night. The best material for making bows and arrows is bamboo, but unfortunately Aang has never seen a bamboo forest. Without bamboo, he has to use other materials as substitutes. The wood collected that morning became the foundation for making bows and arrows. With her top-notch bow-making skills, Aang moved with remarkable speed. He took out a small tree he had collected that morning and tried to split it in half. Although this type of tree was not as resilient as bamboo, it would do for the time being. Then, he trimmed the branches into straight pieces of wood, because the arrow shaft should be kept as straight as possible to ensure that the arrow flies far and steadily. After all, bows and arrows are not only used to attack enemies from a distance, but also as a tool for self-defense. Having a bow and arrows in hand will definitely increase one's sense of security when encountering competitors from other countries. Making several arrows, Aang began to use a stone knife to polish the surface of the arrow shaft little by little to ensure that the arrow shaft was smooth, reduce air resistance, and make the arrow fly faster and farther. The campfire crackled under the night sky, but Aang remained undisturbed, focused intently on her work. Viewers in the live stream expressed their admiration upon witnessing this scene. And Ku is working so hard. Yeah, they're already living a very comfortable life, yet they're still making equipment. If it were me, I would have already given up long ago after I had enough to eat and drink. Most people would probably choose to relax. There's no way he can compare to Boss Ku. No wonder Ku can do everything so well. He's really that serious. He looks so handsome when he's focused on his work. That's right. He's absolutely stunning. What idol stars are they compared to him? They are far inferior. However, some foreign viewers do not see it that way. It's just making a bow and arrow. What's the big deal? Yeah, archery is just a basic survival skill, isn't it? What's so great about it? It's as if you think athletes from other countries don't work hard. We work much harder than your Aang. The audience in China was unhappy and began to fight back. You call that hard work, considering the situation of your competitors? Let's eat first before we talk. Our Aang has so much food, she could give it all to the monkeys. Your contestants are worse than monkeys, yet they dare to mock hard work. The foreign audience was speechless upon hearing these words. To be honest, the reason they criticized Aang was simply because he was living such a good life, which made them jealous. TCH, let the brats from the Dragon Kingdom make bows and arrows. Once it's done, it won't talk anymore. He can make bows and arrows, but what can I make? Although the national fortune system gave him the technology to make bows and arrows, it doesn't mean he can use them well. Without strong arms, you can't even draw a bow and arrow. This is just a trap. That's right. They gave him the manufacturing technology, but not the skills to use it. This is clearly setting a trap for him. Haha, you've fallen into a trap without even realizing it. Pathetic, pitiful. I must add one more thing. Your players should eat first. Your team members are starving and have started eating tree bark and grass roots. Aren't you going to come up with a solution right away? Our Aang has no shortage of time. Even if a little time is wasted, it won't make a difference. China's counterattack was accurate and powerful, leaving the foreign audience speechless. Indeed, Aang is now well-fed and watered, and has no problem surviving. He has plenty of time and is not in a hurry to do anything. He can even waste time occasionally. In the live stream, by the light of the campfire, Aang worked for almost an hour and finally created the basic shape of a bow and arrow. The entire bow already resembled a bow and arrow. The reason it took so long is that the wood must be shaped by heat when making the bow and arrow. The temperature cannot be too high, otherwise the bow and arrow will be burned and all the work will be wasted. After finishing the bow and arrow body, Aang felt sleepy and returned to the camp to rest, falling into a deep sleep. Although he had gotten up late that day, the day's work had left him extremely tired. Time flies, and the forest is filled with birdsong in the early morning. Because she went to bed early last night, Aang woke up very early this morning. The first thing he did upon waking was check his attribute panel. Aang's proficiency in all areas had significantly improved, especially his crafting proficiency. His skills in making traps, stone knives, bows and arrows all improved his crafting proficiency. Seeing the bow and arrow body she made last night, Aang was very much looking forward to the final bow and arrow. Not only him, but the viewers in the live stream were also looking forward to the completion of the bow and arrow. After all, this was Aang's first official weapon. As usual, Aang brushed her teeth with a twig made of tree bark and then ate a simple breakfast, a few bananas and coconut juice. He planned to finish making the bow and arrow in the morning and then do other things in the afternoon. For the material to make the pole cord, Aang found branches that were particularly suitable. The bark of these branches was very fragile, but the fibers were exceptionally tough, making them ideal for making pole cords. With the boost from collection proficiency, Aang quickly collected these special branches. He began carefully peeling off the bark, tearing it into thin strips, making them into threads, and then binding them to the body of the bow and arrow. After careful adjustments, Aang finally succeeded in making her first bow and arrow. Chapter 20. Carbonized Spears, Crafting Ammunition. After finishing the bow and arrow, Aang carefully checked them over to make sure everything was correct before happily announcing that her first weapon was born. Sabine couldn't help but jump up with joy upon seeing this. That's amazing. Aang has her first weapon. The completion of this bow and arrow means that Aang's survival ability has been greatly improved. If he encounters a large carnivore, he will at least have the ability to protect himself, and may even be able to defeat his opponent. Sabine, be a little more reserved, Kong Hui reminded him. Sabinin then realized his excitement and scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I was just too excited. Lu Yifei smiled too, her eyes crinkling, making her look exceptionally beautiful. She was happy for Aang's archery skills, because she had watched the whole process and felt as if she had participated in it herself. To her, this was not only Aang's bow and arrow, but also the bow and arrow of the entire Dragon Kingdom. The atmosphere in the live stream became even more heated. Viewers' comments also became bolder, with many mocking the foreign players and questioning their performance. Now, on the third day, Aang has already crafted a bow and arrow, far ahead of the competitors from other countries. Meanwhile, the competitors from other countries are still cheering for the few frogs and toads they've caught. If those competitors knew how lavish Aang's dinner was last night, they probably wouldn't even be able to handle such a small victory. But the worst off weren't even these contestants. One contestant from a small country found a coconut tree and simply started to slack off, living off the coconut tree until he was almost unable to survive before he went to look for other food. Another contestant, unable to find a water source and driven to unbearable thirst, drank contaminated water. As a result, he developed severe diarrhea and abdominal pain due to bacterial infection from the water and became lethargic, as if he were about to die. In contrast, Aang not only eats well, but can also make bows and arrows, preparing to start hunting large prey. He was tall and imposing, wielding a bow and arrow. He was incredibly handsome. This scene once again caused the girls in the live stream to scream nonstop. However, foreign viewers from countries like the United States and South Korea were naturally unhappy to see the Chinese contestant doing so well. They hoped Aang would fail so that their countries could stand tall. What's the use of being handsome? Can it put food on the table? Just ask that kid if he knows how to use a bow and arrow. What if the prey gets away and he gets gored by a wild boar instead? They kept hoping for Aang's failure, feeling that only if he failed would they have a chance to rise above their circumstances. The viewers in the live stream were not afraid of these troublemakers and immediately launched a counterattack, making the atmosphere even more intense. During the segment, Kong Hui also took the opportunity to liven up the atmosphere. Professor Wu, and Ku has now made a bow and arrow. Do you think he can shoot animals? Professor Wu pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, This is not a simple matter. Archery is much more difficult than shooting with a gun. Coach Xiao quickly chimed in. That's right. Archery requires both accuracy and power. It's difficult to shoot accurately in a short time. I think Aang shouldn't rush off. Instead, she should practice archery first and then hunt prey once she's proficient. Chui also commented, Things went too smoothly before, which made Ink a bit too confident. Going hunting right after finishing the bow and arrow was a reckless act. Doing so will only harm him. At this point, the viewers in the live stream began to worry. After all, Ink hadn't practiced at all, and going hunting directly seemed too reckless. Don't rush. Practice for a while before hunting. It's best not to take any risks. I hope Ink can practice first and not cause herself any trouble. Everyone hoped Ink would make a wise choice and practice archery first, but they didn't know that Ink was already impatient and ready to go hunting. Ink slung his bow and arrows over his back and began searching for twigs. He knew that the length of the arrows didn't need to be too strict. As long as it was roughly the right length, it would be usable. Then, he used a stone knife to trim the twigs to the appropriate length. To ensure the arrow's trajectory was not affected, he carefully scraped off the bark from the branches. Without this treatment, the arrow's trajectory could easily deviate, affecting the shooting effect. Once the arrow shaft was finished, Anko turned to the most crucial part, the arrowhead. The arrowhead had to be sharp to ensure it could hit its prey or enemy. It's a pity there's no iron, Ank muttered to himself. Although finding iron was unrealistic at the moment, he decided to use sturdy wood to make arrowheads. He carefully selected several pieces of wood and sharpened them into sharp arrowheads. To enhance the arrowhead's power, he carbonized them with fire, making them even sharper and more powerful. Furthermore, Ank carbonized the spears she had prepared beforehand, preparing them as melee weapons. He made 5 arrows first, but looking at these simple wooden arrows, he felt that something was still missing and he was somewhat dissatisfied. Chapter 21, Practicing Archery, Mocked Abroad. Just as Ank was lost in thought, a familiar monkey call came from nearby. Ank couldn't help but laugh, realizing that little Scar had brought his troop of monkeys to find her again. I wonder if they've helped me gather prey. Ank was somewhat expectant. He's been making bows and arrows since he got up and hasn't had a chance to check the traps. Furthermore, I had only eaten bananas during that time, and I was already starving. When little Scar led the monkey troop to Ank, they didn't disappoint Ank. They indeed helped her gather prey. This time, there was even a baby wild boar. Little Scar, the monkey king, personally brought the prey to Ank. They even thoughtfully gave us a few bananas. Then, it straightened its back, looking like it had done a good deed and was waiting for praise. This scene made Ank chuckle. It was a bit like a primary school student doing a good deed and waiting for the teacher's reward. Ank reached out and touched the little scarred monkey's head. He praised, "Little Scar, you did a great job. You'll get half of this little wild boar as a reward later." The monkeys helped him collect the prey in his traps, saving him time. In this way, Ank can devote her time to other things. Besides the wild boar, Ank also gave her coconuts. He discovered that the monkeys really liked to eat coconuts. Little Scar was as happy as a child when he received praise and awards from Ank. They jumped up and down, even yelling at their troop of monkeys, seemingly showing off that they had just been commended by Ank. This scene left Anku both amused and exasperated. The little Scar also amused the viewers in the live stream. The little Scar looks too much like a child. My child is like that. He gets incredibly happy every time I praise him for doing something. Yes, look at him. Little Scar walks around like he doesn't recognize anyone. Did anyone record this? I want to make memes. Little Scar's performance made it very popular among the people of the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, I am also happy that Ank will have a group of monkeys, like little brothers, to check the traps in the future. This way, Ank can save a lot of time to do other things. After all, the intervals between each trap are still quite far. With just that one small advantage, they completely outclass competitors from other countries. That is something they can never catch up with. During the live stream, Ank first fed the monkeys, including Xiaoba. Now that the two sides are familiar with each other, the monkeys are not polite and do not refuse Ank's food. They ate with great relish. The viewers in the live stream were delighted. It felt like watching animals in a zoo. I was in an incredibly good mood and kept smiling. However, the foreigners felt uneasy watching the monkeys eating with relish. These monkeys are eating better than athletes from most countries. Roast pork, roast fish, and coconuts and bananas. Don't say that the players in survival games aren't this good. In reality, most of them don't eat such a lavish meal. I'm so envious. It's a pity they can't express it. After all, they can't give the Chinese people even the slightest chance to laugh at them. During the live stream, Ank stopped feeding the monkeys. He needed to prepare his own meal. When he picked up the prey that little Scar had collected, he saw the bird and its feathers. Ank's eyes lit up immediately. He felt that his arrows were shiny but lacked something. Now that I see the feathers, I finally realize what's going on. Yes, it's feathers. Ank immediately plucked all the feathers off. Then select some suitable, high-quality feathers and attach them to the arrows. The method for attaching feathers is also very simple. All you need to do is make a small slit at the end of the arrow and stuff the feather in. Then secure it firmly with thin vines. With feathered arrows, it will be easier for him to hold the bow and arrow when he shoots. While Ankh was busy attaching feathers to each arrow, a number of naive monkeys gathered around, like curious little children. With wide, round eyes, she watched what Ankh was doing. Ankh couldn't help but chuckle at their adorable, goofy appearance. He patted the monkeys' heads and then prepared to continue attaching the feathers. But at that moment, an idea suddenly came to Ankhu's mind. His natural affinity makes all animals feel no wariness towards him and treat him with friendliness, even getting close to him. And these monkeys are also very clever. In that case, could I use these monkeys to build a monkey defense team? He could easily spend some time each day training them to use spears and bows. In this way, when encountering large wild animals, the monkeys can fight alongside him. Monkeys are naturally agile, and once they learn to use weapons, they are far more terrifying than humans in the jungle. For a specific example, you can refer to Rise of the Planet of the Apes, which Ankh quite liked in her previous life. If your ideas are truly realized, then what problem can't be easily solved? Ankh had this idea. It's because he felt that the National Fortune game definitely wouldn't be so simple as to let him live such an easy life every day. When Ankh reaches a certain hurdle, she will definitely be given a challenge. Ankh didn't know exactly what this hurdle was or when it would occur. So he planned to train monkeys to have a small army of them, in preparation for any eventuality. They can be trained not only to use weapons, but also to make traps. A group of monkeys that can make traps to catch prey. Ankh felt that the prey within a 10-mile radius would probably be completely caught by them. At that time, he might only need to lie down every day. Thinking of this, Ankh felt very happy. Who has it easier than me? It's highly unlikely. However, what Ankh didn't know was that most of the contestants were in a very bad situation. Although most of the contestants solved the problems of water and food during these 3 days. But the most terrifying thing in the jungle is the mosquitoes. They didn't have Ankh's immune to all poisons constitution, and the bites caused them great suffering. With her thoughts focused, Ankh's most important task right now was to improve her shooting skills. If you're not even familiar with shooting yourself, how can you teach a monkey to shoot an arrow? Before that, of course, one should have a hearty meal. Only when you're well fed and watered can you get things done. Ankh started grilling pork for herself. After eating and drinking to one's heart's content, he then picked up his bow and arrow and shot at a large tree, using it as a target. Having lived in the city before, Ankh had never been exposed to shooting. Therefore, he has absolutely no shooting skills. This resulted in Ankh firing 5 shots in succession. All 5 attempts missed the target, resulting in a 0% hit rate. Ankh was dumbfounded. Wow, is archery really this difficult? At least let me win once, right? Upon seeing this in the live stream, the foreigners became excited. Another opportunity to criticize China. They immediately started bubbling up, seizing this hard-won opportunity. Chapter 22 The Genius in Coup, Slap in the Face. God, are you trying to make me laugh to death? 5th consecutive shot, all 5 misses. That's a skill in itself. And their skills are superb. I'll have my grandma shoot. I reckon she can hit the target twice. This kid from China has absolutely no talent for shooting. Ha ha ha. I told you so. It's useless to make a bow and arrow if you can't shoot. You're just wasting your time. Serves you right. Ha ha ha. The foreigners were in high spirits, feeling that they had gotten their revenge. Finally, there's something Ankh isn't good at. For foreigners, this is something to celebrate. They weren't worried that Ankh would master something in a short time. Ankh consistently missed the target, and it would take her a long time just to pick up the arrows each time. However, this idea had only just begun to surface for the foreigners. During the live stream, the monkeys helped Ankh retrieve the arrow that had fallen far away. For monkeys, who are adept at leaping and bounding, this distance is nothing. Furthermore, there are so many monkeys that each monkey only needs to pick up 1 arrow. After collecting them, all the arrows were handed over to Little Scar. Then Xiaoba handed it to Ankh, who then came to claim credit once again. I want Ankh to praise it. Ankh was both amused and exasperated. He vigorously rubbed Xiaoba's head. Really? Did you find it? Little Scar showed no sign of blushing, remaining upright and waiting for praise. Ankh smiled and praised Xiaoba. The monkey troop has a strict hierarchy, and Ankh needs to praise the other monkeys. It might actually harm them. Don't be fooled by how docile Little Scar, the Monkey King, appears in front of me. In fact, those who can become the Monkey King are by no means ordinary people. Little Scar, who was praised, danced and jumped for joy again. However, that dance is beyond human comprehension. Ankh took the arrow and felt it was quite good. If you go and collect the arrows yourself, the efficiency will be greatly reduced. But with the monkey's help, his efficiency improved dramatically. Feel your shooting proficiency continuously improving. Aang nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. With the monkey's help, we might be able to finish our shooting practice today. You don't need to be too professional. Just make sure you're 70 to 80% confident you can hit the target accurately. In the live stream, the foreigners were once again dumbfounded, exclaiming that it was impossible. God, can you tell me what's going on? Why are these monkeys so obedient? What kind of magic did that kid from the Dragon Kingdom use? The British Empire exclaimed in alarm. It must be witchcraft. I knew the Chinese would resort to such wicked tricks. During the Industrial Revolution, many people in the UK dared not provoke the Chinese immigrants who had settled there. Rumors say that the people of the Dragon Kingdom possess terrifying witchcraft. Hilarious. That's right. We Chinese not only know kung fu, but also witchcraft. Especially skilled at curses. You foreigners better watch out. The Chinese were amused by the foreigners' words. However, their doubts deepened, and they were also eager to know why Aang was able to tame the monkey. That makes absolutely no sense. They were all a little skeptical. Could Aang really possess magic? Do you have animal taming skills? In the column, Kong Hui, Lu Yifei, and Sa Baining looked at Professor Wu once again. Professor Wu didn't even look at them this time, turning his head to the side. Don't ask me. I don't know how something this absurd happened. In the following live streams, Aang only did one thing, practice shooting. With monkeys acting as caddies. No, wait. As archery boys, Aang's efficiency is extremely high. Shooting proficiency increased rapidly. Shooting proficiency +5. Shooting proficiency +5. Shooting level has been upgraded to LV2. Shooting level has been upgraded to LV3. It's worth mentioning that the terrifying aspect of Aang's cheat ability lies in. As her skill level increases, Aang can shoot at will. His body will also make adjustments to allow him to shoot arrows in the most perfect posture. Aang's shooting skills change from initially hitting the ground, missing, hitting high, and hitting low, to later casually hitting trees. He can shoot wherever he wants. Just then, a snow-white rabbit appeared about 50 meters away from Aang. The rabbit hopped and skipped, warily scanning its surroundings. However, it was completely unaware that it had been spotted by Aang, who was 50 meters away. Did they know that practicing with stationary targets wasn't difficult for me, so they assigned me moving targets? Aang smiled, then made a pinky promise and aimed. With the help of his skill, he performed the posture perfectly. With a whoosh sound, the arrow was shot out. The white rabbit, 50 meters away, was still walking and stopping intermittently, wary of its surroundings. However, before it could react, it was shot by an arrow and died. It didn't know why it died until it died. How did he die? It all happened so suddenly. The surrounding monkeys erupted in shouts, as if in shock. They all stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. For these creatures, Aang's methods just now were like those of a god. The prey died before the prey even got close. That's absolutely outrageous. The monkeys seemed to worship Anko as a god, howling around him in celebration of his capture of prey and his newfound skill in shooting. Not only that, Little Scar also made sure his men retrieved Aang's rabbit. He personally delivered it to Aang. Compared to the monkeys' half-understanding shouts, everyone in the live stream was truly shocked. Are you kidding me? My lord, what have you shown me? That brat from the Dragon Kingdom shot a rabbit 50 meters away. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Or am I hallucinating? They all knew about Aang's archery skills from the beginning. Everyone witnessed it. But now it's become so awesome. Not only can it hit the target with any shot, but it can also kill a rabbit 50 meters away with a single shot. The foreigners are really about to lose their guard. They felt ashamed as they had just mocked him. Is this the legendary genius? Did he cheat? From knowing nothing at the beginning, to becoming this amazing in just half an hour? Damn it, I think we've all been scammed. This brat from China must have known how to shoot from the start, but he pretended not to. Their purpose is simply to disgust us. I was the archery champion of the entire United States last year. This kid from China has such poor shooting skills. It definitely can't be done in less than 3 to 5 years. Looks like this kid really can shoot, and he's just pretending. What a cunning brat. The Chinese people were so angry at the foreigners starting to bite indiscriminately that they laughed. You foreigners are typical examples of sour grapes. Is it so hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Chapter 23. The Hunting Departure and the Commander-in-Chief's Reflections. During the live stream, Aang, carrying a wild rabbit and monkeys like Little Scar, couldn't help but smile slightly. He asked the Little Scar, "Are you hungry?" Little Scar and the other monkeys all nodded excitedly. Then they pointed to the hare, and then to the campfire in the direction of the camp. And Ku immediately understood, and at the same time said with a wry smile, Now you all grill your meat. However, cooked meat does taste better than raw meat. Humanity's ancestors originally ate raw food, but after accidentally tasting cooked meat, he became addicted. Although monkeys are highly intelligent, but they are still animals after all, and they are very wary of campfires. Even those with small scars dare not easily approach the campfire. So Aang smiled and said, "I'll grill them for you guys." The monkeys had helped him collect the arrows, which made Aang very efficient. My proficiency improved rapidly. It's perfectly reasonable for Aang to personally grill meat for the monkeys now. The processed rabbit quickly released its aroma as it was roasted over the charcoal fire. This excited the surrounding monkeys, who started howling and shouting. Viewers in the live stream were filled with emotion. Bossin has now completely tamed these monkeys. Do you think Bossin will use these monkeys to build a team later? Impossible, right? Although these monkeys are intelligent, but they are still just monkeys with limited intelligence. That's right. It's already quite remarkable that animals can do simple tasks. Most people felt that Aang's relationship with the monkeys was just like that. It's a miracle that everyone can still be as happy as they are now. Monkeys cannot form a team like humans. Seeing the monkeys living peacefully with Aang. Some monkeys even jumped onto Aang and cleaned his hair. The viewers in the live stream were still deeply moved, remarking that it was truly a miracle. After all, except for golden monkeys, most monkeys have a very bad temper. It is highly aggressive. Big hole in your stomach if you feed them food they don't like. A typical ungrateful animal. A single rabbit, when divided among each monkey, is not a large portion. However, the monkeys were still overjoyed. Anko was very grateful to them for grilling the meat. After feeding the monkeys, it was already afternoon. This time, Aang tried assigning the monkeys some simple tasks. Let's see if they can complete the task well. This is also laying the groundwork for future plans. Aang then began making a simple bow and arrow quiver. It doesn't need to be too big, it only needs to hold 5 arrows. After spending a little effort to finish it, Aang took her bow, slung her quiver over her shoulder, and walked toward the river. Upon arriving at the riverbank, Aang did not swagger forward. Instead, they chose a secluded spot and began to observe. This is because of the immunity to all poisons. Aang didn't care whether there were poisonous snakes or insects at the spot where she was hiding. Sharp, eagle-like eyes scan the riverbed, searching for whatever they want. He now has enough food, water, and other resources. Aang is now planning to try and hunt large prey. Fish, rabbits, birds, and the like, and wanted to try something fresh. Try something different. That's what makes eating so enjoyable. If foreigners find out about this idea, they'll probably be on edge again. Is this even human language? Tired of eating fish, rabbit, and bird meat? How can athletes from other countries possibly accept this? Of course, Aang also plans to marinate some meat to prepare for the upcoming winter. Inside the live stream, everyone watched as Anku crouched motionless in the bushes. Everyone was very curious about what Aang was planning to do. There's no prey around. What's Bossin planning to do? I don't know, I also find it strange. If you want to hunt prey, shouldn't you search for it? In the column, Kang Hui saw that many people in the bullet comments did not understand Anku's actions. I couldn't help but look at the professors, experts, and guests. Teachers, could you please explain to us what Anku is doing? Why isn't he hunting for prey, but instead lies in wait here? Professor Wu chuckled and first expressed his appreciation for Anku's actions. He then explained, this is the lowest point of the stream. Therefore, it is the best drinking place for many jungle animals. This can also be seen from the many footprints in the mud. Therefore, Aang's choice of this position is excellent. As for lying in wait, firstly, this way Aang will have the first opportunity to gain a view. As the saying goes, the enemy is in the light while we are in the dark. You should know that most creatures that live in the wild are very alert. They will flee at the slightest sign of trouble. Aang is currently in the shadows, so she won't easily disturb the animals. As long as you shoot accurately, you can guarantee a successful shot. Professor Wu's explanation enlightened those who had been puzzled. Wow, there are so many tricks to staking out. If it were me, I would definitely be foolish enough to go looking for prey everywhere. If there is no harvest, it will be a waste of your physical strength and time. That's right. Even if Bossin ultimately gains nothing from this choice, his own consumption won't be too great. The crowd's respect for Anku grew even stronger. They discovered that the more they understood Aang, the more they felt he was omnipotent. Time passed slowly. An hour has passed. No large animals were seen. Only some small animals came to drink water. For example, small animals such as birds, wild cats, squirrels, hedgehogs, and even skunks. Within the curtain of light, Anku remained motionless, quietly waiting. This patience earned the audience's utmost admiration. As expected of Bossin, His patience is truly remarkable. Isn't that incredibly patient? I was almost falling asleep watching it while I was slacking off. However, Boston's eyes remained as sharp as an eagle's. Professor Wu, along with several other guests, expressed their admiration for Enku. Even they didn't have Aang's patience. It's not just these professors and experts who have a high opinion of Aang. Even the leaders and cadres in the high-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom gave Enku a very high evaluation of her character. Mr. Lee sighed with emotion. How did Enku grow up to be so calm and experienced? The commander laughed heartily. As long as this kid comes back successfully, I want to groom him as my successor. Many of the leaders present felt a chill run down their spines. They hadn't expected that the Dragon Kingdom's commander would think so highly of Enku. You should know that this old commander looked down on everyone in his life. Sometimes, even the top leader, Mr. Lee, would get a few words of criticism from him. However, now he cares so much about Aang. They even said they would groom him as their successor. Chapter 24 New Partner King Kong, Shocking Korean Beauty. Another hour passed quickly. During this period, it was still a group of small animals that came to drink water. There was even a troop of monkeys led by Little Scar, who came over to drink water. Upon seeing Aang, Little Scar and the monkeys became extremely excited and enthusiastically surrounded her. They, along with Aang, are here because they need water. So I specially filled some water for Aang to drink. Aang smiled and accepted it without refusing. After waiting for almost 2 hours, I was indeed a bit thirsty. In the live stream, Japanese viewers who were watching were moved to tears by what they saw. Damn it, how can there be such a huge difference between people? If our Japanese athletes had monkeys bringing them water, would they have been bitten to death? Baka, your Chinese contestants must have cheated. I want to report National Destiny Game. Report the Chinese for cheating, otherwise how can a bunch of monkeys follow his lead? And the river fish and sea fish from before, they wouldn't run away when they saw him. We Japanese are not convinced. The disaster caused the Japanese to lose their rationality and begin to go crazy. The nightmare of those 10,000 venomous snakes continues, with deaths and injuries occurring every hour. The depletion of resources has left many people without food today. In such an environment, how could the Japanese not go crazy? More the Japanese suffer, the happier the Chinese are. At the same time, after Aang finished drinking the water, she heard the chirping of birds. In the jungle, bird calls are nothing new. However, this time the bird call was different. It sounded like a scream. Enku couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. On a large tree, a parrot was wrapped up by a python. That python was at least as thick as an adult male's leg and about 2 meters long. When Aang looked at the parrot also saw him. Its survival instinct made it howl at Aang, as if pleading for help. Aang was somewhat surprised, as animals generally do not behave in this way. Could it be because of my natural affinity? Aang wondered to herself. That's enough. Aang shook her head, deciding not to think about it anymore. He smiled slightly. You're lucky to have met me today. Since we can't find any large prey, we'll use you, this python, as our target. Took an arrow out of the quiver. Carrying the quiver, Aang tried adjusting the position many times. This allows him to quickly obtain the arrows without feeling any awkwardness. This preparation is very important. It may seem like a small detail, but it could be life-saving in a critical moment. This is why many assassins place the butt of their gun in the most convenient position for them. Drawing the bow, aiming, and firing were all done in one smooth motion, taking less than 3 seconds. Just as the parrot was about to be strangled by the python, the arrow pierced the python's head with pinpoint accuracy. With a piercing roar, the python's body went limp, and it fell from the tree. The parrot immediately flapped its wings and took flight. Thump! The python fell to the ground, motionless and lifeless. The entire audience in the live stream was stunned. This includes the foreigners in the live stream. God, just how much talent did you give this brat when he was born in the Dragon Kingdom? I am Kim Cece, a shooting athlete from Korea. This shot from Enku, the athlete from China, can't be sprayed at all. It's so shocking. It's hard to believe that this morning he was a complete novice who missed all 5 of his arrows. However, their shooting skills are now almost surpassing those of me, a professional shooting athlete. To this, all I want to say to Aang Appa is, Aang Appa, you are my god. People from South Korea were extremely excited to see Kim CSI pop up on social media. She's a stunning beauty in the shooting world, possessing both skill and looks. I initially thought this professional was trying to curb the arrogance of the Dragon Kingdom by showing up. Unexpectedly, Jean Cece said she admired Enku. She kept calling him Appa. South Korea finds most unacceptable is that their sports goddess actually said that Enku Appa is her god. This angered South Korea, leading to widespread criticism of Kim's CSI. Damn it. As a professional athlete of the country, how could he say such a thing? He's a disgrace to our country. Your words make us feel ashamed and disgusted. Disgusting people who fawn over foreign things. Get out of Korea. The people of Longwa saw Jin Cece, a beautiful woman with both strength and beauty, cheering for Enku. Everyone burst into laughter, and some even stood up for Jin Cece. Jin Cece, they told you to get out of Korea, so come to our great dragon country. That's right. Who cares about South Korea? Even now, the contestants haven't demonstrated anything yet, but they dare to bark like dogs every day. Come to Northeast China, and I guarantee you'll be able to eat your favorite kimchi every day. Damn it. How dare you Chinese talk about kimchi here? Disgusting stuff that stole our kimchi. What the hell are you stealing my kimchi from? You're crying stop thief, like a thief crying stop thief? Just then, someone sent a picture. It was a picture of a hand, with the thumb and forefinger clasped together. At this moment, South Korea's defenses were completely breached. During the live stream, Aang was completely unaware that she had gained a foreign female fan. He looked at the parrots flying around him with a surprised expression. This is a macaw. It is very large, mostly red, with colorful wings that resemble a rainbow. Very beautiful. The macaw called out to Aang, seemingly in gratitude. Enku chuckled and waved her hand, saying, "It's a small matter. You also have to thank your own luck. If you had been any slower, even if I had killed the python, you wouldn't have survived." Pythons kill their prey by strangling them to death, then swallow it in one gulp. After flapping its wings a few more times, the macaw finally landed on Aang's shoulder. This surprised Aang again. Was she sticking to me now? He tentatively asked, "Are you planning to be my pet?" The parrot seemed to understand Aang's words. However, it is not expressed by nodding. Instead, he moved closer to Aang's face. Then he rubbed his head against Aang's face. Wow, this intelligence is just as good as Little Scar and the others. Aang was now certain that the macaw had completely attached itself to her. For Aang, who was living alone in the wilderness, accepting this new companion was naturally a welcome decision. At the same time, Aang was also curious about one thing. Would this parrot learn to talk like him? He tried saying to the macaw, "Say hello." The macaw tilted its head, as if it were thinking. A moment later, it mimicked Aang's words and said, "Say hello." Upon hearing this, Enku burst into laughter. "You're really smart, you learned it in no time." The viewers in the live stream were shocked. Can parrots mimic human speech? Chapter 25. Can parrots understand human speech? Parrots are now also animals that have become history. Therefore, most people don't know that parrots can mimic human speech. This surprised many people. As for Aang, he suddenly had a whimsical idea. Could this macaw help him find large prey? So he tentatively asked. Upon hearing Aang's words, the macaw tilted its head, just like it had at the beginning. Then it flapped its wings and flew away. Before leaving, it shouted, "Say hello." From South Korea immediately started sending comments in the live stream chat. Isn't that brat from the Dragon Kingdom going to make me laugh to death? Does a parrot really think it can hear human speech just because it has learned to talk? You want it to help you find large prey? Why don't you just send it flying? Jin Cece, is this the Appa you admire? Your Appa is a joke. The picture that was just posted in the live stream was a huge blow to South Korea. Now they have found an opportunity to relentlessly attack Aang. This is how they vent their anger. Of course, besides venting their frustrations, they genuinely thought Aang's actions were a joke. Most foreigners share the same idea. Use a parrot to help find prey? It's impossible for it to do that. Now look what's happened, the parrot just flew away. We could have had some bird meat to eat. If it finds prey, I'll eat shit live on air. Coming upstairs to freeload? During the live stream, Aang watched the macaw fly away but did not choose to leave. Instead, they sat and waited. Although there is no evidence that macaws are always looking for prey for themselves. But Aang was inexplicably convinced that the other party was indeed going to find large prey. It's just a matter of whether you can find it, and whether you find the right one. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. For the entire half hour, the foreigners in the live stream didn't stop mocking him. Especially in South Korea. From the moment Chinese netizens posted that picture, they lost their minds. Then, a Chinese netizen commented, "The more you care about something, the less you have it." South Korea turned into a mad dog, barking wildly in the live stream. It even escalated to discussions about the past and present, with South Korea claiming that the 100 schools of thought originated from their country. Just when South Korea was about to declare that the universe belonged to them. Inside the live stream, the macaw flew back. The return of the macaw brought great joy to many people in China. Are very fond of this extinct bird that could mimic human speech. The foreigners looked grim. They really came back? Wait, what's a bird doing with humans? King Kong, you're finally back. If you had been any later, I was planning to leave, Ankh joked. The parrot flew up to Ankh and kept saying, say hello, say hello. While making a sound, it also kept circling in one direction. Ankh immediately felt a chill, realizing that Jean Gang was planning to take her somewhere. He was a little curious about what they would take him to find. Is it really the large prey that I need? Before leaving with the parrot, Ankh handed the python over to Little Scar and the other monkeys. Then they were instructed to take the snake back to the camp. Little Scar seemed to have accepted some glorious mission, and with his head held high and chest out, he proudly took the python. After watching the monkeys leave, Ankh followed the parrot and let him lead the way. The path that King Kong led was one that Ankh had never explored before. Therefore, the road conditions are very complicated. However, Ankh didn't care about this and directly plunged her body in. Even if a poisoned dart child landed on her arm along the way, Ankh didn't care. I just picked it up, played with it for a bit, and then threw it away. This scene made the foreigners extremely envious. Why don't athletes from that country have an immune to all poisons constitution? Having this constitution greatly increases the survival rate. For example, just now, if it were athletes from other countries, most of them would have been poisoned. Because the road is undeveloped, we are traveling relatively slowly. When they reached a slope, King Kong suddenly returned to Ankh's side, landed on his shoulder, looked in one direction, and called out to Ankh. Ankh looked down the slope and saw a wild boar about 50 meters away. The viewers in the live stream all saw the wild boar and were immediately stunned. That parrot really did lead Ankh to a wild boar. Doesn't this mean that this parrot can really understand human speech? Holy crap, this is too dreamlike. Even novels wouldn't dare to write something like this. Forget about whether it's a fantasy or not, Ankh will have some wild game to eat tonight, which is something to be happy about. By the way, where's that American who was just freeloading off us? Hurry up, let's eat Ollie Gay on live stream. Who said it's disgusting? But we'll keep an eye on it. The foreigner was sweating profusely and didn't dare to make a sound. Who would have thought that the parrot could understand human speech and actually led the Chinese contestant to a wild boar? Isn't that too sci-fi? Not only him, but the other foreigners also dared not speak up. They were once again thoroughly humiliated by Nku. This is so damn painful. During the live stream, it was true that King Kong led Ankh to find prey. However, as darkness fell, the jungle became somewhat dim. In this situation, it's difficult for Ankh to guarantee that she will hit the target. Fortunately, Ankh gave up on the idea of hunting the wild boar. No rush. We can hunt it down again when we encounter it tomorrow. So, before nightfall completely, Ankh quickly retraced her steps. The macaw followed closely behind Ankh, flying behind her head. If it gets tired, King Kong rests on Ankh's shoulder. Soon, Ankh returned to her camp with King Kong. As before, Little Scar and his troop of monkeys fiercely guarded the camp. Ankh immediately praised the monkeys, including Xiaoba. They were overjoyed to receive the praise. All their previous efforts had been worthwhile. Ankh then started a campfire. Flames rose, and Ankh soon spotted the prey that Little Scar had placed on the ground. Besides pythons, there are other small prey. Ankh didn't need to ask. He immediately guessed that these prey had come from his own trap. Without hesitation, Ankh began processing the wild game to prepare tonight's dinner. Ankh meticulously examined the snake, processed its meat, and then roasted it over a fire. Ankh then began to deal with the other prey. When processing the bird, Ankh collected all its feathers. This is in preparation for making more arrows. 5 arrows are definitely not enough. He needs more. After all, when the time is right, he plans to train Little Scar and the other monkeys into a guard to assist him. Weapons are something you can never have too many of. Ankh quickly finished her dinner and then lay down comfortably in the camp. Ankh then let out a burp. Chapter 26. Inviting the enemy into a trap, shocking the entire audience. The next day, the air was humid. It rained last night. Ankh stepped out of the camp and took a deep breath. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The air is so fresh." The rain seemed to have washed the entire island clean. However, what Ankh didn't know was that the athletes from other countries hated this rain to the core. Although most people had already built their camps. However, the campsite was too rudimentary, causing leaks. Athletes from many countries were woken up in the middle of the night by the rain and were shivering in the rain. They couldn't even light a fire to keep warm because they didn't have as many supplies as Ankh. This resulted in nearly half of the people becoming ill to varying degrees. Some national leaders, whose athletes were seriously ill, were extremely anxious and even went so far as to use the precious bullet screen function. We want to help the players overcome their difficulties. No one wants to suffer the same fate as Japan, being struck by natural disasters in the National Destiny game. After Ankh finished washing up, she began her routine patrol. What puzzled Aang was that little Scar didn't bring the monkey troop to find her today. Perhaps it rained last night, so they haven't woken up yet. Aang didn't think much of it and waited until the afternoon to see if Xiao Ba came looking for her. If not, then go and take a look. King Kong, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. King Kong flapped its rainbow-colored wings and followed Aang away from the camp. Hee, you're quite good at mimicking speech, aren't you? It usually takes a long time for a parrot to learn to speak like a human. But King Kong would listen to it several times, and sometimes even just once, before repeating it. Aang thought this was a great idea. At least one bird can talk. Although they may not be on the same wavelength, they will not be lonely in the end. Aang's first action was naturally to check the traps. While watching for prey, also check if the traps are broken. If it breaks, I'll just fix it. It took Aang about 40 minutes to check all the traps. It took some time to repair one of the traps because it was broken. We haven't gained anything. This is the reality of wilderness survival. No one knows whether they will be able to find food tomorrow. However, Aang was not disappointed. He was mentally prepared when he arrived. It rained last night, and many animals will change their behavior, some even staying indoors altogether. Animals are very sensitive to changes in the weather. Since it rained last night, the animals must have been prepared beforehand. King Kong, come on. I'll take you to the beach. You've probably never seen the ocean before. And Kalang laughed. Macaws live on rocky cliffs, usually inland. Aang ate a few bananas to fill her stomach before heading towards the beach. I'm very familiar with the route now, and I've been walking it frequently these past few days. Aang arrived at the sea in about half an hour. The sound of waves rose, and a refreshing sea breeze blew. In the air, many seagulls soared above the azure sea. The breathtaking blue landscape captivated the viewers in the live stream. No matter how many times I watch it, I never get tired of it. Unfortunately, Earth today does not have such a scene. Aang admired the view for a while, then began to inspect the traps in the ocean. When the trap was pulled up, there were only 1 or 2 small fish and a few small shrimp inside. There were no other large shipments besides that. Inside the live stream, the foreigners had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Seeing that Aang's harvest was barely enough to fill a tooth gap, he immediately began to mock her. The little devil from the Dragon Kingdom went through so much trouble, and all he got was this little bit of food. I'm afraid it won't even make up for what he just expended. I guess I was just lucky before. Now that I'm out of luck, I've been brought back to square one. Hey, don't say that. He still has a reserve of food with him. I'm afraid they'll kill this parrot if they can't find food. Most people in China only care about their own interests. They're capable of doing something like this. A hypocritical nation that only knows how to pretend to be righteous and awe-inspiring. Exactly. The Dragon Kingdom wouldn't even accept refugees before. Exhilarating. The foreigners, having found an opportunity, immediately began to mock him. In the segment, expert Shui remarked, I said yesterday that such a rudimentary trap is unlikely to catch any prey. That's just the way it is. Aang is probably going to go hungry today. Lu Yifei smiled, but her expression was one of rebuttal to Professor Chui. It's still early, maybe Aang can catch some prey later. Chui immediately became arrogant, saying, only wilderness novices like you would think there's still time. In the wilderness, you can never think that there is still time. Nature is not a script. It won't create beautiful myths just for you. Chui's authority has been repeatedly challenged. I've been holding a grudge for a long time, and now I can finally establish my authority. He was waiting for an opportunity, as long as Aang had no food to eat. Then he would propose a solution to the national leadership, suggesting that Aang find a tree root to eat first. Those tree roots are edible, and there are plenty in the jungle, but many people don't even know that. When the time comes, I'll have helped Aang solve her problem, and then I'll regain my dignity. Thinking of this, expert Shui beamed with joy. However, at this moment, Sa Baining exclaimed in surprise, look, Aang caught a fish. Chui's smile froze, and he quickly looked at the live broadcast. Aang placed her hand on the trap's railing. A moment later, the nearby sea fish swam over. He then deliberately walked into the trap. This bizarre scene shocked everyone in the live stream. Hey, is Boss in casting magic again? Is magic something we muggles can see? Is this what they call luring the enemy into a trap? Mom, I want to learn idioms by watching the live stream. The foreign viewers in the live stream were completely dumbfounded. The sea fish walked right into the trap set by the little devil from the Dragon Kingdom. No, I want to know what attracts sea fish to this trap. Could it be that Hogwarts is in China? Bakayuru, the game of national destiny is unfair, and I will condemn this game with my death. Aang Appa is amazing. Kim Sisi from South Korea. Friends from China, could you teach us magic? Asked a netizen from Russia. Teach us too. Our contestant ate a frog these past few days. These miraculous methods brought many small countries to their knees. They humbly asked for guidance, hoping that the Dragon Kingdom would teach them magic to help their athletes overcome difficulties. After all, what else could it be but magic to make fish walk into a trap on their own? During the live stream, Aang scooped up all 3 fish. He scoffed inwardly, having originally not intended to use natural affinity. But I had no choice but to force myself to use it. Upon inspection, it was discovered that one of them indicated pregnancy. Its lower abdomen was full of fish eggs. Aang simply fished it out and put it back into the sea. He also released all the small fish that were not yet fully grown. In the end, only the 2 fattest ones were left. Chapter 27 Weapon Making. The Monkey Army. King Kong seemed to be seeing sea fish for the first time. Curious, it tilted its head, looking left and right. Then he shouted at the 2 fish, "Say hello, say hello." The 2 fish naturally did not respond. So King Kong let out a shriek, then flew up and pecked at the fish a few times. While pecking, it kept calling out, "Say hello, say hello." Aang was both amused and exasperated, and pushed Jean Gang away. "Don't be so short-tempered. If they actually said something, I probably wouldn't dare to eat it. Stop fooling around. When we get back, I'll grill fish for you." King Kong immediately stopped bullying the sea fish, and instead flapped his wings while shouting, "Grilled fish, grilled fish." Aang carried the 2 fish on her back with a rope. Then they went back to dig up the coconuts that had been buried in the sand. Because she hadn't reaped many rewards today, Aang decided to take the remaining dozen or so back with her. It is better preserved by placing it in a stream than by burying it in the sand. Campsite. When Aang returned to the camp, she saw little Scar and the others. They took good care of Aang while she was away from the camp. Upon seeing Aang return, all the monkeys chattered excitedly. It seemed to be a welcome to Aang's arrival. Seeing that Aang was having a hard time carrying things, several monkeys even came over to help carry them. Aang smiled happily, thanking the monkey while also feeling relieved. It seems the monkey troop didn't encounter any trouble. He then pondered to himself, should I put my plan into action? Form an army of monkeys. With their combat power, Aang can explore even deeper. He doesn't need to be afraid if he encounters competitors from other countries. Where it's nearly impossible to manufacture firearms, monkeys are far more powerful than humans in combat. Aang finally decided to start making weapons after finishing her meal. After being cleaned and processed, the plump sea fish was soon transformed into grilled fish. The side dishes are still coconut and banana. This time, Aang only gave half a fish to the monkeys to taste. Although it was very little, each monkey could only eat a little. But the fresh taste still made the monkeys extremely excited. As for King Kong, Aang also fed it some fish. And it was this point that directly opened up a new world for King Kong. It excitedly flapped its wings and cried out, "Grilled fish, grilled fish." While calling out, it also stared longingly at the grilled fish in Aang's hand. Aang immediately took a bite, saying, "This is mine. I'll give you a whole one when I have a big catch." Aang has a lot of work to do next. The monkey troop, led by Little Scar, consisted of 21 monkeys. 5 of them were baby monkeys, and 6 were female monkeys. This means that Aang must make at least 10 spears, 10 bows and arrows, and a number of arrows. After solving the problem of food, Aang immediately began collecting tree branches. The best spears are made by polishing tree trunks. However, doing so would be too much work beyond Aang's current capabilities and would be a waste of time. It's not cost-effective. As dusk approached, Aang had collected over 100 branches of varying sizes. Such efficiency is all thanks to the help of Little Scar and the other monkeys. Aang only needs to be responsible for quality control. If you want a branch, just give it to the monkeys, and they will take it to the camp. This scene made the foreigners exclaim that it was a foul. Why should athletes from their country have to collect these items all by themselves? How can this little devil from the Dragon Kingdom control monkeys? There was even a parrot. They believed that if their own players found out, they must really want to say, "I'm done playing, I'm going home." That's so unfair. Some are happy while others are sad. The people of China are currently experiencing a mix of joy and sorrow. They exclaimed that Aang was awesome. With this kind of efficiency, who else can match it? Surprised, everyone was also curious about what Aang was doing collecting so many tree branches. They're probably collected to be used as firewood. Some people speculated. This idea has been endorsed by many people. Last night's rain soaked a lot of dry firewood, making it difficult to light. Aang may be trying to prevent such incidents from happening again. But when Aang started processing the tree branches she had collected, everyone was stunned. Is Bossin making a spear? Not just spears, but it looks like there are bows and arrows too. This production speed is a bit outrageous. The craftsman exclaimed that he was an expert. Because the wood varied in size, Aang did not decide which weapon to make first. He would make whatever weapon the tree root he picked up was suitable for. After these few days of manufacturing, Ank's manufacturing skills are extremely high, which allows him to manufacture things several times faster than the average person. No, what's the point of boss in making so many spears and bows? I don't know. One person can't possibly use that much, can they? Perhaps it's for stockpiling weapons? In the segment, expert Chui asked impatiently, "What do you mean by stockpiling inventory?" In my opinion, they're just too idle. Doing this kind of thing is a thankless task, a complete waste of time and energy. Wouldn't it be better to hunt more game with this time? Otherwise, if we come up empty-handed like today, that would be troublesome. Chui's words drew criticism from many viewers in the live chat. No results today? Where did Ank get the seafood she ate tonight? Today was just a matter of luck. Do you really expect sea fish to walk into traps every day? History has taught us that we cannot wait passively for opportunities to come to us. In the live stream, the foreigners also mocked Ank for doing something that was meaningless. They believe that in time, their country's athletes will definitely be in a better position than Ank. However, they were unaware of Ank's true thoughts. Of course, it's almost impossible to guess. Who would imagine that Ank was making weapons for monkeys? Such an absurd thing. Ank spent the entire night making weapons. Time quickly moved to the next day. The live stream chat was filled with comments, with foreigners constantly showing off their players' achievements. For example, India captured 2 squirrels, and by following the clues, found a large quantity of nuts. From the United States fought a wild boar last night, and ultimately killed it. This wild boar is enough to feed the athletes from the United States for several days. The contestant from the romantic country was lucky and encountered a beehive. With his extensive experience, he obtained the honey without sustaining any damage. After a few days of adjustment, athletes from many countries rebounded from their lows. Things started to get back on track, and life began to improve. On the other hand, let's look at Ank's side. He was still fast asleep, showing no sign of waking up. That's precisely why foreigners found an opportunity to criticize. They hope Ank will stay this lazy forever. In this way, their country's athletes will definitely be in a better position than Ank. Take the top spot in the current wilderness survival competition. Chapter 28, The Docile Monkey astonished everyone. Inside the live stream, the people of Manhwa, Dragon Kingdom, defended in coup. In the segment, Sabanin silenced many foreigners with just one sentence. There's no way around it. Our Dragon Kingdom contestant, Ank, has been working too hard lately. She has created 1,000 streams for the Dragon Kingdom, brought back extinct coconuts and lobsters to the Blue Star, and even caused 1,000 banana groves to spring up. Clap, clap, clap. What a fine poem. As expected of a CCTV host, his pretentiousness is completely seamless. Do we need to show off? It's just stating the facts. The United States, the land of kimchi, always making noise. Do your country's athletes have any real talent? How dare you bark like a dog? As the saying goes, the truth is often the most hurtful. The foreigners were furious, but there was nothing they could do. At this moment, there was some activity in the live stream. Everyone thought Nku had woken up, but it turned out to be Little Scar and its monkey troop that came looking for Nku. This scene made the people of China burst into laughter. Looks like Boston won't be able to continue sleeping so soundly. What would it be like to be woken up by a group of monkeys? However, to everyone's surprise, when Little Scar and the other monkeys arrived at the camp, they found Ank still sleeping. They slowed down, remaining silent and quietly guarding the area. They looked just like the bodyguards who protected the emperor as he slept. Some monkeys even went to check the traps, bringing back any prey they found to their camp. It was not eaten, but placed on the stone slab that Ank used to process food. This scene left the viewers in the live stream completely astonished. When did monkeys become so well-behaved and sensible? Monkeys have not gone extinct. Monkeys can be found in many mountainous areas. Many tourists encounter monkeys when they visit mountainous areas. The general impression people have of monkeys is that they are cheap. However, Little Scar and his group of monkeys completely changed everyone's impression of monkeys. Even if Ank didn't wake up, she wouldn't be able to restrain him. These monkeys were incredibly well-behaved. Little Scar and the others made me fall in love with monkeys. So monkeys aren't just good at causing trouble. While Boston is sleeping, he will also check the traps and bring back prey. Seriously, I'm crying my eyes out. The foreigners saw this. They were once again struck by how vast the gap between people can be. It can be described as the division between heaven and earth. By the way, do you think it's possible that this is only true in front of Boston? Someone commented curiously in the live chat. No one knows the answer, since the monkey has only been in contact with Ank so far. Whether she would be this well-behaved when interacting with other people, no one knows. Everyone was also very curious about how Little Scar and the others would get along with other humans. After inspecting their prey, the monkeys began to idle away their time. They then discovered the spears and arrows that Anko had placed near the camp. The monkeys couldn't help but become curious. After all, curiosity is an animal's nature. Little Scar carefully picked up a bow and arrow, then looked it over. This scene amused the audience. Is Little Scar really being so cautious? None of my family members understand. This is just like how I used to be when I was a child, afraid of breaking things at home. However, Little Scar seemed to realize quickly that this thing was very sturdy, so he simply started to move more aggressively. It tried to draw the bow, but then tilted its head, as if sensing something was wrong. So it looked around, and then picked up an arrow. Finally, Little Scar imitated Ank's shooting style, and began to try it himself. Unfortunately, the first attempt ended in failure. Although the form was imitated, the key techniques were not mastered. The arrow was only propelled a short distance before falling to the ground. Even so, it still caused an uproar in the live stream room. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Little Scar is shooting arrows. This is imitating how Boston shot yesterday. That seems to be the case. Seriously? Is it really that outrageous? Look, there are some people playing with spears. That spear was thrown quite skillfully. In the program, Professor Wu, Coach Zhao, and other professional guests also stared wide-eyed, full of questions. Aren't these monkeys a little too smart? Although primates have a strong ability to imitate, it is extremely rare to see one to this extent. That's right. Professor Wu nodded. These monkeys seem to be much smarter than monkeys on Earth, at least equivalent to 7- or 8-year-old children. Extremely strong learning ability. In the live stream, the foreigners were initially shocked, but then overjoyed, as if they had discovered a new continent. It seems the monkeys in the National Destiny game are very intelligent. We should tell the national leadership this news and have them tell the players about it via live chat. In this way, our contestants can also tame monkeys just like the little devils from China and get these monkeys to help with tasks. Haha, we'll catch up with those little devils from the Dragon Kingdom very soon. Many foreigners felt they had uncovered incredible information and rushed back to their own live streams to tell people about it. We hope that the higher-ups can contact the players as soon as possible, although you can only send one 100-character comment per week. But the value of this message is enough to justify using up all those precious bullet comments. During the live stream, Ank slowly woke up. As before, I glanced at my own attributes. Currently, his highest proficiency is in gathering, followed by crafting, and his proficiency in the rest is also quite good. However, what Ank is most looking forward to is the natural affinity. This ability has helped him overcome food shortages several times. The progress bar indicates that natural affinity will upgrade within the next 2 days. Just then, Ank's ears twitched. She heard a noise nearby. He quickly looked over and saw monkeys practicing archery and spear throwing. Watching these monkeys use these weapons with such skill, Anku was shocked and extremely surprised. I haven't even started teaching yet. How come you're already imitating? However, Ank was mostly pleasantly surprised. Watching the monkeys attempt to shoot and throw spears with impressive skill, Ank became increasingly confident in forming a monkey army. My idea might actually come true. Then we won't have to worry about encountering large wild animals. If they dare to show themselves, they'll be turned into a hornet's nest. The monkey, who was playing with a bow and arrow and a spear, noticed that Ank had woken up. Little Scar immediately yelled at the monkeys. The next second, the monkeys, who were having a great time, immediately responded. He put the spear and bow back in their original positions. Ank wanted to say no, but she swallowed the words back. Since the goal is to train monkeys to be guards, discipline is of utmost importance. Only by obeying can one unleash great power. At this moment, Ank noticed that the monkeys were reluctant to leave when they were released back into the wild. It's like a new recruit's fondness for their weapon, unwilling to part with it. Chapter 29 is so abstract. How did the monkeys even understand it? Ank nodded with great satisfaction at the monkey's good behavior and discipline. He was able to demonstrate this level of discipline even before I had taught him. This will save me a lot of energy in the future. A disciplined army is certainly much stronger than a mob. Therefore, discipline is very important if you want to cultivate a brave and capable team. Ank had previously thought it would be difficult, but now he felt it wasn't so difficult after all. This made Ank exclaim in her heart, "Natural affinity is truly amazing." Without the natural affinity, the little Scars wouldn't be so well behaved in front of me. Ank is increasingly looking forward to what benefits the upgraded natural affinity will bring her in the future. Collect your thoughts. Ank smiled and said to Little Scar and the others, "Actually, you don't need to put them back. These spears and bows were originally made for you. You can take it and use it to make contact, or even take it away. It's fine. As Aang spoke, she gestured with her hand. However, Little Scar and the others did not pick up their spears and bows again, but looked at Aang with confusion. Some monkeys tilted their heads, their big, round eyes wide open. Aang then realized that they actually couldn't understand human speech. Or perhaps they can only understand simpler language. If it's too complicated or too long, they won't understand it. This is going to be difficult. Aang stroked her chin and began to ponder. How can I make these monkeys understand what I'm trying to say? A moment later, Aang walked directly to the spear and bow and arrow. Then he picked up the spears and arrows and distributed them to the monkeys. This method is the simplest, most direct, and most effective. Just as Aang had expected. Aang gave them spears and bows and arrows, and the monkeys understood what Aang meant. These are the things we're going to give them. After the monkeys received it, they all started yelling, "Awoo, awoo." They circled around Aang, expressing their happiness to her in their own unique way. This shows their fondness for spears. Aang couldn't help but laugh. Since you like it, then you'd better practice hard from now on. Try to learn how to use weapons as quickly as possible. Alright, you guys go back to practicing on your own. I'm going to wash up. With that, Aang ignored the monkeys. Instead, they went to the stream to wash up. Suddenly, Enku remembered that King Kong was missing, which made him frown. Where did this guy go? At the same time, the live chat exploded again. Is Bossin serious? Were these spears made specifically for these monkeys? Is Bossin planning to train them into his own armed force? Isn't this idea a bit too outrageous? Is it possible? Even though the people of the Dragon Kingdom deeply support Enku. However, I still don't quite believe in teaching monkeys how to use weapons. After all, if monkeys really had that kind of intelligence, wouldn't that make them equivalent to half a human? Meanwhile, the foreigners all expressed their opinions. What a joke. You think you can teach monkeys how to use weapons? They are monkeys, and although they are a bit smart, they are ultimately not human. It's simply impossible to get them to use weapons. That's right. The little devil from the Dragon Kingdom is so naive it's laughable. You really think this is a fairy tale world? At this point, a foreigner who claimed to be an animal expert spoke up. I am Williams, one of the top biologists at Lighthouse. Monkeys are indeed close relatives of humans, but it is simply impossible for them to learn complex things. Contestant Aang is just wasting her energy. Once the monkeys lose interest, they will discard these weapons. However, these monkeys did surprise me. Their intelligence is higher than that of any monkeys that have ever existed on Earth before. Not only Williams, but also many other experts and scholars from various countries appeared in the live broadcast room at this time. They all agreed with what the biological expert Williams said. They believed that a group of monkeys could not possibly learn to use complex weapons, because they probably couldn't understand what a spear was. Which side is more lethal? Holy crap, why are so many foreign experts and scholars showing up in our Dragon Country livestream? What wind blew them here? Why aren't you helping your own players? What are you doing in our Dragon Kingdom's livestream? The reason there are so many foreign experts and scholars in today's live broadcast room is because the main reason is that someone recorded a video of Aang yesterday, which went viral on foreign websites. They couldn't understand why the Chinese athletes were able to make the sea fish willingly crawl into the trap. This completely goes against biological instincts. So, these foreign experts and scholars, filled with curiosity, all came to the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room today. Now we know that Aang plans to train the monkeys to use weapons. They naturally chimed in, sharing their own experiences. It was unanimously agreed that Aang's idea was impossible to realize. During the live stream, Aang was naturally unaware that his actions yesterday had attracted so many foreign experts and scholars. He pondered the bow problem while washing up. Little Scar used was actually his own original bow and arrow. After all, bows are much more complex to make than spears. Ordinary wood simply cannot be used to make a bow and arrow of acceptable quality. We must find wood with high toughness. After washing up, Aang finally decided to entrust the task of finding materials to make the bow to Little Scar and the others once again. This way, he can save time. Then, after returning home, I took advantage of the fact that there was nothing else to do at night to finish making the bow. Aang immediately went to the monkeys, including Xiao Ba, pointed to the bow and arrow, and then shrugged. Finally, he pointed to the wood. It means that we should help him find suitable wood for making a bow, since he doesn't have that kind of wood right now. This scene prompted merciless ridicule from the foreign viewers in the live stream. I'm dying of laughter. Those kids from China are incredibly naive. Even I can't quite understand his gestures, let alone a monkey. If these monkeys could understand, I'd eat shit right now. The foreign experts all shook their heads, amused by Aang's naive idea. They felt there was no need to continue watching. Looking at the abstract designs of the Chinese contestants, they felt their intelligence was being challenged. Aang's abstract expression seemed to be understood by the monkey. The king with the small scar immediately called out to the monkeys. It is clearly an order being issued. Little Scar gave the order. The monkeys immediately left the camp excitedly, scattering in all directions. It seems we really need to go and find the raw materials for bows and arrows. Inside the live broadcast room, the eyes of foreign experts and scholars gradually widened. How could the monkeys understand something so abstract? Chapter 30. The Death of the Indian Master, Panic in India. After learning that Aang was likely to make bows and arrows for the monkey, everyone in the live stream was surprised. Can Bosson really teach these monkeys to shoot arrows? Wasn't Little Scar just imitating himself? It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Imitation is just a gesture, so it's not difficult. But to use a bow and arrow as a weapon and to shoot accurately is very difficult. If it really succeeds, Bosson will have a whole monkey guard. It's still a team capable of both ranged and melee attacks. This way, there's absolutely no need to be afraid of encountering foreign players. If they dare to plot anything, just have the monkeys kill them. Ha! Bosson is amazing. Having a monkey guard that could fight both in melee and ranged combat was insane to everyone. Just then, a foreigner from India sent a comment in the live stream. Your Dragon Kingdom shouldn't be too proud of yourself. Our Indians, who are also the ones who bring good fortune to our nation, have also encountered monkeys. And it's a tribe of monkeys. The number is several times greater than what this little devil from your country has encountered. We have already informed our contestants that monkeys can be ridden. Once he makes his move, our Indian nation will take the lead in this game of national survival. Ha! Let me tell you a secret. Our country's contestant is a born monkey master. So what if this brat manages to tame these dozen or so monkeys? Completely vulnerable before an entire monkey tribe. I'm looking forward to seeing the shocked expressions on your faces when you Chinese are confronted with the sight of our Indian nation. However, just as India was gloating, the national fortune system announced this to the whole world. India's #1 athlete, Lam, has died. Cause of death: scratched to death by a troop of monkeys, now a food source for the monkeys. India will be punished for the death of its athlete. The life expectancy of Indian citizens has decreased by 5 years, and 10,000 hordes of enraged monkeys have descended upon the country. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, the people from India were dumbfounded. Their arrogance vanished completely. What happened? Aren't the monkeys in the Wilderness Kingdom all very docile? Ram is a master monkey tamer. How could he possibly fail? No, I don't want my lifespan to be reduced by 5 years. I want to withdraw from India. However, the punishments in the national fortune game don't give people any time to react. The punishment came immediately after the announcement. The life expectancy of all people in India will decrease by 5 years. Just like in Japan, large numbers of people began to die suddenly. Because India is still a populous country, the number of deaths was even more horrifying. The streets were soon littered with corpses, and society descended into chaos. It's important to understand that death happens almost every second. A 5-year reduction in life expectancy is equivalent to bringing forward the number of deaths from the next 5 years to occur all at once. Hospitals and crematoriums are overcrowded, even because of the high death toll. Someone set a fire right there on the street and solved the problem on the spot. Bloody and cruel scenes are playing out all over India. In the slums, the people already struggle to get enough to eat. In this era of resource scarcity, they have even more difficulty getting enough to eat. The burning in the streets ignited the darkest side of their hearts. Since these people are already dead, we might as well make the most of their last bit of value. Make contributions to the country. The National Fate game will broadcast the punishments live worldwide. The situation in various regions of India will be broadcast live around the world. The distorted and dark side of the Indian people has now been seen by the whole world. The world was horrified. This is terrifying. Are Indians demons? They're so hungry they'll eat anything. These people should be sentenced and severely punished. Once there's a first time, there will definitely be a second time, and countless times. It's hard to imagine how many demons are lurking in India in the future. We, Iceland, strongly condemn this behavior. Fuck. Are the Indian government eating shit? Nothing has been done? Oh shit. Hurry up. What are those Indian lads doing? God. Is this something a human being could do? It is said that people in India don't even spare animals. And there are even cases of violence against monitor lizards. India really does have an open-ended approach to everything. It's so spicy it really hurts my eyes. What kind of land could nurture such a group of people? India's darkness has been exposed to the world, and it has been condemned by the world. He was completely unknown to everyone. The president of India was furious. He was furious and wanted the live stream to stop. Otherwise, India will be ostracized by the whole world. However, how could humans possibly shut down the live stream created by the National Fortune game? The darkness of India was laid bare before everyone. However, this was merely the beginning of the disaster, just an appetizer. Although the death toll was high, it was still significant given the large population base. It's still not worth mentioning. The disaster that followed was India's nightmare. A tribe of 10,000 enraged monkeys appeared in India. These monkeys unleashed all their anger on the people of India. As soon as they encounter people, several monkeys will rush forward to bite them. No one, regardless of age or gender, was spared. Monkeys have taken over the streets and houses everywhere. In India, cows and monkeys are both animals that are worshipped. They will not be harmed easily. They believe that harming cows and monkeys would bring about a terrible death. This is why the scene was even more tragic. In the live broadcast of the disaster, the world was stunned. At this point, why hasn't the Indian leadership ordered the deployment of troops yet? No matter how much you worship them, is a monkey's life more precious than a human's? Now I see. So, if you're traveling in India and a monkey slaps you, you can't fight back. Pedantic. Utterly pedantic. Such a bizarre ethnic group deserved its own demise. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, the crowd was secretly pleased to see this. At the same time, everyone was curious about what had happened. Why were the Indian athletes scratched to death? It was even used as food. Haha. At this moment, an insider burst into laughter in the live chat. It's all Ram's own fault. He brought this upon himself. He went to snatch the baby monkeys from the monkey tribe, intending to force the monkeys to work for him in this way. Unexpectedly, the monkeys didn't fall for it at all and launched an attack. I really don't know where he got his reputation as a master. The insider's reply caused the people of China to lose their composure. They started retaliating in kind, making fun of the people of India. Chapter 31. Kill the monkey from India and give the contestant from China a massage. Some people joked, I thought they were dealing with someone. How could these monkeys be threatened? Once you're enraged, you just take action and think about whether it will hurt the cubs. In other words, Enku used some unknown methods to make it docile. Normally, he's a terrifying presence. However, one has to admire this guy's courage. He dared to kidnap an entire tribe by himself. It would be an injustice if he didn't die. If someone like that is a master, could I become the heavenly emperor if I went to him? Why aren't the Indian guys in the live stream saying anything? Are you so ashamed you want to disappear? Ha. They don't have the leisure to talk now. A 5-year reduction in lifespan is not insignificant. I'm busy dealing with monkeys. It's hard to say whether the person is still alive or not. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream room was filled with joy, a reminder that those who had previously looked down on the Dragon Kingdom were now overjoyed. Soon the topics in the live stream started to get on track. Someone asked with concern, was anyone in the Indian live stream just now? Did you notice what breed of monkey killed the Indian athlete? Yes. What kind of monkey is it? We must take precautions. In case Boston encounters this, we can also remind him. Everyone was frightened, and Ankh also encountered the same type of monkey that the Indian contestant had encountered. If we get targeted, we're doomed. If we encounter it, we'll go as far as we can. Hey, what's with the reminder? Boston has just run into him. What? The monkeys that the Indian contestant encountered were the same group of monkeys that Boston was with. Oh, really? Isn't this a bit outrageous? The crowd watched the live stream as a group of monkeys quietly surrounded Ankh, tilting their heads to watch her make a bow. Everyone found it hard to believe. Will these adorable monkeys scratch someone to death? Will they brutally toss people around in the air? The athletes from India were not directly used as food. Before this, it was treated like a ball and tossed around between the branches by the monkey troop. It was a truly painful ordeal. Isn't this a huge contrast? The contrast is so stark that it can be hard for some people to process. The little scars are not only quiet, but also well-behaved and obedient. Some of the monkeys started patting Ankh's back. Little Scar chased the monkeys away and then massaged Ankh's back himself. Oh, this bizarre move is both laughable and absurd. Hey, you're supposed to be a monkey king, aren't you? Does the monkey king have no dignity at all? This makes Ankh feel like she's the king of kings. Ankh watched as Xiao Ba personally stepped in to massage her back. I was quite surprised. He couldn't help but laugh and said, it seems you're really looking forward to your bow. Arrows. Ankh made quite a few last night. However, due to a lack of feathers, a considerable number of them were not fitted with feathers. But there's no rush now, since there are no formidable enemies. What's missing now is a bow. Don't worry, you'll soon have your own bow and arrow. Ank's skill level has improved now. The manufacturing speed has also increased several times over. In just 1 hour, Ank had made a new bow. Afterwards, Ank thoughtfully made an extra simple quiver before finally finishing her work. Little Scar, it's healed. Ank laughed and handed the bow and arrow and quiver to Little Scar. The other person seemed unsure how to carry it on their back. Ank smiled and said, I'll help you. Afterwards, Ank helped Xiaoba carry the quiver on his back. To make the quiver fit Xiaoba's body, Ank deliberately reduced its size. Given his current level of proficiency, it's not a particularly difficult problem. Little Scar carried a quiver on his back and held a bow and arrow in his hand, looking quite imposing. It has a style reminiscent of a fantasy world with monsters. Little Scar looked at his equipment and seemed very satisfied. He happily yelled and jumped around in circles. This is a way to express one's happiness. Seeing this, the other monkeys around also started howling. It was both novel and enviable. The Little Scar, surrounded and worshipped, stood tall and accepted the monkey's adoration. With high spirits and great strides. Ank watched this scene and couldn't stop laughing. He's just a show-off. Without disturbing her, Ank went to the weapons she had made the night before and picked up 3 arrows. There are now only 3 arrows with feathers. Little Scar, come here. Here are 3 arrows for you. Little Scar, who was enjoying himself, heard Ank call him and immediately ran over. You're so obedient. I can't imagine them hurting people. In the end, it was all that Indian player's own fault for courting disaster. The 3 arrows into the quiver, the initial setup for Little Scar was complete. Little Scar looked excited and then called out to Ank. It mimics the motion of striking a hammer. Ank immediately understood. Is this a reward for giving me a massage? Huh. Ank naturally didn't mind. But just then, a few more monkeys tried to approach. They also planned to give Ank a back massage, because they really liked Little Scar's whole set of bow and arrow equipment. Little Scar had just given Ank a back massage, and that's what he got. They thought they could get it just by giving Ank a back massage. Ank was both amused and exasperated by this. However, Little Scar managed to repel them all. The waist area is only so big. We don't need so many people, no? We don't need so many monkeys to massage our backs. Hey, Ank interrupted. Little Scar, don't be so irritable. The other monkeys meant well too. With Ank's comforting words, Xiaoba calmed down. And Ku immediately lay down, then chuckled. Let's do it together. Lie down, and you'll have a large area to massage. The other monkeys, seeing this, all looked delighted and crowded around. Some pinched Ank's arm, while others pinched her thigh. Little Scar was still responsible for Ank's entire back. There was even a monkey that came to help Ank with her fur, checking for fleas. If you catch it, you'll put it in your mouth. Ank has indeed developed quite a few fleas on her head from the recent days of living in the jungle. Having monkeys to help with the cleaning is wonderful. And so, Ank closed her eyes and enjoyed the monkey's full-body massage. To his satisfaction, the monkeys provided just the right amount of pressure for the massage. They truly are close relatives of humankind. Understanding human pain points. In the live stream room, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are already used to seeing this scene. After all, the monkeys would bring bananas every day and help check for traps. I'm just really impressed. The monkey that Boston trained is so well behaved. However, the foreign experts and professors only arrived in the live broadcast room today. This scene shattered their worldview. A group of monkeys that killed the Indian contestant are now giving massages to the Chinese contestant? Chapter 32 Departure. Humans and monkeys hunting together? A group of grumpy monkeys obediently giving massages to the Chinese athletes. My God, did you see that? This is simply inexplicable by science. I didn't believe it at all when I saw on YouTube that Chinese players could use magic. Now I believe it. If it's not magic, there's no way to explain it. Even monkeys that have been domesticated for a long time are unlikely to be this intelligent. That's right. Often, animals only imitate the surface of actions without understanding their meaning. But at this stage, it seems that these monkeys can understand the meaning of the actions. This is terrifying. With this bunch of monkeys, are the Chinese athletes going on a survival mission or a wilderness vacation? Not only does he possess an incredible immune constitution, but he also has a group of bodyguards following him around. I can't imagine how an accident could possibly happen. If it were an elderly man with limited mobility, I estimate he would be able to live a good life. Indeed, Ank only needs to enjoy the scenery. Livestream. After enjoying the monkey's massage, Ank stood up and said to the monkeys, "All right, now you can practice on your own. I'm going to get some food." While Ank was enjoying her massage, her stomach started growling. The monkeys obediently stopped bothering Ank. They all went to practice using spears. Little Scar, on the other hand, practiced archery. Just as the monkeys left, King Kong flapped its wings and landed on Ank's shoulder. Ank asked in surprise, "Where did you go all morning?" Recollection of ever seeing King Kong since he woke up. King Kong opened his mouth and shouted, "Grilled fish! Grilled fish!" And Ku was speechless. "So, you came back now because you knew I was going to eat breakfast?" After finishing breakfast, Ank took a shower. "I changed into some simple clothes. Although it's made of leaves and vines, it's fairly comfortable." In the following period, he began to slack off, leaving Little Scar and the other monkeys to learn how to use spears and shoot arrows. Of course, Ank would occasionally offer some pointers. However, Ank did not interfere much, because there will always be differences between animals and humans. Clothing that fits humans may not fit animals. I'll just let them do their thing and only need to provide guidance on the general direction. The bright sun is gradually rising in the sky. The foreign experts and professors in the live broadcast room couldn't hold back any longer. Unbelievable. The Chinese athlete is making history, completely taming wild monkeys. It can also teach them to use weapons in the way they want. After a morning of practice, the monkeys began to throw spears with some accuracy. Within 10 meters, there is a 50 to 60% chance of hitting the bullseye with a single shot. Don't underestimate the low probability. There are a lot of monkeys. In a single day, he could probably catch enough food for Ank to last for several days using his spear. With these monkeys around, Ank won't die even if she does nothing all day. Which country can compare to this now? Many countries envy it, but India has run into trouble. Which country would dare to follow suit now? If the contestant gets killed, that would be fatal. However, what shocked the experts and professors the most was the small scar. The use of bows and arrows is far more complex than that of spears. Distance, force, and various other factors need to be considered. However, the little Scar can now shoot arrows into trees. His talent is truly outstanding. Although his accuracy with small targets is poor, his shooting skills alone are enough to make Scarface the king of the jungle. Too late for us to immigrate now. I am a senior professor, Evergreen Tongue, who can bring technology to China. Many experts and professors want to immigrate. There's no way around it. Ank really nailed it. During the live stream, Ank stood up and clapped her hands to attract the monkey's attention. All right, that's all for today's practice. Everyone, please gather here first. Upon hearing Ank's words, the monkeys all gathered around. Although there was no formation, Ank still nodded slightly. It's already quite an achievement that we can get the monkeys to obey us. It's not something that can be achieved overnight. It takes time. Next, we'll explore new places. Let's see if there are any new foods or new resources. Ank hadn't forgotten that he came to the wilderness survival game. The main purpose is to help the Dragon Kingdom realize its resources 1,000-fold. Without further thought, Ank set off, leading the monkeys to explore the unknown territory. Ank estimates that she has explored less than 1% of the area of this island so far. Previously, they were wary of the ferocious wild beasts in the jungle. However, Ank is not only unafraid now, she walks around with a swagger. He hadn't dared to make such a big fuss before, and had always been very cautious. He was afraid of attracting the attention of other large wild animals, who might then launch a surprise attack on him. But this time was different. Ank strolled around as if she were in her own backyard. Although it was still a stealthy approach, this time it was because it didn't want to scare away the prey. This is the confidence that comes with having a guard team. The monkeys behind them followed obediently. Some were on the branches overhead, while others were responsible for the left and right flanks. In short, the monkeys were scattered all around Ank, protecting him in the middle. It gave Ank a great sense of security. It's worth mentioning that Little Scar, the strongest monkey, took the initiative to carry a spear, a bow and arrows on his back, and walked in front. It's like paving the way for Ank. He would even bare his teeth at Anku from time to time, proud of protecting him. This scene once again sparked a reaction in the live broadcast room. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were excitedly discussing it. I suddenly got fired up. Yes, this scene is just like an army going to war. Could it be that there's really a chance to see humans and monkeys hunting wild animals together? I wonder what kind of collaboration they'll have. I'm really looking forward to it. In the segment, Kong Hui, Sa Baining, Liu Yifei, and others were also excited and looking forward to it. This was the first time they had ever witnessed humans and animals working together. I wonder what kind of sparks will fly. Liu Yifei blinked her beautiful eyes, her face full of anticipation. Her eyes were fixed on Anku, and she had no intention of looking away for a moment. Professor Wu, Coach Zhao, and others stood by, deeply moved. They never imagined things would unfold this way. There are precedents for humans taming wild animals. However, it usually takes a long time. The process was also very difficult. There have been instances of prolonged battles, where both sides would be locked in a painful war of attrition. Only at the very end can the proud eagle be tamed. But Ankh didn't need to. She easily tamed a group of monkeys. Other countries used weekly live chat to help their players. Professor Wu couldn't think of any way to help Nku. Sending praise comments would be more appropriate. Chapter 33 Wild Boar Discovery, Top-Notch Stealth. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are eagerly anticipating what will happen next. However, at that moment, someone in the live chat said, "This hunting method is completely useless. Large wild animals are generally very intelligent and very perceptive. If they sense something is wrong, they will leave immediately. There's absolutely no way they'll give us a chance." That's right. Some foreign professors and experts echoed this sentiment. Besides, it's just a cold weapon. Once you encounter a tiger, a large predator like a black bear can only play a very limited role. Putting aside whether they can break through the defenses, even a single intimidation from the other side would probably scare all the monkeys away. This is suppression between species. An expert from the UK said, "If we get wiped out by a wild beast, it will be a laughing stock." With the support of some experts and professors, foreigners began to respond and suppress the arrogance of the Chinese nation. They felt uncomfortable seeing the Dragon Kingdom so comfortable. Inside the live stream, Ankh led the monkey troop on a patrol for about half an hour. No large wild animals were seen, but some monkeys did try to kill rabbits and snakes with spears. Unfortunately, all the results were empty. Due to a lack of skill, all the prey escaped. This frustrated the monkeys. However, the foreigners in the live stream were amused. They had been waiting for this moment and immediately burst into laughter. "We were right, weren't we? These monkeys are completely useless. Hilarious. It would be better to let the monkeys catch their prey with their bare hands. That way they might actually get something. What's the difference between giving monkeys spears and giving up after taking off your pants?" Ha. God, I really don't know what the Chinese players are thinking. Inside the live stream, Ankh was naturally unaware that his behavior had been ridiculed by many foreigners. He smiled and reassured me that everything was all right. Once you get used to it, you'll definitely succeed. Moreover, large wild animals are easier to hit than small prey. After all, large wild animals are bigger and more obvious targets. He will attack the prey first, shoot an arrow, and then let the monkeys follow up with follow-up shots. It seemed to understand Ankh's words of comfort. The monkeys roared and howled, as if to rouse themselves, responding to Ankh. Upon seeing this, Ankh couldn't help but laugh. What a group of energetic little ones. To be honest, our patrols are a bit slow. Ankh touched her chin. He immediately looked at the Vajra on his shoulder, which was doing nothing at the moment, tilting its head and shaking it erratically. "King Kong, stop shaking. I have a task for you." King Kong tilted his head from side to side once again. "Fly ahead and search for any large wild beasts. Just like before, report back immediately if you make a discovery." King Kong had previously completed his mission admirably. Unfortunately, it was getting dark, so we decided to give up the hunt. Upon hearing this, King Kong flapped its wings and said to Nku, "Grilled fish. Grilled fish." Ankh was both amused and exasperated. "Foodie, all you ever think about is grilling fish." However, he still confidently assured that as long as King Kong completed the mission successfully, he would be able to eat grilled fish. Upon hearing this, King Kong immediately flew forward. Its figure quickly disappeared into the jungle. In the live broadcast room, the people of China became even more excited. The monkeys are the army, and the parrots are the scouts. This combination is so interesting. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe it? Ha. Animal Squad Alliance. I'm even more excited to see if I can hunt any prey next. Look, King Kong is back. So fast. Did you spot your prey? The efficiency of flying in the sky is indeed different. During the live stream, King Kong flew back in less than 10 minutes after leaving. Then it landed back on Ankh's shoulder and called out to him. "Wild boar. Wild boar." Ankh was surprised, and so were the people in the live stream. King Kong actually accurately identified the beast he saw. This is incredible. Led by King Kong, Ankh and the monkeys soon spotted the wild boar more than 20 meters away. It was rolling around in a mud puddle near the stream. He appeared completely absorbed in it, but in reality, he was extremely cautious. Its erect ears can detect any sound within 100 meters. They would flee at the slightest disturbance. "Quiet," Ankh said in a low voice, gesturing to the monkeys. The monkeys themselves had hunting experience, so none of them made a sound. Ankh instantly got into position, crouching down, and then stealthily crouching down. The monkeys around them followed suit. He secretly followed Ankh with a spear in hand. They swayed on the treetops, making a barely audible sound. The atmosphere in the live stream room reached its climax. "They're here. They've spotted the prey. I don't know if it will succeed. Why do you feel a little nervous? Friendly reminder. You don't need to hold your breath. Many people were caught up in the atmosphere and held their breath, as if they were the ones hunting. They were afraid that if they made any noise, the wild boar would escape. Ankh and the monkeys were all ready and kept getting closer to the wild boar. The humans nor the monkeys made a sound. The wild boar was still happily rolling around in the mud. Inside the live stream, the foreigners couldn't help but start swearing. That wild boar is so stupid. Didn't you notice this? Are you deaf? Idiot. Why don't you run away? The foreigners don't want Ankh to succeed in her hunt. They kept sending comments, as if they could scare away the wild boars this way. The audience from China couldn't help but laugh. Are you all stupid? Two different places, and you think you can scare away wild boars? This is hilarious. Are all foreigners this brainless? Do you think it's possible that the wild boars aren't just stupid? Is it because our boss is too strong? In the segment, Coach Zhao highly praised Nku's undercover work. Ankh's ability to lie in wait is something only a top-notch hunter possesses. Professor Wu nodded. Even I couldn't be as perfect as Nku. The infiltration was almost silent, and every step was taken in the perfect position. In the jungle, the amount of fallen leaves is outrageous. Even so, Ankh remained silent, which greatly impressed the professionals. Some foreign hunting experts stared intently at the screen. If you want to find some loopholes, you can criticize Ankh. However, they were shocked to find that they couldn't spray it. They simply couldn't spray it. Ankh's infiltration was perfect. They now had only one thought. How could a kid have such amazing infiltration skills? Just then, Ankh, who had been lurking at a certain distance in the live stream, finally made her move. He stood ramrod straight, his longbow drawn. The wild boar finally realized something was wrong, stopped rolling around, and looked towards Ankh. Chapter 34, Captured. Army transporting wild boars. The wild boar spotted Anko when he was drawing his bow. This immediately made the viewers in the live stream tense. We've been spotted by a wild boar. This wild boar is incredibly perceptive. The sound of Bosson drawing his bow was barely audible, yet it was immediately detected. If it were me, I'd probably be as lifeless as a dead pig. We're doomed. It's starting to run away. Under normal circumstances, wild boars are very bold. But Ankh isn't alone now. She has more than a dozen monkeys with her. Upon seeing this situation, the wild boar immediately chose to flee. The foreigners were overjoyed to see this. Ha! It's hilarious that after all that effort, the wild boar got away. What an idiot. If you had shot from a distance, you wouldn't have disturbed the wild boar. They don't have the technology, so they'll just have to run away eventually. There's no more wild boar meat to eat. During the live stream, the wild boar immediately took off running. Don't be fooled by the fact that it seemed to be having a lot of fun. But he always maintains the best escape posture. At the slightest disturbance, they would flee the scene immediately. Ankh's expression remained unchanged. His eyes, like those of an eagle, locked onto the wild boar. The bow and arrow in his hand were aimed in the direction the wild boar was walking. Then an arrow was shot. Whoosh! The arrow flew through the air like a bullet, chasing after the wild boar. Then he fired a powerful shot into the wild boar's neck. A single decisive blow. Ankh knew, of course, that getting close enough to draw his bow would likely startle the wild boar. But he did it anyway because he had absolute confidence. With training, he has achieved his current level of proficiency. The accuracy rate at close range is extremely high. Wei. The wild boar immediately let out a painful howl. Despite being shot in the neck, it didn't fall down. Instead, fueled by rage, it charged at Ankh. That's how terrifying wild beasts are. Many battle-hardened natives, with weapons at their disposal. No one dared to hunt wild boar head-on. Because wild boars have thick skin and tough flesh, it is difficult to deliver a fatal blow to them. When injured, they become enraged and more dangerous than before. Often, hunters lure wild boars with food. Then, standing in the tree, he used a javelin to pierce the wild boar from above. Even with a pierced body, a wild boar can still run for nearly a kilometer before collapsing from exhaustion. He eventually died from excessive blood loss. Scarface, it's your turn to make a move. The monkeys aren't very accurate now, but that doesn't matter at all. Because the wild boars were charging towards them. The target is very close. Little Scar raised his bow and arrow and gave orders to his monkey troop. It was furious. How dare this wild boar attack Ankh? A whoop. The unique calls of the monkeys echoed in all directions. On the branches of trees everywhere, monkeys raised their spears and thrust them at the wild boars. They will absolutely not allow anyone to harm Ankh. Countless spears fell. The wild boar, running at high speed, was riddled with thorns. Even though some spears missed their mark, they won by sheer numbers. Even after being pierced by several spears, the wild boar was still able to stand upright. It did not fall. Aang sighed. If I were alone, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it. Wild animals have incredible vitality. Little Scar, the final blow rests on your shoulders. Although the wild boar was still standing upright and had not fallen down, but now it's at its last gasp. There is no longer a threat. Little Scar was very excited. It copied what Aang had just done. He drew his bow, aimed at the boar's forehead, and fired the arrow. Uft! With the sound of flesh being pierced, the unyielding, wild boar finally collapsed. Look at this burly wild boar, about the size of a half-adult male. Aang couldn't help but smile. We can have a bonfire party today. Although the surrounding monkeys couldn't understand, they still cheered with joy at having hunted their prey. It kept roaring from the tree branch. Then they all came to the wild boar and began to retrieve their spears. They seemed afraid of losing them. Aang chuckled. Don't worry, if it really gets lost, I'll make you a new one. However, the monkeys all retrieved their own spears. The spears were covered in blood, so the monkeys ran to the stream and carefully washed them. Just then, National Destiny Games issued another announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom's #1 contestant for achieving the 1000x realization condition. The Dragon Kingdom will manifest 1000 healthy, fertile pigs, bound and tied up. And Ku's eyes lit up. Although the National Destiny system is cruel, it is also very humane. Not bad, not bad. The Dragon Kingdom is vast. For 1,000 wild boars to materialize would be no different from sand entering the sea. But it's different for a pig that's tied up. Convenient for recycling in China. In the live chat, the audience was overjoyed. Wow, we can now enjoy the same wild boar that Boston ate in the real world. A healthy, fertile wild boar. It's like I'm seeing the day when pork is no longer a necessity. Previously, resources and food were scarce. Many pigs starved to death or were slaughtered and eaten. Pigs are extremely rare in China. But now that we have the concrete examples from before, the conditions are much better. Raising pigs is no problem. Pigs have a very high reproductive capacity, and if raised well, they can quickly supply parts of the country, then gradually cover the whole country. Why have those foreigners disappeared again? They're probably crying themselves to death in the bathroom. Actually, they want to eat pork, and we can sell it to them, but we'll sell them lymph nodes instead. Holy crap, is the person upstairs a living devil? However, to the surprise of the public, a high-ranking official from a small country expressed his willingness to buy lymphatic tissue. Hopefully, the top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom will consider this. Meanwhile, inside the high-level meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom, they did not respond to the small country. As high-ranking officials, they are all too aware of how dire the current world situation is. Let alone lymph nodes. Even meat that has been rotting for days would probably still find buyers. Mr. Lee didn't bring up this topic. Instead, he looked at the commander and general and said, arrange for a group of elite troops to transport 1,000 pigs to the base. Arrange for guards to watch over them 24 hours a day. There must be no room for carelessness. The commander and the general took this matter very seriously. Don't worry, Mr. Lee. We will absolutely complete the mission perfectly. In the current climate of food scarcity, the 1,000 pigs manifested in the Dragon Kingdom are highly sought after. There is a high possibility that a country will risk robbery. They might even do something more disgusting. That means killing all these pigs. Never underestimate the evil in human nature. During the live stream, Aang was unaware that because of the wild boar he manifested, the Dragon Kingdom's high command had mobilized the army. If he knew, he would definitely be very surprised. At the same time, we have a clearer understanding of just how scarce Earth's resources are. Moving this wild boar back to camp will probably be a physically demanding task. This wild boar weighs at least 30 kilograms. However, before Aang could step forward, a group of monkeys surrounded the wild boar and then lifted it up. Chapter 35 King Kong. How about lending me a feather? Aang was very pleased. These monkeys were truly her capable assistants. However, monkeys are very small, making them very difficult to move. So Aang decided to step forward and help. Let me help carry it too. However, the monkeys were anxiously yelling at Aang. Little Scar also grabbed Aang's leg, preventing him from getting any closer to the wild boar. Clearly, the monkeys didn't want Aang to carry the wild boar. They even had an attitude of, I'll get angry if you dare to move it. She looks just like my girlfriend. Aang was both amused and exasperated. If I help, it will be more efficient. However, the monkeys remained adamant in refusing to let Aang help them. As soon as he gets close to the wild boar, the monkeys immediately move it away. Helpless, and Ku could only shrug and say, fine, you guys take care of the moving. I'm not going to do it. On the way back, Ankh felt relaxed and at ease. While we were there, we observed the surrounding terrain. He discovered a mud pit nearby, which he suspected many large wild creatures would come here to bathe. Bathing in the mud can drive away mosquitoes and wild animals. It's like adding a layer of protection to yourself. I can come here more often in the future. The only thing to worry about is the black bear. Its fighting power and vitality are many times more terrifying than those of a wild boar. It is difficult to insert a spear into their bodies without using a lot of force. With the monkeys carrying the prey, Ankh returned to the camp with ease. In the camp, many mother monkeys and baby monkeys were clearly surprised and delighted to see the monkeys carrying wild boars. Some of the little monkeys were very afraid of this big guy. Even if the other party is dead, they only dare to approach cautiously. Ankh gestured to the monkeys to carry the wild boar onto the stone slab. He was going to process the wild boar on the stone slab. Looking at the wild boar that almost covered the entire stone slab, Ankh said with delight, "We can eat meat to our heart's content these next few days." Furthermore, some internal organs can be used as bait in traps. Other parts can also be used for other purposes. It can only be said that wild boars are full of treasures. Ankh began to deal with the wild boar. Since wild boar fur is very rough, they simply don't make clothes for it. The fur on the surface was burned off directly with fire. Then comes the disembowelment and removal of the internal organs. In Ankh's eyes, the unwanted parts were indeed very appealing to the monkeys. For animals, anything that can be ingested can provide them with nutrition. They won't let any of them go. After everything is processed, what remains are the edible parts. Because this wild boar was too large, it was not suitable to use the method of making roast suckling pig. It can only be cut into pieces for easier grilling. Then, a clean twig was inserted into each piece, and they were placed over a fire to roast. Because raw meat is more prone to spoilage. Therefore, Ankh did not leave any raw meat, but cooked it all to extend its shelf life. If it's winter, then you don't need to do this. Of course, the best way to preserve it is by pickling. However, doing so will result in the loss of most of the nutrients. Ankh plans to marinate a piece of hind leg meat and eat the rest. After all, he was the only one here. And there's little Scar and his group of monkeys. Ankh is having barbecue, and the monkeys are watching from the side. The aroma made several monkeys drool. Even so, they waited patiently without any intention of snatching it. It's worth mentioning that after frequent exposure to fire, the monkeys' fear of fire gradually decreased. Now they dare to approach the campfire, though of course they still keep a distance. This scene moved the viewers in the live stream deeply. If the Indians hadn't been killed, I wouldn't have believed that these monkeys could be so brutal. Yes, they're incredibly well-behaved. It's one thing to help carry the wild boar back, but to quietly wait for boss and to roast it. If it were any other monkey, it probably would have just grabbed it. This wild boar meat looks so delicious. I wonder when I'll be able to eat roasted pig. Just then, a high-ranking official from the Dragon Kingdom suddenly appeared in the live stream. General, once we successfully bring 1,000 wild boars to the breeding base, in just a few years, everyone will be able to eat meat freely. Holy crap! Is this man truly a general of the Dragon Kingdom? Could it be a scammer impersonating someone? Highly unlikely. If it were impersonation, there would definitely be an official notification. In other words, it really is the general who has spoken. Awesome. The general said that we'll be able to eat meat freely in a few years, and I'm already drooling. The people of China have an innate sense of trust in soldiers. This is the image that soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom have left in the hearts of the people. The fact that the general has spoken suggests that it is highly likely to be true. This greatly excited the crowd. They all began to express their gratitude to Ankh. Without his performance, how could the Dragon Kingdom have prospered? Livestream. Wait until all the wild boar meat is cooked. Ankh generously shared half of it with the monkeys. Without the monkeys' help, he couldn't have killed the wild boar so easily. The monkeys weren't picky at all. They ate offal and even pig's head with relish. Ankh, on the other hand, was eating the succulent thigh meat and grilled pork belly. This is absolutely amazing. After finishing a whole thigh, Ankh was surprised to find that she could still eat. My physical strength is several times greater than before. Ankh then realized this. Improving proficiency in constitution and strength is the easiest. This also results in very little increase in proficiency each time, less than 1. However, adding a small amount at a time can be overwhelming if done too frequently. Therefore, in terms of attributes, Ankh's constitution and strength are both very high. He can now be described as an all-around extreme athlete. After getting the meat, Little Scar and the others did not eat it at the camp. Instead, it called out to Nku, as if saying goodbye. "Are you going back?" Ankh asked. Little Scar called out again, confirming to Ankh that they were leaving to return to their habitat. Go ahead, and could it not stop her? His camp was located in an open area. This doesn't fit the monkey's natural habitat habits. It's normal for them to leave at night. Saw that little Scar, and the others intended to return the spear and bow. Ankh waved her hand and said, "No need to return them. They are yours now. Anyway, little Scar and the others come over often. It's fine if they take the weapons. It could even be better, allowing them to become more familiar with the weapons." The little Scars were very excited. He shouted wildly at Ankh, seemingly expressing his gratitude with great excitement. "All right, let's go back now. Don't stay out too late." After little Scar and the others left, Ankh looked at the sky. The orange glow painted the sky. It was almost dusk. Ankh processed the remaining wild boar meat briefly, then continued making bows and arrows. The monkey troop only has one bow, so each monkey needs to be equipped with one. The arrow would be even larger. Small Scars, and the ones made last night, don't have feathers yet. And Ku felt somewhat helpless when she thought of the feathers. We need to catch a lot of birds. He glanced sideways at King Kong, who was shaking his head. The latter seemed to sense danger and suddenly looked up at Enku. "King Kong, how about lending me a feather?" Chapter 36, Teaching Chinese. The Perfect Scout. Ankh was obviously joking. King Kong now holds a pivotal position within the team. It can be trained to be a scout bird. Ankh stopped and took a sip of coconut juice. Only then was he satisfied and decided to continue making weapons. However, a thought suddenly flashed through Ankh's mind. Since we're using King Kong as a scout, wouldn't it be better to teach it language? Enku pondered to herself. King Kong needs to learn language to better serve as a scout. Furthermore, it allows them to know in advance what their upcoming target is. You can prepare in advance. For example, today, if the other party is a black bear, approaching without knowing the details could very likely lead to negative consequences. Thinking of this, Enku also became interested. He decided to give it a try, saying, "King Kong, I'll say a sentence, and you'll repeat it after me." Not only does Ankh teach the language, but she also teaches it the corresponding meaning. What does it represent? You don't need to teach King Kong all the words. You just need to let it know how to say certain things about the jungle. For example, tree branches, swamps, wild boars, rabbits, snakes, honey, and so on. Ankh suddenly felt that he had become a wilderness teacher by coming to the wilderness to survive. They taught the monkeys how to use weapons, and now they're teaching the parrots to recognize objects. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, everyone was surprised to see this. Is Boston planning to teach the parrot to talk? It seems that they intend to speak with a purpose, rather than letting it talk nonsense. How is this possible? How could a bird possibly speak consciously? Even if a parrot is young, it usually takes 1 or 2 years to learn to speak. And they are just imitating. They have no way of knowing what they are saying or representing. Although this parrot is very smart, it learned to talk in a short time. But it still cannot be denied that it is just a bird. That's absolutely right. I admit that Boston has done many things beyond expectations. But I don't think it will succeed this time. And Ku is having some wild ideas. Even the local population felt that Ankh's idea was impossible to realize. Professor Chui scoffed on the screen. That's the downside of not experiencing setbacks. Everything went so smoothly. Did you really think you could do whatever you wanted? Ugh, what a waste of time. However, no one knows that Ankh possesses the power of natural affinity. Parrots are quick learners, and the key is to make animals more human-like in their presence. Apart from some things that are common in the jungle, Ankh, in high spirits, taught Jean Gang, "Hello, good night," and so on. Of course, the most crucial part is the phrase, "There are wild beasts over there." While teaching, he also made King Kong understand the meaning of this sentence. When learning a sentence, it takes King Kong a little longer than when learning words. It took me about 10 minutes to learn. Ankh couldn't help but sigh. It took a bit too long. This prompted viewers in the live stream to start criticizing Ankh. "Boston, this is a bit too much to ask." Yes, King Kong is clearly the most amazing parrot I've ever seen. I could almost see the grievances in King Kong's heart. "King Kong, boss, I'm learning very quickly. Other parrots probably won't be able to say a single word in 10 minutes. Family members, does anyone understand? I've been forced to speak human language like a bird." In the column, Professor Wu was also at a loss for words. Ankh's teaching is really strict. It takes a parrot several years to learn to speak like a human. King Kong's ability to imitate in such a short time is truly remarkable. He's a genius among birds. The crowd unanimously agreed that Enku was being a bit too strict. During this time, Ankh tried to help Jean Gang understand the meaning of this sentence. Soon it was time for the experiment. Ankh first had King Kong fly out and circle around once, then waited for it to return and asked, "Have you noticed anything?" King Kong immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. No wild animals found. No wild animals found. Next, Ankh placed some wild boar meat in a certain spot and then had King Kong circle around once more. When King Kong returned, he shouted to Nku, I found barbecue. I found barbecue. No sooner had it finished speaking than it suddenly exclaimed, I want to eat grilled fish. I want to eat grilled fish. Ankh burst into laughter. It seems that King Kong has indeed fully grasped some of the sentences and knows their meaning. King Kong had previously demonstrated his talent in this area. Having eaten grilled fish before, it kept clamoring to eat more grilled fish. I have a strong obsession with grilled fish. Ankh couldn't help but rub King Kong's head. Well done. I'll treat you to grilled fish as a reward tomorrow. Ankh didn't go to the beach today, so naturally she couldn't eat grilled fish. Meanwhile, the comment section exploded. Holy crap, Boston succeeded? This counts as a success, right? King Kong can accurately report whether there are wild animals, so this can definitely be considered a success. That's incredible. Learning some simple reconnaissance phrases in just 1 hour. I suddenly feel like I was born into this world just to make up the numbers. Even a bird looks more impressive than me. Boston is too incredible. In the segment, Louis Fei was also full of surprises. Nku is truly dazzling, she exclaimed, astonished. He can do things that others can't. That's amazing. At this moment, Sa Binang said with a smile, Louis Fei, if a man like Nku were to be your boyfriend, would you be willing? Louis Fei's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and then her cheeks turned rosy. I'm so shy. However, as public figures, they still possess a certain level of professionalism. She smiled and said, a man as talented as Nku must be the dream of countless young girls. The live chat was immediately filled with comments like, that's right, that's right. Nku is a male god. Boston is our god. And other comments filled the screen. The boy was completely numb. Will they be unable to find girlfriends because of Nku? However, what made the male compatriots most want to cry was that their goddess Lu Yifei actually developed feelings for Nku. Just now, Lu Yifei seemed to have shifted the blame to women. But the answer has already been given. She would be very willing to have a man like Ankh as her boyfriend. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, Ankh then emphasized teaching Jean Gang a sentence. That is, I saw someone. He taught for a period of time until King Kong fully understood the sentence and its meaning. Nku nodded in satisfaction. All right, that's all for today's lesson. Learning too much is beyond what you can digest, and it's meaningless. All right, King Kong, tidy up and get ready for bed. Ankh set up a simple hanging device in the camp so that King Kong could stay there. The reason I'm going to bed so early is because tomorrow will be physically demanding. Ankh plans to manufacture the first batch of ceramics. Chapter 37. Good night and good morning. This bird is invincible. Ankh thinks that if you like staying up late, try wilderness survival. It can then be completely cured. After all, there are no phones to play with or short videos to watch in the wilderness. What can you do if you don't sleep? Ankh entered the camp and looked at the simple space that could only accommodate one person. He wondered if he should find some time to expand the camp. But after thinking about it, I decided against it. After all, he couldn't be sure how long he would stay here. If we need to move later, wouldn't that be a waste of energy? It's already very cozy like this. Just as Nku was about to close her eyes and rest, she heard Jean Gang say, good night. Nku was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good night. Having something to talk to after so long made Ankh feel very different. The live stream chat exploded. This bird is invincible. They actually said good night to me. This means that King Kong finally understands the meaning of good night. It has this level of intelligence. It's unimaginable how outstanding a scout King Kong will be in the future. Who would have thought that it was a parrot perched on top of someone's head? Were they actually someone else's scouts? Experts and professors were the most shocked. Regardless of whether it's domestic or international, they know more than ordinary people, and the more they know, the clearer they understand how extraordinary the King Kong bird is. If King Kong were to appear in the real world, it would undoubtedly be the subject of intense research by experts from all sides. But in the corners not covered by the live stream, Little Scar and the other monkeys are practicing hard with spears and bows and arrows. Their accuracy is getting more and more precise, and their force is getting greater and greater. Someday in the future, they will become the nightmare of athletes from other countries. Time flies, and the next morning arrives. Because she went to bed early last night, Ankh got up very early this morning. I looked at my attribute panel. All attributes have been improved to varying degrees. As for the natural affinity that Ankh is most concerned about, he is 100% certain that it will be upgraded in 2 days. I'm getting more and more excited. I wonder if the upgrade will make wild boars willingly walk into the trap. If that were really the case, would we still have to worry about meat in the future? Suppressing her thoughts, Ankh began to wash up, brushing her teeth and washing her face. He took out the thigh meat that he had stored away yesterday. We've been able to have meat for breakfast these past few days. Ankh murmured contentedly. Besides the leg meat, I also have bananas. King Kong flew out early in the morning to find food for himself. The same was true yesterday. This guy doesn't care about anything except grilled fish. They are even pickier eaters than monkeys. However, Ankh has something to ask Jean Gang today. So, having eaten and drunk his fill, he began calling for King Kong to return. Now we can only hope that King Kong doesn't fly too far and can hear the call. After calling out for 2.5 minutes, Ankh still hadn't seen King Kong. Just as he was about to give up, he heard a greeting. Good morning. Good morning. Then King Kong flapped its wings and flew down from the sky. Finally, it landed on Ankh's shoulder. Ankh smiled immediately. Good morning, King Kong. King Kong walked back and forth on Ank's shoulder, shaking his head and muttering, Good morning. This scene captivated the viewers in the live stream. I really want a King Kong too. This is so much fun. If I had a pet like that, every day would be so therapeutic. I don't know how to achieve the conditions for 1,000-fold realization. He basically encountered King Kong and even brought him under his command. However, the conditions for 1,000-fold realization have not yet been met. Livestream. Ankh caught the running King Kong and said, King Kong, I have a task for you today. King Kong immediately shouted, Grilled fish. Ankh was both amused and exasperated. You fish-eating bastard. Don't worry. As long as you complete the task, I guarantee you'll have an endless supply of grilled fish. Ankh was making empty promises to King Kong. Then they began assigning tasks to King Kong. Its mission is to conduct reconnaissance within a radius of 10 miles. Once prey is spotted, return to report immediately. After explaining the mission, Ankh released King Kong. The latter also left again, disappearing into the air. Speaking of which, Little Scar and the others haven't arrived yet. Ankh used to wake up naturally. And every time he woke up, Little Scar and the others were already at the camp. Therefore, Ankh was unsure when the other party would arrive. Alright, let's begin my task for today. Making ceramics. Following the previously awarded top-tier ceramic making technique, Ankh first collected clay from beside the stream. There was a lot of clay near where the wild boar was caught yesterday. It's a pity that Little Scar and the others aren't here. I'll just have to make more trips. Ankh set off quickly. Fortunately, he came across a place closer to the camp where he could obtain clay. This delighted Ankh, as she no longer needed to waste too much time and energy. Having collected a large amount of clay, Ankh's collection proficiency increased significantly once again. The collected clay was then used to make a grate with a diameter of 50 centimeters. Next, shape it into a round disc, and finally, use your hands to dig out several holes in the center. Without mechanical assistance, Ankh had to do everything manually. Even so, Ankh performed each step perfectly. Even the details are exquisitely crafted. It's like a pre-programmed sequence. This made Nku exclaim in admiration. The national fortune system is truly amazing. He had never made ceramics before. To make it so perfectly on the first try, it's even comparable to a machine. Ankh is increasingly looking forward to receiving other technical awards. Lost in thought, Ankh placed the finished pottery aside to dry. The weather was also a factor in why we chose today to make ceramics. For him, who possesses top-tier wilderness survival knowledge and skills, observing celestial phenomena is as simple as drinking a bowl of water. The weather will be sunny and clear today, and tomorrow, there will be no rain. It is very suitable for drying ceramics. After setting the clothes aside to dry, Ankh did not rest. Instead, they created another small pit, made a wall out of clay. After repeated processes, she finally created a firing platform. In the wilderness, the smelting station allows Anko to create more things. This is like the toolbox in Minecraft. Just when everything was going smoothly, Ankh heard a noise coming from the treetops nearby. What he was most familiar with was the sound of monkeys. Ankh chuckled. Is it always this noisy when you come over? Soon, the monkeys, including Little Scar, landed near the open space of the camp. When they saw Ankh smiling at them and greeting them, they were stunned. This scene amused everyone watching the live stream. Little Scar and the others must be very surprised. Little Scar, Bossin, you're up so early today? Could you have been possessed? Chapter 38 Top-Grade Ceramics, Honeycomb Discovered. The Little Scars were indeed surprised that Ankh got up early. In their memory, Ankh always got up close to noon. Ankh looked at the bewildered monkeys and found it all quite amusing. Am I really that lazy? Although it was unexpected, the monkeys quickly accepted the reality. They started barking and greeting Ankh. If they could talk like King Kong, they'd probably say good morning. Nku thought to herself, This time, Little Scar and his friends brought bananas, just like they always do. They also brought some small birds and lizards. Aang only accepted the bananas and the bird, but not the lizard. After all, lizards don't taste very good, and it will feel weird. Next, you will practice with spears and bows. And Ku said he has to keep making them and doesn't have time to practice with Little Scar and the others. The monkeys, including Little Scar, were very obedient and did not disturb Aang. They all began practicing with spears on the side. Even those that hadn't practiced watched quietly and obediently from the sidelines. As time passed, Aang's stove was completed. Next, we began to shape the bowls. Bowls and dishes are quite important to him right now. With bowls and utensils, he could preserve clean water. They immune to all poisons. Constitution can resist toxins, but it doesn't say it can resist parasites. Therefore, the cleanliness and hygiene of water sources are very important. Secondly, it allows one to carry water. Aang is currently only exploring along the water source. The main reason is that they cannot carry water. If you don't find a water source in the jungle, it will be very dangerous to go deeper into it. Finally, if you get thirsty in the middle of the night, you can drink water directly. Previously, he had to endure it and only go to the stream to drink water during the day. After all, encountering wild animals at night, when visibility is very poor, can be quite troublesome. It's very likely we won't see the sun rise tomorrow. In the wilderness, one should avoid contact with danger as much as possible. With bowls and utensils, Aang can not only carry water but also store it, and finally cook food. From now on, there won't be only one way to eat, barbecue. There are also stews, steamed dishes, and so on. Just thinking about it makes Aang's mouth water. The meaning of living is simply to eat and shiver. In the wilderness, where you can't afford to shiver, you can't skimp on food. It has to be plentiful. The method of calcination is used. Aang quickly finished making the kettle, bowls, and a large pot. Because of the monkeys like Xiao Ba, Aang made a huge mess of things. With the support of top-notch ceramic manufacturing technology, the three main pieces made by Aang are all perfect. There are no defective products. This amazed everyone in the live stream. Even seasoned craftsmen are ashamed of their own inferiority. It's been so long since I've had soup. Now's the time to try it. Aang currently has a good amount of ingredients on hand. Wild boar meat, bird meat, and bird eggs, etc. Simply put them all into the hot pot, and then stew them together with some wild plants or leaves that can be used for seasoning. This effectively removes the fishy smell while enhancing the aroma. With all the ingredients poured in, Aang began to simmer and cook. First, bring it to a boil over high heat, then simmer over low heat. Controlling the heat is also very simple. It can be achieved simply by adjusting the amount of firewood. After cooking for about 2 hours, Aang extinguished the flames and then used the residual heat of the embers for a final gentle simmer. Another hour passed, and Aang finally announced that the food was ready to be served. The rich aroma wafted out, immediately attracting Little Scar and his group of monkeys who were practicing with spears and bows. All eyes blazed with golden light and turned toward them. They had never smelled this fragrance before, and all the monkeys stared with wide, round eyes. He looked extremely thirsty. Soon, they could no longer resist the temptation and moved closer to Aang. The closer they got, the more irresistible the fragrance became. The monkeys began excitedly calling out around the large pot, eager to taste the delicious food. Aang felt a sense of satisfaction and pride at that moment. It's like a chef's food being recognized by others. Haha, don't rush, each of you know? Every monkey has a share. With Aang's reassurance, the monkeys, including Little Scar, gradually calmed down. In the live stream, everyone looked at Aang's pot of stew and their mouths watered. It looks delicious. There's pork, bird meat, bird eggs, and coconut meat. Wah! Am I the one surviving in the wilderness? Or is it Boss and who's surviving in the wilderness? This pot of soup, in the real world, would probably cost tens of thousands, right? Tens of thousands? I'd say adding another zero wouldn't be an exaggeration. Didn't it get reported before that a tycoon spent over 1 million yuan on a piece of pork? I know. It's said to be the last naturally raised pig in the world. The whole head was auctioned off for over 100 million, I think. Doesn't that mean Boston ate over 100 million? In the current context of food shortages, much of the meat produced is synthetic meat from laboratory samples. However, how could lab-synthesized meat possibly be supplied nationwide? Therefore, many people cannot afford pork and can only rely on nutritional supplements to meet their nutritional needs. This is why the Dragon Kingdom's leadership mobilized the army after 1,000 pigs materialized. That's over 100 billion worth of goods. It's still the kind of product that's priced, but unavailable. And Ku was unaware that his meal had made everyone outside the company extremely envious. Little did he know that the meal he ate was worth hundreds of millions. At this time, he became a cook, preparing stew for the monkeys. Several monkeys, in their haste, got scalded and their entire bodies splintered. Then it started howling. Ankh then realized that she hadn't warned the monkeys to be careful. You have to blow on it to cool it down before you can eat this kind of food. Ankh explained and demonstrated to the monkeys. The monkeys followed suit and started blowing it too. However, they were drooling as they blew on it. This scene was so funny that it made people want to laugh. They blew air into each other, then looked at Ankh with longing in their eyes. That's enough, Ankh said, signaling to the monkeys that they could eat now that it was almost ready. The monkeys had been waiting for this moment. Upon seeing Ankh put the soup in her mouth, they immediately stuffed the soup into their own mouths as well. Moments later, the monkeys tasted the most unforgettable delicacy of their lives. They were like starving ghosts, frantically eating. Even at the very end, they licked the leaves used to serve the soup clean. However, they were not satisfied and all looked at Ankh with longing in their eyes. Ankh shrugged helplessly. That's all. We need to continue hunting wild boars to obtain them. Just then, a voice came from the distant sky. Honeycomb found. Honeycomb found. Upon hearing this, Ankh raised an eyebrow and smiled. A honeycomb. That's quite impressive. This adds another delicious dish to the menu. Chapter 39, a dozen or so. A terrifying honeycomb tree. Upon hearing about honey, viewers in the live stream started discussing it. Natural honey. The price isn't much lower than that of wild boar meat. I'm so envious. I want to eat honey too. I've heard that honey can be used to make many delicious dishes. Moreover, it can also be used as an ingredient in medicine. Honey has many benefits. The audience was having a great time chatting. Everyone was very curious. Would Ankh be able to fulfill the conditions for the realization of honey this time? If you can, perhaps they will be able to taste honey in the future. In the segment, Sabanin also expressed his anticipation. I ate honey once when I was a child. We'll never forget it. We hope Ankh can bring us good luck. Hee. Kong Hui chuckled lightly. I really hope that Ankh can bring us good luck and let me relive the taste of my childhood. Back then, the sky was blue and the earth was full of flowers. Lu Yifei smiled and said, if it's in Ku, I believe he can do it. At this moment, Professor Wu, who was standing to the side, said in a deep voice, don't be too happy yet. Professor Wu's previous assessments led many people to believe him. So when he looked serious, everyone else took it seriously too. Brown bears love to eat honey. Professor Wu began to explain. Where there is honey, there is a high chance of encountering brown bears. His words caused a slight change in the expressions of everyone present. Brown bears are very powerful fighters. Even with a monkey guard, it would be difficult to handle once encountered. At this moment, expert Chui shook his head and said, Professor Wu, you are wrong about that. The biggest problem is not brown bears. But how will Ankh obtain the honey? Once attacked by a swarm of bees, the chances of survival are slim. The brown bear is a large target, so there is still hope of repelling it. But bees are different. Their attacks are almost impossible to defend against, and their bee venom is the most terrifying thing. If bitten, you may suffer injury and need several weeks to recover. In severe cases, it could cost you your life. The audience had no idea that obtaining honey would involve such a great risk. I couldn't help but worry about Nku. Foreigners won't miss the chance to kick someone when they're down. I advise you to send a message to that kid in your country and prevent him from doing something stupid. The honeycomb bees are very small insects, but what's most terrifying about them is their sheer number. Without proper equipment, you'll definitely get bitten by that thing. I refuse to believe that these monkeys would help that brat when faced with bees. These monkeys are probably in deep trouble themselves. How could they possibly help that brat? If any monkeys die, they might resent that brat. After all, it was he who led the team to collect honey that led to the tragedy. If it's a more venomous wasp, that kid will suffer too. I'm kind of looking forward to it. So what if that brat is immune to all poisons? Pain can still break a person. I refuse to believe that bees would listen to that brat. Not only foreigners, but most people in China don't believe that Ankh can make bees obey. After all, protecting the hive and dealing with intruders is their instinct. No species will surrender when faced with a crisis. They will definitely resist. The foreigners reacted so strongly. It's because they don't want to see Ankh materialize resources 1,000-fold for the Dragon Kingdom anymore. Ankh has already helped the Dragon Kingdom manifest 1,000-fold, which is more than enough. If this continues, they'll all want to betray their country. Other countries haven't even seen it manifest 1,000-fold yet. Livestream. Ankh wouldn't pass up such a good opportunity to get honey. As for whether I will be stung by bees, that was completely outside his consideration. He immediately decided to have King Kong lead the way. However, King Kong continued, there's a deer. There's a deer. Upon hearing this, Nku's eyes lit up even more. There are deer too? Does that mean we'll have meat to eat today? Ha! Nk couldn't help but burst into laughter. Venison tastes much better than pork. If you can get your hands on honey, you can further enhance the flavor of the venison. It will only make it taste better. Thinking of this, Nku couldn't help but swallow hard. The previous seasonings were only temporary and could not achieve perfection. But with honey, everything will be different. It will at least make today's stew taste several times better. Nk, a member of the Great Foodie Republic, couldn't hold back any longer. I can't resist getting these two things right now and making delicious food. King Kong, lead the way, Nku said loudly. Behind her, the monkeys, including little Scar, did not need Nk to give them any orders. They held long spears and followed behind Nk. Having just tasted the stew, all they can think about now is this delicious soup. In the live stream room, people were overjoyed to hear that there were also deer. I never expected to be so lucky. We just hunted a wild boar yesterday, and today we spotted a deer. After this hunt, Boston can lie down for more than a week. It's not just a week, it can last at least half a month. We hope Boston can materialize venison for us. Bees are dangerous, but deer are almost safe. After all, Nk successfully hunted a wild boar yesterday. Deer have very weak defenses. If you can hit the weak spot, you can kill the deer in one hit. Livestream. Led by King Kong, the group headed toward their first destination. To Nk's surprise, the destination actually passed through the banana grove they had just crossed. Nk immediately planned to grab a few bananas on her way back. There are only a few bananas left in the camp, the ones the monkeys brought this morning. Although Nk doesn't really like eating bananas. However, the nutrients in bananas are exactly what Nk needs. So even if he doesn't like it, he'll still force himself to eat it. After passing through the banana grove, the group entered the jungle. After walking in the jungle for a while, King Kong stopped and landed on Nk's shoulder. Nk didn't need to ask King Kong where the honeycomb was, because after Nk arrived nearby, she had already heard the buzzing of bees. The sound was so loud that even Nku was quite surprised. How many bees are there exactly? Nk quickly found the answer. Before him stood a towering tree. This towering tree is covered with countless honeycombs. There were more than a dozen honeycombs. There were at least several thousand bees flying around in the air on the outer perimeter. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this tree the queen bee tree. In the live stream, viewers also witnessed what Nk saw. Many viewers gasped in shock at the sight of the dense swarm of bees. I felt my heart pounding and my scalp tingling. So many bees, it would probably terrify someone with trypophobia. By the way, what method does Boston plan to use to take the honey? They were still thinking of taking the honey, but with so many bees, they should have just given up. Chapter 40, A Swarm of Bees Encircles Nk. Nk is in danger. The sight of more than a dozen giant beehives led most viewers in the live stream to believe that they should give up on harvesting honey. After all, life is the most important thing. It's not too late to collect honey later, once there are safe protection measures in place. When the foreigners saw the size of the bees, they all changed their minds. Instead, everyone was looking forward to the scene where Nk was collecting honey and then got stung to death. Previously, the foreigners had tried their best to prevent Nk from collecting honey, fearing that he would meet the conditions for a 1,000-fold manifestation again. Then, honey was manifested 1,000-fold for the Dragon Kingdom. However, seeing the size of the beehives now, they are eager for Nk to start harvesting honey. They enjoyed seeing Nk suffer. They were absolutely certain that Nk had no way of dealing with these bees. As for Little Scar and his group of monkeys, they were also unable to deal with such a large number of bees. The only outcome was being bitten to death. Livestream. Nk was stunned to see such a large beehive. I felt goosebumps all over my body. After all, this was the first time Nk had ever seen such a scene, and it was truly terrifying. However, it was merely frightening. Nk showed no fear whatsoever. After all, bees are small insects, and with his current, natural affinity, he can control this swarm of bees. Let them be close to you, and they won't hurt you. In the live broadcast room, the people of China saw such a large beehive. I was both surprised and delighted. The good thing is, with so many beehives, if we really manage to take them down, then honey will no longer be a problem, and it will definitely be enough for Nk to last for a long time. Moreover, if we actually succeed, we can most likely meet the conditions for a 1,000-fold realization. What's surprising is, how can Nk take down these beehives and obtain the honey inside? He didn't have any professional protective clothing. Once attacked by a swarm of bees, even if she were immune to all poisons, Nk would most likely not be able to withstand it. They would be bitten to death. The best option is to wait for the right time and look for another opportunity. It's not too late to come when we have professional protective clothing. However, With so many honeycombs, it will probably take a long time to remove them. For a time, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were distressed. On one hand, he liked Ankh, but gave up and left the scene. On the one hand, they couldn't bear to part with so much honey. The foreigners got excited. Your kid should just leave already. Don't let yourself die without knowing why. Haha, failure isn't scary. At most, we'll just laugh at them. The foreigner's words were clearly a provocation. The purpose was to prevent the Dragon Kingdom from allowing Ankh to give up collecting honey. Then we see Ankh die on the spot. In this way, the Dragon Kingdom will bring down punishment. The previous advantages will be completely lost. Livestream. Ankh immediately told Monkey and King Kong to leave the scene and stay far away. After all, they don't have a natural affinity. Once you're stung by a bee, your chances of survival are slim. Neither parrots nor monkeys have the ability to defend themselves against bees. Once the monkeys and parrots had all left, under everyone's watchful eyes, Ankh did something crazy. He walked towards the hive without any protection. This dangerous move made everyone hold their breath, their nerves on edge. Isn't Boston being a bit too reckless? There are at least hundreds of thousands of bees in here. This move was extremely dangerous, and everyone was on tenterhooks. Because this isn't just one honeycomb, but more than a dozen. Someone could really die if you're not careful. They couldn't understand why the protagonist was heading towards the beehive. I might really die here. Meanwhile, inside the highest level meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom, all the senior officials and leaders looked at Elder Lee, awaiting his decision. Should we use our weekly barrage opportunity to order Ankh not to get any closer? Honey is not an essential resource at present, so we can wait patiently. However, before Mr. Lee could make a decision, the live stream featured a shocking, color-changing scene. Ankh approached the beehive, but before she could do anything, she had already done so. Just standing there. All the bees swarmed out and rushed towards Ankh. Ankhu's pupils constricted slightly upon seeing this. After all, so many bees are indeed a bit terrifying. But Ankh has even greater faith in the power of nature. He didn't back down an inch, but let the bees get closer. Once the bees got close, they surrounded Ankh. Immediately afterwards, the swarm of bees began to land on Ankh. In no time, Ankh was covered in a dense swarm of bees. At this moment, he resembled a mummy, except that he was wrapped in bees instead of bandages. But that wasn't all. Even more bees kept flying towards Ankh. Then it continued to rest on him. At that moment, everyone in the live stream changed their expressions drastically. Holy crap, Ankh's been overwhelmed by an army of bees. My worst fears have come true. This is terrible. I hope Boston will be alright. Everyone prayed that Ankh would be alright. But the current scene doesn't look like anything is wrong at all. Across the country, many people dared not watch anymore. He chose to close his eyes, hoping for a miracle in this way. Meanwhile, inside the highest meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom, Old Lee's arm trembled slightly. Not only him, but many cadres and leaders around him had solemn expressions and despair in their eyes. At this moment, Old Lee, who was at the head of the table, felt extremely regretful. Why didn't they contact Ankh immediately and tell him to give up collecting honey? Now look what happened. Their delay led to this tragedy. Foreigners have been hoping for this to happen for a long time. Seeing that Ankh was completely finished, they were all extremely excited. This kid from the Dragon Kingdom is really doomed now. Even Jesus, who came, could only leave later. Ha, let him enjoy showing off. Now look what happened. They paid for it with their lives. What kind of punishment do you think the Dragon Kingdom will bring? Needless to say, they're definitely a swarm of grumpy bees. And it will be manifested 1,000 times more, so there will probably be hundreds of millions of bees. The Dragon Kingdom is about to descend into chaos. Japan felt a sense of satisfaction at this moment, as if a great grudge had been avenged. Finally, the Dragon Kingdom can experience just how devastating the punishment can be. Just thinking about it makes the Japanese extremely excited. Ankh was so arrogant and her performance was so dazzling before. People in Japan are feeling incredibly happy right now. By the way, why hasn't the announcement appeared yet? This is infuriating. We were supposed to be punished very quickly before. However, at that moment, whistles were heard in the live broadcast. This voice resonates throughout the world. Everyone turned to look at the live stream. To the sound of whistling, the swarm of bees that had completely enveloped Ankh began to leave his body. It hovered in the air, while Ankh remained unharmed. Inside the live stream, seeing Ankh completely unharmed, the chat room erupted in chaos. Chapter 41. This is unscientific. Bee guardians. When an emotion reaches its extreme, a person often loses all expression. The only response is silence. The barrage of comments that had been continuous before was now completely silent. Everyone was stunned. Several seconds passed before the live chat exploded with comments. Holy crap, what did I just see? Boston was surrounded by a swarm of bees, and he's completely unharmed? Are you kidding me? If the movie were portrayed like that, it would definitely be criticized as a melodramatic and terrible show. But this is live broadcast. I can't help but suspect that Boston has magic. No one can explain this scene scientifically. On the national program, the hosts Kong Hui and Sa Baining spoke haltingly. They asked Professor Wu, Coach Zhao, and expert Shui, among other professionals, with surprise. Professors, could you tell us how Aang did it? Lu Yifei, standing to the side, also stared with her large, jewel-like eyes, waiting for the answer. She was incredibly curious as to why Aang was able to do such a miraculous thing. I want to understand another side of Aang, this mysterious man. The experts and professors present were completely flustered when the host asked them questions. They were all ashamed and anxious. You asked us, and we want to know too. Aang's behavior cannot be explained by science at all. However, out of consideration for their pride, they dared not tell the truth. Saving face is still important. Otherwise, where will their prestige be? Therefore, the experts and professors present fell silent. Everyone looked at each other and saw the embarrassment in each other's eyes. What should I do? After a moment, Professor Wu finally spoke. I cannot explain what happened to my young friend in Ku just now. If a beekeeper catches the queen bee, he can do what Aang just did. However, Aang clearly cannot obtain the queen bee. So everything he just did was so unbelievable. The other experts and professors nearby nodded in agreement. I have a strong belief in science. But now I'm starting to doubt science. The inability of experts and professors to explain it only added to Aang's mystique among the people of China. Everyone admired Ku even more. It feels like he's constantly creating miracles and bringing them surprises. The foreigners in the live stream are still in shock. I'm completely numb. They're still alive. God, why did this happen? That's unreasonable. There's something going on. There's definitely something going on. Surrounded by a swarm of bees, not only am I unharmed, but I can even command them, whose bees can understand human speech. The foreigners prayed for Anko's death. He fantasized about a natural disaster descending upon the Dragon Kingdom, but it all came to nothing. How could anyone possibly accept that? However, the most unacceptable group of people were the foreign experts, professors, and other scholars. They have studied biology for so many years and are very confident in their knowledge in the field. But everything Aang did made them lose their confidence. This is so magical. The queen bee isn't even in the hands of those brats from the Dragon Kingdom. So why are these bees so obedient? There is no answer to this. Tonight will be a sleepless night for all countries and experts. As Aang conquers the bees, National Destiny Games issued an announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom's #1 contestant for completing the 1000x realization condition. The Dragon Kingdom will manifest 15,000 beehives that will not harm humans and will obey human commands. The announcement echoed deafeningly in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room. The entire Dragon Kingdom rejoiced. I was just wondering if they would materialize honey, and wow, they gave us a beehive right away. Haha, we have an endless supply of honey to eat. I heard honey grapefruit tea is delicious. Upstairs, have you forgotten that pomelos are extinct? What's there to be afraid of? With Boston around, what can't we materialize? That makes sense. Boston is awesome. Boston is awesome. Boston is our god. When their wish came true, the entire nation of China rejoiced. The foreigners, on the other hand, reacted as if they had eaten shit. Their expectations were dashed, and they witnessed the Dragon Kingdom manifest once again. This made them feel both frustrated and envious. How come our country's players are so bad? Absolutely disgusting. However, what they didn't know was that the athletes from these countries had already done very well. No matter how advanced your wilderness survival skills are, it's still difficult to challenge nature. Otherwise, Ed would not have gone hungry for 3 days and 9 meals. In the live stream room, Aang was genuinely happy about the materialized beehive. He knew all too well how scarce resources were on Earth. Having achieved financial freedom, he even finds it difficult to satisfy his appetite. After this national fortune game ends, I think I can indulge in some lavish spending. Suppress your thoughts. Aang commanded the bees circling around him. All of you, return to the hive. Buzz. A massive amount of buzzing sound echoed continuously. Like a tidal wave, the bees quickly returned to their hive. Although they are said to be returning to the hive, most of them actually stay around the perimeter of the hive. Firstly, it's a habit, it helps protect the nest. Secondly, it's because it's difficult for a beehive to accommodate too many adult bees. Because the location was too high, Aang simply assigned the task of collecting honey to the monkeys, including little Scar. The monkeys were somewhat afraid. After all, they knew how terrifying bees could be. Their fur is no match for bee stings. Once you're targeted, the only outcome is death. However, Little Scar and the others had just witnessed Ank's incredible feat, which made them question their very existence as monkeys. In the end, Little Scar and the others did not reject Ank's arrangement and chose to trust Ank. By Little Scar himself, the three monkeys used stone knives to cut the beehive off. At first, the Little Scars were very careful, afraid of being stung by bees. But they soon discovered that wherever they arrived, bees will voluntarily give up their spots. It was as if they were about to give them honey. This filled Little Scar and the others with mixed feelings of surprise and delight, and they kept howling at Ank. It was as if he was marveling at Anku, saying that he was remarkable. Without the bees' obstruction, Little Scar and his friends easily took down the two large beehives. The reason is to directly remove the honeycomb instead of cutting it to extract the honey. Ank thought that instead of having to rush here to collect honey every time, she might as well choose two medium-sized beehives to take home. When you want to drink honey, you can simply collect it, which is very convenient. Besides being convenient, another reason is that it allows bees to become your camp's personal guards. After all, the small scars are due to their habitat. They leave the camp every night and return to their habitat. As a result, Ank was left to face the wilderness alone at night. Even with a campfire, safety cannot be guaranteed 100%. With the bee guards, Ank has an extra layer of protection. Chapter 42, Bringing the Beehive Back to Camp, Easily Hunting Deer. After a period of trekking, Ank and a group of monkeys brought two beehives back to the camp. To provide a place for the two beehives, he personally built a frame for the bees to make their home. Above the shelf, a canopy was made of leaves and some fur. To prevent the beehive from being damaged during rain, bees are very picky about their environment. If they are dissatisfied with even the slightest thing, they will move immediately. Even with an environment created using top-tier knowledge, Ank was still somewhat worried that the bees wouldn't like their new living environment. After all, there are often discrepancies between practical experience and theoretical knowledge. Fortunately, the bees in both hives really liked the living environment that Anko had built. They settled down in the same spot and continued their diligent daily work. Anko breathed a sigh of relief and smiled sincerely. It looks like we'll have a steady supply of honey from now on. Whether used to enhance the flavor of food, as a seasoning, or to supplement sugar, honey offers excellent value for money. It may even have medicinal value. It has the effects of relieving cough and phlegm, clearing heat and detoxifying. After setting up the beehive, Ank began collecting honey. There are no plans for a long journey at the moment, so Ank brought the teapot she made that morning. This pitcher can hold about 1 liter of water. Ank intends to fill it up. Cut off chunks of honey, and the golden honeycomb exudes an enticing aroma. Little Scar and other monkeys came up to watch. Smelling the honey, they stared at it longingly. Want some? Ank asked with a smile. Little Scar and the other monkeys immediately nodded frantically. They really wanted to eat. They must have encountered honey when they were in the wild. They craved this sweet food immensely. However, their fur does not protect them. Therefore, the Little Scars and their companions had no choice but to give up honey. Now they finally have the chance to taste it. Each time, the monkey would receive a banana-sized piece of honey from Ank. Then, without waiting, I put it in my mouth. Moments later, after all the monkeys had tasted the honey, the crowd erupted in cheers. The sweet honey made the monkeys feel that this was the happiest moment of their lives. Inside the live stream room, people stared intently at the streamer eating honey, their eyes filled with anticipation. Holy crap, my mouth is watering all over the place. I'm so envious. These monkeys are living too luxuriously. We are all inferior to monkeys. I want to be a monkey, so I can not only have stewed soup, but also coconuts, bananas, and honey to eat. In the past, people said they lived worse than dogs. Now they should say they lived worse than monkeys. The bottle of honey that Ank collected made everyone outside drool. This is something they can't buy with money. The large jar was completely filled, and to hold even more, Ank crushed the chunks of honey, which looked very satisfying. However, the people of China are still better off than people from other countries. After all, Ank contributed more than 10,000 beehives to the Dragon Kingdom, and they are obedient bees that do not attack people. As long as the national level intervenes and provides careful cultivation, I imagine they will be able to eat honey in the future. Livestream. After Ank finishes collecting the materials, she plans to make more containers. Then prepare more honey. After all, he wasn't the only one eating it. The Little Scars also like them very much. You can give them some. Let them take it back to their own mother monkey and baby monkeys to eat. In most cases, when Little Scar and his companions come to the camp, they don't bring baby monkeys or mother monkeys with them. They come here like they're clocking out of get-off work every day. Ankh did not change their habitat. After all, there weren't any trees near his camp where these monkeys made their home. After collecting the honey, it was almost noon. Ankh had no intention of having lunch. I might as well finish today's work first. The main reason he can be so willful is that he's been eating very well lately, which has provided him with plenty of nutrition. If it were any other athlete, excessive physical exertion without timely food replenishment could very likely cause them to faint from hunger. Although she hadn't planned to have lunch, Ankh still ate something to tide her over. I ate a few rubber sticks dipped in honey. Replenish your sugar levels. The human body's energy comes from glycogen. The taste of rubber combined with honey made Ankh happy, and she kept nodding in satisfaction. He doesn't particularly like bananas, but he thinks honey bananas are very good. The viewers in the live stream were filled with envy. Wait until you've eaten something to fill your stomach. Enku stood up and said to Jean Gang, Jean Gang, lead the way. Next, we should go out and hunt deer. Grilled fish. Grilled fish. King Kong flapped its wings and immediately began to lead the way. No matter what new things come along, nothing can shake this parrot's love for fish. Led by King Kong, Ankh and Xiaoba, along with 10 monkeys, set off in a grand procession. The deer was located in a grove of trees near a stream. After walking for nearly 40 minutes, Ankh discovered the deer. Barbecue! Barbecue! King Kong roared, flying back onto Ankh's shoulder. Because every time King Kong goes out, he will locate the prey's habitat before returning to report. It makes hunting more convenient for Ankh. This made Ankh very happy. King Kong, if you want some barbecue, then get off my shoulder. Arrows must be fired in the absence of interference. Otherwise, you'll lose your accuracy. King Kong was clearly not too happy. It really enjoyed standing on Ankh's shoulders. However, it still obediently took flight. Ankh no longer hesitated, drew her bow, and shot an arrow. The little scars behind them immediately occupied all the trees around the deer. Be prepared to finish off the enemy. Ankh's arrow hit the deer squarely. The resting deer was immediately awakened and then let out a cry of pain. An arrow to kill a wild animal in one shot. Unless they are weak individuals. However, the monkeys in the surrounding trees were already prepared. One spear after another was thrown out, blocking the deer's escape route. In the end, it was Little Scar, the Monkey King, who delivered the final arrow. The hunt is a success. After killing the deer, Little Scar immediately ran to Ankh, seeking his reward. Just like a primary school student, head held high, chest puffed out, waiting smugly. Ha! Ankh was naturally generous with her praise for Little Scar. Little Scar, well done. At the same time, he also discovered something. Little Scar's shooting skills and the other monkey's spear-throwing skills have both improved. These kids are quite talented, Ankh thought with great satisfaction. With these guards, his life will only get better and better. However, what Ankh didn't know was, every night after they leave, the Little Scars practice in their habitat. There's no such thing as extraordinary talent. It's just about hard work and perseverance. Just then, the announcement for National Fortune Game appeared. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom's #1 contestant for achieving the 1000x realization condition. 1000 healthy, live deer appeared in the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 43 3 Manifestations of 1,000-fold amount in half a day. The whole nation is shocked. After hunting the deer, Ankh had the monkeys carry it home. This doesn't mean he completely treated the monkey like a servant. Rather, he couldn't even get close to the deer because the monkeys didn't want him to do anything. It seems that carrying prey makes them feel honored and proud. Ankh was naturally happy to take this easy. Why not take advantage of someone's help? And so, a group of monkeys arrived here in less than 10 minutes. So they carried a deer back with them. Hunting is just that simple and unpretentious. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, everyone was overjoyed at the remanifestation. We now have not only pork, but also venison to eat. Haha, I think in a few days, we might be able to eat some delicious wild game. Wild boars and wild deer, through official breeding and propagation, can provide meat for the people. Of course, these quantities alone are far from enough. However, Ankh's outstanding performance gave everyone confidence that he would continue to materialize other foods 1,000-fold for the Dragon Kingdom. High-level national meeting. The leaders and cadres couldn't stop smiling. The Supreme Commander laughed and said to the General, "General, do I need to say more?" The General grinned and laughed heartily. "No need. I'll arrange for people to transport these 1,000 deer immediately." The manifestation of animals and the manifestation of resources are very different. Resources will be distributed throughout the country. However, the concrete representation of animals will be unified in one place. Once you find one, you can find the other animals. Of course, except for animals that are being punished. In the live stream room. Hey, speak up. Can you foreigners please stop hiding every time you see our dragon country benefiting? Where has your previous arrogance gone? Wasn't it just barking like a dog the whole time? Hurry up. Keep barking. However, how could the foreigners in the live stream possibly come out? Going out just means getting slapped in the face by others, right? The foreign imp not only manifested honey, but also 1,000 deer. What are they going to say when they go out? You say your Chinese players are very strong? Isn't Chun Chun just making herself miserable? Fortunately, the foreigners all chose to remain silent, secretly cursing their own players in anger. Can you be a little more efficient? The kids from China are so amazing. This is so boring. Oh dear. A bunch of idiots who can only pretend to be deaf and dumb. Aren't all foreigners like this? This is what they call democracy and freedom, right? If you want to bark like a dog, then bark like a dog. If you can't outbark, then stay silent. Speaking of which, Boston, with a lineup like King Kong and Scarface, is wilderness survival still difficult? Ha. Boston no longer needs to worry about such trivial matters as going hungry. Don't forget, Boston still has 2 hives of bees. I never imagined anything could make Boston suffer a setback. In everyone's eyes, Ankh is now practically invincible. For him, the National Destiny game was really just a game. It's the simplest kind. However, what Ankh and the others didn't know was that the National Fortune game was far more complex than that. This current stage is just like the starting village in a game. Upon returning to camp, the deer was handed over to Ankh. After all, monkeys don't know how to process food. Only Ankh knows how to handle the prey. Some of the monkeys went to check the traps, while others practiced with their spears. Ankh did not process the whole deer this time. After all, processing a whole deer would take too long. He first removed the internal organs, and then peeled off the deer hide. Is more suitable for making animal fur than wild boar hide. After a quick preparation, Ankh began cutting the meat into chunks and starting to grill it. Roasted venison paired with honey is incredibly delicious. Little Scar and the others also tasted this delicious treat. All the monkeys were so excited that they roared and jumped around. This is how they vent their excitement. Delicious, tasty, fragrant, and delicious. It's fair to say that this meal was the best barbecue Ankh had ever eaten in the wilderness. Little Scar and the others finished one serving, but they weren't satisfied. He howled at Anku, hoping he would give him more monkeys. Ankh was generous and gave each monkey a large piece of meat. This also led to the deer that were not originally intended to be completely disposed of. By the end, only about a quarter of the food was left. In the live stream, the foreigners watching this scene felt a pang of regret, exclaiming that Ankh was being too extravagant. 3/4 of the prey that has just been caught is eaten. This kind of behavior of not appreciating hard-won food will definitely be punished. God, do you see this? How can you continue to give food to someone like this? He should be starved for a few days to let him know the value of food. However, the people of the Dragon Kingdom had no problem at all. Ankh has no objection, we Chinese have no objection, but the foreigners say, no way. This can't be done. Hilarious. Wasting food. Which of you saw our boss and waste it? The little Scars have been so helpful, they deserve to be fed. Do you think we Chinese are like you foreigners, vampires? No wonder the monkeys don't cooperate with you. With selfish people like you, anyone who cooperates with you is doomed. During the live stream, Ankh was unaware that his actions had sparked a war of words both domestically and internationally. After eating and drinking his fill, he casually made a ceramic kettle for storing water. After all this was done, the sun had already begun to set. However, Ankh did not intend to rest. Instead, she got up and headed towards the beach. King Kong, I'll go catch some fish for you now. The bird King Kong keeps calling for grilled fish. Ankh felt a little guilty for not rewarding it with fishing today, as it had made such a great contribution. Upon hearing this, King Kong immediately became excited and hovered around Nku's head. He kept shouting, grilled fish, and so, the man, the bird, and the monkeys set off once again. About half an hour later, Ankh and her group arrived at the beach. Ankh immediately went to check the trap. To his delight, this time there was more than just fish. Many oysters and crabs were washed ashore. This time it was a great success. If Ankh were to eat alone, it would probably be enough to feed him for 3 days. The seafood was enough to last for 3 days, which shows how much was consumed. Ankh and the monkey packed up and took all the fish, oysters, and some crabs back with them. And just after all the seafood was collected, another familiar wave of manifestation 1,000-fold appeared. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom's #1 contestant for achieving the realization conditions. The Dragon Kingdom will have 1,000 times more marine life of the same species and quantity. The announcement from National Fortune Games caused a stir in the live stream. Does that mean that this time there will not only be oysters and crabs, but also all kinds of seafood? This wave has enormous real-world value. Previously, only a single species was manifested, but this time, a whole basket of species has materialized. This can enhance the biodiversity of the Dragon Kingdom's waters and play a crucial role in ecological restoration. Chapter 44. The newbie protection period ends. Terrifying beasts descend. Manifested this time caused a nationwide uproar in the Dragon Kingdom. At the program, Professor Wu was also very excited. I wonder if the plankton will materialize. If possible, the marine ecosystem of our Dragon Kingdom can be improved. In a few years, everyone will be able to see the Azure Sea. Other experts were also very excited. The ocean is the source of life. Only by improving the marine environment can we truly perfect the environment. Ankh is not only benefiting our Dragon Kingdom, but also making a contribution to the whole world. Inside the live stream, the foreigners had become numb. In just half a day, Ankh manifested the Dragon Kingdom 3 times. The crucial third instance still involves the manifestation of a variety of marine organisms. Is this reasonable? Absolutely not. On the other hand, most of their own players have stabilized. They have a stable water source, fruit to eat, and occasionally they can hunt prey to improve their diet. But it has never been realized 1,000-fold so far. The foreigners began to reflect deeply on the reasons behind this. Ultimately, many foreign experts and scholars reached a conclusion. That's called leeching. For example, the coconut tree that Ankh manifested. He achieved the 1,000-fold manifestation only after harvesting all the coconuts. The banana grove only materialized 1,000-fold after Ankh occupied it. The bees were also only materialized after Ankh captured 2 beehives. With such speculation, leaders from various countries were very excited. They spared no expense, using their precious weekly bullet comments to inform the contestants of this news. However, the contestant who received the news immediately launched into a tirade of profanities. Take it all. Won't I need to survive afterwards? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Many athletes from different countries promptly rejected this proposal. After all, they still need to survive. If you manage to plunder everything at once and it manifests, that's fine, but if it doesn't, then you're doomed. If this leads to the death of subsequent players, the losses will be even greater. Therefore, the foreign contestants who received the comments all refused to implement it. Taking it slow is the safest approach. If you can materialize something just by draining its light, then can't you also materialize it once it's exhausted? It's just a matter of how long it takes. Ankh, on the other hand, had already returned to the camp with the seafood. Before the campfire in the camp went out, Ankh immediately set up a fire and began grilling seafood. Sea fish, oysters, crabs, etc. This portion is enough for more than 10 people. As for boiling, where can you find the aroma of grilling? Ankh looked at the fragrant grilled seafood and shook her head with a sigh. What a pity. There are no chili peppers. Eating seafood without chili always feels like it's missing something. Ankh's sigh, however, drew criticism from many netizens. We were drooling just watching, and Boston was just shaking his head and sighing. If you think it lacks a soul, then feed us. Hey, I'd pay $1 million for this meal. Hey upstairs, you think you can afford a seafood feast with just $1 million? I'll offer $10 million. I can't afford seafood, and neither can the rich, so I'm essentially the rich. What the hell? You're practically a tycoon. In this kind of environment, even the rich are of little use. They have nothing to eat, drink, or have fun with, just like us. Livestream. Since there was no chili pepper available, Ankh simply dipped it in honey. Surprisingly, it tasted delicious. Chili peppers are a spicier, more intense flavor, while honey is a more comforting and warming flavor. It allows people to savor the taste of seafood. King Kong, who was standing to the side, finally got to eat the grilled fish he had been longing for. While eating, it excitedly flapped its wings and shouted, "Good! Good!" Ankh was both amused and exasperated. King Kong, that's not a good 7. It's delicious chi. Good. Good. Ankh shrugged. Forget it. I don't care anymore. As long as you can understand it, that's fine. Little Scar and the others ate with relish, taking bites of crab roe and oysters. And have a sip of honey while you're at it. They don't dip their food in honey. It was eaten as a meal. Besides seafood, there was also leftover venison from lunch. Ankh and her group of animals enjoyed their meal immensely and thoroughly. That was awesome. Unfortunately, the venison was gone in no time. The remaining large piece of hind leg meat was left by the monkeys for their mothers and babies in their habitat, waiting for their return. Ankh didn't stop the stingy one, since only the monkeys were doing well. Only then could he have a guard. We need to produce more large-sized wild game. Ankh made up her mind. Because it tastes even better this way. After a hearty meal, It was already late at night, and darkness fell. The monkeys also left reluctantly. Ankh not only gave them the last piece of roasted venison, but also a bottle of honey. This made the little scars even more grateful to him. Ankh's status among the monkeys has risen even higher. Under the cover of night, only Ankh and Jean Gang remained, along with a swarm of buzzing bees. Ankh then worked on Jean Gang's language skills. Actually, this is not just about exercise, but also about having something to talk about. In the wilderness, there is at least one companion. No matter how capable Ankh is, she cannot resist some physical and psychological illnesses. Prevention is essential. Having someone to talk to means you won't feel lonely, and you won't close yourself off emotionally. As night deepened, the stars began to twinkle. Ankh then returned to the camp. He looked at his soon-to-be upgraded natural affinity with great curiosity. What new features will be added after the upgrade? Ankh is full of anticipation for this. Sleepiness soon took hold of Ankh, plunging him into a deep sleep. Nothing more was said that night. The next day, Ankh got up very early again. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw King Kong staring at him with his round eyes. He then took the initiative to greet her, saying, "Good morning." Ankh chuckled, stretching as she said, "Good morning, King Kong." He felt very warm-hearted to receive a greeting in the morning. He then looked at his attribute panel. Natural affinity, upgrade complete. Level, LV.2. Nk's eyes immediately lit up, and she felt excited. After waiting for so many days, it's finally upgraded. What abilities can natural affinity bring to oneself now? Can you make medium-sized beasts obey? Ankh is full of expectations for the upgraded effect. He planned to try it after he finished washing up. Immediately after he left the camp, National Fortune Games issued an announcement. Attention, all players. Attention, all players. The new player protection period has officially ended. The island will gradually recover, and threatening beasts will spawn. And the resurrected beasts will actively attack the sanctuaries of those destined for national fortune. The announcement of the National Fortune Game was broadcast in all the live stream rooms. This was repeated 3 times. The whole world was in an uproar. Island revitalization. What's going on here? Respawning beasts? That doesn't make sense, does it? Does that mean even if you kill it, the beast will keep appearing? This is even playable? Chapter 45. The entire internet is in an uproar. The contestant is devastated. The sudden announcement from National Destiny Game has sent shockwaves around the world. It's one thing for ferocious beasts to spawn, but to actually attack camps on their own initiative? Wouldn't that be extremely dangerous at night? The live stream chat in various countries was constantly flashing with comments. Our country's players have just started to get on the right track, and now you're telling me about the impending jungle raid? Without firearms, how could humans possibly defeat wild beasts? It is extremely difficult to deal with wild animals using cold weapons. After all, humans are outmatched by wild beasts in both physique and strength. For example, black bears, lions, tigers. You should know that wild animals are spawned, and no one knows what kind of wild animal it is. As for smaller wild animals, they usually cooperate in a group manner. For example, hyenas, wolves, and other groups hunt wild beasts in packs. Besides these wild beasts, the most terrifying are centipedes, snakes, and scorpions. Okay. Nobody knows what will happen in the end. That's terrifying. Just thinking about it makes my hands tremble. The National Destiny Game is definitely not as simple as it seems. This wave will likely result in the deaths of athletes from countless countries. At this moment, everyone in the world is shrouded in gloom. After all, many players have only just recovered, and now they have to face such a crisis. It's entirely possible that we'll be back to square one overnight. People all over the world are on the verge of a mental breakdown. However, the players were the most devastated. They have suffered a lot these past 7 days. Fortunately, the situation is slowly improving, and we can also eat many plants and animals that are extinct or endangered on Earth. The athletes are starting to look forward to the future and to contributing to their country. However, now they are jumping out to tell us that what happened before was just a newbie protection period. Is the real crisis just beginning? Many players felt a sense of despair. They had no weapons. How were they supposed to defend themselves against the beast attacks? And what kind of beast would it be? Wouldn't that make our deaths extremely painful? Live stream from China. Nku stroked her chin, not too surprised. Just as he expected, the National Destiny Game would not make things easy for them. After all, once the conditions for realization are met, it can be realized 1,000 times more in the real world. There's a saying that goes, every gift of fate comes with a hidden price. The price has now been revealed. The other contestants were flustered and at a loss, and some were even terrified. Ankh, on the other hand, was somewhat excited. It's such a coincidence. It just so happens that his natural affinity level has just been upgraded today. They finally had a chance to put their skills to use. I just don't know if it will be effective against large wild animals. However, Ankh was not in a hurry, thinking that the National Fortune game would not put everyone in a situation of certain death from the very beginning. It will definitely give these players a chance to catch their breath. The difficulty will increase accordingly, becoming more and more difficult and terrifying. In that case, he might have an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. In fact, this model is like raising a venomous insect. I don't know why the National Fortune game appeared. Ankh pondered, feeling that this answer was too difficult to give. It may have been established by an advanced civilization, or it may have come from an unknown entity. In short, as long as I can get the benefits, that's all that matters. As for the rest, who cares? Composing herself, Ankh continued washing up. He was lucky enough to find a fish, which made him feel that today was his lucky day. I saw food very early in the morning. Having successfully caught the river fish he had spotted, Ankh called over King Kong, intending to show it off to him. This guy loves eating fish the most. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, everyone watched as Nku remained calm and composed, completely unaffected by the announcement. I couldn't help but be surprised. Isn't Bosson afraid? What's there to be afraid of? He has a group of monkeys protecting him. I have to say, Bosson truly lives up to his reputation. Very prescient. Training monkeys and arranging weapons in advance. Amazing. If there were a ranking of combat power, I think Bosson would definitely be ranked first. Yes, he also has scouts and guards. How relaxed Bosson is. I don't feel as nervous as before. It's incredibly infectious. Chui in the program rebuked the viewers in the live broadcast room, saying, "Don't be too optimistic. So what if there are monkeys protecting us? A monkey is no match for a real wild beast. Moreover, most wild beasts have thick hides and thick flesh, so bees are completely ineffective against them. There's too little sense of urgency. Ankh will definitely be killed by her own carelessness." Lu Yifei, standing to the side, frowned slightly. I find Chui's words extremely offensive. Crucial reason why the authorities created this program was to appease the public. Chui's words backfired, creating a sense of tension. Is it really true that everyone else is drunk, and you are the only one sober? Everyone knows it's okay. It's just that they've given hope. Livestream. King Kong, you're really a picky eater. Ankh smiled helplessly. King Kong doesn't like to eat river fish. I like to eat sea fish. The river fish I just caught was grilled, and I gave it a bite to eat. I won't eat any more after I finish this. Ankh decided to eat it herself. Just as he was enjoying the river fish all to himself, his ears twitched, and he heard a monkey's cry. At first, Ankh didn't pay much attention. But soon he realized something was wrong. Because what used to be monkey cries now sounded like voices to him. The monkeys were calling, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Ankh turned her head in disbelief, wondering if she was hallucinating. The little scar in front of him, and said he needed his help. He was shocked to discover that he could completely understand animal speech. So this is the new ability that comes with the upgrade to Natural Affinity. This is absolutely amazing. Nku was overjoyed. Being able to communicate with animals is a truly remarkable ability. This means he will be able to completely control Scar and King Kong. Sometimes, he can devise the most ingenious plans. Unbelievable. However, seeing how anxious little Scar and the others were, Ankh forcibly suppressed the excitement in her heart. I decisively followed them. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream had no idea what was happening. They started chattering and making wild guesses. Hey, what happened? Little Scar looks like he's in a real hurry. Could it be that the monkey troop is in danger? Based on the recent announcement, many people believe this is highly likely. The word beast inevitably comes to mind. For a moment, everyone became worried. What kind of ferocious beast is it? Hopefully it's not a black bear or a tiger, those large wild beasts. Yes, otherwise, we'd be in big trouble. Chapter 46, The Cold-Blooded Leopard. Success and failure both stemming from the monkey. Along the way, little Scar and the others were very anxious. This caused Ankh to also become infected, and her pace quickened. However, he remained calm and composed, unaffected by the situation. The more critical the situation, the more important it is to maintain a calm mind. This is the only way to avoid making mistakes. As she ran, Ankh made an amazing discovery. His physical condition has become incredibly advanced. Not only can it run extremely fast, but it also doesn't feel tired. Ankh felt that if he ran the 1,000 meters now, he could definitely break the world record. And it's so easy, you don't feel tired at all. The improvement in proficiency is amazing. Ankh was overjoyed, which made him even faster. Inside the live stream, the people of China were utterly astonished. Is Bosson serious about this speed? Holy crap, that's terrifying. It feels like riding an electric scooter at full throttle. Can any experts tell me, what level is Boson's speed? Farah, absolutely world class. Although I hate to admit it, even I cannot defeat this young man from the Dragon Kingdom. Holy crap. Farah Crane, the world's #1 long-distance runner, gold medalist in the 10,000 meters, with a time of 27 minutes and 5.17 seconds. This has revealed a big shot. Farah, you're being modest. How could a little brat possibly compare to you? Exactly. You must be being modest. You know how physically fit the Chinese are. No wonder he's a world-class superstar. He speaks with such humility. Farah, I don't want to be modest, but sportsmanship makes me have to admit that this young man from China is really amazing. Look closely, he hasn't sweated at all, and his breathing is even. This shows that he is far from reaching his limit. The scariest thing is that he was still traversing the jungle, and every step required even more effort. If it were me, I'd probably have already used up a lot of my energy. Farah's words left the foreigners in the live stream speechless. They couldn't believe it. When did the people of China become so well-mannered? Even Farah didn't think they could win. Moreover, judging from Fa Lei's tone, Ankh is far more formidable than just a little bit. Even the Chinese themselves find it hard to believe. Is running ability really that incredible? Is he really an all-rounder? Doesn't that mean that even without participating in this game of national destiny, he could easily become famous? Livestream. Ankh finally arrived at the monkeys' habitat. Their habitat is a towering forest. At this moment, all the monkeys were in a panic and kept calling out from the branches. Enku frowned and immediately asked, "Little Scar, what happened?" "Your Majesty, look over there." Little Scar looked fierce as he pointed at a ferocious beast perched on a distant branch. Ankh examined it closely and was shocked to discover that it was a leopard. Generally speaking, a leopard is about 1 meter long and will not exceed 2 meters. However, this leopard was clearly over 2 meters tall and looked extremely fierce. Viewers in the live stream also spotted the leopard. Holy crap, what is that? A tiger? It looks so fierce. In the segment, Professor Wu clarified for the viewers, this is not a tiger, but a leopard. Its small face and densely patterned body are the characteristics of a leopard. Kong Hui exclaimed in surprise. A leopard shouldn't be this big, right? Yes. Professor Wu nodded. Generally speaking, leopards are smaller in size compared to other predators. But in the National Destiny game, it's clearly different. It is not impossible to achieve this physique without human intervention. This is a bit troublesome. Leopards are extremely agile and are good at swimming and climbing trees. Even hiding in a tree won't help. It's over. Even hiding in the tree didn't help. What should Boson do then? Boson has weapons. What's there to be afraid of? Maybe we can eat leopard meat. Didn't you hear Professor Wu say that leopards are extremely agile and very difficult to hit? Everyone in the live stream was on tenterhooks. I'm worried about Ankh. Another group complained that Ankh shouldn't have interfered with the monkeys. My own survival is the most important thing. Many foreigners in the live stream were gloating, hoping that Golden Leopard would teach Ankh a lesson. Of course, countries like the Lighthouse, Kimchi, and Japan all hope to see Ankh perish in the jaws of the Golden Leopard. Livestream. Enku finally understood. The monkey's habitat has been invaded by leopards. If it's a tiger or a black bear, that's fine. Although they are more ferocious, they are not good at climbing trees. But the leopard is different. It is very agile and an excellent climber. Previously, there had been no problem with the monkey's habitat. Now, however, a leopard has appeared, and it's an enormous leopard at that. This golden leopard must have appeared today, and they happened to have their eyes on this piece of the monkey's territory, so they forcibly occupied it. But this is the monkey's territory, and they have a strong sense of territory. They certainly don't want to be taken over by a leopard like this. Furthermore, leopards are natural predators of monkeys. Even with weapons, a monkey would have a hard time being a match for an agile leopard. In addition, the monkey's biological instinct to fear their natural predators would only put them at a greater disadvantage. Left with no other choice, Little Scar had to go to his own person for help. The leopard perched on a tree branch also spotted Ankh. Its vertical pupils stared at Enku, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Cold-blooded and brutal. They are also extremely intelligent. Animals are all sentient beings, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that some animals are clever and cunning. Ankh felt that this leopard was indeed a wild beast. The leopard got up and then jumped down from the tree branch. Its robust body swayed as it strode toward Ankh. Everyone in the live stream was too scared to even breathe. Only when you see it up close can you realize how terrifying it is. The pressure was too intense. If it were me, I probably would have collapsed. Boss and run. Get out of there right now. There's no need to fight this leopard to the death. Hurry up and send comments. What are the higher-ups doing? Everyone's hearts were in their throats, hoping that Ankh could escape. With a leopard, it's not worth it if it causes too much damage. Inside the high-level conference room, Old Li originally intended to order the sending of bullet comments. However, Xiao Liang, a national-level animal expert, said solemnly, "It's too late to send comments now. At this distance, if the leopard attacks, it can instantly kill Ankh." Xiao Liang's words made the atmosphere in the high-level conference room extremely tense. The commander couldn't help but slam his fist on the table. Success is due to the monkey. Failure is also due to the monkey. Chapter 47 Nationwide Worry. The Adorable Leopard. The entire nation of Dragon Kingdom is worried, of course. Some of them inevitably have skewed values. And those who were not considered Chinese citizens by the National Fortune Assessment were like people who had found water in the desert, frantically sending out comments. Get rid of Nku quickly and replace her with a new representative. Exactly. To put yourself in danger for a bunch of animals is so brainless. If it were me, I would only dedicate myself to contributing to the country. Who cares if the monkey lives or dies? Hee hee. If Ankh dies, I'll go instead. I want to taste the flavor of wild game too. I was lucky before, but now that my luck is gone, I can only wait to die. The foreign viewers in the live stream were overjoyed to see a few scattered comments. You're right, that kid from China just got lucky. Without luck, he's nothing. Just go die already. I'm so annoyed by you. I wonder if the things he manifested before will disappear now that the brat is dead. Ankh's death was undoubtedly something that countries hostile to the Dragon Kingdom, such as the Lighthouse, were happy to see. Livestream. Ankh did not run away. He was surprised to find that the leopard did not show any malice. Ankh also heard its low growl. Please save my child. Child. Nku frowned slightly. This leopard has cubs? As the leopard approached, several strong monkeys, including Little Scar, stepped forward. He stood in front of Nku. Despite their fear, they would never allow Ankh to be harmed in any way. The little scars growled and bared their fangs. At the same time, they gripped their spears and bows tightly, preparing for battle. We must protect the king. No. Clear. If this big cat dares to take another step forward, we will make our move. However, the leopard paid no attention to the monkeys wielding weapons opposite it. They showed absolutely no intention of stopping. Little Scar and the others couldn't take it anymore. Attack. Kill the big cat. With Ankh around, they have confidence and assurance. However, Ankh intervened and stopped Little Scar and the others. Don't rush. Little Scar was very puzzled. Ankh offered no explanation, but walked past the monkeys and headed towards the leopard. Little Scar and the monkeys were very surprised and tried to stop Ankh. But Nku smiled faintly and waved her hand, saying, "It's all right. I know what I'm doing." Although the little Scars were still extremely worried, they chose to follow the instructions. He simply gripped his weapon tightly, ready to pounce on the leopard at any moment. After the natural affinity skill was improved, I was indeed able to command animals more perfectly. In the previous level, although it was possible to make the monkeys obey. However, in most cases, they only have a superficial understanding and cannot fully grasp the meaning behind it. However, now they can fully understand what Ankh means. This will make it easier for him to do whatever he wants in the future. For example, right now, if you can't communicate well with Little Scar and the others, they'll definitely fight. The end result could be the death of several monkeys. Even if you don't die, being bitten by a leopard like that will seriously injure you. Holy crap! Holy crap! Has Boston gone mad? Why would we deliberately approach the leopard? Attack directly from a distance. I can't understand it. He was still too young and too arrogant. Damn it. Doesn't he know that his decisions affect the fate of all of us? Numb. Looks like I'll lose 5 years of my lifespan. That's really brainless. Don't you know the saying, if you don't court death, you won't die? The foreigners were incredibly excited to see Ankh take the initiative to die. Ha. I've seen people who aren't afraid of death, but I've never seen anyone willingly offer up their head. We'll soon see disaster descend upon the Dragon Kingdom. Judging from past punishments, this time it's likely that 10,000 leopards like this will appear. The Dragon Kingdom is likely to be in turmoil from now on. I advise you rich people to hurry up and leave. Come to our lighthouse. We love elite people the most. As the golden leopard in the live stream got closer and closer to Ankh, everyone's excitement grew. Some were worried, some were nervous, some were excited and ecstatic, and some covered their eyes, unable to watch. The most common reaction was helplessness and bewilderment. However, the next second, what happened in the live broadcast room silenced the entire audience. The leopard pounced on Ankh. However, instead of opening its blood-red maw, she threw herself into Ankh's arms. A ferocious beast pounced into Ank's arms, letting Ank stroke its head. The entire livestream audience was stunned. What the hell is going on? Meow meow meow. Is that a cat or a leopard? Even cats don't act like that, do they? Cats would love to treat you like a servant. Holy crap. Am I hallucinating from anxiety? The leopard jumped into Boss and S arms. She's even acting cute? You're supposed to be a large, ferocious beast, aren't you? Don't you have any pride? During the segment, the two hosts, Kong Hui and Sa Baining, were both dumbfounded. Even with the best professional skills, one can't help but utter a national treasure. Lu Yifei was extremely excited and let out a long breath. She then realized that there were tears in the corners of her eyes because of her extreme nervousness. She thought Ank was doomed. Fortunately, no? That's fantastic. That's fantastic. However, tears still streamed down Lu Yifei's face in the end. They were tears of excitement. At this moment, many people also came to their senses. Kong Hui realized what was happening too late and looked embarrassed. He quickly changed the subject, looking at Professor Wu. Professor Wu, what's going on? Professor Wu. The same scene also occurred in the high-level meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom. Elder Li, the commander, the general, and other national leaders all looked at Xiao Liang. I want to know why this happened. Xiao Liang. After the extreme repression and fear subsided, everyone had to explode and vent. The live stream chat was filled with excited comments. Foreigners speak. This is our bossin. Have you all given up yet? This mere big cat dares to harm our bossin? That's all. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were extremely smug. However, the foreigners couldn't say anything. After all, China truly has the right to be proud. What on earth is this? Why didn't the leopard attack Ank? That's unreasonable. The reversal of the heavenly gang is indeed true. Inside the live stream, Ank forcefully pushed the leopard away. Okay. My face is covered in drool. After this guy pounced on me, he started licking his face like crazy. The key point is that the force was extremely terrifying. Even though Ank's strength has been increasing recently, she still can't shake the golden leopard. This made Ank realize just how terrifying the power of wild beasts could be. If they were to actually fight, he would have a hard time gaining the upper hand. Where is your child? Let me check on him. Ank did not forget her mission. The reason they were so attentive was naturally to build a closer relationship with the leopard. Let's see if it can become my own personal mount. Chapter 48 King of Beasts? Barrier-free chat. Upon hearing this, the leopard got up from Anku's body. He then let out a low growl towards the person behind him. Ank got up from the ground and brushed the dust off her clothes. I happened to make eye contact with Little Scar and the others, and saw their bewildered expressions. Anku chuckled softly. The matter has been perfectly resolved, so that your people don't need to worry. Little Scar and the monkeys remained stunned, seemingly oblivious to whether they had heard, only nodding in response. Ank was both amused and exasperated. Did you even hear me? You just nodded like that. Just then, several sounds like cat meows came from the sky. Ank looked in the direction of the sound. Then we saw the little leopard trembling as it emerged from the bushes. Mommy, it hurts. My feet hurt. Because of her natural affinity, Ank can understand what the little leopard is saying. Even though he couldn't understand, he could tell that the little leopard had a problem with its leg. He walks with a limp. Ank decisively stepped forward and handed her back directly to the leopard. This scene once again gripped the hearts of viewers in the live stream. Wild animals are driven by instinct to pounce on prey that has exposed its back. The foreigners were just mentally broken, and now they can only pray that Golden Leopard won't let this opportunity slip by. Don't let them down. Unfortunately, they were ultimately disappointed. The leopard did not attack Ank. Even when he picked up the leopard cub, the leopard did not give any warning. The little leopard did not struggle. Instead, she let Ank hold it in her arms. Unlike the robust physique of an adult leopard, the little leopard is so cute, it looks a bit like a kitten. Ank found it adorable and couldn't help but rub the little guy's head. The little guy closed his eyes and looked very content. After petting it for a while, Ank remembered that she should check the little leopard's wounds. The little guy has a noticeable swelling on his hind leg. Anku frowned. If a fracture occurs, the consequences can be quite dire. However, after a thorough examination, his brow relaxed. At this moment, the adult leopard approached and growled at Ank. Is my child seriously injured? Seeing the anxious leopard, Anku smiled easily. Don't worry, this can be cured. The little leopard didn't have a broken bone, but rather a sprained or bruised injury, used to treat sprains and bruises before. It's called Han Xian grass. It has short rhizomes, and the stems rise upright, are quadrangular, and are usually dark purple. This herb is remarkably effective in removing blood stasis and reducing swelling. Every time Ank goes out to explore, She pays attention to herbs that have medicinal value, in case of unforeseen circumstances. Now it's really come in handy. Besides Hanshin grass, Aang had also seen common herbs such as banlanjan and baijian. Let's go? I'll take you to get your baby treated. Aang, carrying the little leopard, headed towards the location she remembered. Looking at the leopard's worried eyes and the injured appearance of the cub, all the viewers in the chat finally understood why the leopard didn't attack Aang. So this leopard had an injured cub. The reason it didn't attack was because it wanted Aang to help heal the little leopard. It really has a spiritual quality. However, despite their understanding, everyone still had one question. That's why Aang was so certain that the leopard wouldn't hurt him. He even resolutely stopped the monkeys from attacking the leopard, directly bypassing the monkeys protecting him. Should we go rescue this leopard? Go and accept the leopard's embrace. This behavior is absolutely absurd. Don't you think it's dangerous? Why do I feel like Bossin knew from the beginning that this leopard wouldn't hurt him? I'm curious about that too. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't dare to face a leopard head-on. Strike first, then talk. Yes, that's the normal reaction. Is this why we're not the big shots? Livestream. The little leopard offered no resistance whatsoever, not even a hint of wariness. The little girl was held in Aang's arms, enjoying Aang's caresses. Behind them were a legion of monkeys and a leopard following behind. This scene is very strange, involving two species that should be natural enemies. Now they are walking together, and no conflict has broken out between them. They all have only one purpose, to protect Aang. The monkeys were constantly on guard against the leopard, lest it suddenly attack. Harm Aang. Besides protecting Aang, the leopard also protects its own cubs. This scene left the viewers in the live stream completely stunned. A monkey and a leopard traveling together? Has the world finally turned upside down to a level I can't even imagine? Judging from the way they're acting, it seems like they're protecting Enku. I really want to get rid of it. The foreigners are in an uproar once again. With monkeys and leopards around, Aang is protected by various animals. I have a feeling that even after the newbie protection period ends, this kid from China will not be able to get hurt. Not to mention, the Dragon Kingdom's Little Devil's camp is protected by bees. With various bodyguards around her, the foreigners had no idea how Aang could possibly be harmed. Shit, is this guy some kind of king of beasts? I'm afraid even the king of beasts would have to bow down and submit to him. Isn't there any way to deal with this brat from the Dragon Kingdom? It made me furious. However, nature itself has no answer to this question. Zhilong Kingdom, that brat? How do we deal with him? Unless it contains Baiyu livestream. Although the situation seemed peaceful, in reality, Little Scar and his friends still harbored hostility towards the leopard. They dared not let their guard down for a moment, remaining vigilant against the leopard, and the little leopard in Aang's arms. Little Scar, in particular, gripped the bow and arrow tightly. If Aang is not careful, she might anger the golden leopard. They will immediately engage in combat with the leopard. For Aang's sake, they were not afraid of death. However, Aang was completely relaxed and not worried at all throughout the entire process. The ability of natural affinity is present. Leopards will not attack. Soon, Aang arrived at the place of her memories and found the Han Xian grass. He skillfully collected the Chinese herb and then crushed it. Finally, it was placed on the leopard cub's leg. Even though the little leopard was in great pain, it remained quiet in Aang's arms. She simply endured it, quietly waiting for Aang to apply the ointment. This scene once again shocked the viewers in the live broadcast room. Aang's every move made them question the meaning of life. That's all set. Aang turned to Jinky Ambeo and smiled. Of course, the dressing needs to be changed and applied over the next few days. That way you'll recover faster. The leopard growled softly. However, to Enku, it sounded like she was thanking him. Enku smiled brightly. It's no trouble at all. It was just a small favor. The little leopard in the protagonist's arms seemed to be acting cute, and it rubbed its head against the protagonist's chest. The live stream chat was completely dumbfounded. Hey, why does it feel like Bossin is having a seamless chat with Golden Leopard? Chapter 49, The Wronged Leopard, no longer an animal expert. The viewers in the live stream were completely dumbfounded. It seems like Aang can chat with the leopard. Such speculation shattered the worldviews of countless viewers. Zundu is fake do. Can Bossin really talk to wild animals? That's impossible. How can humans communicate with animals? If they can't communicate, then why are the leopards so obedient? In the column, expert Chui stated, it is impossible for humans to communicate with wild animals. The reason why Aang can communicate with wild animals must be because she is lonely in the wilderness. So I subconsciously started talking to wild animals. Chui has spent his entire life studying animals. Talking to animals? He was the first to disbelieve it. Humans and animals are not the same species. Animals also lack the intelligence to understand complex human language. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible. Aang talks to animals simply because he's too lonely. That's why they use this method to alleviate their loneliness. At this point, expert Chui asserted, clearly, Nku is very likely experiencing some mental problems now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done this. Chui's speculation made the viewers in the live chat a little panicked. At the same time, there was some suspicion that they had been watching the live stream the whole time. We didn't find anything. Lu Yifei frowned slightly as she glanced sideways at expert Chui. How dare this guy insult Nku? I don't think there's anything wrong with what Aang did. Humans naturally communicate with animals when they interact with them. Just like people who own cats or dogs, they talk to their pets every day. Expert Chui, as a representative of our dragon country, isn't it inappropriate for you to arbitrarily slander Nku? Chui fell silent. He wanted to refute it, but he didn't know how. That's why he made that assertion. This was to allow the authorities to intervene and restrain Aang. Don't let him be too unconventional or do too many things that you can't understand. Otherwise, his expert title would be frequently challenged. Lu Yifei's words calmed the emotions of the viewers in the live stream. However, everyone's minds were still in standby mode. I can hardly believe that such a ferocious leopard was so easily controlled by Aang. Moreover, he posed absolutely no threat to Aang. This is completely illogical. Logically speaking, shouldn't it be a matter of life and death upon meeting, and shouldn't they just bite Nku to death? How could there possibly be a situation where someone needs Aang's help? That's outrageous. Boss in S level is beyond my comprehension. That's why we're willing to call him Big Boss, isn't it? 2. Who cares if it's reasonable or not? As long as Bossin is awesome, that's enough. Ha. That's right. Bossin is in charge of showing off, and we're in charge of shouting 666. Speaking of which, what should we do with those people who were slandering Bossin in the live stream and hoping for his death? As General of the Dragon Kingdom, these black sheep should be severely punished. That's right. Too arrogant. It's fine if foreigners say what they want, but the two sides are fundamentally different. What kind of behavior is it for people in your own country to hope that their athletes will get into trouble? General of the Dragon Kingdom. Although due to the special nature of the live broadcast room, it is impossible to trace the source. However, we will definitely find a way to root out these bad apples. Meanwhile, the government has begun to address those within the country who harbor ill intentions towards Aang, but Aang herself is naturally unaware of this. Complete the treatment for the little leopard. He said to the leopard, from now on, you must not invade Little Scar's territory. The leopard felt a little wronged. It had inexplicably appeared here. Then they chose a habitable habitat. This can't really be considered its fault, can it? The live stream exploded. Is this leopard feeling aggrieved? This is the first time I've clearly seen grievance on a beast's face. Plus 10,086. Bossin is awesome. Did you educate the leopard until it felt wronged? Why do I suddenly find this big cat so cute? I want to raise one. Upstairs, I advise you to think twice. You're not Bossin, you can't handle this. I'll take care of it. The audience is just looking for a laugh, but those in the know are getting chills. Both domestic and international experts were completely baffled. Did Aang make a wild leopard feel wronged? Does this mean it understands what Aang is saying? How is that possible? If that's the case, wouldn't all of their academic work have to be overturned? However, what they didn't know was that Aang was now hearing the leopard say, so where will I live from now on? Nku's lips curled up slightly. He was willing to do so much. Isn't this the moment we've been waiting for? You can stay at my place. This will make it easier for you to change your child's dressing. Is that all right? Without hesitation, the leopard nodded. Okay. This is the highest conference room in the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Liang, a national-level animal expert, suddenly stood up. He broke the silence of the conference room, and everyone stared at him. He then hurriedly walked out of the meeting room. Old Li, the commander, the generals, and other cadres and leaders were astonished. Xiao Liang, where are you going? Suddenly, Xiao Liang said, I feel like all my years of study and research have been wasted on dogs. I want to resign from my position as an animal expert in China. The entire high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. Was he hit hard? There are many professors and experts in the world who are questioning the meaning of life at this time. Aang took down a leopard so easily. Or the kind you take home directly. What kind of nonsense is this? In the live broadcast room, the viewers were unaware of the turmoil in the academic world. Some people, however, thought about the drawbacks and became worried. Isn't Bossin afraid that one day the leopard might suddenly go berserk and bite someone to death? Although having a leopard is cool, it's too dangerous. Shouldn't we send a message in the chat to tell Boss and to give up this crazy behavior? You guys watch the live stream yourselves. From what I see, I don't think the leopard will hurt Ankh. During the live stream, Ankh patted the leopard's head. It was very well behaved. Come on, I'll take you back to see your home. The leopard responded with a low growl to Ankh. Ankh then looked at the monkeys and said to them, "Why don't you reorganize your territory first? If anything unexpected happens later, notify me immediately." Little Scar and the other monkeys were extremely grateful to Ankh. He kept congratulating Ankh. "May the king be mighty. It was the king who helped us. Without the king, we would certainly be forced to abandon our habitat." While grateful, the monkeys were also quite worried. What if the leopard attacks after they leave? However, Ankh swore that she would never do that. Without further hesitation, Ankh mounted the golden leopard and said to it, "Let's go." The leopard was taken aback at first, but it did not resist. Instead, it started running quickly. I have a mount. Chapter 50. The leopard takes the initiative to hunt. The entire audience is shocked. Ankh directed the golden leopard to run towards her camp. Even though Ankh's physical abilities have been enhanced, his speed was still far inferior to that of the leopard. This is how terrifying wild beasts are, Ankh thought to herself. The leopard can reach a top speed of 110 kilometers per hour when it is running at its fastest. The highest speed ever achieved by humans is only about 44 kilometers per hour. With human physical capabilities, it is not possible to sustain this for very long. With the leopard's blessing, Ankh quickly returned to the camp. "Stop. This is it." Ankh commanded the leopard to stop. Then, he helped the little leopard off its mother and just came down. Suddenly, a terrified scream rang out. "Master is doomed. Master is doomed. Run, run." King Kong cried out and flapped its wings, trying to escape. However, even after it had taken off 3 meters, the leopard still managed to grab it with a single leap. "Oh, whoa." The leopard pinned King Kong under its paws, then said to Ankh, "I caught a bird, which I can give to you as a reward." Beneath the claws, King Kong screamed in terror. "Yesterday's tomorrow, tomorrow's yesterday, which is today. I, King Kong, am going to die." What the hell? Ankh was speechless. Where did this strange bird learn such nonsense? However, we still need to save it as soon as possible. After all, they are our own scouts. "Stop. Let go of it. It's my person, no? My bird." Only then did the leopard realize that it had made a misunderstanding. It immediately released King Kong and then said to Ankh, "I'm sorry, my benefactor. I didn't know it was your food." Ankh wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, she decided against it. Since the leopard considers King Kong its prey, then let it be its prey. As long as you don't hurt King Kong, that's fine. After King Kong was freed, it immediately started howling like a bird. A large wild beast. A large wild beast. "Retreat. Retreat." Seeing that King Kong was about to run away, Ankh quickly said, "King Kong, come back. We're friends from now on. We won't hurt you." However, King Kong didn't believe it. "Didn't I just get hurt?" It still flew to a branch more than 20 meters away, keeping a safe distance. Ankh shook her head helplessly. There's no way around it. Living things have a natural fear of large carnivores. The only time it can be changed is when King Kong and the leopard become familiar with each other and get used to its presence. Ignore King Kong. Ankh looked towards her camp. His camp wasn't large, just big enough to accommodate 2 people. However, if 2 big men were together, it would probably be difficult for them to even turn the tables. Before, when I lived there with King Kong, there was enough space. But now that there's an extra big cat, it's clearly not enough. It seems that even if they didn't want to expand, they now have no choice but to. We can't just let the mother leopard and her cub sleep in the wild, can we? They also have habitat requirements. While pondering, Ankh said to the leopard, "You can familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment first. I will arrange the next steps." After responding, the leopard led its cub and wandered around the area. As a wild animal, it naturally becomes familiar with its surroundings and leaves its scent behind. It declared that this area would be its territory. Ankh glanced at the sky. Judging from the position of the sun, it's probably around 10 o'clock. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since it rained, Ankh murmured. Fortunately, he found a stream early on. Otherwise, the water supply would give him a headache for a long time. Let's prepare lunch first, and then we can think about the campsite. Ankh started walking towards the river. The monkeys would usually have arrived by this time. I'll help him check for traps and such. But something unexpected happened today, so it might be even later. The traps by the river allowed Ankh to easily bring back 2 river fish. However, that alone is not enough. After all, there were still 2 wild leopards. However, when Ankh returned and released the fish, he then discovered that a leopard was carrying a deer in its mouth as it approached him. The leopard then placed the deer in front of Ankh. "My benefactor, this is the food I hunted for you." Ankh comments. In the live stream, the viewers couldn't hold back. Holy crap! Did the leopard hunt on its own? Does this mean we won't need to hunt anymore? With such a large and ferocious beast, what prey can it hunt? From birds in the air to fish in the river, everything can be clearly understood. Awesome. It shocked my mom for a whole year. The most vulnerable were the foreigners in the live stream. Oh God, tell me this isn't real. Our country's athletes are still struggling to find prey, while the little devils from China no longer need to hunt for themselves. This is not fair at all. We must protest. There's definitely something fishy going on. Foreigners, shut up. The National Destiny game is incredibly powerful. How could it possibly have inside information? If you are not as skilled as others, don't complain. You have to recognize the quality of the vegetables. That is, it's no wonder that foreigners have broken through our defenses. Only a week has passed. Even experts and special forces soldiers face difficult living conditions nowadays. However, at this time, Aang did not need to go out hunting herself. This is like everyone starting from the same point. While others are still riding bicycles, you're driving a Mercedes-Benz. How could others not be jealous? How could they not have conspiracy theories? Livestream. The leopard told Aang that it was giving the deer to Aang to eat. It goes hunting again on its own. Aang smiled slightly and picked up the fish he had caught. I've caught my prey too. You don't need to go hunting anymore. There's enough food. And so, as the smoke from the chimneys rose, grilled fish and grilled meat appeared again. Aang did not help the leopard cook its food. After all, it is very likely to affect the health of large carnivores if they eat cooked food for a long time. You can give it some occasionally. But honey is naturally indispensable. Aang even planned to find some time to move the other beehives over. This way you can get more honey. The leopard fed Aang first. Lying down, it said to Aang, "You eat first." Aang chuckled. No need to be modest. There's plenty of food, enough to eat. Upon hearing this, the leopard stopped arguing. They started eating venison. Meanwhile, the little leopard was already feasting. They ate the fish smeared with honey with great relish. Mom, this is the best food I've ever eaten in my life. TCH, you're such a naive brat. A sharp voice suddenly rang out. Aang turned her head and saw that Jean Gang was staying close to her shoulder, eating fish smeared with honey. Aang just found it funny. What's with this King Kong being both cowardly and sarcastic? While Aang and the others were having lunch, everyone in the live stream was stunned. What's with this scene of humility and courtesy? Chapter 51 Little Leopard. The crowd can't hold back anymore. How could everyone not be confused? Did we see humility and courtesy in a large carnivore? Anyone would be confused in that situation. Could it be that Boss is an animal psychology and behaviorist? Can he understand and comprehend what animals are trying to express? Very likely, otherwise all of this would be explained differently. But the key point is that animals seem to be able to understand what Bossin is saying, right? How exactly did they do that? This ability is a bit abnormal. Do you think it's possible that the animals in the National Fortune game are just smarter? Alright, that's one possibility too. I admire Bossin to the core. At the same time, high-ranking officials from other countries are also paying close attention to Aang. Think about how he managed to get the animals to obey him. Let's see if we can follow suit. Having a group of animal helpers in the wilderness is crucial. Not only can they have guards, increasing their chances of survival. It's important to know that the new player protection period has already ended. It also makes it easier for you to obtain resources. Aang discovered the banana grove because of the group of monkeys. The leopard brought him the deer. Until now, athletes from most countries have only eaten small animals. For example, mice and rabbits, which are easy to catch. After all, the wilderness survival exercise has only lasted 7 days. Aang's path is almost impossible to replicate. However, no matter how much research is conducted abroad, no one can find out why Aang can maintain a friendly relationship with animals. The main problem is wanting to validate ideas. You need to go on adventures yourself and try to make contact with animals. However, the experience of India's #1 athlete, Lamu, is still fresh in everyone's mind. If it fails, the entire nation could lose 5 years' worth of life expectancy. How many countries would like to do this? Leaders from various countries looked worried. Live stream from Manhwa. Aang was in a very good mood and didn't hunt much today. However, there is venison available to eat. Paired with grilled fish and honey, it makes for a sumptuous meal. I feel like we need to get some vegetables, otherwise eating too much meat is bad for our health. A balanced diet is essential. Aang's unintentional words were incredibly hurtful to the foreigners. Bullshit. Our contestants are gnawing on tree bark. My contestant is so thin he's practically skin and bones. You're still not satisfied with having meat to eat. Listen to this. Is this something a human being would say? Don't eat it. Give it to our athletes, said the crowd from the United States. I'd rather feed it to a dog than to you people of the lighthouse. Aren't your team members special forces soldiers? Can't even catch prey? The people of the Dragon Kingdom naturally vented their previous grievances all at once. It's unacceptable that these people from the beacon of democracy are so arrogant. Go ahead and keep being arrogant if you dare. No one in the Beacon Nation spoke anymore. After all, the young players from China are currently in the best and safest position. What else can they refute? All I can do is remain silent and let them mock me. Actually, the situation of the athletes from the United States is already quite good compared to that of athletes from all other countries. There is meat to eat. However, rats, frogs, insects, these things are no match for Ankh at all. Bringing it up is a disgrace to one's own country. Livestream. Ankh watched the leopard, who was also enjoying its meal. He couldn't help but grin. Little Scar, King Kong, and the others all have names now. You should also have your own name. The leopard opposite looked up at Nku. He calmly asked, "My benefactor, what name do you intend to give me?" The leopard's personality gives people the impression of an intellectual and strong woman. Although he spoke coldly, he did not make people feel distant. On the contrary, it makes people feel very reassured and reliable. I should think about this carefully. The live chat was buzzing with discussion, eagerly anticipating the name Ankh would give the golden leopard. Some even offered advice and suggestions. In the column, Professor Wu chuckled and said, "I think the name Chi Yu is suitable. Chi represents the time when you encounter a leopard in the wilderness. Meeting is a matter of fate between both parties. When combined, it can also represent a bright hope for the future." Professor Wu's name has earned him much praise. Even Louis Fei praised it highly. Kong Hui and Sa Baining also offered 2 good suggestions. It not only sounds good, but it is also meaningful. However, just as everyone was discussing it enthusiastically, Ankh finished thinking about the name Golden Leopard in the live stream. "I'll call you Little Leopard. What do you think?" Nku looked at the leopard with a smile. The leopard had no objections, saying, "I like any name my benefactor gives me." "Ha!" Nku couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then it's decided. Viewers' comments. The screen was filled with, flashing continuously. Everyone was stunned. Little Leopard? Are you serious? Is this for naming? Putting aside the name, is this leopard small? It's not small at all, is it? In the column, Kong Hui, Sa Baining, Professor Wu, and others all fell into deep silence. Louis Fei smiled and found it very amusing. Ankh is so cute. Kong Hui's strong professional skills allowed him to immediately adjust his mood, and he smiled and said, "Ankh's naming of the golden leopard is really straightforward and simple. It's clear that Ankh is a simple and pure person. Perhaps that's why so many animals get along well with him. As expected of an official host, he speaks with such eloquence. I suddenly feel like it makes a lot of sense. Ha, that makes perfect sense. To put it bluntly, Boston is terrible at naming things. This is hilarious. We've finally found something that Boston isn't good at." During the live stream, after the little leopard finished eating, it came over and licked Ankh's palm while howling. The little guy looks very happy. It would occasionally roll over onto its belly. Or perhaps he would hold Ankh's hand and then bite it. Of course, this kind of biting doesn't hurt. Ankh naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. Let's get started. He rubbed the little leopard all over its body before he was satisfied. Speaking of which, I'm a little curious. Where did you come from? Ankh thought about this and decided to ask Xiaobao about it. However, we discovered that it had been sleeping for some time. It seems that the leopard cub was injured. So for the past few days, it has been on edge, fearing that the little leopard might get hurt. But now, the little leopard is finally safe and sound. And with Ankh helping to keep an eye on things, I can finally relax. Ankh smiled and didn't disturb the little leopard. Instead, he started playing with the little leopard. Take a branch and tie it with vines and feathers. The simple cat toy is now complete. For felines, this is undoubtedly their favorite toy. After playing for a while, Ankh put down the cat toy. He stood up. It's time to get down to business. Now that there are more members, we need to upgrade the camp. As Ankh walked away, Jean Gang picked up a cat toy and started playing with the little leopard, watching a large carnivore being played with in his hands. It clucked and laughed, full of pride. Which other parrot could do that? Chapter 52, Reversing the Heavenly Gang, and Ku is being kept? King Kong's behavior amused the viewers in the live stream. Ankh ignored all of this and began to chisel at the tree. He not only wanted to expand the camp, but he also planned to upgrade it. At the current camp, Ankh, who is 1.83 meters tall, cannot stand up straight. He planned to use the original campsite as his bedroom. Instead, a living room-like space was built outside. It can not only provide habitat for female leopards, but also be used for its own activities. If it rains, There will be more space to move around. Otherwise, if it rains, Ankh will have to lie in the camp. Moreover, due to the small size of the campsite, even if it is at a high point, it is prone to flooding. Ankh's strength is now equivalent to that of 1.5 adults. The punching power must be even more terrifying. Surpassing Tyson is a given. Therefore, it is very convenient for Ankh to cut down trees. Just then, Ankh heard the monkeys' cries. As always, their voices traveled far and wide, even before they arrived. Ankh stopped what she was doing and looked with a faint smile in the direction the monkey troop had come from. It seems everything is arranged properly. Soon, Scarface and a group of monkeys appeared, each wielding a spear. Holding spears does not hinder their movement in the trees, because their tails are also equivalent to a hand. Moreover, it is very strong and can support the entire body. A monkey with a scar on its face landed in front of Ankh. In addition to holding a spear in its hand, it also carried a bow and arrow and a quiver on its back. It was none other than Monkey King Scarface. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. We're here. Greetings, Your Majesty. The monkeys were incredibly enthusiastic towards Ankh, calling him their king. Ankh greeted them one by one with a smile. It wasn't that he didn't want to name each monkey. In his eyes, all monkeys seemed pretty much the same. Even after choosing a name, people still might have trouble distinguishing between them. Scars on the face are easier to recognize. After greeting them, Little Scar and the monkeys were very curious about what Ankh was doing. Looking at the axe in his hand, I assumed it was a new weapon. Ankh smiled and explained, then told the monkeys that he planned to expand the camp. Upon hearing this, Little Scar and the others immediately offered to help, although they didn't have axes to cut down the trees. However, they can collect materials such as leaves for building and bricklaying, as well as transport wood. Ankh naturally wouldn't refuse. Monkeys are also adept at building nests. They can protect the nest from the risk of rainwater seeping in. Given the current lack of resources, having animals help build the nest is the best option. Of course, only Ankh could do that. Under Ankh's arrangement, the monkeys had a clear division of labor and began to collect various materials for building their nests. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Ankh originally planned to complete the expansion project in 2 or 3 days. With the monkeys' help, it was done in one afternoon. The current campsite is an extension of the original campsite. Ankh's sleeping place remained unchanged. Measuring 5 meters by 5 meters and 3 meters was added outside. On the right, there is another shed, 10 meters long. This is where everyone eats. The area has increased several dozen times. Ankh stood outside, looking at the now well-organized camp. I felt refreshed and relaxed. The sense of accomplishment that comes from achieving a wonderful result after hard work is truly satisfying. Haha, you all have really worked hard. This will be our home from now on. Excited, Ankh spontaneously started clapping. The little Scars nearby followed suit and clapped. The dome of this camp was the responsibility of Little Scar and his crew. Ankh firmly believes that unless it is a giant typhoon or an extremely heavy rainstorm, it cannot be destroyed. Many animals are the engineers of nature. This scene moved the viewers in the live stream deeply. This isn't a camp anymore. It feels more like a home. Why do I feel inexplicably warm? I have an urge to join this big family. Yes, I also want to join this big family. There is number 996 work schedule here, no need to clock in, and no need for backstabbing and scheming. This kind of life is amazing. The dream of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Don't you guys even realize that Boston was able to do this entirely because of his personal abilities? If it were someone like us, we would have a hard time just surviving, let alone anything else. That's right. Putting aside the previous ones, just looking at expanding this camp today, without the monkey's help, it would definitely take several days. During this period, I also need to make sure I'm well fed and watered so I have the energy to work. The perfect life that Boston can live is simply impossible to replicate. Livestream. Ankh then upgraded her bed to make herself more comfortable at night. Ankh also prepared a bed for the mother leopard and her cub. Right next to his bed was a giant cat bed. Done. After finishing all this, Ankh finally sat down comfortably. It's time to relax. The monkeys also settled down to rest in the living quarters. Some of them went to collect water and distribute it to the other monkeys, including Ankh. Your Majesty, have some water. A monkey handed over a leaf. This leaf is like a funnel, filled with water. Ankh couldn't help but marvel at the incredible skills of the animals. At the same time, Ankh also discovered that his leaf cup was larger than that of other monkeys. Thank you. Ankh took it and drank it all in one gulp. He was thirsty. After finishing her drink and resting for a while, Ankh stood up and said, "That's enough. Now it's time for us to go hunting. I've been busy all afternoon, and I still haven't decided on dinner." Because of the large number of members now, Ankh has basically no food reserves. However, just as he got up, he saw the leopard return carrying a goat. Then the leopard went straight to Ankh and placed the goat in front of her. Ankh looked at the goat in front of her and couldn't help but sneer. So, I really don't need to worry about food anymore? As she spoke, Ankh licked her lips. Lamb, I haven't had it in ages. At that very moment, National Destiny Games issued an announcement. Congratulations to Ankh, the #1 contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, for meeting the conditions for a 1,000-fold manifestation. The Dragon Kingdom manifested 1,000 healthy, live goats, bound and restrained. Ankh was taken aback, quite surprised. Can all of this be materialized? Shouldn't this goat have been killed by a leopard? Was it because the other person gave it to you? Ankh couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. In short, this is undoubtedly a great thing for the Dragon Kingdom. Livestream. The audience was also pleasantly surprised. Has it been materialized? Can we use the leopard? Ha. After all, it's Boss and S mount. Isn't that normal? A mount and a hunter. It seems like Boston is being kept by a sugar daddy. Chapter 53 Global Panic. Anko's status rises. What the hell is this about being kept by a sugar daddy? I'm dying of laughter. And you know what? It really does look like it. The mount is like the driver, and the hunter is like the payer. Isn't this just a classic case of being kept? Boston, so I'm the young heartthrob? Livestream. And Ku was naturally unaware that he was being ridiculed by the public. He immediately arranged for Little Scar and the others to pick fruit. Then he himself began to process the mutton. The mutton tastes better than the venison I had before. It has a unique sweet and delicious taste. For those who like it, it tastes like the most delicious food in the world. In my past life, my mother ordered goat milk when I was a child. Ankh liked it very much. Moreover, wool is the best material for making clothes, and it is very warm. It can help Ankh resist the cold of winter. Under Ankh's arrangement, the monkeys went to pick various fruits. Ankh, on the other hand, was in charge of handling the goats. As for the leopard, the hero who brought back the mutton, it's resting. King Kong was actually teasing the little leopard with a cat toy. But when its mother returned, King Kong immediately became well-behaved. Stand away from the leopard. When they first met, the leopard left an indelible impression on King Kong. That's terrifying. The foreign viewers in the live stream were gritting their teeth. On what grounds? Why are the kids from the Dragon Kingdom so lucky? Why don't their country's athletes bring them prey? The nations watched with gritted teeth. However, at that moment, an announcement from the National Fortune Game suddenly sounded. Spain's #1 contestant couldn't withstand the crocodile's invasion and was torn to pieces by the crocodile's death roll. Spain is about to impose punishment. The life expectancy of all citizens in the country will decrease by 5 years, and 10,000 crocodiles will appear. Damn it, what an idiot. Doesn't he know how to climb a tree? Damn it, you've shortened our lifespan by 5 years. Wah. No, I don't want to lose 5 years of my lifespan. I'm a stunning beauty, and I wish to change my nationality and join your great Dragon Kingdom. +1, I want to join the great Dragon Kingdom too. Go to hell. Join our great Dragon Kingdom? Take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. Exactly. Do you even deserve it? Didn't you often insult our great Dragon Kingdom before? Regarding the citizenship applications of some Spanish citizens, the Chinese sneered at this. This country has done many things to insult the Dragon Kingdom in the past. Now that there's danger, you still want to join our Dragon Kingdom citizenship? If only I had known this would happen. Why did I do it in the first place? As Spain imposed its punishment, the whole world watched the live broadcasts from various parts of Spain. In the courtyard of a resident's house, a Spanish resident was attacked by a crocodile that suddenly appeared. What makes crocodiles so terrifying is their bite force. Once bitten, it is almost impossible to escape. Next, you will have to endure the most terrifying attack from this amphibious beast, the death roll. The resident's body was torn apart alive as the crocodile rolled over in its death throes. Horrifying scenes are unfolding across Spain. In an instant, countless people died. Suddenly, a comment popped up. Look at that streamer who's doing it in his own swimming pool. Why? Is there something special about it? Wait, that blonde guy. Isn't this the same person who insulted our dragon country with a song during a previous interview? Ouch, a crocodile has bitten my head. Ha. I wonder if he still dares to sing now. He's probably regretting it immensely now. How dare Spain insult our great Dragon Kingdom? Are you worthy? In front of everyone, this once arrogant and smug young man from Spain was dismembered. Blood was splattered all over the ground. Tragically, his death did not elicit any sorrow from foreigners. Even his own countrymen, in an attempt to curry favor with the great Dragon Kingdom, viciously insulted him. Even in death, He will die a gruesome and disgraced death. If this is the idiot, will the Great Dragon Kingdom refuse our immigration? Exactly. That idiot. He's not only being a jerk, but he's also getting us all killed. He deserved to die. Even in death, you should be despised. The true colors of humanity are on full display at this moment. However, apart from the people of China who have the leisure to watch the play, people from other countries had no interest in watching Spain's disaster. Because the situation for athletes from many countries is not optimistic. The land of kangaroos has been attacked by a giant black bear. This black bear is even more terrifying in size and more ferocious. The Australian athlete ran up a big tree and roared wildly. However, it was destined to be of no use. Meanwhile, the Special Forces of the United States encountered a python. It's also the world's largest python, the forest python. The situation is not optimistic. Once entangled, one will die in agony. Maple leaf country, potato country, windmill country. The situation in most countries is not optimistic. However, a small number of countries have not yet been attacked by wild animals. However, their players were in a state of extreme anxiety. People were terrified and filled with anxiety. A week passed, and there was nothing. If people can't even get enough to eat, then forget about weapons. Even if it exists, it's very difficult to obtain. Because the beasts in the National Destiny game are more terrifying than real-world beasts. Whether in terms of physique or other aspects, they are several times stronger. In addition, the National Fortune game only reminded many people this morning. So many people did not prepare in advance. The beast attack that night killed several people in a short period of time. From Spain to Iceland, less than half an hour has passed. The world was gripped by panic. Some of those who were displaced by the national crisis chose to abandon their shelters and flee. However, looking at Ink, he had already roasted some of the lamb. The monkeys also picked a lot of fruit, mostly bananas. One person and a group of animals, eating with great relish. Ankh even had the leisure to feed the mother and cub leopard. Compared to the dire straits in other countries, Ankh was having an incredibly comfortable time. Wild animals invaded and stole our home. Sorry, that's not true. And that is why the whole of Dragon Kingdom is now filled with joy, laughter, singing, and dancing. There was no worry whatsoever. What do we have to do with the disturbances from the outside world? Everyone was randomly selected to represent them in the game. If your own representative player is not good, then he or she is just too bad. That night, Ankh's status in the hearts of the people rose once again. If the people of the Dragon Kingdom can live so comfortably, how can they not have any worries? It's all thanks to Ankh. It was all his doing. Without anyone's help. Some viewers even suggested in the live chat that today be designated as a day to celebrate Ankh's greatness. This proposal has been well received by many people. However, because the higher-ups remained silent, there was ultimately no result. As for the national leadership at this time, they are busy with the manifested animals. Goats, deer, wild boars. These are now all valuable food resources. It is necessary for senior officials to personally inspect the area to avoid any oversights. Chapter 54 Human Footprints Discovered? Full alert. After enjoying a delicious meal, Anka glanced at the sky. They realized there was still time. The orange sunset had just begun. So he took the leopard to the seaside. Firstly, it was to let the leopard taste a delicacy it had never tasted before. Secondly, it's to prepare food for tomorrow. Thirdly, they are imported coconuts. We've already eaten all the coconuts we picked earlier. We must find new coconuts. Although there is usually no danger at the beach. But this is the National Destiny game, so anything unexpected can happen. It would be safer to bring the leopard along. There's also King Kong, the aerial scout. Even at night, Ankh is no longer afraid. He used to be someone who would never leave the campsite or the campfire at night. Ankh sat on the golden leopard, holding the little leopard cub, while the other side sparked and flashed all the way. In the air, King Kong spreads its wings and soars high. Little leopard, you'll get to eat something you've never tasted before in your life. The leopard calmly replied, Okay, little leopard, from now on, you can just follow me. I guarantee you and your son will live a life of luxury. Ankh is preparing for what's to come. He didn't like the leopard leaving. What he wanted was for the little leopard to stay with him even after its foot healed. The leopard remained calm. Okay. The live stream chat couldn't help but chuckle. Ha. I've seen bosses use psychological manipulation on their employees, and even couples use it on each other. But this is the first time I've ever seen someone use it on a leopard. Only Boston could do something like this. If it were anyone else, they'd probably be eaten as soon as they met. Boston truly lives up to his reputation as a boss. The trip to the beach went very smoothly. Ankh successfully caught several sea fish. In order to win the heart of the leopard, he even went out to sea to catch sea urchins, Sea urchins are extremely dangerous. Its thorns pierce the skin and are virtually impossible to remove. The only way to remove them is to break them apart and then allow them to slowly dissolve beneath the skin. Ankh was afraid of getting pricked, so she didn't consider it before. However, this time, in order to capture the heart of the leopard, he decided to take a risk. The process went smoothly, and Ankh was not injured at all, managing to bring up more than a dozen sea urchins. The only regret is that we only managed to pick 5 new coconuts. If you want more coconuts, you'll most likely have to go to a new beach. As Ankh returned to camp, the glow of dusk painted the sky. That evening, Ankh continued to teach Jean Gang how to speak. After all, as a scout, if it could speak directly, it would be more conducive to receiving information as soon as possible. Natural affinity has a distance limit. The difference this time was that there were 2 golden leopards listening to me. It's worth mentioning that the mother leopard and her cub were initially terrified of the campfire. It was only after Ankh's reassurance and the gradual fading of their fear over time that they were able to overcome it. However, it is still some distance from the campfire. The night grew deeper. Ankh lay down on the new bed and couldn't help but let out a comfortable sigh. Times more comfortable than before. Ankh was still feeling sleepy. Lying in bed, his thoughts began to wander. He had many questions in his mind, namely, how could the national destiny game end? Is it that all those who determined the fate of the nation died, leaving only one person as the final victor? Or will it stay here forever? Or perhaps it ends only after completing a certain task and meeting specific conditions. All of this is currently unknown to Ankh. No, it should be said that it is unknown to all of humanity. Furthermore, since National Fortune Game has set up a new player protection period, it can't be that simple. I imagine there are many more difficult challenges ahead. Furthermore, the animals that appear are likely to become increasingly intelligent. It is quite possible that even animals with a natural affinity may not be able to bond with themselves. Ankh felt she should be more cautious. They were considering whether to reinforce the camp's defenses. After all, if a leopard is this big, what about tigers, lions, and brown bears, which are already bigger? I'm afraid his physique will be larger than he imagined. Ankh slowly exhaled, deciding to wait until the house was reinforced before going out to explore. Sleepiness quickly overtook Ankh, causing him to drift off to sleep. Morning. Ankh got out of bed, feeling refreshed and invigorated. With the new bed, he slept much more comfortably. And because the leopard cub was watching over him, he slept very soundly. Unlike before, I won't need to be constantly aware of my surroundings. Last night was the best night's sleep Ankh had ever had in the wilderness. Early in the morning, after washing up, Ankh had grilled fish for breakfast. The mother and cub of the golden leopard also enjoyed the sea fish. The leopard really enjoys the taste of sea fish. It couldn't help but growl at Ankh. Natural affinity, automatic translation. My benefactor, you are right. This is food I've never tasted before. It's delicious. For animals, the fishier the smell, the more delicious it is. Upon hearing this, Ankh couldn't help but laugh and continued to paint a rosy picture of the golden leopard. As long as you stay by my side from now on, I guarantee you and your son will have an endless supply of delicious food. My benefactor, my son, and I will stay by your side. Ankh's eyes lit up when she heard the answer that satisfied her. The mount and bodyguards are safe. After a quick breakfast, Ankh continued chopping trees. The camp was further improved, and facilities that are in line with the animals' habits were added. For example, small scars like supports, which they can climb up and down. Today, nothing unexpected happened. Little Scar and his group of monkeys arrived at the camp early. With their help, the camp was completed very quickly. Just as Ankh was considering whether to get a dining table, Jean Gang suddenly shouted from afar. Master, human footprints have been found. Human footprints discovered. Ankh, who was deep in thought, immediately stopped what she was doing and quickly went outside. Human footprints found, he confirmed again. At the same time, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned. A few seconds later, the audience erupted in cheers. What did this parrot say again? That it found human footprints? Really? Based on the parrot's previous behavior, it's highly likely that there's no mistake. So, there's a player from one country who's very close to Boston right now. That parrot did a fantastic job. This is an incredible lead. Being the first to discover the traces will be more advantageous for us. I don't know if they're friend or foe. Not all countries are hostile towards China. Many countries are still very friendly to China. The two countries even have existing cooperation. It's just that as a major power, it's easily targeted by other countries. Therefore, it seems that many foreign countries are hostile towards China. Not only the entire nation of China took it seriously. Even the foreigners in the live stream were paying close attention. Chapter 55 Nationwide Exploration, Adorable Little Leopard. In the live chat, many countries that have a favorable view of China became excited. Pakistan. We hope our athletes are from our country, so we can cling to the leg of our big brother China. Ha. It's my Pakistani brother. Welcome, welcome. We also hope that the athletes are from your country, so that we can better help your country. Longba is of one mind. I'm sure Boston would be more than happy to help your country. Ha. Not only Pakistan, but also Korea, Russia, and other countries are hoping to have their own athletes. The Dragon Kingdom naturally welcomes all these countries. After all, the two countries already had a very good relationship, especially Pakistan and the Kingdom of Gibraltar. They had all helped the Dragon Kingdom out of crises before. However, those countries that are not very friendly to China actually hope that their own country's players will be selected. Being close to Ankh means having a stable water supply. Furthermore, the area around Ankh is rich in food, so obtaining food will definitely be easier. Most importantly, what if we encounter an attack by wild animals? If you can't resist, you can run towards Ankh. Surely the representative of the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't just stand by and watch someone die, right? Global live streaming means that it's not just a personal act. Rather, it is an action that has risen to the national level. If not handled well, it will be a diplomatic incident for both sides. It would cause China to lose its image as a great power. As for murder, that would be even more impossible, because this could very well trigger a real-world war. If the Chinese contestants dare to make a move, it won't just be the country that retaliates. It will also cause other countries to resist China. Moreover, the game, National Destiny, is a competition of survival skills in the wilderness. I imagine they won't let everyone kill each other. Therefore, after careful consideration, it is possible to be near Ankh. Every country has its own interests. Countries around the world are beginning to look forward to it. At the same time, Ankh touched her chin and fell into deep thought. The global live broadcast of the National Fortune game means that countless eyes are watching it. In that case, many things you want to do will be restricted. Now we can only take it one step at a time. In short, regardless of which country the athletes are from, Ankh would always give him a warning and make him leave. If the other party is stubborn and unyielding, then don't blame him for being impolite. After all, the game, National Destiny, made that clear from the beginning. Don't trust anyone. Of course, it all depends on which country the competitor is from. If the athletes are from countries like Pakistan or Russia, you should be more polite. Collect your thoughts. Ankh said to the Vajra standing on his shoulder. King Kong, did you see what that person looked like? You can roughly tell where someone comes from just by their appearance. The King Kong bird was howling. After all, it doesn't say much yet. Fortunately, it has natural affinity, which allows Ankh to understand what it says. I didn't see it. I came back to tell you as soon as I saw the human footprints. Ankh nodded. He decided to have King Kong find the other party and track their whereabouts. In addition, there is information about the other person's appearance, as well as some minor details. After all, one should not have the heart to harm others, but one should not be without the heart to guard against others. What if the other party is hostile? Although there were leopards and a group of monkeys with small scars protecting them, but the other party is human. Never underestimate your opponent. Meanwhile, countries around the world are also taking intensive action. Many countries are gathering information while observing the environment surrounding their own national destiny. See if there are any environments similar to Longguan Kuz. This game of national destiny involves the entire world and the national fortunes of countries for the next 100 or even 1,000 years. High-level officials from various countries naturally put a lot of effort into it. Unbeknownst to the general public, high-ranking officials in various countries collect intelligence on athletes from other countries' national teams. Even the entire environment they traversed. At this moment, faced with an opportunity that could very well change the fate of nations, countries will naturally not let it pass. Anyone who discovers the destiny of their nation passes through places Ankh once experienced. They would immediately, and without hesitation, use their precious once-a-week 100-character bullet screen message. And the comments in all countries have been refreshed. During the live stream, at Ankh's command, King Kong once again spread its wings and flew into the sky. Before leaving, Ankh repeatedly reminded Jean Gang to be careful. Don't let yourself become someone else's meal. After making the arrangements, Ankh decided to put the matter out of her mind. After all, there's no point in thinking about it now that we don't know the other party's location. It's impossible that the other party is secretly monitoring me. Him a barrage of comments immediately. As long as there are no comments, it means he's safe. Ankh continued to improve her camp as if nothing had happened. There is also reinforcement work. After all, the camp could be attacked by wild animals at any time. He couldn't stay in the camp forever. He needed to go out and explore other places. collect supplies, and acquire more resources. The camp will be vacant while he is away. If a wild animal were to break in, all his hard work over the past few days would be wasted, especially fragile items like ceramics. Even if we kill that beast to vent our anger afterward, what difference will it make? To fortify the camp, sturdy trees are necessary. Cutting down thick trees is no easy task. After all, there was only one stone axe, and its quality was SOSO, so the chopping speed was very slow. It basically takes a lot of grinding to cut down a tree. It takes about several minutes to cut one down. Furthermore, moving large trees is extremely difficult. Even with the help of monkey troops, progress was still relatively slow. Fortunately, Ank's logging skills are improving. As he painstakingly grinded a tree down, a notification sounded in his mind. Lumberjacking skill improved. Current level, LV.2. With the improvement, Ank felt that she had become much stronger. At the same time, tree cutting skills also improved. They know how to cut down trees more efficiently. Which tricky angle will cause the most damage to the tree when you cut it? Efficiency has increased several times over compared to before. Live stream chat. Is it just my imagination? Why does it seem like Ank's logging skills have improved? It's not your imagination. I've calculated it. Before, it would take at least 10 minutes to cut down a tree. But now it only takes a few minutes. Is that amazing? How did Boston do that? Seriously, isn't Boston being a bit too cautious? They have bees, leopards, and monkey bodyguards, and they spend a lot of time fortifying the camp. If it were me, I'd probably just lie down and give up. During Ank's tree-cutting period, the idle little leopard also imitated the monkey's actions, wanting to help Ank move the trees. However, its tiny body couldn't move the trees at all. The little leopard was so angry that it bared its teeth and hissed at the trees. This scene immediately amused the viewers in the live stream. Everyone was charmed by the little leopard. Chapter 56: Enjoying the finest food and drink. The first beast attack. As noon approached, after Ank finished cutting down the tree in front of her, she said to Little Scar and the others, "Let's stop here for now. Everyone take a break." The monkeys had been carrying things all morning. It was time for them to rest. Just as Ank and the monkeys arrived at the camp, they saw the leopard carrying a wild boar back. Moreover, this wild boar was much larger than the one Ank had caught before. Enough to fill everyone's stomachs. Ank's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter, praising, "Little leopard, your hunting skills are truly amazing." The success rate of a normal wild leopard hunt is not very high. They usually eat only once every day or two. However, the leopard cub has a very high hunting success rate. They can hunt for food almost every day. This may also be related to its size. Extremely large. The little leopard still looked spirited and remained calm in the face of Ank's praise. The phrase, "very stable emotions," is perfectly suited to describe the little leopard. However, this time the little leopard did one more thing. It patted the wild boar's belly and then gestured to the campfire not far away. Anku immediately smiled and said cheerfully, "I'll grill some meat for you right away." Little Scar and the others are now basically eating cooked food, just like Ank. I feel like the mother leopard and her cub will be assimilated in the future and will only like to eat cooked food. No, I mean, you should eat your food. Seeing that Ank had misunderstood its meaning, the leopard immediately spoke. "We should eat together. I told you, follow me, and I'll take you to eat and drink the best. I'll go grill some meat for you right now." After more than a week of baking, Ank's baking technique has reached LV.4. He's just one level away from reaching the world's top level. However, Ank is confident that no one in the real world can match his baking skills. After all, given the current dire situation on Earth, many people don't even have the chance to have a barbecue. Even the younger generation born in recent years doesn't know what meat tastes like. This is why the world attaches great importance to this national destiny game. In the live stream, many former baking masters recognized the strength of Ank's baking skills. They all long to have a bite of the roasted meat that Ank personally grilled. Actually, it's not just them. Now, everyone across the country wants to try just how delicious the meat grilled by Ank really is. Just looking at its crispy exterior and tender interior makes it very appetizing. Because of her high proficiency level, Ank can now cut food very quickly. The cutting was completed in no time, and then I started cooking. Time flies like an arrow. An hour later, Ank, the monkey troop, and the mother and cub of the leopard were all stuffed with food. Besides wild boar, there was also seafood and fruit harvested yesterday evening. In the afternoon, Ank continued to improve and reinforce the camp. The flooring inside has been laid. Although the lack of professional tools resulted in a somewhat rudimentary and unrefined floor, the flooring was still laid. Much better than the old muddy ground. The main purpose of laying flooring is to keep pests on the ground away. to make myself sleep more comfortably at night. The rest are reinforcement projects. However, reinforcement work is not something that can be done overnight. It will take a period of time for the project to be fully completed. After that, Ankh began collecting items near the camp. The monkeys, on the other hand, were responsible for checking the traps. However, after all that effort, Ankh and the others couldn't match the value of the prey that the little leopard brought back. My benefactor, please have those food reserves come and help me move them. Ankh was both amused and exasperated by Jin Xinbao's words. So that's how the leopard views little Scar and his kind? Stockpile food. Fortunately, it was just a small scar, and the leopards couldn't understand what it was saying. Otherwise, the two sides might start arguing. Suppressing her thoughts, Ankh was once again pleasantly surprised by the prey caught during the leopard hunt. It is a huge water buffalo. Even a leopard of this size would have a hard time dragging this water buffalo. This is enough for at least 2 meals. And it's beef. Ankh has never eaten beef since she came to Earth. Now we can finally eat meat again. Scarface, quickly arrange for some strong monkeys to help. Ankh immediately issued the order. After handing over his work to the other monkeys, he decided to process the beef. The best way to eat beef is in hot pot. Unfortunately, there was no broth or seasonings, such as the essential sauté sauce. Helpless, Ankh could only continue to choose to grill it. Beef skewers, steaks. Ankh made every beef dish she could think of. This made the viewers in the live stream drool. Boss and S cooking skills are amazing. Damn it, my mouth is practically dry from drooling. I really want to eat it. Beef balls, steak, beef skewers. Yeah, I can't take it anymore. Wah, let me into the National Destiny game. I'd die happy. The foreign viewers in the live stream were also drooling. Those who couldn't stand it left the live stream. Out of sight, out of mind. They felt that as long as they didn't see it, Ankh wasn't eating so well. Have you heard of the famous quantum mechanics? Ankh and the others thoroughly enjoyed their meal. However, I didn't eat as much as I did at lunchtime. The main reason is that I ate a lot at noon, and some of it hasn't been digested yet. After eating and drinking her fill, Ankh watched the afterglow of the setting sun, leaning against the soft leopard, with a group of monkeys keeping her company. Petted the little leopard while enjoying the gentle evening breeze. This little guy really looks exactly like a kitten. He held Ankh's hand, then pretended to bite her while kicking her repeatedly. This scene made everyone in the live stream extremely envious. There is beautiful scenery and so many animals around. They eat and drink well and don't have to worry about making a living. They felt a pang of sadness, as if they were the ones struggling to survive in the wilderness. As the afterglow gradually faded, little Scar and the others bid farewell to Ankh and the others and returned to their habitat. About 10 minutes later, King Kong's roar echoed from the sky. Enemy detected. Enemy detected. At the same moment, the leopard that Ankh was leaning against also stood up. Its sharp, vertical pupils stared intently into the darkness of the jungle. A beast attack. Anku immediately became serious as well. I wonder what kind of creature it is. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting room, all the viewers held their breath. I was both annoyed and worried. Soon, 7 or 8 dark figures emerged from the shadows of the jungle. The bushes rustled as they were shaken. Ankh and the audience all saw the face of the shadowy figure. Black bulls with huge black horns and somewhat red-rimmed eyes. Soon, they stopped in an organized manner about 30 meters away from Anku and the others, staring intently at Anku, the leopard, and the others. Chapter 57 Danger? A single arrow pierces the clouds, and 1,000 armies rush to meet it. There were 8 water buffaloes in total, each as big as a minivan. Just standing there, he's like a wall. Aside from its astonishing size, the horns on its head are what truly make it frightening. They look like 2 sharp spears. If you get hit, you'll definitely get a bloody hole in your skin. Even a leopard has a wary look in its eyes. Ankh's eyes gradually sharpened. This is a little troublesome. He discovered that all the animals were arranged by the National Destiny game. They will be larger than normal in size. Holy crap, is a cow this big? If I get hit, it'll be no different from being hit by a truck. 8 cows standing together are like an impregnable wall of bronze and iron. With the leopard around, everything should be fine, right? In the segment, Lu Yifei also expressed great concern for Ankh's safety. She quickly asked Professor Wu, Professor Wu, can Anku and the others handle this herd of cattle? Kong Hui and Sa Baining are also concerned about this issue. The latter forced a smile to ease the tension, saying, I think having a leopard shouldn't be a problem. You know, leopards are the natural enemy of cattle. I reckon one shout would be enough to cause a commotion among the cattle. At this moment, expert Chui sneered and shouted, even a leopard might not be able to easily handle a cow. We must be cautious. But if it's a herd of cows, then the leopards should be afraid. In the past, many leopards died at the hands of cattle in the wild. Aang's best strategy now is to have the leopard hold off the herd of cattle, and then he can leave the scene as quickly as possible. Is this the only way? Louis Fei asked, her face showing reluctance. Not only her, but most people in the live stream were very reluctant to see it end. After all, Golden Leopard has brought a lot of joy to the audience these past few days. Moreover, it not only serves as a mount, but also frequently brings food to Aang. Giving it up would be truly cruel. Cruel? Chui scoffed. In wilderness survival, the key is simply to stay alive. Isn't it better for someone else to die than for me to die? I suggest the government start sending out bullet comments right now, making Aang treat the leopard as a pawn to be abandoned. Anyway, there's still a baby leopard. We can raise it until it grows up. In the live stream, many foreigners expressed their support for expert Chui's advice. They weren't concerned about Aang's safety. They were simply jealous that the leopard frequently brought back food. If Aang gives up the leopard, she won't be able to have it so easy anymore. For them, this was certainly something to be happy about. Give up. Isn't this how you Chinese have always been? He often betrays his friends. There's no need to pretend. We know everything about China. Are you talking about fucking me? It's truly pathetic that people believe everything they hear, whether it's the wind or the rain. They were blinded by those with ulterior motives without even realizing it. This is what you call freedom. It really is freedom. We Chinese believe that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. Livestream. Aang also became serious. He never considered giving up on the leopard. Instead, they wanted to work together to get rid of the herd of cattle. Indeed, even though the leopard is the natural enemy of the bull. However, even a leopard is in great danger when surrounded by a herd of cattle. However, things are different when there is cooperation. Without cooperation, they are just a disorganized mob. With good teamwork, they become an elite army. Ha! Little leopard, if we pull off this job tonight, you won't have to go hunting for days. Are you ready? Aang said confidently. The leopard was surprised. It hadn't expected Aang to choose to fight. Its biological instincts told it to avoid direct confrontation in this situation. However, since Aang has chosen to fight, it had no objection. Ready to strike at any time. Very good. Anku smiled slightly. Then he whistled, the long whistle echoing in the night. The next second, buzzing. It sounded like the roar of fighter jet engines in the air. A swarm of bees gathers in the air, forming a curtain of ocean waves. It was as if a black giant was standing in the air. It wasn't over yet. Roars echoed from the distant woods. The monkeys called out and rushed towards this place with their weapons in hand. The herd of cattle in front of them seemed to be provoked, or perhaps they wanted a quick victory. They exhaled through their nostrils, and their hooves began to rub against the ground. The next moment, the lead cow let out a mo sound. This sound was like a bugle call to charge, and the cattle began their attack. Good timing. B, you're in charge of disrupting their formation. Little Leopard, feel free to improvise. Little Scar, and I will cover you. Anko drew her bow, intending to attack the lead bull. However, an arrow was faster than his. Little Scar and his group of monkeys arrived. An arrow shot out the cow's eye. The lead ox immediately let out a miserable scream. Ankh exclaimed in surprise, so accurate? Little Scar looked smug. Ankh smiled and immediately drew his bow as well. He immediately shot an arrow. The arrow struck the hoof of another cow. The cow immediately fell heavily to the ground. The other monkeys fell from the height and rode on the cow's back. Then, using the spear in his hand, he plunged it deep into the bull's body. Blood spurted out in an instant. Bees are even more formidable. Cows have no way to deal with them. However, they can kill cattle by biting them. Finally, on Little Leopard's side, it pounced on a cow and bit down hard on its neck. The bull quickly died under its sharp tusks. When everyone works together, that's an army. Ankh's army defeated the enemy in less than 10 minutes. The 8 bulls that were so fierce just moments ago are now all lying on the ground. Some were already motionless, beyond dead. Some were convulsing, enduring pain. If they had any thoughts, they would probably regret attacking Ankh tonight. The monkeys raised their spears high, roaring and proclaiming their victory. The leopard also let out a low growl, happy with its victory. The little leopard came trotting over and then let out a roar at the fallen cow. Exceptionally fierce, Ankh burst into laughter and couldn't resist patting the little leopard on the head. We can eat beef every day for the next few days. Scarface, you guys are in charge of bringing the body over here. Remember to be careful. If they're still alive, then send them on their way. Understood, Your Majesty. Little Scar excitedly led the monkey to carry the load. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was in an uproar. Is it that easy? Good heavens. We were just so worried. I didn't expect that Boston would take care of 8 cows in less than 10 minutes. This is terrifying. Hey, haven't you noticed how well these different animals coordinate? Chapter 58, Dealing with the Cattle and Asking Foreign Athletes for Clues. Many people have made an amazing discovery. That means these animals are working together incredibly well. I thought I was the only one who noticed, but it turns out you all noticed. How could we not have noticed something so outrageous? That's amazing. This kind of teamwork is practically unbeatable in the wild, right? Boss and Little Scar is in charge of long-range shooting. It can severely damage the enemy's eyes or feet, thereby stopping the enemy's movement. And the key is that he's incredibly accurate. Almost every arrow hits the target. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Just a few days ago, Ankh was a complete novice who missed all 5 of her shots. But now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a top shooting master. And when did Small Scar's shooting become so accurate? Does this guy often practice secretly at night? That's incredibly hardworking. Aside from these 2 accurate shooters in front of us, bees also played a crucial role. When there are enough of them, the enemies that are targeted will lose their mobility in almost no time. Then there are monkeys holding spears. Because they are very agile, they can engage in close combat with the enemy. They are difficult for enemies to attack, while they can use their spears to inflict heavy damage on their enemies. Finally, there's the golden leopard. Needless to say, it's equivalent to the T in the front row. Not only can it maneuver effectively, but it can also deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. As for the remaining King Kong and Little Leopard, one of them was flapping its wings wildly in the air, shouting 666 in broken Chinese. The other one tried to muster a little strength by frantically making baby noises to prevent the cattle from escaping. The onlookers were stunned. After being deeply shocked, I was filled with joy all day long. Is this how beast attacks are done? Even if it were 8 tigers, they would probably tuck their tails between their legs and leave. I'm so envious. So much beef. I really want to eat it. Just one bite, just one bite. In the column, Louis Fei let out a long sigh. Her eyebrows and eyes were like crescent moons, and she was genuinely delighted for Enku. However, her beautiful eyes quickly flashed, and she glanced sideways at expert Chui, saying, Professor Chui, didn't you say that Enku and her team had absolutely no chance of winning? Your actions make me seriously doubt your professional competence. Chui's face turned red. He had the urge to curse. Under normal circumstances, how could one possibly defeat an attack by 8 bulls? You could easily get hit and killed, right? Who would have thought that a group of unrelated animals could cooperate so well? Is it because I lack professional skills? That's not good at all. No expert would think they could win. At this moment, amidst his joy, Kong Hui felt a little puzzled. Why didn't the result of capturing 8 cows manifest 1,000-fold this time? His words were a wake-up call for everyone. Everyone was puzzled, and at the same time, felt a sense of regret. If the 8 cows can be materialized, then the Dragon Kingdom will be able to obtain 8,000 cows. It will definitely allow many people to eat meat. Inside the live stream, the foreigners finally felt some comfort. Although Ankh acquired 8 cows, her life improved. Fortunately, it wasn't 1,000-fold increase. At least I won't be too envious. During the live stream, Ankh also had this question in her mind. But that's the reality, and there's nothing he can do about it. He began processing the beef. 8 cows will definitely provide enough food and clothing for the next few days. Even if they just lie around doing nothing all day, they won't have to worry about not having food. The process of handling beef highlights the importance of water retention. Ankh doesn't need to go to the stream to fetch water, which greatly reduces the danger. Ankh processed the cow in about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Ankh simply fed the leopard mother and cubbed the internal organs. After a battle, you definitely need to replenish your energy. Ankh then set up a fire to grill the remaining meat. Just then, Little Scar came bouncing over. Your Majesty, is there anything else you need? Seeing that Ankh shook her head to indicate that she had no orders, Little Scar continued. Then, Your Majesty, we'll head back now. There are also mother monkeys and their babies in the habitat. Nighttime is usually the most dangerous time, as they must return to protect their habitat. And Kefi naturally understood this. But wait a little longer before that. I will butcher another cow and bring it back to you. Little Scar quickly shook his head, feeling that this was too much. However, Ankh was not one to be refused. After butchering a cow, let Little Scar and the others take it back. That should be enough to feed them for at least 2 or 3 days. Xiaoba no longer refused and sincerely thanked Enko. Not only Little Scar, but the other monkeys were also very grateful to Ankh and respected him even more. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is mighty and powerful. The monkey troop has a strict hierarchy, especially when food is scarce. Monkeys at the bottom of the social hierarchy often struggle to get enough to eat. However, when there is plenty of food, even the bottom-dwelling monkeys can fill their stomachs. Since Ankh couldn't change the monkey troop's rules, she simply provided them with plenty of food. After all, they were a great help. Without them, it would be impossible to hunt so many cattle. The monkeys, having obtained the beef, did not linger and disappeared into the night. Ankh continued processing the remaining cattle. A leopard and its cub were resting nearby, both with full bellies, looking very content. Oh right, King Kong. Ankh thought about the task she had assigned to Jean Gang today. Ask it how it was investigating the foreigners. After a pause, Enku decided not to reveal any information. Make King Kong report in bird language. In this way, even if the broadcast is broadcast globally, no one will know what he said in his conversation with King Kong. As for the possibility of revealing her ability to communicate with animals, Ankh wasn't afraid at all. He never tried to hide it from beginning to end. After all, in the National Destiny game, the foreigners can't do anything to him. Since we don't know whether the other party considers us an enemy or a friend, we must keep it as secret as possible. Also, Ankh doesn't know if the National Fortune game will punish the two players if they fight each other. To be on the safe side, the best approach is to wait until the other party is an enemy. Instead of taking action themselves, they let the animals around them do the work and kill the opponent. That way, even if the National Fortune game punishes you, you'll be fine. What does it have to do with Ankh if the animal killed it? Ankh inquired about the other person's skin color. In the other party's specific language, the final clue is the location of the most crucial person. King Kong responded to each of them in bird language. Meanwhile, everyone in the live stream was completely bewildered. Holy crap, what the hell? Are Ankh and the parrot really chatting on the same wavelength? One person speaks human language, while the other bird speaks bird language. They don't seem to be on the same wavelength at all. However, seeing Enku nod from time to time, and then continue to ask questions, they were completely baffled. Can Ankh really understand what animals say? That's completely unreasonable. Livestream. After receiving Jean Gang's reply, Enku felt completely relieved. According to King Kong, the other party was neither too close nor too far from him. However, without shelter, it was most likely destroyed by a beast attack. Most importantly, it was confirmed that the other party did not know his location. However, Ankh now knows the other party's location. This means that Ankh has taken the initiative. Chapter 59 Teaching King Kong English. Spider Sense. Finally, Ankh confirmed that the other party was speaking English. Because King Kong knew nothing about English, he could not understand its meaning. Therefore, it cannot relay what the other party said in bird language. After thinking for a while, Ankh finally decided to teach Jean Gang another language. As a scout, King Kong speaks an extra language. That way, you can gather more intelligence. So, Ankh taught King Kong while preparing the beef. The live stream viewers were once again dumbfounded. Is Boston trying to get his kid to pass the level 8 exam? Could it be that I'll end up being less than a parrot in the future? Haven't you noticed that Boston's English is terrifyingly good? What good is being good at English? I refuse to believe that a parrot can master 2 languages. I don't believe it either. How could they be that intelligent? Almost the vast majority of viewers did not believe that Ankh could successfully teach the parrot a second language. That's just too ridiculous. It's just a bird. The next day, Ankh did not get up early today. We processed the cattle last night, so it was quite late. Ankh discovered that only King Kong and the little leopard were in the camp. The former was holding a cat toy and constantly teasing the little leopard. The leopard had disappeared, and the monkeys hadn't arrived yet. When Jean Gang saw Enku get up, he immediately greeted her. Good morning. Hello. Enku couldn't help but smile and praised. You've learned quite well. Because he didn't say good morning to King Kong in English. Therefore, King Kong can also use hello. During the live stream, the viewers were in an uproar. Holy crap. What's going on? I didn't watch the live stream last night. What happened? I'm totally confused too. I only missed watching it for one night. How did it turn into a foreign bird? Last night, Boston taught this parrot some English. We originally thought it was impossible for it to learn, but now it seems that this parrot is exceptionally talented. It's just one word, so it's relatively easy. Indeed, I don't believe it can be expressed in English sentences. Absolutely impossible. After giving the instructions, Ankh told Jean Gang to continue monitoring. The reason Ankh was so concerned was that she wanted to find out which country the contestant was from. This way you'll know how to treat the other person afterwards. After the parrot left, the lonely little leopard approached Ankh with a da-da-da sound. Then it rubs against his feet, its tail held high. Ankh's mood brightened considerably. Cute animals always bring people a good mood. Come on, I'll take you to the river, and then we'll have breakfast together. The first thing to do after getting up is, of course, to wash up. In addition to bringing the little leopard, Aang also brought a water container. The water we stored last night was all used up. Once back at camp, Aang took out some beef and had breakfast with the little leopard. The little guy got incredibly excited as soon as he saw the food, biting into the steak, tearing at it continuously. "Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you," Aang said, both amused and exasperated. This little guy is eating so eagerly, as if he's afraid someone will steal it from him. After playing for a while, Aang began to think about what she needed to do today. The basic setup of the campsite is complete. All that's left is a little reinforcement, but there's no rush. However, we still need guard animals. Having animals guarding the camp makes it safer. After all, a reinforced camp can keep out animals, but not people. There are already signs of people nearby, and we must prevent anyone from entering our camp while we are away. Bees don't launch attacks on their own. Anku was thinking about it. At this moment, National Survival issued a global announcement. The situation on the first day after the end of the new player protection period. The American athletes' camp was breached, and they sustained minor injuries. The Korean athletes' camp was breached, and they sustained minor injuries. The Australian athlete held his ground, but was seriously injured. The German athlete died. The Diamond Nation athlete has died. The Land of Diamonds will be punished, with the lifespan of all its citizens reduced by 5 years. As the announcement resounded throughout the world, the globe was shrouded in gloom. It's only the first day after the newbie protection period ends. The situation for the national team athletes was just that dire. The injured were injured, and the dead were dead. If the first day was like this, what about the next day? Will the beast attacks become even more terrifying? Survive one beast attack after another? The camp was destroyed, forcing them to flee the place where they had already established a foothold. For wilderness survivors, this is undoubtedly a fatal blow. This means everything has to start all over again. Moreover, it's not just the athletes who are suffering. Countries around the world are also in dire straits. Those countries where the nation's fate was sealed off by the deaths of its people were plunged into disaster. On this day, the death toll exceeded 10 million. Corpses littered the fields, and sorrow echoed across the land. Even those countries that haven't experienced natural disasters will feel a sense of shared sorrow upon seeing the tragic scenes broadcast live. However, there is one exception in the world, and that is the Dragon Country. The whole country was not greatly affected. After all, Aang not only withstood the beast attack last night and kept the camp unharmed, but also obtained a lot of food. This makes many countries even more eager to encounter Anko. Setting up camp near him would increase the safety factor. It can greatly increase the chances of survival. Even sharing Aang's resources is fine, since Aang is unlikely to kill anyone, right? If he does this, he, along with the Dragon Kingdom, will absolutely be despised by the world. With the announcement of the national fortune teller's situation concluded, the next step was to announce the rewards. First place in camp completeness, Dragon Kingdom's #1 contestant Aang. Camp damage level, 1%, caused by a leopard cub sharpening its claws. Second place, Jarvis, Australia's #1 contestant. The camp is 45% damaged. It was destroyed by a rhinoceros. Third place, the whole world is in an uproar. Those countries and viewers who hadn't previously paid attention to China now knew just how terrifying Chinese player Aang was. Only 1% damage? Or was it caused by the little leopard sharpening its claws? What's this? How exactly did Aang manage to do that? The second place vehicle was 45% damaged, even though it encountered a relatively harmless rhinoceros. If it were a highly aggressive wild animal instead, the camp would probably be destroyed. At this moment, the whole world knows Aang. The announcements for National Destiny Games are still ongoing. Congratulations to Aang, the #1 contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, for winning the reward, Spider Sense. New mission unlocked. Currently, none of the players have explored more than 0.1% of their respective islands. This mission is being issued to increase players' enthusiasm for exploring the island. Ultimate rewards will be given when exploration reaches 1, 10, 30, 50, and 100%. Furthermore, hidden rewards exist within the island and surrounding waters. Wishing all players a speedy discovery of the hidden reward. Chapter 60, Map Implantation. 5 more days. Are there hidden rewards on the island? Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? I should have chosen to explore that island. I wonder what the reward will be. The rewards must be pretty good. Just look at the rewards the Chinese contestants received, and you'll know. If we could get firearms, that would be awesome. The countries whose fates depend on the people are all in an uproar. The hidden reward gave them new hope. The hope of surpassing the Dragon Kingdom and utterly defeating Aang. If one could acquire powerful abilities, or even a helpful ally, That way we can surpass the Dragon Kingdom and take first place. Even if you can't find it, it doesn't matter. Just complete the task quickly and get the reward. At the same time, a new mission begins. In the game, National Destiny, everyone can experience their exploration of the deserted island. Furthermore, a map was implanted in his mind. The athletes only need to concentrate to make this map appear in front of their retina, like a holographic projection. This map not only clearly shows your current location, but also the areas you have already explored. All the athletes participating in the national games were deeply moved, including Aang. However, Nku's surprise far outweighed her shock, because his spider sense had been credited to his account. In the future, whenever danger approaches, he will be able to sense it in advance and thus avoid it. His survival rate undoubtedly improved further. This is truly a stroke of luck, Nku exclaimed with deep emotion. Just then, National Fortune Game released a new mission requiring players to explore the island. What is the biggest problem in exploring islands? Naturally, this means encountering danger. With the spider sense, Aang is able to explore the island more effectively. Of course, even without a mission, Aang will also choose to explore the island, but the mission of survival of the nation made him certain of one thing. That is, it is a large island, and all the contestants are on one island. Aang had previously thought that the contestants were located on different islands. Now it seems that this is not the case. Instead, everyone is on an island. Aang was determined to complete the mission before anyone else. At the same time, try to obtain as many hidden rewards as possible hidden on the island and in the nearby sea. After all, who knows if the beast attacks will become increasingly terrifying. 8 cows last night. Will it be 20 next time? 50 heads. Even hundreds. Once the numbers exceed a certain range, even if there are leopards, monkeys, and bees, the population will be affected. Aang was also unable to protect her camp. He knew he couldn't rely solely on natural affinity, as he did last night. His natural affinity had no effect on the herd of cattle. We must rely on other things to improve our combat power. Task rewards and hidden rewards are the best choices. Speaking of natural affinity, Aang hasn't been watching it much since the upgrade. I might as well take a look now. To Aang's surprise, the next upgrade for natural affinity will be in about 5 days. It should be noted that his first upgrade took a full 7 days. Now that my level has increased, I'm leveling up even faster? Could it be because there are many animals around? Or is it because you often interact with animals? Aang guessed. However, to find the answer, one must pay close attention at all times. Aang simply decided to stop thinking about it. In any case, it can only benefit me and not harm me. The most important thing right now is to complete the task as quickly as possible. If other competitors beat us to it, we'll lose a lot. With the spider sense present, I can be fine even when I'm alone. If you encounter a crisis that you cannot handle, leave immediately. With this in mind, Aang tried to open her map. Everyone gets this after the new task is released. As Aang concentrated his mental energy, a map soon appeared out of thin air in front of him. It really looks like some kind of cutting-edge technology. Aang found it amazing. It's like a holographic projection, which can be customized according to one's own ideas. Zoom in or zoom out. This map shows all the places Aang has ever been. For example, the beaches he frequented, as well as streams, campsites, banana groves, and the former habitats and hives of the rear colony. There is also an arrow above indicating Aang's location. With a map, Aang won't get lost even if she doesn't remember the way. In the jungle, the worst thing is to get lost. Now Aang no longer needs to be afraid of this. Of course, the same goes for the other contestants. Apart from the areas that Aang and others have already explored, the rest of the map was shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see anything there. You need to explore on your own to break through the fog. Aang was not surprised by this. This is true for many games. However, what Aang didn't understand was the dozens of question marks in the upper right corner. Nku frowned, pondering, what is this? He tried to use his consciousness to click on these mysterious numbers. Unfortunately, he neither saw nor heard any of the hints. Could this be the hidden mystery reward mentioned in the announcement? He shook his head. There was no way he would know the answer without receiving a mysterious reward. Therefore, Aang decisively abandoned the idea. He finally looked at his island's exploration progress. Dragon Kingdom contestant, Aang. Island exploration progress, 0.08%. Aang had a toothache. Good heavens. It didn't even reach 0.1. He had previously thought the area he was exploring was quite large. Little did I know that this was just the tip of the iceberg of the island. That makes sense if the island isn't too big. It's estimated that many of the players have already met. When Nku came to his senses, he found that the leopard had returned at some point. Aang was startled by their sudden appearance. Since the leopard showed no hostility towards him, the spider sense naturally had no effect. Little leopard, where did you go? Ankh asked. Inspect the territory. The leopard replied respectfully. Ankh nodded knowingly. That made sense. Little leopard, I'm going out for a bit. You'll be in charge of guarding the camp. Any creature that approaches the camp will be killed immediately. Understood. Golden leopard nodded in response, then paused and asked, if they come over with the stored grain, will you kill them too? And Ku coughed lightly. Of course not. You must not kill any animal that is close to me, Ankh warned. Are you kidding me? Monkeys are an important source of strength for me. Ankh originally planned to set off alone, but after thinking about it, he decided to wait for Little Scar and the others. Let them accompany you on your exploration. With the small scars there, the exploration will be a little smoother. Even when faced with danger, they choose to overcome it and continue moving forward. There is no need to take a detour. Soon, the familiar sound of monkeys calling came from outside the camp. It's finally here. Ankh's eyes lit up, and she immediately left the camp. Time to explore the islands. Chapter 61 Cow. There's milk. Because there are no guard animals, Ankh had no choice but to assign the leopard to guard the house. Then he led the monkey troop to explore the island. The little scars were in high spirits and offered no resistance whatsoever. Wherever Ankh went, some small animals stopped and approached him. Birds, squirrels, rabbits, and even groundhogs. This scene left the viewers in the live chat completely bewildered. Why? Foreigners were the first to get restless. Why were animals all actively approaching this little devil from China? Dissing Disney fairy tales? God, this is so unfair. After the first round of beast attacks, the vast majority of contestants were once again displaced, returning to square one. It's like the first day you arrive at National Fortune Game and have to endure hunger. The little devils of the Dragon Kingdom are doing well. Many animals are walking right into their trap. The key point is that this kid was quite disdainful and had no intention of catching the prey at all. Isn't this too much like Versailles? Many foreigners are envious and jealous. If you're not going to catch them, then let us catch them. Our contestants are still starving. Ankh had no intention of capturing these animals, because there was still a lot of beef left at the camp. Compared to these small animals, it's much more satisfying to eat large animals. However, Ankh was unaware that his actions had put many foreigners on the defensive. With a map, Ankh can plan her exploration of new areas much better. They bypassed the already explored areas and headed to the unknown. As the jungle gradually thinned out, Ankh and a group of monkeys unexpectedly found themselves on a grassland. The grasslands in the wild are not like the low-lying grasses of pastures. Instead, it didn't go past Ankh's knees. Little Scar, you guys need to keep an eye on your surroundings. Ankh reminded her. The dangers of the grasslands are no less than those of the jungle. For example, leopards, tigers, lions, hyenas, and even pythons. They can all hide in the grass. They launch an attack suddenly before you even realize it. Therefore, Ankh dared not let her guard down on the grassland. Be observant and attentive to all directions. Just then, a mo sound reached Ankh's ears. Ox. Ankh was all too familiar with that voice. His camp had been attacked by 8 bulls last night. Little Scar, watch your surroundings. Let's go take a look. Little Scar nodded. The monkeys were on high alert, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Grasslands are extremely unfavorable for them. Generally speaking, monkeys do not leave the tree canopy to come to the grassland, because it's too dangerous. Now they forcibly restrain their biological instincts and follow Ankh to the grassland. This is enough to show how loyal these monkeys are to Ankh. The sound of the cows mooing came from behind the small mound in front. If it's a herd of cattle, Ankh plans to mark it. We'll hunt cattle here again after we've finished eating the beef at the camp. Of course, Ankh won't hunt them all down at once. For long-term survival, sustainability is key. With the monkeys on high alert, Ankh successfully climbed the small hill. Soon we saw cattle behind the slope. The moment Ankh saw the 2 cows, her eyes lit up, because both cows were mostly white, with some spots on them. Even without the help of a golden touch, Ankh knew they were cows. Cows are great. Haha. In this way, we can have milk to drink. There are 2 cows, one is a large cow and the other is a calf. The big cow looked very nervous, while the little calf looked somewhat listless. Have they separated from their community? Ankh had some guesses. Instead of approaching cautiously, he swaggered in. With a level 2 natural affinity, that's how confident I am. At first, the large cow became alert upon hearing the noise. However, when it saw that it was Ankh, its tension subsided and it became docile. Natural affinity is amazing. Ankh was overjoyed. Then he took the initiative to greet everyone. Hello. The big cow mooed hello. Ankh went to the cows and asked Little Scar and the others to guard the surroundings. Then he continued talking to the cows, asking them why they were there. Just as Ankh had guessed, the cows and calves accidentally got separated from the herd. In the wild, social animals can hardly survive once they are separated from their group. The two cows had a very tough time being separated from their herd for the past few days. They are constantly attacked by carnivores. Fortunately, each attack was desperately blocked by the big cow. Even so, the calf was still injured. And the cow was also exhausted. I fear they will not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Ankh nodded. His eyes darted around, and he smiled, saying, "If you come with me, I'll take care of you and your child. How about that?" The worse off the two cows are, the better it is for Ankh. You can easily persuade others to follow you. Sure enough, faced with the current desperate situation, without any hesitation, the cow nodded and agreed to Ankh's invitation. After all, if they don't agree, tonight might be the last day. Ha ha, this is a wise decision. Ankh laughed from the bottom of her heart. From now on, I can have a glass of milk every morning. Let me help you look after your child. Ankh approached the calf. The latter did not resist, and even leaned forward to rub against Ankh. Live stream room. There is an old Chinese idiom, playing the lute to a cow, which means something is completely meaningless. This idiom has no meaning when applied to an kunao. Just how many animals can Bossan communicate with? Why bother with all this? The more powerful Bossan is, the better it is for us. Ha. Do you guys think it's possible to materialize a cow? Based on 1,000-fold realization, our Dragon Kingdom can obtain 2,000 dairy cows. The entire nation of Dragon Kingdom is filled with anticipation. Sure enough, it materialized 1,000-fold in the next second. 2,000 dairy cows have appeared in China. Erupted in celebration once again. Ankh breathed a sigh of relief after checking the calf. Little Milk has injuries. However, it's nothing serious. All he needs to do is rest. The reason I'm feeling so down is because I've been on the run recently, and my mind has been under constant tension. Once you return to camp, it will heal automatically in a few days. Go to that little mound up there. It's safer than anywhere else nearby. We will continue exploring and then take you to a safe place when we return. The current condition of the two cows makes it unsuitable for them to follow Ankh and the others on their exploration. Rather than delaying the process, it's better to let them rest here first. To soothe the cows, Ankh also arranged for 4 monkeys to protect them. Armed with spears, they are certainly more powerful in combat than cows. Ankh did not discover anything new during her subsequent exploration. The hidden mystery reward was also not found. This left Ankh somewhat disappointed. However, the good news is that Ankh's island exploration progress has reached 0.1%. It is currently the contestant with the highest level of exploration. So Ankh decided to stop the exploration here for today. The most important thing right now is to get the cows back to the camp safely. Chapter 62, Windmill Country People Steal Meat. Dragon Country is enraged. Anku was preparing to go back. Meanwhile, on the other side, the live broadcast room of Windmill Country was in an uproar. This is it. I remember this is the stream where that brat from the Dragon Kingdom used to fetch water. Yes, the water in this stream is not only clean, but it also has abundant aquatic resources. That damned brat from the Dragon Kingdom manages to sneak out of here every day to steal some delicious fish. How lucky. Our country's contestant is near that little devil from China. Setting up camp here offers a higher level of security. The government should contact Fu Air immediately and tell him there are Dragon Kingdom brats nearby. The parrot gorilla previously spotted someone nearby, and that person was this Windmill Nation contestant. At that moment, he was drinking wildly by the stream, completely disregarding his image. They drank and ate heartily, feeling incredibly refreshed. He finally managed to set up camp after a week of hard work, but it was destroyed by a beast attack last night. Fortunately, he was strong and healthy, which allowed him to escape unscathed. As the saying goes, those who survive a great calamity are destined for good fortune, and he has now discovered a stream of exceptionally high quality. Just then, the Windmill Nation contestant suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as a message appeared before him. Fowl immediately realized that this was a barrage of messages from his own country. He quickly turned on the live chat and started browsing. This stream is a prime resource. You can set up camp nearby. Continue along the stream, and you'll find the Dragon Kingdom athletes' campsite in a clearing beside a grove of trees. In order to send more information, the comments section was full of useful information. There were no greetings, no pleasantries, and no other nonsense. In the end, he told Fowl all the information in 100 words, including the location of Anko's camp. Upon seeing the above content, Fowl's deep eyes immediately lit up. The camp of those destined to rule the Dragon Kingdom. Couldn't I obtain some supplies from them? Now, Fuer is starving and desperately wants to get something to eat. They can do anything. Moreover, this is an action that poses no danger whatsoever. After replenishing his water, Forl immediately set off towards Aang's camp. If the Dragon Kingdom's destiny holder is in the camp, he then tried to ask the other party for some supplies. If the other party isn't at the camp, that would be best for him. He can possess all useful resources. The Dragon Kingdom naturally learned of this news immediately. Many people from the Dragon Kingdom began flocking to the Windmill Kingdom's live stream. Upon confirming that Forl was indeed heading towards Aang's camp, he became agitated. What does your Windmill country mean? Instead of setting up their own camp, they're going to our Dragon Kingdom athletes' camp? What bad intentions could we possibly have? That's right. Our Windmill country is a land of etiquette. I'm just going to take a look and learn from your Dragon Kingdom's camp. Fart. The chat began to churn. Fuer, who was watching the live stream, had already arrived at Aang's camp based on previous messages from the chat. Upon seeing the campsite, which resembled a wooden cabin, Fulton was immediately stunned. His striking features betrayed his disbelief. My God, how did the Chinese athletes do that? Didn't he encounter an animal attack? Now Fuer finally understood why the Chinese contestant received the first-place prize. The camp is in excellent condition. However, what puzzled Fu was why the Chinese athletes were able to complete such a large camp in such a short time. For most participants, setting up even a simple campsite is already quite an achievement. However, the Chinese contestant simply built a wooden hut. Shit, the Chinese players are living way too well. Fowl revealed his disgust and jealousy. His recent experiences are even worse than those of homeless people. Why do athletes from China get to live such good lives? Why is it so comfortable? He was unhappy, resentful, unconvinced, and incredibly jealous. However, Fuer suppressed all his negative emotions. They quietly approached the perimeter of the wooden house. Looking around from the outside, the luxuriousness inside the cabin once again shocked Forl. Inside, there was not only flooring, but also honey, earthenware jars for storing water, and several coconuts. What Fuer longed for most was that string of beef hanging up, drying in the sun. Gurgle. Fowl swallowed hard, but saliva still kept flowing out. His mind couldn't help but recall his experiences over the past week. They suffered from water shortages and hunger. After finally stabilizing their lives and building a shelter, their lives began to improve, only to be destroyed by a wild animal attack. His jealousy could no longer be contained, and greed gleamed in his eyes. Fowl disregarded everything else and rushed inside. He showed absolutely no gentlemanly manners, grabbing a bite of the drying beef and wolfing it down. Inside the live stream, the entire nation of China was enraged. Damn thief, robber. Is this the land of etiquette you keep talking about? Damn it. Shameless. Stealing from the West. Was it with Aang's permission? The mustachioed man's blitzkrieg strategy back then was absolutely correct. The people of Windmill Kingdom remained unconcerned when faced with the Dragon Kingdom's angry questioning. And they also have a group of cronies helping them to argue their point. It's just a little meat. Is it really that big of a deal for the Chinese? Look at your reaction. Why are you in such a hurry? It's just a little bit of meat. Exactly. You get so worked up over a little bit of meat from your Dragon Kingdom. Isn't that a lack of class for a major power? Doesn't your Dragon Kingdom say that you treat people with courtesy? It's all right for our Windmill Nation athletes to eat a little meat, right? If it were our country, we certainly wouldn't mind if your Dragon Kingdom came to eat meat. Is the Dragon Kingdom so petty? They won't even let us eat such a small amount of meat. In the program, guests such as Kong Hui, Sa Baining, and Lu Yifei were all very angry. These foreigners are really good at sophistry. If they had it, what's the point? The key question is, do you have it now? If that's really the case, would they change their tune? I don't think there's a big problem, expert Shui murmured. It's just a piece of beef, but we can exchange it for the friendship of a national athlete. However, before he could finish speaking, he was glared at angrily by Kong Hui, Sa Baining, Lu Yifei, and the others. Kong Hui was usually gentle and refined, but now he was full of imposing presence. He shouted, "This is not just a simple piece of meat. The camp is like our Dragon Kingdom territory. What Four is doing is infringing on our country's interests." That's right. Sa Baining usually takes a comedic approach and often pulls pranks. But now he has shown no sign of backing down. The Windmill Kingdom entered the camp and forcibly took food without going through our country or obtaining Anko's permission. This is theft. This is robbery. They don't respect our Dragon Kingdom. Smack. Out of anger, Sabanin slammed his fist on the table. Chapter 63 The Golden Leopard Killed Him. What does it have to do with Guanlong Kingdom? Sabanin's outburst did not draw criticism from the public. On the contrary, it won the applause of most people. Chui, on the other hand, has drawn the ire of most of the public. This guy has serious issues with his stance and attitude. The barrage of comments was filled with excitement, with people frantically tagging high-ranking officials in China. The top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom naturally took note of this. The reason it wasn't dealt with before was because we had investigated Chui's background. The problem couldn't be found in the background, which is why it hasn't been addressed. However, given the current public sentiment, this program can no longer tolerate expert Chui. We must act. Soon, the program was taken over by a new host, and Chui was stripped of his title as an expert, going from a highly respected expert to a pariah. This move won applause from the public. That's how it should be. Meanwhile, in the live stream, while enjoying his meal, Fu suddenly heard someone speaking. "These are our master's things. You cannot eat them." Fowl was startled at first, but when he turned his head and saw that the talking thing was a parrot, he couldn't help but sneer. "What? I thought the Chinese players had returned. So it's a bird." Fowl didn't hear what King Kong said, since the two sides couldn't understand each other's languages. But he didn't care about any of that. It's just a bird. What threat could it pose to him? But looking at this somewhat clever parrot, the devil in Four's heart was drawn out again. Loneliness has been his companion these days. However, the Chinese player kept a pet. And it seems to be a talking pet. He really knows how to enjoy himself. Fowl spat. But the next second, he grinned maliciously, his eyes filled with evil. If I kill this parrot, will the Chinese contestant be sad? He might break down because of this and end up dying in the wilderness. With a ferocious expression, Fowl grabbed at King Kong. King Kong flapped its wings and prepared to leave. But even in the limited space of the cabin, it was still caught by Fowler. The large, rough hands showed no sign of holding back. It gripped the Vajra tightly, causing it to groan in agony. Fowl felt great. These days of wilderness gaming have warped his mind. I wonder if parrots taste good. Fowl was very much looking forward to it. He was not afraid of Nku's revenge. After doing all that, he took the dried meat and honey and quickly fled the scene. The other party wanted to find him, but couldn't. The island is so big, and there are other contestants too. What is he afraid of? Even if we meet again in the future, given his burly physique, what can that brat from China do to him? Sneers filled the entire camp. However, what Fowl didn't notice was that behind him, a pair of fierce vertical pupils were staring at him, silent and still, like a ghost. However, the next second, an angry roar rang out. The leopard slapped Fowl away. The immense force sent Fowl flying several meters before he finally came to a stop outside the camp. Lying on the ground, Fowler was in great pain. He discovered that his abdomen was covered in blood, with several gruesome gashes. In alarm, Fowl looked up and saw a leopard slowly approaching him, with a cub beside it. The sheer size of the body made Fowl tremble all over, and he had no will to fight. Why? Why is there still a wild leopard in the camp? Fowl was stunned. Wasn't Ankh afraid that the wild leopard would be eaten? As a player, he couldn't watch the live stream, so he naturally had no idea how good the relationship was between Ankh and Jinky Ambeo. They not only ate together, but also slept under the same roof. The leopard wouldn't hurt Ankh at all. However, the leopard's attitude towards Four was quite different. The leopard's vertical pupils were sharp, revealing no trace of pity. Just now, while patrolling its territory with its cub, it dealt with a wild boar that had entered its territory. At the same time, I smelled an unfamiliar scent. After quickly dealing with the wild boar, it immediately returned to the camp to check if it was safe. When it returned to the camp, it witnessed a scene that enraged it. A strange human was stealing the food of his benefactor. Not only that, they also had to kill their benefactor's food reserves, parrots. How could the golden leopard tolerate this? He slapped her across the face, his claws outstretched, leaving her skin torn and bleeding. With Fowl knocked away, King Kong, who was being held, was able to escape. King Kong immediately took flight, overjoyed. He kept thanking the leopard. Thank you. Thank you. That was terrifying. The leopard glanced at the parrot, its heart filled with displeasure. If you have no fighting ability whatsoever, don't risk appearing in front of the enemy. Wouldn't it be better to wait for it to come back? Your benefactor assigned you the task of surveillance, not to stop the intruders. Fortunately, it returned in time, otherwise the parrot would have died. We'll ignore this mindless, reckless grain reserve. The leopard slowly walked towards Fort. Fowl was terrified, and he forced himself to stand up. Then they fled in a frenzy. However, severely injured, he fled at a snail's pace. The leopard easily caught up with him and pounced on him. Foal was indeed very strong, a muscular man over 1.9 meters tall. Unfortunately, it was still too small and thin compared to the leopard. No, don't kill me. You can't kill me. It will cause a breakdown in relations between the two countries. Fowl kept begging for mercy, hoping that the leopard would let him go. However, How could the leopard understand what he was saying? Even if it understands, without natural affinity, the leopard will not show mercy. It's just a leopard. What business is it of its diplomatic relations with other countries? What followed was a bloody scene. Those watching the live stream from Windmill Country were horrified. Many people turned pale, and some even vomited. Shortly after, Fowler died and remained motionless. From the Windmill Country revealed a nationwide sense of sorrow. Anger and fear gripped the hearts of the people of Windmill Country. They roared and angrily accused the Dragon Kingdom. Your Dragon Kingdom are devils from hell. Killing fellow human beings in front of the whole world is a crime against humanity. God will be angry. He will punish you thugs. Lighthouse, Kimchi, and many other countries seized this opportunity to strongly condemn China's actions. They weren't just saying that for show. There's also a sense of shared sorrow, like the rabbit mourning the fox's death. What if it were their players instead? Will he also be killed by the Dragon Kingdom player's golden leopard? To prevent this from happening, they must unite and demand an explanation from the Dragon Kingdom. Ideally, both parties should have an agreement, restricting Chinese athletes from taming beasts. The people of China will not tolerate this. Look at you all. The leopard is just hungry. Why are you all so angry? Besides, what does the fact that golden leopard killed people have to do with our Dragon Kingdom? That's right. Our bossin isn't here. Live streaming is sufficient alibi. Your Windmill Nation contestants were just unlucky. They ran into a beast. These words infuriated the foreigners. Chapter 64 The Windmill Kingdom arrives with poisonous leopards. Awesome. Foreigners were taken aback by the barrage of comments from China, especially those from the Windmill Country. They were determined to attack Ankh and the Dragon Kingdom. They felt that it was all China's fault. This led to the death of their Windmill Nation's athlete. In the segment, Kong Hui, Sa Baining, Liu Yifei, and others were all trying not to laugh. The people of Windmill Country immediately condemned them. As a public figure in front of the screen, how could you laugh when other countries are in trouble? Is your Dragon Kingdom such a gloating country? Do they have no morals or basic manners left? In the column, Kong Hui is very serious. Dear friends from the Windmill Country, we are professional hosts and will absolutely not burst into laughter. Unless I really can't help it. Kong Hui could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Laughter seemed to be contagious. Sa Baining, Liu Yifei, and Professor Wu all burst into laughter. Awesome. That's so awesome. For letting the Windmill Kingdom invade Anko's camp. As for whether he will be criticized by senior leaders afterward, I can't worry about that now. I'll just laugh it off. It seems that in the end, it was just a pretense to give them an explanation and to make them temporarily stop hosting the program. They will definitely not be subject to any substantial punishment. The Windmill Kingdom has other countries helping it, and the Dragon Kingdom naturally also has other countries speaking on its behalf. Ankh, Pakistan, Russia, Korea, and other countries have all spoken out and ridiculed the Windmill Country. The Windmill Nation is currently too exhausted to retaliate. National Fortune Games, announcement released. Windmill Kingdom's #1 contestant has died, resulting in a 5-year reduction in the lifespan of all citizens of Windmill Kingdom. Suddenly, all those who would die within the next 5 years collapsed to the ground. Corpses were everywhere, in houses, on the streets, in shopping malls. The entire Windmill Kingdom was thrown into chaos. Their population was already small, and now it's even smaller. I fear that in a few more years, the country will cease to exist. However, what followed was the real nightmare. 10,000 ferocious leopards will randomly descend upon the Windmill Kingdom. These leopards carry toxins and are not edible. The announcement ended, and the entire Windmill Kingdom was thrown into chaos. Because nobody knows where the leopard will appear. They could very well appear from behind and attack them. However, no matter how careful they were, the arrival of 10,000 leopards still caused incalculable deaths. The live broadcast of the punishment was truly shocking. Severed hands and feet are almost everywhere. Blood can be seen everywhere, in houses, on streets, and even in shopping malls. Most importantly, killing these leopards would be of no value. They cannot be eaten because they contain toxins. Furthermore, due to their very scattered distribution and the fact that these leopards are all very intelligent, the Windmill Kingdom is difficult to completely eradicate. According to experts' estimates, there will be more humans killed by leopards in the coming decades. The Windmill Kingdom had become a living hell, but the Dragon Kingdom's live stream was filled with jubilation. After all, this is karma. If the Windmill Nation contestants hadn't chosen to seize by force, would they have ended up like this? As long as you are polite enough, respect the Dragon Kingdom, and respect Ankh. Even if they don't get protection, at least they can get some meat. It's no problem to help them get through a day or two. In the game, National Destiny, A camp can be considered as the territory of a country. Invading our territory, who else would we target if not you? Moreover, it wasn't Ankh who made the move, but Golden Leopard. Meanwhile, in countries like the Lighthouse, Kimchi, and others, the leaders fell silent after witnessing the devastation suffered by the windmill country. The wild beasts raised by the little devil from China are truly capable of killing players from other countries. The idea of seizing resources was immediately abandoned. After all, if a Chinese player were to commit murder, other countries could condemn China in reality, exert pressure, or even impose sanctions. But what can they say when the beasts killed them? All the Dragon Kingdom needs to say is, what does it have to do with the Dragon Kingdom if animals kill your people? No country can do anything about China. However, although they had the idea of robbing it, but other thoughts kept popping up, and they were hard to suppress. From the results of Windmill Kingdom 4, Dragon Kingdom now has an absolute advantage in the national fortune game. Athletes from other countries can hardly compare. This situation must be broken. Otherwise, if things continue like this, these countries will gradually lose the initiative. Don't forget, other countries haven't yet achieved a 1,000-fold increase in this level of realization. Now, if we want freshwater resources, we can only buy them from China. After all, the Dragon Kingdom manifested the stream 1,000-fold. Leaders from various countries are discussing countermeasures and devising ways to break the deadlock. Livestream. Ankh led Little Scar and the two cows back to the camp. As she got closer, Ankh could smell a strong stench of blood. This made him frown. Soon, Ankh discovered Fowl's body. Suppressing his discomfort, he raised an eyebrow and asked the parrot what exactly it had discovered. The parrot found it difficult to use Chinese, so it simply used bird language to describe the process to Ankh. Ankh nodded knowingly, then glanced sideways at For's corpse and sneered. Everything is deserved. If you don't court death, you won't die. At the same time, he was very satisfied with his advanced planning. Just as I thought, we had to leave the animals behind to guard the camp. He has plenty of supplies in his camp now. Food and water are enough to drive any athlete crazy. In moments of desperation, many people will take desperate measures and resort to robbery and plunder. The initial description of the National Destiny game was quite good. Don't trust anyone. In this game, you not only have to guard against animals, but also against people. And sometimes, humans are more dangerous than animals. Little Scar arranged for a few monkeys to find a place to dump this man. Ankh didn't care which country the other contestant was from. Anything that is detrimental to his camp or threatens him. They were all enemies. Killing them was no big deal. Ankh then looked at the leopard and praised it with a smile. Well done, little leopard. Wait for me a minute. I'll go get you something delicious as a reward. Ankh plans to reward him with golden leopard milk. He then went to the big cow, only to find it trembling with fear. The calf also hid behind the mother cow, looking terrified and frightened. Ankh then realized that leopards are the natural enemy of dairy cows. He quickly reassured them. Don't be afraid. It's our friend too. You can use it to protect you in the future. The big cow looked completely bewildered. Your benefactor a friend of large carnivores? And they even said that carnivores would protect it and its offspring? Is it perhaps something that's ingested for protection? He was still afraid of the cow and didn't believe in himself. Ankh had no choice but to demonstrate it herself. He approached the leopard, then strode up and mounted it. This scene left both the large and small cows dumbfounded. This is allowed. Aren't you afraid of getting eaten? After Ankh's patient persuasion, and with Xiao Ba and the others getting along well with the leopard, things became much easier. The cows were slightly relieved, but still kept their distance from the leopard, afraid of being eaten. Ankh chuckled, feeling a terror born of instinct. It must be eliminated gradually over time. Stopping her hesitation, Ankh smiled and asked, "Could I have some milk?" "Of course, my benefactor," the cow replied without hesitation. Chapter 65 The earthenware pot comes in handy, seafood freedom. And Ku was delighted and immediately brought over a ceramic jar. Now, the earthenware pot really comes in handy. Previously, it could only be considered a small-scale operation. Ankh started milking. A few minutes later, he received a clay pot of milk. Next comes boiling the milk. However, high temperatures can destroy the nutrients in milk. The best practice is to use pasteurization. It involves heating the milk to about 70 to 80 degrees Celsius and maintaining that temperature for half an hour. In this way, the nutritional components of the milk will not be destroyed, and it can also achieve a sterilization effect. For Ankh, who has a golden touch, maintaining a constant temperature is not a difficult task. However, during this period, it is necessary to keep a close eye on things. The live stream chat showed that Ankh maintained a constant temperature throughout the half hour. My jaw dropped. This is allowed. How did you manage to do that without a thermometer? At this moment, and Ku became an absolute genius in the eyes of most people. He does many things exceptionally well. Half an hour later, Aang turned off the stove and put the milk aside. Then they started grilling the meat. This meal included grilled steak, milk, and honey for dessert. Both the leopard and the monkey ate with great relish. Unfortunately, the new member only eats grass and cannot enjoy a delicious and plentiful lunch. The live stream chat was once again flooded with envious comments. However, the people of China were equally overjoyed by the materialization of the cow. The foreigners couldn't help but curse. It's just a physical representation of a cow. What's there to be proud of? It is worth mentioning that many foreigners try every means to immigrate to China and obtain Chinese citizenship. Chinese citizenship has now become a highly sought-after commodity worldwide. This is especially true for wealthy people from abroad. The reason is that they spend a lot of money to obtain Chinese citizenship and even invested billions in China. Inside the live stream room, Aang, having eaten and drunk her fill, lay comfortably on the campsite floor. He was backed by a leopard, accompanied by a group of monkeys, while a parrot chirped to itself on one side. I'm so full. I'm so full. Nowadays, parrots can speak most of the Chinese language. That feels so good. Aang let out a long, comfortable breath. The leopard's fur is incredibly soft, and combined with its body lines, it's more comfortable than any cushion. He cleared his mind and looked out of the camp. The sun was shining brightly, and birds were singing all the time. Under the bright sun, butterflies danced among the flowers. The cows, meanwhile, were grazing contentedly. Everything was so warm and peaceful, it was a place to yearn for. Inside the live stream, the audience was completely engrossed. The comments section was filled with ganka, feelings/reflections. It's so beautiful. Did Earth ever have such scenery? So beautiful. I wish I could lie on the grass and let time fly by. Even if we do nothing and just waste time, it's fine. Being able to waste time in such a beautiful view is a wonderful thing, isn't it? That's right. I really hope that Boston can quickly restore the vitality of the Dragon Kingdom. Many people place their hopes on Aang. Hopefully, he can bring this beautiful scenery back to Earth and back to reality as soon as possible. Today, most of Earth is covered by deserts, with yellow earth and desert stretching as far as the eye can see. Inside the live stream room, Aang also really wanted to bring the beautiful scenery back to reality. In my previous life, I was a corporate slave, living a mediocre and uneventful life. Now, I've traveled to Earth and achieved financial freedom. We must bring the beautiful scenery back to reality and then travel all over the great rivers and mountains. After a peaceful afternoon nap, Aang decided to take the monkey troop to the beach. He hasn't been there for 2 or 3 days. It's unknown how many fish and shrimp the traps caught after 2 or 3 days of accumulation. Aang hoped there would be lobster. He hadn't had enough last time. The 2 cows remained at the camp, their sole purpose being to produce milk. The rest of the time, they can simply graze without a care in the world. The mother leopard and her cub remained at the camp to guard it. In addition to guarding the camp, we also need to protect the safety of the dairy cows. The leopard was very willing to take on this task. Since drinking milk, the cow has become a milk-producing animal in its eyes, serving as a reserve food source. It can produce very delicious milk. Given the precedent of Four's intrusion this morning, Aang left King Kong at the camp to be responsible for reconnaissance around the camp. Once humans are spotted, immediately notify the leopard to prepare it, and then go find Aang and report to him. Aang would rush back immediately. Soon, Aang and the monkey set off and arrived at the beach. One person and a group of monkeys worked together to pull the trap up. The fish immediately began to frolic and jump on the beach. The monkeys were so excited when they saw so much seafood that they started howling and squealing. Aang also had a big smile on her face. There are at least 20 sea fish, I estimate. In addition, there are various other types of seafood. Oysters, squid, crabs, shrimp, and the lobster that Aang had been longing for. The total number is definitely over 50. Ha ha, what a bumper harvest. Aang grinned from ear to ear as she directed the monkeys to load seafood. He brought a lot of pottery jars with him this time. However, there were definitely not enough earthenware jars. Some could only be held in hand. Inside the live stream, the audience became incredibly excited. So much seafood. Boston's trap looks ordinary, but it's actually very useful. Where in the normal ocean could a trap catch so much seafood? Ha ha. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what witty remarks King Kong will make when he sees his favorite sea fish. If it were here, it would probably keep yelling Crazy Thursday. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Who wouldn't love a parrot that talks so slyly? The audience adored these intelligent animals. For this reason, some people even launched a poll on the largest short video app in the country. Cast your favorite animal. King Kong, known for his foul mouth, was ranked first. Next are Little Scar and Little Leopard. The former was the first animal Aang tamed, while the latter was fierce and domineering, giving people a strong sense of security. During the live stream, while scooping up the net, the little scarred monkeys looked at Aang with adoration. "Your Majesty is truly remarkable. There will be lots of seafood to eat tonight." Little Scar even asked Aang for a few crabs. It means his wife likes to eat it, and he wants to take it back for her to eat. Aang initially thought that Xiaoba loved his wife very much. But when it said it had 8 wives, Aang immediately took back what she had just said. Good heavens, he has a whole harem of wives and concubines. Aang used vines to pack the seafood that couldn't fit in the earthenware jar. All you need to do is string the sea fish together. Aang then packed up all the fish, and the announcement for the National Fortune Game sounded. Congratulations to Aang, the #1 contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, for achieving the condition of 1000x realization. All the captured seafood is displayed 1,000 times more realistically. Chapter 66 The Corpse Disappears, Shocking Little Leopard. The audience in the live stream room was in an uproar. Forgive my lack of culture, but holy crap is all I need. Bosson caught at least a dozen different kinds of seafood this time. Ha. Once these seafoods, multiplied 1,000-fold, multiply and multiply, reproduce in our Dragon Kingdom's waters, we'll be able to eat seafood. By the way, will the current living conditions in the ocean cause these tangible seafood to die? This statement has caused many people to start to worry. Yes, marine pollution is very serious now. Could it cause these seafood to die? For any animals that appear on land, the Dragon Kingdom can immediately dispatch personnel to settle them. However, creatures in the ocean cannot do that. In the segment, Kong Hui asked the professionals present about the most common concerns raised by the viewers in the live chat. Professor Wu chuckled softly. At first, I had the same concerns as you. Normal organisms would find it difficult to survive in the ocean today. Even the sea areas that our Dragon Kingdom has governed are the same. However, according to the investigation by Xiao Liang, a national-level biological expert, the creatures manifested in the National Fortune Game are very different. It is more resilient than the original organisms and can adapt to many harsh environments. Therefore, these marine creatures can survive and reproduce in our Dragon Kingdom's waters. Of course, it only applies to the waters of our Dragon Kingdom. It's impossible to survive in the waters of other countries. Upon hearing this, the foreigners turned green with anger. Back then, the Dragon Kingdom spent trillions to manage the oceans and was ridiculed and laughed at by people all over the world. However, they can no longer laugh, having been slapped in the face by the Dragon Kingdom. These tangible marine creatures cannot survive in other sea areas. Doesn't that mean that no matter how many marine creatures proliferate, other countries won't benefit? Even if you're lucky enough to sneak a few seafood, it won't do you any good. After all, if you can't raise them, it's all for nothing. However, countries that are on good terms with China are overjoyed. Friends from the Dragon Kingdom, when you have a lot of seafood, you should import some for us, the Russian bears. We hope that our friends from China can give us some too, of course, after China has become self-sufficient. The Pakistani people were more restrained. Other countries that are on good terms with China have also expressed their hope that China will produce more aquatic products in the future. It can be imported to their country. These countries also took the opportunity to make fun of the lighthouse, referring to China, as well as countries like Korea and South Korea. Thanks to these countries' own self-destructive actions, these small countries have the opportunity to cooperate with China first. Otherwise, if countries like the lighthouse, kangaroo, etc., cooperate with China in trade, what business do these small countries have? Lighthouse, kangaroo, kimchi, and other countries are furious. The public is also dissatisfied that the national leaders did not manage the ocean in the same way as the Chinese nation. If the marine environment is the same, once the marine life in the Dragon Kingdom's waters reaches saturation, it will surely proliferate in various places. They will also benefit from that, as they will have seafood to eat. However, now they can't get any benefits at all. It may even be impossible to import from China in the future. On YouTube, Iron Man Kamigaya posted a rant against the management of Lighthouse. The management of Lighthouse are all sons of bitches. His post infuriated the Lighthouse administration. But there's nothing we can do about this guy. After all, in the world of capital, only money matters. Livestream. After Aang and the monkeys with small scars collected the fish, they continued exploring the beach. They only stopped at the edge of a cliff. Looking at the towering cliff, Aang said to Little Scar, "It seems that if we want to eat coconuts anytime soon, we'll have to find a new beach." Aang couldn't be sure if there was a beach on the other side of the cliff. "We can only explore this slowly." "All right, Time to call it a day and go home. And Ku announced loudly. Today's gains were quite significant, not only raising the exploration level to 0.1%. They also gained 2 dairy cows, so they can have milk to drink from now on. Finally, there was a sumptuous feast of seafood. We'll have big lobsters tonight. Following the familiar route, Ankh led the little scarred monkeys back to the camp, only to encounter King Kong along the way. Ankh immediately asked in a deep voice, "What happened at the camp?" "The body is gone. The body is gone." King Kong flapped its wings and said to Enku. Enku frowned. "The body is gone." He was very surprised. How could this be? "Come on, take me to see this." Led by King Kong, they soon arrived at the burial site of the foreigner. Sure enough, the foreigner's body had vanished without a trace. What's going on? Enku became extremely vigilant. He quickly instructed King Kong and Scarface to search the vicinity of the territory to see if they could find any clues. At the same time, the comments section exploded. Holy crap, where did the Windmill Nation athlete's body go? It must have been carried away by some animal, right? If it was really carried away by an animal, wouldn't it have left clues? I didn't see a single clue at the scene. It doesn't look like it was done by human hands. Could it be something unclean? Hey upstairs, don't scare me. A body that mysteriously disappeared. It's chilling to think about. I got goosebumps. Trust science. All the talk about uncleanliness is just us scaring ourselves. With such immense power, it's possible that the National Destiny game couldn't possibly create such a supernatural contraption. Oh my god, what you guys said has made me afraid to watch live streams. Wilderness survival live stream instantly turns into a horror live stream. The disappearance of the foreign athlete's body has caused widespread panic in China. Everyone was on high alert and worried, wanting to know exactly what had happened. Who exactly moved the foreigner's body? Or was it taken away by something? After all, normally a human corpse that large wouldn't just disappear without a trace so easily. The top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom even dispatched top criminal investigation experts to try to analyze the possible situation outside of the live broadcast. Live stream. King Kong and the monkeys with small scars searched the area, but returned empty-handed, finding no clues. Enku pondered for a moment, then decided to ignore it. The location of the body was some distance from the camp. There are leopards protecting the camp, so even if it's a large carnivore, there's no need to be overly afraid. Therefore, Ankh decisively led the team back to camp. When Ankh and the others returned to the camp, they saw the leopard carrying a very large fish back with it. Upon seeing Ankh, a smug look appeared on its face. Ankh was both amused and exasperated. What an arrogant wild leopard. Little leopard, didn't I tell you to just guard the camp? Why did you go hunting? The leopard didn't care much and placed the big fish in front of Ankh. He then said, I was afraid you hadn't caught any prey, so I brought this back to eat. That way we won't go hungry today. Enku smiled slightly. Little leopard, you won't need to work so hard in the future. I said you should stay in the camp, so just stay in the camp. My hunting skills are top-notch. After speaking, Ankh raised her chin and asked the little scar monkeys to bring out the prey they had captured. The little leopard was soon shocked by the amount of food Ankh brought back. Chapter 67 The Dumbfounded Leopard. Is the expert a traitor? The harvested seafood covered the ground. The leopard's vertical pupils widened in disbelief. How could its benefactor hunt so much food? In the worldview of the golden leopard, this is an incredible thing. In the live stream, the audience couldn't help but laugh as they watched the shocked leopard. Look, the leopard is dumbfounded. I'm so happy. I bet this leopard is completely bewildered, seeing so much food for the first time. Golden leopard. I thought he needed me to support him, but I didn't expect him to be such a ruthless person. It wasn't just the dumbfounded leopard that amused the audience. King Kong, who was shouting Crazy Thursday, also became the butt of everyone's jokes. I told you, this parrot is full of swear words. I don't know why this guy likes eating sea fish so much. Now you speak Chinese so fluently. So clever. During the live stream, the next part of the time was naturally for cooking. Crabs, oysters, squid, and the lobster that Ankh had been longing for. During this time, Ankh had a mischievous idea and decided to test whether King Kong could distinguish the taste of sea fish and river fish. So, taking advantage of little Scar's inattention, Ankh gave the river fish meat to King Kong. In the live stream, viewers could all see Ankh's mischief. While laughing and joking, Ankh, a little mischievous, was also looking forward to seeing if King Kong could tell that it was a river fish. The vast majority of people think it's impossible. After all, unless it's a fish with a special flavor, it's hard to tell if it's a fish from the sea. Parrots cannot possibly have eaten all kinds of sea fish, so naturally they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. However, to everyone's surprise, when King Kong took the first bite, It immediately let out a sharp cry. It flew angrily to Ankh and said, "Resisting piracy is everyone's responsibility. Resisting piracy is everyone's responsibility." Ankh was surprised. Did King Kong actually taste it? Viewers in the live stream were quite surprised, as they didn't expect the parrot to actually find the food. In the segment, Professor Wu shared his knowledge with everyone while smiling. Animals' sense of taste is vastly different from that of humans, and the salt content of sea fish is very different from that of river fish. It's normal to be able to tell the difference. The crowd suddenly realized what was happening, and at the same time, they were amused by what the parrot had said. "Fuck you, everyone's responsibility to combat piracy." I'm dying of laughter. This parrot keeps spouting nonsense. They're practically the atmosphere maker for any live stream. I really want to raise one. During the live stream, Ankh eventually gave the King Kong sea fish to eat. It immediately started singing happily and also said something witty. "It's delicious whether it's sweet or savory. Master, I want more honey." Ankh was both amused and exasperated, wondering where the parrot had learned such witty remarks. All around, Little Scar and the others no longer need Ankh's grilled fish. They are no longer afraid of fire and have learned to bake their own food. The only drawback is that they cannot time things perfectly. Some of the food wasn't even fully cooked, but the monkeys couldn't wait to eat it. Some of them have been burned to charcoal, but they are still burning. Ankh wasn't angry. Instead, she patiently taught the little Scars. He treated the monkeys as if they were humans. These monkeys are actually very intelligent, they just lack experience. With proper guidance, Ankh believes that the monkey will become his capable assistant in the future. After all, Ankh didn't know how long he would stay here. What challenges will follow? He could also reap huge benefits if he could train these monkeys to be like humans. Look at how seriously the little Scars are studying. Ankh suddenly had a strange thought. Could this be how humans evolved? After this thought came to mind, Ankh's breathing became heavy. The methods used in the National Destiny game are so extraordinary that they are almost divine. Sending humanity back to the past is not impossible. And Ankh dared not think about it anymore, because the more she thought about it, the more horrified she felt. Humans have always been afraid of the unknown. The parrots, the leopard mother and her cub, and the monkeys were all eating and drinking to their heart's content. Ankh treated the two cows well. On his way back, he brought back quite a bit of good fodder, enough to capture the taste buds of dairy cows. The two cows were eating happily, and at one point the larger cow couldn't help but glance at Ankh. It sighed with a myriad of emotions. "This place is like paradise compared to my previous life. Not only does it have delicious forage, but it is also very safe." It secretly vowed to work hard to produce high-quality milk. This allows Ankh, my benefactor, to drink milk with excellent taste. Its milk is its benefactor for life. After finishing her meal, Ankh ate a banana to aid her digestion. He planned to grill all the remaining sea fish and then lay them out on the table to air dry. Extend the shelf life to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. As for crabs, Ankh packed some for Xiaoba. Let this womanizer take it back to please his wife. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Little Scar was extremely grateful that Ankh had kept it in mind. This shows that it holds a place in Ankh's heart. Otherwise, why would he bother with such a trivial matter? As night fell, Little Scar led his troop of monkeys back to their habitat. It's worth mentioning that Little Scar and the others have already started making arrangements to move. I plan to find a suitable habitat that is close to the camp. This not only makes things easier for their own monkey troop, but also allows them to protect Ankh immediately if he encounters danger. After the monkeys left, night fell completely. The jungle in the wild was very dark. Even with moonlight, it cannot bring light. The occasional roars of wild beasts added to the atmosphere of fear in the darkness. However, the campsite was filled with warmth and coziness. Ankh is teaching the parrot English. As for Chinese, King Kong, who can already shout, "Crazy Thursday," does he really need to be taught? Day and night alternate, time flies. In the morning, Ankh got up early as usual to wash up. When surviving in the wild, Ankh never stays up late. After all, there's not much to do at night. All I can do is tease the parrot and pet the little leopard. Today's breakfast is milk, bananas, and fish. There are still plenty of bananas in the banana grove, more than you can eat. You simply can't eat them all. Every day, Little Scar and the others would bring some bananas with them. Since he started eating bananas every day, Ankh feels his stomach is in great shape. Outside the live stream room, hundreds of millions of people were online early in the morning. In the segment, Kong Hui and Sa Baining greeted the audience with smiles. The early bird catches the worm. Dear viewers, I hope you have a wonderful day today. We also hope that Ankh can contribute more resources to our Dragon Kingdom today. Some viewers who hadn't watched the live stream noticed that the annoying expert, Chui, was nowhere to be seen. I couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. That expert, Chui? Oh ho, that clown is finally gone. Damn it, I've disliked him for a long time. Chui was mentioned. Kong Hui's expression turned serious. He said in a deep voice, "Today I also have something to announce to the national audience. Chui is under investigation for suspected treason." Chapter 68, A New Crisis, The Tiger. Oh wow, has the expert suddenly become Mr. Chui? Ha. This is truly gratifying. I suspected there was something wrong with that guy a long time ago. Bossin, who keeps belittling us, should be investigated. Even though Bossin isn't in China, he's managed to find a traitor for us. Bossin, you're awesome. Chui undoubtedly brought joy to the public. Aang's contributions to the Dragon Kingdom are evident to all. Perhaps memories will become blurred over time. But admiration and worship are different. Moreover, Aang is currently making contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. The fate of the Dragon Kingdom for the next century rests in his hands. Livestream. After finishing breakfast, Aang prepared to go out and explore. Continue to increase the island's exploration progress. However, at that moment, the leopard strode over. It growled and said to Aang, "My benefactor, I've detected the scent of a tiger nearby." Upon hearing this, Anka stopped in her tracks, her expression turning serious. "It smells like a tiger?" "That's right," the leopard nodded. "I left my scent nearby, considering it my territory. Ordinary animals dare not approach easily. However, this tiger showed no fear and still entered my territory. It seems they've come with ill intentions. My benefactor, you must be careful lately." And seemed to be deep in thought. He thought of the foreign bodies that had disappeared before. Could it be related to this tiger? If it really is related to this tiger, then the problem is quite serious. This means that the enemy has already infiltrated the vicinity of the camp. And they even ate human flesh. There's a saying that goes, "An animal that has eaten human flesh cannot be left alive." This is based on scientific evidence. This means that it has already put humans on its menu and will launch attacks against them. I understand. And nodded. Inside the live stream, the audience looked completely bewildered. The audience can understand the dialogue between Aang and Jean Gang. However, the crowd couldn't understand his conversation with the leopard. What did the leopard say to Enku? I don't know. Judging from Enku's serious expression, it must be something bad. Could it be related to the disappearance of foreign corpses? I think it's possible. That's the strangest thing that's happened recently. I got goosebumps. However, it was as if he was answering questions from viewers in the live stream. A tiger's roar suddenly echoed from the jungle. A woo! The sound was like thunder, striking straight to the heart and chilling all who heard it. In the jungle, birds cried out in alarm and took flight, clearly quite frightened. The viewers in the live stream also heard the roar and immediately went wild. Holy crap! What kind of monster is that? That sound is terrifying. Tiger or lion? In the column, Kong Hui's expression changed. He immediately consulted Professor Wu. Professor Wu has excellent professional knowledge. He can identify an animal just by its sound. That roar was from a tiger. However, I have never heard such a loud tiger roar before. I'm afraid this tiger. Professor Wu did not say it explicitly because he had not encountered this situation either. If you can't judge, you can't make a decision easily. When the audience heard about the tiger, their hearts sank, and they felt worried for Enku. Holy crap, there's a tiger nearby. That's the king of the jungle, several times more ferocious than a leopard. That tiger's roar shook the heavens. It must be a huge beast. It must be a big one. Look how big the leopard is. Tigers are 2 or 3 times bigger than leopards. I can't even imagine how big it is. I'm afraid one slap could smash a car to pieces. During the live stream, King Kong swiftly flew back from the jungle. Judging from its panicked appearance, it must have been quite frightened. Upon seeing Aang, it immediately shouted, "Monster! Monster! A monster attacked me! Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor!" Enku quickly stepped forward. "Jean Gang, are you hurt?" It turns out that the tiger's roar just now was related to King Kong. After checking King Kong's entire body and finding that it was unharmed, Aang breathed a sigh of relief. These are our scouts. They can't be allowed to get hurt. And they've trained for so long. What if something happens to King Kong? Aang suffered enormous losses. King Kong, from now on, don't run around. Tigers are also a type of feline. The hunting skills are excellent. They were also adept at hunting birds. If King Kong is targeted again, he might not be so lucky next time. Everyone in the live stream was terrified. Unexpectedly, King Kong almost died at the hands of the tiger as soon as it was discovered and never came back. This made the public realize something. The tiger had been lingering near Aang's camp. Has Aang been targeted by a tiger? There were no beast attacks last night, so I thought we had made it through. I never imagined that the danger was far from over. Should we ask Boston to relocate the base? Are you kidding me? The camp was finally set up, with plenty of food reserves and pottery jars inside. How could we possibly move it? Exactly. If we move, we'll have to start all over again. Even Boston suffered huge losses, and it will be difficult to recover in the short term. There are many supplies collected by Ankh in the camp, and earthenware pots, food, and such things. It's very difficult for Ankh to move now. However, some people are not worried. Look how anxious you all are. It's like the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuchs are. Do you see Boston getting anxious? A tiger has come to the neighborhood, which is actually a good thing for Boston, right? Don't forget how Boston tamed the golden leopard last time. He didn't fight at all. He easily subdued a capable lieutenant simply through communication. It's no secret that Ankh can now communicate with animals. Everyone knows. When someone said that, the people who were originally anxious and worried suddenly felt that what they said made a lot of sense. Yeah, Boston can communicate with animals. Maybe he can tame this tiger too? Tigers are several times stronger than leopards. If Ankh can tame the tiger, she will become the king of the forest. And there are even bigger mounts. Thinking of this, many people became excited and looked forward to it. In that case, I'd like to see that tiger. Yes. I also want to see what that tiger looks like. Boston would look really cool riding a tiger. By the way, why aren't any people from countries like the United States refuting this in the live stream? It's a miracle. Everyone's gone silent. Ha. I guess they've already been proven wrong and are numb to it. The foreigners in the live stream were indeed completely dumbfounded. They had been humiliated by Ankh too many times before. They believed that Ankh would easily resolve this crisis. Then the Dragon Kingdom player gained another powerful general. Chapter 69. Without a clue, the leopard won't leave even a step. It's not that the foreigners aren't putting pressure on us. Rather, it's because the animals they were trying to give hope to were simply too unhelpful. Ankh has already tamed the monkey, leopard, and bee. The 8 cows, each the size of a small truck, were easily defeated by Ankh and the other animals working together. They all suspected that Nku was a legendary land deity from the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, how could they keep pushing their values to the limit? So those cultivation novels from China really weren't lying to me. However, what they didn't know was that Ankh had no confidence in facing the tiger this time. Although the leopard is also a large feline. However, it can be affected by the level 2 natural affinity, thus becoming closer to Ankh. As long as Ankh does not threaten its life, then it will not be hostile to Ankh and will not attack her. However, tigers are different. Level 2 natural affinity has no effect on it at all. Furthermore, the other party is suspected of having eaten human flesh. This signal was very bad for Ankh. This will make the tiger more hostile towards him and treat him as prey. The leopard noticed that Nku was preoccupied and whispered, "My benefactor, you don't need to worry too much. From now on, I will stay here at all times and will not leave for even a moment." In that case, the tiger will most likely not come to the camp. For wild animals, they will never choose prey that is highly dangerous if they can hunt it easily. Because in the wild, an injury could very well mean death. That's why predatory beasts generally don't attack animals that look very powerful. People will only take risks to survive if they are starving. Clearly, leopards are considered difficult prey by tigers. So unless the tiger goes crazy, it's highly unlikely to hunt it on its own. Ankh nodded. "Little leopard, the camp is in your hands now. If any real danger arises that you can't handle, just leave. If the tiger really attacks the camp and the leopard can't handle it, Ankh wouldn't mind if it abandoned the camp. At worst, we can just throw away the dried meat and stored honey inside. Of course, afterwards, Ankh will definitely take revenge on Little Scar and the golden leopard. The main idea is, as long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. As long as the tiger doesn't provoke him, he won't go looking for trouble with the tiger now. After all, he wasn't very confident right now. Secondly, Ankh is actually a bit greedy. The plan is to try to tame the tiger rather than kill it. In 4 more days, his natural affinity will be upgraded. Then we might be able to subdue that tiger. Just to be on the safe side, Ankh also left behind 2 monkeys. They can provide cover for the leopard in critical moments. Even in a crisis, it can help the leopard take his son away. If a leopard wants to escape, it cannot take its cubs with it. However, monkeys can do it. That's the advantage of having hands. After making the arrangements, Ankh decided to continue the adventure that had just been suspended. Exploration is absolutely essential. After all, you can get rewards after reaching a certain stage. If we dare not leave the camp because of the tiger, it is highly likely that foreign players will beat them to it. That would be bad. The camp is guarded by leopards, monkeys, and bees. It should be able to hold out for 4 days without any problems. Just like I said before, as long as this tiger doesn't go crazy. They will not easily choose to attack camps. As for his personal safety, with her spider sense, Aang can avoid danger immediately. It was impossible for the tiger to ambush him. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were confused. What's going on? Isn't Bossin planning to go and tame that tiger? I don't understand either. If we entrust it to them like this, wouldn't the camp still be in danger? If the tiger attacks the camp while Bossin is away, all the supplies we've had these past few days will be gone. Does this mean that Aang is also powerless against the tiger this time? Oh no. Oh no. Could something terrible have happened? I'm getting nervous again. Aang's actions made the crowd realize that he seemed powerless against the tiger. If that weren't the case, given Aang's personality, he couldn't just leave that tiger unattended. Don't forget, when the monkeys came for help, saying there were leopards, Aang rushed to the monkey's habitat without hesitation to provide assistance. In the segment, Kang Hui and Sa Baining reassured the audience, telling them to relax. However, they themselves were not at ease at all. Clearly, Aang was not confident in taming the tiger. That's why they chose to let the tiger roam near the camp without paying it any attention. Lu Yifei blinked her beautiful eyes, which were full of worry. I silently prayed that Aang would be safe. Professor Wu originally intended to use his professional knowledge to ease the tension. Tigers are solitary animals. They only seek out mates and gather together when it is time to reproduce. There's a saying that goes, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. However, Aang's world is the national destiny game. It seems no different from reality, but who can be sure? Experiences of being attacked by several tigers at once. He ultimately met a tragic end in that tiger attack. In the game of national destiny, anything is possible. Surprisingly, there haven't been any sarcastic or mocking comments from foreigners so far. Yes, there are some, but not many, just 1 or 2 occasionally. These 1 or 2 comments were quickly drowned out by the barrage of messages, and almost no one noticed them. The foreigners were really well behaved and didn't pop the champagne ahead of time, because they've discovered that they now have to be somewhat mindful of China's feelings. After all, Aang has brought a lot of resources to the Dragon Kingdom. Freshwater, various plants, animals, and seafood. If their players continue to underperform, they will have far too many requests to come to China in the future. Although the relationship between the 2 sides is not good at present, it has not reached the point of being strained. There is still room for easing tensions. If the conflict continues, the 2 sides may very well be unable to reach a consensus. In the future, countries like Pakistan and Russia will live a life of luxury thanks to China. What will they do? During the live stream, after giving her instructions, Aang left the camp with little Scar and the others. Although there were tigers nearby, he did not show any sense of urgency. Instead, he felt relaxed and took a leisurely stroll, just like any other day. After all, with spider sense around, there's no need to put too much pressure on yourself. This time, Aang chose a completely new direction. Start from the other side of the stream. The camp is bordered by a stream to the south and banana groves and monkey habitats to the east. The northeast is where beehives were found and where dairy cows were encountered on the grasslands. To the west is a beach. Aang didn't venture much into the area opposite the stream to the south. The only time they ventured there, they discovered wild boars and mud pits. I wonder if we'll be able to catch any wild boars this time. Aang licked her lips. After eating too much beef and fish, it's good to eat some pork. Chapter 70. Mango tree discovered, spider sense appears. Along the way, many small animals continued to approach Aang after encountering her. In about half an hour, many small animals had gathered around Aang. This scene still left the viewers in the live stream in awe. So you really are a DS, double income no kids. Just like the princes and princesses in fairy tales, they are accompanied by small animals wherever they go. Another 10 minutes or so later, one of the monkeys that had been leading the way suddenly rushed back excitedly. The viewers in the live stream all held their breath. Have you discovered anything unusual? Could it be that tiger? No way. Please don't. The leopard isn't here. Relying on little Scar and his gang to fight the tiger, the chances of winning are too slim. However, Aang remained calm and composed during the live stream. Calmly asked the scout monkey what it has discovered. The fact that the spider sense was not triggered indicates that there is no danger. The monkey exclaimed excitedly, "There's a mango tree up ahead." And Ku's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Haha, isn't it green? He absolutely loves eating green mangoes. The sour taste is really killing to the mouth. Besides green mangoes, Aang also likes green plums. It's exhilarating and exciting. Aang didn't know how to describe it. Only those who liked her could understand this feeling. He hadn't eaten since he transmigrated to Earth. Even if he has achieved financial freedom, he still cannot enjoy the pleasures of food. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Haha. Ankh decisively let the monkey lead the way and headed in the direction the monkey indicated. After passing through a grove of trees, Ankh soon saw more than a dozen mango trees. There were more than a dozen large and tall mango trees, covered with densely packed mangoes. Most of these mangoes were a mix of green and yellow, indicating they weren't very ripe. To Ankh's surprise, there was a mango tree covered with green mangoes. Ha 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 ha. This discovery made Anko burst into laughter. Finally, I can eat some tart green mangoes. Scarface, it's your turn to move in. Pluck this mango tree clean. The crowd around Little Scar had already been unable to contain themselves any longer. It's often said that monkeys love bananas, but they are actually omnivores. You get tired of eating bananas after a while. Under Ankh's command, the monkeys roared as they climbed the mango tree. At the same time, as Little Scar and his pack took over the mango tree, a national fortune game announcement suddenly sounded. Congratulations to Ankh, the #1 contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, for fulfilling the conditions for realization. A mango forest manifests 1,000-fold in the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom erupted in jubilation in the live stream room. I was wondering why Bosson was so happy. Turns out he discovered a new fruit. Mango. My favorite. Global warming? We can make mango smoothies. Ha ha. With 16 mango trees, the Dragon Kingdom will have 16,000 mango trees. Just thinking about it makes me feel awesome. They've built a mango plantation. As long as we cultivate them well, our Dragon Kingdom will soon be able to achieve mango freedom. Which country has people who know how to plant trees better than our Dragon Kingdom? That's right. Be proud of farmers. In prosperous times, farmers were subjected to all kinds of contemptuous looks. However, these self-righteous people did not think about it. Their ability to live a life of plenty is all thanks to the hard work and dedication of the farmers. With resources scarce and food in short supply, many talented people have finally realized the importance of this. Farmers are the cornerstone of a country's prosperity and strength. People can live without cell phones and various high-tech devices, but they cannot live without food. Therefore, farmers are highly respected in this day and age. In the live stream room, Xiaoba personally picked a few green mangoes and presented them to Anku with both hands. Your Majesty, these mangoes aren't ripe yet. Shall I pick some other ones for you? Anku chuckled, taking the mango as she said. No need. I just like these mangoes. Took the green mango, peeled off the skin, and started eating. The green mango bursts with tartness upon first bite. Ankh perked up immediately. That's it. That's the feeling. Ha 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 ha. Some green mangoes have no sourness at all and taste dry. However, the tartness and texture of this green mango were absolutely authentic. It can't be stopped. It just can't be stopped. Ankh found the sour and tangy flavor incredibly delicious. Inside the live stream, watching Ankh devour the green mango immediately sparked a heated debate. Hiss. Doesn't Ankh find it sour? It's making my teeth hurt. I'm already starting to frown. What's so good about green mangoes? Upstairs, you just don't understand, do you? Green mangoes taste better. That's right. That's the true soul. Ha ha ha. Bosson and I are kindred spirits. Oh no. I'm already drooling as I look at the screen. My saliva is already dripping all over the floor. King Manjeets, when will I be able to achieve mango freedom, a Chinese idiom for financial freedom? Livestream. Ankh only needs to stand leisurely under the tree and eat green mangoes. He wasn't needed at all for picking mangoes. The monkeys scrambled to pick the mangoes. Climbing trees was one of their strengths. Even if Ankh wanted to help, these guys would definitely stop her. How could their king possibly have to go through the trouble of climbing a tree? The monkeys jumped around, and, in less than half an hour, they had stripped several mango trees bare. All right, let's leave it at that for now. Ankh threw the mango pit on the ground, clapped her hands, and said to the monkey in the tree, mangoes can actually be stored for a relatively long time. The main problem is that if there are too many, they can't be taken back. If you leave it here, it will definitely disappear the next day. There will definitely be various animals eating it at night. Looking at the abundance of mangoes, the viewers in the live stream felt both envious and moved. Climbing trees is truly a monkey's forte. Without these adorable monkeys, Bosson would probably have had just as tough a day as the first day. On her first day in the national fortune game, Ankh spent quite a bit of time picking coconuts. Even if he could improve his proficiency, it would still be the same. Mango trees are much harder to climb than coconut trees, but with monkeys around, it's a breeze. The monkeys quickly collected a lot of mangoes. If Ankh hadn't stopped them, everyone believed that the monkeys would have plucked all of the dozen or so huge mango trees in less than an hour. After picking the mangoes, Ankh and the monkeys with small scars would definitely be unable to continue exploring. They could only return home with tears in their eyes and a full load of goods. Just as Aang and his group were about to return to camp with a full load of mangoes, his spider sense suddenly activated. Every hair on Aang's body stood on end, and her pupils immediately contracted. He immediately stopped the monkeys behind him. Wait. As he spoke, he looked toward a small cave near the stream. That was a place Aang had never explored. He had seen the cave from afar before, but for safety reasons, he did not choose to explore it. What ferocious beast is lurking inside? The reason it is identified as a ferocious beast is because Aang now has an immunity to all poisons constitution. Poisonous snakes and insects could not harm him. The only thing that could harm him was a large, ferocious beast. Chapter 71. A tiger blocks the road, a huge crisis. Enka stared intently at the dark cave. His intuition told him that he had not yet stepped into the territory of that beast. Because this spider sense isn't very strong, it only serves as a warning. The spider sense can determine one's situation by the intensity of its perception. Slightly, like Aang is now, her hair stands on end. This is just a warning. The danger can be avoided. If you reach the middle level, it means you've been targeted by the enemy. Once it reaches a violent state, it means that an enemy has already launched an attack on Aang. Behind them, Little Scar and the others didn't have spider sense, so they had no idea what was happening. All the monkeys looked completely bewildered. However, seeing Aang's serious expression, all the monkeys remained quiet and dared not move. Little Scar, let's go to the other side of the stream, Aang said. The opposite side of the stream is where Aang's camp is located. Since it can trigger his spider sense, it means that the other party cannot be subdued by level 2, natural affinity. This presents a certain degree of danger. Aang didn't want to get hurt, or even cause the death of the monkey troop. Although he only named Little Scar, the other monkeys didn't have names. But he still has feelings for the other monkeys. The death of any monkey would sadden Aang. Little Scar and the others didn't ask too many questions. They just did whatever Aang told them to do. Enka's serious expression eased slightly when they were several hundred meters away from the cave. Little Scar, give me another green mango. Once she relaxed, Aang decided to have a green mango to cleanse her palate. However, at that moment, Aang's spider sense was triggered, and the intensity was only moderate. Not only did my hair stand on end, but I also got goosebumps on my arms. This means Aang is being targeted. Damn it! Aang cursed under her breath and immediately shouted to the monkeys. All hands on alert! As soon as the order was given, Aang herself drew her bow, ready to fire at any moment. He stared intently at a bush. Through the gap, a pair of fierce eyes could be vaguely seen staring at him. Huh, I see you. Come out. Upon seeing her target, Aang was no longer as tense as she had been at the beginning. The real danger is that the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. Although it has a spider sense, it can only vaguely sense the other party's location, unable to accurately detect the enemy's location. Therefore, there is a certain degree of danger. Swish, swish, swish. The bushes began to move. Soon, a tall and mighty tiger came out. Aang couldn't help but gasp in amazement at the tiger's size. Holy crap, this is way too big. Its size is only slightly smaller than that of a buffalo that resembles a small truck during a beast attack. While crawling, it had already surpassed Aang in height. Keep in mind, Aang is 1.83 meters tall. Aang's eyes twitched. Damn it, the beasts in National Fortune Game are a bit too outrageous. Behind them, Little Scar and the others immediately bristled when they saw the tiger. It began to scream and howl wildly, issuing a warning to the tiger. Under normal circumstances, these monkeys would definitely climb trees and leave the ground. But now that Aang is here, they didn't choose to climb the tree, but instead stood guard in front of Aang. Little Scar roared at the tiger, baring its fangs. At the same time, draw the bow in preparation for firing. Meanwhile, the other monkeys put down their mangoes and rushed to Aang, forming a monkey wall with their spears aimed at the tiger. On the other side, the huge tiger was not to be outdone, roaring at the monkey troop. A tiger's roar is not like a leopard's. It truly demonstrated what it means for a tiger to roar in the mountains and forests, causing all beasts to scatter. The monkey and the tiger faced off, their tensions palpable. Meanwhile, the Chinese public watching the live broadcast were terrified. This tiger is so big. Am I right? If leopards are that big, tigers must be even bigger. That's terrifying. If Wusong had encountered this thing back then, he probably wouldn't have been able to leave behind a famous story. If I encountered a tiger like that, I would just lie down and sleep. The tiger's enormous size sent chills down the spines of the audience, filling them with awe and fear. Even experts like Professor Wu on the show were terrified. They had never seen such a big tiger before. Even the Siberian tiger, which was known as the largest tiger before it went extinct, would be considered a junior compared to this tiger. Meanwhile, the tense atmosphere in the live stream alerted the viewers that something was amiss. What the heck? Is this going to turn into a fight? Isn't Boss unable to communicate with animals? Why is he fighting? Could it be that the negotiations have failed? It seems this tiger isn't giving us any face. How can you fight a tiger like that without firearms? The top management needs to think of a solution quickly. Yes, quickly figure out a way to break this deadlock, and then tell Ankh through the live chat. When the audience realized that Ankh was unable to communicate with the tiger, everyone became worried once again. My heart was in my throat. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's top leadership, all the senior leaders were sweating profusely and extremely anxious. Old Li personally asked questions, prompting Xiao Liang and the zookeeper, who had previously raised Siberian tigers, to discuss a solution to the problem. Help Ankh overcome this tiger crisis. Xiao Liang and the old zookeeper looked helpless, lowered their heads, and remained silent. The first seat to Li Lao's left is occupied by the supreme commander of the Dragon Kingdom. As a soldier, he naturally had a very fiery temper. Seeing that Xiao Liang and the old zookeeper remained silent, he immediately stood up angrily. Are you all mute? Is there any way? Speak up. If this happened in the military, your behavior would be severely punished. Although Mr. Li was eager, he was able to control his emotions given his position. He reassured the commander, then said in a gentle voice, "Just speak your mind, there's no need to hold back." Xiao Liang and the old zookeeper exchanged a glance. The latter sighed deeply and said, "Mr. Li, there's no other way but to kill this tiger." Xiao Liang lowered his head, his mood somber, and said in a muffled voice, "Previous research has shown that tigers are among the most perfectly evolved creatures in nature. Its entire body is almost covered with weapons. There is no superfluous part. Its thick fur is a hard armor, its claws are sharp weapons, and there are also its fangs and barbs on its tongue. Even a normal Siberian tiger would likely kill an ordinary person who encountered it. Moreover, what about such a huge tiger? In this situation, we have no choice but to fight to the death." The high-level meeting room fell into a deathly silence. A desperate gamble? Are you sure you're not just sending yourself to your death? I suggest sending a message in the chat telling Ankh to arrange for a few monkeys to hold off the tiger, and then he should leave the scene as quickly as possible. A general said, "This is the best solution that can be thought of at the moment." Chapter 72. Is the tiger going to attack the camp? The general's proposed solution to break the deadlock still brought silence to the meeting room. Given Ankh's personality, everyone knows he wouldn't do that. Previously, when Little Scar and his friend's habitat was taken over by leopards, they came to ask Ankh for help. At that time, he chose to support the monkey troop without hesitation. It's practically impossible for him to sacrifice a few monkeys to hold off the tiger. "Old Li, how about we issue the order by force?" It was a deep voice from an official, he said. Once someone spoke up, others immediately chimed in. "I also think it's feasible. If it is Elder Li who personally gives the order, and Ku will definitely carry it out." Old Master Li enjoys high prestige in the Dragon Kingdom and is deeply loved by the people. However, Elder Li, who was at the head of the table, angrily shouted, "Look at what you're saying. Would a person from the Dragon Kingdom betray their friends? Don't forget, these monkeys always stand in front of Ankh. Where can you find such loyal guards? Everyone that dies is a loss. I believe in Ankh's abilities. He will definitely be able to resolve this crisis perfectly." Mr. Li chose to believe in Ku. Now that Mr. Li had made his statement, the other senior leaders remained silent. "We can only pray that Ankh can resolve this crisis." In the program, Kong Hui, Sa Baining, Liu Yifei, and others constantly reassured the audience. However, the effect was not significant. The live stream chat was still in a state of panic, with people worried about Ankh's safety. They were also worried that if Ankh were killed, they would have to face punishment. The people of China realized that something was wrong, and the foreigners naturally noticed it as well. This discovery made them pop the champagne once again. "This tiger is so big, the kid from China is definitely doomed this time." As soon as the little devil from the Dragon Kingdom dies, 10,000 such fierce tigers will descend upon the Dragon Kingdom, and many people will surely die then. Can't wait. I love watching this kind of thing. Seriously, can we stop opening champagne all the time? What if we get humiliated by those Chinese brats again? Impossible. With both sides on the verge of conflict, how could I possibly be humiliated? That's right. Our country's biological experts have also analyzed it and concluded that it's impossible to kill this tiger with spears and bows and arrows. This time I definitely won't be proven wrong. Because this tiger is strong and domineering, just like the men in our beacon country. Using men as a metaphor? Is that discriminating against other genders? Damn it. Can we please stop talking about gender at a time like this? Aren't we ashamed to be doing this kind of nonsense in someone else's live stream? You actually think this is shameful? People like you who discriminate against sex should be punished and despised. The foreigners started their fantastical pronouncements. Normally, the people of China would be happily watching the drama unfold. However, no one had the energy to pay attention to the foreigners' bizarre actions. Everyone watched the live stream with worry, praying that Ankh would be all right and that the crisis could be resolved. Live stream. After a standoff, the tiger did not make a move. It growled at Ankh and Little Scar. He then strode away. Little Scar and the others were a little confused, not understanding why the tiger didn't attack, and just left like that. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Should we give chase? The monkeys sought Anko's command. Anko's expression remained serious. Of course we have to catch up. The direction the tiger went was the direction our home was heading. And just now, the tiger growled and warned them, "Don't come any closer, or I won't be polite." This shows that the tiger went to the camp with a purpose. Are they planning to attack the camp? No matter what it is, Ankh must stop it. We absolutely cannot let the tigers take us down one by one, or we're doomed. In the live stream, viewers could tell that the tiger was heading in the direction of Ankh's camp. Still deeply worried. Will the tiger attack the leopard? Could it be that they plan to kill the golden leopard first, and then deal with Bossin? No way tigers use tactics. Bossin has caught up, but their speed is nowhere near that of a tiger. Tigers are incredibly fast in the jungle, and they disappeared from sight in no time. Ankh couldn't understand why the tiger had suddenly run to his camp. However, the camp has leopards, monkeys, and bees. Even the most powerful tiger cannot easily conquer it. Glancing sideways at the distant cave behind her, Anko exhaled, "I suppose that's the tiger's den. I never imagined that the place would be occupied by tigers." Ankh was actually somewhat relieved that she hadn't chosen that cave as her campsite. Otherwise, if a tiger blocks our way from the outside, we're doomed. I need to gather my thoughts. The most important thing right now is to figure out how to deal with this tiger. It will take about 4 more days to reach level 3-4 natural affinity. We must find a way to keep that tiger at bay during this period. Previously, since the tiger hadn't made any move, Ankh could have just stood by and watched. However, now that this tiger has taken the initiative to attack, it must be dealt with. If that tiger were to attack at night, that would be troublesome. Despite possessing the spider sense, the tiger is considered the most perfectly evolved creature. Its strength, explosiveness, and attack power are all extremely powerful. If Ankh gets slapped even once, she'll be crippled, times greater than that of 8 cows. Although a death match is a matter of probability to kill a tiger, it is estimated that it will come at a considerable cost. Ankh didn't want any animals to get hurt. Scarface, let's go back right away. Ankh planned to return to support the leopards as soon as possible to prevent them from being injured accidentally. Yes, Your Majesty. If that little tiger dares to take over the king's house, we'll fight that tiger to the death. That's right. Let's give it our all. When our home was occupied, the king helped us without hesitation. The monkeys were not afraid at all. On the contrary, they were full of fighting spirit. Other experts on the program to exclaim that it was unreasonable. Monkeys naturally feel fear when facing tigers. Why aren't these monkeys afraid? They really look exactly like humans. Professor Wu exclaimed in amazement. When people have faith and conviction in their hearts, they will not be afraid of death sometimes. Isn't this exactly what monkey troops are like now? Looks like a battle is imminent. I hope Brotherin is alright. May the Lord protect us. Kill that damn tiger. Watching Ankh lead Little Scar and the others back to camp in the live stream, everyone felt that a battle would break out soon. The foreigners in the live stream have already started popping champagne, celebrating the destruction of Anko camp. They even hoped that Ankh would be killed by the tiger. However, when Ankh rushed back to the camp with Little Scar and the others, they were bewildered by the scene inside. There, a cute little tiger and a cute little leopard were playing in the open space. Chapter 73. What's going on? Everyone was completely baffled. Anku was initially full of momentum, but this scene left him dumbfounded. If momentum is likened to flames, then it's like a bucket of water being poured over his head. What's going on? How could there be a tiger cub? Behind the 2 little ones stood their elders. The viewers in the live stream chat were also completely bewildered. It's unclear what exactly happened at the camp. Why are the tiger cub and the leopard cub playing together? During the live stream, upon seeing Ankh approach, the tiger let out another low growl. Its eyes were sharp as it questioned Anku. Didn't I tell you not to come over? The words were full of threat. Ankh ignored the tiger. Upon seeing the tiger cubs, he was both bewildered and overjoyed. The presence of tiger cubs indicates that this tiger has a weakness. He could exploit this weakness to restrain the tiger. The 4-day restriction, waiting for the natural affinity, upgrade, is perfectly fine. There's a saying that goes, even a tiger won't eat its cubs, as a threat whenever the tiger dared to attack. Although this approach is not honorable, war is only about winning or losing, and who cares whether the winner uses despicable means. History is written by the victors. Ankh looked much more relaxed and continued to ignore the tiger. Instead, he called out to King Kong. King Kong, come here. Master, do you want me to jump over here or fly over here? And Ku, get over here. At King Kong's lewd and vulgar behavior. How can this guy be so thick-skinned? King Kong pretended not to hear, flapped its wings, and came to Ankh's side, landing on her shoulder. King Kong, tell me what's going on. Ankh asked. Monsters attack the city. Monsters attack the city. King Kong began to roar wildly. Ankh flicked it on the forehead, and only then did the creature quiet down. Then, with the bag on his head, he began to tell Ankh what had happened. You only feel comfortable when you get hit, right? Ankh complained. Based on Jean Gang's description, and Ku understood what had happened. As usual, the leopard was patrolling its territory nearby with its cubs. Although Ankh had instructed the leopard not to go out and to stay in the camp. But patrolling is their biological instinct, and they can't change it. However, the leopard listened to Ankh's advice and only patrolled the vicinity of the camp. Unexpectedly, this patrol still resulted in an encounter with a tiger. Surprisingly, this tiger, like the leopard, is a mother. It also had a tiger cub with it. Then, the two adults didn't make a move, but the two little ones started fighting right away. It was supposed to be a fight, but it looked more like they were just playing around. After all, felines play by pouncing and biting each other, and then occasionally running around wildly and acting crazy. Watching their cubs play together, the leopard and the tiger could only look at each other helplessly. They stood facing each other, baring their teeth and warning each other not to lay a hand on their own children. Although a tiger's physique is strong enough to defeat a leopard. However, considering the tiger cub, as well as the monkey and King Kong who rushed to help immediately, the tiger had no choice but to endure it. The tiger cub was its last child, and it didn't want to lose its only offspring. If war breaks out, the tiger might win. But it will most likely be a Pyrrhic victory, and his own child will certainly die. Such an outcome is unacceptable to the tiger. So, although the tiger was very unhappy and wanted to drive the leopards away, however, he ultimately chose not to intervene and could only wait quietly for the two little cubs to finish playing. Then came the time when Ankh returned. Upon sensing Ankh and Little Scar's presence, the tiger immediately went to stop them. Upon seeing Ankh's group, he retreated, intending to leave with his child. Ankh nodded. I understand. He finally understood why the tiger hadn't attacked earlier, and why it had warned him not to come over. Everything is done with the child's sake in mind. I want grilled fish. Crazy Thursday, King Kong reported, then started yelling for a reward. Ankh glanced at it, and told it to go cool off somewhere else. The important thing is to get down to business now. What do you want, grilled fish? And Ku's lips curled up subtly. Previously struggling with how to restrain this fierce tiger for 4 days. The solution is now being proactively offered to us. Using the advantages that natural affinity provides, you can absolutely negotiate with the tiger. The tiger, considering the cub's well-being, would likely agree. Just then, the tiger cub, which was biting the leopard's ear, noticed Ankh's presence. The little guy stared intently at Ku, seemingly captivated by him. It didn't even care when the little leopard pushed it. Then the little guy's vertical pupils suddenly lit up, and he took 4 short legs and ran towards Ankh. The little guy cried excitedly, and when he got to Ankh, he jumped and pounced into her arms. Ankh instinctively hugged him, and looking down, he saw the little guy happily rubbing against him. He seemed very happy and content. And Ku was taken aback. The tiger, who had been furious in trying to stop its cubs, suddenly stopped in its tracks. She watched, her body stiff, as her child played happily in Ankh's arms. She even acted coquettishly towards him. This is clearly the kind of behavior a tiger cub exhibits when facing its mother. What's going on? The tiger was completely bewildered and couldn't understand it. It had never seen its cubs treat anyone so well before. On the other hand, the leopard, wanting to protect its benefactor Ankh, acted in exactly the same way as the tiger. It pounced the moment the tiger launched its attack. They wanted to support Ankh. Unexpectedly, the little tiger went to fawn over Ankh. The monkeys behind him with small scars tilted their heads, looking puzzled. There was also King Kong, and 2 cows that were trembling with fear. All the animals present were completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The tense situation turned into a deathly silence, with only the tiger cub happily snuggling in Ankh's arms. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, the audience had a godlike perspective, seeing every single move in the entire event. The scene briefly spiraled out of control the moment the little tiger ran toward Ankh. The mother tiger instantly bristled, roaring as she pounced on Ankh, terrified he would harm her cubs in the slightest. As soon as the tiger made a move, the leopards and monkeys immediately sprang into action. Even the bees emitted a huge buzzing sound like propellers and began to protect Ankh. However, no one expected that the little tiger would run into Ankh's arms and act cute. Holy crap, what's going on? My heart was in my throat, and this is what happened. I closed my eyes just now because I couldn't bear to look. A dignified tiger running into someone else's arms and acting like a baby? So, is the crisis over now? I don't know. Judging from the big tiger's attitude, he probably hasn't. Chapter 74. The tiger is enraged by the reversal of heavenly ranks. Inside the live stream, the foreigners were all dumbfounded. The momentary loss of control filled them with excitement. People across the country kept chanting slogans like lighthouse, kimchi, and kangaroo, cheering for the tiger. They had indeed restrained themselves before, not wanting to offend the Dragon Kingdom too much. But that doesn't mean they don't want to see the Chinese representative die. Because once Ankh dies, the opportunity for manifestation will not only be in the Dragon Kingdom. People from other countries can also share in the opportunity to realize it. Analysis shows that the conditions are lower when resources are encountered for the first time. Examples include coconut trees, wild boars, lobsters, seafood, etc. Once the same species has been manifested for the first time, the conditions for it to be manifested again become very demanding. At the beginning, Ankh achieved the conditions for 1,000-fold realization by plucking just a dozen coconut trees. Other countries want to realize this. They might need to harvest dozens or even hundreds of trees to meet the realization conditions. Therefore, Ankho's death is a good thing for other countries. They will have the opportunity to realize it 1,000-fold. However, while they cheered for the tiger, the little tiger jumped into Ankh's arms. Rubbing against him and acting cute. What kind of behavior is that? That's outrageous, isn't it? Oh my god, could things be turning around again? Quickly kill those brats from the Dragon Kingdom. What are you waiting for? Fuck. This is the dumbest tiger I've ever seen. I really want to go and slap that tiger. The foreigners were furious. They had been observing for a while, and finally dared to open the champagne, but unexpectedly, something went wrong again. This made them extremely upset. Is it possible that Ankh will embarrass me again later? However, looking at the tiger's fierce gaze fixed on Ankh, the foreigners held on to their hopes. As long as there is even the slightest friction between the two parties, it's fine. Wild animals are all short-tempered. Any friction will inevitably lead to a fight. The foreigners kept praying. During the live stream, Anku was extremely surprised. His natural affinity is only level 2 right now. He shouldn't be able to get a large, ferocious beast like a tiger to be friendly to him. Could it be that the cubs are different? Because there was no precedent, Ankh dared not draw any conclusions. He tried to raise his hand and carefully touched the little tiger's head. To be honest, Ankh was quite afraid of being bitten by the little tiger. If a cat can bite and draw blood, what chance does a tiger have? The situation will only get worse. However, the little one in her arms not only did not resist, but also raised his head and squinted his eyes to let Ankh touch his head. It looked extremely pleased and occasionally made whimpering sounds. The little guy was clearly in a good mood. Ankh was overjoyed. It seemed that the level 2 natural affinity really could make the cub more affectionate towards her. Even if you can handle the cubs, the adult tiger is still a problem. Without the affinity of natural attraction, a tiger is simply a ferocious beast. Accustomed to living in the wilderness, they don't care whether humans are kind or not. Anyone who isn't of the same species is an enemy. No, even if they are of the same species, they are enemies. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. Anku slightly raised her eyes, observing the tiger's reaction out of the corner of her eye. The tiger stared intently at him with its vertical pupils, pacing back and forth while emitting low growls. That was a warning to Ankh. Clearly, the big tiger is now extremely angry. The reason it didn't attack was because it was afraid Ankh would harm its children. After a moment's thought, Anku decided to try and curry favor with the big tiger. Calm it down and stop it from baring its teeth and showing hostility towards Ankh. What if the tiger is too hostile towards him, and even if his natural affinity level is upgraded, it won't work? Little one, why don't you go back to your mother's first? However, the little guy shook his head and kept snuggling into Ankh's arms, clearly unwilling. Anku, what does shaking your head mean? Don't you want your mother anymore? Ankh was a little confused. Aren't children usually most attached to their mothers? Take the leopard cub as an example. Although it is influenced by the natural affinity, it is very close to Ankh. But it still puts its mother first. He spends most of his time with his mother. It only jumps around and plays with Ankh when Ankh has free time. Under normal circumstances, she will not go out with Ankh on her own initiative. However, the little tiger clung to Ankh like a leech, even abandoning its own mother. Not far away, the big tiger was equally bewildered. Because Ankh has a cheat ability, she can vaguely understand what the other party means. It is necessary to bring your child back to your side. But unexpectedly, the child refused. The tiger couldn't help but roar, extremely angry. However, this time the anger was not directed at Ankh, but at its child. Reversing the heavenly stems. I raised you with so much hardship, and this is how you treat me? It's true what they say, if you don't discipline someone for a few days, they'll be climbing on the roof and tearing. The big tiger vowed in his heart that once the crisis subsided, he would definitely beat up the little tiger. Let's see if it dares to do that again. In the live stream, all the viewers said they were completely baffled. This little tiger, doesn't it even want its own mother anymore? I'm dying of laughter. Look at that big tiger. It's probably going to be driven crazy by its own cubs. I bet that roar just now was really nasty. When this little tiger goes home, it will probably be beaten to tears by the big tiger. Don't be too optimistic. The crisis isn't over yet. In the program, the host and Liu Yifei asked Professor Wu and other experts to explain this phenomenon. However, Professor Wu and the other experts exchanged glances and then looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't know what was going on either. I have never seen any animal that is closer to humans. Generally, it needs to be raised from birth to achieve this. However, Ankh didn't raise that little tiger at all. In the end, Professor Wu could only shake his head helplessly and say, it can only be attributed to Boss and's awesomeness. A professor used vulgar adjectives to describe something, leaving the audience speechless. Professor Wu was completely dumbfounded by Ank's actions. Haha, so even highly educated people use awesome to describe something. That's hilarious. During the live stream, Ankh decided to put the tiger cub down and let it return to its mother. This is to prevent the situation from suddenly deteriorating. Little one, go back to your mother. Don't keep your mother waiting. Ank's action was also a signal of goodwill to the tiger. However, after the little one was put down, he did not seem to want to go to his mother. Even though Ankh pushed him, the little guy stubbornly insisted on staying by Ank's side. In the end, it even clung tightly to Ank's thighs with all four legs, and she couldn't be pushed away. Big tiger. And coo. Ankh chuckled dryly, glancing at the tiger that was glaring fiercely at her. That's really awkward. Chapter 75 The Compromising Tiger, the Arrogant Tiger. Ankh wants the tiger cub to return to its mother. However, the little tiger clung to Ank's leg and refused to leave. This made the situation awkward for a moment. Seeing that tiger mom was staring at her even more fiercely than before, Ankh felt quite helpless. It's not that I don't want your child to come back to you. It's your child who's clinging to me. Ankh coughed lightly, breaking the awkward atmosphere, and said, how about we relax first? He tried to communicate with Tiger Mom. Don't worry, I won't hurt your child. With her natural affinity, Tiger Mom was naturally able to understand Ankh's words. However, it did not answer immediately. Its sharp, deep eyes scanned its surroundings. Beside Ankh, Little Scar and his group of monkeys formed a spear defense line. All the monkeys pointed their spears at it, their expressions tense, but their eyes resolute. The tiger mother believed that if it dared to approach, the monkeys would fight it to the death without hesitation. Ankh glanced at it and said with a faint smile, to show my sincerity, I will have Little Scar and the others put down their weapons. Clearly, Tiger Mom was wary of Scar and his group of monkeys wielding spears. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for monkeys to harm tigers. But having weapons makes all the difference. Everyone, put down your weapons, Ankh reassured them. Although Little Scar and the others were unwilling, they eventually obeyed Ankh's orders and laid down their weapons. We've shown our sincerity, now it's your turn, Ankh said, looking at Tiger Mom. After a moment's hesitation, Tiger Mom had no choice but to compromise. He growled, I won't lay a hand on you as long as you don't hurt my child. In truth, Tiger Mom felt quite helpless. What can a mother do if her own child, Chun Chun, is biased towards outsiders? Now the tiger cub has run up to someone else. Once the other party makes a move, there's nothing it can do to save it. All it can do is pray that the other party is telling the truth. I really wouldn't hurt a tiger cub. The little tiger chuckled when it saw that Ankh had stopped chasing it away. It kept climbing onto Ankh's shoulder, trying to climb onto her head. Ankh was left speechless, both amused and exasperated. But because the little guy was so cute, they let him do whatever he wanted. There is a significant difference in size between tiger cubs and leopard cubs. Leopards are robust and strong, natural bodybuilders, and can eat whatever they want without fear. But tigers do get fat. The little leopard cub is now chubby thanks to his tiger mom's care. They look so cute. At this moment, the little leopard also ran over and started tugging at Ank's legs. The little leopard was very unhappy that the little tiger had taken Ank hostage and was then acting cute towards him. So it rushed over and tried to snatch Ank from the little tiger. The two little ones were vying for Ank's affection, neither willing to give in. As a result, Ank's hair became like a bird's nest. This scene made Tiger Mom's eyelids twitch. How could it not know that its child was so clingy? To be honest, it really wanted to go back and give the tiger cub a good talking to. It painstakingly raised the tiger cub to adulthood, and this is its attitude? Have I wasted all these years raising them? However, as the tiger cubs caused a ruckus, the tiger mother's worries gradually subsided. It began to lie down on the ground and slowly relax. Inside the live stream, the people of Longwa relaxed as they watched this scene. That scared me to death. The crisis is finally over. Where's the relaxation gone? Look at the tiger's posture. It seems relaxed, but it's actually ready to attack at any moment. Indeed, the tiger did not let its guard down, but the tension between the two sides has been resolved. As long as Boston can gain Tiger's trust, then no one will shed blood. We owe it all to this little tiger. Yeah, haha, this little tiger is hilarious. How can it not want its own mother? Did you guys see Tiger Mom's expression just now? I saw it. I almost choked on my food. If the tiger mom were human, the cubs would probably get a beating when they get back. If they're siding with outsiders, how can we not fight them? Haha, but it has averted a crisis for our dragon kingdom. So cute. Much cuter than a baby leopard. What nonsense are you talking about? The little leopard is the cutest, okay? During the live stream, Ank held a leopard cub in one arm and a tiger cub in the other. He smiled and said, "Come on, I'll take you two little ones to eat some jerky." To prevent Tiger Mom from misunderstanding and launching an attack, Ank consulted her first. Once the tiger mother nodded, he carried the tiger cub and the leopard cub toward the camp. After several days of air drying, some of the beef has turned into beef jerky. Of course, the taste is somewhat different from real beef jerky. After all, no additives were added. Upon arriving at the campsite, Ank planned to put the two little ones down. The little leopard jumped down obediently, but when it was the little tiger's turn, the little guy absolutely refused to get down from Ank's arms. She clung tightly to Anku, afraid that she would be abandoned once she got down. Seeing this, the little leopard immediately jumped into Ank's arms again and refused to get down. The two little ones started fighting over each other in Ank's arms once again. They looked just like the concubines vying for the emperor's favor in the imperial harem. How can I give you beef jerky if you're like this? Ank had no choice but to ask the monkey for help to bring down the dried beef from the camp. The two little ones were originally playfully fighting in Ank's arms, neither giving an inch. However, when the beef jerky was placed in front of them, the two little guys immediately began to wolf it down. They ate with great relish. What's baffling is that the two little ones glared at each other and made low whimpering warnings as they ate. They're so alike, they start arguing after just one bite. Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom watched from the sidelines with exasperated expressions. How could I have given birth to such a stupid child? The atmosphere at the scene cooled down once again, and the previous tension completely disappeared. Tiger Mom's posture of being ready to attack at any moment gradually changed, and she truly relaxed. Jean Gang, who had been following Anku closely, finally felt relieved. Crisis averted. Crisis averted. Master is awesome. Master is awesome. If Ank hadn't won over Little Tiger, the two sides might have already started fighting. After shouting a few times, King Kong changed the subject and shouted, "Master is awesome. Master is hungry." Crazy Thursday. Vimy 50. Ank looked up, speechless at the parrot that was spouting nonsense. I think your purpose in praising me was just to set up what you were going to say next, wasn't it? To offer our hearts to our master is our honor, King Kong retorted. Ank ignored the parrot and said to everyone, "It's lunchtime. Everyone get ready to eat." The small group of monkeys and the wild leopard immediately ran happily to the camp's dining area to prepare for their meal. Ank then looked at the tiger, who was still standing there dumbfounded. He invited, "Come in and eat with us." The tiger could sense Ank's kindness, and he kept his promise and truly had no ill intentions towards the tiger cub. I felt relieved. It growled at Ank, "I don't want your food." Wait. After saying this, the tiger walked away. Ank watched the tiger's retreating figure and shook her head to herself. It's even more arrogant than a wild leopard. Chapter 76. Establishing the monkey cooking squad and sending a water buffalo. Ank had no idea what the tiger was planning to do. Why make him wait here? What is he supposed to wait for? Although I was curious, I didn't pay much attention to it. Because of the tiger cub, the tense standoff between the two sides was eased so that neither side would get hurt. For Ankh, that was enough. Little ones, come down and go play by yourselves. Ankh coaxed the two little ones off her. After this period of growth, the little leopard has grown quite a bit. It's a size bigger than a normal cat. Needless to say, the little tiger, although about the same size as the leopard cub, was much fatter. It's heavier than a leopard cub. It was thanks to Ankh's significantly improved strength and endurance proficiency that she was able to hold him for so long. Otherwise, a normal person would get tired in no time. After finally managing to calm the two little ones down, Ankh immediately felt relaxed and light as a feather. Little Scar. While stretching her muscles, Ankh called over Little Scar. Little Scar ran over and handed the peeled mango to Ankh. Although I didn't understand why Ankh liked eating green mangoes, I still peeled some for him. Ankh immediately beamed with joy. Thank you, Little Scar. He took the green mango while gently rubbing Little Scar's head. Little Scar was overjoyed to receive the praise, and he looked at the other monkeys with a proud and arrogant air. All right, stop showing off. Ankh tapped the small Scar. Ask around in your group which two monkeys are willing to learn to cook. Ankh plans to set up a cooking team so that he won't have to cook for himself every day. Now, under his training, the monkey troop mainly eats cooked food, and the leopard mother and cub also occasionally eat some cooked food. Cooking for more than a dozen people by herself is quite tiring for Ankh. So he planned to set up a cooking team to cook meals. Ankh felt that setting up a cooking squad wouldn't go too smoothly, because animals are instinctively afraid of fire. So he plans to slowly select based on the small Scars. This is expected to be a long process, although the monkeys are now daring to move around the campfire. However, it is still difficult to get them close to the fire. However, to Ankh's surprise, she had just assigned this task to Xiaoba. Soon it brought over two monkeys. In fact, almost all the monkeys wanted to learn how to cook from Ankh. In the end, Little Scar decided to choose two old monkeys. In this way, they have something to do without having to go out hunting or fighting. Ankh was deeply moved. These monkeys were really becoming more and more like humans. Little Scar's thinking is almost human-like. He considers things from multiple perspectives. Instead of making decisions arbitrarily. You two come with me, I'll teach you how to cook. Ankh spoke politely to the two monkeys. This flattered the two monkeys, who followed Ankh respectfully. Ankh had previously thought that the monkeys were still afraid of fire deep down. However, in reality, the monkeys had long since lost their fear of fire. Of course, sometimes I'm still scared. This is understandable. Ankh is sometimes afraid too. Next, Ankh taught the two monkeys how to cook, while also cooking for the other animals. Looking at the meager amount of beef left, Ankh couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He thought he could eat it for at least a week. To our surprise, there wasn't much beef left. I must go hunting this afternoon, Ankh thought to herself. In the wilderness, food reserves are very important. We cannot wait until we are completely out of food before going out to hunt. After all, in nature, you never know when you'll catch your prey. They might not be able to hunt any prey for several days. Lunch naturally consisted mainly of beef, with seafood as a side dish. In addition to bananas, we also had mangoes for dessert. All the animals present, as well as Anko, ate with great relish, their bellies bulging. Ankh couldn't help but wonder what would happen if athletes from other countries saw this. What will they think? What Ankh didn't know was that many survival players had suddenly returned to square one. They are still suffering from hunger. Otherwise, for wouldn't have risked invading Anko's camp. After the meal, Ankh leaned against the leopard to rest. The monkeys then sorted out the mangoes they had brought back. Meanwhile, under Ankh's arrangement, they also collected mango seeds and then loosened the soil in the open space next to the camp. Instead of traveling a long way to pick fruit, it's better to grow your own. Wouldn't it be wonderful to own your own orchard? When loosening the soil, the two little leopards and tiger cubs also participated with great interest. Digging is a forte of felines. They are at least 2 or 3 times more efficient at loosening the soil than monkeys. The two little guys even got into a fight along the way, competing with each other and loosening the soil even faster. This amused Ankh and the viewers in the live stream. The animals finished loosening the soil as Ankh had instructed. Ankh personally planted the collected mango pits into the soil and casually watered them. Looking at her orchard, Ankh seemed lost in thought. In the game, National Fortune, the beasts have become more ferocious. Will the plants grow even faster? What used to take several years to grow can now be shortened to a year, or even a few months or weeks. Ankh's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This way, if he occasionally wants to eat mangoes, he won't have to travel a long way to pick them. Inside the live stream, the people of China were equally eager to watch. Seeing Ankh getting better and better, their mood also improved. After all, Ankh carries the fate of the Dragon Kingdom for the next 100 years on her shoulders. So, the big tiger doesn't want its cubs anymore? I had almost forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Where did the big tiger go after it left? They really have a big heart to leave the tiger cub here. Can't the person upstairs speak properly? This clearly shows their trust in Boston. That's right. This is actually a good thing for Boston, so he won't have to worry about the threat from the tiger. Hopefully, Boston can subdue the tiger as soon as possible. It's not that simple. Tigers are much harder to tame than leopards. I think the final result will be that both sides draw a clear line and leave each other alone. While everyone in the live stream was discussing tigers, the tiger, which had been gone for a long time, has finally returned. The live stream chat immediately erupted in excitement. The tiger is back. What is it dragging? It's a water buffalo. During the live stream, Hank also saw that Tiger had brought back a large water buffalo. It placed the water buffalo in front of Hank and said, "Give my child more meat to eat. Whatever he leaves behind is all yours." Hank chuckled. Why was she doing the same thing as Jinkiambeo? He pointed to the tiger cubs in the camp. Do you think your child can still eat? The tiger looked over and saw a tiger cub with a bulging belly. Now that it has eaten and drunk its fill, it is fast asleep. And he was sleeping sprawled out, completely unaware of anything. Tiger Mom was immediately exasperated. This kid, he hadn't listened to a single word she taught him. If I were to be alone in the wilderness in the future, I might not even know how I died. Tiger Mom had no choice but to say helplessly, "In that case, you can have this cow." And just as it finished speaking, the National Fortune Game announcement sounded. Dragon Kingdom's #1 contestant has achieved the conditions for a 1000x materialization of a water buffalo. 1000 water buffaloes manifested in the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 77 The Bewildered Crowd. Leopard went out to take care of some business. Inside the live stream, the entire nation of Longwa was somewhat bewildered. Can anyone tell me what happened? How did it achieve a 1000-fold manifestation? Wasn't the water buffalo caught by the tiger? I also want to figure out what happened. Could it be that Boston subdued the tiger? After the leopard was subdued, the prey it captured was credited to Ankh. Once the conditions for realization are met, the Dragon Kingdom can be realized 1000-fold. Therefore, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom considers Golden Leopard one of their own. Unexpectedly, the prey captured by the tiger is now attributed to Ankh and can be manifested for the Dragon Kingdom. Although the reason is unknown, the fact that the Dragon Kingdom has materialized is a good thing. The whole country is beaming with joy. Boston is awesome. Boston is awesome. Boston is a hero of our Dragon Kingdom, a god of our Dragon Kingdom. The screen was flooded with comments praising Ankh. While some are happy, others are naturally sad. The foreigners in the live stream were completely taken aback. They had been expecting Ankh and Tiger to fight from the very beginning. But what happened next was completely unexpected. Not only did Ankh not fight with the tiger, but it seems she even won the tiger cub's favor. With the little tiger mediating, how could the two sides possibly fight? That's fine, but the main issue is why the prey caught by the tiger is attributed to China. How can the Dragon Kingdom be made a reality? We protest. This buffalo was clearly captured by a tiger, so why is it being manifested by the Dragon Kingdom? Exactly. Why should I? Our country's athletes also catch prey, but not necessarily 1000 times more. Bullshit. The National Fortune Game is a complete scam. Oh no, the foreigners are getting anxious. Hilarious. They've gotten desperate and started biting indiscriminately. Doesn't the fact that the tiger's prey meets the conditions for realization explain everything? Our Boston has tamed the tiger. I'm so sorry, your hopes have been dashed. Not only does Ankh not need to fight the tiger to the death, but she has also gained a powerful general. And don't you guys even think about what kind of prey your contestants have caught? Were first detected by our Boston. Exactly. It's clearly your incompetence that prevents you from meeting the conditions for 1000-fold manifestation. The vegetables don't even realize it. How pathetic. South Korea contacted our country before and sent them 2 pairs of dairy cows. You need our help, and you still dare to bark like a dog here? Now, Ankh has brought many resource contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, giving the entire Dragon Kingdom a strong sense of confidence. The nation's pride and self-esteem were fully displayed at this moment. The foreigners were speechless and had no choice but to admit defeat. There's nothing we can do. The Chinese players are just too good. Livestream. When the leopard saw the tiger bring a water buffalo, it immediately stood up, looking somewhat unsettled. It was clearly the one providing the food, so how did it become a tiger? Will this guy try to steal its position? The leopard immediately realized that this couldn't be done. It had to make a contribution. It didn't want to be ranked lower than the tiger, a newcomer, in Ankh's heart. The leopard strode confidently towards Nku and said, "My benefactor, I'm going out to do some errands." After saying that, The leopard walked away without looking back. With Ankh here, it felt very safe to leave the little leopard here. Ankh watched the leopard hurry away and sensed that it seemed to have something urgent to attend to. So they asked the leopard what had happened, but the leopard didn't answer at all and disappeared from sight in a short while. This left Ankh completely bewildered. Where were they going? The tiger, on its side, originally intended to teach its cubs a lesson. But seeing that the little leopard was also sleeping sprawled out, he gave up the idea. Before, when the tiger cub was with it, it could never be so relaxed. Where else can one sleep so soundly and comfortably? In the wilderness, being able to get a good night's sleep is a truly blissful thing. The tiger decided to let the cub rest like this, at least so it could get a good night's sleep. So it turned around and walked away from the camp. The buffalo was given to Ankh, who had to go hunting again. That way it can get enough to eat. Ankh didn't hesitate and accepted the water buffalo that the tiger had given her. He couldn't help but grin as he looked at the enormous water buffalo. I was planning to go hunting this afternoon to replenish my food supplies. It seems unnecessary now. This buffalo is enough to eat. Ugh, this is so annoying. I have to deal with the water buffalo again, Ankh muttered to herself. To be honest, I'm tired of eating beef. Ankh's words once again broke the defenses of the foreign viewers in the live stream. My God, look at the faces of the Chinese athletes. Such a person has no respect for food and should not be allowed to continue to receive food. I got so tired of eating them one after another. My mouth was practically crooked from smiling so much. Huh, this is the true face of the Chinese people. Hey, can't you speak properly? The people of China are no longer going to tolerate foreigners. If they dare to utter a word, I'll immediately criticize them. You think you can take advantage of me? Your high-ranking officials have to shamelessly beg our Dragon Kingdom for some resources, while you people are just barking like dogs in the live stream. While Ankh was dealing with the water buffalo, the leopard returned to the camp. From afar, you could see it carrying a deer in its mouth. Even though the leopard is much larger than a normal leopard, it looks small next to this elk. Holy crap! Ankh exclaimed. Around him, the monkeys and King Kong also stirred up a commotion. The main thing is that this elk is really big. Its head alone is about 2.2 to 2.3 meters tall. The leopard, with an arrogant air, carried the deer to Ankh. Then, calmly putting it down, he said to Anko, "My benefactor, here is a deer for you." Ankh suddenly realized what the leopard had gone to do. So they're afraid the tiger will steal their livelihood? This thought left Ankh both amused and exasperated. However, he didn't say much and gladly accepted the leopard cub's prey. In this way, we don't need to worry about meat for about 2 more days. However, just as Ankh was about to continue dealing with the water buffalo, it was Tiger's turn to return. It had a donkey in its mouth. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for achieving the conditions for 1,000-fold realization. The Dragon Kingdom possesses 1,000 healthy, resilient deer and 1,000 donkeys. In the live broadcast room, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom, including the top leaders in the high-level conference room, grinned from ear to ear once again. The general exclaimed with delight, "Anku is really something. Now we can contribute to the Dragon Kingdom without even lifting a finger." The meeting room was filled with laughter. Even old Li, who was sitting at the head of the table, was smiling broadly, a rare sight indeed. Since resources were depleted and supplies became scarce, Li Lao's face has hardly ever shown a smile. However, the old man is now genuinely laughing. Ankh will gradually bring up the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, across the country and abroad, almost everyone had a smile on their face. Chapter 78 Cooked Meat as Garbage? The law of it's so delicious. The foreign athletes have been there for almost a month, although some of them have contributed 1,000-fold to the country. However, these are mostly small gadgets and don't offer much help. Ankh, for example, manifested herself 1,000-fold for the country 3 times in just one day. Who can surpass it? The foreigners are all dumbfounded. Many people wish they could change the fate of the nation. If this continues, won't they all be led by the Dragon Kingdom in the future? They can only do what the Dragon Kingdom says. With its scarce resources, the Dragon Kingdom can take over the whole world if it wants to. Many high-ranking foreign officials are urgently discussing countermeasures. I want to figure out the rules of the National Destiny game and see if I can find out the conditions for its realization. Or perhaps they could replace the national team's athletes. They even plan to send more national team players into the National Fortune game. While the outside world was in turmoil, inside the game, the leopard had just laid down when it saw the tiger bring back prey, and it became agitated again. He immediately stood up, intending to go hunting again. Trying to mess with me? I'm going to fight you to the bitter end today. Seeing that the open and covert struggle between the two sides was going on and on, Ankh immediately got up to stop Jinkiambeo. Little leopard, stop hunting. We already have enough prey. The leopard replied calmly. No, not enough. This time I want to hunt too. No, 5 prey have returned. I'll go hunt 10, the tiger said immediately upon hearing this. My only condition is that you cannot mistreat my child. Then I'll have 11. The two sides spoke calmly, but the tension was palpable. Treated hunting as a competition. Ankh was both amused and exasperated. All right. If you keep hunting like this, there won't be any living creatures left for miles around. Little leopard, your position in the camp is irreplaceable. To solve a problem, one must start from its root cause. Let the leopard know that its position is irreplaceable so that it will stop fighting with the tiger. The leopard's position is indeed unshakable by the tiger. Because it is more agile and faster than a tiger, it is more suitable as a mount. Tiger mom, you haven't eaten yet, so stop making a fuss. Come and eat meat. As Ankh spoke, she went to the cooking squad and asked for a skewer of grilled meat. The two monkeys are now in full charge of the food. If you have any questions, just ask Ankh. Pupils flickered slightly as it watched Ankh bring over the steaming hot cooked meat. Its tiger face was full of resistance. It shook its head and said in a deep voice, I don't eat this kind of meat. Tiger mom thinks that cooked food can't compare to fresh, bloody meat. Moreover, cooked food is very hot, so it's impossible to enjoy it as much as fresh meat. Eating should be enjoyable, that's true happiness. Upon hearing this, the leopard, which was licking its paws, gave a disdainful smile. How could a wild boy understand the aroma of cooked food? The leopard has a sense of superiority over the tiger. It's like the feeling of a nobleman versus a country bumpkin. It is now officially recognized as a formally employed organization. It used to think that only fresh meat tasted good, but now all it can say is, cooked food is the best. The tiger frowned, clearly displeased by the leopard's disdain. Ankh quickly stepped in between to prevent the conflict from escalating. He planned to try persuading the tiger one more time, and if it still wouldn't eat, he would give up. At this moment, the little tiger woke up. It walked up to the tiger mother in a daze. Then, in a childish voice, it stretched out its paw and pointed at the meat, saying to its mother, Mommy, you try it. I guarantee you'll love it. Highly recommended. The little tiger took the initiative to persuade its mother. The tiger glared at its unfilial cub, its beard bristling. But I feel helpless. What can I do about the child I gave birth to? Okay, I'll give it a try. Tiger mom finally gave in. However, I will only take one bite. If it tastes bad, I will never continue eating it. No problem. And Kalang laughed. If you don't like the taste, I'll cut you a big piece of fatty meat myself. The tiger ignored Ankh and instead tried a small bite of the cooked food. This meal led it to discover a new world, and its eyes lit up immediately. They started eating much faster. Tiger mom looked at the cooked food in great surprise, never expecting it to be so delicious. This texture and flavor are something I've never tried before. The taste buds were directly pried open. Seeing the tiger mother's reaction, the leopard mother immediately raised her chin smugly and asked, How about it? Have you discovered a new continent? Isn't it delicious? It's just SOSO, I really don't know why you like this, Tiger mom said stubbornly. It didn't want to see the leopard mom showing off. I watched the whole process, even though I couldn't understand what the animals were saying. But at least the movements are understandable. It amused the viewers in the live stream. This is hilarious. Tiger mom is really stubborn. If you don't like it, why will you continue to wolf it down? They clearly like it, but they still stubbornly say it's just SOSO. As expected, no one can escape the "it smells so good" phenomenon. Most people in the Dragon Kingdom were genuinely happy. Once the tiger accepts cooked food, it will gradually integrate into Ankh's group. Eventually, they become part of the group. Wouldn't that be equivalent to taming a tiger? In-game, Ankh couldn't help but chuckle. However, both tigers and leopards are very proud animals, so they manage to hold back their laughter. Even simple cooked food can lead animals to discover new worlds. If you were to add some seasoning, wouldn't these animals be so full they couldn't move? I'm afraid I won't be able to live without myself from now on. Thinking about cooking, Ankh couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had actually been keeping an eye on it for a while, but unfortunately he hadn't seen any relevant plants. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Ank's mind. Wait a minute. I can start with the most basic thing, salt. Thinking of this, Ank's eyes gleamed. He hadn't thought about it carefully before due to various reasons. Subconsciously, I thought that if I happened to come across something along the way, I could just pick some up and bring it back. There was no need to deliberately look for it. So it's been dragging on like this. Now that I think about it, salt, the most basic seasoning, immediately comes to mind. Salt is a very inconspicuous thing in life. However, in the wilderness, salt is an extremely valuable resource. If you don't think about it, You won't feel anything, but once you think about it carefully, your mouth will start watering. Aang swallowed hard. It seems his body is somewhat salt deficient. When the human body lacks something, it will crave that food. Now, Aang craves salt whenever she thinks of it, indicating that her body is starting to lack sodium chloride. Thinking it over and doing it right away, Aang immediately said to the leopard, "Little leopard, you stay at the camp." The tiger hasn't been truly tamed yet, so Aang can't command it. So Aang said to the tiger, "Tiger Mom, I need to go out for a bit. As long as you don't cause damage, you can do whatever you want. If you want to eat meat, just ask those 2 monkeys. I'll let them know in advance." However, Tiger Mom shook her head. "No need, I will continue hunting." Its child is now attached to Aang. In order to make Anko treat her son better, it decided to continue hunting. Consider it child support for the mentally challenged child. Chapter 79 Salt from the Sea. Add salt tonight. Before leaving the camp, Aang arranged everything in perfect order. All animals have their own roles. The mother leopard guards the camp and takes care of her 2 cubs as well. Tigers, on the other hand, actively hunt. King Kong is responsible for aerial patrols of the territory and will immediately notify Anku if any situation arises. Finally, there's the newly established cooking squad, where 2 monkeys are responsible for processing the prey that Aang didn't handle. Of course, monkeys are not capable of fine handling. Aang could only perform a rough processing before proceeding with a more detailed one. This arrangement drew enthusiastic applause from viewers in the live stream. Individual wilderness survival in various countries has been turned into team survival. This arrangement is absolutely unbeatable, isn't it? Some people guard the house, some are responsible for patrols, and there is also logistics. Only someone like Bossin, who can communicate with animals, could do that. When Bossin returns to reality, let him teach an animal language course, one commenter whimsically suggested. However, it has received a lot of support. Haha, if Bossin really offers a course, I'll definitely go. Add 1. It'll definitely be packed. By the way, is Bossin going to get some seafood? Many people noticed that Aang was heading towards the sea. After all, Aang had been to the sea many times. The road to the sea used to be overgrown with weeds, but now it is much wider. Much better than before when it was covered by grass as tall as a person. Because the roads have become easier to travel, the journey takes much less time. After walking for about 10 minutes, Anku smiled as she heard the sound of waves. It feels like a lot of time has passed for some reason. It took him a long time to find the stream when he first came to the National Fortune game. But now it only takes about 20 minutes to walk. Once on the beach, Aang let Little Scar and the others roam freely. They can collect whatever they want. He came to the beach alone and filled his container with seawater. The first step is to filter. The collected seawater was filtered several times to remove visible debris. Once the seawater has been filtered until no particles are visible to the naked eye, it is then heated. Fortunately, with ceramic containers, Aang can easily achieve this step. In the wilderness, containers can sometimes be very important. It can help you do many things. After boiling, the seawater needs to be filtered again. Then bake it until it's almost dry, and then add more seawater. This can increase the salt concentration. Then the seawater with a higher salt concentration is further filtered and heated. Repeating this process a dozen or so times will eventually yield coarse salt. In the live stream, the viewers suddenly realized that Aang was making salt. Bossin is truly awesome. They can even make salt. Why is there such a big difference between college students? Let alone the wilderness. Even if you traveled back to ancient times, Bossin could get rich with his salt-making skills. What's the big deal? It's just filtering seawater and heating it, right? It's very simple. I also think it's simple. Ignorance is truly terrifying. After filtering and heating, it's just coarse salt, which is not edible. It contains magnesium chloride and other inorganic salts. Eating too much will inevitably cause health problems. It must be further purified to become fine salt. The person upstairs who said it's simple, do you know how to purify it into fine salt? Hilarious. They don't know anything, and yet they dare to spout nonsense. By the way, does Bossin know about this? Most university majors don't teach this. Many viewers in the live stream were worried that Aang didn't know how to further purify the fine salt. If someone were to eat that stuff like salt, that would be terrible. However, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom did not think so. The general half-jokingly said, I hope Aang doesn't know how to purify salt. This way, we can send him a message to remind him. Many senior leaders smiled and expressed their agreement. The second week is almost over, and they haven't posted a single comment in their weekly barrage. This made the senior leaders feel rather stifled. Can we not be so all-powerful? Can we let them have a sense of participation? This allows these high-ranking leaders to claim credit and make some contribution to the country. Unfortunately, Ankh did not give the senior leaders a chance. After he extracted the coarse salt, he began searching for seashells. For a natural beach, seashells are not scarce. The collected seashells were cleaned, dried, and then calcined to become quicklime. Quicklime mixes with the water it carries to form a lime milk solution. When the obtained lime milk emulsion is added to the coarse salt, it will slowly draw out the particles. Finally, the particles are filtered, and the remaining brine is evaporated to form fine salt. Ankh looked at the snow-white crystals, dipped her finger in them, and tasted them. It's salty. This means it was a success. Haha. From now on, we can add salt to our food. Ankh laughed happily. However, the most crucial thing is to replenish sodium and chloride ions to keep the body's electrolyte balance at a normal level. In the live stream, viewers expressed great admiration for Ankh. I truly apply everything I learn in a practical and applicable way. Inside the live stream, Little Scar and the others curiously gathered around after seeing Ankh produce fine salt. Then he asked, making a woo-woo-woo sound, "Your Majesty, what is this? Is it something you can eat?" The monkeys had no idea that what Ankh was holding was salt. Enku smiled slightly. "You'll find out tonight. Ankh plans to add salt to the animals' food tonight. I wonder how these animals will react then." Ankh started to look forward to it. The taste difference between food with added salt and food without added salt can be quite significant. Ankh carefully poured the fine salt into the prepared ceramic container and continued making salt. He planned to make a larger batch at once so that he wouldn't have to come to the beach to extract salt so often. A gentle sea breeze was blowing, and the originally bright sun was obscured by clouds, allowing the earth to cool down slightly. The shade of the tree, Ankh had already filled about half of the 1L ceramic container. However, Ankh has no intention of stopping yet. There was no shortage of food in the camp, so he didn't need to hunt. The entire afternoon can be used to make fine salt. As the setting sun cast its rays upon the earth, Ankh finally stood up. "All right, Little Scar, we should head back now." Upon hearing Ankh's voice, Little Scar and the others quickly gathered together. To Ankh's surprise, they also brought shellfish, seaweed, and other easily obtainable seafood. Most importantly, there are coconuts. Ankh's eyes lit up. "Little Scar, where did you collect it from?" "Ankh has picked all the coconuts on this beach. If you want to eat it, you can only wait for it to grow back." "On the other side of the cliff," Little Scar replied. Chapter 80 Add Salt. The animals are dizzy with deliciousness. Upon hearing this, Ankh felt a little excited. This means there is another beach behind the cliff. A new beach means new hunting grounds and a greater chance of obtaining seafood. And sometimes it's due to animal habits. The seafood that's not available on this beach might be available on another beach. Ankh subconsciously glanced at her exploration map. The fog over the beach behind the cliff on the map had not dissipated. This means that even if the Little Scars arrive in a new area, they cannot increase Anko's exploration progress. Ankh had already guessed this. After all, the golden leopard patrols its territory every day, and there are some places that Ankh has not yet set foot in. The mystery remains unsolved. It seems I have to explore it myself to increase the exploration progress. To be honest, Ankh was a little disappointed. Otherwise, he could have let the animals explore separately. This way, you can quickly receive the exploration progress rewards. Composing herself, Ankh smiled at Little Scar and the others. "Let's go. Home." The campsite now truly feels like home to Ankh. Although the decorations were simple and there was hardly any furniture. But with King Kong, the leopard mother and cub, and the cow around, it's a very heartwarming scene. Loneliness can often break one's will, but Ankh is not lonely now. All the animals were in the camp. It's like family members waiting for Ankh to return. Only when he's there is the family complete, and only then can everyone have a lively atmosphere. When the little tiger saw Ankh, it waddled over on its short legs. Then the chubby body pounced on Ankh's lap. "Little one, I'll play with you later. Go play by yourself first." However, no matter how Ankh tried to shoo it away, the little tiger wouldn't leave and clung to Ankh's leg. Even if he moves, she holds on tightly. This left Ankh feeling quite helpless. I could only drag this little guy, who weighed about 50 pounds, forward slowly, as if I had a weight strapped to my thigh. To make matters worse, the little leopard that was chasing the butterfly saw this and immediately ran over to fawn over it. He grabbed Ankh's other leg. Ankh suddenly felt as if her legs were filled with lead, incredibly heavy. Speechless, Ankh could only threaten the two little ones. "If you don't let go, we won't give you any food tonight." Upon hearing that he couldn't eat, the little tiger, a self-proclaimed foodie, immediately became anxious. As it released its claws, it howled loudly, expressing its grievances. Seeing that the tiger cub had let go, the leopard cub also let go. Ankh ignored the howling and complaining little tiger and headed towards the cooking squad. He smiled and took out a clay pot, saying to the two monkeys, "After roasting, sprinkle this salt in." The two monkeys stared at the small white particles, both very curious about what they were. "Why sprinkle it on the meat? Is it tasty?" Ankh smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out soon enough." After saying that, he put the salt on the ground and got up to leave. When he used to come back, he was responsible for grilling meat and cooking. But nowadays, there's no need for that at all. They only step in to help when the monkeys don't know what to do. Ankh sat down comfortably, playing with the two little ones while enjoying the sunset. This scene moved many countries that are friendly with China. As expected of the representative of the Dragon Kingdom, while we are still struggling to survive, little brother Ankh doesn't have to cook. A Pakistani netizen sent a comment. "Only a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom who can cultivate immortality could accomplish such a miracle," said the Goryeo Kingdom. "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. What the hell is this cultivation of immortality?" The people of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but laugh. This wave of cultural export is unparalleled. Of the thousands of novels in the world, half are from China. To be honest, even we in China are amazed by what Boston did. By the way, did you receive the pair of cows we delivered to you yesterday? A netizen from Maoxiong commented, "Dragon is so majestic and powerful. I received it. Even the top leader personally picked me up and dropped me off." Ha ha, that's hilarious. This tough guy from Putin almost cried with excitement. Pakistani, haha, ours is still on its way. We even plan to have people from all over the country come to pick us up at the airport. Almost all countries that had previously maintained good relations with the Dragon Kingdom and had helped the Dragon Kingdom receive the animals sent to them. The virtue of repaying a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude is ingrained in the very bones of the Chinese people. Applications from countries like the Lighthouse and the Kimchi were rejected and postponed by their national leaders for various reasons. If swearing were allowed, I bet even the top leaders of China would want to swear. "You guys keep mocking us in our live stream. How dare you ask us for something? Have you no shame?" This has led to the current situation where people in the live stream, such as those from China, feel a pang of jealousy after seeing the dialogue between China and other friendly countries. Many rational foreigners immediately couldn't stand it anymore and planned to unite and protest at the White Building. FK, your own country is in ruins now, and you still refuse to bow down? Look at the other countries that have friendly relations with China. They've already received animals from the Dragon Kingdom. On Earth today, many animals are endangered species. Besides cockroaches, while the outside world was in an uproar during the live broadcast, the cooks have finished cooking and added salt. They were clearly very excited when they were given food. "Your Majesty, the food tastes even better with the things you gave me. I never imagined that there could be such delicious food in the world." "Your Majesty, what is that?" The two monkeys were both excited and curious. However, Ankh just smiled and remained silent. After all, these animals wouldn't understand even if she explained it to them. Meanwhile, the two monkeys' actions also attracted the attention of other animals around them. Upon hearing that tonight's food would be incredibly delicious, all the animals swallowed hard. Just how delicious must it be to make these two monkeys so excited? They were drooling as they looked at the steaming hot roasted meat. The two little tiger cubs and leopard cubs are already getting restless. Seeing this, Enka couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Eat up! Eat up!" With Ankh's permission, the surrounding animals began to feast. Immediately following were the sounds of the animals' delight. The monkeys with the small scar cried out excitedly. They had never eaten such delicious food in their lives. Not only them, but the leopard's eyes also lit up. It rarely speaks, but it kept praising the food for dinner. King Kong exclaimed, "This life has been worth it." Watching the animals feast and exclaim how delicious it was, the tiger mother couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling her own mouth water. Is it really that delicious? It really wanted to try, but out of pride, it didn't go any closer. Force yourself to suppress your urge to eat. Seeing this, Enka couldn't help but sigh. Being too proud is a recipe for suffering. He offered Tiger Mom a way out. "Come and eat with us." Chapter 81. The corpse wasn't carried away by a tiger. Is there still a crisis? Tiger Mom didn't say a word. Ankh was speechless. Was it really necessary to put on such an act? So he simply stopped offering excuses, saying, "Since you're not going to eat it, then forget it." Tiger Mom panicked immediately, but dared not show it. After a struggle with its own thoughts, it finally chose to give in. "I tried eating meat with salt." This statement was quite shocking, and Tiger Mom froze on the spot. A delicious flavor I'd never tasted before exploded on my taste buds, leaving me feeling refreshed and invigorated. A woo. Tiger Mom couldn't help but let out a loud roar, venting her pleasure from the food. She immediately abandoned her reserve and began to eat. It was fortunate that it had humbled itself. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it for the rest of your life. Suppressed a laugh as she watched Tiger Mom's. It's actually delicious phenomenon. Salt is the king of all flavors. It can enhance aroma and freshness. Humans have been consuming it for so many years. How could it not be delicious? Hank stopped thinking about it and happily started eating. As the delicious beef entered his mouth, he exclaimed in amazement and nodded repeatedly. That's more like it. It's just right. They should have thought of refining fine salt earlier. Just as Hank and the animals were enjoying their meal, the viewers in the live stream exclaimed that they couldn't stand it anymore. A notice regarding the nation's survival has appeared. Congratulations to Hank, contestant number 1 from the Dragon Kingdom, for becoming the first person to create edible fine salt. Reward: Ocean Affinity, upgradable. Description: diving into the open sea is like navigating a clear river. You won't be affected by salinity, and regardless of whether the water is murky or not, you can clearly see everything on the seabed. Each dive lasts for 20 minutes. Hearing the sudden announcement about the National Destiny game, Hank was taken aback. Marine-friendly physique? Meanwhile, the live stream chat outside exploded. Holy crap, isn't this reward like a superpower? Being able to see clearly in the ocean without any equipment is truly a superpower. Most importantly, even with very advanced equipment, it's not easy to see clearly in the ocean, and it can stay underwater for 20 minutes. In this way, Hank's advantage in the underwater area is absolutely unparalleled among all the contestants. This not only greatly increases the ease of obtaining marine life, it also relates to the issue of obtaining the mysterious treasure chest in the sea. With the Ocean Affinity physique, Hank's chances of obtaining the mysterious treasure chest are greatly increased. Think about it. Others can only go into the sea for a few minutes, at most 10 minutes. It's estimated that it won't even touch the bottom before it has to return to the surface. However, Hank can stay underwater for 20 minutes and search to her heart's content. With ample time, efficiency naturally increases. This reward is amazing. This is definitely one of the best rewards ever. Bullshit. The first reward is pretty awesome too, okay? Immune to all poisons. This is also why Boss and dared to venture into the jungle without any scruples. His spider sense is also quite strong, which can greatly help him avoid danger. As the group discussed the matter, they realized something was amiss. Immune to all poisons, spider sense, and now, ocean affinity. Hank is practically a little superhero now. This realization has excited the entire nation of China. In the wild, the more abilities you have and the stronger your physical fitness, the better you are at surviving. Almost all Chinese people are filled with hope and pride. As long as Hank doesn't encounter any supernatural crises, she will be basically safe. While the Chinese were celebrating and drinking, the foreigners were not happy about it. Hank already had a significant advantage, but now she's also rewarded with ocean affinity, which widens the gap even further. Wouldn't he then take all the mysterious treasures in the ocean without missing a single one? What else do their national athletes play? Protests erupted immediately, with even high-ranking officials from many countries joining the movement. This is not fair. That's right. It has severely disrupted the balance of the nation's survival. A nation's survival depends on its own strength. What's the point of competing if it can't acquire such extraordinary abilities? Oh wow, the foreigners have broken down. Competing on personal ability? The Ocean Affinity physique now belongs to our Anhui University. Isn't that precisely his personal ability? It's as if your country could surpass our Ontario University without this award. We're falling behind anyway, so what's the rush? If you're so capable, let your country's contestants be the first to create something. That way, you can also get a reward. You have to recognize the quality of the food, not just rely on your opinion. In the land of kimchi, you can make kimchi and receive rewards or 1,000-fold realization. Haha, that's hilarious. The people of China today will not allow themselves to be ridiculed by people from other countries. With absolute confidence and assurance, it's time to make these foreigners realize their mistakes. In the segment, Kang Hui and Sa Baining were equally blunt in their remarks. It's just different from the simple and direct approach of bullet comments. They use the art of language to make their insults more subtle. This immediately excited the people of China. Wow, so that's how you can insult someone, in a budding way. I suspect the host was swearing, but I have no proof. Manhwa culture is so profound and extensive. Forgive me for being bad at talking. All I can do is laugh out loud. The host's eloquence brought this Grand Dragon Kingdom feast to a new level. During the live stream, Hank quickly snapped out of her daze. He immediately beamed with joy. Oh wow, I just wanted to make salt to improve the taste, but I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. The ocean affinity ability is absolutely a powerful asset for Ankh. His breath-holding proficiency had been steadily improving, reaching level 2. He could already stay underwater for a long time, and now he can stay even longer. Some are guaranteed to last at least half an hour, while the longest, Ankh, is estimated to be around 40 minutes. After all, holding your breath for a certain amount of time is not as simple as 1 plus 1. The longer the duration, the greater the burden on the body. At least half an hour is enough for him to have plenty of time to explore the nearby shallow waters. Ankh had been thinking about one thing before: the progress of ocean exploration and how to obtain the mysterious treasures at the bottom of the sea. Now that there are rewards, everything becomes much simpler. The key is that his breath-holding proficiency can be upgraded. The longer he holds his breath underwater, the more his proficiency will increase. Maybe he'll be able to stay underwater for an hour someday. Ankh's eyes began to sparkle with anticipation. I wonder what might be inside this mysterious treasure. The last rays of the setting sun gradually faded, and the night forcefully dominated the world. At the campsite, Ankh and all the animals finished their meal and were enjoying their time. Anku looked at the bright moon and stars that gradually appeared in the night sky, a smile on her lips. Then a question suddenly came to his mind. So he turned to look at the tiger mom lying outside the camp. That's right, tiger mom. Did you dig up that body over there and carry it away? As she spoke, Ankh pointed to the place where the bodies had been buried. Chapter 82. Someone in the shadows? Unknown. This unexpected question undoubtedly disrupted the atmosphere in the live stream. The crowd hopes that Ankh can tame the tiger mom and her cubs. This shows that Ankh has gained a powerful general. However, the feeling is quite different for a tiger that has eaten people. This matter will remain a thorn in everyone's side. After all, the tiger mom and her cubs have eaten human flesh, which means they will include humans in their diet. If Ankh falls on hard times and is attacked by a tiger when she has no food, nobody knows what the future holds. All we can do now is minimize the risks. Hopefully, the tiger mom and her cubs haven't eaten any corpses. Everyone hopes they haven't eaten them, but isn't the answer obvious? Alas, yes, besides them, where else around here could you find any wild beasts? Almost everyone believes that it was the mother tiger and her cub who did it, including Ankh. However, Ankh did not have the sense of alienation that people outside the family had. After all, that foreigner had ulterior motives, invading the camp and attempting to kill King Kong. His crimes were heinous. Even if the leopard kills and eats itself, Ankh won't say anything. If the tiger mom naturally eats it, then so be it. As for potential risks in the future, Ankh is not worried. In a few days, once the natural affinity level is upgraded, tiger mom will naturally become more affinity-oriented towards herself. However, to everyone's surprise, the tiger shook its head, denying that it had taken the carcass. Tiger mom said to Ankh with a disdainful look, "We don't like to eat corpses that are already dead. That body is too filthy. I can't be bothered to touch it. My children and I eat the game we hunt ourselves." Anku frowned slightly. No. This makes things even more mysterious and complicated. If it wasn't tiger mom, what other animal nearby could have carried away the carcass? And it happened without anyone noticing, without leaving any trace. King Kong, who was standing on Ankh's shoulder, was also very surprised. It opened its mouth wide and shouted, "A ghost! A ghost! So scary! So scary!" "Shut up," Anku said irritably. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were also completely bewildered. They hoped it wasn't a mother tiger and her cubs. When the truth turned out to be exactly as they had hoped, they felt uneasy. If it's not a mother tiger and her cubs, then what is it? Could there be some ferocious beast nearby? Upon closer examination, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that there really was something unclean? In the program, Kang Hui and Sa Baining worked to dispel the public's wild thoughts and anxieties. They began seeking help from experts and professors. "Professor Wu, what animal do you think carried the corpse away?" Lu Yifei blinked her beautiful eyes, her pretty face a little nervous, waiting for an answer. If she had a reliable answer, she wouldn't overthink things and scare herself unnecessarily. However, Professor Wu and the experts present were slow to provide an answer. They racked their brains, but couldn't figure out what kind of animal could have carried the carcass away. Most importantly, it left no trace. No matter what kind of animal it is, if it has been here, it will inevitably leave a trace, right? Unless the other party is intelligent enough to fake the scene. Therefore, there is only one answer: humans. However, all the players' performances are broadcast live globally, so if it really was done by a human, it would definitely be seen immediately. The silence of Professor Wu and others only exacerbated people's unease. The crowd began to make wild guesses. Moreover, the directions of the speculation are becoming increasingly outrageous. During the live stream, Ankh stroked her chin, lost in thought. It wasn't the tiger that did it, which means the hidden danger near the camp hasn't been discovered yet. There might be even more terrifying beasts. What could they be? Ankh couldn't guess what kind of beast it might be, so she simply stopped thinking about it. There are two ferocious beasts in the camp right now, a tiger and a leopard. Any beast that wants to attack the camp will have to think twice. Of course, this is based on the fact that the National Destiny game is set on normal living beings. If she encounters some incomprehensible creatures, we can only pretend Anko didn't say anything. Shaking her head, Ankh chuckled to herself and said, "All the fear stems from insufficient firepower. To eliminate the crisis, you must make yourself stronger. We must explore more unknown areas. Obtaining a mysterious treasure is one way to enhance one's strength. Reaching certain exploration levels and receiving corresponding stage rewards is also a way to improve your strength. As mentioned in the game, National Fortune, the beast will become increasingly ferocious in the future. We must be fully prepared." Just as Ankh was thinking about these things, King Kong, the little tiger, and the little leopard came over. They gathered around Ankh affectionately. The little tiger snuggled into my arms and rubbed its big head against me. Seeing this, the little leopard also snuggled into Ankh's arms. At the same time, they wanted to push the little tiger away. Unfortunately, it was powerless against the tiger cub's large head. It could only howl in anger and kick its legs violently. This scene made Ankh laugh heartily. Don't rush, you two will get a share." Anku smiled warmly and played with the two little ones. King Kong stood on Anku's shoulder, watching the little tiger ponder. Can we tame a tiger cub just like we tame a leopard cub? If it could, it would probably boast about it to other birds for the rest of its life. As it grew darker, Xiao Ba came over to say goodbye to Anku. It was getting late, and they had to return to their habitat. Anku nodded, then thought for a moment and said, "Oh right, take some cured meat back with you." This afternoon, the tiger hunted 2 more wild boars and had plenty of meat. We might as well let little Scar and the others take it back and give the mother monkey and baby monkeys a change of food. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Little Scar didn't mince words. He took the meat from Ankh's hands. Then they reluctantly left the camp. After the 10 monkeys left, the camp became much quieter. At this moment, the mother tiger stood up and came to the tiger cub's side, intending to leave with him. "It's getting late, time to head back to the nest." Tiger Mom plans to go back this time and never pass through this area again, to prevent the little tiger from always siding with outsiders. However, to Tiger Mom's dismay, the little tiger continued to desperately try to get into Ankh's arms, showing no intention of leaving. It tried many methods, using gentleness and reasoning with the tiger cub. When that didn't work, it adopted a tougher approach, growling at the tiger cub. However, it still didn't work. This infuriated the Tiger Mom. This rebellious son really showed her no respect whatsoever. Anku, the person in question, was overjoyed. I secretly gave the little tiger a huge thumbs up. He then took the opportunity to persuade Tiger Mom to stay there. "Tiger Mom, why don't you just make this your home from now on?" As long as Tiger Mom is willing to stay, even if she doesn't admit that she is Ankh's person. But we're practically in the same boat now. If there are any more beast attacks tonight, the Tiger Mom will have no choice but to intervene. Chapter 83 successfully saved the tiger mother and cubs. Before Tiger Mom could answer, Ankh immediately started her seduction. First, we compared the environment of the nest. The cave was dark and damp, and many insects and even parasites would grow on the hair there. It's not conducive to the growth of tiger cubs. Here, there are fewer insects, and monkeys can groom you during the day. After all, monkeys love nothing more than picking lice out of other people's fur and eating them. Then comes security. Ankh blinked and grinned. "Look, here with me. Even Leopard Mom can help you look after your kids. If we encounter danger, we can work together to deal with it, and our safety will be greatly guaranteed." The tiger mother sneered, saying disdainfully, "I am a tiger. What in the jungle dares to mess with me?" "Hey, that's not right. There are plenty of animals that dare to mess with you." Ankh used her silver tongue and even tempted him with delicious food. I assured Tiger Mom that as long as it stayed here, it would be able to eat salted food every day. This has already made Tiger Mom somewhat tempted. In addition, there was the little tiger's final persuasion. Tiger Mom finally agreed to make Anko's camp her new home. Of course, the most crucial thing is that Tiger Mom had seen the scene of 8 buffalo attacking the camp the night before. Even if it's a tiger, faced with that situation, its only option is to flee. However, while it escaped, the child could not. The inevitable result was the child's death. Ankh and his group were indeed incredibly strong, easily killing 8 bulls. Because she had seen them before, Tiger Mom never attacked Anko and the others. They attacked King Kong because they thought it was an ordinary parrot. After discovering that it was a parrot from Anko's camp, Tiger Mom released it. Otherwise, how could King Kong have escaped Tiger Mom's clutches? Before Ankh could say anything, the little tiger saw that his mother had agreed. They immediately cheered with joy. He kicked hard with his short legs. Ankh smiled broadly and clapped to welcome Tiger Mom. Wishing you prosperity and good fortune. Give me a red envelope. Wishing you prosperity and good fortune. Give me a red envelope. On his shoulder, King Kong started yelling incoherently again. Ankh couldn't help but tap its head. Can you please stop talking nonsense? To be honest, he couldn't understand King Kong's thought process at all. The main idea is to say whatever comes to mind. The leopard mother stood up and welcomed the tiger mother as well. It only targeted Tiger Mom because she wasn't one of their own. But now we're all on the same side. There's no need to target it. The arrival of the Tiger Mom is also beneficial to it. The little leopard is safer now. And from now on, it can safely guard the camp without having to go out hunting. Of course, Tiger Mom wouldn't mind if she wanted to protect the camp. The cows and their calves near the camp also wanted to welcome the Tiger Mom and her cubs to join them. However, having only recently arrived, they haven't yet adapted to their new life and still have a natural fear of tigers. I want to take a step, but I just can't seem to move it. That's terrifying. Despite her fear, Cow Mom was genuinely happy. With tigers and leopards around, how can it and its daughter still live on the edge as before? Even the fearless honey badger would think twice before attacking a camp. Mother Cow did not take all of this for granted. Instead, they clearly knew that their future safe living was all thanks to Ankh. Because of him, it and its daughter are able to have the safe and secure life they have now. Nyoma was even more determined to repay Nku. We should try to get him to drink more milk. At first, the viewers in the live stream were confused since they couldn't understand animal language. However, when they learned from Ankh's one-sided account that Tiger Mom and Little Tiger planned to stay, they were all excited. The crowd was both surprised and smug. From now on, we won't need to leave the leopard to guard the house. The tiger can guard the house, and the leopard can be our mount. With tigers guarding the camp, who dares to come? Korea, do you want to give it a try? The United States is welcome to come to our Dragon Country's camp. You're all welcome. Kimchi, lighthouses, which country dares to speak up? Fowler's death is still fresh in our minds, let alone now there are two ferocious beasts. Even if there are firearms, one must think twice. The size of a leopard and a tiger is not something that can be predicted with a single bullet. Unless you have a high-powered weapon, but that's the wilderness. Even a fire can be life or death if it goes out, let alone firearms. The foreigners were dumbfounded, remaining silent and letting the Chinese people mock them. In the program, Professor Wu and other experts were all smiles. The addition of the tiger has undoubtedly enhanced the combat effectiveness of the integrated camp. Yes, Professor Wu smiled broadly. Ankh can now focus entirely on exploration and leave the hunting to either the leopard or the tiger. Coach Zhao grinned and said, most athletes from other countries are still packing up their shelters, busy upgrading the shelter's defenses, and also busy finding food. Nku is a great hero of our Dragon Kingdom. With Ankh here, our Dragon Kingdom is fortunate. Coach Zhao is now fawning over Ankh. After all, expert Shui had already gone in and started operating the sewing machine. Coach Zhao just wants to say, the person has already behaved himself, please let him go. However, deep down, he truly admired Nku. Situation and international standing of the Dragon Kingdom are all thanks to Ankh. The experts at the scene chatted and laughed. The addition of tigers not only improved the safety of the camp. At the same time, the production of salt greatly improved the preservation of food. Marinated meat can be preserved for a longer period of time. If there are enough of them, we can prepare for winter. Nobody knows what winter will be like in the National Destiny game. Could it be a frozen wasteland? Regardless of the circumstances, Ankh's current situation makes everyone feel that the future is promising. During the live stream, Ankh did not continue playing with the two little ones. He sat on the edge of the camp, observing the surroundings. Even if he doesn't notice a beast attack, his spider sense will detect it immediately. However, no matter how long they waited, the beast attack did not come. This surprised Nku. Could it be that there was no beast attack tonight? After observing for a while longer, Ankh decided not to wait any longer. He turned back to teaching King Kong English. We should try to make it learn as much as possible so that it can gather more information when it encounters other countries' fortunes in the future. Ankh is currently unaware of the situation of the other national fortune seekers. Has anyone else received the national fortune reward and become even stronger? Even possessing abilities beyond ordinary people? Or perhaps some genius created a firearm? With everything unknown, Ankh must be wary of all the foreign competitors. As mentioned at the beginning of the game, National Destiny game, do not trust anyone. In the following period, Aang continued to make more ceramic containers while teaching King Kong English. As dried meat, salt, water, milk, and other supplies become more abundant, Aang needs more and more containers. Chapter 84 is the moon watching us. King Kong's learning ability is astonishing. If this were applied to humans, he could be considered a minor genius. The only downside is that he sometimes likes to say things he doesn't mean. After being taught, it has already understood the use of Chinese. But he just likes to blurt out some inexplicable things from time to time. Aang was speechless about this. There was nothing she could do about it. Anyway, it won't have any impact, so let it be. The parrot diligently learned the English that Aang was teaching it, while the little leopard, the little tiger, and the little cow listened attentively beside it. The three little ones listened with great interest, occasionally letting out cries, seemingly learning in a very serious manner. Unfortunately, they can't speak human language like parrots. On the left and right sides of the edge of the camp, the tiger mother and the leopard mother were lying down respectively. They observed the dark jungle in the distance while quietly watching the healing scene at the camp. There was a time when they didn't have to worry about food and safety. Their current life is truly wonderful. Tiger Mom is starting to wonder if she should stay here forever. Despite its haughtiness, it actually quite likes this place. It's both safe and delicious. At this moment, the little tiger tilted its head and asked Aang curiously what she was teaching King Kong. Aang smiled and replied that it was a language. Unfortunately, the little tiger couldn't understand what language was. Aang didn't know how to explain it either. They couldn't learn language. At the same time, unlike monkeys, they do not have the dexterity to use tools. After thinking about it, Aang felt that perhaps she could teach the three little ones some common sense. For example, common sense such as how to avoid traps. The animals in the game National Fortune are already quite intelligent. They should be relatively easy to teach, and they will become even smarter as they grow up. Whether in hunting skills or other aspects, they are far superior to their kind. Without hesitation, Aang began teaching while incorporating some common sense explanations. That night, the atmosphere at the campsite was harmonious and warm. The arrival of the mother tiger and her cub did not cause chaos or any other negative impact on the camp. The beast attack did not occur until nearly midnight. Tonight should be a peaceful night. Thinking about it, it makes sense. If there were beast attacks every night, the mortality rate of the players would reach a terrifying level. As the difficulty of the beast attacks increases, it seems that in the end no one will be able to escape. At the edge of the camp, after the lesson, Aang leaned against Leopard Mom and gazed at the starry sky. The sky was cloudless, the moonlight was bright, and countless stars intertwined to create a beautiful picture. Aang was captivated by what she saw and was deeply moved. In the live broadcast room and the program, everyone was quietly looking at the night sky, marveling at its beauty. Due to severe pollution in the real world, the starry sky is almost invisible in almost every part of the world. Just as Aang was gazing at the beautiful starry sky in a daze, his pupils suddenly dilated. At the same time, the heart contracts slightly, and a feeling of tightness is felt. However, this feeling was fleeting, and Aang quickly returned to normal. The leopard mother noticed something was wrong, and asked Aang what was wrong. Anku swallowed hard, shook her head, and smiled. It's nothing. However, out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but look at the starry sky and the incomparably bright moon. He quickly withdrew it. Just now, he suddenly had a feeling, and at the same time, an idea popped into his mind uncontrollably. That is, he always felt that someone was watching him from behind the moon. This absurd feeling is enough to send chills down your spine. Perhaps I've been too tired lately and am hallucinating? Aang shook her head, trying to stop thinking about things that obviously wouldn't have any answers. I went back to bed and drifted off to sleep. Nothing happened that night, and the next day, Aang didn't sleep well because of that terrible thought she had last night. So Aang was still fast asleep until after 10 o'clock. King Kong was jumping around by the bedside. Then it saw the dull-looking tiger by the bed, its head tilted to one side. King Kong wanted to say, "What are you looking at?" But then it thought again and began to instruct the little tiger to use its fluffy tail to tickle Aang's nose, trying to wake him up. The fluffy tail teased Aang, causing her to sneeze and wake up. Then you see the little tiger's big butt. Aang yawned and scratched her head. No wonder I had trouble breathing. The audience in the live stream was laughing hysterically. Family members, does anyone understand? I woke up first thing in the morning and saw a big butt. This is really crazy. I almost suffocated when my husky sat on me before. Hilarious. Almost everyone who has owned a dog has had this experience. Holy crap. I thought it was just my dog with some kind of weird fetish. Turns out everyone has the same experience. That bird, King Kong, is really mischievous now. That guy directed the little tiger to wake Ankh, but he himself immediately hid far away. This is purely malicious, a setup to frame the poor little tiger. In the segment, Lu Yifei laughed heartily while expressing her envy. I wish I had a tiger as a pet. It would be so cute. Kong Hui and Sa Baining were quite startled. I never expected that the nation's goddess would have this kind of hobby. Is it okay to keep a tiger as a pet? Aren't you afraid that the other party will treat you like prey? During the live stream, Ankh pushed the little tiger's butt away. When I tried to get up, I found my legs were incredibly heavy. He looked down and saw the little leopard sleeping on his feet. Ankh decided to put her learning to good use and woke up the little leopard by using the little tiger's tail. However, the little leopard touched its nose and continued sleeping. After several attempts, Enku had no choice but to pick up the little leopard directly. The latter, half asleep and half awake, was placed on the ground with a bewildered expression. As for the little tiger with its back to itself, Ankh simply patted its rear end and then put it on the ground. Then, stretching, he walked to the stream to wash up. King Kong, who was hiding in the distance, watched all of this with a completely bewildered expression. It originally wanted to see the little tiger get a scolding and look pitiful. I never expected Ankh to have such a good temper. In that case, it seems I can try it later. The gorilla's eyes darted around. Ankh arrived at the stream and began her daily washing routine. Then we went to check the traps. He hadn't checked the traps in the stream for several days, and as expected, there were already several river fish inside. Ankh happily caught several fish. This way we won't need to use up the camp supplies. Before, without salt, the fish was delicious, but it always felt like something was missing. Now that salt has been added, Ankh immediately gives a thumbs up and says, "That's it. That's it. That's the taste." It's a pity that there was no soy sauce, chili, or other seasonings. Otherwise, it would be even more delicious. In the camp, the other animals also divided up the food. However, I didn't get much. It was just enough to tide me over. After all, the amount of food consumed daily in the camp is quite alarming. Just then, a dense, rapid rustling sound came from the jungle. Chapter 85 Going to sea is like coming home. The ocean's affinity takes effect. However, everyone in the camp ignored it, having long been accustomed to it. It's morning, and this sound coming from the jungle means that Little Scar and the others have arrived. Sure enough, the cries of Little Scar and the others soon followed. The monkey troop returned to the camp. Their arrival brought today's fruit, bananas and mangoes. After finding the mango tree, the monkeys claimed it as part of their territory and would go there to pick mangoes from time to time. Ankh naturally wouldn't stop them, since the monkeys would bring back green mangoes every time they went to pick them. For Ankh, who loves green mangoes, she was overjoyed. I just occasionally remind them to be careful. After all, they still didn't know what the thing that carried the corpse was. The hidden crisis in the vicinity did not erupt. It's worth mentioning that Little Scar also brought 2 female monkeys today. Before Ankh could ask, Little Scar came over and reported, "Your Majesty, I have sent my 2 wives to join the cooking squad. Is this all right for you?" The camp now consumes a huge amount of food every day. After all, the leopard and the tiger are 2 big guys. Although they can occasionally eat raw meat, they still need to cook a lot of food. 2 monkeys weren't enough for the cooking crew, so Little Scar took the initiative to find 2 female monkeys to help with the work. Ankh nodded in agreement. Of course, that's a good thing. However, he asked with some concern, "Your wife has never been exposed to flames before. Are you sure she can handle this job?" The reason why Little Scar and the others are not afraid of fire is because they have been hanging out with Ankh for a long time. I got used to it naturally. The same goes for leopards and king leopards. They're not afraid of campfires anymore. But the tiger mother and cub, who officially joined the family last night, are different. They also have a natural fear of fire and are very afraid to get close to it. Little Scar's 2 wives haven't been trained, so they probably won't be able to do it anytime soon. Little Scar proudly stated, "No problem. At night in our habitat, we also light a campfire. This can repel annoying mosquitoes and prevent them from invading. Now my back skirt is basically not afraid of flames." Ankh was surprised to hear this. She hadn't expected that Little Scar and the others had already started using a campfire to protect their habitat. Is it really starting to resemble humanity more and more? In that case, there's no problem, Ankh said with a smile. With more people, the monkeys can eat faster. It won't take as long as before. Well done, Little Scar. Ankh rubbed Little Scar's head. Little Scar grew increasingly proud, holding his head high and chest out. Then it asked, "Your Majesty, what is today's task?" "First, have a few monkeys move the wooden stakes. Although we don't need it in a hurry, we'll keep it for now to make arrangements later," Inca said after thinking for a moment. Without asking any further questions, Xiaobai immediately accepted the order and ran off to make arrangements. Ankh then walked up to Jin Gang. This silly bird, spouting nonsense, is teasing the little tiger. Holding the cat toy made by Ankh, the tiger cub was made to run back and forth, and it enjoyed the thrill of controlling its predator. He would occasionally chuckle to himself. Ankh was speechless, but she could only show off in front of the little brat. If you're so capable, go and tease the tiger mom and leopard mom. They'll definitely teach King Kong a lesson in no time. No, I mean, teach him to be a bird. King Kong, stop playing around, Ankh interrupted. Your task remains the same today. King Kong's daily task is to patrol the air and see if there are any dangerous beasts nearby. However, the most important thing is to determine if there are any national team athletes nearby. Humans pose a far greater threat than animals. A bird like me has to clock in and out every day. What a miserable life. King Kong grumbled. It was speaking Chinese, and everyone in the live stream could understand it. This made many viewers in the live stream burst out laughing. That's hilarious. It has to be said that King Kong has indeed taken on a different flavor now. I've fully empathized with them. A year after graduation, I've changed a lot. Upstairs. You're lucky you found a job. I've been lying at home for half a year. The live stream room is essentially a large-scale real-time forum every day. Sometimes a topic will eventually lead to other topics. Under Ankh's arrangement, all the animals performed their respective duties. He himself, along with Little Scar and another strong monkey, planned to head to the sea. I've traveled the sea route many times. There is almost no danger. Of course, even if there were, Ankh wouldn't be afraid. After all, with the spider sense, it can effectively avoid danger. About 20 minutes later, Ankh and Little Scar arrived at the beach. The familiar azure sea still laps against the shore. Seagulls circling in the sky tirelessly hunt their prey. Because of the distance, the seagulls were not affected by Ankh's natural affinity. Ankh came to the beach this time to try out her ocean-friendly physique. We'll also see if we can find anything on the seabed. Before going into the sea, Ankh let Little Scar and the others move around freely. For example, go and get a few more coconuts. Coconuts are edible and can also replenish water, so the more the better. After making the arrangements, Ankh took off all her clothes, leaving only her pockets. After all, wearing clothes into the sea will cause you to get salt stains. To Ankh's surprise, he now has a clearly defined 8-pack. In the live stream room, many girls were in an uproar. Holy crap, Boss and S abs. You've completely confused me. Sisters, lick the screen. Bosson belongs to all of us. He's not only handsome, but also has a great physique and is very talented. Perfect male god. Not only Chinese women, but also many foreign girls have fallen into the frenzy. This includes many women from kimchi and lighthouses. As the saying goes, good looks are justice. During the live stream, Ankh had no idea how many girls outside were going crazy over his skin. He just murmured silently. The skill level is truly amazing. You can get fit without even needing to train. Without pausing to admire his abs, he leaped into the sea, returning to the water after a long absence. The last time was just a week ago. As soon as she entered the sea, Ankh clearly felt the changes. Those who frequently go to the sea know that visibility underwater is very low. The deeper you go, the more this becomes true. Therefore, most deep-sea animals rely on sound waves or other abilities to find other creatures around them. Furthermore, due to the salt content of seawater, people are basically unable to keep their eyes open for extended periods. However, Ankh did not taste any salt, as if she were in clear water. That's not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is that he seems to have opened his third eye. You can easily see seafood swimming around just a few meters away. I didn't feel any pressure around me, and my whole body felt incredibly relaxed. It's as easy as walking on land. This is ocean affinity? That's amazing. Ankh was amazed. Thanks to Ankh, viewers in the live stream were also able to clearly see the underwater scenes. Many people were excited at this moment. Chapter 86, Seabed Gold. The giant yellow croaker. The underwater scenery is picturesque. It captivated the viewers in the live stream. Although we've seen coral reefs and other scenery before, the view was never nearly as clear as it was this time. In the coral reef, all kinds of fish swim among them, like little elves dancing among the flowers. And after these little elves saw Ankh appear, a magical scene unfolded once again. As if they had seen their leader, they all swam over and surrounded Ankh. Viewers in the live stream were already used to this, with only a few newcomers from abroad wondering if they were seeing a ghost. This works? The legendary Aquaman. Or perhaps they exclaim in astonishment, "My God, is this magic?" Most foreigners, on the other hand, were indifferent and nothing but jealousy. By the way, why aren't any foreigners causing trouble? in the live stream found it boring, and many Chinese viewers are now eagerly awaiting the foreigners to mock them. That's how they have fun. It's a pity that foreigners these days are like quails. To describe the foreigner's state in one sentence, he's begging for mercy. With no foreign guests around, the viewers in the live stream started discussing what seafood Aang would catch that day. There's a lot of seafood to see now. Various kinds of shallow sea fish, as well as shrimp, crabs, etc. Unfortunately, most of these seafoods had already manifested before. Now, we'll just have to leave the marine ecosystem of China to time. The marine life that manifests will eventually rebuild the ocean. At that time, the waters of the Dragon Kingdom and the waters of other countries will be two completely different underwater worlds. The Dragon Kingdom has regained its vibrant colors and vitality, while the foreign lands remain lifeless. During the live stream, Aang didn't rush to catch seafood this time. Instead, they continued to advance into areas that had not been explored before. After all, he had only spent a limited amount of time underwater, so the sooner he was captured, the better. However, he can now spend much more time underwater, so he's not in a hurry to catch seafood. Just capture it when it's almost done. And who knows, there might be new, even more delicious seafood. Aang's main goal now is to increase the exploration progress and see if she can find any hidden treasures on the seabed. Taking advantage of his current advantage, he should try to plunder all the treasures in the sea. Aang continued through the colorful coral reefs. More and more fish followed behind, like Aang's trail as she glided across the seabed. This scene was quite unique, and the audience was even surprised to find that there was a sea turtle among them. And so, Aang stayed on the seabed for a full half hour. It unlocked a large portion of the underwater fog on the map. The foreign viewers in the live stream haven't broken down yet. However, when they saw Aang's surface to catch her breath, then it dives into the sea and continues swimming to deeper depths. This time, Aang has once again broken the foreigner's defenses. Is this guy a human or a whale now? Bullshit. With him like this, how can other countries' athletes possibly surpass China's in underwater exploration? Fuck. This is unfair. It's a trash game. You might as well just give the mysterious treasure in the sea to the Dragon Kingdom. The whale spends about the same amount of time on the seabed as Aang. Without any equipment, how can other countries compete with Anko in terms of underwater exploration and mysterious treasures? The two sides are practically worlds apart. However, no matter how much the foreigners disagreed or protested, it was useless. Because they cannot change the status quo. As you go deeper, the light above becomes dimmer. However, Aang remained relaxed and at ease. Just then, Aang spotted a new school of fish ahead. These fish scales are golden in color and shimmer in the light reflected off the seabed. This is a large yellow croaker. Aang's face lit up with excitement. This was absolutely delicious. In the live stream, viewers saw the surprise on Enku's face and couldn't help but speculate. What kind of fish is this? It's golden, like it's covered in a layer of gold. Haha, just looking at it makes me think it's worth a lot of money. Any living thing is more valuable than gold these days. That's true. Even the krill that used to be abundant in the ocean are now very rare. In the segment, Kong Hui, in order to answer questions from viewers in the live chat, asked Professor Wu, who was standing nearby. Professor Wu, could you tell us what kind of fish this is? Professor Wu chuckled and said, just like everyone says, these fish are gold from the ocean. They are called large yellow croakers. Their flesh is delicious and has a lot of nutritional value. The most expensive one ever sold for several million yuan. Professor Wu's explanation was astonishing, especially considering the abundance of resources in the past. This kind of fish can actually sell for several million yuan apiece. If it has such value, just how delicious is the large yellow croaker? Unbelievable. My mouth is watering. In the segment, Professor Wu initially explained the science with a smile, but he soon revealed his helplessness and regret. Unfortunately, the large yellow croaker went extinct more than 20 years ago. No amount of money can buy it now. Professor Wu's words left the audience feeling quite somber. Earth's environment is harsh, and most species have become extinct. And the root cause of all this is humanity's relentless destruction of the environment. In particular, Japan's continuous sewage discharge caused enormous damage to the marine ecosystem. Japan was once again subjected to public condemnation, and even many foreigners joined in the attack. During the live stream, Aang almost burst out laughing. He was also aware of the value of the large yellow croaker. In his previous life, a single large yellow croaker could sell for 4 million. Such value was something he dared not pursue. Now I finally have the chance to try it. However, Aang soon had a headache and looked regretful. Although there is a large group of large yellow croakers, how can he catch them? He did not bring any capture tools. Even with fishing nets, it's unrealistic to catch a large school of fish. After a moment of contemplation, he considered how to handle the situation. He didn't plan to take only 2 or 3 with him. After all, it was a rare opportunity to encounter such a large group of yellow croakers. Who knows, they might not be there tomorrow. While Ankh was pondering, the foreigners in the live stream thought that Ankh had no way to capture it. They couldn't help but get excited. After all, seeing the Dragon Kingdom suffer a loss is a happy thing for them. The little devils from the Dragon Kingdom have no choice but to catch too many large yellow croakers. Haha, I'm relieved that you can only take 2 or 3. Yes, 2 or 3 conditions certainly cannot satisfy the realization condition. The Dragon Kingdom will no longer be able to materialize the giant yellow croaker 1,000-fold. If it cannot be realized, it's all in vain. The main purpose of those who enter the National Destiny game is to materialize resources for their country in the real world. Resources that cannot be materialized are meaningless, no matter how many you have in a game about National Destiny. Chapter 87 Manifesting 100,000 Large Yellow Croakers. After so many manifestations, the Dragon Kingdom and other countries have a vague guess. That means the conditions required for the first realization are the lowest. Then, to realize it, a certain quantity must be reached. The more quantities there are, the more quantities are needed to meet the conditions. There are at least 100 large yellow croakers in this live stream right now, and to achieve the desired visual representation, Ankh needs to catch at least 20 fish. There could be even more. Now that Ankh has no tools, how is he going to catch so many fish? During the live stream, Ankh did not consider these issues. All he wanted was to catch more large yellow croakers to feed the animals. There were more than a dozen monkeys, a mother tiger and her cub were the biggest group, and there was also King Kong, who liked Crazy Thursday. With so many animals, we would need at least 20 or 30 large yellow croakers to feed them. As Ankh was pondering, he saw the group of large yellow croakers lingering around him after they saw him. With Ankh as the center, they revolve around him. This scene immediately gave Ankh an idea. Exactly. Since the fish will follow you, why bother catching them on the seabed? If we just take them to shallow waters and let Little Scar and the others catch them together, wouldn't that solve the problem? Do it right away if you think of it. Ankh immediately used the map provided by the National Fortune game and swam towards the ocean with the big yellow croaker. Just as expected, under the effect of natural affinity, this group of sea gold followed Ankh and swam towards the sea. Even the large yellow croakers seemed afraid of losing Ankh, so they swam forward desperately, overcome the impact of ocean waves. The viewers in the live stream were shocked as they watched Ankh and the school of large yellow croakers gradually move toward the shore. This works. The king of fish. Everyone was stunned. After all, the large yellow croaker is a deep-sea fish and rarely swims in shallow waters. However, they were trying to overcome their own habits in order to follow Ankh. Even Xiao Liang, a national-level animal expert and a guest of honor in the highest conference room, was dumbfounded by this scene. That's unreasonable. Xiao Liang felt that all the knowledge he had acquired was useless when it came to Enku. That's absolutely incredible. Although it's shocking, it's a good thing for China. But for the foreigners, this is a tough situation. What the hell? Can't these big yellow croakers have their own opinions? My face is still swollen, and I'm going to get beaten up again. How exactly did that brat from the Dragon Kingdom manage to do that? The foreigners looked distressed, but still clung to a sliver of hope, praying that it wouldn't materialize. They won't feel uncomfortable as long as they don't manifest. After all, the Dragon Kingdom cannot obtain it. Meanwhile, during the live stream, the large yellow croakers had followed Ankh to the beach. All the fish gathered at his feet. Ankh immediately had Little Scar and the others bring over the pottery jar. By this time, Little Scar and his friends had already returned from picking coconuts. After all, almost an hour had passed. Yes, Your Majesty. Little Scar and the other monkey hurriedly brought over the clay pot. Your Majesty, what seafood have you caught? Little Scar was curious, but when it and another monkey saw a group of fish surrounding Ankh's feet, they were both shocked. So many fish. The key question is, why don't these fish run away? Ankh took the pottery jar and then placed it in the seawater. Then, looking at the large yellow croaker at his feet, he asked, "Who wants to come in? Once you come in, you can create value in your fish life, even until your dying breath." After Enku finished speaking, the group of large yellow croakers seemed to be bewitched and began to flock into the earthenware jar. Water splashed everywhere. This scene left the two monkeys with small scars behind them dumbfounded. As the mainstays of the monkey troupe, they are considered the first or second strongest and have captured a considerable number of prey. However, I have never seen prey come to me willingly. Little Scar, what are you all standing there for? Come on, let's grab him. Ankh called out. Earthenware jars can't hold too many fish. To ensure all the animals in the camp have enough to eat, we need to catch more. Confused again, somewhat unsure. Your Majesty, if we go over there, won't they run away? No, no, Aang said confidently. This confidence comes from the natural affinity of level 2. The two monkeys were both surprised and excited. Run up immediately and experience the thrill of having your prey delivered to your doorstep. No need to exert any effort to catch them. The prey just sits right in front of you. So how could you not be happy? They even have the right to refuse. They don't want the elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled, the young, or the pregnant women, mainly those who are young and strong. This makes the fish meat more delicious. The little scars and the others were laughing so hard they were practically going crazy as they scratched. This was the easiest hunt of my life. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were all smiles as they watched. One of those items was worth millions before. Doesn't that mean boss and made nearly 100 million this time? Holy crap, 100 million? I'm rich. 100 million? In today's terms, these large yellow croakers are priceless. A few billion wouldn't be an exaggeration. If Boston comes back from the National Fortune game this time, he'll probably have achieved financial freedom by now, right? Haha. Even if they weren't chosen as China's lucky ones, they'd still be financially independent. In the real world, even Boss and is someone we can't reach. Back in college, I wrote several phenomenal novels and even created songs that swept the nation. That's incredibly awesome. Damn, Boston's life is like he's on a cheat code. Aang's background was revealed, which made everyone realize that he was originally a genius player. Talented, good-looking, and so young, Aang is loved by the nation even more for her charisma. During the live stream, Aang, Xiaoba, and others, one person and two monkeys, caught more than 20 plump yellow croakers. At that moment, the National Fortune game announcement was triggered once again. Congratulations to Aang, the #1 contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, for meeting the conditions for a 1,000-fold manifestation. The Dragon Kingdom will see 1,000 times more schools of large yellow croakers. The announcement immediately excited the viewers in the live stream who had been chatting casually. It has been manifested. It has been manifested. Aang has contributed the underwater gold to the Dragon Kingdom. There are at least 100 of these large yellow croakers. If they were multiplied 1,000 times, that would be 100,000. 100,000. Such a huge number made the entire Dragon Kingdom extremely happy. Almost the entire country rejoiced. With the arrival of this batch of large yellow croakers, in a few years, the Dragon Kingdom will basically be able to eat large yellow croaker meat. Even a little bit is a great blessing for the people of Earth today. Speak up, Kuriko. Our boss has brought this to life for us. Gold from the seabed, aren't you envious? Hilarious. A bunch of foreigners have gone silent again. How can you speak when your blood is red and warm? Just as the people of China thought, the foreigners have indeed become more arduous. Unexpectedly, Aang manifested again, and this time in a rather large number. This not only upset foreign citizens, but also alarmed high-level officials. Chapter 88. Are there more footprints nearby? 100,000 large yellow croakers brought incalculable wealth. Just as Professor Wu said, large yellow croaker is currently in high demand, but not available for sale. One could potentially sell for over 100 million. It can even be used as a gift to establish friendly relations between countries. Just like the cows before, world leaders convened an emergency meeting to discuss how to profit from this opportunity. After all, with over 100,000 fish, how can you not eat the meat or drink the soup? The U.S. military even proposed sending an aircraft carrier directly. Through intimidation, they forced the Dragon Kingdom to hand over some resources and species, such as freshwater and dairy cows. However, the proposal was quickly rejected. After all, aircraft carriers have been driven away by Chinese destroyers before. The current Dragon Kingdom is not something that can be easily intimidated. Lighthouse, kimchi, maple leaves, the top officials of these countries are all having a headache right now. I don't know how to get the benefits. However, what the higher-ups didn't know was that the ensuing riots and protests would cause them even more headaches. During the live stream, Enku sighed softly. I was careless. He hadn't originally planned to catch a lot of seafood. The main purpose of this trip to the beach was to try out my ocean-friendly body and experience what it's like to be a whale. Let's see if we can find some mysterious treasure. Then, when you finally return to camp, just take some seafood with you. Unexpectedly, they encountered a large group of delicious yellow croakers. Not only are there many of them, but each one is also extremely large. The minimum guarantee is as long as Aang's entire arm and weighs 40 or 50 pounds. Even though Aang's strength is about twice that of an average person, it's still difficult for her to carry too many fish. If only we could breed them artificially, Aang thought to herself. If it can be farmed, then he can eat large yellow croakers every day from now on. Wouldn't such a life be wonderful? In fact, Ankh had mastered the breeding technology, but the project of building a breeding base was enormous. And it also requires daily effort to maintain. Ankh doesn't have that much time right now. The most important tasks at present are to find the mysterious treasure and explore the island to obtain more opportunities for thousand-fold manifestation. Give up the idea of raising livestock. Ankh can only eat the large yellow croaker with tears in her eyes, and then release the ones that cannot be caught back into nature. However, although most of the large yellow croakers were released back into the wild. However, bringing back more than 20 large yellow croakers is not an easy task. Each one is guaranteed to weigh at least 40 gene, approximately 20 kilograms, so more than 20 would weigh nearly 1,000 gene, approximately 500 kilograms. This is something that Ankh, Xiaoba, and the monkey alone couldn't pull. After thinking about it, Ankh decided to take some back first. The remaining portion was placed in the fishing trap. With this in mind, Ankh began to retrieve her fishing traps. However, you won't know until you see it, and what you find will shock you. He made at least 7 or 8 fishing traps, but most of them broke. And it wasn't the kind of damage that happens naturally. Judging from the extent of the damage, it looks like it was done by someone. And Ku's expression darkened slightly, and she frowned, muttering, "Did someone deliberately sabotage my fishing trap?" The only people he could think of were those from other countries who had entered the same destiny. In the live stream, viewers also saw signs that Ankh's fishing trap had been deliberately sabotaged. This angered the crowd. Which country's athlete is so unethical? Investigate. Investigate immediately. This behavior is not simply a matter of damaging personal property. It is a diplomatic issue between the two countries. You little brat, if you know which country the athlete is from, don't establish diplomatic relations with that country in the future. It's very likely to be countries like the Lighthouse, Kimchi, these kinds of countries. I also think that these bastards do nothing good and are always up to no good. The impact of this incident was devastating, no less so than the invasion of the camp by the Windmill Nation's national fortune tellers. Viewers from various countries also checked the fortunes of their own nations. They wanted to see if it was one of their own country's athletes who did it. In fact, many countries are unwilling to have their own national leaders do such things, as it could very well anger China. At this critical juncture, offending the Dragon Kingdom means not even getting a sip of soup. Of course, there are also some darker ideas. If it was done by someone who controls the fate of their own country, then you must remind them not to easily set foot in Ankh's camp. There are 2 ferocious beasts there. Inside the highest meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom, Elderly looked at the Minister of Supervision. This is a newly established department responsible for watching live streams of the fates of people from other countries, in order to keep abreast of the situation of foreign nationals. Do you know which country's national fortune teller did this? Old Lee appeared calm, but in reality, he possessed an imposing aura that sent chills down one's spine. Thanks to Ankh's contributions, the lifespan of citizens of the Dragon Kingdom has been extended by more than 10 years. Mr. Lee is much more energetic now than before. No, the regulatory minister affirmed. No national security agents have been found to be near Ankh's activity areas so far. Our comrades are keeping a close watch 24 hours a day. The minister's words caused everyone in the meeting to frown in surprise. If it wasn't done by those who control the nation's destiny, then what could it be? During the live stream, Anku licked his lips, thinking that it was most likely not the work of other national fortune makers. After all, if it really were someone from another country whose destiny it was, then the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom would definitely send a message to inform them. The fact that they haven't informed him means they're also unaware. With her brows unfurrowed, Ankh decided to let it go. After all, he doesn't have time to catch that person right now. Whoever it is, they will eventually come to light. He possesses a spider sense, making him unafraid of sudden danger. Ankh stopped thinking about it, dragged the broken fishing trap to the shore, and then put it together. He planned to do the repairs later. Next, we'll take the large yellow croaker home. Little Scar, let's see how many fish we can bring. Ankh didn't have high hopes. She would be happy if she could bring one. To Ankh's surprise, Little Scar and his monkeys were able to carry 2 fish. It weighs at least 70 or 80 pounds. You guys are amazing, Ankh praised generously. Upon hearing this, the 2 monkeys with the small Scar were overjoyed and full of energy. Ankh herself carried 10. This scene stunned the 2 monkeys with small scars, and also shocked the viewers in the live broadcast room. Holy crap, Hercules! Forgive my lack of culture, but I can sum up my whole life with just one fucked. Xiaoer, is that you, Xiaoer? I'd estimate it's at least 500 gene, 250 kilograms. Any weightlifters out there who can tell me, What level is Boston at? Talahays, I am Talahays. Ank's level is beyond our comprehension. They blew out Hercules. Huh? Who is Terahays? The world's #1 weightlifter can easily lift a 210-kilogram barbell. Lifted it easily? Seriously? I saw the video, and this guy really did lift it easily. Chapter 89, is Ank's hunting ability really that strong? In the live stream chat, someone uploaded a video of Terahays lifting weights. In the video, he easily lifts a 210-kilogram barbell. This made the audience exclaim that it was awesome. And this amazing weightlifter actually said that Ank is even more amazing? Just how amazing is Ank? Terahays. Let me put it this way, based on the strength that my friend Ank has shown. He could easily defeat all the weightlifters in the world, and even arm wrestling masters would be no problem for him. Look at Ank carrying so many large yellow croakers on his back. His steps are steady and his breathing is calm, which means he still has plenty of energy left. Weightlifting is different. Strength is required, but it relies more on bursts of speed. It's impossible to travel long distances like my friend Ank. Terahays' explanation allowed everyone to understand Ank's terrifying power from a professional perspective. Doesn't that mean that even if Golden Leopard hadn't intervened, Boston could have easily crushed that invading foreigner? Now I understand what it means to not judge a book by its cover. I'd really like to know, how does Boston train? Innate superhuman strength. Although Ank is physically strong and has a well-defined 8-pack, but compared to a real strongman, he still appeared thin and weak. Surprisingly, his strength was enough to easily defeat all the strongmen on Earth. Everyone was speechless. Foreigners were horrified watching it, exclaiming that it felt like they were on drugs. Meanwhile, to everyone's shock, Ank returned to the camp. Although his strength and skill have improved a lot, carrying nearly 500 pounds of goods for such a distance is still quite difficult. After all, even without carrying any weight, it still takes more than 20 minutes to get to the beach. A large group of fish was thrown to the ground, and the loud noise attracted the attention of the animals present. The animals stared wide-eyed when they saw Ank bring so many large yellow croakers. The monkeys all gathered around, staring in astonishment, and couldn't help but swallow hard. So much food. Your Majesty is amazing. The 2 female monkeys were the most shocked. Back in their habitat, they often heard the Monkey King, Little Scar, talk about how awesome King Ank was. They were skeptical at first, but now they believe it completely and even worship it. King Ank is truly awesome. They brought back so much food that they had never seen before. The mother leopard and her cub also came over. The little leopard was incredibly excited, wagging its tail and circling around Ank's feet. It really wanted to eat, but without Ank's command, it dared not open its mouth and could only wait for Ank to give the order. Not only the little leopard, but the little tiger also kept begging Ank for permission to eat the fish. Not far away, Tiger Mom stood up from the ground, looking shocked. So much food. It originally thought that Ank wasn't very good at hunting. However, they were not only good at hunting, but also extremely skilled at it. If it were the other fish, it wouldn't have been able to bring back so many. Tiger Mom couldn't help but laugh at herself. Now I understand why I can raise so many monkeys. Even it couldn't guarantee that so many monkeys would have enough to eat every day. Just then, the patrolling King Kong smelled the scent and flew over from a distance. Upon seeing so many fish on the ground, this talkative bird began to dance wildly in excitement. I'm so trendy. I'm so trendy. Ank ignored the noisy bird and instead smiled at the animals. And that's not all. I also have about 10 fish on the beach. It's too heavy to carry. I have to make another trip. Besides, the animals were even more shocked. Their gazes toward Ank were no longer just one of worship, but of awe, as if she were a deity. The tiger's gaze towards Ank also changed. Staying here seems to make life a little better. And Ku was not swayed by the awe-inspiring gazes she received. He smiled and looked at the leopard, saying, "Little leopard, would you like to come with me?" Leopard Mom bowed slightly. "It is my honor to serve my benefactor." "No need to be so polite," Ku said with a laugh. He didn't see the animals as subordinates, but as capable partners. However, the leopard mother said that this was the right thing to do. For them, everything they have now is thanks to Ank. They have 3 meals a day, and they are always full. Moreover, their habitat is very safe. Where could it have been like this in the wild? Being able to eat a full meal every 2 or 3 days is already considered very good. Ku chuckled and said nothing more. He then turned to Tiger Mom and said, "Tiger Mom, the camp will be under your care for now. You and the children will have a good meal later. My child is right here. Even if you don't tell me, I will protect this place." Tiger Mom said. The Tiger Mom's arrogance is different from the Leopard Mom's arrogance. Tiger Mom is outwardly assertive, while Leopard Mom is calm, composed, and more reserved. Ankh nodded. With Tiger Mom's words, he felt at ease. Without further hesitation, Ankh immediately mounted Leopard Mom's back and headed towards the beach. Ankh was worried that the fishing trap would be broken again after it had been destroyed once before. There were some very plump yellow croakers in there this time, so whether they were stolen or released, it would be a huge loss. With the Leopard Mom as a mount, the speed is more than twice as fast as before. We arrived back at the beach in less than 10 minutes. My benefactor, we've arrived, the leopard said, turning to look at Anku. Ankh quickly got off his back and started packing the remaining large yellow croaker. To be honest, Ankh was a little disappointed that she didn't see anyone. After all, if that unknown thing appears, we can catch it red-handed. This will allow us to solve the unsolved mystery. To this day, the whereabouts of the body and the destruction of the trap remain unknown. With these thoughts in mind, Ankh caught fish quite quickly. Pack up the rest of the fish and take them with you. Little leopard, can you carry her? Ankh was worried that the leopard's mother wouldn't be able to carry her. After all, with him included, the load would be at least 500 pounds. Leopard Mom nodded and said, speed will be affected, but it's not a big problem. Ankh was surprised. He hadn't expected Leopard Mom's load to be so high. It certainly lives up to its size. It took Ankh more than 40 minutes to get back. After all, she was carrying heavy things. But now with the Leopard Mom, it only takes about 10 minutes to return to camp. All the animals had been waiting for a long time. Seeing their drooling expressions, Ankh called out loudly, "Cooking crew, prepare the meal." The animals were all incredibly excited, eagerly awaiting the taste of this novel treat, the large yellow croaker. Neither tigers and leopards, nor monkeys, nor even Ankh, have ever eaten large yellow croaker. The cooking team has now grown to 4 people. The cooking time has been significantly reduced. After about half an hour, the grilled yellow croakers were served one after another. King Kong was the first to lose his composure, flapping his wings and rushing over. "I want to be the first to eat." Chapter 90, The First Rain, the show, off foreigners. Ankh wasn't angry. After all, Jean Gang had to do reconnaissance work every day, which was very hard. It eats first, which can be considered a reward. Then came the leopard cub and the tiger cub. These 2 little guys also got priority. Tiger Mom witnessed this scene from the side. Although she didn't say anything, a hint of tenderness was revealed in her eyes. Perhaps, this is indeed a place where it can spend the rest of its life with its child. Afterwards, Ankh wanted to arrange for the leopard and the monkeys to eat first. But all the animals unanimously agreed that Ankh must eat first. No matter how he tried to persuade her, it was no use, so she had no choice but to eat it first. Tiger moms naturally have their own share of the responsibility. This time, Tiger Mom didn't refuse with a haughty attitude. Ankh couldn't help but smile knowingly, which meant that Tiger Mom had gradually integrated into the camp and into their team. This is naturally a good thing for Ankh. This means he no longer needs to level up through natural affinity to gain Tiger Mom's favor. To be honest, they have quite a presence. All the animals in the camp received large yellow croakers. Whether it was Ankh or any of the other animals, it was their first time tasting it. Amazed by the delicious taste of the yellow croaker. The first to be affected is naturally Vajra. It has always liked to eat sea fish, and now it's especially delicious, like the large yellow croaker. Every time I swallow it, it excites me to no end, making me feel incredibly wet. Monkeys, tigers, and leopards were also amazed by the quality of the yellow croaker's flesh, and they ate it with great relish. When human emotions reach their peak, they often manifest as silence. The same applies to animals. They remained silent, devouring the large yellow croaker. I was already deeply attracted by the delicious meat. Now I finally understand why large yellow croakers can be sold for such high prices. Ankh chewed slowly, savoring the explosion of flavors on her taste buds, and murmured to herself. Even he, who doesn't like eating fish, has come to love the meat of the yellow croaker. This demonstrates the deliciousness of the large yellow croaker's flesh. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, all the viewers were watching with great anticipation. However, the people of China are in a slightly better position. After all, more than 100,000 large yellow croakers had just materialized. Once they multiply more, everyone will have the opportunity to eat them. However, the foreigners weren't so lucky. They could only watch helplessly, swallowing their saliva in envy. He also angrily cursed his own national team athletes as useless. Inside the live stream, all the animals in the camp had finished eating. Then, contentedly and lazily, he laid down in the camp. Whether it's the witty King Kong or the arrogant tiger and leopard, their faces are filled with lingering satisfaction. This is the best fish they've ever eaten. Looking at Ankh, Little Scar began to lead the monkeys in thanking Ankh. "Thanks to your majesty, We are fortunate enough to enjoy such a delicious sea creature. Thank you, Your Majesty. Our troops, only king. Inspired by the monkeys, the other animals also began to express their gratitude. Master, thank you for giving me 50 Vs. King Kong hiccuped, spread his wings, and lay on the ground, saying perfunctorily. Ankh couldn't help but laugh and curse. Thank you so much for bringing us this delicious food, the leopard mother said sincerely. The little leopard imitated her, thanking Ankh in a childish voice. Instead of expressing gratitude, the little tiger stuck out its rear end and tried its best to burrow into Ankhu's arms. If a leopard cub is like a sensible child, then a tiger cub is definitely a naughty little devil. The tiger mom came over and slapped the little tiger's bottom. Then he lectured, "You ate someone else's food. Shouldn't you hurry up and thank your brother?" The little tiger looked aggrieved and asked, "Why did you have to spank me? You could have just told me." "Thank you, brother," the little tiger said gratefully. Ankh laughed and couldn't help but rub the little tiger's head. After the little tiger finished expressing its gratitude, the tiger mother also sincerely thanked Ankh. Ankh waved her hand and smiled warmly. "If you are truly grateful to me, then let's work together to contribute to the bright future of our camp. This is the greatest gratitude I can express." The animals laughed and cheered, indicating that there were no problems and that they would definitely build the camp. "By the way, Your Majesty, what missions are there this afternoon? Shall we go to the beach again?" Little Scar asked. Ankh nodded slightly, but then changed the subject. "However, the main purpose this time is exploration, not hunting. To find more new animals or food and materials." After a morning, the monkeys that remained at the camp had collected quite a few thick wooden stakes. Ankh felt that this was not enough, and he planned to look for better materials. Upgrade the camp's defenses or the weapons you have. Little Scar had a bow and arrows before. All the other monkeys had spears. But now other monkeys also have bows and arrows. All monkeys are capable of both melee and ranged combat. It's worth mentioning that Little Scar and the others figured all of this out themselves after they got home that night. The reason for upgrading the camp's defenses is that a series of strange events recently gave Ankh a premonition. It's definitely not as simple as you might imagine. If we don't make progress, the camp behind us will definitely be breached. Then all the happy times we have now will be gone. Furthermore, although I am happy now, my life is not completely stable. Ankh felt it was best to establish a stable food source. In this way, the winter can be passed smoothly, and there will be no worries about food and drink in the future. Just as Ankh was thinking about these things, a rustling sound suddenly came. Drops of water fell onto Ankh's cheeks. He touched his cheek, looked up at the sky, and saw countless water droplets falling from the sky. Is it raining? Ankh was a little stunned, not expecting that it would start raining on the island 8 or 9 days later. He prayed that it wouldn't be the rainy season. Just as he had just thought, they hadn't established a stable food source yet. To put it bluntly, they didn't have any farms. Once the rainy season begins, there will be torrential rain for 2 or 3 consecutive months. How is he going to hunt? How is he going to explore the island? On an island without medicine, the consequences of falling ill are unimaginable. Although Ankh has a constitution that is immune to all poisons, catching a cold from being caught in the rain is not caused by toxins, but by a terrible virus. Toxins and viruses are two completely different concepts. Rain was something Ankh didn't want to see. However, for foreigners, this is a cause for great joy. In the live stream, the foreigners were ecstatic. Great! It's raining. That means we have a water source. Haha, our national athletes no longer need to struggle to find water sources. Without water pressure, we have a chance to surpass the brats of the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha ha. To put it bluntly, the reason why the little devil from China was able to do so well is because he found a stable water resource from the very beginning. It was just luck. From the foreigner made the people of China laugh in anger. They began their counterattack. Every word uttered by the Chinese people in their rebuttal was like a needle pricking the hearts of the foreigners. Chapter 91. Do I still have to hunt on a rainy day? It's incredibly easy for the people of China today to thoroughly criticize foreigners. After all, Ankh's achievements are undeniable, and it is almost impossible for foreign athletes to surpass her. You're able to tame so many animals, and then you just say it's because you were lucky? Pretending to be stupid and shameless shouldn't go to this extent, right? This is truly a mindless smear campaign. But thinking about it, it's understandable. This isn't the first time foreigners have mindlessly smeared China. All China needs to do is present the facts to refute the mindless smears from foreign countries. During the live stream, the rain gradually intensified, showing no signs of stopping. Ankh immediately ordered all the animals to enter the camp and to collect all kinds of meat that had been drying. The animals were very fast, and they quickly brought all the supplies that were placed outside back to the camp to avoid any loss. After doing all this, Ankh sent little Scar and the others back to camp first. He had a feeling that the rain wouldn't stop anytime soon. The monkeys in the habitat are mostly females and they're young, and they are not very strong fighters. They need to bring food back to the small Scars every day. Taking advantage of the relatively light rain at the beginning, the risk of returning to their habitat was greatly reduced. Little Scar and the others knew the seriousness of the situation and set off to return to camp. However, Ankh stopped him and gave him 3 large yellow croakers and some dried meat to take back for the other monkeys to eat. Little Scar waved his hands repeatedly. "Your Majesty, you can keep it for yourself. There aren't many large yellow croakers left." Enku smiled without hesitation. "The sea is nearby, so why worry about not being able to eat it in the future? If you really want to think about me, then help me get rid of the yellow croaker. Seafood can't be stored for very long. Just continue to help me catch large yellow croakers in the future." Upon hearing this, Xiaoba stopped being stubborn and accepted Enku's things. After expressing their gratitude, they returned to their habitat in the rain. In the camp, only the tiger and leopard mother and her cub, the cow and her daughter, and King Kong remained. As for the bees, many of those that had gone out to collect nectar returned to their camps to take shelter from the rain. Outside, the rain was drizzling, but inside the campsite, it was bustling with activity. Ankh couldn't help but smile from the bottom of her heart. There are more and more animals in the camp. In the past, the camp would become deserted after Little Scar and the others left. Even now, with Little Scar gone, the camp remains lively and vibrant. The tiger mom and the leopard mom each occupied 2 sides of the camp, protecting each other without disturbing one another. Meanwhile, the tiger cub and the leopard cub played around, chasing and frolicking at each other. The calf watched the 2 little creatures with great interest, and it also wanted to join in. But fearing being scolded by his mother, he looked at her. The cow mom laughed and said, "Go play if you want. Just be careful." Previously, the mother cow and her calf were very afraid of tigers and leopards, and basically dared not approach them. However, after spending time together, the cow overcame its fear of tigers and leopards, and they are now able to live happier lives than before, without having to live in fear, all because of the protection of tigers and leopards. All of this is thanks to Ankh. It is because of him that the mother and daughter live such a happy life. With its mother's permission, the calf cautiously approached the leopard cub and the tiger cub. At first, the calf was very nervous and scared, but the little tiger and the little leopard were very happy to play with it. The 3 little ones quickly became friends. The 3 parents, watching this scene, felt a sense of warmth, including Ankh. He was amazed by the powerful abilities of the natural affinity, cheat. A scene that should never have happened has now been brought together by his connection, allowing species that were originally natural enemies to play together. I wonder how people who see the live stream will react. It's been over a week since Ankh left human civilization, and she misses it quite a bit. After all, surfing the internet is quite fun. Unbeknownst to Ankh, the live stream was already flooded with comments of shock from viewers. Even experts both at home and abroad were quite surprised. They used to keep the cows far away from tigers and leopards, but Ankh was avoiding the risks. Surprisingly, tigers and leopards don't eat cows. The key is that the 3 little guys of different species can actually play together harmoniously and have a great time. This is beyond the explanation of science. The destiny of the Dragon Kingdom showed me a completely different world. That's amazing. Once Ankh returns to reality, we must conduct a proper interview. All the experts and scholars know that Enku was indispensable to this scene. If it weren't for Ankh's mediation, the 3 parties would have been irreconcilable enemies long ago. Just as Ankh had expected, the rain in the live stream continued to pour down without stopping. Feeling a bit bored, Ankh felt a little regretful, as it was a pity that they were missing 3 players. Rainy weather is perfect for playing mahjong. Teaching animals to play mahjong is too difficult. Primates like small Scars, but tigers and leopards definitely can't be taught. Just then, Ankh saw Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom walking towards her at the same time. He stared in astonishment at the 2 ferocious beasts. Then the leopard mother said, "My benefactor, I will go out hunting. Let me do it. I'm bigger and it'll be easier for me to hunt," Tiger Mom suggested to Ankh. Ankh suddenly realized what the 2 beasts were planning to do. He waved his hand and said, "You don't actually need to go hunting. There's plenty of food in the camp. Various kinds of dried meat are enough to feed them for several days, and if they are frugal, they can eat for a week without any problem." However, the leopard mother shook her head. Staying in the camp would be too much of a waste of time. Instead of doing that, we might as well take advantage of the time to go hunting. This rain doesn't affect me much. Tiger Mom rarely agrees. Our fur can keep us dry in the rain. Therefore, if you have the ability, you should use it. It's not good to just sit around and do nothing. Aang still wanted to persuade her. What if you get sick? Wouldn't that be a bad deal? Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom exchanged a glance upon hearing this, both unable to suppress a smile. Get ill. We've gotten through all these years. Tiger Mom was somewhat proud. Yeah, we didn't have anywhere to shelter from the rain before, and we'd get soaked to the bone when it rained. Leopard Mom chimed in. This little bit of rain is nothing to us. All right then. Aang nodded. He finally understood, no matter how much he tried to persuade him. The leopard mother and the tiger mother wanted to go hunting. To put it simply, he can't sit still. When he was in the wild, he was used to hunting every day. Aang simply let them be. Upon receiving Aang's permission, both Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom became excited. For felines, hunting is not just about eating, but also about playing and unleashing their natural instincts. My benefactor, I entrust my child to you. After finishing her sentence, Leopard Mom took the lead and entered the rain. Tiger Mom was also very sincere, asking Aang to take care of the child before leaving. The viewers in the live stream were initially completely confused. However, when they saw the tiger mother and leopard mother disappear into the rain, they immediately understood. The viewers in the live stream immediately became excited. They're going hunting. Chapter 92, A New Little Guy? The audience in China were overjoyed to learn that the tiger and leopard were on a hunting trip. Although the rain alleviated the water problem for all the people of the country. However, this also hindered their hunting. Putting aside rainy days, most animals will go back to their dens and rarely come out. Let's talk about hunting in the rain. What if you catch a cold or get sick? If you catch a cold or get sick in the wilderness, you can only slowly endure it. If you can't endure it, you can basically declare death. Even if you manage to withstand it, you will feel extremely uncomfortable afterwards and will be in a state of extreme weakness. Hunting has become much more difficult. The risk of death is also greatly increased. Therefore, most of the people who were on the national journey chose to stay in the camp or find a place to take shelter from the rain. As a result, athletes without food reserves will have to go hungry. Even if the players have food reserves, the amount they have won't be too much. If the rain lasts too long, they will also face the problem of not having food. But Aang is different. He doesn't need to go out hunting in the rain. The Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom can handle it all. Even if the rainy season comes and it rains for several months, Aang will not be afraid of running out of money. Given this contrast, how could the people of China not be excited? Foreigners naturally understand this principle. So all the foreigners looked rather grim, praying that the rain would end soon. Once the water source problem is solved, that's good. Don't let it rain for too long. During the live stream, Aang was naturally unaware of what was happening outside. The camp did not become deserted despite the departure of more animals. The little tiger, the little leopard, and the little cow were still playing happily on the floor. Aang watched quietly from the side, a smile on her face. As long as there are young and energetic guys in the camp, it will never be deserted, and he will never feel lonely. If you want to speak, King Kong is there. In the corner, the mother cow watched all this quietly, feeling incredibly happy. But gradually, the three little ones got tired of playing. They started to huddle together and lie down to rest. A moment later, a snoring sound rang out. Following the sound, he found that the little tiger had fallen asleep. Upon seeing this, Enku's eyes lit up slightly. He smiled slightly and quietly approached the little tiger. Beside him, King Kong tilted his head and watched Enku's actions with curiosity, not understanding what he was planning to do. However, King Kong felt as if he had seen it somewhere before. Aang quietly approached and gently picked up the little leopard's tail. Then, she used the little leopard's fluffy tail to wake the little tiger, while Aang herself quickly returned to her original spot before the little tiger woke up, looking completely unconcerned. The little tiger, exhausted from playing, woke up looking bewildered, then glared angrily at the little leopard. The two little ones then started playing around, and the campsite became lively once again. The culprit, Aang, ignored it and instead kept glancing furtively at the rainy scene outside. Having witnessed the entire process, King Kong finally understood why it felt so familiar. Isn't this just the little trick it played this morning? It was pounding with anxiety, realizing that its master was the type who would take revenge on the same day he had a grudge. It seems I can't take jokes too far in the future, or I'll definitely end up being roasted by my owner. As time passed, the sounds of the tiger cub and the leopard cub playing subsided once again. The two little ones, tired from playing, hugged each other and lay down on the ground, fast asleep. The camp eventually fell silent, and it seemed that only the sound of rain could be heard in the world. However, at that moment, a rustling sound came from underground in the camp. Before Aang could investigate, a hamster emerged from the ground in front of him. Its fur is yellow and white, and it's very cute with its fluffy texture. Now that it had emerged from the ground, it looked distressed and glanced around. And with that glance, it spotted the enormous creature sitting in front of it. Naturally, it's Ankh. Hamsters are generally very timid animals and will run away immediately upon spotting other animals. However, upon seeing Ankh, it showed no fear, but instead took the initiative to approach her. After the hamster came to Ankh's side, it sniffed his scent. Then, as if he were very familiar with Ankh, he started climbing onto Ankh's body. Bored, Ankh became interested and couldn't resist picking up the hamster. Then I gently rubbed its cute little head. The hamster climbed onto Ankh's shoulder along with his hand. King Kong stood at shoulder level, but the arrival of the hamster seemed to be usurping its place. King Kong couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at the little hamster. Dude, are you trying to steal my parking spot? Believe it or not, I'll give you a ticket to get inside my belly. Macaws, large parrots, do eat mice. Because of Anko as the medium, the hamster seemed to understand King Kong's words. It looked completely innocent. This scene made the viewers in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. What the hell is this, stealing parking spaces? The King Kong of witty remarks lives up to his reputation. By the way, isn't this little hamster kind of cute? So cute. So adorable. I want to sit on it and die. Upstairs, are you even human? Do you think Boston will take in this little mouse? Probably not. After all, a little mouse is not very useful. King Kong can at least be a scout. But she's cute. Cute enough. Who says rats can't be scouts? Mice have a low profile, but they can dig holes. They're just as good as King Kong as scouts. One on the ground, one in the sky, perfect. Inside the live stream, the foreigners were dumbfounded as they watched the conversation among the Chinese viewers. No, hamsters have only just appeared, and you're already discussing training them as scouts? One is a scout in the sky, and the other is a scout on the ground. Are you devils? In the past, foreigners would have mercilessly mocked them. But now they truly believe that Ankh could indeed train hamsters to be ground scouts. Livestream. Ankh played with the hamster for a while, then put it on the ground. The hamster wagged its rear end and left the burrow it had just emerged from. On its shoulder, King Kong immediately flew to the cave entrance and filled it with its claws. He was still muttering, "Serves you right for taking a parking space. Serves you right for taking a parking space." King Kong's actions once again amused the audience. Is that chattering bird jealous? Of course. The throne has just been taken. Who wouldn't be angry in that situation? Ankh herself was amused by King Kong's behavior. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Since the hamster has chosen to leave, let's just treat it as a visitor. However, to Ankh and Jean Gang's surprise, about half an hour later, the rustling sound came again. The hole that King Kong had just filled with his claws has become loose. Then, the little hamster that had just left emerged from the ground once again. King Kong glared angrily. The hole I painstakingly filled in, you dug it up again? Chapter 93 Me, the Rat. Today is definitely going to be a rat. The comments in the live stream were right. King Kong was indeed jealous. Ankh's shoulder is her spot. No other animal is allowed to take it over. Then King Kong flew up and shouted at the hamster, "Let me show you what it means to have claws fall from the sky." However, just as King Kong was about to fall, Ankh grabbed him. "All right, King Kong, stop fooling around." Seeing that King Kong still wanted to give the hamster a ticket to visit its belly, Ankh shook her head helplessly and said, "Be good, and I'll give you another big yellow croaker tonight." Upon hearing this, King Kong immediately fell silent. The gaze towards the hamster softened, and then it asked with a delighted expression, "Master, if I obey every day, can every day be a crazy Thursday?" No, Ankh refused decisively. He looked exasperated. "You eat yellow croaker every day? Is the large yellow croaker the same as the Chinese cabbage? Last time I was just lucky to encounter a large group of them. Otherwise, where would I have found such large yellow croakers?" Ignoring the somewhat forlorn King Kong from behind, Ankh looked curiously at the hamster. This furry little guy was just terrified by King Kong's madness. "I thought I was going to die here today, but thankfully Ankh stopped me. Thank you so much, my whole family." Ankh was taken aback when she heard this. Why did it sound like this little guy was cursing? However, looking at the hamster's sincere expression, Ankh was certain that the little guy was indeed thanking her. Besides, with the natural affinity factor, hamsters would definitely become close to Ankh. Looks like another quirky little animal has arrived. Just like King Kong, who's always spouting swear words. Ankh was both amused and exasperated, and asked curiously, "Why are you back again?" The hamster pointed to the burrow and said, "I really like you, so I brought you lots of food." After saying that, the little guy wiggled his little bottom and crawled back into the cave. A moment later, it puffed out its cheeks and tried to crawl out of the cave. However, because it was packed so tightly, the opening was too small for it to squeeze out. Even if I tried my hardest and stretched my face out of shape, I still couldn't do it. This made the hamster so anxious it almost cried. Ankh was amused and couldn't stop laughing. Why didn't you dig the opening bigger? As he spoke, he reached out and helped the hamster dig open the hole. With the burrow widened, the hamster was finally able to crawl out. The first thing I did after coming out was to spit out everything that was stuffed in my mouth. Then he said to Enku, "Thank you again to your whole family." Enku. To be honest, Ankh had a bit of a toothache and felt like the hamster was being sarcastic towards her. The hamster, of course, had no idea what Ankh was thinking. After thanking Ankh for her help, it said, "Take these foods first, I'll go get more." After the hamster finished speaking, it continued to crawl into the hole. Ankh looked at the food on the ground. The food on the ground consisted of nuts, and there were many of them. By the time the hamster had finished carrying all the nuts, the amount of nuts was several times its body size. Ankh raised an eyebrow, asking with some curiosity, "Where did you get these nuts?" The hamster seemed quite pleased when asked this question. It stood up, hands on its hips, looking quite smug. Then he pointed in the distance and said, "I, Mouse, have found a pine forest over there. I was just about to go get some pine cones, but for some reason, I ended up digging here. There seems to be something here that's really attracting me. Of course, it's also possible that I misjudged the situation." And Cook couldn't help but chuckle, thinking it was probably not the hamster's fault. Rather, it's because of his natural affinity. The hamster was somehow influenced by a natural affinity, which is why it dug its way here. Where exactly is it? Ankh asked curiously. Nuts are a great snack. For example, just now when nothing was wrong, Ankh felt that something was missing. Now I finally realized what was missing. Those are snacks. The hamster told Ankh the location of the pine tree without reservation. The latter was somewhat surprised. "So it's very close to here?" "It's so far away from me. A little hamster," the hamster pouted. Ankh laughed and agreed. After all, a hamster is just a tiny little thing. It was only then that Ankh realized that he hadn't noticed some of the little gadgets around him before. For example, low-lying fruit trees, or what the hamster calls pine cones. However, the primary focus was still on building a home and surviving. Fruits and meats are the best choices. Pine cones are difficult to pick and not very filling, so they are selectively ignored. Now that things are stable, it feels great to occasionally have snacks to satisfy my cravings. Ankh smiled and sincerely thanked the hamster. "You re-welcome. It's what I should do, since I like you so much." The hamster had an expression that said, "That's how it should be," along with a hint of smugness. After all, it's very fulfilling to do something in front of someone you like. Just then, the leopard's silhouette appeared in the rain, gradually becoming clearer as it approached. It was carrying the carcass of its prey in its mouth. When the leopard returned to the camp, it saw a hamster standing in front of Ankh, waving its arms and legs excitedly. It was taken aback at first, surprised to find a new animal in the camp, but then it became playful. All felines are very playful. The leopard mother gently put down her prey and then silently moved behind the mouse. At this moment, the terrifying hunting abilities of felines are on full display. The leopard mother had already come up behind the hamster, but the hamster was completely unaware. Perhaps the sound of rain masked the subtle noises, but the powerful hunting abilities of felines are undeniable. Otherwise, the leopard mother and tiger mother wouldn't be able to hunt prey every time. Then the leopard mother deliberately made a noise to attract the hamster's attention. It was only then that the hamster belatedly realized that it was shrouded in a huge shadow. Its years of experience made it realize something was wrong immediately. It turned around nervously and saw the mother leopard looking down at it. Felines are all natural enemies of mice. Upon seeing the enormous leopard, the hamster's face changed drastically, turning deathly pale with fright. At the same time, it instantly stood upright and clutched its heart. Overwhelmed with fright, the hamster collapsed to the ground, too weak to run away. Not only that, it also screamed in terror. "Don't eat me. I'm a mouse. I don't have any meat on me. And he's not clean, he's always filthy. I'm a mouse. I don't taste good at all." However, the leopard mother ignored the hamster and pressed it down with her huge paw. The hamster looked utterly hopeless. "I'm doomed today." However, a moment later, the hamster discovered that the pain it had imagined did not come. Hamster. Chapter 94 Tiger Mom. I didn't do anything. The hamster was very surprised. How come it was unharmed? Did that big cat not kill him? Even so, it was still trembling with fear. After all, most felines are a bit neurotic and have a strong playful nature. When they are absolutely confident, they usually do not kill their prey directly. Instead, they toy with their prey until they lose interest, then eat it whole. Maybe the big cat didn't kill it because it likes to play with it. Meanwhile, King Kong, seeing the hamster that had peed its pants in fright, was already laughing hysterically. With a smug look on his face, he now knows that this camp is not one that can be entered casually, right? You dare to steal a parking space. I'll scare you to death. Ankh smiled helplessly. King Kong was truly wicked. Seeing the hamster so frightened it was about to poop out tiny pellets, he comforted it. Don't be afraid. The little leopard won't hurt you. Don't be fooled by its cold and seemingly emotionless appearance. It's actually very warm-hearted. Leopard Mom has a really warm personality. If Ankh needs any help, Ankh will never refuse. The hamster was skeptical upon hearing this. Big cat, it thought, won't really hurt it. It's hard to convince the mouse. However, due to the influence of natural affinity, Anko's words have a certain magic on the hamster, making it willing to believe them. So, the hamster shakily raised its head and looked at the leopard mother. The leopard mother was also looking down at it, her vertical pupils seeming like the gaze of death, making the hamster shudder. To its surprise, however, the leopard mother quickly smiled at it. The smile was full of emotion, without any malice. See, I told you, the little leopard is very friendly, Ankh said with a smile. It's a real expert in this camp. Although the leopard mother's smile was indeed not malicious, the hamster was still very flustered out of instinct. At the same time, it was very surprised. Is this big cat a master here? How did this human manage to get a big cat to live under the same roof as him? Aren't you afraid of being eaten? In the eyes of a hamster, big cats are all brutal carnivores. They all prefer to live alone and generally do not live with their own kind, much less with other species. However, judging from Ankh's behavior, he seemed to be quite familiar with this big cat. This left the hamster in disbelief. Meanwhile, the leopard mother placed her prey from the hunt in the kitchen. Then they began to observe the new little hamster with great interest. It seems to be very interested in hamsters. However, the weak and helpless hamsters were about to be killed. It desperately wanted to shout, "Don't come any closer." But she was afraid that if she spoke out, she would be mercilessly devoured. Ankh, standing nearby, kept comforting the hamster to ease its fear. Only relaxed after it was finally certain that the leopard mother had no intention of eating it. As it relaxed, a small particle fell off its rear end. This scene was witnessed by everyone present. The leopard mother stared wide-eyed, never expecting that she would scare her cub so badly that it pooped. I feel a little sorry for my benefactor. In Leopard Mom's view, the fact that the hamster was able to appear at the camp meant that it was a guest of Ankh, her benefactor. Otherwise, how could Ankh have let it in? Surprisingly, King Kong didn't gloat this time, instead bursting into laughter. Instead, it suppressed its laughter, knowing that another good show was about to begin. Anku was taken aback for a moment, but then she took it for granted. In his past life, when he was young, he kept hamsters. These little guys are actually quite timid. They'll poop if they're given a certain amount of stimulation. All I can say now is, this is the authentic taste. In the livestream chat, viewers were amused. I'm so happy. This little guy was scared to death. So cute, I really want to have one. Hamsters are indeed cute, but if such a hamster doesn't exist in real life, it's not recommended to keep a real hamster as a pet. Many species in the real world have gone extinct due to environmental problems. But stubborn creatures like rats and cockroaches did not disappear. They survived thanks to their strong vitality. However, those that survive do not bring any benefit to humans. It has even lost its original value. Meat is highly toxic to humans due to contamination. Once ingested, it can cause anything from mild diarrhea to severe dehydration, making life unbearable. In severe cases, it can lead to death. Therefore, if the national fortune game does not manifest healthy rats, then real-world rats cannot be raised. I do wish I could materialize rats. They reproduce incredibly fast. In less than 6 months, we will be able to eat meat thanks to these little guys. Upstairs, how could you be so heartless as to eat such a cute mouse? TCH, don't talk so righteously now. You'll be eating meat with more relish than anyone else when the time comes. If it's healthy rat meat, it would be the best transitional food during a famine. In prosperous times, rat meat was unacceptable to many people. However, in times of food scarcity, anything was acceptable as long as there was meat to eat. During the live stream, the hamster had no idea that tens of thousands of humans were eyeing its flesh. After confirming that the leopard mother really wouldn't eat him, the hamster went back to the burrow to retrieve nuts. Trip after trip, leaving Ankh and Leopard Mom completely bewildered. Just how much food reserves did this little guy manage to get? That cave felt like a bottomless pit. About 20 minutes later, another mountain of nuts appeared. Of course, this applies to hamsters. After this period of moving, the hamster is finally at ease. Although they still dared not approach the leopard mother, they were no longer as timid as before. After resting for a while, the hamster proudly put its hands on its hips and said to Ankh, "This pile is for you, and this pile is mine." As soon as the hamster finished speaking, its body was enveloped by a dark shadow. The hamster's heart skipped a beat, and its first thought was of the leopard mother. However, considering that the leopard mother hadn't meant any harm, the hamster decided to force a smile and asked the leopard mother what she wanted from him. However, when it turned around, it saw not the leopard mother, but another feline. It was larger than the mother leopard, and the markings on its face made it look even more ferocious and brutal. It was none other than the tiger mom, returning from the hunt. The hamster's forced smile froze instantly, and its face turned completely pale. The next second, it froze and fell straight to the ground. The hamster completely fainted. King Kong, who had been waiting for this exciting scene, immediately blurted out in English, "Yes. I knew it would be like this, ha." King Kong laughed heartily, extremely smug. Ankh couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Tiger Mom's intimidation is truly terrifying. The hamster didn't completely faint when it saw the leopard, but it fainted the moment it saw the tiger. Tiger Mom stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered. She looked at Anku with an innocent expression, as if to say, "I didn't do anything, so don't blame me." Chapter 95: The Mysterious Card. Ankh was both amused and exasperated. "Tiger Mom, it's not your fault. I forgot to explain it to this little guy." The tiger mother nodded in relief and said, "I'll go put the prey away. There is a dedicated food storage room in the kitchen." Ankh nodded and smiled as she thanked Tiger Mom for her hard work. He used his ciliary muscle to try and wake the little hamster. Soon, the hamster that had fainted slowly regained consciousness. Upon waking, it jolted awake and sat up in a start. Then, he looked around in a panic, as if he was about to run away at any moment. Seeing that the hamster was about to run away, Ankh quickly reached out and grabbed the little guy's tail. He then explained, "Don't be afraid. Tiger Mom is also a member of the camp. She won't hurt you." The hamster stopped moving, turned its head, and looked at the hamster with disbelief. It looked at Ankh, then at the tiger mother who was releasing the prey, and was deeply shocked. The terrifying tiger is also from the camp. How is that possible? Tigers are extremely ferocious. How could anyone possibly live under the same roof as one? How did this human do that? Seeing the hamster's bewildered expression, Ankh couldn't help but laugh. Aren't the facts right in front of us? If Tiger Mom wanted to eat me, I would have been a corpse long ago. Just then, the tiger mother, having released her prey, came over and, upon hearing this, casually remarked, "I'm not confident I can eat you up. If we really become adversaries, I will choose to keep to myself and not interfere with each other." It confronting Ankh, Leopard Mom, and Little Scar is still vivid in my mind. If it wants to attack Ankh, it will inevitably have to pay a considerable price. It could even lead to death. Therefore, Tiger Mom never dared to underestimate Ankh, and if it weren't for her child, she would probably have had to give up the surrounding territory. The hamster was shocked once again. It never expected that such a huge creature would say it couldn't beat Ankh, a human. Just how terrifying is Ankh? The hamster couldn't understand how Ankh had managed to recruit two terrifying big cats to willingly serve her. Ankh didn't explain further, but instead had Jean Gang put the nuts into the food storage room. Since the hamster kindly offered him nuts, he naturally didn't feel awkward about it. When you're craving something sweet, you can use nuts to satisfy your craving. King Kong was quite happy to carry the nuts, since he could occasionally sneak a few to eat. Nuts are also a food source for parrots. If it weren't for the fact that sea fish are so delicious, it would basically eat nuts. Just as King Kong was carrying the load, the departing monkey troop returned once again. They originally planned to come to the campsite tomorrow when it stopped raining. But when they sensed that the rain had lessened, Little Scar and the other monkeys couldn't resist and finally chose to return to the camp. They now feel that coming to the camp makes each day fulfilling. In the rain, Little Scar and the others braved the downpour to return to camp. The moment they stepped into the camp, they felt instantly relieved. Ankh was also surprised by the arrival of Little Scar and the others. He quickly told the monkeys to shake off the rain to prevent them from catching a cold. Meanwhile, the hamster, already trembling with fear, was once again stunned upon seeing so many monkeys around Little Scar. Monkeys, being omnivores, are also natural enemies of hamsters. They will eat any hamster they see without hesitation. Seeing that the hamster had hidden itself, Ankh explained to it again. "Don't be afraid, little one. These monkeys are also my people, they won't hurt you." The hamster was completely convinced. It couldn't understand how Ankh could tame so many ferocious animals all by herself. Monkeys are also remarkable animals in nature. With their clever minds and sharp agility, They can easily outmaneuver any animal, including tigers and leopards. However, they were extremely respectful in front of Ankh, calling her Great King repeatedly. The hamster felt it needed time to process the current situation. It felt that the world had suddenly become unfamiliar, something it no longer recognized. So he simply stuck out his rear end, crawled into the cave, and left the camp. Ankh did not stop this. He generally lets small animals come and go as they please. Anyway, it won't endanger its life. The viewers in the live stream were having a great time. Did you guys see the expression on that little hamster's face just now? It's probably questioning its very existence. I'm dying of laughter. I bet it's never seen so many natural enemies gathered together in its life. Ha. If we could see it now, would we still be able to see it? Speaking of which, I hope this little hamster isn't too scared to come back. Please do not come back. They're just too cute. Seeing them every day makes me feel so good. Yes, I really like this little hamster. With it around, it can definitely contribute a lot of interesting memes. The people watching the live stream were not idle. Any funny scene will be turned into a meme by them. Even Ankh wasn't spared, contributing quite a few meme-worthy expressions. King Kong made the greatest contribution. Its witty remarks, coupled with occasional abstract and sacred language, have made it a meme icon. If hamsters were added, they might be able to rival King Kong in popularity. During the live stream, Ankh was naturally unaware of what people outside were thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't mind people using his expressions as memes. Although Ankh is known for being vengeful, she is also quite tolerant of certain things. As long as you don't offend him or cross Nk's line, he's not someone who can't take a beating. Back at the camp, Ankh began to consider the progress of exploring the island. To be honest, if you take the camp as the center and explore outwards in this way, difficult to reach 100% completion in the exploration phase. Without shelter and supplies, efficiency is extremely low. After all, once Ankh goes out for more than 10 kilometers, she has to stay away from the camp for several days. He can't possibly set up a camp every time he arrives, can he? Building too many camps without supervision is simply providing supplies for other foreign athletes. It benefited others. Ankh didn't want to be taken advantage of like that. As for having animals help guard the place, when the bond between them is not strong enough. If Anko is away for too long, the animal's affinity with nature will decrease until it eventually disappears. They would no longer obey Ankh's commands. We must find an effective solution. If all else fails, we should consider living like the nomads. They traveled everywhere in search of information. However, this also comes with risks. In addition, there are children in the camp. This decision could very well lead to Tiger Mom leaving the team. This is not what Ankh wanted to see. Just then, the hamster's chubby figure reappeared. In the live stream, many viewers of the hamster were overjoyed. We can see the adorable little guy again. However, sharp-eyed people soon noticed that the hamster was holding something else in its hand. That thing looks like a small rectangular card. Chapter 96 Technological Creations? The audience was very curious about what the rectangle in the hamster's hand was. It feels a bit like a room key. What the hell is that room key? This is the wilderness. How could there be such a thing there? Whatever it is, this card feels like it was made by a human. It might not even be human. Holy crap. Upstairs, don't scare me. Are there other people on the island? It's not impossible. As you all saw before, Fowl's body mysteriously disappeared, and we still haven't figured out why. And another thing, Ankh's traps set on the beach were also sabotaged by unknown people, and no other country has been able to find out that they were their own people. All signs point to one thing. There are probably some unknown mysterious things on the island. This is getting a bit tricky. This isn't your typical wilderness. The comments section was buzzing with discussion. Just one unknown, mysterious rectangular object had sparked a lot of speculation among the viewers. In short, they're bored. During the live stream, the hamster held the rectangular object as if it were some kind of treasure. He even proudly showed off his so-called treasures to Nku. This is my precious little mouse. Isn't it beautiful? If you want to see it, I can lend it to you, mouse. This is enough to prove that the hamster truly likes Ankh. Nku instinctively picked it up to take a look, and to be honest, he was a little confused and didn't know what it was. Taking it from her, Ankh stroked her chin and examined it. This is a silver-white card with no design or text on it. In terms of feel, it's similar to some kind of metal, and the whole thing exudes a sense of industrial technology. Nku's eyes narrowed slightly. Something's not right. Although there is no information on it, the card itself actually reveals a lot of information. This card is definitely man-made. Because of its flawless, smooth surface, it must be repeatedly polished to achieve this. Secondly, there's the card's manufacturing process. Making such a thin and neat metal card requires a high level of technical skill. It must be at least a civilization like the one from the 21st century in the previous life. The key point is that this item couldn't have been brought in by the contestant, because those who are destined for national fortune cannot bring anything into the national fortune game, at least not ink. After entering, all that was on was a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and underwear. There was nothing else. So, this island isn't completely uninhabited? Nku fell into deep thought. But that doesn't make sense. If there really was someone there, they should have discovered it long ago. Is it because I'm in an undeveloped area? You definitely can't figure it out by just thinking about it. You have to find the answer yourself. Meanwhile, inside the highest meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom, all the top leaders and cadres were filled with worry. One of the top materials experts said helplessly, "Without handling it myself, I can't know exactly what material that card is made of." However, one thing is certain from the craftsmanship: the island possesses cutting-edge technology. At this moment, a general spoke up. It may not necessarily be this island, but rather the world of the National Destiny game. As a general, he thought about many things. Perhaps the game National Destiny isn't just about this one island, but includes other islands as well. It could even be the mainland. Civilization exists on the mainland. This card is a trace left behind by that civilization when they came to this island. Could it be that this so-called National Destiny game is actually a trip to a parallel world? Someone asked in surprise. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that anyone who comes into contact with the humans of that world has the opportunity to rapidly change the fate of a nation? Once a country possesses resources such as energy and fertile soil, it can quickly rise up. If the human civilization in the game surpasses their existing civilization, then there will be a way to achieve a great leap in civilization. However, the commander scoffed repeatedly. Aren't you being too naive? Putting everything else aside, let's just talk about one thing. How can you be sure they are humans like us? With just one sentence, all the leaders and cadres present fell silent. Yes, who can guarantee that the civilization of this world is human civilization? Inside the live stream, Ankh collected her thoughts. He looked at the hamster that was looking around. Although the hamster had mentally prepared itself, it still felt a deep sense of unease looking at the tigers, leopards, and monkeys around it. Finally, it simply lowered its head and stopped looking. They don't exist unless I look at them. Ankh suppressed a laugh, feeling sorry for the hamster. Little guy, where did you get this? The hamster came to its senses and felt completely safe facing Ankh. He revealed a smug look again and said, I dug it out of the ground. Aren't I amazing? Awesome, Ankh agreed. This made the little guy even more proud, and he stood with his hands on his hips and his back straight. Little one, would you like to answer my question? Ankh said with a smile. Of course. Whatever you ask, I, the little mouse, will answer you. Very good, Ankh said with satisfaction, then asked, have you seen any similar small houses before? The hamster was immediately confused, its eyes widening as it asked shyly, what's a little house? It's like these little wooden houses. Ankh pointed to the campsite. The hamster looked around and then shook its head, saying, I've never seen it before. Upon hearing this, Ankh felt inexplicably disappointed. After all, the problem remains shrouded in mystery and cannot be solved at all. He paused for a moment, then continued, where did you find this treasure? I, Mouse, can take you there. The hamster couldn't tell you the exact location, so we just had to take Ankh there. Ankh looked at the rain outside. The rain has lightened considerably, now just a drizzle. Otherwise, the monkeys wouldn't have been able to return. Okay, Ankh stood up. It's just a drizzle, nothing serious. Let's go then. Okay. The hamster answered readily. It had long wanted to leave this place. It was too dangerous, with so many natural enemies around, making it uneasy. If Ankh hadn't been here, it definitely wouldn't have come back. The hamster stuck out its rear end and prepared to lead the way. However, Ankh grabbed him and placed him on her shoulder. Just give me directions. If you let a hamster walk on its own, you don't know how long it would take. The hamster was overjoyed to be able to sit on Ankh's shoulder, which made it feel happy. Upon seeing this, King Kong immediately flew over in jealousy and stood on Nku's other side. Ankh didn't chase Jean Gang away because his thoughts were wandering. Will we find any other clues at the location where this card was found? Chapter 97: The Key to the Mysterious Treasure? Ankh simply greeted Little Scar, Tiger Mom, and Leopard Mom, then left the camp with Hamster and King Kong. After all, he was just going to check the situation, not to explore, and he wouldn't be gone for long. So there's no need for too many instructions. As for danger, have you heard of the spider sense? Once the spider sense is triggered, Ankh will turn around and leave without hesitation. Then return to camp to discuss the matter further. Xiaobao wanted to follow, but Nku refused. After all, it's more convenient to act alone. Nobody knows what they'll encounter this time. Soon, Guided by the hamster, Aang set off. Aang initially thought it was a place he had never set foot in before. However, he was soon surprised to find that the hamster had dug out the card at the same spot where the mango tree had been. Aang felt a sense of relief, but also a little disappointed, because he understood that he was unlikely to find any useful clues this time. After all, he had been to this place before, and he would have noticed anything unusual long ago. Why would he wait until now? Besides, for a while afterward, Little Scar and his friends frequently visited this place to harvest mangoes from the trees. Speaking of which, there's a grove of mango trees growing here all by themselves. Could it be an invasive species? Aang felt that his guess was very likely. If that's the case, then we can infer that even if other people have been here, that was more than a decade ago. After all, the mango tree has grown so tall. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that Aang's guess is correct. He continued to investigate based on the location indicated by the hamster. There was a clear sign of digging in the bushes, which was the work of a hamster. Unfortunately, Aang made no other discoveries. He even spent a lot of time conducting a thorough search within a 100-meter radius of the vicinity. However, nothing was found. Inside the live stream, the viewers were on the edge of their seats. Many people hoped that Aang will make a discovery. After all, if civilization's creations could materialize, it might be able to change the current state of Earth. At the very least, it would be good if it could change the situation in China. In the face of resource scarcity and mass extinction of species, everyone is hoping for a miracle. Because in a few years, Earth may no longer be suitable for human habitation. When that time truly arrives, it will become a dark age for humanity. Without food, how can people survive? Meanwhile, many foreign viewers in the live stream were praying that Aang wouldn't be found. For capitalists, their primary concern is their own interests. What if China develops cutting-edge technology and achieves a monopoly? How can they then reap the benefits? Or perhaps that thing gave the little devil from the Dragon Kingdom a huge boost. How can those who represent the interests of their respective countries compete with Aang? They are already facing difficulties, and things will only get more difficult then. Therefore, most foreigners do not want Aang to find even the slightest clue. During the live stream, Aang did not give up, but continued to search for any possible clues in the vicinity. Also serves as an opportunity to increase the exploration progress. However, as darkness fell, Aang still hadn't made any progress. Not only were there no clues, but there wasn't even a single card similar to them. Phew. Enku let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat from her cheeks. It could also be rainwater. Although it was still only drizzling, Aang was still soaked through by the end of the afternoon. Fortunately, because of her excellent physical condition, Aang didn't feel anything. However, hamsters and kangaroos are quite different. The two little ones got cold all over when they were halfway there. In the end, Aang left them under a big tree to shelter them from the rain. King Kong, little mouse, let's go home, Aang said to the two little creatures as she approached the tree. King Kong was overjoyed to hear that he was going home. I think I can still be saved. Aang was already used to Jean Gang's inexplicable words. Stop talking nonsense, and let's go. King Kong flapped its wings and landed on Enku's shoulder. Aang also picked up the hamster, then asked with a smile, "Want to come home with me? Or do you want to go back to your original home?" Aang gave the hamster a choice. After all, if the hamster can't get over that hurdle in its heart, it will only live in a state of anxiety every day in the camp. This little guy is very timid. The hamster seemed a little conflicted. It was terrified of the two big cats and a group of monkeys in the camp. But I also really want to be with Aang. Being with him made the hamster feel inexplicably happy and at ease. It has a kind of warm and welcoming feel. After thinking for a moment, the hamster finally made a decision. I, the little mouse, want to stay with you and go home together. Oh, Aang laughed. Aren't you afraid of tigers and leopards? Of course I'm scared, the hamster exclaimed excitedly. But as long as I dig the hole deep enough, they can't do anything to me. Although viewers couldn't understand the conversation between Aang and the hamster in the live stream, they were still charmed by the little guy. However, most people were still discussing serious matters. Oh, what a pity. It would be great if we could find some clues. Yes, putting aside the specific issues, at least we can have some peace of mind. Everything is a mystery right now, and I feel uneasy. Do you think this is related to the disappearance of that body? Who knows? According to Boss and S deduction, shouldn't the traces of civilization have appeared more than 10 years ago? How could there possibly be any contact then? Speculation is just speculation. By the way, do you guys think this could be a clue to a mysterious treasure? For example, is that card the key to unlocking a mysterious treasure? That possibility cannot be ruled out. Hopefully, it will be beneficial to our Dragon Kingdom. The viewers in the live stream were foreigners, and they were secretly relieved that Aang hadn't found any clues. If they really do find the mysterious treasure, the gap will only widen further. Most countries now pin their hopes of surpassing Ankh and the Dragon Kingdom on the mysterious treasure. As for those who rely on the strength of their own country's destiny, they basically have no chance. While the viewers in the live stream were discussing, Ankh returned to the camp with King Kong and Mouse. Before they even got close, Little Scar and a group of monkeys lined the road to welcome them. The king is back. Let's go. Let's welcome the king's return. It's wonderful that the king has returned in triumph. Cooks, time for dinner. Anko's return brought a sigh of relief to all the animals, and the once silent camp came alive again. Surrounded by the monkeys, Ankh returned to the camp. Then he started roasting it by the campfire. Even though I'm in great physical condition, it's still necessary to warm up. The King Kong spirit, having warmed up, perked up, fully revived. Master, crazy Thursday. Ankh tapped Jean Gang on the head. All you ever think about is food. He ignored King Kong and instead looked at the map in his mind while waiting for the cooks to prepare the meal. He plans to revisit the places he has visited. Chapter 98, Don't Bully the Newbies. Centered on the camp. To the east lies a banana grove and the habitat of monkeys, which is also where the mother leopard and her cub were encountered. The northeastern region is where beehives were found, and further ahead lies a vast grassland where dairy cows were encountered. To the west is a beach, which is where Ankh first entered the wilderness game. The nearest stream is to the south, and ahead lies the territory Ankh just returned to. That is, where the mango grove is located, the hamster found an access card there. That's right, access card. Aside from the access card, Ankh couldn't imagine what this card could be. In other words, there is a very likely house with a key card near the mango grove. Ankh licked her lips. Let's explore the area again tomorrow. Ankh was still not giving up and planned to continue exploring the mango grove area tomorrow. That is, the south side of the camp. Ankh felt that any discovery would surely bring considerable rewards. This was based on intuition, and he had always trusted his intuition. It's okay if you don't find anything. Ankh plans to take advantage of the situation to increase her exploration progress to 1% and claim the mysterious reward for that stage. Ankh is really looking forward to it. Just then, King Kong flapped his wings and shouted, "Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. If you VIP me for 50, you can have a meal." However, none of the animals in the camp paid any attention to King Kong and got up to head towards the kitchen. Let's go eat. Ankh also stood up, then smiled and said to the hamster. The hamster had already smelled the aroma, and its saliva was already dripping. I, a little mouse, am starving. Tonight's dinner, in addition to meat, also includes various seafood and some fruits and vegetables. During the time Ankh was away from the camp, Little Scar and the others were not idle. They braved the rain to collect fruits and some vegetables. To be honest, Ankh was quite excited when she first saw the vegetables. Because he hadn't eaten vegetables for so long, it brought back a sense of nostalgia. Unfortunately, there were no seasonings, so the lettuce could only be eaten plain. Even so, Ankh still ate with great relish. All around, the animals were also enjoying their meal, and the aroma filled the air. The newest member, the hamster, ate particularly extravagantly. It ate grilled yellow croaker. When this delicious fish enters the mouth, the aroma explodes on the taste buds. The little hamster was completely out of control and started wolfing down its food. It had prepared plenty of nuts beforehand and was proud of that. But now, the hamster has only one thought. Nuts? What kind of junk are those? Compared to this delicious food, it's nothing. I, a little mouse, have lived a worthwhile life. The little hamster was so moved by the delicious food that it almost cried. Not only did she stuff her belly until it was bulging, but her cheeks also bulged out. Ankh shook her head, worried that the hamster might overeat and die. Viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Won't this rat burst from overeating? Unbelievable, it practically stuffed half a large yellow croaker into its mouth. It must be at least several times its size, right? How did you do that? In the column, Louis Fei was also amazed. She looked curiously at Professor Wu and other experts, asking if the hamster was all right. Professor Wu chuckled softly. Why do you think it's called a hamster? As the name suggests, it means to treat yourself as a warehouse. Its cheeks can hold at least the same volume of food as itself. With Professor Wu's explanation, everyone felt much more at ease. At the same time, I marvel at the wonders of nature's species. Unfortunately, they encountered very few animals, most of which were already extinct. Many people are hoping to materialize a hamster and keep it as a pet. Unfortunately, the National Destiny game has yet to materialize. This indicates that Ankh has not met the conditions for realization. Inside the live stream, the hamster, having eaten and drunk its fill, handed its treasure, a card, to Ankh. Under Ank's surprised gaze, the hamster explained. I, a mere mouse, have nothing good to give you. You've given me another big meal, so I can only give you this precious baby as a gift. Anku chuckled and waved her hand, saying, It's just a meal, nothing. How much can a hamster eat? Ank didn't feel bad at all about the energy this little guy had taken for her. After all, he kept so many animals, and each of them ate much more than a hamster. You can take your baby first. I'll borrow it from you when I need it. As long as the little hamster is at the camp, its treasure is Ank's treasure. An access card, right now. After all, not a single clue was found. The hamster looked surprised, then lowered its head and replied, Okay. After a pause, it still asked, unwilling to give up, Really don't want it? This is my precious treasure. To avoid discouraging the little hamster and making it feel disappointed, Ank smiled and said, Please keep this for me, and I'll take it from you when I need it. With the change in wording, the hamster was clearly no longer as disappointed as before. Kaisen nodded happily and said, Don't worry, you can leave it to me, shoo shoo. Ank chuckled. With just a little trick, she could easily control the little hamster. Soon, the other animals had also finished eating. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, it was time for Little Scar and the others to return to their habitat. Little Scar and the other monkeys reluctantly said goodbye to Ank. After the monkeys left, Ank began to build a small nest for the little hamster. After all, the little guy is too small to sleep directly on the floor. What if someone steps on me and kills me? Therefore, Ank plans to provide the little one with a safe place to sleep. Making a small nest is not difficult at all. You can simply take a large wooden stake and work it through. For Ank, who is highly skilled, this is not too difficult. After finishing making the little nest, Ank added some dry grass inside. The hamster's home is officially finished. So do you like it? Ank asked the hamster with a smile. The hamster clasped its two little paws together. Looking at the little nest in front of her, she exclaimed with delight, I, the little mouse, love it so much. Because this is the home my favorite person designed for me. Ank raised an eyebrow. So it wasn't because I liked what I made. However, what he didn't know was that the hamster was also very satisfied with this little nest. Before the hamster could even go inside, the little tiger and the little leopard, who had eaten and drunk their fill, were also very interested in this new thing. The two little ones scrambled inside. They took over the hamster's home. Hamster, how did my home disappear? To be honest, the hamster was very angry, but it was powerless to do anything about the two big cats. I'm scared. So it could only stand outside and watch the little tigers and leopards playing and frolicking in its own home. Just then, King Kong, the king of witty remarks and the king of kids, spoke up. Isn't it a joy to have friends coming from afar? Please don't bully the newcomers, okay? Chapter 99. Thank you, my whole family. The angry little hamster was immediately moved when King Kong spoke up for it. Her big, round eyes sparkled, as if they were filled with water. Thank you so much, my whole family. The hamster expressed its gratitude to King Kong. However, to its surprise, the King Kong, who was saying not to bully the newcomer just a second ago, squeezed into the hamster's nest with the little tiger and the little leopard the next second. The hamster froze in place upon seeing this. It was a human, no? It was a mouse, completely dumbfounded. You promised not to bully the newbies. The city is full of tricks, and I, a mere mouse, want to go back underground. The hamster felt very wronged and bullied. However, the thought that Ank had built this nest made it even angrier. This is the nest that my hamster likes built for me. You can't steal it. After saying that, the hamster immediately decided to assert its dominance, sticking out its rear end and wriggling into its nest. As a result, the hamster did not expect that it would be pinned down by the little leopard as soon as it went in. I'm so weak, I can't move at all. Its limbs kicked and thumped desperately, but unfortunately, it was of no use against its sheer weight. The little leopard looked completely bewildered, feeling that its butt looked a little strange. However, because it was huddled together with the tiger cubs, the little leopard didn't think much of it. This scene made the viewers in the live broadcast room feel both amused and worried. They frantically sent messages urging Ank to rescue the hamster, lest the little hamster get sat on and die. That would be terrible. Inside the live stream, Ank couldn't see the comments in the outside live stream room. However, he immediately went over, lifted the little leopard's bottom, and rescued the hamster from underneath. At this moment, the hamster's fur was disheveled, it was panting heavily, and it looked listless. He then muttered, I almost turned into a mouse pancake. Fortunately, rats are relatively flexible animals and can withstand weights several times their own weight. So there's nothing seriously wrong. Viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief and burst into laughter when they saw that the hamster was unharmed. The mouse looked like it was questioning its existence. It was hilarious. I guess it will never like butts again in its life. It almost turned into a rat pancake. It's hilarious. Such a small body trying to squeeze in with others. That's just too reckless. The foreign viewers in the live stream were incredibly envious of the atmosphere at Anko's camp. It's pleasant, fun, and relaxing. Unlike the national leaders in other countries who have to be on edge all the time, wary of attacks from wild beasts or bites from poisonous insects and snakes. Oh my god, it feels like the camp of those kids from China is a zoo. Was this kid the zoo director before? Foreigners are as resentful as can be. The better ink does, the worse they do. As the sun set, the night sky was stained as black as ink. The crescent moon hangs high in the sky, accompanied by a sky full of stars. In the dark, lightless jungle, the chirping of insects never ceased. There were occasional rustling sounds, as if animals were approaching. The rustling sound stopped immediately when the tiger mother and leopard mother looked over. Then it completely disappeared, as if there was nothing there at all. However, the roars of wild beasts could still be heard in the distance. At this time, both tiger mom and leopard mom would get up and stare intently in the direction of the sound. They will lie down again only after determining the location of the roar and confirming that it will not pose a threat to the area. Hank didn't play with the little ones tonight. He sat by the campsite, looking up at the sky. Carefully identifying the positions of the stars, he found many familiar ones, such as the most famous Big Dipper. Even so, his brow remained furrowed. Why did I feel like someone was watching me from the moon? He murmured silently, stroking his chin. Is this the same sky he knows? Recent unknown events have made Ankh increasingly concerned about the truth behind it all. The vanished body, and that mysterious access card. As night deepened, the first light of dawn gradually appeared. When Ankh opened her eyes again, she saw the little tiger and the little leopard playing at her feet. This time, they didn't dare disturb Ankh's sleep. Ankh nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, after being taught a lesson, they behaved themselves. Little did they know that King Kong was secretly relieved. It dared not joke with Nku again. After all, Nku is the kind of person who seeks revenge immediately. What if he doesn't give me a V50? How can I still enjoy Crazy Thursday? Upon seeing Nku wake up, the playful little tiger and leopard immediately ran to Nku and licked his face. Ankh giggled as she was being licked. It was so ticklish. Just as he pushed the little tiger and the little leopard away, the voice of the cheat system rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your natural affinity has been upgraded to level 3. Wow, I leveled up without even realizing it. To be honest, Ankh was quite moved. Just a few days ago, he was still eagerly anticipating the upgrade to help him get rid of the tiger mom threat. However, things took an unexpected turn. He won over the tiger mom without relying on an upgrade in natural affinity. It became part of the camp. Of course, this doesn't mean Ankh isn't pleased with the upgrade to natural affinity. After all, the higher his natural affinity level, the safer he is. The wild beasts will no longer attack him. Composing himself, Ankh got out of bed and greeted the animals. Leopard Mom responded to Ankh in a gentle and refined manner, greeting him. Good morning, my benefactor. Ankh completely ignored King Kong's chattering greeting. He is not worthy of being called a human being. When Ankh came to the tiger mother's side, her tiger body trembled. Tiger Mom looked at Ankh in surprise, sensing something was different. It seemed that something about Ankh was attracting it, making it want to get close to Ankh. Tiger Mom previously viewed Anko as a partner. Now she wants to submit to Anko. Good morning, Tiger Mom. Ankh's greeting interrupted Tiger Mom's thoughts. It snapped out of its daze and became respectful. Good morning, Master. Anku's eyes remained calm, but a slight movement occurred. However, he smiled and didn't say anything more. Sure enough, level 3, nature affinity, can affect large beasts like tigers. Ankh was in a good mood. After washing up and eating, he planned to set off with the hamster and the 2 monkeys, Little Scar. Today he's going to try and see if he can increase the exploration level to 1% and then get a mysterious reward. If this continues, other nations might be the first to complete it. This is something Ankh absolutely cannot accept. The reason why we didn't call on the leopard mom, who is also the tiger mom, is that the 2 beasts can help guard the camp. After all, if he wanted to increase his exploration progress, Ankh wasn't sure if he could return to camp tonight. And if there is an attack from wild animals, it is safer to have the tiger mom and leopard mom there. Chapter 100. Jiang Taigong Fishing. Willing people take the bait? King Kong can patrol in the air, leaving no blind spots in the sky. If danger is detected, even a human can immediately inform the leopard and tiger. A leopard and a tiger can each have one animal guard the camp while the other goes out to scout. Alternatively, They could choose to have two wild beasts stay at the camp together. The choices are more flexible. As for Ankh herself, his natural affinity has now reached level 3. Even a large, ferocious beast like a tiger wouldn't easily attack him. So, just like before, Ankh brought little Scar and another monkey with her. There is also a new member, the hamster. The hamster stood on Ankh's shoulder, eating nuts and occasionally offering him one. Master, would you like one? I've peeled the shell for you. You don't need to thank my whole family. It's what I should do. Ankh chuckled and shook her head, even though this thing had been stuffed into the mouth of a hamster. But they didn't seem to mind. After all, there's still an outer shell. Seeing this, the little Scars and the others also asked the hamster for nuts. The little guy is generous and will share with the little Scars. Ankh couldn't help but scoff. If it were King Kong, that guy definitely wouldn't share it. That chattering bird is very stingy. A man, a mouse, and 2 monkeys began their exploration while eating nuts. Ankh's plan this time is to go all the way down a dark path. We continued heading north, passing through vast grasslands along the way. That is, the place where you met the mother and daughter cows. Therefore, the exploration will only truly begin once we cross the vast grasslands. It's worth mentioning that Ankh plans to see if there are any other cows. Unfortunately, there are no dairy cows on the grasslands, only other herbivores. For example, there are cicadee, zebras, etc., and eagles circling in the sky from time to time. Upon seeing the eagle, the hamster on Ankh's shoulder immediately shrank its neck and hid in her arms. Eagles can prey on mice. Seeing this, Ankh laughed and said, "Little mouse, don't be afraid. You can still stand on my shoulder. I won't let the eagle hurt you." The hamster Nono, nestled in my arms, asked, "Really? How could I possibly lie about what I say?" Ankh confidently raised her chin. "All right then, I trust you completely." After saying that, the hamster returned to Ankh's shoulder. However, out of fear, it became particularly timid and lay down. Unbeknownst to the hamster, it was being used as bait by Ankh. King Kong is responsible for patrolling the camp from the air, so Ankh basically doesn't take him out. In that case, why not create another flying animal? The eagle circling high in the sky above is the best choice. Eagles not only fly high, but they also see far, making them excellent scouts. However, because it flew too high, Ankh's natural affinity could not affect it. Therefore, Ankh came up with the idea of using hamsters to lure the eagles. When an eagle swoops down to catch a hamster, it will be affected by the natural affinity. At that time, Ankh could easily tame the eagle. However, while the plan was perfect, reality fell short of expectations. The eagle did not launch an attack until Ankh and her group left the grassland. It seems to be because of me and little Scar and the others. Ankh guessed in her heart. Animals typically assess the likelihood of success when hunting and whether there is any danger involved in the hunt. The hamster was on Ankh's shoulder, and the eagle probably judged him to be a huge threat. Therefore, they dare not launch an attack. Ankh wasn't too disappointed. It was just something she tried on a whim. Successfully capturing it would be ideal. We can't and won't lose anything. This will not affect Ankh's purpose for this trip. Leaving the grassland, we entered a hilly area. In the middle of the surrounding hills, there is a huge lake. The lake was crystal clear, shimmering in the sunlight. What a huge lake. Behind them, little Scar and the others looked at the lake with deep emotion. Just then, little Scar's stomach made a gurgling sound. It immediately looked at Ankh with a bit of embarrassment. In the jungle, the little Scars can easily find food. However, in these hilly areas, they basically don't know how to find food. Ankh laughed and said, "It's almost lunchtime. Let's rest here for a while." After speaking, Ankh took a look at her current exploration progress. Island exploration progress, 0.6%. Just 0.4% more, and you'll reach 1% and receive a mystery reward. I wonder what the mystery reward will be. Ankh was quite looking forward to it. He hoped for a superpower, just like the spider sense superpower. Ankh did not bring any food before setting off. After all, he has a natural affinity for animals, and they will selflessly give themselves to him. Why would he need to bring food? Ankh looked around, but didn't see any small animals. Returning to the grasslands is definitely impossible. Since we were all by the lake, we decided to go fishing. As the saying goes, those who live near mountains live off the mountains, and those who live near the sea live off the sea. After glancing around, Ankh's eyes lit up, and he said smugly, "I'll be a fisherman for a while today." Using the materials around him, he made a fishing rod at lightning speed. Although the rope made from plant material is not flexible enough, Ankh's method of wrapping the fish is effective as long as it is not a large fish. They can all be caught. If a large fish comes, Ankh will let it stick close to her. As for the bait, it's very simple. Beneath the soil lies bait. Ankh pressed her palm to the ground, and then activated her natural affinity. A moment later, a commotion came from beneath the soil, and the next second, small earthworms wriggled and broke out of the ground. This scene left the viewers in the live stream completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, you can do that? Could you please stop swearing upstairs? So many children are watching the live stream. It will set a bad example for them. Earth release, summon earthworm technique. I was dumbfounded. If I had that skill, would I be afraid of not being able to catch any fish? Air Force guy, don't blame your Air Force achievements on others. Damn it. If you curse me again, I'll challenge you to a one-on-one match offline. Aang's actions shocked not only the Dragon Kingdom. It can be said that it shocked the world. If you press your hand on it like that, how do you create so many earthworms? This is completely unreasonable. The foreigners were cursing and swearing at it. Is it playable even with cheats? During the live stream, Aang was unaware of all this. He grabbed a handful of earthworms and threw them into the lake. You definitely need to bait the area before fishing. Using earthworms to dig a nest is far too extravagant. No angler would do that. After baiting the area, Aang tied the earthworms to the rope and then cast her fishing rod. The viewers in the live stream chat were stunned once again, especially foreigners. Fishing without a hook. Is this kid from the Dragon Kingdom trying to make me laugh to death? If I can catch a fish this way, I'll eat shit while standing upside down. I'll eat 10 pounds. Upstairs, are you here to freeload? Get lost. Our boss and strategy is like Jiangxi of fishing. Willing fish take the bait. Chapter 101. Even movies wouldn't dare to film like this. Although the audience in China didn't know whether Aang could catch fish without a fishing hook. But over the past few days, people have developed an inexplicable trust in Aang. This trust is almost unconditional and without reason. Since Aang has chosen to do this, he must have his reasons, and he will definitely be able to do it. During the live stream, the hamster and little Scar tilted their heads, looking on with curiosity. Your Majesty, can such a small stick and such a thin thread really catch fish? As a primate, little Scar has a much higher intelligence and is familiar with some tools. Even if the fish bites, there's nothing to hook it up, right? However, Aang smiled but remained silent. Whether or not we can catch them, let the facts speak for themselves. Inside the live stream, the foreigners watched Aang, who was starting to fish with great enthusiasm. They all mocked him. Although Aang has mysterious methods to make the fish obediently follow him. But fishing is different. You have to use a hook to catch the fish. Without a hook, the fish can easily escape. Are you suggesting they'll hold on and refuse to let go? That's obviously impossible. As long as that brat from the Dragon Kingdom doesn't go into the water, he won't catch any fish even if he fishes all day. That's too conservative. Even if you gave him a lifetime, he still wouldn't be able to catch one. We can just sit back and wait to see the joke, haha. Let's open the market. Let's guess how long these little devils from the Dragon Kingdom will let us watch this monkey show. Half an hour. Isn't this too long? I've only had it for 10 minutes. It'll only take 5 minutes at most, haha. The foreigners seem to have found an outlet for their frustration and have begun to vent their anger freely. Treated Aang's fishing without a hook as a monkey show. However, about 2 minutes later, Aang's fishing rod made a sound in the live stream. They're here. They're here. A fish has taken the bait. Haha. The monkeys of the Dragon Kingdom are going to perform acrobatics. Inside the live stream, the foreigners were even more excited than Aang herself when they saw a fish take the bait, because they felt they would be embarrassed to see Aang suffer. In other aspects, foreign countries are completely crushed by China, and now they desperately need an opportunity to see Aang make a fool of herself. Meanwhile, viewers from China didn't post many comments. After all, they weren't sure if Aang could succeed. Normally speaking, Aang would not have been able to succeed. Soon, everyone knew the answer. Aang, who had been yawning, immediately cast her line after hearing a jolt from the fishing rod. The next second, something happened that left everyone speechless. A fishing line without a hook actually pulled up a fish. No, wait. There are 2 fish. The 2 fish clung tightly to the fishing line until they were thrown ashore, where they hopped and jumped on the ground. Live stream chat. The live stream was filled with question marks. Not only were the foreigners shocked, but even the Chinese audience was shocked. Did I catch fish without a hook? But I even caught 2. Moreover, the fish were quite large, about the size of an adult's arm. That's outrageous. The foreigners' resolve was shattered. Oh my god, what am I seeing? Did this really happen? Can someone tell me if this is a movie? If a movie dared to portray something like that, it would definitely be criticized as a terrible film. Are these 2 fish stupid? Why are they clinging to the rope so tightly and refusing to let go? Damn it, do these 2 fish have a death wish? The foreigners were just looking forward to watching a monkey show, but now they're the ones being treated like monkeys. The people of China were very excited, although they also felt it was melodramatic and unreasonable. But what does it matter? As long as ink can bring them face, make them look good over foreigners, and make them feel good, that's enough. As for science, National Destiny game, global live broadcast, supernatural phenomena have appeared. So what's the point of talking about science? I clearly remember someone having to eat shit upside down. They really came here to freeload. Haha, this is hilarious. There's someone who wants to eat 10 pounds. South Korea, the clown is actually myself. Don't insult the Joker. Korean netizens were furious, and one person retorted. The clown first appeared in our great Korean country. How dare you use it as a metaphor? Yes. Everything comes from your South Korea. The blue planet is yours, and the universe is yours too. Although the Chinese netizens' rebuttal angered the Koreans, they haven't broken their defenses yet. Until someone quietly posted a picture. The picture shows a hand with its index finger and thumb making a pinching gesture. This completely broke down the defenses of South Korean netizens, especially the men. Who posted this picture? They have absolutely no manners. Is this how your dragon country treats foreign friends? A friend? I want to laugh. Did you break down? Did you get hurt? It seems my prediction came true. Otherwise, why would I have gotten so angry? The live stream room had become a battlefield. However, China itself has an absolute advantage because of ink, and with thousands of years of cultural heritage, how could South Korea possibly win? I could only suppress my frustration and remain silent. It was infuriating, but all I could do was rage helplessly. Meanwhile, during the live stream, the hamster and little Scar were also stunned. They simply couldn't understand how fish could be caught without a hook. Little Scar humbly asked, "Your Majesty, could you teach us? After we learn it, our monkey troop will also be able to fish in this way in the future." However, Ankh laughed it off, saying, "Your stomach was growling just now. You must be very hungry. Let's eat first. The lesson will be next time." The main problem is that he simply doesn't know how to teach. Without natural affinity, success is virtually impossible. The ability to make fish bite so tightly relies on superpowers. This is why Ankh is so confident. After all, it is the fish that are willing to sacrifice themselves. Xiaoba didn't hesitate when he heard this. He smiled and nodded, taking the initiative to do the grilling of the fish. It skillfully started a fire with another monkey, and then placed the fish on the fire. Such skillful operation made Ankh admire it repeatedly in her heart. Even he probably couldn't start a fire as fast as Little Scar and the others. While grilling the fish, Xiaoba and his friends didn't forget to add salt to make the fish flavorful. Ankh sat the whole time, leisurely waiting for the meal to be served. Meanwhile, in Diamond Country and Maple Leaf Country, the national athletes unexpectedly met. This encounter drew the attention of the entire world. Everyone is watching to see what will happen when these two figures who determine the fate of a nation meet. What decisions will the countries behind each other make? Diamond Country are generally in good physical condition, and since the country's leader is an indigenous person, he has strong survival skills in the wild. Although she didn't live as freely as Ankh, she was still among the top in the world. The problems of food and water have been solved. On the other hand, the athletes from Canada had a much tougher time. Chapter 102 Big Truck? The encounter between the leaders of the two countries led to an emergency video conference between their respective leaders. To be precise, it was because the Maple Leaf Country unilaterally made an emergency connection with the Diamond Country. After all, the people of Diamond Country were doing well and had some food reserves. It's Maple Leaf Country that needs something from others. Ultimately, after Maple Leaf Country agreed to a series of unreasonable conditions imposed by Diamond Country, the two sides reached a cooperation agreement. Diamond Country and the people of Maple Leaf Country have thus formed a partnership. Now, what was originally thought to be a simple competition of wilderness survival skills among contestants from various countries has become a reality. However, it's only now that I realize this game of national destiny not only affects national destiny, but also the global landscape. The cooperation between the two countries' leaders has also served as a wake-up call for other countries. After all, what if the other side joins forces to eliminate the one who determines the fate of their nation, or takes the one who determines the fate of their nation hostage, forcing the country to sign an unequal treaty in the real world? From this moment on, the game, National Destiny, became a vast, dark forest. Let's return to the Dragon Kingdom livestream room. Ankh had already filled his stomach, but when he saw the fish bones, his eyes lit up immediately. Yes, you can use this as a fishhook. Animals in the struggle for survival in a nation's destiny are stronger than animals in the real world, and fish are no exception. Natural fish bones are much harder than normal fish bones. It's perfectly fine to use it as a fishhook. This way, we can teach little Scar and the others how to fish. Without hesitation, Ankh immediately attached a fishhook to the fishing rod with a fishbone. Not only that, he also thoughtfully made an extra fishing rod for little Scar and the others. Then he smiled and said to little Scar and the others, "Want to give it a try?" Little Scar couldn't contain himself any longer. He quickly took the fishing rod while repeatedly thanking Ankh. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will certainly not fail Your Majesty's teachings." Ankh chuckled. "There's no need to rush fishing. It's a skill. Little Scar, just do what makes you happy. It doesn't matter if you catch anything or not." This time, Ankh does not plan to use natural affinity. Now that we've eaten, the rest of the fishing trip will be more about having fun. Using natural affinity would be pointless. Without natural affinity, even Ankh cannot guarantee a 100% success rate in catching fish, let alone a novice like little Scar. Although Ankh said that, Xiaoba's eyes were resolute, and he did not want to let Ankh down. Following Ankh's instructions, it baited the hook and cast the line in one smooth motion. Ankh was surprised. The live stream chat was also somewhat unexpected, with many people showing up to fish for fish. Little Scar's rod casting posture is pretty cool. He doesn't look like a novice at all. I've practiced casting for years, but I doubt I can be as smooth as Xiaoba. Little Scar received a lot of praise from anglers from the very beginning. Despite the praise, many people don't believe that a small Scar can catch fish. It's common for novice anglers to lose the fish's bite for various reasons, unless it's a very small fish. However, the anglers were soon dumbfounded. "Holy crap, you're telling me this is a newbie? He's a complete fishing expert, you know. Send me your location quickly, even if it takes several days. I'm going fishing." "Upstairs, are you crazy?" Amazed by Xiaoba's actions. In a short period of time, several fish were caught. Ankh swore that he absolutely did not use natural affinity. Little Scar looked at the small fish he had caught, which was jumping around on the shore, and was filled with surprise and joy. "Your Majesty, I haven't disappointed you, have I? I thought it would be difficult, but it's actually quite simple." Ankh was stunned. Was it really that easy to catch? So he decided to give it a try. Unfortunately, Ankh's fishing skills are not very high, so she can't perform as well as her other skills. This also resulted in him catching fewer fish than Xiaoba. In the column, Sabanin exclaimed, "Little Scar is truly a fishing expert." Kong Hui jokingly said, "This is the first time I've seen Ankh fall behind in some aspect. This must be the first time Enku has been surpassed, right?" Lu Yifei, standing to the side, was not happy about it. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she defended Ankh. "Teacher Kong Hui, you're not right about that. Little Scar is a monkey, so to be precise, no one has yet surpassed Ankh in any field. Enku is still the undisputed number one." After a pause, Lu Yifei smiled sweetly and said, "He is a perfect man. Oh no, the goddess has fallen in love. Even goddesses can't escape Ankh's attraction. The boss is indeed a boss. Ankh from Northeast China is passing by." Southern Ankh reporting. "If you are Ankh, then who am I?" Ankh's name once became an adjective used to describe perfection. During the live stream, Ankh's competitive spirit was ignited. He secretly vowed to surpass Little Scar through his own efforts. As he continued fishing, his fishing skills improved rapidly. Just then, Ankh suddenly felt the fishing rod sink. The next second, the entire fishing rod was bent by an astonishing force. Ankh's eyes widened, and she immediately gripped the fishing rod tightly. At the same time, he shouted excitedly, "It's a big shipment. Judging from the weight transmitted by the fishing rod, as long as we can catch this fish." Ankh was able to beat Little Scar, and he began to compete with the big fish. Come, let me show you my power." Ankh grinned. He was very confident in his own strength. The commotion also attracted the hamsters and Little Scar nearby. Seeing the fishing rods being weighed down so dramatically, they began to look forward to it. What kind of large shipment will it be? Even the hamster cheered for Ankh from the sidelines. "I'm a little mouse, and my whole family is cheering for our owner." Inside the live stream, the fishing enthusiasts got excited. "I wonder if Boston can catch this fish." "Definitely. I just showed off how to fish without a hook. Now that we have fish hooks, it's like adding wings to a tiger. How could it not work? I wonder if I can break the world record." If it were a world record from the old era, it would be impossible. But if it were a world record from today, it would be a piece of cake. Alas, it's really pathetic that catching a fish that's only 20 centimeters long is considered breaking a world record. That was several years ago. Now I hardly ever fish. Everyone was waiting for Ankh to catch this big fish. However, Enku was secretly alarmed. With his current strength, he is almost stronger than 2 adults. Even so, I still feel immense pressure. Just how big is this thing? Enku gritted her teeth. Seeing this, Little Scar and the others immediately ran over to help. However, Before they could help, Aang felt the fishing rod slip. With a click, all the pressure vanished. The fishing rod broke. The live stream chat erupted in a frenzy of comments. The fishing rod broke. Just how big is that thing in the water? Oh dear, what a pity. Chapter 103 Dinosaurs. In the live stream, the fishing enthusiasts expressed their regret one after another. I was hoping to see some exciting moments. For anglers, catching a giant fish is like getting a game-winning shot in basketball, with the whole arena chanting MVP for you. I feel a great sense of accomplishment. It's a pity the fishing rod wasn't up to par. The anglers could understand. After all, it wasn't a professional fishing rod. It's perfectly normal for it to break. During the live stream, Aang looked helplessly at the tree branch in her hand. He shook his head and said, "This cue is still no good." At the same time, Anku was very concerned about what that thing was. His strength and proficiency are quite high. 2 adults couldn't match him. The evaluation from world weightlifting champions is enough to prove the terrifying strength of Aang. Even so, he still felt the pressure. This shows that the thing underwater just now was not simple at all. The Venice Lake monster? Anku muttered to herself. To be honest, for a fleeting moment, Aang wanted to jump into the lake. Then use natural affinity to bring that thing up. Can't catch it? Then just grab the net. However, Aang ultimately restrained herself from using natural affinity, since she had decided from the beginning not to use it. Aang was comforted by the fishermen, including little Scar, who had come over to comfort her. Your Majesty, it's all the fishing rod's fault, not yours. Yes, Your Majesty, if the fishing rod is sturdy enough, you will surely be able to catch the fish. Failure is the mother of success. The little mouse, only like watching my owner fish. The little hamster also tried to comfort it in a similar manner. Anku laughed and said, "Am I that fragile? It's just one fish that got away. It doesn't affect me much. The fish will come up whenever Aang wants. Your Majesty, please use my fishing rod this time." Little Scar offered the fishing rod to Aang. It fell in love with fishing, but it was willing to give up everything for Aang. Even if it meant risking his life, Xiao Ba would do it. What Aang didn't know was that after Xiao Ba and the others spent a lot of time with him, their relationship with Aang is no longer maintained by natural affinity. It comes from the heart. Even if Aang's natural affinity disappears, Little Scar and the others will continue to follow him. Aang only learned this one day later. Aang shook her head, deciding to let Xiao Ba continue playing by himself. He could tell that Little Scar genuinely enjoyed fishing. He is also very talented at fishing. In that case, let's just leave the fishing to it. But at that moment, the lake water rippled, and a sound came from it. The first to notice something was wrong were Little Scar and the others. Especially Little Scar, who is the Monkey King. Its whole body, no, its whole monkey, stood up. Nearby, another strong monkey bared its teeth at the lake and growled warningly. In the live stream, the viewers were initially surprised, but quickly realized something was wrong. After seeing what was in the lake, they were even more alarmed and panicked. Holy crap, a dinosaur? It looks somewhat like it. It's huge. Boss and run. Why would there be dinosaurs in the wilderness? In the segment, Kong Hui, Sa Baining, and Lu Yifei all showed drastic changes in expression. They quickly looked at Professor Wu. "Professor, what is that?" Lu Yifei asked anxiously. "Could it really be a dinosaur?" Professor Wu frowned and shook his head. "It's not a dinosaur. But it can be considered a living fossil that has lived on Earth for hundreds of millions of years. It's a crocodile," another expert added. Only, the experts and scholars present were all horrified. Isn't this size a bit exaggerated? The length is estimated to be over 8 meters. This body type, it's like a regression to ancient times. We must get Aang out of there as soon as possible. Don't be fooled by the fact that crocodiles have short legs. Their burst speed on land is actually quite fast. Professor Wu and other experts and scholars were extremely worried and appealed to the national leaders. Tell them to quickly send comments to remind Aang to run. Otherwise, if you get bitten, it's basically a death sentence. Crocodiles have an incredibly powerful bite. Once bitten, there is no way to break free, and if it is combined with a fatal roll, the consequences are unimaginable. Inside the live stream, the frustrated foreigners instantly perked up. Everyone was hoping that the crocodile would eat Aang. However, this time they did not act arrogantly. There's no way around it. They've been constantly suppressed by the Dragon Kingdom, which has caused them to lose their backbone. All we can do is wait and hope that this big crocodile will be more cooperative. Livestream. Upon seeing the large crocodile, which was about 8 meters long, Little Scar and the others almost instinctively retreated. "Your Majesty, we must leave this place immediately." Even though she was terrified, Xiao Ba never forgot Anku. "We must get out of here right now." The bow and arrow were aimed at the crocodile. However, The bow and arrows proved inadequate against the crocodile's hard scales. Little Scar and the other monkey were sweating profusely with anxiety. Without the cover of tall trees, could they really escape the clutches of this giant creature? What Little Scar and the others couldn't understand the most was why Ankh didn't seem to want to run away. Is your majesty not afraid? Although I was terrified and my legs were trembling uncontrollably. But Ankh didn't leave, and neither did Little Scar and the other monkey. It's not just Little Scar who doesn't understand. No one in the live stream understood. Why? Why isn't the boss running away? Could it be that it's too scared to move? It can't be true, right? That's Bossin. Ankh is indeed remarkable, but this is a giant crocodile that is over 8 meters long. It's like 2 cars straddling each other. Who wouldn't be afraid? If it were me, I'd probably be scared to death. I suspect he has fainted. What should we do now? If Bossin doesn't run now, he'll never escape. Meanwhile, in the highest conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, a word all stood up. Everyone looked worried. The supreme leader, Elderly, sternly asked, Xiao Yang, do you have any solutions right now? The best way to calm a crocodile down is to blindfold it, Xiao Yang quickly replied. Putting aside where to find such a large black cloth, trying to blindfold such a large crocodile is tantamount to suicide. Stop talking nonsense. I need a plan. Old Li's voice rose. Xiao Yang's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. The national-level animal expert looked dejected and said in a low voice, Professor Li, there's no way to do it. A deathly silence fell over the top-level conference room. Is there really no other way? Is Ankh going to stumble here? If Nku dies, the fate of the Dragon Kingdom will plummet. Chapter 104 Crisis. Is the Dragon Kingdom doomed from this day forward? Throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, the whole nation is filled with sorrow. Some people are too afraid to watch anymore, fearing they might witness a horrific scene. Meanwhile, the foreigners in the live stream became quite active. I ate that brat from the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect this day to come, did you, Chinese dragon? Serves you right for being so smug. Why aren't you smug now? God, I want to see blood spurting everywhere. South Korea, in particular, has been the most outrageous, frequently using insults and sarcastic remarks. They vented all the frustration and humiliation they had just felt. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were equally enraged and began to retaliate. You Koreans dare to act so arrogantly in front of us. Don't forget, this morning your leader asked our dragon country to send a pair of dairy cows. If you keep asking, we'll see if our Dragon Kingdom will send any more. Hilarious. Your nation's destiny leader is dying, and you still need to send him off. We're just waiting for the one who brings you national fortune to die and the Dragon Kingdom's fortune to decline. Then we can take whatever we want. No, that originally belonged to our great kimchi country. That's right. Thousands of years ago, your Dragon Kingdom began to steal our Korean culture. Calligraphy, poetry, and even delicious food. Your dragon country is truly shameless. Even if you beg us to give it to you later, we won't want it. Ha ha ha. Shiba, just die already. South Korea dares to be so arrogant is mainly because the death of its national leader has a huge impact. If a nation's destiny is severed, the subsequent manifestation of 1,000-fold in the national destiny game will have nothing to do with nations without national destiny. In this way, the advantages accumulated in the early stages will be gradually leveled out until they are eventually surpassed. It can be said that being able to survive for a long time is also an advantage. Take Japan as an example. Although the punishment was initially imposed, Japan suffered heavy casualties. But it's not serious enough to cause serious injury. However, the death of a person who determined the fate of the nation had a truly enormous impact on the aftermath. Japan was already resource poor, and with its national fortunes waning, other countries began to ignore it. Trade was canceled, aid was cut off, and even the United States, the big brother, didn't give Japan a second glance. After all, without a national destiny, Japan becomes an incapable ruler. Allying with them will only drag you down. Rather than helping a bottomless pit, it's better to cut ties decisively. This is why Japanese people rarely speak in live streams these days. The whole country is in a mess right now. There was no food, no resources, and even things that violated the bottom line of human morality. What typically happens to survive when there's no food? Those who know. If Anko dies, then Japan will serve as a cautionary tale. The whole nation is in deep sorrow. However, what worried the people was not the future, but that they did not want to see Ankh die. In today's broken world, Ankh has become a pillar of support for many people. Within Kugan, I fear many will not survive. During the live stream, the reason Ankh didn't run away was mainly because the spider sense didn't activate. This means that the crocodile actually had no ill intentions towards Ankh. In other words, its murderous intent. But to be honest, its size is really a bit frightening. Ankh murmured to herself. More than 8 meters long, what does that mean? It's almost as big as a truck, and even bigger than Tiger Mom. Just standing there doing nothing can create immense pressure. Therefore, Ankh was actually a little unsure whether the level 3 natural affinity would have any effect on this crocodile. Based on the current situation, it seems unlikely, because if there's any impact, the crocodile will definitely show affection and want to get close to Ankh. But it hasn't made any friendly gestures yet. Even so, Ankh still appeared calm and composed. Because when facing wild beasts, one must not show fear. If you show any fear, your opponent will not hesitate to pounce on you and treat you as prey. On the other side, although the crocodile showed no murderous intent, its wariness was clearly visible to the naked eye. This made Ankh even more convinced that the natural affinity had no effect on it. The crocodile's current attitude reminded Ankh of the first time she met Tiger Mom. At that time, it was not affected by the natural affinity and was also very wary of itself. As the crocodile confronted Ankh, it began to circle around, slowly approaching Ankh and the others. Little Scar and the other monkey were on edge. They held their bows and arrows firmly, aiming at the crocodile, awaiting Ankh's command. However, Ankh was slow to give the order, making Little Scar and the others extremely anxious. "Your Majesty, aren't we going to attack?" Little Scar asked in a low voice. "If we don't strike first and it gets close, we might not have a chance to fight back." The hamster huddled in Ankh's pocket, trembling. Its head was facing inward, exposing its rear end, and its short tail was trembling. Ankh didn't have time to comfort the little hamster. He stood motionless, confronting the crocodile, while whispering back to Scarface. "Do not launch an attack yet. The crocodile has no intention of killing right now, but it would be bad if an attack angered it. The best option now is to maintain the status quo." Secondly, Ankh had no idea whether the bow and arrow would work. The weapons need a complete upgrade. This encounter made Ankh realize the inadequacy of her weaponry. It's adequate for dealing with ordinary prey, but it's still not enough to handle this kind of oversized beast. The crocodile kept closing the distance between them, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. The little Scars almost held their breath. Honestly, if Ankh hadn't been there, they would have turned and run away right now. However, Ankh seemed to be deep in thought. Meanwhile, outside, the vast territory of the Dragon Kingdom was completely silent. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and they held their breath. Is everything going to collapse? Everyone knew that running away was useless in the face of such a behemoth. The Dragon Kingdom fell silent, but it was a celebration for foreigners. Lighthouse, Kimchi, and other countries have already popped champagne to congratulate the Dragon Kingdom on its impending doom. The foreigners' smiles were even harder to suppress than AK's, as they watched the live stream while having a blast. Then they saw the crocodile that had been confronting Ankh and the others suddenly shift its gaze after getting halfway close. It looked at the leftover grilled fish that Ankh and the others had eaten. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the crocodile bit the grilled fish, flung it into the air, and swallowed it whole. Immediately afterwards, Ankh, Xiaoba, and everyone in the Dragon Kingdom livestream clearly saw the crocodile's vertical pupils light up. The next second, they ate all the remaining grilled fish clean, completely ignoring Ankh and Xiaoba. Little Scar and the monkey looked astonished, their foreheads full of question marks. Inside the live stream, the Chinese public was also constantly asking. The most bewildered were the foreigners who opened the champagne early. Their smiles froze, and they looked completely bewildered. "FK, why does it only eat fish?" Only Nku smiled. His doubts were finally resolved. "I see. Foreigners. So what?" Chapter 105. No. You're on a diet. The crocodile's actions left everyone present completely dumbfounded. And Ankh's last words also left everyone completely bewildered. What does that mean exactly? During the live stream, Little Scar and the others didn't understand what Ankh was saying either. Could it be that the king has figured out why the crocodiles aren't attacking them anymore? But now is not the time to dwell on these things. Xiaoba lowered his voice and asked Nku, "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" "Nothing needs to be done," Ankh shrugged. He finally understood why the spider sense hadn't activated. This also explains why the crocodiles didn't choose to kill them. From beginning to end, the crocodile's target was not them, but the grilled fish. Ankh was wondering why the crocodile slowly came ashore, and now she finally has the answer. Generally speaking, when crocodiles are truly hunting, they will launch a swift attack. They will absolutely not slowly make their way ashore, giving anyone a chance to escape. Ankh deduced from this that the crocodile's target was not them, but at first she couldn't figure out where the crocodile's target was. Now we finally have the answer. It's on the grilled fish. Once the crocodile has eaten and drunk its fill, it will most likely leave. However, at that moment, the crocodile, having finished its delicious meal, looked back at Ankh. Then she opened her mouth and roared at him. Why aren't you coming over to eat? It's your own fault for not eating it, so don't blame me for finishing it all. Ankh was initially very confident, but after hearing what the crocodile said to him, a question mark slowly appeared on his forehead. Beside them, Little Scar and the others also had a head full of question marks. It looked at Ankh, and they stared at each other in bewilderment. Is this even human language? What does "it's something we don't eat" mean? It's obvious that after you got ashore, you ate it all without saying a word, okay? Crocodiles aren't human, so they certainly can't speak human language. Okay, that's all for now. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were also somewhat confused. I'm on tenterhooks, eager to know what's going on. Why did the crocodile roar at Ankh and the others after eating the grilled fish? Is it a demonstration? Or a warning? Or perhaps it's a precursor to an attack? Didn't the crocodile eat its fill? Why hasn't it gone back into the water? Get back into the water right now. People of China, aren't you being too naive? How could such a large crocodile possibly be full from such a small amount of grilled fish? In my opinion, it's not satisfied and plans to continue eating your little devils. Hee hee, you're sure to see a bloody scene soon. Inside the live stream, viewers were having various discussions. Moreover, inside the highest council chamber of the Dragon Kingdom, countermeasures were being urgently discussed at this time. It was undoubtedly a good thing that the crocodile did not immediately attack Ankh. They still had time to devise an escape plan. If feasible, the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom will not hesitate to send valuable bullet comments to Ankh. In the live stream, Crocodile looked at Ankh, who remained silent. Unable to resist, it slapped the ground with its forelimbs, as if to ask, "Why won't you speak?" Ankh's forehead once again showed a question mark. Speak. What does he want to say? Asking if grilled fish is delicious. Or are you asking if you want to eat me while you're at it? Just as Nku was pondering and about to say her first words. The crocodile, however, couldn't take it anymore. He looked disappointed and even let out a very human sigh. Then he looked up at the sky, a very desolate look on his face, and said, "It's disheartening. True heartbreak is never about making a scene, but about indifference and being ignored." After the crocodile finished speaking, it turned around, flicked its tail, and returned to the bottom of the lake. As its massive body was gradually submerged by the lake water, it eventually disappeared from everyone's sight. Clam, who could understand crocodile language, was once again dumbfounded. Ajahn, are you serious? Or is it a philosophical crocodile? Outside the studio, inside the live stream, the departure of the crocodile undoubtedly brought a sigh of relief to the entire Dragon Kingdom, and everyone was overjoyed. The crocodile is gone. That's great. That's great. Thank goodness, we escaped unscathed. Brotherin is all right. Ha ha ha. The oppressive feeling brought by an 8-meter-long crocodile is suffocating and depressing. Therefore, after the crisis was over, the oppressive and suffocating feeling disappeared, and many people felt weak all over. Some people were even moved to tears. Their spiritual pillar remains unbroken. This is undoubtedly the happiest thing for them. In the column, Kong Hui, Sa Baining, Professor Wu, and others came to their senses. They then realized that they were all soaked, as if they had jumped directly into a swimming pool. Some people even bleed because their fingers are clenched so tightly that their fingernails dig into them. However, this injury is nothing compared to Ankh's safety. Lu Yifei, who was sitting in the middle, covered her mouth tightly. Her beautiful, picturesque eyes sparkled, with water droplets swirling around them, shrouded in mist. That's great. Ankh is all right. Very good. She murmured softly, repeating it over and over. If someone listens closely, they can hear a slight sob in his voice. The oppressive and suffocating feeling disappeared, followed by unrestrained venting. Ha ha. The crocodile must have been intimidated by Boss and's domineering aura. I completely agree with what the person upstairs said. In nature, the only thing that can make a predator give up the idea of hunting is to make it feel danger. Hey, speak up. Weren't you foreigners always so boastful? Keep barking. Keep barking like a dog. Hee our Ankh is fine. The crocodile wouldn't dare attack us Chinese. The foreigners were just now, the more arrogant the Chinese people are now. Previously, it was the Chinese people who fell silent. Now it's the foreigners' turn to fall silent. A deathly silence. They racked their brains, but couldn't understand why the crocodile had just left. No, with a body as big as yours, how can a few small fish fill your stomach? Losing weight. However, at that moment, something else happened during the live stream. In the live stream room, Little Scar and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the crocodile leave. One of the monkeys suddenly collapsed to the ground due to its weak legs. It was already unsteady on its feet, and if Ankh hadn't been there to support it, it probably would have wet itself in fear. But now is not the time to relax. Little Scar quickly said to Anku, "Your Majesty, let's leave this place of trouble immediately." Ankh nodded, "Okay." Although the crocodiles didn't attack them, that doesn't mean they won't next. Staying here is playing with your life. Leaving here and continuing our exploration is the right thing to do. Just as Ankh and her group were about to leave the lakeside and continue their exploration, there was movement from the bottom of the lake once again. The giant beast, over 8 meters long, returned. After seeing Ankh and the others leave, it roared at them. Seeing this, the foreigners in the live stream couldn't help but have their eyes light up. Looks like there's another chance. Chapter 106: The Moral Man Among Crocodiles. The crocodile's return has once again put the people of the Dragon Kingdom on edge. Foreigners, on the other hand, saw hope again. The crocodile growled at Ankh in the lake, suggesting it was about to attack. However, what no one knew was that, in Ankh's ears, the crocodile's low growl meant, "Don't go." Ankh stopped, but did not approach. The crocodile emerged from the lake again, and because it had just opened its mouth to speak, several fish fell to the ground. It kept bouncing on the ground. "Oh dear. Sir, why run around like this? Wouldn't it be better to accept the arrangements of fate?" The crocodile sighed as it struggled to pull them together. Normally, crocodiles wouldn't even bother with these small fish. They wouldn't even be enough to fill a gap in their teeth. But now it is trying to make sure that no small fish can escape, piling them all up on the shore. There are about a dozen fish in total. What's a piece of cake for a crocodile is a huge catch for Ankh and her friends. Each one is the size of an arm. Seeing so many lively fish, Little Scar and the other monkeys were completely baffled. "Your Majesty, what's going on? Why would a crocodile catch so many fish?" Xiao Ba couldn't understand. Ankh did not answer Xiao Ba, but he already had the answer in his heart. However, it still needs to be verified. After a moment's thought, Ankh finally spoke, using the same tone the crocodile had used. "What do you mean by this, sir?" The crocodile chuckled, then raised its long jaws and said arrogantly, "Don't worry, young friend. I value morality and will never take advantage of others. Consider these fish as payment for the food we just ate. You can continue grilling, just remember to save a few for me. I'll continue to help you catch them." The crocodile spoke with an air of righteous indignation, as if he were a benevolent and righteous man. Nku's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you want to eat grilled fish yourself, sir?" These words left the crocodile speechless. It immediately raised its voice, somewhat angrily, and said, "Young friend, why do you speculate about the fish's heart in this way? I, Old Crocodile, am not that kind of fish." Seeing that Nku was about to speak, Old Crocodile immediately scolded, "Don't speak. That's the decision, or don't blame me for being impolite." Having said that, it ignored what Ankh was about to say and returned to the lake. Only Ankh, bewildered in the wind, and Xiao Ba, looking completely confused, remained at the scene. A crocodile that practices philosophy and values morality? Ankh clicked her tongue in amazement. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, stunned once again as they watched the crocodile return to the lake. "Oh God, why has that crocodile gone back into the lake? Why don't you attack those brats from the Dragon Kingdom? Why are you running away? Bullshit. Not only do they not attack, but they also bring so many fish. Is this crocodile missing a screw?" The foreigners were both anxious and furious. They wished they could go down into the fray and drag the crocodile back. During the live stream, Ankh looked at the bewildered Little Scar and said, "Little Scar, don't just stand there like an idiot. Keep the fire going and grill the fish." Huh. Little Scar wondered if he was dreaming. It longs to ask the 3 soul-searching questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Little Scar didn't understand why that crocodile had caught so many fish. Although it didn't understand why, it still obeyed Ankh's words and started a fire to grill the fish. After all, the king's orders are absolute. What followed was something that shocked everyone. Little Scar and another monkey grill fish. The crocodile, on the other hand, kept feeding the fish. Seeing the crocodiles still going to catch fish in the lake, Little Scar and the other monkeys were completely dumbfounded. For the first time, these animals realized how painful it was to have to eat again. It's impossible to finish baking it all. At this rate, they'll be worked to death, won't they? Little Scar couldn't help but yell at the crocodile. "Enough! Enough! Please don't send any more." However, the crocodile couldn't understand Little Scar's words at all. Seeing its monkey-like squeals, I thought it was being encouraged to catch more. The crocodile chuckled and said, don't worry. I, the Old Crocodile, will definitely continue to catch fish for you to grill. This stuff is so delicious, you guys can eat it first. Just leave about 30 or 40 for me." After saying that, the The crocodile turned its head and prepared to continue swimming into the lake. Ankh finally couldn't stand it any longer and quickly stepped forward to stop it. Old crocodile, there's no need to catch any more. There are already enough. They delivered the fish back and forth several times, and the crocodile delivered at least 100 fish. Thankfully, the lake is big enough and has plenty of fish, otherwise they would have been fished out of the lake. It was equivalent to a catastrophe that could lead to the extinction of a species. The crocodile stopped in its tracks, surprised. Are you sure you don't need it, young friend? Don't wait until there's not enough to eat. And Ku was both amused and exasperated, and nodded firmly, saying, that's really enough. At most, he and Little Scar could only eat 6 or 7 of them. Any more, and I'll definitely feel full. Only crocodiles, with their larger size, can eat a little more. The crocodile grinned and chuckled. Since you say so, young friend, then this old crocodile won't have to go through the trouble anymore. It's time to eat. Young friend, come. Let's eat together. After saying that, the crocodile couldn't wait to start eating. You can eat several in one bite. Each time it entered the mouth, the giant crocodile showed an expression of enjoyment. Oh my God, it smells so good. After saying that, the crocodile realized its lapse in composure and quickly coughed. Then, in a serious tone, he said, Old crocodile, I thoroughly enjoyed the meal. And Ku suppressed a laugh. Had she just revealed her true nature because she was eating too delicious food? Young friend, why don't you eat with us? The crocodile asked, changing the subject. Ankh chuckled. Old crocodile, you can just eat yours. It's rare to see such a senior person like you enjoying the meal, so we younger generations will definitely try our best to do our best. I'll grill fish for you too, old crocodile. And Ku spoke politely, with an air of righteous indignation. This amused the crocodile greatly. Ha ha, then I'll have to trouble you, young friend. It's all right. As long as you're happy, I'm happy. Ankh's barrage of compliments made the crocodile beam with joy. The reason for this was, of course, to subdue this giant crocodile. This is a crocodile that's even bigger than Tiger Mom. Once it becomes a member of the team, its combat power will skyrocket. How about a death roll? With these thoughts in mind, Ankh joined the grilled fish group, just to make the old crocodile happy and provide it with emotional value. This scene left the viewers in the live stream completely stunned. They couldn't believe it. It was the first time they'd ever seen such an expression on a crocodile's face. However, what pleased them the most was that it was not difficult to tell from Ku's words just now. This crocodile seems to only like grilled fish and won't harm Ankh. This is undoubtedly a great thing for the people of China. This means Ankh is safe. Now that the danger was over, everyone began to let their thoughts wander. Do you think Boston can tame this giant crocodile? Chapter 107. No. You've been through drug rehabilitation? Someone started it, and the live stream chat immediately erupted into a lively discussion. With the precedent of tiger moms, it should be possible. Not necessarily. Crocodiles are cold-blooded animals and cannot be tamed. I also find it difficult. Putting aside everything else, just having such a huge crocodile next to you makes you feel uneasy. Agreed. Crocodiles, snakes, it's best not to keep these animals around. It can easily bring disaster. Most people are not optimistic about Ankh's ability to subdue the crocodile, nor do they want him to. It just felt too dangerous. After discussing this topic, people started to think of something. Hey, where are the people from South Korea? Why aren't they calling out? We've saved on 2 dairy cows, that's great. Leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, you have all seen it, the Koreans don't even want dairy cows themselves. Yes, they swore they didn't care. So domineering, so principled, I love it. Why are you all silent? Is it because you don't like to talk? This time, not a single netizen in South Korea said a word. They originally thought Ankh would die in the jaws of the crocodile. Unexpectedly, Ku did not die. In this way, the fate of the Dragon Kingdom will not be interrupted. Given the Dragon Kingdom's current first place in the wilderness game, why would it need to ask the Korean Kingdom for help? At this moment, the live stream room in South Korea was in an uproar. Those Koreans who didn't cause trouble verbally abused the troublemakers mercilessly. But what's the point of that? This still doesn't change the fact that China will not send a pair of cows. The Dragon Kingdom was originally trying to stall for time, hoping to prolong the conflict as much as possible. But now, there's no need to send them anymore. Inside the live stream room, with Ankh joining the team, the speed of grilling fish has increased significantly. Each time it comes out of the oven, salt is added, and then it is delivered to the old crocodile. The old crocodile would always beam with joy and express his gratitude in a very dignified and otherworldly manner. Then they happily ate and cleaned the food. Finally, he expressed his appreciation for the deliciousness of the grilled fish. This fish is delicious. Old crocodile, I feel like I've lived the first half of my life on dogs. Little Scar and the others stared in disbelief. This was also the first time they had ever seen a crocodile make such an expression. The hamster in the pocket, seeing that nothing had happened, thought it was safe. So he tucked his buttocks in and poked his head out. The next second it froze on the spot, only to see Ankh standing in front of the crocodile, chatting with it. Hamster. Hey, little mouse, did I open this wrong? Why did the owner start chatting with the crocodile? The hamster's ears twitched, it silently closed its eyes, and then opened them again. However, Ankh continued chatting with the crocodile. They chatted and laughed, as if they were old friends. Meow, meow, meow. Young friend, what are those dark, greasy things on this fish? It looks delicious. The old crocodile particularly enjoyed the charred fish meat. That's a delicious treat I made especially for you, old crocodile. Ankh began to fabricate, offering emotional support to the old crocodile. These days, emotional value is very valuable. Old crocodile, to be honest, it's very difficult to make a delicious, charred dish. The heat must be precisely controlled, and the timing must be just right. It can't be too long, and it can't be too short. Not only that, the distance between the fire and the fish must also be just right. The old crocodile listened with a sense of awe and wonder, never expecting that making charred delicacies would be so difficult, requiring so many steps. However, when it saw that each of the fish on the grill was unevenly spaced, it couldn't help but frown. Young friend, didn't you say that the distance must be precisely measured? Why do I see that the positions of these fish racks are different? Nku replied without batting an eye. That's because every fish has a different constitution. Therefore, the distance must be determined based on the situation of each fish. The crocodile nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. I see. Indeed, every fish is different. He looked at him with admiration and gratitude. You've really worked hard, young friend. I never expected you to go to such lengths so that I could enjoy the deliciousness of charred black meat. Nku waved her hand. It's nothing. It's nothing. Nearby, Little Scar and the others were once again dumbfounded. Ankh spoke as if it were the truth, and they all suspected that these fish were indeed grilled at different distances depending on their physical condition. But many of the fish inside were caught by them. They didn't think much about it at all. They just put them on the fire to roast. As expected of the king, Little Scar looked at Nku's back and was filled with admiration. Even their nonsense is so skillfully crafted. They fooled the giant crocodile so much that he was completely disoriented, genuinely believing that Ankh had worked very hard and put in a lot of effort. I don't know when I'll reach even 1/10 of the king's strength. Little Scar secretly vowed to learn from King Ankh. Meanwhile, the hamster in the pocket was terrifyingly naive and was also completely fooled by Ankh. Is it really that hard to make a charred, delicious dish? Master, may I have a taste? The hamster really wanted to eat this delicious food that was so difficult to prepare. Ankh looked down. He really wanted to say to the hamster, this thing is burnt. What's so delicious about it? However, with the crocodile right in front of him, he had no choice but to hold back. Of course you can, but you can only eat a little, or you'll get sick. Many animals have diets that are quite different from those of humans. Therefore, there are some things you can't eat indiscriminately. You can only eat them in moderation, because eating too much can be fatal. The rat will die? The hamster looked terrified after hearing this. Its little paws waved frantically. I, the little mouse, don't eat spicy food. Hamsters are timid as mice and dare not try. It is afraid of dying. After all, if you find something incredibly delicious after eating it, but can't eat too much, you'll live in misery. It's better not to taste it at all. If you don't know what it tastes like, then there's no need for suffering. Thinking about it this way, the hamster couldn't help but smile smugly. I, the hamster, am truly wise. Ankh suppressed a laugh. Wise? If you were wise, you wouldn't have been so naive as to be fooled by me. This silly little mouse. For the rest of the time, the crocodile ate grilled fish. Although it loves grilled fish, it is very honest. After eating about 40 or so, it said to Ankh, young friend, I told you that as long as you leave me 40 or 50 fish, the rest are yours. Consider it a reward for your hard work grilling fish. Ankh asked in surprise, are you full? I'll eat until I'm about 70% full, the crocodile estimated. Upon hearing this, Ankh decided to do the crocodile a favor and let it continue eating. However, the crocodile shook his head. Although grilled fish is delicious, when it comes to crocodiles, it's all about keeping your word. No, you've been through drug rehabilitation? Ankh admired this crocodile for its sense of justice. It truly kept its word. He stopped insisting and told the little Scars and the others to take the grilled fish if they wanted it. After all, the fish had been grilling for so long, they must have been hungry. Chapter 108 Strange Things in the Far East. After the meal, the crocodile found a sunny spot and began to sunbathe. While sunbathing, it also opened its mouth. The old crocodile remained motionless, looking like a sculpture. In fact, it is basking in the sunlight. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but become curious. Hey, do you guys think toothpick birds will appear later? Huh? What toothpick bird? It's a bird that helps clean the mouths of crocodiles. I've seen videos before where these birds help clean the mouths of crocodiles, and the crocodiles don't eat them. Is it really that amazing? Indeed, nature is truly amazing. Every species helps each other. When Professor Wu and other experts saw it in the column, some couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing this, Kang Hui became interested. Professor Wu, what are you laughing at? Can you tell us? I'm laughing at how rampant these marketing accounts are these days, Professor Wu pointed out incisively. Oh, what do you mean? Sabe Ning asked in surprise. The so-called toothpick bird does not exist at all. You've all seen the crocodile's teeth. The gaps between their teeth are like the Great Rift Valley of East Africa. Therefore, crocodiles rarely have food debris in their teeth, and they replace their teeth much faster, often replacing their old teeth with new ones while the old ones are still intact. The reason why crocodiles open their mouths to sunbathe is not because they are waiting for toothpick birds, but because their mouths are full of nerves. Opening their mouths makes it easier for their body temperature to rise. Professor Wu's words shocked everyone in the live broadcast room. I remember seeing a video before. There were clearly birds pecking at food in the crocodile's mouth. Yes. Those videos are all photoshopped. They're completely fake. Didn't you all see that the video quality wasn't very high? Moreover, the birds in the video move stiffly and very awkwardly. Damn, I think I've seen a toothpick bird on Animal World. I also remember seeing it. What's going on here? The Mandela effect. If you don't work hard when you're young, will you grow up to be like Mandela? During the live stream, the crocodile, whose body temperature had recovered to some extent, glanced sideways at Ankh. It asked curiously, "Young friend, where did you come from? I've never seen a species that can cook fish so deliciously before." Ankh replied with a smile, "You wouldn't know even if I told you. I suppose you've always stayed in this lake." "Young friend, you are mistaken," the crocodile immediately replied. "My crocodile is quite fond of leisurely pursuits and often travels around to enjoy the scenery. Staying in one place for a long time only makes me feel numb. So please speak frankly, young friend. What if I, old crocodile, have been there before?" The crocodile was indeed not lying. It frequently seeks out other waters. Once it gets tired of the food in one place, it will move on to another for a change of pace. It can be considered a big foodie. Otherwise, Ankh and the others wouldn't have been attracted by the grilled fish and thus made contact with it. Most importantly, they didn't attack Ankh and the others. Ankh fell silent. How could a crocodile possibly know where he came from? He doesn't belong to this world. He comes from Blue Star. No. To be precise, he comes from Earth. Of course, this is something Ankh can only keep buried in her heart forever. Oh. After a smile, Ankh pointed south and said, "I came from over there." The crocodile glanced up symbolically, then said, "Oh wow, I've never been to that old crocodile's place." Crocodiles generally don't stray too far from water. To the south lies a vast grassland, where there is virtually no water source. And beyond the grasslands lies the jungle. The old crocodile couldn't be sure if there was water in the jungle, so it gave up on the idea of going there. Of course, that was a long time ago. Before it told Ankh the reason, it heard Ankh laugh. "There's a stream over there. It's not very big, but it can hold you." The crocodile's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this. If there is a water source, then I, the old crocodile, will have to go over there. Hee, I'm most interested in new places. Life is too short for a fish. How can it not travel and see the world? Looking at the crocodile's physique, Ankh asked curiously, "Old crocodile, how old are you this year?" "Only a few 100 years old," the old crocodile said in a nonchalant tone. And Ku. He suddenly didn't want to talk to the old crocodile anymore. They've lived for hundreds of years, and then they come up with the saying, "Life is short, like a fish's life." Inside the live stream, the viewers were also somewhat on edge. Judging from its vigorous appearance, it might live for another 100 years or so. Fish have short lives, so what are we? Let's count them as cattle and horses. Take it easy. Perhaps we Chinese can do it too. Don't forget, Boston has given us a lot more lifespan. Yes, as long as Boston continues to work hard, we can continue to extend our lifespan. It wouldn't be difficult to live for hundreds of years at that time. In the live stream room, many people began to look forward to it. If they could really live to be several hundred years old, many of them would be able to live a good life. These generations have suffered too much. Once Ankh brings change to the Dragon Kingdom, they will be able to enjoy life to the fullest. Look at the blue sky and white clouds. Look at the stream and the animals. During the live stream, the crocodile couldn't wait and wanted Aang to take it to the other side of the stream. Aang was embarrassed. Old crocodile, don't rush. I still have things to finish here. Once I'm done, it won't be too late to take you there. Aang came out this time to increase her exploration progress. What's wrong? Tell me about it, and I'll see if I can help. The crocodile made a solemn vow. Aang considered her words for a moment, then said, I want to mark the islands and record their topography. So I plan to continue exploring. Upon hearing this, the crocodile immediately said smugly, Young friend, you are truly lucky to have met me. I have been traveling around the islands all these years. I've lived in most parts of the island. The only place I haven't lived in is the Far East region. I've never explored that area. After a pause, fearing that Aang might misunderstand, the old crocodile quickly explained. It's not that there's no water source over there, but that the place is very strange, and I'm not too brave to go near it. Anko was surprised to hear this. There's another place in the Far East that even the old crocodiles dare not approach. You should know that the old crocodile was a giant crocodile that was over 8 meters long. As long as it's in the water, it's estimated that no animal can rival it. How could such a being be afraid? What's so strange about it? Aang asked. He was very eager to know the answer. This would force him to consider whether or not to explore the Far East. This greatly reduces the danger. Old crocodile chuckled, making no choice to hide anything, and said to Anko, That was a long time ago, when I was swimming leisurely in the river. Just as I was in a good mood and was about to compose a poem, suddenly. Chapter 109 The Great Terror of the Far East. According to the old crocodile's description, there is a river in the Far East that flows into the sea. It was taking a bath nearby at the time. Suddenly it heard a very loud, strange cry. The eerie cry sent chills down its spine and made its body go cold. Old crocodile, are you sure it's not because you're a cold-blooded animal and your body temperature is constantly being lost? Aang asked. Old crocodile. This statement left it speechless for a moment, and then it became somewhat annoyed. Young friend, it is impolite to interrupt someone's story. If you don't want to listen, then I won't waste my breath on you, old crocodile. Aang never expected that the old crocodile would get angry. It seems like he was deeply hurt. However, in order to continue listening to the story, Aang quickly said, I'm listening. Old crocodile, I promise I won't interrupt you. Please, have mercy. You're so magnanimous, your belly can hold a boat. Crocodile finally calmed down. Since you're so sincere, I'll continue telling you the story. In fact, Aang could tell that old crocodile was a crocodile with a strong desire to share. I really enjoy telling stories to others, or explaining things to them. To put it simply, he's a chatterbox. As soon as that sound was uttered, all the birds and beasts scattered and fled. Young friend, imagine an extremely strange and terrifying scream, as if it comes from the sky above, or as if it comes from the bottom of the abyss, and you can't tell where it comes from. Would you still dare to approach a voice like that? Aang cooperated very well this time, shaking her head repeatedly. Actually, he was just telling the truth. Indeed, they dared not approach. A kindred spirit, the old crocodile exclaimed joyfully. Back then, I also hesitated and immediately turned tail and ran. After listening, Anko nodded and fell into deep thought. A strange cry that could frighten even birds and beasts, so eerie that even an old crocodile couldn't pinpoint its source. There must be something extraordinary in that Far East region. It seems we must leave the exploration of the Far East region for last. Anko made up her mind. He's not the kind of guy who likes to court death. Don't forget that all horror movies have a sequel because the main characters do something stupid. As long as the main characters don't do anything stupid, most horror movies can end happily. Hey, young friend, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better not go to that place. The eagle continued its incessant chatter. However, what he said was not nonsense, and Aang learned a lot. This also confirmed that the old crocodile was indeed a very knowledgeable crocodile. By the way, old crocodile, if I continue north, how long will it take to reach the northernmost point of the island? The old crocodile thought for a moment, then said, It will probably take quite a while. It's still a very, very long way off. It will take at least several months to walk there. Swimming would be faster. The old crocodile's words sent chills down Aang's spine. If we assume that an average person walks about 25 kilometers a day, the straight line distance from north to south on the island is at least more than 2,000 kilometers. It's roughly the same size as Mongolia. That's a little scary. It should actually be smaller than this number, but not by much. At this moment, the old crocodile's words interrupted Aang's thoughts. It grinned and said, Young friend, you can hire me as your navigation consultant. All I need is delicious grilled fish as payment, What do you think? That would be excellent. And Ku immediately agreed. It's just grilled fish, isn't it? Easy and simple. Hiring Old Crocodile is a great value proposition. He can not only guide you, but also act as your bodyguard. The key point is that they would catch fish for him and Little Scar to roast. It's absolutely a sure thing that you'll make a profit. Ha. It's a deal then. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. The crocodile also felt it was a great deal, as it got to eat delicious grilled fish. Looking at the crocodile whose gluttonous nature was on full display, Aang tempted it. Old Crocodile, it's not just grilled fish. If you come with us, you can eat many more delicious foods. It tastes even better than grilled fish. You could clearly see that the Old Crocodile's eyes lit up instantly. It wondered if it had misheard, and asked again, is there anything tastier than fish? That's right. And Ku nodded confidently. Ha. I'm so lucky to have met you guys. I can't wait. The crocodile was overjoyed and eagerly anticipated the delicious meal. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream had become numb to the seemingly harmonious scene. Wow, Boston can really communicate with any animal. I never imagined that we could get along so well with even a cold-blooded animal like a crocodile. I wonder if Boston can communicate with snakes. It would be really impressive to tame a forest python. A serpent. Holy crap, are you a monster? Just looking at that thing through the screen makes my scalp tingle. As the saying goes, laymen watch the spectacle, while experts see the details. Countries around the world have begun to hire specialized language experts to study how ink communicates with animals. Let's see if we can decipher it and learn how to do it. Once they learn this skill, their nation's rulers can emulate ink and have a group of animal subordinates. During the live stream, Aang and Xiaoba have eaten and drunk their fill. It's time to continue exploring. And Ku said loudly. Little Scar and the others immediately got up and prepared to set off. As for the little hamster, it was sleeping soundly in Aang's pocket with its head tilted to the side. This time, a crocodile joined the group, and it led the way. Aang and Xiaoba followed behind. For the next 2 or 3 hours, the group followed the path led by the old crocodile without encountering any obstacles. With no swamp blocking their path as they had in the morning, the group moved much faster. Crocodile in front turned its head and said smugly, How was the way I led you? Isn't it awesome? Aang nodded from the bottom of her heart. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Without your experience, we estimate this journey would have taken several times longer. The little Scars also agree. If the old crocodiles hadn't known many hidden shortcuts, they wouldn't have been able to move so fast. The old crocodile laughed heartily upon hearing the praise. Old crocodile, I told you I'm an old hand. I wouldn't lie to you. But I imagine you must be tired. Hang in there a little longer, there's a big lake ahead. The food there is plentiful, you can stay there tonight. I'll go back to the bottom of the lake to catch fish for you later, and you'll be in charge of grilling them. The old crocodile finished speaking. It couldn't help but slurp a mouthful. It was already drooling. The fish species in the 2 lakes are different, and I wonder if the fish from the bottom of this lake would taste even better after grilling. Unka glanced at the sky. In the past, he would have been considering returning to camp by this time. However, for now he is simply continuing to explore forward, trying to increase the exploration progress to 1% as much as possible. Chapter 110. Does the old crocodile have a wife? Aang felt a little regretful that she couldn't see the exploration progress of other national fortune seekers. That makes me feel constantly uncertain. Soon, led by old crocodile, Aang, Little Scar, and the others arrived at the lakeside. This lake is no bigger than the previous one, and it is surrounded by forests. They fell into the lake, resembling small boats. Old Crocodile said to Aang and the others, Wait here for me for a moment. Aang didn't ask any more questions, nodded, and then saw the old crocodile come to the lakeside. Then it flicked its tail and slapped the surface of the lake. With its thick tail slapping, the lake water splashed everywhere, making a splashing sound. Whether it's Aang, Xiaoba, or the viewers in the live stream, everyone was curious and couldn't understand what the old crocodile was doing. Soon, everyone knew the answer. All that could be heard was the old crocodile's low growl at the lake's surface, as if it were summoning something. In Aang's ears, she heard the old crocodile shouting at the lake. Honey, I'm home. Get out here quickly. Aang froze on the spot. Darling, could it be calling for its wife? Later, a smaller crocodile poked its head out of the lake, leaving Aang completely bewildered. They then wandered around until they reached the lake. Compared to the old crocodile, this crocodile is smaller, but its body is still over 7 meters long. The sight of 2 enormous creatures side by side is truly breathtaking. The little Scar's rarely relaxed nerves tensed up again. Drawing the bow and aiming were done in one smooth motion. They simultaneously stood protectively in front of Enku. Outside, Viewers in the live stream were also startled by the sudden appearance of another giant crocodile. Holy crap, we've encountered another giant crocodile. Could it be that the old crocodile just spotted this crocodile and its growl was a warning? Are the two giant crocodiles about to fight? During the live stream, the newly appeared crocodile was clearly up to no good. It was roaring directly at the old crocodile and seemed very angry. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. If the two behemoths were to start fighting, the scene would surely be quite intense. It might affect Nku and others. Furthermore, Ankh had finally managed to establish a relationship with Old Crocodile. With this giant crocodile protecting us, this expedition will be much safer and more secure. Nobody wants to see anything happen to the old crocodile. A crocodile that has lived for hundreds of years can be considered a living fossil. What the audience didn't know was that the new crocodile was angry because the old crocodile never came home. Shouting at it is like cursing at it. Old man, you actually know how to come back. So you still remember this home? I thought you had forgotten about it and been kidnapped by some other young crocodiles. The old crocodile was somewhat embarrassed by the scolding. It looked at Ankh and then comforted her. Darling, it was my fault. But please calm down first. There are other people here. However, his wife had no intention of giving the old crocodile any face. You still know what shame is? Each time I go away, it lasts for several months, and once it lasted for several years. Do you know how I've been spending all this time? Old Crocodile's wife continued her barrage of criticism, leaving Old Crocodile utterly humiliated. Ankh stood to the side, feeling rather uneasy. That's a bit outrageous. I didn't expect to see a couple arguing right away. If they knew that the old crocodile was being scolded by his wife, watched as the crocodile, still on guard, drew their bows and aimed at the old crocodile's wife, Little Scar. Ankh patted Xiao Ba on the shoulder and said, "Put it away. The couple is arguing. It's none of our business." Upon hearing this, the two monkeys with small scars looked at each other. They quickly looked at each other in bewilderment. A married couple? Arguing? What the heck? Isn't it two crocodiles about to fight? The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered when they heard Ankh's words. Clam. What did I hear? Are those two crocodiles a couple? This. So, the current situation is that the old crocodile is being scolded by his wife. A mighty 8-meter tall crocodile is henpecked? Holy crap, my worldview is collapsing. This development was completely unexpected by everyone. The old crocodile was so scolded that he had no temper left and kept smiling apologetically. Honey, stop yelling at me. Let's hurry up and go catch some fish in the lake. I'll give you something delicious to eat later. The old crocodile tempted. The old crocodile's wife retorted irritably. You dare order me around? Besides, what's the point of eating fish every day? As she spoke, old crocodile's wife looked in the direction of Nku and the others. With a smile, he said, Aren't there 3 monkeys here? Catch them. It'd be nice to change things up a bit. 3 monkeys? Ankh was speechless. Was she being treated like a monkey? But that makes sense, since crocodiles don't know what a human is. Since they could walk upright, they were naturally regarded as monkeys. But now is not the time to think about these things. Nku's eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression turned serious. Because his spider sense was triggered, this means that the old crocodile's wife intends to kill him. Scarface, draw the bow. Ankh gave the order. If the old crocodile can't stop his wife from attacking, Ankh won't hold back. The old crocodile was terrified when he saw this. It quickly went to its wife, blocked her with its body, and then explained. These are my friends. Wife, you can't hurt them. Friends. Old crocodile's wife was clearly surprised. Oh, honey, listen to me. Let's go catch some fish, and you'll understand everything in a bit. The old crocodile spoke earnestly, genuinely afraid that he might lose his temper with his wife and hurt Ankh and the others. That way, its morally burdened heart would be filled with guilt. So, the delicious food you're talking about is fish? The old crocodile's wife looked on with suspicion. The old crocodile nodded repeatedly. That's right. That's right. I guarantee you'll want to come back for more. It's incredibly delicious. Oh, how delicious can it be? I'm in this lake every day. How could I not know? Old man, you really deserve to be scolded. Clearly, the old crocodile's wife didn't believe it at all. The so-called delicious food is just the fish it eats every day. Who wouldn't be angry in that situation? The old crocodile immediately gritted his teeth and swore. Darling, you believe me. The deliciousness I'm talking about is definitely 100 times, no, 10,000 times more delicious than the fish you usually eat. He saw that his wife still didn't believe him. The old crocodile became fierce and swore. Wife, if you don't like it when the time comes, from now on, I will no longer travel around, and I will completely suppress my refined interests. After hearing this, the old crocodile's wife reluctantly agreed. Okay, either way, it's a win-win situation for the old crocodile's wife. It even hoped that the old crocodile would deceive it, so that the old crocodile would lose and be unable to run around freely in the future. He, my dear, is the best. Let's go. Let's go catch fish together. The two crocodiles then entered the lake. Only then did Ank's spider sense disappear. Crisis averted. Outside, viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered, having no idea what was going on. Did the couple go home? And from then on, they lived a shameless life? Chapter 111 Infrastructure Maniac. The most devastated were the lighthouse, the kimchi, and these foreigners. They had hoped several times to see Ank bleed to death on the spot, but each time they were disappointed. This guy is really hard to kill. If things get too tense, are we not going to give other countries a chance? If the Dragon Kingdom can cultivate a talent who can communicate with animals, why can't our country do the same? Did we pay all the taxes we've collected just to feed your dogs? At least the dogs wag their tails at us, but when it comes to feeding these high-ranking officials, they don't even wag their tails. Repeated setbacks have led to voices in countries like the United States and South Korea expressing discontent with their top leaders. This has put immense pressure on the leaders of countries like the United States. If the conflict escalates further, they will likely be forced to step down. High-level officials from various countries began emergency discussions on countermeasures. However, the final result of the discussions was that the obstacle of the Dragon Kingdom had to be eliminated. To be precise, it's about eliminating Ank, the one who determines the fate of the nation. After all, only when he, the one who determines the fate of the nation, dies will the fate of the Dragon Kingdom be severed. Realization and rewards in other countries. Unbeknownst to the Dragon Kingdom, various countries began making secret contacts. During the live stream, Ank said to Little Scar and the others, "Little Scar, gather firewood. We have a tough battle ahead of us." Ank said in a joking tone. It was supposed to be a joke, but it was actually quite similar to fighting a war. After all, two crocodiles have a large appetite, and they are giants. To satisfy them, Ank would definitely try his best to grill delicious fish for the old crocodile and his wife. With natural affinity proving ineffective, Ank must prove that she can subdue giants on her own. The old crocodile has almost finished conquering his mate. Now all that's left is to get his wife. Just make them happy with their food and capture their taste buds. Ank believed that he could subdue the two giant crocodiles. With these two giant crocodiles, Ank can now take the wild leopard with her when she goes out. Two crocodiles guard the house, a tiger is responsible for hunting, and a leopard serves as its mount. Wouldn't such an arrangement be wonderful? As for patrols, King Kong is there. Besides, another point is that the more powerful the animals there are, the more confident Ank feels. There are too many mysterious and unknown things on the island. Ank must increase her combat strength to deal with any potential dangers. He had a premonition that an unpredictable and terrifying danger was about to occur. This crisis will likely result in the deaths of many who are crucial to the nation's destiny. Aside from the initial period when those destined to rule the nation often died, the number of deaths among those destined to rule the nation has gradually decreased recently. It seems that most people have settled down after a period of hard work. While pondering things, Ank and Little Scar collected a lot of wood. Ank's collection proficiency is currently very high. Therefore, collecting supplies is very easy. This ease comes from an almost inexplicable ability to sense the location of the target supplies. This greatly increased Ank's efficiency. After collecting the wood, Ank immediately set up more than a dozen campfires. This is the only way to keep the crocodile fed at the right pace. After the campfire was finished, the crocodile couple still hadn't returned. After thinking it over, Ank decided to build a camp here. After all, it's still uncertain how long we'll need to stay outside, and besides, we'll need a campsite to rest at night. We can't just sleep outside, can we? Ank looked around, observing the terrain. The path we came from was a meadow, while the lakes on either side were lined with trees. For greater convenience, Ank decided to set up a campsite on the outskirts of the forest. By making good use of trees as a skeleton, efficiency will be greatly improved. Just as Ank was about to call on Little Scar and the others to take action, the hamster in the pocket tilted its head and nudged Ank, saying, "Master, Master, how can I, a mouse, help?" I just saw Ank and Xiaoba busy, but it was the only one standing there doing nothing, like a layabout. This left it somewhat bewildered, so it decided to ask Ank if there was anything it could do to help. At least make it look like it has something to do, like it's busy. Ank originally planned to let the hamster play by itself and didn't need its help. After all, it's so small, it can't be of any help at all. Don't let yourself get crushed by a tree later, or you'll end up as a rat pancake. However, and quickly suppressed a laugh and said, "Little mouse, I do have something very important to entrust to you." Upon hearing this, the hamster immediately became respectful and said with a serious expression, "Master, please give me your orders. Go look around for nuts. If you find any, bring a few back." Upon hearing about this task, the hamster's eyes lit up with joy. This is its forte. It will definitely complete this task. I, the little mouse, promise to do it. The hamster spoke with great conviction, looking like a general who had made a solemn pledge. He stuck out his butt and wobbled away. Ankh watched the hamster's departing figure, a smile involuntarily appearing on her lips. This little guy is really easy to fool. This task was assigned to the hamster for its safety. This way, you don't have to worry about stepping on it when building your camp. After the hamster left, Ankh began directing Little Scar and the others to build a camp. Ankh currently has a construction proficiency level of LV.4, making her construction speed extremely fast. In addition, with a very suitable framework, Ankh didn't need to think too much. She only needed to find suitable wood to fix it in place. In just half an hour, a large campsite was completed. Although it's simple, it's very spacious. It can accommodate many monkeys. In the live stream, viewers were amazed by the speed at which Ankh built the structure. This construction speed is unmatched. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live stream. Other nations' fortune makers need at least half a day to build a camp, and that's only for small camps. This campsite that Boston built must be at least 30 square meters, right? There's definitely more than that. Despite their surprise, the Chinese audience did not react much. But the foreigners weren't so calm. My God, is this the speed of China? Back in the day, the Dragon Kingdom built a hospital that could accommodate several thousand people in about 10 days. China truly deserves the title of infrastructure powerhouse. During the live stream, Ankh was building a camp. The crocodile couple kept bringing out fish. In just half an hour, a mountain of fresh fish of all kinds had been piled up. Seeing this, Ankh knew it was time to grill the fish and win over the old crocodile's wife's taste buds. Seeing Ankh start grilling the fish, old crocodile's eyes lit up immediately, and he chuckled, "Darling, soon you will taste the most delicious food in the world." The crocodile's wife didn't respond. It didn't believe her at all. They're all fish. How could they suddenly become delicious? Chapter 112. Keep babbling. I'll give you a death roll. Although the old crocodile's wife didn't understand what Ankh was doing, but it thought it was absurd that the fish it ate every day could become more than 10,000 times more delicious. Even with a few more steps, it's still a fish. It won't turn into anything else. Therefore, the taste cannot be too different. The only explanation is that the old crocodile exaggerated on purpose in order to gain her forgiveness. That's how I try to make it happy. Ankh, on the other hand, was unaware of the old crocodile's wife's thoughts. He made a huge fire this time. This not only shortens the grilling time of the fish, but also makes it crispier. Of course, to prevent the old crocodile's wife from having a different taste, preferring tender and fresh meat, Ankh made multiple preparations. Just after Ankh put all the fish on the fire, the hamster came back with its short legs, scurrying back. Master Tree is back." Because the hamster's cheeks were bulging, its speech was somewhat unclear. When it came to Ankh, it handed her the nuts. Although the nuts are spat out of the hamster's mouth. But it doesn't matter, since there's a thick outer shell. Besides, we're in the wilderness now, why bother with all that? I fear that many people in this country, facing water shortages, might resort to drinking their own. Those who know. Ankh also knew a way to replenish water in the wilderness. However, that method is somewhat questionable. It involves using elephant excrement. Wrap it in clothes to act as a filter, then squeeze out the water and drink it. Master, what do you need these nuts for? The hamster climbed onto Ankh's body using both its hands and feet, asking questions as it did so. It wanted to know how its task could help. Once on Ankh's shoulder, the hamster saw that Ankh had a serious expression on her face. He said to it, "Little mouse, cracking the nut will be a great help to me." Upon hearing this, the hamster straightened its back immediately. Its face lit up with joy. "Master, I guarantee I'll complete the mission." The hamster was very pleased with itself, thinking that its task must be very important and could greatly help in building the camp. Who says being small doesn't work? Small stature doesn't preclude great achievements. The essence is often found in small portions. The hamster diligently cracked open the nuts and then handed the clean kernels to Ankh. Unexpectedly, Ankh took the nuts and ate them all in one bite. Then, while eating, he looked at himself with a smile. The hamster was struck dumb. So, the so-called huge favor was just to be eaten by Ankh? The hamster, regaining its senses, immediately made a groundhog squeak. Master, You're a bad person. Since you're going to eat it, why didn't you leave me any? The hamster looked aggrieved. It had gone to a very far place to find it. Looking at the hamster with its head drooping, slumped on my shoulder. Ankh laughed heartily, feeling a sense of joy in both body and mind. In this wilderness devoid of any entertainment, occasionally bullying small animals can also bring joy. Come on, there's more here. Ankh was certainly not that bad. He didn't eat it all. He left some. Upon seeing this, the hamster's eyes immediately lit up. While taking the nuts and stuffing them into her mouth, she said happily, "Master is the best. I, the little mouse, love my owner the most." Huh, such a shameless face. Ankh rolled her eyes. The audience in the live stream was amused by this scene. The mice are so cute. I really want one. Hurry up and materialize the hamster 1,000-fold. After manifestation, every person in the Dragon Kingdom will have a hamster. Haha, if everyone could have a hamster, I'd want a little tiger. Wow, awesome. Raising a big cat? I'm afraid you'll end up being its food. You think you're bossin'? Wild beasts aren't something ordinary people can handle. During the live stream, after playing with the hamster, Ankh started grilling fish seriously. The old crocodile standing to the side was already drooling as he looked at the grilled fish. Old crocodile, my saliva is about to flow down 3,000 feet. His wife rolled her eyes. A waterfall plunging 3,000 feet? Is it really that exaggerated? Don't disappoint me later. It's burnt to a crisp. Is it even edible? Crocodile's wife was disgruntled at losing the fresh, grilled fish. Most animals prefer freshness. Only scavengers would like the smell of decay. Hee. The old crocodile chuckled without saying a word, choosing not to argue. Having been with his wife for so many years, he clearly understands one thing. Never try to reason with your mother. Because it simply doesn't make sense. Let the facts speak for themselves. Soon, the first batch of grilled fish was ready. Nku smiled and handed the grilled fish to the couple, saying, "Old crocodile, sister-in-law, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." The old crocodile laughed heartily. "Young friend, you're too kind. We should be the ones thanking you. After all, it's a bit embarrassing to have you do so much work for us. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do to help. Crocodiles have very short limbs and no grasping ability whatsoever. They can't grill fish like Little Scar and the others. We can only wait for Ankh to feed us." Ankh waved her hand, indicating that this little bit of hard work was nothing to worry about. What's a little sacrifice if we can subdue those two giant crocodiles? The old crocodile's wife, who was standing nearby, also thanked Ankh. However, it still didn't seem too keen on the grilled fish. I even felt a bit disgusted when I saw the charred grilled fish. Is this thing really edible? However, considering that this was the result of the old crocodile's friend's hard work, and to save face, the old crocodile's wife reluctantly tasted one. And it was this one thing that struck it like a thunderbolt. The charred color doesn't mean it's completely roasted into charcoal. Rather, it gives it a crispy texture. But the inside is tender and delicious. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. That's exactly what it means. This taste opened up a new world for the old crocodile's wife, making her feel intoxicated and unable to stop eating. It's true. Just like the old crocodile said, it tastes 1,000,000 times better than ordinary fish. The crocodile's wife began to wolf down her food. The fish I was tired of eating before doesn't taste so bad now. Finally, the old crocodile's wife shouted at him, "Old man, leave some for me. If you dare finish eating it, I'll roll over you in a death knell." The old crocodile was terrified and quickly gave his entire share to his wife. Anyway, it had enjoyed a lot on its own before. Looking at his wife, who was unable to resist, the old crocodile couldn't help but chuckle. "Honey, I just told you to catch more, but you wouldn't listen. Now you regret it, don't you?" This is what they mean by not heeding the advice of elders and suffering the consequences. "If you keep babbling, I'll give you a death roll," his wife said irritably. Then it realized that it had unknowingly finished all the grilled fish. So it glared at the old crocodile and said irritably, "Come on, let's go down and catch some more fish together. As a gift, young friend." Chapter 113. Me, the mouse. I have a name now. Despite being threatened by his wife, the old crocodile was still feeling quite refreshed. His wife refused to believe him before, but now she does, right? Crocodile felt a great sense of accomplishment when his wife approved of his recommendation. Meanwhile, Ankh watched the crocodile couple return to the bottom of the lake, his heart filled with emotion. The couple could be considered oddities among wild animals. If it were any other ferocious beast, he would probably be in danger. Grilled fish. Wild beasts don't reason with you. In the following days, Little Scar and the others became the barbecue chefs for the old crocodile's wife. However, the little Scars didn't work for nothing. 3 fish were grilled, 2 of which belonged to Little Scar and his friends. The old crocodile's wife was very sensible, which made Little Scar and the others happy to feed her grilled fish. Meanwhile, the crocodile, having eaten and drunk his fill, chatted with Ankh on the side. This talkative crocodile seems to have endless topics to discuss. Often, Ankh doesn't even need to say a word. Old crocodile can ramble on and on. If the old crocodile weren't a crocodile, Ankh felt it might have talked to her about national affairs. Then they will make some comments. However, Ankh also obtained a lot of information from it. This includes elephants that are nearly 10 meters tall, as well as various other large and ferocious beasts. And Ku felt a chill run down her spine. The confidence I had before vanished at this moment. So this island is that dangerous? Many giant beasts are hidden within. Ankh silently reminded herself that she couldn't be as careless as before. If we encounter a huge, ferocious beast, we'll be in big trouble. Soon, night fell again. Ankh was already lying in bed. Little Scar had already fallen asleep. The reason he went to sleep so early was because the monkeys needed to take turns standing guard, in case wild animals attacked the camp. Although we have encountered any beast attacks for several nights, you can't be too afraid of the unexpected happening. If attacked suddenly and without warning, even the presence of crocodiles is useless. After all, with the 2 giant crocodiles returning to the bottom of the lake, it would take some time to provide assistance. On the bed, Nku rested her head on her arms, lost in thought. If no unforeseen events occur along the way, it won't take long to reach the northernmost point of the island by water, led by the crocodile. Ankh believes that his exploration level will definitely exceed 1% by then. Perhaps you can reach 1% exploration progress along the way. I wonder what the mystery reward will be. Ankh subconsciously licked her lips, full of anticipation. Judging from the previous rewards, the mystery reward won't be bad. If we can find a hidden reward along the way, we'll hit the jackpot. Unfortunately, there's still no clue about the hidden reward. Even foreign nationals were not found. The reason Ankh was able to be certain was because she believed that if anyone found the hidden reward, it will definitely be announced globally, including by those involved in the national destiny. Night was falling. Unlike the camp, there were no animal calls at night here. There were only occasional chirping sounds from insects. It suddenly feels a bit quiet. Ankh muttered to herself. At the camp, there were tigers, leopards, cows, gorillas, and even bees buzzing incessantly. Therefore, it is never quiet. But now, it's eerily quiet here. However, at that moment, a rustling sound came from beside the bed. Ankh looked over and saw the hamster sitting to the side, constantly stuffing things into its mouth. In the evening, the hamster went to find a lot of nuts again. The bedside is now piled high with nuts, all the hamster's spoils. The little mouse grabbed one with its short paws and kept nibbling on it. Watching it use all its strength and effort, it looked like it was pulling out all the stops. Ankh couldn't help but find it amusing. At least tonight wouldn't be quiet. Looking at the fluffy little hamster, Ankh couldn't help but reach out and rub its head. However, the little hamster ignored him and continued to diligently gnaw on the nuts. With a pop sound, the hamster opened the nut, and the kernel inside rolled around on the bed. The hamster hurriedly picked up the fruit pulp and then smiled. Master, here you go. Ankh shook her head. I won't eat it. You eat it yourself. At this point, he suddenly realized that he hadn't named the hamster yet. So Ankh smiled at the hamster and said, Little hamster, would you like me to give you a name? The hamster, munching on nuts, nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, saying, Yes, yes. The little mouse, am really looking forward to the name my owner will give me. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream outside immediately became excited upon seeing this scene. Oh dear, Boston is going to exploit his weaknesses again. Hilarious. The only flaw of Boss and is his choice of names. Scarface, King Kong, Little Leopard. Ha ha. What name do you think the hamster will get? Ogura. T-shirt song. I can't hold it in anymore. Upstairs, you're really something. You know what? It's actually possible. Hilarious. Look at the little hamster's expectant expression right now. Is it going to cry later? Poor little guy. He didn't sense the danger at all. Ankh was unaware of the comments outside. He was seriously considering the name of the hamster. While deep in thought, he caught a glimpse of 3 tufts of yellow fur on the hamster's head out of the corner of his eye. He immediately had a flash of inspiration. Got it. Upon hearing this, the hamster's eyes widened, looking expectant. Master, what did you think of? Ankh said smugly. How about I call you Sanmao? The little hamster's expectant expression instantly froze. It looked blank. Sanmao? What kind of weird name is that? That sounds awful. The hamster started making squeak, squeak, squeak sounds as a form of protest. However, Ankh ignored him. Choosing a name is so difficult. It's already quite good to be able to come up with a vivid and descriptive name. He already had 3 tufts of yellow hair on his head. The hamster was happily eating nuts, but now it doesn't feel happy anymore. It lowered its head, deeply regretting agreeing to let Ankh name it. I should have known it was a mouse. At least be normal, Sanmao. The hamster lowered its head, silently accepting the outcome. Viewers in the live stream burst into laughter upon seeing this scene. Boston is still performing consistently well. Sanmao? I can't hold it in anymore, haha. I think it's already pretty good. After all, I thought Boston would name it Huang Mao, yellow hair. Hilarious. Will-o'-the-wisp rat, requesting to join the battle. Hamster. Most mice grow up overnight after experiencing a certain event. This little guy didn't cry, which is already quite brave of him. Just as the viewers in the live stream were amused by the name Sanmao. During the live stream, a familiar voice could be heard. Many viewers were surprised and curious about who it was. With a deafening roar, I make my grand entrance. Chapter 114 Extraordinary Animals? All I heard was that one witty remark. Ankh and the viewers in the live stream immediately knew who it was. Naturally, it's the talkative parrot. What surprised Ankh was why it was here. And how were you able to find his location? Sure enough, King Kong appeared in the quiet camp, flapping its wings. It landed by Ankh's bedside, seemingly naturally, but actually it was secretly up to something. He kicked the hamster, who was feeling down because of its name, aside. The fluffy hamster rolled around on the bed like a ball. Jean Gang, acting as if nothing had happened, said to Enku, "Master, did you miss me?" Enku shook her head and smiled helplessly. This King Kong was truly cunning and wicked. However, King Kong didn't go too far. The hamster was unharmed. By the way, King Kong, how did you find my way here? And what are you doing here? As the monitor of the camp, how can he run around like that? King Kong spread his wings and said triumphantly, "Master, I'm coming clean. I actually have superpowers. I found your location using telepathy. I came to find you because I don't need to patrol the camp at night, and I had nothing to do, so I came out to play with you." In the live stream, because the parrot was speaking human language, the viewers could hear it clearly. This immediately caused a stir. This slut can read minds, really? It has no soul, so it should be Zundu or fake do. Beep to you. The people upstairs are using such foul language. What that sassy bird said isn't very convincing, but it did find Ankh's location. Although Ankh is heading north, it's not a completely straight line. Finding it is not so easy. It seems it's true. I think there's a high probability of that. After all, the animals on a deserted island are different from those in reality. If it were the leopard mom who said it, the audience would believe her without a doubt. However, since this is what Son Yao said, the audience is a little unsure whether it's nonsense or true. During the live stream, Ankh was pleasantly surprised. Having spent so much time with King Kong, he knew exactly which of King Kong's words were nonsense and which were not. What King Kong is saying right now is the truth. He really can read minds. Despite her surprise, Ankh didn't show it much. You can't give a macaw too much credit, or it will get arrogant. Just then, the little hamster that had been kicked away returned, puffing up its cheeks. She felt incredibly wronged because of the name Sanmao. He even got kicked by King Kong. An uncle can tolerate it, but an aunt cannot. The hamster poked its head out, then pushed off with its hind legs. Watch my iron head kung fu. Soon, King Kong's screams echoed throughout the camp. A few feathers also fell down. The bird-mouse war soon began, much to the delight of the audience. They cheered for their favorite animals. Some people even placed bets to see which little animal would win in the end. During the live stream, Ankh did not stop the 2 little ones from playing around. Both sides appeared to be fighting fiercely, but in reality, they were both holding their own. It's harmless. And Ankh can also quietly pick up feathers. This thing can be used to make arrow fletching. King Kong's arrival undoubtedly brought vitality to the quiet camp. Of course, as night deepened, the camp returned to quiet once more. The hamster and the king hamster are both asleep. The former nestled close to Enku. However, Ankh ruthlessly put her aside. If you accidentally roll over and crush the hamster, you'll end up as a hamster pancake. King Kong was sleeping sprawled out, as if he had died suddenly on the spot. Ankh shook her head at the sight of this sleeping posture. Ignoring him, Ankh lay down to rest, while on the other side, Jean Gang just got up. It was going to take the place of another monkey on guard duty. This is the first time Ankh has spent the night away from home since establishing the camp. To be honest, he felt a little uncomfortable. The initial intention of building the camp was simply to have a temporary place of shelter for myself. But now, it's gradually becoming home to this world. The next day, King Kong's roar echoed throughout the camp. It was terrified and shouted frantically, "Master, get up! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Protect him!" Protect him. Enku suddenly opened her eyes, instantly shaking off her sleepiness. He immediately stood up. What kind of animal is it? Snakes. 2 snakes with 4 legs. King Kong exclaimed in terror. It still has a great aversion to snakes. After all, when Ankh first encountered King Kong, it almost died a violent death. However, upon hearing this, Enku felt half relieved. Then he saw Little Scar and the others walking in unhurriedly, and he was completely relieved. Little Scar, is that the old crocodile and his wife? Little Scar nodded. Yes, your majesty. When King Kong saw them, it was frightened and flew in before we could explain. I apologize, your majesty. It was because we did not explain things clearly beforehand that King Kong disturbed your rest. Enku waved his hand. He didn't mind being disturbed while sleeping. After all, if it really were an enemy attack, King Kong's early warning would undoubtedly allow him to respond quickly. Even in times of peace, we must be mindful of potential dangers. Bewildered upon hearing this, could it be that the 2 lizards were tamed by their owner? Just then, a hamster's laughter came from the side. If only you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Me, you little mouse, I'm dying of laughter. When it first went to the camp, it was frightened by 2 big cats in succession. King Kong certainly mocked it quite a bit. Now we finally found an opportunity to fight back. Just then, the old crocodile's laughter rang out. Ha ha. The plan for the year starts in spring. The plan for the day starts in the morning. Good morning, young friend. The old crocodile and its mate appeared outside the camp and greeted Ankh with smiles. Seeing this, King Kong was now completely certain. Ankh subdued the 2 giant 4-legged snakes. It couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling immense respect for its master, Ankh. Master, you really can tame any animal. That's amazing. Ankh also greeted the old crocodile couple with a smile. Young friend, are you hungry? The old crocodile asked with a chuckle. Ankh was about to shake her head to indicate that she wasn't too hungry. However, just as the old crocodile interrupted, it looked very serious. Young friend, morning is the best time for the body to absorb nutrients, so you must eat food. Old crocodile never treats his friends unfairly, so I've prepared a lot of fish for you young friends. Looking at the old crocodile's caring expression, Enku was amazed. His acting is really good. If old crocodile went into the film industry, he could probably win an Best Actor award. After hearing all that it said, how could Ankh not understand what the old crocodile meant? I just wanted to eat grilled fish. Of course, it's a win-win situation for both sides. After all, the old crocodile provides the food, and Ankh and the others only need to process it to have something to eat. Ankh simply doesn't plan to eat fish. He's been eating a lot of fish lately, and he's getting tired of it. So he simply sent Little Scar and the others to grill fish for the old crocodile. He himself went to hunt other wild game. We should give other animals more opportunities to contribute. Chapter 115 Prehistoric Giant Beast. Ankh was quite at ease about the monkey and the crocodile getting along. After all, the monkeys can provide grilled fish for the crocodiles. Crocodiles will not harm monkeys when it is in their own interest. Once you reach the back of the hill, you can see layers of rocky hills. Enku's eyes immediately lit up. These complex, rocky terrains provide hiding places for many small animals. For example, wild cats, rabbits, rodents, etc. Of course, there are also large predators, like wolves and foxes. Ankh was not afraid of these carnivores. After all, it has a level 3 natural affinity. Unless these creatures become extremely large, such as an old crocodile, they cannot be affected by natural affinity. Otherwise, Ankh could turn them into her subordinates in no time. Obey his orders. The hunting process was very simple. Ankh moved among the various rocks and found the small animals while strolling around. Of course, it may seem like a leisurely stroll, but in reality, it utilizes various hunting techniques. For Ankh, it was not difficult at all. After all this hunting experience, Ankh's hunting skills are now very high. No clue could escape Ankh's eyes. Once Ankh finds the small animals' nests, she can use her natural affinity to make them come out on their own. Embrace Ankh and dedicate yourself to her. In just over half an hour, Ankh had made a great harvest. 2 rabbits and 3 mice. Of course, these mice aren't the kind you see in the real world. It is not dirty, nor does it carry viruses. Besides, there was also a small lizard. This is more than enough for Ankh. Therefore, Ankh decided to give up. However, at this moment, Ankh made an astonishing discovery. It was animal excrement, but that wasn't the key point. The key point was that the excrement was actually the size of 2 basketballs, which made Ankh's scalp tingle. What kind of animal is that so huge? Enku's expression was quite solemn. The size of a person's feces can be used to determine their body size. At the same time, viewers in the live stream also felt a chill run down their spines. Holy crap. What kind of animal's poop is this? It's huge. Judging by the size of this feces, it's probably bigger than an old crocodile. I'm numb, just imagining it makes my legs weak. I wonder how Boston will resolve this. The appearance of the enormous feces increased people's anxiety. They were afraid that Aang might encounter a prehistoric behemoth later. However, some people feel there is no need to worry. Take the old crocodile couple as an example. Weren't they all subdued by Aang in the same way? Therefore, even if there are pre-existing behemoths, they can be subdued by Aang. Some even hope that the prehistoric behemoth will come out soon to enhance Aang's combat power. If Aang knew, he would definitely use a quote from Sanmao. Thank you and your whole family. The old crocodile was only able to be subdued by luck. The other party was a peculiar crocodile, and it just so happened that it liked to eat grilled fish. If they were normal crocodiles, a fight would probably have already broken out. The outcome of a fight against a crocodile over 8 meters long is unimaginable. Therefore, Aang decisively chose to leave at this point. Natural affinity. It's highly unlikely that it will affect the other party, so it's best to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible to avoid running into them. After checking the distance to the second camp, which was about 2 kilometers, Nku felt slightly relieved. At least it's relatively safe near the camp. Of course, if this unknown behemoth follows the scent to the second camp to find Aang. He wasn't afraid of the other party either. If a battle breaks out at the second camp, there are 2 top-notch fighters, the old crocodile couple. Perhaps, we can use this to subdue the other party. That being said, Aang still took some measures to conceal her scent along the way to avoid being tracked by this unknown behemoth. Back at the camp, Little Scar and the others were still feeding the crocodile couple grilled fish. The two got along very well. The crocodiles were in charge of delivering the fish, while Little Scar and his friends were in charge of grilling it. Meanwhile, King Kong looked at the mountain of fish and sighed repeatedly. If only these fish were gold. The gold it was referring to wasn't actually gold, but rather a large yellow croaker. However, large yellow croakers are indeed comparable to gold, with enormous value. Stop daydreaming here, Aang said with a laugh. By the way, aren't you going back? King Kong tilted his head and turned around, then said, I'm not going back. I'm going to follow you, master, all the way north. In my opinion, you think you can only get good food and drink if you follow me, right? Aang exposed Jean Gang's thoughts. Jean Gang was shocked, not understanding why Aang knew, but it still stubbornly insisted. I didn't. I'm not that kind of bird. Aang didn't believe it at all. After all, King Kong was either eating or on his way to spouting nonsense. Ignoring King Kong, Aang requisitioned one of the campfires from Little Scar and the others and began roasting a rabbit. Of course, the rabbit fur must be processed beforehand. Just as the delicious aroma of the roasted meat was wafting through the air, the old crocodile happened to deliver the fish. Upon smelling the aroma, the entire fish, became energized. It looked at Aang, then grinned and came over. Young friend, would these animals taste delicious roasted? Aang smiled and said, if it didn't taste good, would you have been attracted to come here? Young friend, what you say makes sense. The old crocodile nodded repeatedly. It felt its index finger twitching. If you've had too much grilled fish, it's nice to try something different. However, after its eyes darted around, it said, young friend, I don't quite believe it. Aang glanced at the old crocodile and said irritably, Old crocodile, although you and I haven't known each other for long, we're quite familiar with each other. Do you think I'd fall for this kind of reverse psychology? The old crocodile immediately chuckled dryly. Oh my, young friend, you are indeed exceptionally intelligent. I was too naive, old crocodile. I'll go hunt the old crocodile myself. Will you trouble your young friend to help me barbecue it then? Okay, Aang replied while diligently grilling the meat. The old crocodile didn't mind and immediately set off to hunt. Watching the old crocodile's departing figure, Aang couldn't help but shake her head. Another big foodie. Crocodiles primarily hunt in the water and rarely come ashore. However, the old crocodile, in order to get wild game, planned to hunt directly on the shore. At this moment, the old crocodile's wife also came over. Aang didn't even look up, but pointed in the direction the old crocodile had left. The old crocodile's wife nodded repeatedly and said, Don't worry, young friend, we certainly won't eat your food for nothing. It will capture it on its own. After all, no one's food comes from thin air, and you've worked hard at grilling it too. After saying that, the old crocodile's wife happily went off to hunt. This scene left the foreign viewers in the live stream looking at each other in bewilderment. That's outrageous. The 2 giant crocodiles were so obedient, showing no temper whatsoever in front of Aang. Chapter 116, So many dragon fans? although crocodiles are more successful at hunting in water. But for the old crocodile couple, it was not difficult. After all, their physique is what it is, plus their rapid burst of speed. Anyone who has been chased by crocodiles knows that a crocodile's burst of speed over short distances is terrifying. The old crocodile couple basically kill their prey before they even have a chance to react. Therefore, the crocodile couple's hunt was incredibly successful. Antelopes, zebras, deer, all sorts of prey were caught and tossed to Ankh. This scene left the viewers in the live stream completely stunned. Especially the foreigners, they were all numb from watching. Hey, why does this feel like we're offering sacrifices to some brats from the Dragon Kingdom? All kinds of beef, mutton, deer, and horses. My goodness, when will we kimchi people be able to enjoy such a feast? I really wish our lighthouse had people making offerings to it too. Hilarious. Japanese people actually have the leisure to watch a live stream. Have they given up on treatment? This scene reminded Japan of their ancient times, of when they paid tribute to the Dragon Kingdom. How could they not come out? Ha, that's hilarious. That makes sense. These guys are finally starting to face history. I don't know whether or not they face history squarely. I just want to know what's really going on in Japan right now. It's been so long since we've heard anything from Japan. It is said that their prime minister was bitten to death by a venomous snake a few days ago. Real or fake? No way. It's been so long, and those venomous snakes are still killing indiscriminately. Domestic games. You think the punishment that comes your way is for ordinary animals? They are incredibly cunning and terrifying. They can be seen as a formidable guerrilla force lurking within the country. In the words of the Dragon Kingdom, its good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished. Haha, that's great. Dare to invade the great Dragon Kingdom before? They were just asking for death. Ever since Ankh brought about a surge in the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. Nowadays, a large number of dragon fans have emerged overseas. They regard the Dragon Kingdom as a role model and Ankh as the savior of the world. They were wildly praising China in the comments section. After all, the leaders of their own country are really not up to par. They have lost faith in their own country. Despite the nation's best efforts to salvage the situation, their actions were futile in the face of the Dragon Kingdom's overwhelming advantage. More and more people are starting to get close to dragons. China's international influence continues to rise. Ankh was naturally unaware of all this. However, he wouldn't be surprised if he heard about it. After all, this was an expected outcome. In the past, when the West was powerful, many clowns who fawned over foreign things emerged. Nowadays, the Dragon Kingdom is thriving, and naturally, there will be those who praise the dragon. During the live stream, Ankh looked at the mountain of large animal carcasses, which numbered at least 10. He quickly called out, "Old crocodile, you and your wife, stop right now. That's enough, that's enough. If you keep going, you'll kill all the animals in the neighborhood. Sustainable development, understand?" Of course, Ankh just made up an excuse. The real reason was actually what if things continued? Even with Little Scar and the others helping with the barbecue, we probably won't be able to finish processing it all today. Ha, I understand, young friend. The old crocodile laughed heartily. Ankh was surprised. Do you know what sustainable development is? I know, the old crocodile said matter-of-factly. He then explained, sustainable development means taking a break first, and then continuing to develop hunting later. And cool. So this guy doesn't know anything at all. Shaking her head, Ankh offered no explanation and began processing the prey's carcass. The skin and flesh were completely separated, and then the delicious meat was roasted over the campfire. Because both giant crocodiles like to eat charred skin, Ankh turned the fire up to its maximum. The two crocodiles watched the flames roast the flesh and blood and smelled the gradually spreading aroma. His eyes were filled with anticipation, and his mouth was watering uncontrollably. During this time, the old crocodile couldn't help but ask again, "Young friend, is meat grilled like this really tastier than grilled fish?" Of course, Ankh replied affirmatively. Just then, the old crocodile couldn't hold back and his saliva splattered onto the ground. Because of its enormous size, its saliva looked like a stream of urine. Seeing this, Ankh looked disgusted. Hey, mind your image, old crocodile." The old crocodile looked embarrassed and chuckled. "I've made a fool of myself." This scene had the viewers in the live stream laughing uncontrollably. This is the first time I've ever seen such deep embarrassment on a crocodile's face. Ha, that's hilarious. If the old crocodile had hands, wouldn't he be scratching his head? It has to be said that old crocodile's gluttonous nature is comparable to King Kong's. Are you polite, King Kong? Ha, what the hell is this inverted sentence? Amidst the audience's laughter and conversation, old crocodile, in an attempt to cover his embarrassment, changed the subject. Young friend, I only need 2 deer, and I'll give you the rest of the food. After all, we can't let you work so hard. Before Ankh could speak, the old crocodile's wife spoke up, saying, I only want a cow and a sheep. Ankh grinned, then I won't be polite. He naturally didn't hold back. After all, there were still so many mouths to feed at the first camp. So he simply summoned King Kong. King Kong, go and call the other monkeys over here. King Kong tilted his head. Master, are you planning to use them as horses to take this food back? And Ku was speechless. Where did you learn all these words? Ankh was actually very curious about this. King Kong, head held high and chest puffed out, confidently declared, I'm self-taught. I'm a genius. Ankh's lips twitched. This bird really loved to pretend. Enough talk. Do as I say. Otherwise, this is where you'd be. Ankh pointed to the grill. King Kong immediately shuddered and flapped its wings to leave. Ankh was finally satisfied as she watched Jean Gang leave. The reason for sending King Kong was to bring over the other monkeys. It's not about letting them come and take the food back. Instead, they were brought over to help, which also relieved some pressure on the camp. With plenty of food, the monkeys will come over, and the tiger and leopard mothers won't need to hunt as many prey. About 10 minutes later, the old crocodile's saliva had already moistened a large area of land. The venison is finally cooked. Looking at the blackened roasted meat, the old crocodile could no longer contain himself. Young friend, give it to me quickly. And Ka couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle. Don't rush, add the sole too. The sole is naturally sprinkled with salt. After finishing, Ankh laughed and said, Old crocodile, here we go. As Ankh threw the meat, the old crocodile leaped up like a puppy catching a frisbee and bit into the roasted meat. The deliciousness explodes on your taste buds in an instant. Chapter 117 Protect the King. Attack. The old crocodile was immediately taken aback by the delicious taste. It's so delicious. It's so delicious. I feel like I've entered a whole new world. My God, I never imagined there could be such a wonderful thing in this world. The old crocodile was so happy he was almost trembling, and there were even tears in his eyes. It's so delicious I could cry. The old crocodile's wife stared blankly at the sight. This was the first time it had ever seen the old crocodile cry after being together for so long. Is it really that delicious? It couldn't resist wanting to taste it. Soon, the old crocodile's wife reacted in exactly the same way as the old crocodile. I was won over by the delicious food that Ankh baked. As it savored the memory, it exclaimed, Young friend, I regret not having met you sooner. The crocodile's wife looked regretful. If I had met you sooner, I would definitely have stayed with you. And Ku's expression froze at the words of the old crocodile's wife. Old crocodile, standing to the side, also stared wide-eyed at his wife. However, the old crocodile's wife ignored him and laughed. Young man, your barbecue skills are amazing. With you, I'll be blessed with delicious food for the rest of my life. And Ku could only chuckle awkwardly. He dared not utter a sound. Putting aside the old crocodile, let's talk about how 2 different species can come together. Once you're in a relationship, how should couples do things together? Ankh imagined holding hands, kissing, and being affectionate with a nearly 8-meter-long crocodile. I only felt that it was the essence of values. For some reason, the first thing that came to his mind was the incredibly ruthless race of India, a nation capable of going to heaven and diving into the earth. If it were them, they would probably be eager to become the husband of the old crocodile's wife, right? The incident quickly passed. The old crocodile's wife was obviously just joking. Ankh continued grilling the meat. Every time it came out of the oven, the old crocodile couple would eat it all up, leaving not a single bit. They can't even keep up with the speed at which they eat. About 3 hours later, the crocodiles finished all their food. But they still weren't satisfied and wanted to keep eating. Ankh saw through the thoughts of the old crocodile couple. So he smiled and handed the freshly roasted rabbit to the old crocodile. However, the old crocodile shook his head. No, young friend, you eat it yourself. Since I said I would only eat 2 deer, then I will only eat 2 deer. The rest is all yours. Ankh wanted to say it was okay. However, the old crocodile's wife interrupted her first, laughing. That's right, young friend, you can eat it yourself. We always keep our word. We will go hunting again. The old crocodile and his wife talked for a while. Then he left to continue hunting. In the live stream, the viewers understood. Are 2 crocodiles not enough to eat? Of course. Didn't you see they were so excited they were about to cry? This is outrageous. Just how delicious is the meat that Bossin grills? It's making me want to try it myself. Queue up. I've already made a reservation. I reckon Bossin could make a fortune just by opening a barbecue restaurant. Crocodile's reaction. Countless people were eager to learn about Ank's cooking skills and taste his roasted meat. However, what none of the viewers in the live stream knew was that Ank was currently checking her proficiency level. The barbecue proficiency has already reached LV.4. With such a high level of grilling skill, how could the food not taste good? At this moment, Ank, who had some free time, heard a rustling sound on her shoulders. Turning my head, I saw the little hamster perched on my shoulder. At this moment, its mouth was bulging, and it kept stuffing things into its mouth, looking very cute. Ank couldn't help but rub the hamster's head. The latter chewed while enjoying Ank's caresses. Just then, King Kong flapped its wings and returned. I could hear its voice from afar. I'm exhausted. I'm so tired. Holy crap. I almost got caught by an eagle. And Ku raised an eyebrow, only then remembering the eagle. Since the eagle posed no threat to him, he didn't take it seriously. When King Kong got closer, Ank asked curiously how it had managed to avoid the eagle's pursuit. King Kong said smugly, telepathy. I sensed its location from a long distance, so I went around it. Ank couldn't help but widen her eyes. Good heavens. Doesn't that mean this thing is like a radar? He immediately thought of the many uses of King Kong's telepathy. For example, if someone senses the fate of another country, wouldn't they be able to detect it instantly if the other party is within the Vajra sensing realm? Or perhaps it's a giant beast, like the giant feces Ank saw a few hours ago. If Vajra could sense. Thinking of this, Ank couldn't help but lick her lips. Perhaps when the time is right, we can take the initiative. The so-called right time naturally refers to the enhancement of natural affinity. Now, in order to deal with a series of mysterious and unknown dangers on the island, Ank must expand her fighting strength and acquire more and stronger animal companions. However, King Kong shook her head. I cannot do it, master. Ank didn't understand. What do you mean? Lao Tzu's telepathy can only sense familiar targets, King Kong explained. You're talking about me? I'll knock your head off. King Kong. Old. I cannot sense unfamiliar targets. King Kong trembled. It knows Ank's personality very well. And Ku nodded in understanding upon hearing this. In other words, King Kong can only sense familiar targets. For example, him, the tiger mom, the leopard mom, or even the hamster. These are the targets that it is often with. That's not right. Ank noticed a logical flaw. Then how did you sense the eagle? King Kong gazed into the distance, looking as if he were reminiscing about the past, and said, that eagle was in heat once. Sigh. It's all tears when I talk about it. Ank looked at Jean Gang with sympathy, then quietly asked, is that eagle male or female? Male. Ank felt even more sympathetic. Good heavens. I never imagined King Kong had this tragic history. This guy probably acts weird all the time. Was it because of that experience that you were traumatized? And Ku nodded silently to herself, thinking it was very likely. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, the comments section was filled with messages like, mourning for King Kong. It's a miracle that King Kong is still alive. At this moment, the monkey troop appeared in the live stream. Upon hearing Ank's command, they immediately donned full gear and rushed over. Upon reaching Ank, all the monkeys stopped and addressed her. Your Majesty, the monkey troop has come to report. We'll let your Majesty demolish it. Viewers watching the live stream were amazed by what they saw. I felt like I wasn't seeing a group of monkeys, but a group of soldiers. Yes, all that's missing is a salute. During the live stream, Ank was very satisfied with this scene. Just as he was about to speak, the old crocodile returned. However, upon returning, a misunderstanding occurred. The monkeys, who had just arrived, reacted immediately upon seeing the giant beast. Enemy attack. Protect the king. Launch the attack. Chapter 118, A Huge Blunder. Big trouble? Because the old crocodile got too close. In response to the crisis, the monkeys launched an immediate attack. The lead monkey immediately grabbed a spear and pounced. Fearless and undaunted. Then, two monkeys circled around to the side, holding bows and arrows, and began to shoot. The remaining monkeys immediately pulled Ank away from the danger zone. The battle happened so suddenly that Ank didn't stop it immediately. Then the war broke out. As the spear pierced down, the old crocodile roared. Its prey fell from its mouth. However, a behemoth is still a behemoth. The old crocodile quickly regained its senses and launched a counterattack. Little Scar and another monkey tried to stop them, but they found it difficult to get close. The old crocodile gets angry. It can be quite formidable. This made the little Scars extremely anxious, but they were powerless to do anything about it. Inside the live stream, the viewers snapped out of their brief daze. Everyone was worried and anxious. Oh dear, how did they suddenly start fighting? We need to make them stop right away, or the consequences will be dire. What to do? How does Boston plan to resolve this? Not only the audience, But even the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom exclaimed that things were not looking good. This misunderstanding could very well shatter the relationship Aang has built with the two crocodiles. Once it breaks, the consequences of facing two 8-meter-long crocodiles would be unimaginable. Perhaps, Aang will have to choose between the monkey troop and the giant crocodile at that time. After all, if a monkey makes a move, then another monkey must step forward to take responsibility. Once the old crocodile refuses to give up easily, should Aang choose to protect monkey or team up with old crocodile? On one side is the monkey who has been with Aang day and night and is loyal to her. On one side are two powerful crocodiles that could become each other's right-hand men. Regardless of which side Aang chooses to stand on, it will be a huge loss for her. In the live stream, the foreigners were delighted with this scene. Yash, let's get this going. The Dragon Kingdom's move is brilliant. They've summoned a bunch of monkeys to dig their own graves. God has finally opened his eyes and is finally going to teach the Dragon Kingdom a lesson. I'd like to see how this brat from the Dragon Kingdom plans to resolve this. In my opinion, the little devils from the Dragon Kingdom will most likely abandon the monkey troop, since the crocodile is stronger in terms of combat power. Moreover, crocodiles are extremely skilled hunters, so abandoning the monkey troop and trying to win over the crocodiles is the wise move. Idiots, why bother telling them the solution? For us, the best option is definitely for Aang to support the monkey and then fight the crocodile. Almost all the foreigners thought that this blunder would bring Aang to ruin. It will cause him heavy losses. It's understandable that they think this way, because even most people in China think this way. Imagine this. You hadn't done anything wrong, but when you came back, you were attacked by a group of strangers. Afterwards, will you forgive the strangers who hit you? They'll definitely find a way to get back. Even if these strangers are your friends or partners, wouldn't you want an explanation? Therefore, all the foreigners were waiting to watch the show. They are looking forward to what will happen next. Hopefully, Aang and Ho Chuen will fight the crocodile couple. Just then, Aang made her move in the live stream. He roared, "Stop it, all of you." At the same time, he actively used Natural Affinity. When Aang activated the level 3 Natural Affinity, it unleashed terrifying power. Little Scar and the other monkeys were immediately intimidated. Aang's voice echoed in its face, like a royal decree, impossible to resist. The old crocodile stopped, jumped down from behind it, and then retreated. Once it was safe, he looked at Aang. When they looked at Aang, the pressure they felt was palpable. On the other side, the old crocodile also froze for an extremely short time. This caused it to abruptly stop, even though it had initially intended to retaliate. Then he looked at Aang in disbelief. Vertical pupils were filled with disbelief. To it just now? Surprisingly, I really wanted to obey the orders of my friend Aang, even if only for a brief moment, maybe less than a second. But it still left the old crocodile in disbelief. A mysterious friend. Could she be the legendary king of beasts? Both sides fell silent. Aang broke the silence first, looking at the monkeys and saying, "You've got the wrong person. Old crocodile is my friend, not my enemy." The monkeys were stunned when they heard this, realizing that they had made a mistake. Upon seeing the old crocodile, the monkeys all lowered their heads. They realized that they and the monkeys had created a huge problem. This trouble could very well implicate the king of the monkeys. The monkeys, with their heads down, exchanged glances and then looked at their monkey king. In other words, a small Scar. At that moment, little Scar came out. It came up to Aang and then said to her, "Your Majesty, I am their monkey king." As it spoke, it also looked at the old crocodile. "So I will take responsibility for the blunders they caused. Old crocodile, if you really want an explanation, or if you want revenge, take your revenge on me. I will take the punishment on behalf of my monkeys, and this matter has nothing to do with the king." Little Scar intends to take all the blame upon himself. It is ready to make sacrifices to restore the relationship between the crocodile and King Anko. If the old crocodile is angry, then vent your anger on it. Although, given the crocodile's size, if it were to vent its anger on Little Scar, it could very well lead to Little Scar's death. Little Scar showed no fear whatsoever. The old crocodile, having recovered his senses, finally understood what had happened. However, before it could speak, Aang stepped forward. He pushed Little Scar aside and smiled at Old Crocodile, saying, "Old Crocodile, this is all a misunderstanding. They meant well, and we hope you can understand and spare these monkeys." After a pause, Aang gave the Old Crocodile no chance to speak. Continue speaking, starting with the Old Crocodile's personality weaknesses. But don't forget, the Old Crocodile is a crocodile with morality and a love for philosophy. To deal with this kind of person, you just need to speak to their heart, and you'll gain their forgiveness. In addition, Aang has another trump card. That means all these monkeys can be used to feed the old crocodile roasted meat. Don't forget that the old crocodile also has a foodie side. As expected, Ankh first touched on old crocodile's heart. This made the moral crocodile realize that being a human is wrong. A crocodile cannot be too savage and domineering, nor can it be narrow-minded. A prime minister must be magnanimous enough to tolerate any misfortune. After hearing Ankh say that these monkeys could grill meat, old crocodile thought it over and forgave the monkeys. Although the monkeys injured it, it was not seriously hurt. Because the fight between the two sides lasted less than 10 seconds, all of them sustained only superficial wounds. The old crocodile laughed heartily. Young friend, for your sake, I, the old crocodile, will not hold it against you. However, I have one more condition. Chapter 119 can't criticize. This wave is simply impossible to criticize. Enku nodded slightly, but did not agree immediately. Instead, he said, Old crocodile, you tell us first. The old crocodile grinned. That means they'll have to provide me with food for the next week. Then they have to grill meat for me as a supplement. Young friend, is my request reasonable? Enku laughed heartily upon hearing this. Not at all, not at all. Honestly, it's not an exaggeration at all. Ankh even felt that the old crocodile was too kind. Even providing it with food for a whole month wouldn't be excessive. It's a deal, old crocodile. Anklang laughed. We can't bring this up again. Of course. I, old crocodile, keep my word. The old crocodile laughed with satisfaction. However, there was actually a crucial reason why the old crocodile agreed so easily, which it didn't mention. That was because Enku's shout briefly made it want to obey. This made the old crocodile very concerned and wary. Therefore, after much deliberation, old crocodile decided to agree to a settlement with Ankh. Anyway, it's not seriously injured. This minor injury is nothing to it. For the next week, he can have delicious barbecue without doing anything, which is a great deal. The matter seemed to have come to an end, but Ankh still made the monkeys apologize to the old crocodile together. One must bow deeply to express one's apology. The monkeys did the same. Even the old crocodile himself felt a little embarrassed. He laughed. There's no need for such a grand ceremony. It's rather embarrassing. However, Ankh knew that this was necessary. Let the old crocodile see that he is valued and respected, and give him face and a way out. This can greatly improve the chances of getting along well between the two parties in the future. Subsequent events have proven the wisdom of Ankh's actions today. Of course, Ankh didn't blame the monkeys at all. In fact, she was quite satisfied with what they had just done. They were able to devise countermeasures in a short period of time, and their tactics were executed flawlessly. The first priority was to inflict damage on the giant crocodile, old crocodile. This undoubtedly proves that the monkey's fighting skills are terrifying. If the old crocodile is truly an enemy, Ankh believes that the monkey troop can definitely kill it. A group of normally sized monkeys killing an 8-meter-long crocodile is definitely a historic event. Ankh looked at the little scar and silently gave it a thumbs up. Throughout the countless nights he spent traveling back and forth, Little Scar would silently train the monkey troop. This is what makes them so incredibly powerful in combat. Little Scar has the potential of a great general. Little Scar tilted his head, looking somewhat bewildered, when faced with Ankh's like, "Why did you give me a thumbs up, Your Majesty? Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Since the king has praised me, all I need to do is gloat." Meanwhile, on Ankh's side, he also discovered another wonderful use for natural affinity. This gave him a brief period of intimidation, making all the animals obey him and dare not disobey. Ankh even keenly noticed that Gang had still had some influence on the old crocodile. This is extremely important. This means that in the future, when encountering a ferocious beast as large as the old crocodile, Ankh can use that move she just used to briefly stop the enemy from attacking. In the battles of nature, a brief pause can lead to utter destruction and give one side a huge advantage. I'm growing to love nature more and more, Ankh thought with a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, the audience breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the situation stabilize. And the foreigners' expectations were dashed once again. They split apart. "So you've forgiven those monkeys? Hey, isn't that like someone shitting on your head? You forgive me like that? Are you kidding me? Why? I don't understand. God, please tell me what happened." At this moment, a foreign expert stepped forward and said, "I am a negotiation expert from China. The negotiation by the Chinese leader just now was of the highest standard. First, we used the other party's personality weaknesses to negotiate, allowing them to gradually calm down and regain their rationality, and then we started to think. During most negotiations, the other party is very emotional and in a state of irrationality. If you can get the other party back to their senses, the negotiation is already more than half successful. Only after the other party regained their senses did the Dragon Kingdom's destiny holder begin to promise benefits, thus drawing the other party into his own rhythm. Master the rhythm, and then defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. Absolutely top-notch. Is the fate of the Dragon Kingdom truly determined by simple college students? Besides Korea, top negotiation experts from other countries have also chimed in. I acknowledge Aang's negotiation skills. However, the experts' approval broke the foreigners' defenses. They launched a fierce attack on these so-called experts. They believed they were Chinese spies trying to sow discord among the people. The people of the Dragon Kingdom immediately laughed. If you're bad at something, you should admit it and not criticize it. The strongest champion? Is it so hard to admit that Aang is excellent? It's a fact that's obvious. It's just self-deception. Aang's actions have been recognized by many top negotiation experts both at home and abroad. This wave of criticism is impossible to refute. Anyone who criticizes is basically just making unfounded arguments. Many foreigners have turned red and warm, and the situation they wanted to see has disappeared again. During the live stream, Sanmao, also known as Hamster and King Kong, both breathed a sigh of relief. We almost started season 1, thank goodness. King Kong said with relief. It forgot to tell the monkeys that there were 2 giant crocodiles that had become the master's companions. This can be considered a dereliction of duty on its part. It's really afraid that Aang will turn it into a roasted bird later. The hamster standing nearby, still shaken, said, That scared me to death. I, the little mouse, need to eat something to calm my nerves. King Kong couldn't help but turn his head to look, and saw the hamster sitting on the ground, munching on nuts. Its eyes immediately lit up, and it asked, Sanmao, do you have any nuts? Give me some. To minimize his presence, King Kong spoke very softly. He was afraid that Enku would come to her senses and realize his presence. The hamster frowned, not particularly fond of the nickname Sanmao. But it still nodded. I have a mouse. Quick, get me something. I'm starving. Early in the morning, Aang called it to the camp to summon the monkeys, and it hadn't even eaten yet. The hamster didn't say anything, but instead stretched out its chubby little paws and handed the nuts to the kingfisher. Seeing the hamsters so frank, King Kong was a little teary-eyed. Sanmao, I've decided not to call you Sanmao for an hour. Are you happy, Sanmao? The hamster is lethargic. You promised not to call me Sanmao for at least an hour, but you called me Sanmao 3 times in a row. What does that mean? Just then, the old crocodile's wife returned with her prey, and it immediately noticed the wounds on the old crocodile's body. It frowned. Old crocodile, what happened to your injuries? Who did this? Tell me, and I'll kill them. Chapter 120, I Can Let You Ride Me. The old crocodile's wife's words undoubtedly made little Scar and the other monkeys nervous. Old Crocodile's relationship with Aang became even stronger after they first met. But his wife was different. Once they learned that the old crocodile was injured by the monkeys, they will likely become angry, which could lead to conflict between the two sides. The old crocodile chuckled. Honey, don't worry, I'm fine. No way. The old crocodile's wife refused outright. What do you mean by whether something's wrong or not? You have to tell me who caused this. Do you think anyone can just touch my man? The old crocodile hesitated for a moment. It knows its wife's temper very well. Once it's unhappy, no amount of reasoning with it will work. It will erupt without hesitation. Even the old crocodile couldn't stop it. Just then, Aang stepped forward and said directly to the old crocodile's wife. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. My monkey friends mistook the old crocodile for an enemy, so they attacked it. Crocodile, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed. It didn't expect Aang to reveal the truth directly. There wasn't even a slight touch-up. If his wife gets angry, then there will be big trouble. However, Aang remained calm and composed, continuing to recount the events, and at the end, she sincerely apologized to the old crocodile's wife. Sister-in-law, on behalf of my monkey friends, I would like to express my deepest apologies to the old crocodile. Old crocodile sighed inwardly, thinking that Aang had acted too impulsively. It knows its wife best. If reasoning were effective, then it wouldn't have needed to be afraid of its wife all these years. So they went out to travel and enjoy the scenery. Old Crocodile was already thinking about how to stop his wife later. However, to the old crocodile's surprise, his wife chuckled upon hearing this. He said to Enku, Oh, it was a misunderstanding. Since you have apologized, young friend, then let's consider this matter over. It's all right, it's all right. The old crocodile's eyes widened. Huh, it's not what I expected. It was momentarily stunned, then tentatively asked. Honey, I'm injured. Didn't you just say that you'd fight anyone who hurt me? The wife immediately glared at the old crocodile and said irritably, What's so serious about your little injury? Young friend, you've already said it's a misunderstanding. What more do you want? Old crocodile. It was stunned by the scolding. What's going on? Why does it seem like it's my fault? The crocodile's wife ignored the bewildered old crocodile and smiled reassuringly at Enku. Young friend, there's no need to worry. If the old crocodile dares to speak disrespectfully to you or your monkey companion, I'll immediately roll over it with my life. Let it experience what its uncle is like. Now it was Ankh, Xiaoba, and the other monkeys' turn to be bewildered. They initially thought that getting past the old crocodile's wife would be difficult. Unexpectedly, the other party sided with outsiders. Not only did he berate the old crocodile, but he also comforted himself and the others, saying that everything was all right. What kind of nonsense is this? However, the old crocodile's wife disagreed. Ankh and her monkey are the creators of delicious barbecue. How could they fall out? If we break up, how will it eat barbecue in the future? Anyway, it was just a misunderstanding, and old crocodile is fine, so let's just let it go. The little scars breathed a sigh of relief when they came to their senses. He immediately offered to grill meat for his sister-in-law. The crocodile's wife immediately beamed with joy. Oh dear, aren't you going to too much trouble? Haha, you've all worked hard. Little Scar and the others were both amused and exasperated, but they didn't mind and immediately started grilling meat for the old crocodile's wife. As for Ankh, she was very curious about how old crocodile's uncle was doing. The crocodile's wife said nonchalantly, I'm just killing time anyway, so I thought I'd chat with you guys. Back then, the old crocodile's uncle was sunbathing on the shore when his wife accidentally bit his foot while trying to catch a bird, then perform a death roll on its little uncle. Therefore, its uncle lost a foot. Ankh and a group of monkeys gasped in shock. Old crocodile's uncle is really pitiful, isn't he? The group chatted, grilled meat, and then ate. It was as if the accidental injury had never happened. The two got along very well. Crocodile couple were very happy about the arrival of so many monkeys. This makes grilling meat faster. They don't need to wait much longer. About an hour later, everyone, including the old crocodile couple, had eaten and drunk their fill. However, due to the large number of prey that were recently hunted, there is still plenty of food available. This is also why Ankh had Jean Gang temporarily dispatch the monkey troop. If there are enough people, they can share the food. Ankh began to mobilize the monkey troop to cut the roasted meat, with each monkey taking a little. Old Crocodile was also making preparations for his departure. Crocodile's injuries, Ankh asked. Does it need to rest for a few days? The old crocodile shook his head. To me, this injury is as good as nothing. I can see you're in a great hurry, young friend. Let's just get going. Ankh nodded. He was indeed anxious. After all, there was only one mystery reward. If someone beats you to it, you can only compete for the mystery reward of the next stage. That would take more time and effort. Ankh's guess was completely correct. Countries will be scrambling to explore and compete for this. Everyone wants to be the first to receive the mysterious reward for making progress. Currently, the one with the highest level of exploration is not Ankh, but the national fortune teller of a small country. Because he is an indigenous person, he has a significant advantage. He is now putting all his effort into achieving that 1%. On Ankh's side, Crocodile's sister-in-law saw what Ankh and the others were doing. He couldn't help but ask, what are you planning to do? The old crocodile immediately replied, young friend, you want me to lead the way to the northernmost point? Honey, I'm afraid you'll have to wait here for a while. After all, you said you didn't like being too far from the lake. Sister-in-law Crocodile hesitated upon hearing this. It really doesn't like it. But when a crocodile has been alone for a long time, the sudden appearance of a group of companions makes it feel very good. If a crocodile continues to stay here, it will feel too lonely. Just then, the old crocodile pretended to sigh and said, oh, what a waste of so much delicious barbecue. From now on, I'll just have to eat it all by myself with tears in my eyes. Darling, I will definitely bring some back for you. Sister-in-law Crocodile immediately stopped in Bungbu. Without further hesitation, it glared at the old crocodile and said, I'm going too. And right now, I really want to use death roll on you. The old crocodile chuckled. Actually, it really wanted to go with its wife. However, this trip was mainly led by Ankh. Everything should be based on Ankh's opinion. Honey, why don't you ask your friend if he agrees to you going with him? Before Enku could even speak, her sister-in-law, Crocodile, immediately said to her, young friend, you must let me go with you. You can ride it. Enku, old crocodile, ? Something feels off. Chapter 121 Mysterious Reward. The moment to witness a miracle. The crocodile, Ankh's sister-in-law, expressed its own value to her. Besides being a rideable vehicle for Ankh, it also protects him and the monkeys, ensuring their safety. And when we rest, we will continue hunting like we did today. Upon hearing this, Ankh exclaimed, "Wow! Does this count as a closed loop?" Hunt for the old crocodile, and the sister-in-law crocodile hunts for him and the monkeys, which is equivalent to the sister-in-law crocodile hunting for the old crocodile. But given the old crocodile's henpecked nature, would it really bear to watch its wife go hunting alone? Wait, a crocodile going hunting by itself? Obviously not. So in the end, it was the old crocodile who got hurt? "Young friend, please, you must take me with you," the crocodile pleaded. And Ku quickly nodded and smiled. "Sister-in-law, if you want to go, then come along." Her sister-in-law crocodile's request to be together. After all, one more behemoth means one more layer of protection. Besides, his sister-in-law, the crocodile, had just sided with him and the monkeys, so it wouldn't be right not to include her. Ankh's agreement delighted her sister-in-law, crocodile. The way it looked made Anku feel that if it were human, it would probably pounce on him and kiss him a few times. Thankfully, the sister-in-law crocodile isn't human, otherwise, in front of her husband, the old crocodile. It seems even more exciting now. Actually, chow chow. Anku quickly stopped her wild thoughts. The old crocodile remained completely unaware. It was also happy that its own wife was traveling with it. "Honey, you'll definitely fall in love with traveling after this trip. We can't just sit by the lake and gaze at the sky." Finally, the group set off after the old crocodile was nearly killed by the sister-in-law crocodile during a tumble. Unbeknownst to Ankh, he was in competition with the indigenous nation as he embarked on this journey. Even the outside world, the Dragon Kingdom, was unaware of it. After all, only the players themselves can see the progress. The viewers in the live stream couldn't see it at all. Those who are concerned with the fate of their nation usually use secret codes to signal their country's destiny. Inside the live stream, the viewers couldn't understand what was being said, but the results alone excited them. Ankh has two protectors on her left and right this time. Moreover, their combat power is extremely strong. The foreigners fell silent once again. They could only grit their teeth in frustration. At the same time, they prayed that those who brought good fortune to their country would not encounter Anko. Otherwise, it won't be pleasant. It is worth mentioning that the top leaders of Malaysia planned to follow Anko's example and also get 2 crocodiles as guards. So he decisively sent a barrage of comments to those who were concerned about the fate of their own country. Let it lure the crocodile with grilled meat or fish to establish a relationship. However, when the Malaysian national fortune teller finally found a water source with crocodiles, seeing these huge creatures terrified me. Lure this big guy? No. Are those top national leaders out of their minds? Do the Chinese athletes have such terrifyingly large creatures as bodyguards? Or are there 2 of them? This person who was involved in the nation's destiny refused to believe it no matter what. This thing? He decisively ignored the comments from high-ranking government officials and kept his distance from the large crocodiles. Let whoever wants to seduce him go ahead and do it. He certainly won't do it. This action by the Malaysian athlete has angered the Malaysian people. They angrily called him a coward and a weakling. Little did they know, the Malaysian athlete's choice was correct. Ankh was lucky to encounter this peculiar crocodile, old crocodile. If it were any other crocodile, it would be a fight in no time. However, after the battle with the monkeys, Ankh felt more confident. Even with only cold weapons, there is still a chance to kill these giant beasts. This journey would take several months if traveled by land. However, under the old crocodile's guidance, the waterway accelerated from time to time. Ankh shortened the time considerably, and when she heard the familiar sound of the waves again, she was overjoyed. He was overjoyed. We've finally reached the shore. Further ahead, there is a towering cliff. Below the cliff, the waves roll, and the azure sea unfolds before your eyes. Various seabirds fly below the cliffs and build nests on the steep rock faces. To its left, there is a golden sandy beach. The crocodile had ever seen such a magnificent sight, and she was completely awestruck. So beautiful, so magnificent. It now seems to understand why the old crocodile enjoys traveling and sightseeing. Such a sight would be a lifelong regret if one could not witness it with their own eyes. The monkeys, especially King Kong, remained relatively calm, having witnessed similar scenes before. But the hamster on the shoulder is different. Such a sight left it stunned, unable to recover for a long time. I, a mouse, have been straight all my life. On the side, although King Kong was a seasoned veteran, but when it saw the new beach, it was still incredibly excited. It yelled at Ankh, "VME 50, get me some fries. Give me some fries." Ankh rolled her eyes at Jean Gang. "Do you think you're a seagull? Ignore the Vajra." Ankh immediately looked at her built-in map. The fog along the way was dispelled, forming a slightly curved line. As for the other unexplored areas, they remained shrouded in mystery. This trip brought Ank's exploration progress to 1.1%. It's broken through to 1%. Haha, we've reached 1%. Ank exclaimed with delight. He quickly looked up. At the same time, National Destiny Games also issued an announcement. Congratulations to Ank, the #1 contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, for being the first to reach 1% exploration progress. Received a mystery reward. Congratulations on obtaining portable space. Current space is 50 square meters, upgradable. To Nku's surprise, it was actually a portable space. Does that mean we won't need to worry about people carrying things anymore? For example, if you can't finish your food, you can just throw it into your personal storage space. Also, any supplies encountered along the way can be easily tossed into your personal storage space later on. Unlike during this period, they won't regretfully give up and leave because they can't keep up with the pace. And when needed, you can simply take it out. That'd be incredibly awesome. 50 square meters was enough for Ank to gather all the supplies she could find. Not only that, Ank thought of something even more explosive. A space of 50 square meters is enough for him to fit the campsite inside. If I say I've packed up the camp, how should you respond? From now on, wherever Ank goes, that will be her home. Thinking of this, Nku was so happy she could hardly stop talking. That was awesome. The mystery reward is truly amazing. He resolved all of Ank's previous troubles in one go. To experience a portable space, Ank immediately said to Little Scar and the others, "Little Scar, bring over everything you're carrying. Then put it in front of me." Little Scar and the other monkeys looked puzzled upon hearing this, but they still did as instructed. He placed all his belongings in front of Ank. Then Little Scar asked curiously, "Your Majesty, what are you planning to do?" Nearby, the old crocodile couple, King Kong, and the hamster all cast curious glances, wondering what Ank was planning to do. Ank smiled mysteriously and said to all the animals present, "Now is the time to witness a miracle." Chapter 122 Miracles are happening all over the Dragon Kingdom. All the animals turned to look at Ank with curious eyes. I don't understand what he's going to do next. The announcement from National Destiny Game can be seen and heard by viewers of the live stream. Those who govern the nation can see and hear about it, but animals cannot. Of course, even if they could hear and see, they couldn't understand. The animals were able to understand Anko's words mainly thanks to their natural affinity. Using the portable space is very simple. After Ank acquired this ability, the process of using it naturally came to mind. The process is very simple. It only requires Ank to have a thought. Everything within a 1-meter radius of himself can be placed into his portable space. If the object is over 1 meter in length, that's fine too. The whole thing was placed inside the space. To be honest, even Ank herself was a little excited. Without further hesitation, Nku's pupils dilated as a thought crossed his mind. Ank put the food, weapons such as bows, arrows, and spears, as well as some miscellaneous supplies in front of her into her personal space. The things that were once piled up like mountains are now empty, as if they had never existed. This scene left all the animals in front of them stunned and speechless. The monkeys, including Little Scar, cried out excitedly because the supplies were missing. The food and weapons are gone. Your Majesty, what is going on? The hamster stood motionless, staring blankly at the vanished object. After a moment, he muttered to himself, "I, the little mouse, have seen a ghost." King Kong flew around excitedly. Supernatural event. Supernatural event. Bermuda Triangle. Bermuda Triangle. It's talking nonsense again. The old crocodile couple looked bewildered. How strange. Young friend, what exactly is going on? Where did the supplies go? The sight of something vanishing into thin air right in front of them undoubtedly shattered the animals' worldview. Seeing the somewhat panicked animals, Ank laughed heartily, feeling refreshed and relaxed. Don't worry, the item is still there. I just stored it away. After saying that, Nku had another thought and took out a piece of roasted meat from her personal space. To the animals, it was as if food had appeared out of thin air in Ank's hands. This scene once again shocked all the animals. They stared at Ank in disbelief, finding it utterly absurd. This method completely scrambled their brains. Your Majesty, where did you put the things? The little Scars were full of curiosity, and they kept looking at Ank. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single clue. Now, the way Little Scar and the others looked at Ank changed. Your Majesty, are you a god? All around, King Kong and Sanmao, also known as the hamster, were looking at Nku with the same eyes that looked at a god, including the crocodile couple. Inside the live stream, viewers from China cheered with joy. This mystery reward is unbeatable. In the segment, Kong Hui, Sa Baining, Liu Yifei, and others couldn't stop smiling, extremely excited. Even on screen, they lost their composure somewhat. I couldn't help it. I was just too excited. Professor Wu, who was standing to the side, was no longer his usual gentle and refined self. He used his loudest voice to tell everyone about the huge advantages of having a personal space. In the wilderness, the most important thing is supplies. Human carrying capacity is very limited, making transportation an enormous challenge. Otherwise, human civilization would not have invented means of transportation. With her personal space, Ankh will be able to move around freely from now on. Most importantly, logistical support is much more reliable. In the wilderness, no one can be certain of anything. That is, whether we can find food tomorrow, whether we can have something to eat. What if we end up in a desolate area with no food? What if you get lost in the wilderness? These problems are not problems for people who have personal space. Coach Zhao, beaming with joy, echoed his sentiments. Professor Wu's impassioned speech brought the excitement of the people of Manhwa to a climax. The whole country was jubilant. Meanwhile, the highest leadership meeting of the Dragon Kingdom was held. At the conference table, a group of senior leaders stood up, some shouting excitedly, others clapping wildly. This also includes Mr. Li. Anku is really great. Commander Longwa laughed heartily. I was worried all night, but I didn't expect Ankh to have arranged everything so perfectly today. Yeah. All the high-ranking officials present echoed this sentiment. Most of them were extremely worried yesterday, because the indigenous nation's exploration progress surpassed that of Ankh yesterday. The reason why the Dragon Kingdom knew this was because professionals deciphered the messages that the athletes from the indigenous country's national team were transmitting to their own country via livestream. The report indicates that the exploration progress in the indigenous country has reached 0.9%, just one step away from receiving the mystery reward. However, thanks to the old crocodile couple, Ankh's speed on the water was many times faster. They surpassed the exploration progress of the indigenous nation and were the first to obtain the mysterious reward. Ha. When Anku returns to reality, I'll definitely give him a first-class merit. The commander was overjoyed. No one present had any objections. Furthermore, if Ankh can safely return to reality, she could even reverse the fate of the Dragon Kingdom and the world. He will likely become a hero of the world, loved and respected by people all over the world. At this moment, the commander clicked his tongue and stroked his chin, asking with some curiosity, "What do you think the current leadership of the indigenous nation will do?" At this time, the highest level meeting of the indigenous nation took place. A group of skin-correct leaders went on a rampage of cursing and even started vandalism. Fuck. We were so close. This mystery reward would have been ours. Damn the Dragon Kingdom. Damn Ankh. I really want to see him die. Cutting off someone's livelihood is no different from killing their father. The indigenous nation harbored deep hatred for the Dragon Kingdom. I propose that the Fate Seekers hunt down Ankh. At this moment, a minister voted. His face was contorted with rage as he stared intently at Ankh in the live stream. The indigenous country fell silent. After a moment, he said, "Trying to kill Anku is too risky. He has many ferocious beasts around him." Just a ferocious beast. The minister sneered, a cold glint in his eyes. Who among us natives hasn't hunted a beast bigger than ourselves? The wilderness is our home turf. I second that. Well said. The wilderness is our home ground. Anku dared to steal the reward that rightfully belongs to us, so we will naturally make him pay the price. The prime minister of the indigenous country was initially hesitant, but when the announcement from National Fortune Game sounded again in the live stream. Second mysterious reward. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom will have their lifespan increased by 10 years and their physical constitution increased by 1. This time, even the silver-haired prime minister couldn't sit still. Bullshit. This reward should have been mine. I could have lived another 10 years. His weathered gaze held a venomous glint as he commanded. Once the number of bullet comments refreshes next week, notify the national fortune makers to hunt down these little devils from the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 123 Flintlock Pistol Parts. At this moment, the mysterious reward further heightened the emotions of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The whole country was jubilant, and the comments section was buzzing with excitement. On average, tens of millions of messages per second. It's hard to imagine how the live stream could remain smooth with such a large number of online viewers. Awesome. That was so awesome. The previous increase of 0.5 in physique allowed me to break various world records one after another, and now it's increased by 1. I'm afraid that in the future, all the world's major record lists will be dominated by people from our dragon country. Wah! Tears welling up in my eyes, my beloved grandma. She She got up from her hospital bed. My grandpa too. My grandpa has become energetic and lively again. Thank you, Bosson. You are a hero of our dragon kingdom, a god to us. My son can talk to me again. National Fortune Game increases lifespan by 10 years. It has helped many people who were about to die or who were suffering from serious illnesses to recover. This force was quite magical, forcibly granting them 10 years of lifespan. And during this period, they will not suffer from their original illness. Cancer patients can live just like normal people. This has led to scenes of family and friends reuniting across the Dragon Kingdom. My parents have recovered, and I can be with them again. When seriously ill children recover, they are able to watch their children grow up again. Grandparents, good friends, miracles are happening all over the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they don't continue to receive rewards during this period, they will still become critically ill and pass away after 10 years. But so what? At least for now, I have their company. And Bosson, the gods of the Dragon Kingdom. A real-life god. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, everyone celebrated for Enku. Some regions have even started making statues of Ankh and placing them in the most important places. This is to pay tribute to Ankh's contributions. Of course, some are happy, some are sad. Those celebrities or wealthy individuals in China who changed their nationality early on are now filled with regret. Why would they change their nationality for no reason? Now look what happened. They received none of the benefits that citizens of the Dragon Kingdom could enjoy. Regret filled them. These people want to regain their Chinese citizenship. However, moving out is easy, but moving in is difficult. Especially in this special situation. Live broadcast in progress. Ankh returned the bow, arrows, and spear to Little Scar and the others. Weapons must be carried on one's person in order to deal with any possible attack. Seeing the animals still in a daze, Ankh clapped her hands to attract their attention. Let's take a break and replenish our energy. After saying that, Ankh took out various foods from her personal space. This delighted the animals. I'm really tired after this journey. So, for the rest of the time, Ankh and a group of animals began a picnic on the edge of the sea cliff. While replenishing their energy, they enjoyed the sea breeze and the scenery. Just as Ankh was halfway through her meal, Sanmao came to her side. It carefully touched Ankh's arm with its little hand and then said, Master, I found a good treasure. Guess what it is? No guessing. Enku said decisively. Sanmao was taken aback, then looked at Ankh expectantly and said, Actually, even I, Shushu, don't know what it is. Enku was speechless. Thankfully, he hadn't guessed. Even Sanmao herself didn't know. So how can we guess? But I thought the hamster would be useful, so I brought it back. After saying that, Sanmao wiggled his hips and picked up what he had received. Ankh was initially bored and didn't care much. However, when he saw what the hamster had brought back, his pupils suddenly contracted. Bullet. To be precise, it was a few flintlock bullets. Ankh's tone became urgent. Sanmao, where did you find it? The hamster pointed to a spot not far away. It was under a thicket of bushes, similar to the hiding place of the previous suspected access card. Was it man-made? Since it was hidden in the bushes, it couldn't have fallen off naturally, right? It's even less likely to grow out of thin air. Ankh quickly got up and went to continue digging in the bushes. Let's see if we can find anything else. For example, flintlock muskets. As he was digging, Sanmao wiggled her hips and walked over. He said to Enku, Master, there's no need to look anymore. There is nothing else here. Just as Sanmao said, Ankh did not find anything. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Having bullets, but no gun renders the bullets useless. Furthermore, you can tell a lot about firearms, such as where they came from and what model they are. This allows us to deduce a great deal of useful information. Ankh looked at the bullet. There was no information on it. The trail went cold. Just then, Sanmao asked curiously, Master, are you very interested in this thing? Ankh nodded casually because she was thinking, but the hamster's next words brought Ankh back to reality. My nest also contains something similar to this material. If you're interested, I'll give it to you when we get back. You have more? Ankh suddenly looked at the hamster again. What does that thing look like? Is it like this kind of bullet? The hamster shook its head and described the structure of the thing in its nest to Ankh. Ankh listened very carefully, and in the end he determined that it was the frame of a flintlock musket. That is, the gun body. In other words, Ankh now has 2 flintlock gun parts. If we can find other parts, or even just a few more parts, Ankh can then assemble a flintlock pistol. In the wilderness, the most difficult aspect of making firearms is the craftsmanship. Metal needs to be shaped and forged. In the wilderness, they simply don't have the capability to accomplish these things. However, if you gather all the parts that are difficult to manufacture, you can substitute other simpler parts. The tools for assembling a firearm are quite simple. Enku licked her lips, becoming somewhat excited. Since 2 of them were found, there must be other parts. Finding these parts across the entire island is like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Aang has a hamster. This little guy is a first-rate finder. If you keep taking this little thing around, you'll eventually be able to gather enough parts to assemble a flintlock musket. Samuel, well done. I'll give you an extra chicken leg later. The little mouse, don't like eating chicken legs. Outside the studio and inside the live stream, there was an uproar. Flintlock musket parts undoubtedly shocked the world. Oh, Lisher, why are there flintlock gun parts on the island? Anku already has bodyguards, making him very difficult to kill. If he gets a gun, what would happen? We absolutely cannot let him have firearms, otherwise other countries will be out of the game. That's right. Aang will definitely threaten our nation's destiny. Can't the higher-ups think of a solution? Aang's acquisition of the parts to assemble flintlock muskets undoubtedly made the foreigners nervous. Chapter 124, A Mouse as Paradise. Aang was already nearly invincible. What would she be like after getting firearms? What if he uses a gun to hunt down those who are destined to rule other countries at the slightest provocation? In response to the foreigners' concerns, the Chinese people retorted, "Do you think our Dragon Kingdom is the same as your foreign countries? Free America, shooting every day. Our Dragon Kingdom is a land of etiquette. For those who don't listen to you, you'll just give them a piece of your mind. No, you should ask the Indians. They know this all too well. Indian netizens, don't drag us into this." Although foreign countries strongly condemned the Dragon Kingdom and demanded that the Dragon Kingdom's top leaders send bullet comments to Aang, make him give up the flintlock parts. However, Li Lao and other high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom completely ignored it. Are you kidding me? You just give up like that? China's national fortune is now #1 in the world, so who are we afraid of? In his final words during his video call with President Sleepy Joe, Mr. Li said, "President Joe, I'm tired, I'm going to bed." This statement embarrassed President Joe, but he had no choice but to accept it. After hanging up the phone, he could only angrily curse Trump, calling him a bastard for giving him such a nickname. Live broadcast in progress. Aang was overjoyed when he realized that he might be able to assemble a gun. Although he has many animal friends nowadays, their combat prowess is off the charts and they can handle a lot of problems. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Some dangers are beyond the capabilities of animals, but with a gun, Aang's combat effectiveness is greatly enhanced. After all, guns are for equal treatment of all people. He can deal with terrifying beasts that are not affected by natural affinity. In critical moments, we must reduce or even avoid casualties. Don't forget, the crocodile said that there is a huge threat in the Far East. Even giant crocodiles wouldn't dare approach easily. Besides this latest news, there are also mysteries such as the corpse that disappeared into thin air, the trap that was destroyed on the beach, and the moon's surveillance. Aang has not been able to find out the reason for these mysteries. I don't know what dangers lurk on this giant island. Aang subconsciously licked her lips. Having guns is a good thing, but if you think about it carefully, it's terrifying. Why are there gun parts on the island? Is something placed here? Or are these gun parts actually the hidden rewards that National Fortune Game mentioned? Aang hoped it was the latter, because if it were the latter, this means that the source of the firearms is not dangerous. But if it's the former, then things could get very bad. Since there are flintlock muskets, could there be other firearms? Revolver? Pistol? Semi-automatic rifle? These are far more terrifying than flintlock muskets, because the firing procedure of a flintlock musket is too complicated. Young friend, what are you doing here so quietly? The voice came from behind her, and Aang turned her head. The old crocodile looked at him curiously, as well as at the flintlock pistol parts in his hand. What is this? The old crocodile asked, tilting his head. All beings are equal, Aang replied. Old crocodile. It couldn't understand Aang's words. He frowned and asked, "Young friend, how can all living beings be equal? Some animals are born to be food for other animals. And some predators, by a moment of carelessness, meet an irreversible end. No matter what kind of animal it is unfair from the very beginning." Anku nodded slightly. He agreed with what the old crocodile said. When has the world ever been equal? However, firearms are indeed something that affects everyone equally. Whether it's that one or this one, a few boo sounds, and it's turned into a corpse. Old Crocodile's main reason for coming here wasn't curiosity, but rather to find out Aang's next plan. It wanted to know, now that Aang had come to the far north, where did she plan to go next? And Ku replied without hesitation, "Go back." The old crocodile clearly raised an eyebrow, and at the same time, the sister-in-law crocodile also came over. "Young friend, aren't you going to explore the island anymore?" The old crocodile asked anxiously. Crocodile's sister-in-law chimed in. Yes, young friend. Didn't you say you wanted to explore the islands? There are still many places on this island that haven't been explored yet. Although the crocodile had hardly left the lake, it knew nothing about the outside world. But none of that matters. What's important is that Ankh must explore the island. Nku's heart stirred slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up imperceptibly. He understood. So the crocodile couple were afraid they wouldn't have barbecue to eat in the future. He couldn't help but laugh and patted the crocodile's mouth, saying, "Old crocodile, of course I will continue exploring. You and your sister-in-law can rest assured. From now on you will follow me and be my guides. I'll let you eat barbecue every day." The old crocodile couple were overjoyed upon hearing this. With Ankh's words, they were indeed relieved. Don't worry about not being able to enjoy delicious food in the future. Ha ha, you understand me so well, young friend. The old crocodile laughed heartily. Its smile was somewhat ferocious. After all, it was a crocodile. The crocodile's sister, in-law, was also overjoyed and tried to get closer to her. Young friend, from now on I will be your personal bodyguard. Ride it or do whatever you want. It's up to you. I'm 180 centimeters tall, so feel free to experiment with different positions. Do whatever makes you comfortable. Nku, what happened? Suddenly it felt like something had rolled over my face. Of course, he understood that his sister-in-law, crocodile, didn't mean it that way. Putting aside her wild thoughts, Nku smiled and said, "Welcome to our big family. Ha ha, what can relieve my worries but my little friend?" The old crocodile was overjoyed. It immediately indicated that it was going to catch prey. Now Ankh has magic and can store things. The more prey you have, the better. You can always carry it all with you. So they can take advantage of the rest period to catch more. This way, you can be prepared for any unforeseen needs while on the road. Ankh didn't stop him. He did intend to rest there a little longer. So they let the old crocodile couple go hunting. He then began to study flintlock muskets. He now has bullets and the gun barrel from the hamster nest at Camp 1. All that's missing is an iron barrel and a trigger mechanism. And then there's the most crucial element, gunpowder. Can make everything except iron gun barrels. Therefore, if Ankh can get the gun barrel next time, she can assemble the flintlock rifle ahead of time. The remaining parts can be searched for and replaced gradually. Thinking of this, Ankh immediately decided to reward the biggest contributor, Sanmao. He activated his natural affinity, causing nearby mealworms to crawl over on their own. A dozen minutes later, the grass was covered with a huge swarm of wriggling mealworms. Some of these insects crawled on the ground, while others climbed onto the grass, standing halfway up. The hamster stared blankly at all the food. Is this a paradise for mice? However, the live stream room outside was in an uproar. Seeing so many bugs gave me goosebumps. Chapter 125, Animal Footprints. Live stream chat. Family members, who understands this? I'm a tough guy, and I'm getting goosebumps. I'm pregnant. Warning, trypophobia warning. Damn it, I'm still eating. I've finished vomiting and am back. This is the first time I've expressed my dissatisfaction with Boston. It was terrifying. If I were there, I would have fainted immediately. Imagine you faint and a bunch of bugs crawling all over you. It can even crawl into your clothes, your mouth, your ears, your nose. Hey, I'm wide awake now. I'm dying of laughter. You upstairs are a real genius. Mealworm swarms are a nightmare for humans. But for many animals, it is a delicious meal. The hamster was overjoyed and plunged into the swarm of insects to feast on them. Not far away, Little Scar and the others saw this and ran over as well. They are also interested in this high-protein food. Joined Sanmao in indulging in a hearty meal. Ankh stayed far away, letting the hamsters and monkeys enjoy their different delicacies. During this time, the old crocodile couple kept bringing back prey. Unlike inland areas, there are very few large animals here. They are mostly small animals. When they saw the Little Scar and the hamsters eating mealworms, they all became interested. Ask if this stuff tastes good. Little Scar, the hamster, was very generous, directly throwing a bunch of insects into the mouths of the old crocodile couple. Crocodile couple thoroughly enjoyed eating these high-protein insects. However, it still lacks the flavor of barbecue. The old crocodile couple made up their minds to follow Ankh to the death from now on. This way you can enjoy delicious food along the way. About an hour later, Ankh stood up and said to her animal companions, "Everyone, how was your rest?" "Everything is ready, your majesty." "I, the little mouse, don't need to rest." "Tatakai. Hee young friend, are you planning to set off?" Nku nodded. It was time to go back. From Tiger Mom, Leopard Mom, Cow, and the two little ones for so many days. He really misses them. I wonder how they are doing now. Is there any danger? That's why Ankh temporarily abandoned her exploration and went back. Of course, if we go back, we naturally won't take the same route we came from. Let's take a different path and expand our exploration accordingly. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is harsh. To shorten the journey, we must travel by water. The only waterway the old crocodile knew was the one they had come by, so Ankh and the others had no choice but to return the way they came. The journey back was just as uneventful as the journey there. Old Crocodile originally planned to visit his uncle on the way. That is, the crocodile whose wife died from the role. However, he was scolded by his sister-in-law, Crocodile. Old Crocodile and Sister Crocodile, to go, but it would be too dangerous to bring Ankh and the others along. After all, the crocodile who dared to use death roll on her husband was a ruthless person. He has an extremely wicked personality and is cruel and bloodthirsty. I'm afraid that as soon as they see Ankh and Xiaoba, they'll go berserk and attack them. The other party is a relative of Old Crocodile. If such a thing really happens, Old Crocodile will be caught in the middle. After his wife said that, the Old Crocodile felt that it made a lot of sense. So he immediately agreed and decided to give up. After all, his wife was right. His uncle's wife did indeed have a fiery temper. The rest of the journey proceeded without any unexpected incidents. Perhaps because of the Old Crocodile couple, no danger occurred. Upon returning to the second camp, Ankh once again praised the disappearance technique in front of the animals. The huge campsite immediately disappeared from its original location and entered Ankh's personal space. This scene once again shocked the animals. In their eyes, Ankh was almost a godlike being. However, Ankh soon realized that something was wrong. Ankh hadn't paid much attention to the camp when it was still there. But when the camp disappeared, Ankh discovered messy footprints on the ground. The footprints weren't very big, much smaller than those of the leopard mom and tiger mom. And they weren't feline footprints. They looked more like canine footprints. Judging from the messiness, the quantity is probably not small. There are at least 20 or so. Crocodile couple also noticed something was wrong with the little scars and the others. Your Majesty, other animals have entered our camp before, Little Scar said seriously. And Kun nodded slightly. I've already figured it out. Little Scar thought this made sense. In its mind, Ankh is omniscient and omnipotent, and possesses amazing superpowers. Your Majesty, can you identify what kind of animal this is? Little Scar looked at Ankh and asked. It cannot determine what kind of animal it is. On Ankh's shoulders, Jean Gang and San Mao on either side were also curious. They were somewhat worried. After all, in their perception, these footprints represent carnivores that can threaten them. Before Ankh could speak, the old crocodile couple came over. They seemed much calmer. After all, they are crocodiles. Ha ha, the old crocodile laughed heartily. He reassured Ankh and the other animals, saying, Little friends, you don't need to worry. No matter what kind of animal it is, it cannot threaten your safety. Old Crocodile is right. Sister Crocodile smiled gently. With me here, I'll fight even a hippopotamus. The old crocodile couple's words undoubtedly made Little Scar, King Kong, and San Mao feel a great sense of security. Indeed, with those two behemoths around, what animal would dare to act recklessly? Then I'll leave the rest to you, Old Crocodile, Ankh said with a smile. However, we still need to be careful, as there may be more than one type of carnivore in the vicinity. Ankh had previously noticed feces that were larger than watermelons. That size is probably even bigger than the old crocodiles. Ankh didn't pay any attention to the footprints left behind. After all, his current natural affinity is level 3, which even Tiger Mom can be affected by. And what about the owner of these footprints? Anyone who dares to come is turned into a laborer. Ankh looked up at the sky. It was getting late, almost dusk. I'll stay here tonight, Ankh said, making up her mind. He looked at the old crocodile and his sister-in-law and said, You two should savor the memories of this place. I'm afraid I'll rarely come back in the future. Since the old crocodile couple decided to follow Ankh, they would naturally rarely return here. In the days to come, I will explore this island with Ankh. Haha, more than keeping it as a souvenir, I want to finish this grilled fish and eat it right now. For the old crocodile, leaving the lake didn't bother him much. After all, it leaves often. But the sister-in-law crocodile is different. She spent most of her life here, and it can be said that this place holds many of her memories. From birth to adulthood, encountering the old crocodile, and then having children. Watching the chicks hatch from the eggs, and then watching them leave one by one. Chapter 126, A Group of Depressed People. Therefore, Sister Crocodile attaches great importance to the memories before this departure. Wander carefully through every corner of the lake. Ankh took the campsite out of his personal space. Once again, a huge camp appeared in the previously empty open space. Whether it's the Little Scars or San Mao and King Kong, after seeing them so many times, seeing them again still feels incredible. If I had that ability, I could store an endless amount of food, Sam said with great envy. Ankh rubbed the little guy's head. He said to it, go take a stroll around the neighborhood and see if you can find any more flintlock parts. Okay, master. The hamster agreed without hesitation, then climbed off Ankh's shoulder and trotted away. At the scene, Ankh began to arrange the barbecue. Next up is another barbecue feast. Of course, the food in her personal space was eaten first, while the freshly grilled food was put directly into her personal space by Ankh. It's worth mentioning that the portable space has a rather buggy feature. That means the things you put in will stay in the same state they were in when you put them in. In other words, as long as the food is kept in the personal space, then the food will never rot or spoil. The supplies and other items have remained intact and have not been oxidized or corroded. Even hot food placed in your personal storage space will still be hot when you take it out. Ankh is very satisfied with the feature of portable space. That's awesome. Even if he goes to a desert or a death zone like Lop Nur, he won't need to worry. Food, water, supplies, shelter, none of these are problems. The only downside is that it can't be used for brewing or fermenting certain things. Some things need to wait for fermentation before they can be brewed. For example, beer, sauerkraut, etc. After all, once these things are put into your personal storage space, they will remain there indefinitely. If only I could control this characteristic, Ankh thought to herself. In this way, he can keep what he wants to stay in a certain state, and keep what he doesn't want to keep at a normal flow of time. Ankh wasn't actually too disappointed by this. After all, personal space can be upgraded. Perhaps after the upgrade, Ankh will be able to control this feature. During this time of contemplation, the old crocodile kept bringing fish. It's worth mentioning that there were also several turtles this time. The old crocodile was incredibly excited. It wanted to see if this new thing would taste good after being roasted. Even the little scars were getting a little hungry and were looking forward to the taste of this new food. However, when Little Scar and the others saw the turtle's thick shell, they were puzzled. Your Majesty, this thing has such a hard shell. Is it edible? Little Scar couldn't figure out how to roast this turtle. Of course, Ankh said confidently, but it doesn't taste good right now, so I'll leave it for later when I make the seasoning. It tastes even better when paired with seasonings. If you don't use any seasonings, the soft-shelled turtle will have a very strong fishy smell and won't taste very good. Therefore, it's best to eat this with seasoning. Unless you're really starving. Old Crocodile, Little Scar, and King Kong were very disappointed. They obediently followed Ankh's advice. Next up was the familiar grilled fish. The aroma of grilled fish was irresistible, filling the air. At that moment, Ankh was the first to sense the abnormality because his spider sense had been triggered. Fortunately, the sensor was at its weakest setting, which meant the danger was still far away. He was just being targeted. Nku immediately stood up and looked in the direction of the sensation. Soon they saw pairs of eyes staring intently at them and Little Scar from a distant mound. I didn't expect that these guys hadn't gone far and were still wandering around nearby. Ankh was quite surprised. The footprints near the camp belonged to these guys. They were the most ferocious predators, hyenas. They also have a nickname, Director of the Proctology Department or Egg Dismantling Expert. Unlike carnivores such as lions and tigers, hyenas do not kill their prey directly. Instead, they will start by biting the lower half of their prey, taking out their liver and intestines, and eating them bit by bit. Let the prey watch themselves being eaten bit by bit, dying in agony. When the hyenas on the distant slope made eye contact with Ankh, they immediately bared their teeth. That was a show of defiance against Ankh. Oh, unaffected by natural affinity? Ankh was quite surprised. However, he soon had an answer. After all, something like this has happened before. When 8 large water buffaloes attacked the camp, they were not affected by the natural affinity. Therefore, the hyenas in front of us are most likely prey in a beast attack arranged by the National Destiny game. I just don't know which unlucky guy got killed by the hyena. The beast attack took place at night. It's not nighttime now, so it couldn't be a beast attack arranged by National Fortune game. Highly likely that these are animals left behind after the previous attack. Nearby, King Kong and Scarface also spotted the pack of hyenas on the hillside. King Kong, who was happily eating the fish, immediately flapped his wings and flew into the air upon seeing this. He yelled, "A dog! A dog! Enemy attack! Protect the Emperor!" All around, Little Scar and the others picked up their weapons and confronted the hyenas in the distance, ready to fight at any moment. Originally, Little Scar and his friends wanted to see if they could scare away the hyenas. But this group of Proctology Department directors had no intention of letting Nku and her group go and began to slowly approach. Without the cover of the slope, Ankh and his team quickly ascertained the enemy's numbers. There were 17 in total, which wasn't too far off from Ankh's previous estimate. The sudden appearance of the hyena pack in the live stream instantly captivated the viewers. However, unlike before, this time the audience was not too nervous or worried. They even felt quite excited. Hey, not bad. I was just about to fall asleep when this exciting scene unfolded. Tatakai. By the way, do you think these hyenas would still dare to come up if the two giant crocodiles were there? Nonsense. Hyenas are just like Indians in the wilderness. They'll go after anything they encounter. They even dared to steal the lion's food. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a monstrous beast in the wilderness. The previous blunder made the audience aware of the monkey's terrifying fighting capabilities. Now, the Dragon Kingdom is very confident in the fighting power of the monkeys. With weapons in hand, how could we possibly lose to this pack of hyenas? Of course, most importantly, the old crocodile couple were there. These hyenas are a bit larger than normal hyenas. However, it didn't reach an exaggerated level. The old crocodile couple could easily kill these guys. Chapter 127: The Destruction of Sangbiao. It was precisely because of the presence of the two behemoths, the crocodile couple, that the live stream was filled with such jubilation. Don't send the hyena. These idiots are still getting closer. We can still run now, but we might not have the chance later. The current Sangbiao, swaggering and proud, the Sangbiao to come, begging for mercy. Why didn't the foreigners speak up this time? Yes. The foreigners so quiet. Are you just naturally quiet? The foreigners in the live stream twitched their lips in private. Say, what are they saying? With two giant crocodiles around, what can this pack of hyenas do? Besides, their faces are already swollen enough from being slapped. If he gets beaten again, he'll basically never be able to show his face again. In fact, all countries have already issued announcements. They want to stop their own countrymen from constantly mocking China in China's live streams. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is currently the most powerful nation, and the country may need the Dragon Kingdom's help in the future. Various countries have begun to consider easing relations with China. For example, lighthouses, kimchi, these countries, to facilitate future imports of resources from China. During the live stream, Ankh remained calmly seated and continued grilling the fish. These hyenas can't cause any trouble. All around, under Little Scar's command, the monkeys all drew their bows and aimed at the approaching hyenas. We'll just wait for these hyenas to come within range, then we'll send them on their way. Meanwhile, in the lake, the old crocodile couple also noticed the unusual situation. They poked their heads out of the water to check the situation. When they saw a group of hyenas surrounding Ankh and his companions, they became enraged. These dogs have really eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard, daring to surround my young friend and his companions. The old crocodile cursed, then prepared to go ashore. Let these hyenas know who they can mess with and who they can't. However, his sister-in-law, Crocodile, stopped him, saying, "Old Crocodile, wait a minute. Darling, what are we waiting for now?" The old crocodile couldn't understand his wife's objections. The crocodile's sister-in-law rolled her eyes at the old crocodile and said irritably, "Are you stupid? If you go straight up there, won't these bastards be scared away when they see us? How can we discipline them if they're like this?" The old crocodile felt that his wife made a lot of sense. Hyenas do indeed dare to bully animals larger than themselves. But if they get too big, they will abandon the hunt and run away. If the old crocodile couple went ashore, the pack of hyenas would definitely be scared away. In that case, how can we make those bastards pay the price? Let's go around to their backs, Crocodile suggested. The old crocodile naturally had no objection, and of course, it dared not have one. The crocodile couple silently circled around to the back of the hyenas in the lake. In the water, crocodiles are incredibly elusive. Most animals are unaware of it. At this moment, on the shore, the hyenas approached step by step, and the lead female hyena looked at Ankh and the others, then let out a howl. But to Nku, it sounded like mockery. Just accept your fate and don't try to resist. The more you struggle and resist, the more painful your death will be. As long as you don't resist, we can eat quickly and you can be freed soon. These words, which sounded like those of a rogue, made Nku laugh. Will you eat it if I'm a good boy? How could you say such a thing? As she spoke, Ankh picked up the grilled fish and stood up. While eating, he leisurely said to the leading female hyena, "I'm giving you a chance now. Take your own intestines out and end your own lives. That way you can die more easily." Hyenas live in a matriarchal society, where the females hold a very high status and the males a very low status. Not only when hunting, but also when facing danger, they must be the first to go and fight on the front line. However, they ate the least amount of food. Ankh's words somewhat angered the mother hyena. Its eyes turned fierce, and it bared its teeth, issuing a warning. "You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. I'm going to personally bite your intestines and insides out, bit by bit, later. You watch your body being eaten. And chuckled, remaining calm and composed, and even took a bite of the grilled fish. This action was too much for the lead female hyena to bear. In its eyes, all the food here belongs to it. This creature in front of me is undoubtedly challenging authority and trying to devour its food. The female hyena bared her teeth in anger, drool dripping from her mouth. All male hyenas, listen to my command. Hunt. However, the mother hyena's words were forcefully interrupted by a voice behind her. Hello, little puppies. The hyenas were immediately enraged upon hearing this. But what about the puppies? They're a bunch of villains and beasts, and they're being called small? The lead female hyena immediately turned her head fiercely. He then roared in fury. Your whole family are the little dogs. Say that again, and I'll tear your ass apart. The other hyenas also turned their heads, intending to echo their leader. However, when they saw the animal behind them clearly, a giant crocodile, all the hyenas' expressions changed drastically. Wow, it's so big. It's a huge crocodile. This skin, we can't possibly bite it open, can we? Looked as if they had lost their parents, and they all tucked their tails between their legs. That's terrifying. This crocodile is absolutely horrifying. The old crocodile looked at the pack of hyenas with a half smile, then laughed. Don't be like that. I still prefer how you were when you were being so unruly. The hyenas exchanged glances and looked at each other blankly. A rebellious and unruly demeanor? You won't even know how you died. Despite their fear, the hyenas were not entirely desperate. After all, there was only one big crocodile. They can still escape if they want to. However, at this moment, the crocodile also emerged from the bottom of the lake. Crocodile, it blocked the hyenas' escape route. This completely panicked the hyenas. Two huge crocodiles. What should we do now? Our escape route is completely blocked. The hyenas growled as they tried to break free. They wanted to sacrifice the male hyenas in their tribe so that the female hyenas could leave safely. However, at that moment, arrows began to fly in. The arrows sliced through the air, felling hyenas one after another. Nowadays, the archery skills of monkeys are definitely top-notch. The hyenas that survived were killed by the old crocodile couple. Crocodiles have an incredibly powerful bite. Moreover, it was an 8-meter-long crocodile. Old crocodile is enough to shatter a hyena's bones. The sounds of roaring and howling were incessant. This was a one-sided, crushing victory. Moreover, the old crocodile couple left no survivors. All the hyenas. The old crocodile said about it. Wildfire cannot destroy it. The spring breeze brings it back to life. These vengeful guys must all be killed. Chapter 128, Do Hyenas Grow Up Eating Shit? Well said, old crocodile. Ankh laughed loudly. With the old crocodile's method of eliminating the root of the problem. If it were him, he would have eliminated them all to avoid leaving any unnecessary trouble. Ha! Crocodile, pleased with the praise, burst into laughter. Sister-in-law Crocodile was also very proud and ran up to Ankh to ask for credit. Young friend, I keep my word, don't I? As long as I'm here, my young friend will be safe. Just now, the crocodile was extremely ferocious when facing this group of hyenas. With its terrifying bite force and sharp teeth, it can maim a hyena in one bite. At the same time, its thick tail is also a terrifying weapon. A single tail flick can easily break a hyena's bones. It's fair to say that these hyenas were completely defenseless against the crocodile. Little Scar and the others hardly need to do anything. They just need to watch from the sidelines and prevent the hyenas from escaping. The two crocodiles then caught and killed all the hyenas. He is undoubtedly a top-notch bodyguard. When his sister-in-law, Crocodile, asked Ankh for credit, he naturally didn't refuse. He chuckled, also praising his sister-in-law, Crocodile, and added, I have always believed in my sister-in-law. Having my sister-in-law by my side gives me a great sense of security. Sister-in-law Crocodile was overjoyed by the praise. It laughed heartily and said, Oh my, you have such a sweet tongue, young friend. If old Crocodile were even a tenth as good as you, I wouldn't have to be angry every day. The old crocodile was criticized and was somewhat speechless. How come it's not even a tenth as good as Ankh's eloquence? It just recited a beautiful line of poetry, okay? Wildfire cannot destroy it. The spring breeze brings it back to life. Look, how rhyming and beautiful the poetry is. However, the old crocodile naturally dared not argue with his wife, for he was truly afraid of losing a leg like his younger brother. So, changing the subject, she said somewhat excitedly, Young friend, can we eat these dog things after roasting them? The little scars nearby were also very interested. Monkeys are omnivores and want to try everything. Ankh nodded. Of course you can eat it. It just doesn't taste good. Believe me, you definitely won't want to taste it. Hank was not joking. Hyena meat is extremely unpalatable, even for carnivorous animals like lions. They don't eat hyenas either. There was once a lion that didn't believe in superstitions and ate a bite of hyena meat, only to vomit for a long time afterward. Hank's words left Sister Crocodile and Little Scar feeling very disappointed. However, the old crocodile refused to believe in such superstitions. Young friend, I, the old crocodile, still intend to give it a try. It thought, even if it tastes bad, how bad could it possibly be? Before it met Hank, it sometimes ate rotten corpses. That taste was barely acceptable. Therefore, I plan to try this novel food, hyena. It can also be considered as satisfying my curiosity and increasing my personal achievements. Seeing the old crocodile's persistence, Hank shrugged. Since you want to eat it, then I'll grant your wish. The old crocodile was overjoyed and thanked Hank repeatedly. Without further ado, Hank began grilling the hyena meat. Hyena meat looks no different from ordinary meat. The only difference is that they have less fat and are very chewy. Kind of meat looks unappetizing and will become very dry after grilling. Soon, Hank finished grilling the hyena meat, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. All around, animals like Little Scar, Sandmao, and King Kong cast curious glances their way. When they saw the roasted meat, they couldn't help but drool. Your Majesty, this meat looks delicious. Not only Little Scar, but the other animals also said that the hyena meat didn't look special and wasn't unpalatable. Hank just smiled and didn't say anything. He handed the piece of hyena meat to the old crocodile. The old crocodile happily came over and tried to take it with its mouth. But after thinking about it for a moment, it chuckled and looked at its wife, saying, "Honey, would you like to try a bite first?" As the saying goes, ladies first, especially my beautiful wife. Sister-in-law Crocodile shook her head in annoyance. I refuse. Crocodile, it is not curious about fresh food. Since Hank said it wasn't tasty, it must not be very good. The old crocodile eat first. Consider it as letting it test the poison first. Then darling, I won't be polite. The old crocodile picked up the hyena meat with its mouth and swallowed it whole. However, this swallowing directly caused trouble. The taste of hyena meat exploded on the old crocodile's taste buds, and an extremely foul stench filled its mouth and esophagus. The old crocodile's previously beaming smile immediately vanished. It retched violently, vomiting up the hyena meat from its stomach. Unfortunately, although the hyena meat was successfully expelled, the taste remained in the old crocodile's stomach. This caused the old crocodile extreme distress. Do these bastards eat shit all day? This tastes so ugh. The old crocodile cursed as he gagged. Outsiders, viewers in the live stream were intrigued to see the old crocodile vomiting. Hyena meat can actually make a crocodile vomit. As long as it provides nutrition, animals will eat it. Yes, I once saw a video of a lion eating animal intestines, and it was pooping as it ate. Holy crap, don't even mention it. The image makes me want to vomit. Just how disgusting must hyena meat be for a crocodile to vomit? Coach Zhao, who usually has little presence in the program, seized this opportunity. He immediately smiled and explained, the reason why hyenas taste bad is because their bodies secrete a special kind of mucus, also known as hyena butter. These butters are pheromones used for communication between their groups. Even from 4 kilometers away, its scent could be detected by its companions. For predators, this butter is a nightmare. This makes hyena meat taste rotten. Professor Wu nodded in agreement. Coach Zhao is absolutely right. So, in the past, even if lions hunted hyenas in the wild, they wouldn't eat them. They only carry their carcasses in a show of force to intimidate other hyenas. During the live stream, Hank shrugged helplessly. I already told you, old crocodile. You just don't believe me. Crocodile, constantly retching, was on the verge of tears, filled with remorse. Old crocodile, I promise I'll listen to my little friend from now on. Your words are the truth. Beside them, Sister Crocodile and Little Scar were incredibly relieved. Thankfully, they didn't taste it, otherwise they would be the ones vomiting right now. At the same time, all the animals silently reached a consensus in their hearts. That's what Hank said, you must believe her. Old Crocodile is a typical example. Although the old crocodile was in pain, he still did not slow down the group's pace. After resting for a while, Hank and the animals set off towards the first camp. This lake is not far from the first camp. After crossing the hills, passing through the grasslands, and entering the woods, follow the stream to reach the first camp. As soon as Hank and her group entered the forest, they were immediately spotted by Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom. Both of them were delighted when they smelled the familiar scent. Hank is back. But when they smelled the scent of the old crocodile couple, their expressions darkened. Chapter 129 Bad Breath Crocodile. Mom, you should be able to smell it, right? Tiger Mom stood up and said in a deep voice. Leopard Mom also stood up and said in a deep voice, I can smell it. It smells like an unfamiliar animal. I don't know if this is a new ally my benefactor has recruited or if my benefactor is in danger. Anyway, you'll know once you go and see for yourself. Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom reached an agreement. After entrusting the tiger cub and leopard cub to the cow mother's care, he quickly ran towards Ank's direction. The cow mother was somewhat surprised by this. It didn't understand why the tiger mom and leopard mom had suddenly left in such a hurry. However, it didn't care since it was very safe here. Watching the little tiger and the little leopard play together. The cow mother was very emotional. I never thought that one day I would be taking care of two carnivorous animal calves. How would they react if their former tribespeople saw this? The cow mom felt that meeting Ank marked the beginning of the peak of her cow life. Ank and the others had arrived in the woods by the stream. Upon seeing the stream, the old crocodile couple's eyes lit up. The long journey left them with dry bodies, which, while not life-threatening, made them very uncomfortable. Just as old crocodile was about to speak, he saw Ank, little Scar, and the others immediately dodge away, retreating at least 7 or 8 meters. King Kong flew even higher, shouting, Attention! Poison gas bombs are coming. Poison gas bombs are coming. Old crocodile. No, are you being polite? Although it no longer gags, eating hyena meat has given it bad breath. Along the way, whenever it opened its mouth, Ank, Xiaoba, Jingang, Sanmao and other animals immediately ran away. Old crocodile felt like crying and looked at his wife. The crocodile did not dodge. Indeed, there's only one wife in the world. However, before it could finish speaking, it was slapped by its sister-in-law crocodile with a flick of its tail. You have bad breath. Why are you even speaking? Just because I didn't dodge doesn't mean I don't dislike you. Shut up. The old crocodile lowered its head and silently shut its mouth. She looked utterly aggrieved. In the live stream, the viewers felt a pang of sympathy. This is the first time I felt sorry for a crocodile. Yeah, ever since we ate hyena meat, Bossin and the others have been disgusted with us. Haha. What? You guys are actually pitying the old crocodile. You should have some pity on yourselves. Old crocodile has a wife, do you? Old crocodile's wife looks fierce, but she actually loves old crocodile very much. Ank and the others avoided her, but she did not. Holy crap, that's heartbreaking. Who said I don't have a girlfriend? I'm going to get an inflatable one right now. During the live stream, the crocodile told Ank that it and the old crocodile planned to go into the water. Ank naturally had no objection to this. The stream is not small, it can hold 2 crocodiles. However, Anku kept this in her heart. The next exploration will not necessarily involve encountering water sources anytime and anywhere. In this case, the old crocodile couple might face a situation where they cannot come into contact with water for several days. Ideally, you should bring a swimming pool. In this way, the old crocodile couple can soak in the water when they need to rest. As the group walked forward, they encountered the leopard mother and tiger mother. Upon seeing the 2 large cats, King Kong and Little Scar were overjoyed. It's a leopard mom and a tiger mom. We really went to their troubles. They even came out to greet us. Little Scar, King Kong, and the 2 big cats greeted each other and started playing together. In the live broadcast room, this scene amazed everyone. I actually saw friendship in different animals. I'm so envious. I don't have that many friends. I feel like I'm living worse than a monkey. Isn't this normal? We are all just cattle and horses. Holy crap, it's breached. During the live stream, the 2 big cats, Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom, walked up to Ank. They were very respectful. The mother leopard smiled and bowed slightly, saying, Welcome back, my benefactor. Its joy was understated. On the other side, Tiger Mom said smugly, I thought you didn't want us to come. They've been gone for so long, and we haven't seen a trace of them. Leopard Mom chimed in with a wicked grin. My benefactor, Tiger Mom has been looking forward to your return every day. I also go out for a walk every day to see if I can run into you. Tiger Mom's face immediately turned red, and she retorted loudly, I didn't. I was just out patrolling the territory as usual. I was ensuring its safety. The leopard mother rolled her eyes, ignoring the tiger mother. If you say so, then it is. Ank chuckled. He believed what Leopard Mom said was true. Since his natural affinity has increased, Tiger Mom will also be affected. So it's normal for a tiger mom to care about herself. Just then, the sound of rushing water arose. Then came 2 heavy footsteps. I never expected that someone would dare to steal my young friend, even in the jungle. The crocodile sister-in-law emerged from the water and spoke in a cold voice. Since you have no malicious intent, I, old crocodile, will give you a chance. I order you to leave within 3 seconds. The old crocodile wielded the knife with great force. The two crocodiles, each over 8 meters long and as big as a truck, were extremely intimidating. The leopard mother and the tiger mother are not in the same weight class as them. The two large cats immediately became alert, baring their teeth and hissing at the two crocodiles. Without Ankh leading the way, the animals cannot communicate with each other. Mom, you take the master and leave first. I'll handle things here. Tiger Mom made a decision immediately. However, the leopard mother did not listen. How can the mother tiger handle these two big guys on her own? Moreover, the other side can also use poison gas attacks. When the larger crocodile opened its mouth, it smelled an extremely foul odor. Seeing the tension between the two sides, Ankh quickly intervened. We already made a fool of ourselves last time, so we can't afford to make another one this time. He quickly said to both sides, please calm down. Little leopard, tiger mom, these are the companions I met on this trip, old crocodile and his wife. As she spoke, Ankh activated her ability, enabling the animals present to communicate with each other. Then, he introduced the old crocodiles and the others. These are my old friends, leopard mom and tiger mom. The old crocodile couple finally relaxed. Oh, so you're my friend's friends. Hello, hello. The crocodile sister, in-law immediately became friendly and took the initiative to greet him. In its eyes, Ankh and its friends are all talented people. Not only does she have a pleasant voice, but she also has the skill to cook delicious food. Ha! The old crocodile laughed heartily and said, as expected of you, young friend, you have friends everywhere. As soon as it opened its mouth, Ankh and the others retreated once again. This also includes leopard moms and tiger moms. The two large cats stared at each other, somewhat bewildered. Why would Ankh befriend an animal that can release poisonous gas? How uncomfortable it must be to live together like this. I told you to shut up. Why won't you listen? The sister-in-law crocodile immediately scolded the old crocodile. Now look what's happened. I've given my new friend a bad first impression. Chapter 130 Natural Affinity is about to reach level 4. For the talkative old crocodile, not speaking is the greatest torture. However, it had no choice. Whenever it opened its mouth, all the animals, including Ankh, would stay far away from it. It can only choose to keep quiet. Crocodile sister-in-law, the leopard mother and tiger mother finally understood why the old crocodile had bad breath. It's all because it ate hyena meat. The leopard mom and tiger mom greatly admired the old crocodile. A crocodile that dares to eat hyena meat is truly ruthless. In the past, hyenas frequently appeared in the areas where they lived. So they know that this kind of dirty, disgusting, and unpalatable dog food is real. Meanwhile, the tiger mom and leopard mom helped Ankh tame the old crocodile couple. The two beasts were very impressed. Even when they encounter the old crocodile couple, they have to go around them. It is almost impossible to defeat these two giant crocodiles. Even if you manage to win by chance, you will suffer serious injuries. However, Ankh was able to tame these two enormous creatures, which is truly admirable. After both sides realized they weren't enemies, they started chatting casually. The atmosphere was joyful and harmonious. Only the old crocodile was ostracized and walked at the very back, feeling depressed. Soon, after a few steps, Ankh and her group finally returned to the camp. Inside the camp, after seeing Ankh return, the little tiger and the little leopard immediately raised their tails and excitedly rushed towards Ankh. Master, I missed you so much. Master, I want to complain. The little wild leopard is always bullying me. The two little ones pounced on Ankh and kept rubbing against him. It's been a while since I last saw them, and the two little ones have grown quite a bit. The mother and daughter cows also came out to welcome Ankh's return. After Ankh left, no one drank the cow's milk. This made it feel as if life had lost its meaning. Now that Ankh is back, its milk finally has someone to drink it. The little cow wanted to get close to Ankh and rub against her, just like the little leopard and the little tiger. However, when it inadvertently saw the two large creatures standing behind it, it was startled. He quickly hid behind his mother. The calf was very timid. The cow mom also saw two crocodiles and was terrified. However, it quickly calmed down. Since they are able to stay with their benefactor, they are most likely friends of their benefactor, just like tiger moms and leopard moms. To put her mind at ease, the mother cow asked, My benefactor, who are these two people behind you? These two are friends that our benefactor met on this trip, leopard mom answered on Ankh's behalf. Ankh laughed heartily. That's right. This is the old crocodile and its wife. From now on, they will be one of us. Little Milk, if leopard mom and tiger mom have to go out in the future, they can also protect you and your daughter's safety. Sister-in, Law Crocodile quickly chimed in. Your friend is my friend. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I'll kill them with a death roll. Even though the cow mother was mentally prepared. However, the mother cow still felt a little overwhelmed by the warmth she received from the cold-blooded animal. Back when it was still in its clan, it had to be wary of crocodiles every time it went to the river to drink water. It witnessed firsthand how violent and brutal these animals were. But now there's a crocodile right in front of it offering to protect its safety. Neo Shung completely invincible. The mother cow was naturally very happy, since she and her daughter would no longer have to worry about safety issues. On land, there are a tiger mother and a leopard mother. In the water, there are 2 crocodiles. My benefactor is truly amazing. We must make sure he eats and drinks well, and give him quality milk in return. The only thing it could do to repay Ankh was to give her its breasts. My benefactor can squeeze in however he wants. Naturally, the cow mom had to respond to her sister-in-law crocodile's enthusiasm. It began with a few polite words. Then it smiled and said, with the addition of new friends, the camp needs to be expanded. Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom nodded in agreement with Cow Mom's statement. The current camp is no longer large enough to accommodate the 2 enormous crocodiles. However, Enku smiled mysteriously and said, expanding the camp is just a matter of a second. Ankh's words surprised the Tiger Mom, Leopard Mom, Cow Mom, and other unsuspecting animals. Master, expanding the camp only takes a second? My benefactor, why do you say that? I remember you and Little Scar spent quite a bit of time on them before. Ankh didn't say much, went directly to the side of Camp 1, and then chose a suitable spot. Immediately afterwards, Camp 2 was released from the personal space. A new campsite immediately appeared on the previously empty space. This incredible scene left the bewildered leopard mother, tiger mother, and milkmaid mother utterly astonished. How did this happen? Emotionally stable, leopard mom lost her composure. All eyes, filled with curiosity and shock, turned to Enku. I want to know the answer. However, Ankh didn't know how to explain it, since it was supposed to be a portable space. These animals certainly can't understand. It can only be explained superficially that he now has an invisible storage bag. Even so, the tiger mom and the other animals were still completely bewildered. I just felt it was impressive but didn't quite understand it. It's okay if you don't understand, just know that it's awesome. The master benefactor is incredibly awesome. Ankh didn't continue on that topic. Instead, he inquired about the recent situation at the camp. Has anything changed? Tiger Mom nodded. There have been beast attacks recently. Ankh grasped the key point. There have been several beast attacks. Yes, my benefactor. Leopard Mom nodded. But we managed to hold them off. It's nothing serious. Ankh nodded after hearing this, even though Leopard Mom said there was nothing seriously wrong. But he remained secretly vigilant. The repeated beast attacks indicate that the difficulty of the National Fortune game is increasing. There might be another beast attack tonight. The beast attacks arranged by the National Fortune game cannot be affected by natural affinity. We must take it seriously. Speaking of which, Ankh began to take the ability of natural affinity seriously. Logically speaking, the Golden Finger should be at a higher level than the National Fortune game. It's impossible that the animals that the National Fate game arranged for the beast attack wouldn't be affected, right? Is it because my level is not high enough? Thinking of this, Enku realized that he hadn't checked his attribute panel in a long time. I'll take a look now. This inspection brought Ankh an unexpected surprise. This is based on the progress bar for the Natural Affinity skill. He will most likely reach level 4 in Natural Affinity by tomorrow. Level 4 Natural Affinity is highly likely to affect a behemoth like the old crocodile. Make them want to be close to you and not hurt you. Most importantly, it might unlock entirely new features. For example, at level 2, Ankh unlocks the ability to communicate with animals. Chapter 131, they want to have monkeys for kingin. Ankh was filled with anticipation. Perfect, it'll give the animals a few days to rest. Furthermore, Ankh plans to transform the second camp into a reservoir, so that the old crocodiles and their companions can rest along the way. The little Scars and the others need to come back to bring the monkey troop. Ankh planned to go directly and uproot the habitat of Little Scar and the others, and put it into her personal space. It's worth mentioning that Ankh was given 50 square meters of personal space. This means there are no height restrictions. However, the portable space also has the same gravitational pull as Earth. That is, weight. Therefore, although there is no height limit, it is not possible to stack infinitely as in theory. Otherwise, the items placed on the bottom layer will be damaged. Ankh didn't care about this. Once the space is expanded, it can completely mimic the operation of a skyscraper and be used for storage. After considering the next steps, Ankh said to Tiger Mom, Leopard Mom, and Cow Mom, I have something to announce next, and you can decide for yourselves. Tiger Mom, Leopard Mom, and Cow Mom all pricked up their ears and took it seriously. They dared not be careless in the slightest when it came to Nku's affairs. My benefactor, please speak. Master, why don't you make the decisions about some things yourself? Yes, our benefactor, we will follow your arrangements. The mothers all felt that Ankh could make her own arrangements, and they would listen to Ankh in everything. However, Ankh shook her head. This matter concerns your future lives, and you must make the decision yourselves. We are partners, and I will follow whatever choices you make. Ankh will then explore the island. This means that they will be homeless for the rest of their lives, and that they will face unknown dangers. It is highly likely that he will lose his life. Therefore, Ankh decided to let the animals make their own decisions. Let's see if they're still willing to follow us. Ankh naturally hoped that all the animals would be willing to follow her. After spending a lot of time together, it felt like we were all one family. Separation is accompanied by reluctance and sadness. Sometimes he wondered what would happen if one day he returned to reality, or if the game, National Destiny, changed his map. What will happen to these animal companions on the island? His personal space can no longer accommodate living beings. Whenever Ankh thought of this, she didn't want to think about it anymore. If the animals choose to leave the group and intend to live a settled life, Ankh will also respect their choices and fulfill their wishes. After all good things must come to an end. Ankh shared her thoughts, and then smiled and said, "That's roughly how things are. You can decide for yourselves." The mother leopard was the first to speak, without the slightest hesitation. My benefactor, my son and I are willing to follow you forever. Forever. Although it seems like the leopard mother is always the prey, the tiger mother is the one catching them. But Ankh has brought a real improvement to their quality of life. Leopard Mom believes that with Ankh around, anything can be accomplished and no difficulty is insurmountable. Milk Mom nodded in agreement, and it smiled. Benefactor, you didn't actually need to ask us. We will follow you unconditionally. For dairy cows, following Anko is an additional layer of protection. With Ankh around, it and its daughter will be in no danger. After all, he had so many bodyguards around him. Once it leaves Ankh, its peak of life will come to an end. She will once again live a life of constant anxiety with her daughter. A dairy cow mom be willing now? So wherever Ankh goes, it will follow. Unless Ankh no longer needs it. Ankh had actually guessed that this would be the outcome. The leopard mom and the cow mom will absolutely follow him unconditionally. The reason for asking is to respect their opinions and let them know that they are free to be with us. Ankh's good intentions were naturally rewarded. Both the leopard mom and the cow mom felt a warmth in their hearts. Ankh truly treats them equally, rather than treating them as oxen and horses, or as tools. Leopard mom secretly vowed to hunt more for Ankh. Help Ankh protect her home. The cow mom vowed that Nai Z would always belong to Nku. Even if you squeeze it dry, it will not hesitate. Ankh looked at Tiger Mom one last time. It's the only one that might leave. Because Tiger Mom became a member of Ankh's team before the influence of natural affinity even began. Therefore, Ankh has never actively used her abilities to influence Tiger Mom. Its attitude towards Ankh depends entirely on its true feelings. Tiger Mom saw Ankh looking over. Without much curiosity, he asked, "Master, what's so interesting?" Just like Mom said, you can decide everything. Besides, even if I don't intend to follow you, my son won't be happy about it. So I had no choice but to follow along. The leopard mother and the cow mother looked at the tiger mother, trying not to laugh. After spending this time together, they naturally understood the tiger mother's personality. Even at this point, they're still being arrogant. Just then, the little tiger came over. It said, "Mom, I'm not a child anymore. Can you please stop bringing this up? You clearly want to stay with your master, but you insist on saying it's because of me." The little tiger grumbled unhappily. Soon, the cries of tiger cubs echoed through the camp. And the tiger mom scolding, "Haven't disciplined you in a while? You think you're all grown up?" Ankh quickly stepped in front of the tiger cub and comforted the tiger mother, saying, "Tiger mother, calm down, calm down. It's normal for a child not to be able to talk. No way, I'm going to teach this brat a lesson today." The incident passed quickly. At this point, all the animals clearly agreed to follow Ankh in exploring the island. This result satisfied Ankh. In this way, they don't have to separate. "Little Scar, let's go to your habitat first and help you move." Ankh plans to first address the relocation of the small Scar monkey population's habitat. Meanwhile, the old crocodile, the tiger mother, and other animals stayed at the camp to do other preparations. For example, hunting and storing supplies are done by the tiger mother and leopard mother. Another thing is to dig a large reservoir at the second camp so that the old crocodiles can live there. This was handled by the monkey troop that remained on site. Sanmao, on the other hand, returned to his original cave and retrieved flintlock gun parts. The habitat of the relocated scarred animals is very simple. You only need to add all the specified trees to your personal space. Bring the soil along too, since there's no height restriction. The height of the tree does not need to be considered. Aang's move shocked all the female monkeys and baby monkeys present. In the eyes of these animals, Aang's move was like a divine intervention. Animals all have a tendency to admire the strong. Many female monkeys felt an urge. That means telling little Scar, let's not contact each other anymore. We only have Kingen in our hearts. They want to have monkeys for Kingen. Chapter 132 possesses iron weapons. Relocating the monkey troop's habitat is now a piece of cake for Aang. They quickly returned to camp. Back at camp, the monkeys were still digging. Aang wasn't in a hurry to build a reservoir. He set out to forge a weapon, an axe. Although Aang previously had an axe, it wasn't very refined. Although it's called an axe, it's actually more of a stone knife. Cutting down trees is fine for everyday tasks, but it won't work in combat. Since we're going out to explore, danger is inevitable. We must forge a sturdy and durable weapon. Therefore, Aang plans to forge an iron axe. Besides digging, iron can also be obtained in the wild through adsorption. Take a large amount of yellow clay, then add charcoal and mix thoroughly. Then they were shaped into mud balls and set aside to dry. After the mud balls are dried, they are placed in hot charcoal and calcined. The charred mud is then broken up to obtain iron. At first, the viewers in the live stream didn't understand what Aang was planning to do. I thought it was ceramics making, but who makes ceramics by kneading it into clay balls? However, when the answer was revealed, the audience was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! Forgive my ignorance, but iron can be smelted from clay? Add 1. I feel like I wasted my 9 years of compulsory education on dogs. Even I, a student admitted through the recommendation program, can't understand why iron can be fired from yellow clay. College student, this is magic. Upstairs, can you please stop belittling us college students? All we know is that this is the Pythagorean theorem. Isn't this the Tyndall effect? This is hilarious. You guys are really something. In the segment, Kang Hui noticed that viewers had many questions about Nku's actions. He couldn't help but look at Professor Wu and the other experts present. Professor Wu, Professor Zhao, could you please explain why Nku was able to extract iron from the yellow mud? Professor Wu nodded slightly. Of course I know that. But knowing this is one thing. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to make it like Aang. Professor Wu's words surprised the 3 hosts, Kang Hui, Sa Baining, and Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei asked curiously, Professor Wu, why do you say that? Because often, due to habitual thinking, we don't consider that yellow mud contains iron. Coach Zhao answered for Professor Wu. Aang's skills surpassed those of many scholars and experts. In the wilderness, he was the true king. Coach Zhao was generous with his praise for Nku. The other experts nearby shared the same sentiment, all of them admiring Aang. When it comes to smelting iron, the first thing that comes to mind is iron ore. But Aang was able to think of the iron element contained in the yellow mud. The iron in the yellow clay is extracted by reacting charcoal at high temperatures. Although each piece of yellow clay can only be smelted into a small amount of iron, little by little, it adds up. With Aang's current manpower and resources, he could condense the iron needed to make daggers and axes in just a few hours. After listening to the comments from Professor Wu, Coach Zhao, and other experts, Nku's standing in the hearts of Kang Hui, Sa Baining, Lu Yifei, and others has risen even higher. With outstanding individuals like Nku in the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom is truly blessed. Kang Hui gave it high praise. Generally speaking, it is a column aimed at the whole country. The host won't make any definitive statements. But Kang Hui doesn't care about Aang's current performance at all. Even if Aang were to return to reality now, she would still be a great contributor to the Dragon Kingdom. During the live stream, Aang, having obtained the iron, began heating it in a ceramic container, melted into molten iron. Finally, a mold was made of clay, and molten iron was poured onto it to shape it. After cooling with cold water, repeat the process several times, heating and then quickly cooling with cold water to improve the toughness and strength of the iron. Finally, it's time to sharpen and polish the blade. As for polishing, since there is no suitable equipment, this step can be completely omitted. Recently, by simply adding a handle, I obtained an iron dagger and an iron axe. Aang held a dagger in one hand and an axe in the other. I felt very satisfied and safe. There's a saying that goes, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. With 2 iron weapons, Aang felt her combat power was off the charts. At the same time, he tried swinging the axe, forcefully chopping at the wooden stake in front of him that was as thick as a thigh. Currently, Ank's strength is the greatest on Earth, at least enough to rival animals like rhinoceroses and elephants. Therefore, Ank's axe smashed the wooden stake to pieces, sending debris flying everywhere. The wooden stake looked as if it had been hit by an explosive grenade. The terrifying force shocked all the viewers in the live stream. Holy crap, is Boss an even human? That force is terrifying. Nothing's wrong with that, is it? If I had an iron axe, I could do it too. A keyboard warrior upstairs? Hilarious. If you're so capable, why don't you do a live stream offline? We'd like to see how you manage to do it. Sure enough, typing doesn't require thinking. Any grenade with less power could not have caused the same level of damage as Bossin. Ank's attack turned the wooden stake into fragments. No one can do it by manpower alone. Even foreigners couldn't find any place to spray. He was deeply shocked by Ank's axe blow. During the live stream, the animals present were shocked, or rather, frightened. King Kong's fur stood on end, and he cried out that his heart couldn't take it. Little Scar and the others' monkey eyes grew brighter, and their admiration for Ankh deepened. Ankh is their king. The more powerful the king is, the happier they are. The old crocodile was rinsing his mouth in the stream, trying to get rid of his bad breath. It gasped when it witnessed Ankh's terrifying attack. We must never provoke Ankh, our little friend. Otherwise, the consequences would be even worse than being rolled around in death by his wife. Ankh herself was quite surprised. I never imagined that its power would grow to this extent. He felt like Captain America right now. He was confident he could kill even the largest creatures in the future. Without a hard outer shell comparable to steel, it would be almost impossible to withstand the attack of this axe. Afterwards, Ankh made a simple carrying tool. He placed the dagger on his calf, while the axe was tucked into his waistband. This makes it convenient to use anytime. Your Majesty, could you also make such weapons for us? Little Scar and the others gathered around, looking on with envy. Their current weapons are all made of wood, and their power is too weak. Crocodile before, the monkey's attack only caused it minor injuries. Fortunately, the old crocodile was not harmed, but this also shows that wooden weapons are ineffective. They must upgrade their equipment if they want to be effective in future battles. Chapter 133 Large-Scale Beast Attack. If they didn't change their weapons, Little Scar and the others were afraid that they and the other monkeys would be eliminated. Then he was abandoned by Ankh. Actually, the Little Scars didn't know that, as primates. Even if they are not good at fighting, they have things that other animals can never do. Therefore, it will definitely not be eliminated. Even if they are truly worthless, Ankh will keep them by her side. Ankh is just that kind of person. He will treat anyone who has ever been kind to him, whether human or animal, with sincerity. Ankh nodded slightly, agreeing with Little Scar and the others' idea. We definitely need to upgrade Little Scar's weapons. However, he glanced at the sky. Before we knew it, the last rays of the setting sun had already bathed the earth. It took him a whole day to make the 2 iron weapons. It's getting late. Let's wait until tomorrow. Ankh smiled and said to Little Scar and the others, Tonight, let's finish building the pool for the old crocodile couple. Beside her, the crocodile sister-in-law said nonchalantly, Hey, young friend, you just do your thing. Our matter is not in a hurry. Even without water, we can stay on land for a while. Ankh resolutely refused. Sister-in-law, since you and old crocodile have chosen to follow me, then I definitely need to be responsible for you. Only when you live comfortably can you feel at ease. Sister-in-law crocodile listened, and she couldn't be happier. Haha, young friend, you're so thoughtful. I'm so glad that old crocodile has made a friend like you. Ankh knew this very well. Animals and humans are actually the same. Only sincerity can win sincerity. Night fell quickly. The leopard mother and tiger mother who went out hunting also returned one after another. They brought back a lot of prey, a very fruitful haul. The quantity is enough for Ankh's small team to consume for about 3 days. Don't underestimate the fact that it's only 3 days. You should know that there are several money-devouring beasts in the team. Tiger Mom, Leopard Mom, and the old crocodile couple. Of course, under special circumstances, the old crocodile couple may not need to eat. Because crocodiles are very special animals, even if they don't eat. They can survive for about a year, or even longer. Its tenacity is unimaginable. Perhaps this is why they have been able to survive from ancient times to the present. Samao also brought back flintlock gun parts. That's the frame of the flintlock musket, which is the handle and the barrel. They are a single unit. Now all Ankh needs is the barrel to fire this flintlock rifle. He simply tossed the flintlock parts into his personal storage space. And Ku immediately said to the cooks, Cooks, serve dinner. Tonight will be my last night here. This place has been Ankh's camp ever since she entered the National Fortune game. But tomorrow, he will leave here and embark on a comprehensive exploration of the island. As Ankh announced that it was time to eat, the animals were all overjoyed, and the atmosphere was cheerful. However, what Ankh and the others didn't know was that the live stream outside was in an uproar. Inside the high-level meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom, Mr. Lee and other high-ranking leaders had originally planned to rest and have dinner. However, the director of the intelligence agency soon received messages from surveillance agents from various parties. A contestant from the United States was attacked by a mammoth. The indigenous nation has been attacked by a gorilla over 5 meters tall. The Russian bear country has also been attacked by large animals. Tonight, countless countries have been attacked by beasts. And it was an attack by a large wild animal. The animals attacked were all larger than normal animals, such as giant centipedes. Even many long-extinct animals have appeared, such as mammoths and short-faced bears. At this moment, high-level officials and professional teams from all over the world are in a state of utter panic. The news quickly reached the ears of ordinary people. The moment people heard about it, they immediately rushed to other countries' live streams to watch what happened to their athletes. Thousand Islands Kingdom live stream. The athlete from the Thousand Islands was attacked by the Argentine giant eagle. Its wingspan is at least 10 meters. Its sharp beak and claws allow it to deliver a fatal blow. If it pounces on you, it will definitely rip out your internal organs. Meanwhile, the Dog Kingdom encountered a giant centipede. Centipedes can reach 5 or 6 meters in length and are covered by a thick exoskeleton. Its most deadly feature is its potent poison. Once bitten, death is practically a given. From the dog, Loving Country was unfortunately bitten on the arm. It's not that he wasn't vigilant, but rather that the giant centipede's attack was unexpected. They can move stealthily in the soil. Then, once it gets close to the target, it suddenly bursts out of the ground and attacks, making it impossible to defend against. The dog, owning country, saw this scene. The entire nation's expression changed drastically. They all felt it was all over. Putting aside the fact that the athletes will die, they will lose 5 years of their lifespan. If 10,000 giant centipedes were to descend upon them, how could they possibly withstand it? However, the contestant from the dog, rich country, did something astonishing. After escaping the giant centipede's attack, he immediately gritted his teeth and broke off his own arm. However, without any sharp knives and only a small stone knife, this scene is simply a challenge to human nerves. The scene was incredibly horrific. However, all countries are currently preoccupied with other matters. Those countries that had not yet been attacked by beasts quickly sent messages to their own national leaders, telling them to leave the camp that night and find a safe place to hide. On the Dragon Kingdom's side, after learning about the situation, the high-level leaders also immediately planned to send a message to Enku. The beast attacks she faces will likely be more difficult than those in other countries. What if we encounter an even more ferocious ancient creature? No matter how many animals there are, it won't help. If there is danger, try to avoid it if possible. Inside the highest meeting room, Mr. Lee immediately began editing a 100-word bullet screen comment. Everyone present held their breath and waited quietly. However, just as Lee Lao finished editing half of his comment, Enku was attacked by a beast during the live stream. Live stream. Ankh and a group of animals happily ate roasted meat. Besides grilled meat, there are also various fruits, as well as milk, honey. However, the tiger mom and leopard mom soon noticed something was wrong. They immediately became alert, baring their teeth and roaring at the dark jungle. Their actions immediately caught the attention of Ankh and the other animals. All the animals stopped eating and looked in the direction where the tiger mother and leopard mother had issued the warning. Ankh was prepared and immediately got up. When I returned today, I asked the leopard mom and tiger mom about the recent situation at the camp. Upon learning of the recent beast attacks, he became secretly on guard. We are prepared to face a beast attack. Mommy, take the little ones back to the camp, Ankh instructed. Also returning to camp were the mother monkeys and baby monkeys from the Little Scar tribe. These animals are weak in combat and will only be a hindrance if they stay here. Afterwards, Ankh arranged for Little Scar and the others to light campfires around the camp. Let the firelight illuminate the entire camp. This will make combat easier. Chapter 134 Titan Serpent. The firelight illuminated the area around the camp. However, the woods not far away remained shrouded in darkness. Human vision cannot see anything in the dark. Ankh could only hear the occasional rustling sound reaching her ears. At the same time, there was a hissing sound. Ankh's heart skipped a beat. Possessing top-tier wilderness knowledge, he immediately knew what kind of creature it was. It's a snake. And there's more than one. At least 3, or even more. Everyone be careful. This time it's a snake attacking. Ankh warned all the animals present. Little Scar, move back a bit. Snakes attack unexpectedly, and they prioritize attacking smaller prey. In this way, they can swallow it whole. Therefore, small scars are more dangerous. But the little scars and their kind don't have hind legs. They resolutely stood with Ankh. Your Majesty, you may not hold us back, but we certainly won't. That's right. We can't let the king be in danger. We will always stand with the king. Little Scar and the others didn't care at all about the danger they and the other monkeys were in. If Ankh needs them, they will give their lives without reservation. And Ku smiled helplessly, but felt a warmth in her heart. King Kong, fly up and check their location. The inability to determine the location greatly increases the risk. However, King Kong was completely powerless at this moment, and his body was trembling. Master, I can't do it. It longed to fly, but no matter what it did, it couldn't take off. King Kong reacted strongly upon hearing that it was a snake. It was almost eaten by a snake before, but fortunately Ankh appeared and saved it. Ankh was speechless, but she didn't blame Jean Gang. After all, King Kong almost died earlier. Sanmao dragged King Kong back. Since King Kong is no longer useful, staying here would only be a hindrance. So we decided to let it stay at the camp with the cows. The shashasha sound continued to draw closer. At this moment, the old crocodile smiled easily, but this smile made Ankh and the other animals frown. The old crocodile was a little embarrassed, so he could only turn his face away. Then he continued, Everyone, don't worry, I'll go check the situation. Old Crocodile decided to risk his life and personally go to check the enemy's location. Hee, you don't need to worry about me. The old crocodile smiled easily, intending to calm everyone down. However, when it turned its head, it found that no one present looked worried. There wasn't even any attempt to dissuade them. The old crocodile's expression froze instantly. No, don't you care about me at all? Aren't you going to try to stop them? Sister-in, Law Crocodile immediately retorted in an annoyed tone. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Since you're going, then hurry up and go. Don't dawdle here. With your size, what can a snake do to you? The old crocodile felt wronged, but he remained silent and stepped forward. Afterwards, Inka shook her head and chuckled. Reason we didn't try to stop the old crocodile was its large size. King Kong was terrified and could only let the old crocodile go forward to probe and find the snake's location. Given the crocodile's size, over 8 meters long, even a snake couldn't do anything to it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the old crocodile slowly moved forward. As half of its body disappeared into the darkness, the hissing sound grew even louder. The old crocodile wasn't intimidated and roared towards the source of the sound. One man can hold the pass against 10,000. The roar seemed to have angered the enemy. Attacked the old crocodile. It was incredibly fast, and before the old crocodile could react, it had already pounced on it. To wrap its body around the old crocodile. The speed was so fast that no one present could react in time. The old crocodile immediately lost its ability to move and was tightly coiled by the python. The animals present and the viewers in the live broadcast room all saw the animal that attacked. It was indeed a snake, but an extremely large python. Its body length is at least 17 meters. That length is twice the body length of an old crocodile. During the live broadcast, all the viewers' expressions changed drastically, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Such a long snake. That's terrifying. It could easily swallow a person whole. One person? You're seriously underestimating a snake that's over 10 meters long. It could probably swallow 3 people at the same time without any problem. Is this some kind of madness, playing the game of national destiny? It's leaving no way out for anyone. In the program, the hosts, including Kang Hui, also had drastic changes in expression and broke out in a cold sweat. Liu Yifei looked anxiously at Professor Wu and other experts and scholars and said, Professor Wu, please think of a solution. What should we do in this situation? Professor Wu, Coach Zhao, and other experts present all looked troubled. Coach Zhao said dejectedly, Miss Liu, we don't have any good ideas either. This giant python is estimated to be about 17 meters long, and such a size means that it could weigh at least a ton. And the force with which they strangle their prey is equivalent to an 8-ton truck pressing down on their chest. Coach Zhao's words turned Liu Yifei, Kang Hui, and the others pale. Can the force of the winch reach 8 tons? Under this force, a person can only last about 3 seconds, Professor Wu said in a deep voice. Inside the live stream, the viewers looked at each other in bewilderment. 3 seconds? Professor Wu, aren't you giving us too much credit? It's like an 8-ton truck running over your chest. It would probably pull out something from your body. It won't come out, but bursting is unavoidable. So, what should we do now? What method does Bossin plan to use to get out of trouble? Once you get entangled with him, even if Bossin is in excellent physical condition, it will be of no use. The audience was right. Even if Nku's physical abilities are now superb, he will surely die if he is entangled by the giant python. They can last a few seconds longer than the average person. This is the first time I've ever seen such a big snake. Tiger Mom's voice cracked. It was absolutely stunning. My benefactor, what should we do now? Leopard Mom asked Ankh. They had no good way to deal with this giant python. Ankh fell into deep thought, staring intently at the giant python that was coiled around the old crocodile. Although the old crocodile was entangled, it was not to be trifled with. It used its terrifying bite force to tear apart the giant python. The giant python roared in pain. They also launched a counterattack. It wrapped its long body around the old crocodile's mouth. Crocodiles have an amazing bite force, but their opening power is pitifully small. This move by the python was a fatal blow to the old crocodile. You bastard! How dare you bully my husband? The crocodile's sister-in-law immediately flew into a rage. They immediately rushed forward to help the old crocodile escape its predicament. However, Nku stopped her, saying, "Sister-in-law, wait a minute." Sister-in-law crocodile stopped in her tracks and looked at Nku, asking, "Young friend, what is it?" Ankh said quickly, "You, Tiger Mom, and Leopard Mom will cover me. I'll rescue old crocodile." This statement surprised Sister Crocodile, Leopard Mom, and Tiger Mom. They resolutely refused. Chapter 135 One-Hit Kill. Shocking the entire audience. Ankh was too weak in the eyes of her sister-in-law Crocodile, Tiger Mom, and Leopard Mom. Therefore, it would be too risky for him to go forward. It's important to know that there wasn't just one giant python. Once Ankh is targeted, it will be in great danger. The crocodile was different. Even when it was coiled around by the giant python, it was able to resist. Although the old crocodile is now entangled and bound by the giant python. But he did not die. The old crocodile's powerful body allowed it to withstand the python's strangulation. Of course, this is only temporary. If the old crocodile isn't rescued in time, it will still die. Do as I say. This is an order. Ankh's words were beyond question. Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom froze for a moment, and no matter how unwilling they were, they had no choice but to agree. Ankh said that this was an order. Then we can only comply, not disobey. Crocodile's sister-in-law, standing nearby, stopped interfering, saying, "Young friend, since you put it that way, I won't try to persuade you any further. We will do everything we can to help you fend off the python, and we also hope you can rescue the old crocodile." Sister-in-law Crocodile chose to believe Ankh. Based on past experiences, Ankh has never let it down. Little Scar, you take the rear group and retreat back to camp. This is also an order. Ankh made arrangements once again. Little Scar and his companions were just ordinary-sized monkeys, and their weapons hadn't been upgraded. They were still wooden weapons. In this situation, its effectiveness is very limited. Staying here would only cause trouble for the Tiger Mom, Leopard Mom, and Crocodile sister-in-law, as they need to take care of the monkeys. Secondly, Ankh was also worried that there were more than 3 pythons. If another giant python attacks the camp, the animals in the camp will be in danger. The cow mom and the tiger cub, they don't have much fighting power. So the little Scars retreated to cooperate with the bee swarm. It can withstand the giant python at crucial moments. Despite their worry for Anko, Little Scar and the others did not hesitate and retreated to the camp after he gave them an order. Ank's orders are everything. Very good. Nku's lips curled up, and there was no fear in his eyes when facing the giant python. I just finished making this iron axe today. Let me test how it works. And to see some blood. Feeding the axe with blood. Provide me with cover. After Nku finished speaking, she didn't hesitate any longer and charged out. As soon as he rushed out, his spider sense issued a frantic warning, the highest level of warning at that. This means that enemies are already rushing towards him. Ankh didn't stop and continued to rush straight towards the old crocodile. Young friend, you dare to stop me from rescuing my husband? The crocodile sister-in-law was already prepared to attack. When another giant python appeared and pounced on Ankh, it immediately charged out. The crocodile was extremely fast. Its running posture is like a dog's, using a jumping motion. In the blink of an eye, it opened its blood-red maw and bit the giant python. At the same time, he shook his head, sending the giant python flying, trying to get it away from Ankh. However, after being bitten, the giant python immediately roared and retaliated against the crocodile. Its body began to wrap around the crocodile. The crocodile dared not be careless. Once it was entangled, it would suffer the same fate as the old crocodile. It reacted quickly, immediately rolling on the ground in a deathly motion, disrupting the python's rhythm. The battle against the behemoths has officially begun. Sister-in-law Crocodile's intervention also resolved Ank's crisis. However, No sooner had one crisis ended than another arose. Another giant python appeared in front of Ankh at some point. It raised its head and roared at Ankh, its two sharp fangs incredibly terrifying. Even if you aren't strangled by it, being bitten by those two fangs would be quite a blow. Don't even think about hurting my benefactor. Leopard Mom struck first. With a leap, it knocked the python down and opened its mouth to bite its body. However, the python wriggled its body and swung its tail violently, sending the leopard mother flying. Fights between animals are generally battles of strength and size. Whoever is larger has an absolute advantage. This is why lions and tigers generally don't dare to provoke elephants or rhinos in the wild. It's a thankless task. However, when the leopard mom was thrown off, the tiger mom immediately stepped in to fill the gap. The tiger mother was significantly larger than the leopard mother, and once again pinned the python's head to the ground. It then used its fangs to bite the python. The python, in pain, began to coil around the tiger mother. Ignoring her pain, the leopard mother on the other side got up again and joined the battle. Although tiger moms and leopard moms don't have any advantage in terms of size. However, with the cooperation of the two large cats, they were able to restrain the other giant python. With no other enemies around, Ankh quickly arrived at the giant python that was binding the old crocodile. "You tiny two-legged creature, how dare you be so insolent in front of me?" The giant python's vertical pupils reflected Ankh's figure, even though its body needed to restrain the old crocodile. But it was full of disdain for Ankh. Was too small in its eyes. That's not nearly enough. Ankh didn't care at all about the giant python's disdain. Only a battle can determine who is stronger and who is weaker. Without the slightest hesitation, he gripped the axe and immediately chopped down at the giant python. The giant python roared and reacted immediately. It bared its fangs and pounced on Ankh with incredible speed. However, Ankh, with her spider-like senses, completely grasped the opponent's attack route. It can be said that his horizontal slash was creating an opportunity for himself. The opportunity has arrived. Ankh dodged the giant python's deadly bite by sidestepping. He then sidestepped, positioned himself beside the giant python, raised his axe high, and with a shout, chopped down. The python was quite surprised that the tiny two-legged creature was able to evade its attack. However, it was quite disdainful when it saw Ankh launch an attack. "With your physique, you think you can break through my defenses? A fool's dream. Go to hell." The giant python's body was extremely agile. Failing in its first attack, it turned its head again and lunged at Ankh. It planned to physically withstand one of Ankh's attacks in exchange for the opportunity to attack. However, the giant python soon realized something was wrong. Its gaze slowly fell to the ground. "Huh, what's going on? I didn't possess anyone." The python's CPU burned out, and it lay on the ground for no apparent reason. And in its eyes, Ankh was slowly walking towards it. The python tried to bite it, but found it couldn't. Only then did the giant python realize with shock that its body had been cut in two. This tiny two-legged creature actually managed to breach its physical defenses. It not only broke through the defenses, but also killed the target with a single blow. Impossible, how could this be? Why does this little guy have such powerful attack power? The giant python was filled with all sorts of unbelievable thoughts. As time passed, its consciousness gradually faded, and it eventually fell into darkness. Ankh walked over and sneered at the giant python's head on the ground. "Want to know about the power of weapons?" Chapter 136 has one more thing. The bee is the MVP of the entire match. The giant python was instantly killed by Ankh. All the animals present were shocked. Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom are unbelievable. His master, benefactor, actually killed the giant python in an instant. Although their battle with the giant python was brief, they clearly experienced just how terrifying its defenses were. Even their fangs are unlikely to cause serious damage to the python's skin. It will take at least a lot of effort. Let alone leopard mothers and tiger mothers. Even crocodiles, which rely on bite force, are an example. It was also difficult to deliver a fatal blow to the giant python, and they had to get into a grappling battle. However, Ankh directly severed the giant python's hard body in one fell swoop. The destructive power is truly astonishing. The other two giant pythons were completely dumbfounded. Hey, what are you talking about?" one of the giant pythons said, cold sweat dripping from its forehead. "The third brother was killed just like that?" Another giant python flicked its tongue and replied incredulously, "Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Such a small two-legged creature shouldn't be able to harm us." The two giant pythons were completely unable to comprehend the value of iron weapons. Actually, the main credit doesn't go to the iron weapons, but to Ankh's own powerful strength. A normal adult male might also be able to harm the python. but it's absolutely impossible for him to kill her with a single blow like Ankh. If the giant python cannot be killed immediately, it will face a terrifying counterattack. No one can survive the counterattack of a 17-meter-long python. Even Ankh couldn't do that. Excited cheers echoed from the camp. Little Scar and the other monkeys excitedly jumped around. Your Majesty, you're awesome. Your Majesty, you are mighty. I guess the other two giant pythons were terrified. With this little strength, you dare to attack our camp? Chun Chun is the one who brings us the big meals. Ankh's power was amplified in the monkeys' minds. The mother monkeys and baby monkeys gained a completely new understanding of this legendary king. Compared to the great king, Little Scar is utterly pathetic. Powerful, mysterious, and incredibly captivating, the monkey. In the air, King Kong flapped its wings. It was flying again. As he flew, he said fiercely, I want spicy strips. I want spicy strips. Sam Mao seemed to be deep in thought after hearing this. Based on their past behavior, animals that are killed, unless they are extremely unpalatable, will generally be eaten by them. Does that mean it will be able to eat snake meat then? It should be noted that in the past, only snakes ate their tribesmen. There was never a precedent of tribesmen eating snakes. I, the little mouse, am going to rebel against the heavenly spirits. The cow mom, the little tiger, and the little leopard were also very excited. They cheered for Ankh with all their might. The fear he had just felt vanished in that instant. Outside the live stream, the chat was buzzing with excitement, with everyone cheering for Ankh. During the live stream, the python's death allowed the old crocodile to escape. It bit the giant python's body hard and then flung it aside. After he finished, he spat and said, You think you can kill me, old crocodile, with something like that? TCH. Garbage. Ankh looked at the old crocodile speechlessly. Could this guy have no shame? The old crocodile noticed Ankh's gaze and immediately burst into laughter. Of course, it's mainly because my young friend is incredibly powerful. All right, enough nonsense. There are still 2 giant pythons to go. Anku stopped worrying about it. Although one giant python has been killed, there are still 2 other giant pythons to deal with. The key is that, having learned from the previous experience, the remaining 2 giant pythons will certainly not dare to easily resist his attack. The next attack will be more difficult. Darling, I'm here to save you. The old crocodile roared at his sister-in-law, the crocodile. Being a devoted husband, the first thing it did after escaping its predicament was naturally to help its wife. Old crocodile, you go help little leopard and tiger mom. I'll go support your wife. The tiger mom and leopard mom were not having an easy time facing the giant python. They can cause limited damage to pythons, but pythons can easily coil around them, make them incapacitated. If this continues, leopard mom and tiger mom won't be able to hold out for much longer. Therefore, we need the old crocodile to come and help. The main reason is that the old crocodile couple have strong defenses and thick skin, which allows them to withstand the giant python's coils for a considerable period of time. Even when the old crocodile was entangled, Ankh was able to calmly kill one of the giant pythons first, and then deal with the last giant python at the end. To put it simply, the plan was to have the old crocodile coil around the giant python, buying Ankh time to kill it. Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom are not up to the task. The old crocodile was somewhat reluctant. He still longed for his wife. You old bastard. Just do whatever your young friend tells you to do. Sister-in-law crocodile cursed loudly when she saw the old crocodile hesitate. If you keep dawdling, I'll kill you first. The old crocodile obeyed Ankh's command and ran over to help the tiger mother and leopard mother. Young friend, I'm entrusting my wife to you. Look at what this sentence says. And Ku thought to herself, but she didn't slack off in her actions. He immediately rushed towards the direction of the crocodile. At this point, the crocodile sister-in-law was gradually losing ground. Faced with such a vast size difference, even a crocodile would find it difficult to withstand a giant python. Even though she was at a disadvantage, Sister Crocodile saw Ankh rushing over. He immediately began to desperately try to suppress the python and create an opportunity for Ankh. Upon seeing this, the giant python panicked completely. You dead crocodile, let me go. It bit and twisted desperately, wrapped its body around the crocodile, and even swung its tail wildly to attack the crocodile's nose. You should know that a crocodile's nose is extremely sensitive. However, the crocodile sister-in-law remained unmoved. The sharp teeth gripped the giant python tightly, rendering it unable to move. Damn it! The giant python felt the fear of death, and images of its companion's recent death flashed through its mind. Its eyes were almost red with tears as it roared, "Fourth brother, hurry up and do it." Just as its roar subsided, a giant python began to charge into the camp. There weren't 3 pythons, there were 4. The fourth giant python attacked the camp, clearly to distract Ankh. However, Enku showed no sign of stopping. I was prepared for this. Bee, move out. At a command, thousands of bees from the 3 hives in the camp swarmed out. Thousands of bees buzzed at the same time, the sound like a helicopter. That was about to attack the camp was immediately dumbfounded. No, why are there bees too? And why would these bees obey the 2-legged creature? However, the giant python was not afraid. Its rigid shell can easily withstand the attacks of these bees. However, the next second, the giant python was dumbfounded once again, because all the bees were attacking its eyes. A snake's eyes are only protected by a thin, transparent membrane, making them completely vulnerable to bee stings. Boss, these bees have become sentient. The giant python roared. Chapter 137. Spare me. Dad. Like crocodiles, snakes do not have eyelids. Therefore, they cannot protect their eyes by closing them. This gave the bees an opportunity. The python wanted to get rid of the bees, and it was also very realistic. Because they have no hands or feet, they can only rely on flapping their tails. However, the number of bees that can be killed by swatting with one's tail is limited. The last resort is to open its blood-red maw and swallow the bees whole. However, this was exactly what the bees wanted. Undeterred by death, the bee larvae rushed into the python's mouth. Then it bites its soft flesh, injecting bee venom at the same time. The giant python experienced terror from a small animal for the first time. It struggled frantically, but couldn't get rid of the bees at all. With nowhere else to go, it wanted to escape. Although it can still sense the animal's body temperature, it continues to attack the camp. But right now, all it wants is to survive. Seeing this, Little Scar immediately ordered the monkeys, draw the bow and shoot the arrow. The monkeys were already prepared, and their arrows whizzed as they attacked the giant python. However, since the arrowheads were made of wood, their damage was limited, and the giant python eventually escaped into the stream. The Little Scars and the others naturally gave up the chase as well. Although it's a bit of a regret, it's enough. Because Ankh had already severed the body of the giant python that her sister-in-law, Crocodile, was restraining. If 1 strike isn't enough, then 2, 3 strikes will do. The giant python roared in pain, but it was unable to attack Ankh because it was tightly restrained by the crocodile. After the 3rd strike, the giant python's body split into 2 sections. His head slammed heavily to the ground, his body twitched a few times, and then he collapsed, powerless. The crocodile was thus relieved and able to catch its breath. Young friend, thanks to you, I was able to survive. Honestly, if Ankh hadn't swiftly and decisively killed the 2 giant pythons in succession, the final outcome is really hard to say. Sister-in-law, now is not the time to talk about these things. After Enko flicked the blood off the axe to the ground, she spoke in a deep voice. Yes, yes, yes. Sister Crocodile nodded repeatedly. There's still a giant python to deal with. Young friend, let's go together. The sister-in-law was also furious. I've lived this long and never been injured this badly. His nose was bleeding from the blows. The last remaining giant python had lost all will to fight. They were initially confident that the 4 snakes could take care of the animals and then have a good meal. However, before they could even launch a proper attack, 2 of their comrades died and another deserted. The reason they failed so quickly was mainly because Ankh was too terrifying. The crocodile couple, the tiger mother, and the leopard mother didn't have any good methods to kill the giant python. But Ankh has it, and not only does she have it, it's also extremely deadly. Who would believe that a single strike could kill a giant python? At this moment, the last giant python looked at Enku in the distance as if it were seeing a god of death. That's terrifying. I quickly made my escape. If it doesn't leave now, the 2 corpses on the ground, broken in 2, will be its fate. The giant python dared not linger and turned to run away. However, how could the old crocodile, the tiger mother, and the leopard mother let it escape? Trying to run? No way. The tiger mother pounced and bit the giant python tightly. The giant python turned its head to bite the leopard mother, but was firmly bitten by the old crocodile's huge jaws. Damn it, let me go right now. The giant python roared madly and struggled desperately. Tiger mom and leopard mom, it can shake them off. But they couldn't shake off the old crocodile. The old crocodile was not as long as the python, it was heavier. The python had to use its constricting ability to deal with the old crocodile. However, this makes escape impossible. As the temperature sensed Ankh's body drew ever closer, the giant python gradually descended into despair. The fear of death made it no longer care about the dignity of a giant beast. It began to frantically beg for mercy. Big brother, boss, daddy, spare my life. Please don't tear me apart. I'm willing to be your slave. Please, please spare me. If you spare me, You will be my second parents. I'd go to the heavens to reach for the moon, and dive to the depths of the sea to catch turtles for you. The giant python had completely lost its will to fight. Its massive body was pinned down by the tiger mother, the leopard mother, and the old crocodile. Aang slowed her pace and walked little by little to the giant python. The head of this giant python was as big as its body. To be honest, seeing it up close, Enku felt a little creeped out. His biggest fear is snakes. The reason I didn't feel anything before was most likely due to adrenaline secretion. Faced with the giant python's pleas for mercy, Aang fell into deep thought. Should we spare this giant python's life? The only question now is whether this giant python will really give in. The natural affinity could not affect this giant python. Therefore, Aang cannot be certain whether it is loyal. However, there is one advantage to keeping it. That is, there will be an opportunity in the future to help Aang confirm one thing. Can natural affinity affect the beast attacks arranged by National Fortune Game? Tomorrow, natural affinity will be upgraded, and perhaps we'll know the answer then. After thinking for a while, Enku finally decided to spare the giant python's life. Old crocodile, little leopard, tiger mom, let it go. Aang said. Old crocodile, tiger mom, leopard mom, and the sister-in-law crocodile following behind were all very surprised by Aang's decision. Master, are you sure you want to release this snake? Tiger mom asked, frowning. I believe that we should not be soft-hearted when dealing with enemies. The crocodile sister-in-law spoke up from behind. I agree with tiger mom's statement. What if you let it go and it launches a sneak attack on you? At such close range, we're afraid we won't be able to stop them. If Aang is attacked by the giant python, he is very likely to be killed instantly. None of the animals present agreed with Aang's order to release the giant python. The giant python immediately said, I would never attack the boss. He is my father. He is my second parent. Please spare me. From now on, my dad will be the boss, and you will be my older brother and my older sister. All the animals present were speechless. What you're saying makes it sound like they've all become Aang's children. Enku was speechless and said coldly, Shut up. All right, boss. The giant python immediately shut its mouth. Those who understand the times are wise. Young friend, why don't you kill it and make it into roast meat? The old crocodile advised. My mouth is watering. The python's eyes were filled with despair. It could no longer resist even if it wanted to. With the combined efforts of the four animals, it was completely immobilized. However, Aang waved her hand and said, It's all right. It won't attack me. Let it go. Aang was so certain. It's because the spider senses didn't react at all. You must understand. What if the giant python in front of him is deceiving him? If someone is truly hostile towards him, his spider sense will react. Let's keep it and see if natural affinity can affect the beast attacks arranged by the National Fake Game. Chapter 138 Me, the Rat. I've really rebelled against the Heavenly Gang. The beast attacks arranged in the National Destiny Game. That would undoubtedly be great news for Aang. This means that as long as his natural affinity level is high enough, he will not need to fear future beast attacks. The animals that appear nowadays are getting bigger and more terrifying. Aang has reason to believe that even more terrifying creatures will emerge in the future. Even ancient creatures that could be called titans. The predatory animals in these game arrangements. Aang is about to start researching how to quickly improve her natural affinity. Dad, father, you are my real father. The giant python was extremely grateful to Aang. To my surprise, this two-legged creature ultimately chose to spare its life. Aang had made up her mind, and the old crocodile couple, Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom, couldn't say anything more. They had no choice but to obey Aang's orders and release the giant python. However, the moment they released their grip, they all shielded Aang behind them. The old crocodile threatened, You stinking snake. If you have even the slightest improper thought, I'll tear you to shreds in a minute. The Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom didn't say anything harsh. They just stared fiercely at the giant python. Their eyes said something. The python was in high spirits after it was no longer under control. When it heard the old crocodile's words, it silently curled its lip. Bite it into pieces? With just a crocodile like you? The giant python completely disregarded the threat posed by any of the animals present. The only person it fears is Aang, because he can actually chop it down and tear it to shreds. Thinking of this, the giant python immediately smiled ingratiatingly and said to Enku, Dad, thank you for sparing my life. Aang's lips twitched, and she said irritably, Change how you address me. If you dare call me Dad again, I'll chop you up right now. Old crocodile's threat. But the threat posed by Aang, the smallest person present, made the giant python tremble. He quickly changed his tune, saying, Boss, I know I was wrong. Boss, calm down. And Ku glanced at the giant python, which immediately put on a harmless smile and became extremely respectful. Although I'm letting you go, you still need to give me a written pledge. You recognize that python that just escaped, right? Of course I know him. The giant python replied immediately, not daring to be negligent. Go and bring it back. I need to see the snake alive or dead, Ankh said calmly. The python was surprised. Just the small snake went alone? It couldn't understand it. Wasn't the boss afraid that it would take the opportunity to escape? Ankh naturally knew what the giant python was thinking and smiled slightly. Yes, you're going alone, snake. Of course, you can choose to run away. But you'd better pray you don't run into me again. If I ever encounter you, begging for mercy next time will be useless. I will surely kill you. The giant python's body shuddered once more. Don't worry, boss. I would never be so stupid as to run away. Are you kidding me? Having barely escaped with its life, it doesn't want to court death. It's better to live in constant fear and trepidation in your next life. It's better to follow Ankh, the boss. Anyway, it used to follow another snake leader. Matter who you hang out with, right? Boss, I'll go and bring the fourth brother back right away. If it had hands, Ankh believed the giant python would definitely pat its chest and guarantee it. The old crocodile glanced at the giant python and said in a rather irritating tone, You and it used to be partners. How could you possibly bring yourself to kill it if you actually encountered it? Don't let it escape on purpose and then come back to tell us you couldn't find it. The old crocodile and other animals still distrusted the giant python. TCH, the giant python didn't give other animals a friendly look. I'm willing to do anything for my boss if he needs me. When I see it, I kill it immediately and only bring back the body to avoid threatening the boss's safety. The python spoke with absolute certainty. This left the other animals speechless. Does this guy really show absolutely no mercy? We were partners before, weren't we? This guy is perfect for being a spy. He's a complete opportunist. Furthermore, when it was bound by the old crocodile and other animals, it treated them with utmost respect. Now that they've loosened their grip, what's with this attitude? The change happened way too fast. The python ignored the thoughts of other animals. It only cared about Ankh's thoughts. To avoid Ankh thinking it was a fence-sitter and changing her mind to kill it, the giant python quickly and respectfully explained to Nko. The fourth brother just deserted. No matter what, the smaller one will kill it. So, now that you've asked me to go find it, it's just a convenient thing to do. Ankh nodded, reluctantly accepting the giant python's explanation. Then he turned around, waved, and said, Hurry up, or it will get too far away and we won't be able to find it. The giant python no longer hesitated. Yes, sir. Don't worry, boss. I'm very good at tracking. After saying this, the giant python crawled away and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Watching the giant python's departing figure, old crocodile couldn't help but say to Ankh, who was heading towards the camp, Young friend, is it really all right to just let it go like this? What if it really escapes? Nku smiled and said, So be it. I'll just run away. Anyway, we don't suffer any losses. Those two giant pythons are enough for us to enjoy a delicious meal. Snake meat is quite delicious. It tastes like chicken. That's why Ankh is so open-minded. Whether the giant python escapes or not is irrelevant. Since he successfully withstood the beast attack, he will receive the reward from the National Fortune game. Last time, he acquired top-tier bow and arrow manufacturing technology. I wonder what reward I'll receive this time. Ankh was filled with anticipation. When it came to food, the old crocodile immediately became excited. Ha! Young friend, I want to eat charred meat. The sister-in-law crocodile glared at the old crocodile. I really want to give you a big sinus. Eat. All you ever do is eat. I'm injured, and you don't care at all, do you? Fine. Looks like you no longer care about me as your wife. The old crocodile immediately broke out in a sweat. Oh no, my wife's angry. This is a bigger problem than the one we just had with the 4 pythons. Ankh did not intervene in the couple's argument. After returning to the camp, he checked on the animals. Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom also rushed over to check if their cubs were injured. After confirming that none of the animals were injured and that only nearly 1,000 bees had been lost, Ankh breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're all right. Ankh immediately announced loudly, Cooking crew, extra food tonight. They were eating when the beasts attacked. Now that we've killed 2 pythons, it's time for an extra meal. Chapter 139 The Boss Wants You Dead. You have no choice but to die? With pythons available as an extra meal, the campsite was filled with the animals' excited cheers. This is the joy of the victors enjoying the fruits of their victory. At the same time, the animals are also very interested in pythons as a novel food source. I wonder what it will taste like. Is it tasty? King Kong continued to soar high above the camp. I want to eat spicy strips. I want to eat spicy strips. Eat spicy strips to boost your courage. Eat spicy strips to boost your courage. It felt that once it ate the python meat, it would no longer be afraid of pythons. Moreover, when you meet your own clansmen in the future, you can brag about it to them. In the corner, Sanmao sat on the ground, watching Xiaoba and the others carry away the python's carcass. It played with its own hands while muttering, I, the little mouse, am really going to rebel against the heavenly gang. Hamsters eating python meat, who else does that? Sure enough, following Ankh as her master led to all sorts of strange and wonderful things. After Little Scar and his companions laboriously carried the two enormous pythons to the camp, they immediately began processing the python meat, while the female monkey was responsible for starting a campfire. Once the python meat is cut up, it can be grilled directly on the grill. However, pythons have hard shells and are not easy to handle. Ankh's iron weapons came in handy once again. When facing enemies, they are deadly blades. When facing food, they are excellent cutting tools. As Ankh began to cut, it suddenly realized something while touching the python's hard shell. These shells can be used to make armor for himself and other animals. Two pythons, each about 17 meters long, could definitely arm Little Scar and his companions completely. Even if the escaped giant python could be brought back, Black Panther Mom and Tiger Mom could also be armed with stiff shells. If we add the giant python they captured, the old crocodile couple could be armed. Ankh suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had thought of it sooner, he would never have let that giant python go. While the animals were already excitedly preparing to feast on the python meat, the outside world only realized what was happening at that moment. The entire livestream audience was shocked. They were very curious about just how powerful Ankh was. Only then could one cleave a giant python with a hard shell in two with a single axe stroke. I doubt anyone else could have done what Ankh did. At most, it can only break through defenses and penetrate flesh. Is Boss and S operation even possible for a human? If Bosson punches me, I'd probably be knocked to my knees immediately, wouldn't I? Tyson said, even I am inferior to Ankh. If he calls himself a boxing champion, then I am nothing. Even the boxing champion has submitted. Isn't that obvious? The strength that Bosson has shown is probably enough to pull a large truck by hand, and it would be relatively easy for him. Isn't that an exaggeration? Regardless, the power Ankh displayed tonight left a deep impression on everyone. Most importantly, he also tamed a giant python. Although many people are not optimistic about it. After all, people are worried that the farmer and the snake scenario will play out in Ankh's case. But regardless, Ankh did indeed demonstrate to everyone his terrifying desire for dominance. Even a giant python would obediently submit before him. This battle also terrified the foreigners. He dared not have any improper thoughts about Nku anymore. How should we deal with people like this? It's completely ineffective, isn't it? He also tamed a giant python, which multiplied his combat power. That night, Xiaoguo was completely captivated by Nku. Many smaller countries were initially observing to see whether the US-led team would gain the upper hand, or whether other countries would. Now, without any hesitation, these small countries have all switched sides and sided with the Dragon Kingdom. That night, the diplomatic hotline of the Dragon Kingdom was almost constantly busy. Many small countries have shown great goodwill towards China, expressing their appreciation for its strength. This also confirms the saying, when you get better, everyone around you is a good person and wants to be your friend. However, China did not respond directly to the question. After all, Ankh has now manifested a considerable amount of resources. But when spread across the people of the Dragon Kingdom itself, it's practically negligible. The Dragon Kingdom needs more resources and supplies to truly escape its predicament and ensure that every citizen can have enough to eat and drink. Even so, those smaller countries remained extremely respectful and constantly fawned over the Dragon Kingdom. But in places that can't be seen during the live stream. The second giant python followed the trail and found its former partner, the fourth python. At this moment, the fourth brother lay in the grass by the stream, looking dejected. A bee sting and the venom caused it immense suffering. The eyes were completely blind, and their surfaces were covered with dense thorns. There were at least 40 needles inserted into each eyeball. Its forked tongue was sticking out and didn't retract, just like a dog with its tongue sticking out. Because its forked tongue was covered with countless bee stings, the scene was quite shocking. The bee venom severely deformed its forked tongue and caused the flesh inside its mouth to swell. The giant python that had surrendered to Ankh earlier followed the scent and tracked her here. The injured python sensed something approaching through the vibrations. It immediately raised its head, becoming secretly wary. Second brother, is that you? The injured python tried to ask. The second one was killed by that terrible two-legged beast when it fled. As it fled, the two-legged creature was charging at the leader. If nothing unexpected happens, the boss is probably dead too. Therefore, the injured python is suspected to be the second son. The surrendered python flicked its tongue and said in a deep voice, "That's right, it's me, brother." The fourth brother was so excited that he almost cried while saying, "That's great, second brother. Thank goodness you're still alive. I'm blind now." Nobuko is also seriously injured. The forked tongue is a very important sensory organ for snakes. Even without eyes, snakes can still perceive the outside world. However, Nobuko was injured and almost lost her ability to perceive the outside world. "I might need your care for a while, or I'll die." The fourth brother was still thankful that some of his companions were still alive. In the days to come, snakes will take care of it until it recovers. However, to its surprise, the second snake flicked its tongue and spoke in a deep voice. "No, you don't have time left." Upon hearing this, the fourth brother's heart skipped a beat. "Second brother, what do you mean by this?" "It doesn't mean anything. It's just that my boss wants you dead, so you have no choice but to die." The second brother said, word by word. "Boss?" The injured fourth brother was a little confused. "Our boss, it's still alive?" "No. Second brother, you can't do this. Now that third brother is dead, we should stick together for warmth." "No, it's not the previous boss, but the new boss," the second in command of the giant python said in a deep voice. "I'm sorry, brother. From the moment you chose to run away, your fate was sealed." Chapter 140. My own flesh tastes pretty good? During the live stream, the campsite was brightly lit. One of the giant pythons had already been cut into pieces and roasted over a large fire. Watching the sizzling, oily roasting snake meat, the old crocodile couple, along with other carnivorous animals like tigers and leopards, kept drooling. Even so, they insisted that Ankh eat first. "Ha ha ha, young friend. You eat first. I, the old crocodile, am a good crocodile who respects the elderly and cares for the young." The old crocodile laughed loudly. Ankh was left speechless, both amused and exasperated by the old crocodile's words. But thinking about it, the old crocodile is over 100 years old. He was truly a child in front of the old crocodile. "We are able to eat python meat tonight thanks to our benefactor," said Leopard Mother, indicating that Ankh should eat first. Regardless of whether it was Ankh's doing tonight or not, the animals would assume he ate first, because he is the pillar of everyone. Without him, we wouldn't have the life we have today. Seeing everyone being courteous, Saw Gang immediately flew up and shouted, "If none of you are going to eat, then I'll eat. I want spicy strips." Before it could even fly to the barbecue, the tiger mom pounced on it and brought it to the ground. Tiger mom said irritably, "You didn't help with anything tonight, and you still want to eat first? You should be grateful if you have anything to eat." King Kong used to be afraid of Tiger Mom, but not anymore. "Damn it, there's a mole. Stop the transaction." King Kong spoke Chinese, and his words caused the viewers in the live stream to burst into laughter. This bird is getting more and more flirtatious. It's getting more and more nonsensical. Sometimes I have no idea what kind of thought process it is. Discussing brain circuits with birds? It has to be said that King Kong's language skills are truly remarkable. Now it can speak fluent Chinese. People are actually quite tolerant of Saw Gang, even though it can be incredibly reckless and foolish at times. But it must be said that it always manages to set a good tone and make people laugh. Emotional value is the most valuable. During the live stream, Ankh didn't stand on ceremony and started eating the roasted snake meat first. The texture and taste are very similar to chicken. It's just more tender than chicken. I must say, it was absolutely delicious. Ankh started eating, and the other animals stopped being polite and began to enjoy this unprecedented roasted meat. The old crocodile couple still prefer charred, roasted meat. The tiger mom and leopard mom were having dinner with the old crocodile couple for the first time, bewildered watching them enjoy their burnt roasted meat. They couldn't understand how something that was almost roasted to a crisp could taste good. Regardless of how I understand it, I choose to respect it. Little Scar and the others also got to taste the roasted snake meat. They really enjoy the taste of python meat. He even suggested to Ankh that when the giant python returned, they should just cut it down and eat it too. On the other side, San Mao was still sitting in the corner. The reason it sits in the corner is ultimately because it's too small. If you stay with a group of people, you might easily get trampled into a mouse pancake by other animals. Therefore, unless it's sitting on Ankh's shoulder, it will choose to sit in the corner. It looked at the roasted snake meat in front of it, which was 2 or 3 times its own size, and for a moment it was at a loss as to where to start eating. However, its blank expression was incredibly cute to the viewers in the live stream. Look at that hamster's confused and helpless expression. It's absolutely adorable. How can I not be confused? That's snake meat. What do you think the hamster is thinking right now? Hamster, family. Does anyone know? I actually ate snake meat. The first hamster in history to have eaten python meat. This must be the pinnacle of a hamster's life, right? Besides king hamsters, people also really like hamsters. There are already many hamster emojis circulating online. After all the animals had eaten the roasted snake meat, King was released by Tiger Mom. King Kong wasn't angry. Instead, he said nonchalantly, "Damn it, the main character always makes a grand entrance last." Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, the giant python finally returned. Aang's spider senses were not triggered, so she remained calm. The giant python was biting another giant python in its mouth, but that python had already died. Enka glanced at it and said with a faint smile, "I didn't expect you to be so efficient." The giant python smiled obsequiously. "What the boss asks for is a big deal for me. It must be efficient, but it must also be of high quality." Enka nodded and then put the giant python into her personal space. The giant python was already a corpse and was no longer considered alive. This allows you to store items in your personal space. A 17-meter-long python was enough for all the animals present to have a taste. The giant python stared in astonishment at the vanished corpse. "What's going on? Where is the fourth brother's body? How did it disappear?" The way it looked at Aang again was as if it were looking at a monster. That's terrifying. It dared not ask Enku the reason, and became even more respectful. "Boss, is there anything else I need you to do?" Enku didn't even look up. "Nothing's wrong. Sit down and have something to eat together." The giant python was taken aback as it stared at a corpse on the ground. That was its former leader, but now it has been broken into pieces, a pitiful sight. Its meat was roasted over a fire. Eating? Could it be that he's eating his former boss? The giant python hesitated. Although snakes can eat their own kind, this is an animal that has developed intelligence. Eating something that was once your own kind still feels a bit unsettling. However, it dared not disobey its leader Aang's orders, and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, sir." After the python sat down, the cooks thoughtfully brought it a large piece of roasted snake meat. This made the giant python sweat profusely, but also felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, it had its own talent, otherwise it would have suffered the same fate. In order not to disappoint Aang's kindness, the giant python planned to close its eyes and swallow the roasted snake meat directly. However, upon consuming the snake meat, it made a surprising discovery. It's actually quite delicious. It had never tasted anything so delicious in its entire life. They used to devour animals in order to survive. To survive, one can barely taste anything. However, eating barbecue is different. Even if you eat it raw, you can still enjoy its deliciousness. This delicious food opened up a whole new world for the python. So python meat is delicious. It immediately bowed and scraped before Enku, saying, "Boss, boss." "Just say it," Aang said while eating the barbecue. Could I have another piece?" They ate and drank their fill. Aang didn't stay idle in the time that followed. He began using the python shell to make armor for the monkeys. Basically, unless it's a firearm, it's very difficult to inflict fatal damage on armor. This can greatly enhance the fighting power of the little scars. Meanwhile, Little Scar and the others, along with the monkeys, continued digging a pool for the old crocodile. "We aim to embark on the expedition as soon as possible." The bright moon gradually rose higher in the sky, and the campfire in the camp remained burning, but a deep silence had settled over the place. By the next morning, Aang's natural affinity had also leveled up. Chapter 141 Divine Skill. Double Jump. Aang woke up late today because she was making armor last night, and I received good news as soon as I woke up. That means the natural affinity has been upgraded. The system's voice sounded in my mind. "Congratulations, host. Your natural affinity has been upgraded to level 4. Aang was in a great mood. She had finally leveled up. "Has any effect on the beast attacks arranged by the National Destiny?" He immediately went outside the camp to look for the giant python. After a night of hard work, Little Scar and his friends have finished digging the pool to settle the old crocodile couple. The floor tiles are also laid with special clay, so there's no need to worry about leaks. Once the water is released, the old crocodile couple will be able to rest here. There's no need to go outside to rest in the stream. As for how to fill the pool with water, it's actually quite simple. All Aang needs to do is put the water into her personal space. Then you can drain the water and pour it into the pool. To be honest, having a portable space makes doing anything incredibly convenient. After looking around, Aang did not find the giant python. This puzzled him. Not only was the giant python gone, but the old crocodile couple and the tiger mother were also nowhere to be seen. Just then, the mother cow came over, made a moo sound, and said to Ankh, "My benefactor, who are you looking for? Where did the giant python go?" Ankh asked. "That snake, it was wandering around outside all night last night, and it brought back a cow this morning." As she spoke, the cow pointed to the cow carcass next to the camp. It wasn't just cows, but also the carcasses of many other animals. For example, deer, rabbits, and even fish. After it came back, it rested for a while, and then went out for a stroll again. Ankh nodded, guessing that the python, like the old crocodile, had gone out hunting. "I see." Ankh intended to wait a while, but at that moment, the giant python appeared from a distance. It had a wild boar in its mouth. Upon seeing Nku from afar, the giant python's eyes immediately lit up. He then quickened his pace, arrived in front of Nku, put down the wild boar, and respectfully said, "Boss, you're awake. I have caught many animals to offer to you, sir. Please accept them with a smile." Ankh did not answer, but looked at the giant python. Natural affinity has a passive function. This will indirectly affect the animals around Ankh. For example, when the level was raised, Tiger Mom was influenced and started calling him master. You can tell at a glance that a Tiger Mom is a proud and aloof animal. However, the changes in this licking snake of the giant python could not be seen with the naked eye. Then the only option is to actively activate natural affinity. Ankh's mind raced. Immediately activate natural affinity. An invisible aura burst forth from his body, sweeping across the surroundings. The aura emanated directly from the giant python. The giant python, which had been raising its head, immediately froze. Looking at Ankh again, it could no longer muster any malice. I didn't dare to have even the slightest thought about it. It was as if Ankh was its closest person, someone it could never leave in this lifetime. Ankh's words are absolute decrees, and they must not be disobeyed. Disobeying orders deserves death. Boss. This feeling eventually instilled fear in the giant python. It doesn't know why it is like this. Upon observing the giant python's behavior, Ankh immediately understood that the natural affinity had an effect on it. This made him very happy. This means that only those with a sufficiently high natural affinity level can achieve this. Then he will be invincible. Don't be afraid of any animal challenges arranged by the National Fortune Game. Even prehistoric creatures can be influenced by Ankh, making them feel close to her. The system is indeed a system. Its capabilities are absolutely amazing, Nku thought to herself. This shows that his system is at a higher level than the National Fortune Game. After the test, Ankh planned to wash up. Don't wander around today. We're probably setting off on an adventure this afternoon. He also reminded the python to prevent it from going out for another stroll. The giant python nodded repeatedly. Boss, your words are law. Even if my backside is on fire, I won't leave if you let me stay here. It must be said that pythons do lick. Suddenly, an announcement from the National Fortune Game resounded in the ears of all players. It also appeared in major live streaming rooms around the world. Ankh's mind raced. The reward was coming. Just as Ankh had suspected, the announcement from National Fortune Game was a reward for last night's large-scale beast attack. Ranking of large-scale beast attacks. First place, Dragon Kingdom's #1 contestant, Nku. Camp damage level, 5%. Main cause of damage. The campsite floor was accidentally heated while grilling meat. Second place, the #1 contestant from the Russian Bear country, Puyin. Camp damage level, 78%. The damage was caused by being smashed by a giant rhinoceros. Third place, the #1 contestant from the United States. Fourth place, the #1 contestant from the indigenous country. The damage to Ankh's camp was so severe that it nearly caused a precipitous drop in the distance between it and the second-place team. When the foreigners saw the main cause of the damage, they couldn't hold back anymore. The little devil from the Dragon Kingdom is really too strong. He won both of the two large-scale beast attacks completely. I remember the last time it was damaged, it was because it was scratched by a tiger cub. This time it's even more outrageous. They accidentally burned the floor while they were grilling. I really wish we could burn the whole camp down. After announcing the rankings, National Fortune Game then announced the rewards. First place reward for Dragon Kingdom's #1 contestant Ankh. Double jump. Double jump. While in the air, you can step on the air and jump again. The announcement of the reward caused an uproar in the live stream. Holy crap. A double jump. For Bossin, whose combat power is off the charts, this is simply a god-tier skill. This will make his actions more agile and unpredictable, and more aggressive. Immunity to all poisons, spider sense, and now a double jump. Master and has transcended the realm of humanity. Upstairs, have you forgotten Bossin's terrifying power? Stop talking. Ankh is definitely a little Superman. Dragon Kingdom Captain. Enku's physique was already very strong because of his increased proficiency in various physical attributes. Now with 2 jumps, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Take, for example, the battle with the giant python last night. At that moment, the giant python attacked and bit him. Aang can only compete with it in speed. If he cannot kill it in one blow, then he himself will die. But now that we have double jumps, things are different. Aang could easily dodge the giant python's attacks and launch a counterattack by leaping through the air. During the live stream, Aang herself couldn't help but laugh out loud. Incredible skill. Chapter 142 Global Shock. The Oasis is back. After giving Aang the personal reward in the National Fortune game, the next reward will be given to the Dragon Kingdom. The lifespan of all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom has increased by 5 years, their physical constitution has increased by 1, and their resistance and wound healing abilities have been enhanced. This reward for all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom caused a sensation throughout the entire country. Not only did it increase lifespan and physical condition, just like before, it also has an additional healing ability. This will enhance the resistance and healing abilities of the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Holy crap! Can you believe that the scar I've had for over a decade has healed? My hemorrhoids are cured. Thank you. Bossin, you are my second parents. Hemorrhoids aren't life-threatening, but the pain can be unbearable. The enhanced resistance and healing ability allow minor ailments like hemorrhoids to disappear immediately. Not only this, but other minor illnesses also disappeared without a trace. Colds, rhinitis, and skin diseases caused by difficult childbirth, at this moment, they almost disappeared from the land of the Dragon Kingdom. Bossin is awesome. Bossin is awesome. Bossin is our Dragon Kingdom's eternal god. The entire Dragon Kingdom resounded with celebrations for Aang. Everything that Aang fought for them was achieved. It was Aang who enabled them to get rid of many stubborn diseases. The healing of some scars has also solved the aesthetic problem for many people who accidentally got scars in childhood, and those veterans who sacrificed their lives for their country. Not only will their lifespan increase, but they can continue to witness the magnificent landscapes of their motherland. The wounds he sustained on the battlefield were also healed. One of the veterans had many shrapnel fragments remaining in his body. After receiving the reward, the shrapnel in his body began to be expelled. From now on, I will no longer need to suffer pain and torment at night, and I will be able to get a good night's sleep. On this day, Aang is not only a role model for young people. They have also become young people admired by the older generation. The Dragon Kingdom is united in its efforts to congratulate Enku. Inside the live stream, the foreigners were already green with envy. They were so envious they couldn't stop. Iron Man Kamiya, I am willing to move my headquarters to the Dragon Kingdom to help the people of the Dragon Kingdom solve employment problems and enhance the overall national strength of the Dragon Kingdom. I only hope that the Chinese government can grant me Chinese citizenship and that of my family. Kobe, I want to join the Dragon Kingdom Basketball League, serve the Dragon Kingdom, and bring glory to the Dragon Kingdom. All I need is a Dragon Kingdom identity. Trump, after years of enduring hardship and biding my time, shouldn't our comrades from the Dragon Kingdom let me return to the Dragon Kingdom? I've worn a red scarf on many occasions over the years, which is enough to show my stance, isn't it? Pakistani Prime Minister, Pakistan and China are of one mind. If the Prime Minister of China doesn't mind, please take over our country, Pakistan. Just give us your Chinese ID card. Damn it. Pakistani Prime Minister, do you have any shame? Isn't your behavior blatant treason? Don't you feel ashamed of your behavior? Don't you even ask your Pakistani people if they agree? Many Western countries are criticizing the Pakistani Prime Minister's actions. However, Pakistani netizens immediately retaliated. Do we need you to tell us what our country should do? That's right. Our Pakistani region is willing to join China and become one of its administrative regions. The Pakistani Prime Minister's decision reflects the thoughts of all our people. Hee, don't forget about our white geese. Our White Goose Kingdom is also willing to become an administrative region of the Dragon Kingdom. Just like the slogan at our airport, if the dragon is strong, then the white goose is strong. Many countries are now eager to join the Dragon Kingdom and become its citizens. In this way, they will also be able to enjoy the rewards that follow. Increased lifespan, improved physical fitness. These are exciting things to think about. However, what they didn't know was that the rewards weren't over yet. The announcement from the game, National Fortune, has been released again. First place winner receives an additional 2 million hectares of forest. Upon hearing this, the audience, who had been laughing and joking, were all stunned. The next second, both domestically and internationally, there was a deafening roar of exclamations. Manifesting a forest of 2 million hectares. Shit, they actually acquired valuable forest resources. Damn it. Aren't the rewards too much this time? Longevity and physique are one thing, but there are already extra rewards for immunity and healing. So why is there an oasis as a reward? I believe the United Nations must require China to share its forest resources with all of humanity. That's right. As fellow human beings, we must do our part to ensure the continuation of humankind. Otherwise, they should be condemned. In today's context, forest resources are extremely valuable. Forest resources can not only improve the environment, but also prevent soil erosion. It can also purify the air and increase the oxygen content in the air. Therefore, forest resources are extremely valuable. Previously, no matter how envious they were of rewards like increasing lifespan and improving physical fitness, nothing could make the foreigners as restless as the direct reward of the oasis. Almost all the foreigners came to the live broadcast room in China to make a scene, trying to morally blackmail the top leaders of China. This action also angered the people of China. Damn it, don't you have any shame? You were always targeting us before, and now you're telling us to have some decency. As expected, the West has no shame at all. A bunch of hypocrites. Sorry, we lack manners, so moral blackmail won't work. Do we need the United Nations to tell us what to do? Hilarious. Don't they know that the United Nations only has power if the 5 leaders are in harmony? If our dragon country doesn't share its forest resources, what can the United Nations do? The people of the Dragon Kingdom didn't give them any face at all, and Ku risked her life to secure these benefits for them. Why should we share with foreigners? Sharing is fine, but it should also be shared with countries that are friendly to China. Those countries that have been targeting China will not receive a single point. At the same time, 2 million hectares of forest land were created. Many people from China rushed over excitedly. When they saw the long-lost oasis, they stood there for a long time. Earth's environment has been severely damaged, let alone such a large-scale forest. Every single tree has become a valuable resource. Many people haven't seen green plants in a long time. However, now they not only saw it, but they saw a whole area of it. At this moment, the emotions of the people on the outskirts of the oasis were beyond words. Many of the elderly people had tears in their eyes. The oasis is back. These are childhood memories for many of them. The children were very excited to see such a large oasis for the first time. They ran into the oasis, looking around curiously. They are full of curiosity about everything. The adults followed behind. They looked at each tree with curiosity and touched each plant. Even kissing. Chapter 143. First time sending a bullet comment. The emergence of oases laid the foundation for a turning point in human survival. The environment is improving, and Earth is once again suitable for human habitation. And the one who brought all these blessings was Ankh. It is his dedication that has led to the continuous strengthening of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune. People kept expressing their gratitude to Ankh in their hearts. Even so, it still doesn't feel like enough. Inside the highest leadership meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom, Elder Li, the commander-in-chief, and other high-ranking leaders looked down at the oasis that had appeared in the Dragon Kingdom from a satellite map. At this moment, all of these elderly people who had devoted themselves to the country were moved to tears. Pollution of the blue planet's environment has a chain reaction. Despite the various measures taken by the Dragon Kingdom, it was still implicated. The situation deteriorated rapidly and became uncontrollable. They worried themselves sick over the survival of over 1 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom. Today, Ankh has brought various resources to the Dragon Kingdom. This greatly reduced the burden on their shoulders. It's important to know that the plants and animals that appear in the National Destiny game are hundreds of times more resilient than ordinary plants and animals. Take the cow that was previously manifested as an example. Even without food or water, they can survive for more than a year, or even longer. Now there is such a large oasis. They could easily arrange for professional forest rangers to expand the oasis. In the future, those lands that have turned into lush deserts will be able to turn green again. All kinds of life will bloom once again in the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Li, I think we should send a bullet screen message to Enku, a leader suggested. I agree. Send him a thank you message in the chat. Let him know that the people of our entire nation are grateful to him. This proposal was supported by many people present, including Mr. Li himself. He personally edited the bullet comments for Enku, writing them very carefully. Use these 100 words to express their and the Dragon Kingdom's gratitude to Enku. Afterwards, National Fortune Games also announced the rewards for the top 10. At this moment, no one was paying attention to what rewards other countries' athletes had received. After all, no matter what, it's impossible to surpass the number 1 Dragon Kingdom. During the live stream, Ankh was quite surprised to hear that the top 10 in this large-scale beast attack would receive a reward. Previously, Only the first place winner received a reward. The rules have changed? What? Are you afraid I'll keep monopolizing the rewards? Aang thinks that's most likely the case. But if that's really the case, then it would truly prove one thing. There really is a mastermind behind the National Fortune game. The rules are constantly being changed and adjusted. It's really like a game. And this game involves all of humanity. What kind of traitor could possess such power? Combined with the feeling from the previous night that someone on the moon was observing me. And Ku had some guesses in her mind. Forget it. Now is not the time to think about these things. Regardless of who is behind the scenes, or whether they truly treat humanity as just a game. But there's no denying that they really do give out rewards. As long as there are benefits, that's enough. Just then, Aang suddenly received a notification from the live chat. This was the first time he had received a notification from the bullet comments since he entered the National Fortune game. Driven by curiosity, he turned on the live chat. The above is exactly 100 characters. This shows the great effort the editors put into editing the bullet comments. Aang carefully read through the above content. The above paragraph is entirely composed of expressions of gratitude from the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom to Enku. We thank him for his contributions to the Dragon Kingdom and for bringing about an improvement in the nation's fortunes. What follows is a description of the changes that have taken place in China during this period. Livestock farming is developing, and both land-based and marine farms have been completed. The next step is to expand and protect the oasis. Due to word count limitations, only a few words can be used to summarize it. However, the profoundness of the written language meant that even a few words were enough for Enku to feel the gratitude of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Aang was moved and her heart was filled with emotion. He hoped to see the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune improve and its domestic prosperity flourish. He really wanted to reply, but unfortunately he couldn't. The transmission of bullet comments is one way. He can receive one bullet comment per week from the outside world. However, Aang was unable to send comments to the outside world. Although I feel helpless, knowing that the outside world is getting better and better is enough. This will give Aang a sense of accomplishment and make her feel that it was all worthwhile. However, there was one point in the comments that Aang didn't accept. He smiled, as if talking to himself. Oldly, you say I suffer in the game of national destiny, but I don't think so. As you can see, I eat and drink well in the game, much better than I do outside. Aang's words were naturally seen and heard by everyone in the live stream. They were initially getting emotional, feeling that Aang had worked hard and made great sacrifices. But now that I think about it, that's right. When did Aang ever work hard? This guy eats and drinks well in the game, and has a group of animal bodyguards. But these people are the ones who suffer in the face of material scarcity and resource scarcity. The Joker is actually myself? Damn it. Can you please not ruin the atmosphere, Bossin? Oh no. I suddenly feel resentful. I feel like we're just trying to survive in a giant steel jungle. Wah. I want to go to the National Fortune game. I want to eat and drink well with Bossin. I can't stand the slightest grievance. Bossin, give me back my tears. Inside the Dragon Kingdom conference room, Enku's words left Elder Li and the other high-ranking officials exchanging bewildered glances. That little bastard makes a lot of sense. The general couldn't help but curse. Where did this kid suffer? They clearly went inside to enjoy themselves. Seafood would follow him to the death if it saw him. When the bees saw him, they offered him honey. There are many other examples, but none of them caused Aang any suffering. Despite facing 4 giant pythons last night, Aang was in great danger. In fact, there are so many animals. As long as Aang doesn't go, the animals will swarm her. There may be sacrifices in the end, but we can definitely withstand last night's beast attack. Aang, it's not hard work at all. Seriously, I really hope to give this little rascal a setback and see if he can still be so carefree. They live a more comfortable life than us leaders. The group of bigwigs present who are criticizing Enku and saying they hope he suffers a setback. But in reality, they were all just jokes, just things said in anger. They couldn't be happier for Aang to continue living such a carefree life. After all, if Aang is good, then China is good too. During the live stream, Aang couldn't help but smile. He was very curious. How many people will be unsettled by his Versailles quote? Stop fooling around and start testing her newly acquired double jump. He exerted force with both feet. With a burst of power, Aang leaped with all her might. Am I seeing things? It must be at least 2 meters long, right? At least close to 3 meters, possibly more than 3 meters. Did you use a double jump? Chapter 144 Basketball Fire. Want to know more? You won't know until you jump, and once you jump, you'll be shocked. Aang's vertical jump was estimated to be nearly 3 meters, which shocked the viewers in the live broadcast room beyond belief. Everyone seriously suspected that Aang had already used a double jump. Did you use it? Did Boston use it? Absolutely not. I'm sure Boston simply used a jump once. A single jump, nearly 3 meters? Don't you see who it is? Boston, huh? Beaver. To be honest, after seeing so many of Boston's amazing moves, I'm a bit numb to it now. Indeed, Aang's extraordinary performance, which surpassed human limits, did not shock the crowd for long. Anything that seems illogical suddenly becomes reasonable when applied to Enku. During the live stream, Aang leaped again with all her might just as she was about to land. His leap was as if he were stepping on solid ground, soaring high into the air once again. Here's a simple math problem. What is 3 plus 3? That's right. Aang's jump height, achieved using a double jump, was nearly 6 meters. They had just landed from midair. Outside the live stream, viewers were no longer too shocked. The screen is filled with beavers. Beavers. The other person is Aang, so you'll get used to it. This isn't the first or second time that human limits have been surpassed. During the live stream, Aang couldn't contain her joy after landing and burst out laughing. How about checking out Hot Shot? However, the most crucial factor is not the vertical jump height. Instead, when using a double jump, there is another opportunity to maneuver in the air. Even those who don't know Qigong, lightweight kung fu, know this. When you jump into the air, you lose your chance to dodge. Because you have no leverage point, and you will fall vertically. At this moment, any object that comes at you will hit you 100% of the time. But Aang is different. He can jump again in midair. Up, down, or left and right. This allowed Aang to achieve a qualitative improvement in both offense and defense. Soon, the reward announcement for the National Fortune game came to a close. All 10 of them received a prize. However, the rewards that Aang and Longwa received in first place were truly astonishing. As a result, many countries have overlooked the rewards for other rankings. Time to continue washing up. Aang had originally planned to wash up. I was interrupted by the reward announcement from National Fortune Game. While washing up, Aang brought back a water source and filled the pool. During this period, the old crocodile couple, the tiger mother, and other animals that had gone out hunting returned one after another. The prey they brought back was piled up like mountains. It really is as big as a small mountain. This made Aang and the viewers in the live broadcast room gasp in surprise. There are at least 40 or 50 animal carcasses. Could the old crocodile and his gang have wiped out all the animals in the neighborhood? A ruthless person. Absolutely a ruthless person. By the way, why didn't you bring all those animals you captured to our dragon kingdom? That's right. It's unfair. The foreigners in the live stream were watching with their mouths twitching. Unfair. Listen to this. Is this even human language? At present, the dragon kingdom has the most manifestations of 1,000-fold. Moreover, it is far ahead of other countries. Many countries have only experienced this once or twice so far, and a significant number of them have not experienced it 1,000-fold. Moreover, the dragon kingdom still has a large oasis. Unfair. Where's the unfairness? During the live stream, Aang glanced at all the animals present. The old crocodile couple, the tiger mother and her cub, the cow mother and daughter, and Sanmao and King Kong on their shoulders. And the newly added Simp, giant python. He smiled broadly. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now explore this island. Oh, the animals joined in, raising their arms and shouting. Wherever the king goes, we will follow. We will always follow the king. Ha ha, darling, before, I had no one to share these beautiful moments with, but now I finally have a lovely woman by my side. You bastard, do you want to be rolled around in death under the rainbow? My benefactor, I will let you drink a delicious glass of milk under the beautiful sunset. I, the little mouse, am going to witness the world. Tap tap open, tap tap open. Boss, do you want to ride on my head? I can't bear to see you suffer. The animals echoed this sentiment, filled with curiosity about the unknown future. Aang stopped being sentimental, even though he was a nostalgic person. But as long as these animals are there, anywhere is home. He turned and walked to the front of the camp. The current camp consists of Camp 1 and Camp 2. Camp 1 is Aang's main residence, which combines the bedroom, living room, and kitchen. Camp 2, on the other hand, was entirely dug into large pools, mainly for the old crocodile couple to live in. The two camps form a 90-degree angle, and several large trees are planted at the right angle. These large trees are not just decorations. They are the habitat for Little Scar and his monkey troop, as well as a new habitat for the beehive. Although there was no luxurious decoration, Aang still felt warm and at ease in this home. Looking at this home, he felt a great sense of accomplishment. As she looked away, Enku's mind raced. The large camp simply vanished from the spot. It's worth mentioning that all the bees in the hive have come out. Aang arranged for it to temporarily reside on the back of the old crocodile. Ankh originally intended for them to perch on the python's back. However, the python's body structure was not suitable. The old crocodile's back is relatively flat, making it more suitable for bees to inhabit. After the base camp disappeared, only an empty space remained. Looking at the vanished base camp, Little Scar and the others, as well as the leopard mother, tiger mother, and other animals that had stayed there for a relatively long time, I suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in my heart. But this feeling disappeared after Ankh gave the order. As long as Ankh is here, home is here. Their wondrous lives can continue. Set off. With a loud shout from Ankh, the group of people and animals set off. The direction of this line is east. The place where the far east rivers meet the sea is exactly what the old crocodile mentioned. I once felt there was a place of great terror. Ankh's choice of this direction was not a rash decision. Instead, they intend to pursue clues to unravel the unsolved mystery and see if they can uncover the truth behind the National Destiny game. This also increases the exploration of the island. Currently, Anko's island exploration progress is 1.1%. If he reaches 10%, he will be able to receive a second mystery reward. The group entered the forest, passing by what was originally the habitat of Little Scar and his companions. However, this is no longer Little Scar's home. This is also where the leopard mother and her cub first met Ankh. The leopard mother, lost in fond memories, smiled faintly. "My benefactor, do you still remember the first time we met?" Anko laughed, of course. He had expected a fierce battle that time, but it didn't happen. They also managed to recruit the top general. Chapter 145 Dangers in the Jungle. Earthwalker? In the forest, enormous trees blocked out the sun. The environment was very dark. In the dim light, several pairs of glowing eyes moved about. I never imagined this forest was so big. Ankh asked in surprise. He and the animals had been walking in the forest for 2 hours, and the size of the accompanying animals is still growing. Because Ankh did not suppress her natural affinity, the surrounding animals were affected. She ran over, wanting to get close to Ankh. Of course, Ankh doesn't make just any animal follow her. For example, mosquitoes, cockroaches, bedbugs, these disgusting and ugly little creatures. Ankh then actively used her natural affinity ability to keep them as far away as possible. The way to get them to leave is simple. Give them a command. Rabbits, mice, or other small edible animals. Any adult would be hunted by animals such as tigers and leopards. After hunting the kill, Ankh casually tossed it into her personal storage space. The main principle is to avoid waste. How strange. Aren't these animals afraid of dying? The python had never seen anything like this before, and it looked completely bewildered. It had never seen an animal so brazenly approach a predator. And this is with so many predators. The giant python seemed to understand why the old crocodile, tiger, and leopard were willing to follow Ankh. With him, there's no need to worry about food and drink. The only thing to consider is finding a spouse. Soon, the dim environment gradually brightened. The surrounding trees began to thin out, allowing sunlight to filter through. At that moment, Anko stopped in her tracks. Not only it, but the giant python also stopped in its tracks. "Boss, something's up. The ground around us is shaking, and at least a dozen animals are coming towards us." Besides smell, pythons are extremely sensitive to vibrations in their surroundings. Therefore, it is able to detect. Tigers, leopards, and crocodiles perceive their surroundings in different ways. In addition, there were many small animals around, so they didn't notice anything. "I know." Anko nodded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped. His spider sense was triggered. It's only mid-range, which means he's just being targeted, and the other side hasn't launched an attack yet. "Little Scar, you and your people go up the tree first. Milk Mom, Little Tiger, Little Wild Leopard, you guys get on your sister-in-law's back." Ankh quickly made arrangements. Placed the weakest animal in a safe place first. It's worth noting that Ankh's natural affinity has now reached level 4. In this situation, even a giant python over 17 meters long can be affected. The opponent was even able to trigger Ankh's spider sense. This demonstrates that the other party is both dangerous and positioned above the giant python in the food chain. It has possessed the natural affinity for so long. Ankh already knew quite a bit about it. The hierarchy of animals is not determined by their size. Instead, the judgment is based on a comprehensive assessment of the animal's dangerousness and its position in the food chain. Even though they are small in size, they pose a great danger. It could easily kill Ankh or any other animal. If the natural affinity level is not high enough, it won't have any effect. This also suggests that the animals that came were dangerous. All the animals were on high alert. However, apart from the small animals attracted by Ankh, everything seemed normal around them. In the live stream, Ankh and her group stopped. The audience was quite surprised, and at the same time, some were worried. Is there any danger? That's highly likely, otherwise Boston wouldn't have stopped. Since there's danger, why not run? The right thing to do is to escape quickly and leave this place. Chin, who replaced expert Shui, explained to netizens. Predatory animals have an innate hunting instinct, which is to hunt prey that is facing them from behind. If Aang chooses to escape, it is very likely to trigger the predatory instincts of the other party, thus launching an attack directly. During the live stream, Aang did indeed have this in mind. But most importantly, he has absolute self-confidence. He was surrounded by so many ferocious beasts, not to mention the giant pythons that appeared and disappeared unpredictably in the jungle. There's really nothing to be afraid of. He also wanted to know what exactly was preventing his natural affinity from being affected. In this seemingly normal environment, a sudden change occurred. A rabbit hopped and skipped towards Aang. But the next second, a huge figure quickly emerged from the ground. With lightning speed, they attacked the rabbit. The moment everyone looked over, its body wriggled and quickly burrowed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Only a piece of land that had been turned over remained. What is that? Even the tiger mom, the queen of the jungle, was surprised and uneasy. If the other party had just launched an attack on it, I'm afraid it won't be able to react in time. The old crocodile's expression turned grave. This is a bit troublesome. This kind of terrain is a bit difficult for me, old crocodile. Its body is too big to be used properly. Or should we leave here? Crocodile suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Kun nodded slightly. But before that, he has one more thing to do. That is to use the natural affinity to get all the other animals around to move. Based on what had just happened, Aang guessed that the attackers most likely hunted using vibrations. As expected, after Aang used her ability to make the surrounding animals run wildly, the underground attacks began. A small wild boar had only run a few steps when a huge shadow burst out of the ground beneath its feet and attacked it. This time, Aang and the animals present could see clearly what it was. They were giant centipedes. However, unlike ordinary centipedes, they are not only enormous in size. Furthermore, its body is flat, and it has a hard shell on its back. They are incredibly fast hunters. Once caught by their 1,000-legged claws, they are immediately dragged to the ground. Neither the tiger mom nor the python has an effective way to attack this kind of method. After all, they cannot attack enemies underground. This also means that once someone is taken down, they're basically finished. Aang no longer hesitated. Let's leave here. After saying that, he turned and ran. The old crocodile, tigers, leopards, and other accompanying animals no longer hesitated. Immediately follow Aang and leave this place of trouble. Behind them, the giant centipede continued to hunt down small animals that were running around. Every attack takes a life. Outside the studio, inside the live stream, I got goosebumps all over my body. The animals appearing in the National Destiny game are getting more and more outrageous, okay? Although nervous, seeing that Nku and the others were safe and sound and had gone far away, I was relieved. The people of the Dragon Kingdom breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, netizens from the dog-rich country brought bad news. Chapter 146. The crisis is not over. The animal that attacked Dog Country last night was a giant centipede. It's exactly the same centipede that Aang and the others are encountering now. When the dog owners saw that the Dragon Kingdom had also encountered this giant centipede, considering the good relations between the two countries. In the past, when they went to China to purchase goods, the Chinese people were always incredibly hospitable. They were afraid that the children would be mistreated in the slightest. This attitude made the wealthy dog owners feel goodwill towards the people of China. The people of China are so hospitable. Their hospitality is truly exceptional. Friends of the Dragon Kingdom, although we do not want you to worry, we still have to remind you. Encountering such a giant centipede is a nightmare. They will not let go of every prey they set their sights on. It will relentlessly pursue its prey until it is devoured. Last night, our national athletes narrowly escaped the clutches of the giant centipede. But even now, I am still being chased by centipedes. The dog tycoon's reminder made the people of the Dragon Kingdom uneasy. Is it true or false? Is this thing that vengeful? Divine metal, right? It's true. I just came back from Dog's live stream. Their players are like frightened birds now. They seem to have mental problems. He seems to be on the verge of a breakdown. Soon, many people from the Dragon Kingdom flocked to the live stream of the Dog Kingdom's contestant. During the live stream, the player from the Dog Big House contestant was sitting on a solid boulder. At this moment, he was like a startled rabbit, constantly scanning the ground beneath the boulder. He was breathing heavily, and his body was trembling all over. These big-time dog owners would bark in alarm at the slightest sound or movement around them. He was clearly living in constant fear and was on the verge of collapse. The dog-rich country were filled with worry, their faces etched with despair. If his fear cannot be alleviated, I'm afraid this contestant will not die at the hands of the giant centipede, but from his own fear. That's terrible. Even the big dog players have been tortured like this. Isn't there a solution? During the program, the hosts, including Kang Hui, watched with bated breath. Although we didn't see any giant centipedes, we could still sense the danger lurking around us. The dog tycoon was almost in dire straits. It is indeed possible to avoid attacks from giant centipedes on solid boulders. But we can't stay on the boulder forever, can we? Humans need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves, right? Once you step down, you could face the risk of death at any moment. Professor Wu, is there any solution to this situation? Kang Hui asked. The group of experts and scholars sitting to the side all shook their heads. Professor Wu sighed deeply. On Earth, giant centipedes went extinct hundreds of millions of years ago. Humans have no idea about their specific habits, so they have no way to escape the hunting of giant centipedes. Now, without a sample, it's almost impossible to study habits. Everyone present fell silent, their faces showing some worry. The dog country encountered a giant centipede and suffered a terrible fate. What should Ankh do if she encounters more than a dozen of them? Although Ankh is surrounded by many ferocious beasts, his own combat power is also extremely formidable. However, none of these ferocious beasts, including Ankh herself, had effective means to deal with the giant centipede. Even Jesus would likely be affected if he remained vigilant. Dog Tycoon's live stream room. When they saw many Chinese people coming to the live stream, it was as if they had found a savior. They immediately sought help from the Dragon Kingdom. Friends of the Dragon Kingdom, you all have a chivalrous heart. Could you please let Ankh rescue our national athlete, considering our past partnership? We are willing to cooperate with China permanently and only purchase products manufactured in China. Foreign trade is also settled only in the currency of China. To get Ankh to participate, the wealthy dog offered very generous terms. They practically gave the entire dog kingdom to the Dragon Kingdom. We only asked that the Dragon Kingdom agree to provide aid. Currently, the only person who has the potential and capability to rescue the dog-owning expert is Ankh. Most athletes from other countries are too busy taking care of themselves to come to their aid. However, from the Dragon Kingdom's side, Li Lao and other high-ranking officials did not give a direct response. Even when the bigwigs contacted them, they still didn't respond. The reason is simple. Quota for this week. Used in writing thank you letters to Ankh. Let alone notifying Ankh to rescue the dog. Loving contestant from the great country. Even the dragon country couldn't warn Ankh about the giant centipede. The elderly folks were somewhat regretful. They wished they hadn't written the thank you letter. Now they can only watch helplessly as things unfold, unable to intervene. Inside the live stream room, Ankh and the animals had already left that place of trouble several kilometers away. However, they still hadn't left the forest. However, they came to an open space, beside a stream. There are many rocks of different sizes nearby. The smaller ones might be only the size of a grape, while the larger ones are even bigger than an old crocodile. Let's all stop and take a break. Ankh glanced at the terrain and spoke. This place offers a wide view and has a water source, making it ideal for rest and recuperation. The animals all agreed with Ankh. They've expended a lot of energy and definitely need to rest and replenish their strength. Without wasting any words, Ankh immediately took the campsite out of her personal space. In an instant, the camp appeared in front of Ankh and the others. The old crocodile exclaimed, "No matter how many times I see it, it still feels incredibly magical. Boss, you are mighty and unparalleled. I admire you the most." The giant python hurriedly flattered. Ankh ignored the giant python's flattery. For all animal passageways on site, everyone is free to move around, but please don't stray too far. There's no need to hunt. The small animals we find along the way are enough for us to eat. Inside the live stream, the foreigners couldn't hold back their excitement after hearing Ankh's words. A small animal found on the street? Are you sure you found it? I really hate this brat from China. No one else has reached this level of excellence. Exactly. If you're going to kill someone, just kill them. Why insist on saying you found them? What's so great about packaging a cruel guy? Inside the live stream, some foreigners were still making sarcastic remarks. However, the number has decreased significantly compared to before. The reason for this is that many countries have enacted laws and regulations. Anyone who creates conflict in the Dragon Kingdom's live streaming room will be punished. The Dragon Kingdom is currently ranked first in national fortune and has achieved a 1,000-fold increase in its manifestation. Many countries are beginning to change their attitudes toward China. There's no other way. If we don't change, we'll be lost in the annals of history. Meanwhile, those foreigners who haven't enacted relevant laws continue to speak recklessly. They eagerly awaited the giant centipede's attack on Ankh. Chapter 147 Delicious Mushrooms. Abuelitas luridus. Many people go to pray to the gods they believe in. I hope to see Ankh strangled by the giant centipede. During the live stream, the tiger mom and leopard mom heard Ankh say that she couldn't go hunting. They both looked regretful and nodded helplessly. They feel uneasy if they don't go hunting, because it cannot bring value to Ankh. If they can't bring value to Ankh, then what's the point of their lives as tigers, leopards? The spies are ready. Shall I infiltrate? King Kong stood on Ankh's shoulder, chattering away. Although Saw Gang's words were incoherent, they had known each other for so long. Ankh was still able to understand the general meaning. Just stay in the camp. The task of patrolling has been assigned to the giant python. Upon hearing this, the giant python immediately nodded and bowed. No problem, no problem. Greatest honor to serve the boss. Damn it, I got defeated by a simp. King Kong cursed, then got up and returned to the camp. It planned to eat some snacks, namely nuts. I brought back quite a few hamsters before. Ankh ate it a few times at first, but then stopped. Ultimately, it's just that peeling the shells is too much trouble. He likes food that can be picked up and eaten directly. The reason for letting the giant python patrol is that it has a natural advantage in the jungle. They can not only sense vibrations from animals around them, but also collect pheromones from the air, knowing in advance about prey several kilometers away. When King Kong went on patrol, Ankh feared it might not return. The jungle may seem peaceful, but danger lurks everywhere. Just as the giant python was about to dive into the stream, Ankh called out to it. Boss, what are your orders? The giant python immediately stopped and said obsequiously. Speaking of which, we haven't named you yet. Oh wow, they're here. They're here. It feels like another iconic scene is about to unfold. I burst out laughing when I named my cute little hamster Sandmao last time. I wonder what name they'll give the giant python this time. Black Mamba. Impossible. This name is too beautiful. It couldn't have come from Boss and S hand. I think there's a high probability he's a simp. Shouldn't it at least be called a snake licker? Viewers in the live stream speculated about what name Ankh would give the giant python. And Ku stroked her chin, deep in thought. A moment later, he had a flash of inspiration. From now on, I'll call you Amon. Live stream room. So after thinking for so long, this is all you came up with? Oh, this name is already quite good. Sandmao, I'm going to the toilet to cry for a while. Politeness, are you Chow Chow? Viewers in the live stream started creating mischief. It's something many people are happy to see that Ankh, who is perfect in every other way, has one shortcoming. That's just how people are. Often, we may inexplicably develop a resistance to something that is perfect. To slander a person is to destroy a thing. When a person has flaws, they are often better able to integrate into a group and gain popularity. The giant python naturally had no objection to the name Ankh had given it. Let alone Oman. Even if you give him that, or he's a sycophant, it will accept them gladly. Anyway, it doesn't understand what it means. Whatever Ankh, the boss, gives you, you get. Oman left and began to patrol the surrounding area. Meanwhile, Little Scar and the others started a fire to prepare a meal. After Ankh took out various kinds of meat from her personal space and handed them to Little Scar and the others, she said to Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom, "Come with me for a walk around the neighborhood. Old Crocodile, sister-in-law, please keep an eye on the camp." "No problem, young friend." The old crocodile and his sister-in-law Crocodile readily accepted. Perfect timing, they haven't sunbathed yet today. Take this opportunity to soak up some sun. This is a habit of cold-blooded animals. They do not raise their body temperature. Guarding the camp was just a side job. So, young friend, what are you planning to do? The old crocodile asked curiously. I'm planning to see if there are any fruits and vegetables nearby, Ankh said. I've been eating too much meat lately. I'm tired of it. I plan to eat some vegetables and fruits. Ankh's words left the viewers in the live stream feeling like they had a fishbone stuck in their throat. It's confirmed. Boston is on vacation. We're the ones doing wilderness survival. I haven't eaten meat in so long that I don't even know what meat tastes like anymore. Ankh, Versailles main event. Even Chinese people were shaken by Nku's words, let alone the foreigners. Their faces looked ashen, like they'd eaten shit. Tired of eating meat? Then give it to our country. But Ankh was telling the truth. He's really tired of eating meat. Beef, mutton, pork, fish, rabbit meat. All kinds of meat, but very few vegetables. He plans to bring back more vegetables this time. With two fierce beasts, the tiger mom and the leopard mom, accompanying them, there should be no problem with their safety. Soon, Ankh set off. He and his mother, the tiger and the leopard, searched along the stream. Most fruits and vegetables prefer to grow in places with abundant water. During this time, Aang's exploration progress also continued to increase. This trip has increased his exploration rate from 1.1% to 1.24%. There is still 8.76% to go until the next mystery reward. Judging from the increased exploration progress gained from previously going to the northernmost point, even if Aang reaches the Far East, she is still a long way from the next mysterious reward. You must explore the 4 surrounding areas to replenish your exploration progress. Aang's exploration along the way allowed her to see many wonderful things. Some plants can be used in medicine, as well as some vegetables, such as watercress. In her past life, Aang always ordered watercress whenever she ordered malatang, a spicy hot pot dish. And then there are tofu skewers. Aang believes this is the soul of malatang, a type of spicy hot pot. As they walked and stopped, Aang's eyes suddenly lit up. That is. Aang was excited and immediately ran over to confirm up close whether it was what she had in mind. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a brown mushroom. It looked ordinary, but it brought Aang great joy. It really is the mushroom I expected, a Boletus luridus. Aang decisively picked it and then looked around. On the back of the stone, many more Bodhi seeds were found. There are probably close to 100 plants. I've struck it rich. Aang shouted happily as she quickly picked the Boletus luridus. He planned to plunder all the wild boars in the vicinity. Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom were excited to see Aang and very curious about the blue-handed creature. Is this stuff really that delicious? What could possibly excite the master, benefactor, so much? Although they were very curious, the 2 big cats didn't seem very interested. After all, they are carnivores. In the live stream, many viewers drooled upon seeing the Bodhi seed. This is top-notch cuisine. In the mountains around here, you used to see Bodhi seeds everywhere, but now they are very rare. I really want to eat it too. Boletus edulis before we're drooling. Those viewers who hadn't tried it looked puzzled. Does this taste good? Is it supposed to be poisonous? Chapter 148, How about eating raw Boletus luridus? Aang's encounter with the Jian Shouqing sparked a heated discussion among viewers in the live stream. To be honest, I'm afraid of dying. No matter how delicious it is, I won't eat a single bite. Me too. I don't want to end up in the hospital because of food. It's unnecessary. No matter how delicious it is, can it be more delicious than seafood? Let's just say that. More than 30 years ago, I didn't understand why some people would like to eat poisonous fungi, and even if they were poisoned, they would still eat them every day. I was surprised at the time. How addictive is this? Don't they have any other delicious food? Until I ate a stir-fried Boletus edulis. What happened next? Damn it. Just say it. You're a fragmentation dog, aren't you? Damn it. Give me your home address if you dare. Well, after eating it, you can live, but you can't die. Aren't there any toxins in takeout food? Aren't there any toxins in pesticides? So what if mushrooms are a little poisonous? After all, they're so delicious 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I haven't had bonito flakes for over 20 years, but I still remember it vividly. Is it really that delicious? Is it really that exaggerated? The taste of mushrooms is truly indescribable. You can describe other foods as sour, sweet, bitter, or spicy, but the taste of mushrooms is on a different level. Taking a bite is like taking a bite of nature itself. I was fortunate enough to have eaten it a few times before it became scarce, and I was stunned the first time I ate it. It's like the feeling of sliding into a bathtub after a long day, warmly soothing every inch of your tongue. Ah, this. Damn it. Stop talking, it's making me really want to eat it now. Why didn't I eat mushrooms more than 30 years ago when there were still plenty? Oh right, I was only 18 years old then, never mind. That damned island nation, living a good life, is the culprit behind the destruction of the blue planet's ecology. Don't be afraid. Japan has already collapsed and is in a state of anarchy. Ha ha. Before long, there probably won't be any Japanese left. During the live stream, Aang picked about 200 Boletus luridus plants. He picked one up and then cut off the root. The original white flesh at the base immediately turned blue. After the surgery, Aang went to the stream to wash herself clean. Then he put it directly into his mouth and chewed it. Frog fun. Bossin. Alright. He's immune to all poisons, so it's alright. I'm so envious. I've wanted to try this for a long time, but I have the desire but not the courage. It's not that I don't have the guts, it's that I don't have the fate. Once poisoned, one may experience vomiting and diarrhea. Even vomiting bile is considered mild. The key is that you will experience hallucinations, seeing little people. I was lucky enough to see a fish flying in the sky, and my first thought was that it was all over. I was visiting a friend's house once when he was stir-frying mushrooms. He called and asked me to take over. I didn't know if there was enough salt, so I tasted it. A few minutes later, His chicken came in from the door and told me it was almost cooked and to thicken it with cornstarch slurry. I knew something was wrong. I have to say, Boston is a real monster. I wish I had Boston, who was immune to all poisons. Because the immunity to all poisons is a reward from the National Fortune game. So the audience knows. During the live stream, Hank had long wanted to try this way of eating to see what it would taste like. He used to be afraid of death, but now he's not. However, after taking just one bite, Hank was not very satisfied. This stuff really tastes best when stir-fried. Otherwise, the flavor won't come through, and it will taste dry, almost like eating wax. Hank simply tossed the half-eaten bodhi seed into her personal space. He plans to grill it over charcoal as soon as he gets back. As for whether the charcoal grill will be undercooked, he's already eaten it raw, so why would he be worried about it being undercooked? Just then, an announcement from National Fortune Game suddenly sounded. Congratulations to Hank, the #1 contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, for achieving the condition of realizing the 1,000-fold manifestation of the blue bone demon. A total of 226 bodhi seedlings were found, and the Dragon Kingdom will eventually have 226,000 bodhi seedlings. This announcement immediately caused a sensation in the entire live stream. The long-awaited manifestation of 1,000-fold. Haha, thank you, Boston, for making up for my regret of never having eaten Boletus edulis. Mushrooms reproduce incredibly fast. Now that our Dragon Kingdom has clean water sources and oases, we'll probably be able to achieve mushroom freedom very soon. Once the bok choy is fully available for purchase, I'm going to try it and see just how delicious it is. Remember to cook it thoroughly, lest you end up lying on a flat board and seeing a villain. To be honest, I'm very curious about what it's like to see a villain. I'm also very interested. I want to see fish flying in the sky. By the way, is it expensive to treat Boletus luridus poisoning at the hospital? If it's not expensive, I'd like to try what it's like to encounter Boletus luridus if I have the chance. Thousands or tens of thousands, depending on the situation. More than 30 years ago, or maybe more than 40 years ago, I was poisoned once and it cost more than 30,000 yuan. Over 30,000? Did you switch to a different system? Alright. My curiosity has been successfully stifled. So it turns out that curiosity also needs financial support. At this point, the official announcement was immediately issued. The National Health Commission issued an official warning: never gamble with your life. Boletus luridus is a neurotoxin that can cause death. Overdose can lead to liver failure and irreversible damage. Wow, this has really brought the authorities out of the woods. Will it leave any lasting effects? I'm out of here. An official warning has prompted many people to stop using the meme. Meanwhile, the foreigners in the live stream were collectively envious, especially the finance minister of the United States, of Boletus edulis at a restaurant when she was young and fell in love with it afterward. On one occasion, she was even accidentally poisoned and experienced hallucinations. However, the head of the lighthouse's finance department felt that the problem wasn't with the mushrooms, but rather that they weren't cooked properly. After recovering, she continued to do things her own way and remained very fond of the bodhi seed. Now that the Dragon Kingdom has manifested so many azure blueberries 1,000-fold, this finance minister of the Lighthouse Kingdom can no longer sit still. They immediately contacted high-ranking officials in China, hoping to obtain some skilled hands, a type of medicinal herb. They were even willing to spend a lot of money. However, the top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom responded domineeringly. We will only consider exporting after the products are distributed to all citizens, and there is a surplus. This left the finance minister anxiously awaiting the outcome, yet utterly helpless. During the live stream, after seeing the announcement of the 1,000-fold manifestation, Ankh was also happy for the Dragon Kingdom. However, he still hadn't figured out exactly what the conditions were for a 1,000-fold manifestation. If you can't figure it out, just give up. After all, there are likely manipulators behind the National Destiny game, and Ankh can't control how they want to change things. After looting all the blue chrysanthemums, Ankh did not choose to return, but continued her search. Chapter 149. Finally, we get to eat spicy food. By the time Ankh returned to the camp, he had already acquired quite a few good things. What he was most satisfied with was the chili pepper. He's the kind of person who can't live without spicy food. Since arriving on Earth, Ankh has never eaten spicy food. This made him extremely upset. Now that he has chili peppers, he can finally enjoy a delicious meal that truly satisfies his taste buds. After chili peppers, the next best vegetables are watercress and bluebell. Ankh plans to cook this meal herself. He's going to cook himself the most delicious meal he's had in days. Water was poured directly into ceramic containers by the stream, and then a fire was lit to boil the water. While waiting for the water to boil, Ankh set up a grill plate on the side. Ankh then took out a piece of pork and roasted it to render the lard. Once there is enough oil on the board, put the chopped chili peppers on top and mix them thoroughly with the lard. As Ankh stirred, her mouth watered uncontrollably. The spiciness has already developed. The smell assaulted Ankh's nostrils and sent shivers down his spine. He took a deep drag and exclaimed excitedly, "It's intoxicating." Perhaps only those who enjoy spicy food can understand what it feels like to go more than half a year without eating spicy food. What does it feel like to eat chili peppers again after more than half a year? King Kong, Little Scar, and a group of other animals came over curiously to see what kind of food made Ankh so excited tasted like. As we all know, spiciness is a type of pain. As soon as the little scars got close, their eyes were attacked. They fled in panic and came to the stream to wash their faces. While washing her face, she exclaimed in surprise. As expected of the king, he dares to eat such things. Little Scar and the others know what this thing is, and they also know that it can't be eaten. Once you eat it, not only will your mouth be unable to handle it, but you'll also have diarrhea to the point of questioning your very existence. Once, one of their monkeys mistakenly ate this fruit and vegetable. The scene was truly heartbreaking. The tribesman screamed in agony, tears streaming down his face, and frantically scratched his entire body. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he jumped into the river and drowned. At that moment, King Kong also flapped its wings and flew over, then plunged headfirst into the water. While rinsing his eyes, he shouted loudly, "Even though people look like this, they still can't escape the fate of being eaten. So scary, so scary." On the other side, Tiger Mom, Leopard Mom, and Old Crocodile had long since slipped away. The pungent smell was unbearable for them. They stood on the perimeter, watching Ankh cook in the camp from afar. What appears to be ordinary is, in the eyes of these animals, like a demon. King Kong was absolutely right. Even if people deliberately inflict pain on animals they eat to prevent them from being eaten, are they still destined to be eaten? Humans are truly terrifying. My master, benefactor/boss, is truly a devil. However, Ankh ignored this warning. All he could see now was the delicious food. Once the stir-fry had released its spiciness, he immediately added the Boletus edulis. Stir-fry it with chili peppers. Not enough fire. Then add more firewood. Ankh originally intended to grill it over charcoal, but after getting the chili peppers, she immediately changed her mind. When stir-frying, the water also boils. Ankh decisively put the cleaned pork kidneys in, and then waited a moment before adding watercress. The spiciness and deliciousness mingled together in the air. Inside the live stream, viewers were already eagerly anticipating the broadcast. The younger generation has little concept of delicious food. However, those middle-aged people who were over 50 were already swallowing their saliva frantically. Watercress and pork kidney soup. Stir-fried bok choy. Holy crap, what kind of heavenly life is this? I'm not watching anymore. I'm out of here. I'm leaving too, it's boring. The once bustling live stream room was suddenly filled with people leaving, an unprecedented occurrence. I'm so frustrated. What am I supposed to do when I get hungry just looking at this? Back in the day, if you got hungry while watching short videos, you could just order takeout. What do you want in this day and age? Should I give them some nutrient solution? That stuff tastes awful. At this moment, everyone was eager to squeeze in and snatch Ankh's food. This was the first time Ankh had attracted so much hatred. Inside the live stream, wisps of smoke rose from cooking fires. Stir-fried Boletus edulis and watercress and pork kidney soup are finished. Ankh couldn't wait and began to taste it. He didn't care whether the bok choy was cooked or not, and ate it directly. Delicious. The fresh taste of any meat explodes in your mouth. Another option is watercress and pork kidney soup. With a bite of food and a sip of soup, Ankh ate her meal leisurely and contentedly. We must find other seasonings. Ankh vowed to find all the garlic, scallions, and ginger. Let's have an even more perfect meal. Gurgle, gurgle. Ankh drank all the soup base. The sudden change occurred as he let out a soul-stirring, "Ah." The giant python hissed as a warning. "Boss, something's up." At the same time, Ankh's spider sense was also triggered. This is the highest grade ever. This means that enemies are already rushing towards it and attacking. So fast. What is it this time? Could it be that giant centipede again? As Nku's mind raced, he suddenly leaped into the air. As soon as he stood up, a giant centipede emerged from where he had been sitting and attacked him. However, this attack came up empty-handed. Ankh, who had just jumped into the air, also had a brief eye contact with the giant centipede. But the giant centipede's attack failed, and it immediately began to burrow into the ground. Ankh was furious. She had just finished enjoying the delicious food and hadn't even had a chance to savor it before being disturbed. "Come and go as you please." Ankh didn't hesitate any longer and immediately used a double jump. He pushed off the ground with his feet while in midair and then leaped out. It swooped down towards the giant centipede. Ankh wasn't attacking. She was trying to grab the giant centipede's body. However, when he got there, the other person had already disappeared into the ground. That's incredibly fast. Ankh's eyes narrowed slightly, and she immediately gave the order to the other animals. Those with weak combat capabilities, leave the ground immediately. There were many large rocks nearby, which could provide a safe zone for some animals that were not very strong. The old crocodile couple, the giant python, the tiger mother, and the leopard mother immediately mobilized. Escort the other animals to the top of the boulder. During this time, another giant centipede launched an attack. The target is a wild leopard cub. The leopard mother roared immediately, risking her life to protect her cubs. "We've been waiting for you." At that moment, Nku's clenched teeth could be heard. He proactively activated his natural affinity. Previously, the insufficient natural affinity level affected the old crocodile. However, thanks to Ankh's initiative, the old crocodile was still affected for a brief period of time. Natural affinity is released. The giant centipede that was attacking the little wild leopard immediately froze. However, it quickly recovered and continued its attack on the little leopard. However, Ankh's axe had already fallen at that moment. What he needed was a brief moment of stunned silence. Chapter 150. Cracking open the giant centipede's skull. The explosive power generated by Ankh's current strength. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was like an arrow released from a bow. If the giant centipede pauses, even for just a second, he can seize the opportunity. As it turns out, Ankh really seized the opportunity. The iron axe fell, followed by a thud. A chilling roar, seemingly from hell, rang out. The iron axe pierced the giant centipede's shell, and a glob of green, viscous liquid immediately spurted out. Damn it, that hurts. How could such a small creature possibly break through my defenses? The giant centipede is incomprehensible. It had fought against dinosaurs before, and their teeth could hardly break through its defenses. Why can such a small creature do this? But now is not the time to think about these things. In pain, immediately abandoned its attack and planned to burrow back underground. Nku scoffed. "Leave? Do you think you can just walk away?" As he spoke, the iron axe in his hand disappeared. Ankh immediately grabbed the giant centipede's body as it tried to burrow into the ground. The next moment, an astonishing power erupted from the soles of his feet. "Double jump!" Nku shouted loudly, and the veins on her arms and neck bulged. The double jump allowed him to use the air to generate force, which enabled him to use brute force to pull the giant centipede out of the ground. Bang! The giant centipede slammed heavily onto the tree trunk, lingered for a few seconds, and then slowly fell. It looked at Ankh, its body aching all over, as if it had seen a ghost. What the heck? This little creature not only has explosive attack power, but also explosive strength? How did it evolve? Tada! Ankh's footsteps dispelled the giant centipede's utter bewilderment. Escaping is the priority. But the next second, the giant centipede felt excruciating pain. Its vulnerable belly was hit by an arrow. Soon, several more shots were fired into its abdomen. Those were arrows that Ankh shot while running. Arrows are ineffective against the giant centipede's hard exoskeleton, but they can be effective against its vulnerable abdomen. The pain caused the giant centipede to writhe and struggle on the ground. Why? Why does this little creature have ranged attack capabilities? The giant centipede is incomprehensible. What kind of creature could evolve so perfectly? Unfortunately, it will never know the answer. Ankh had already arrived in front of the giant centipede. As the opponent, terrified and disregarding the pain, tried to flee, the bow and arrow in his hand disappeared, and the iron axe reappeared. The silver arc fell rapidly, splitting the giant centipede's head in two. The giant centipede did not die immediately, but instead writhed wildly on the ground. Like a headless fly, constantly bumping around. Its instincts made it paw at the ground, trying to escape, but all in vain. On the other side, the old crocodile, the tiger mother, and other animals escorted Little Scar's tribe, Milk, and other weaker animals to the boulder. When they tried to send reinforcements back, they saw Ankh had already killed a giant centipede. "Huh, young friend, you split a crocodile open." Sister-in-law crocodile was full of shock. They know exactly how fast these things can burrow. Otherwise, they would have killed these bedbugs long ago. "Our boss is invincible," Amon said with a smug grin. But it came from the bottom of my heart. It was very fortunate that it chose to surrender to Ankh and recognize him as its leader. This boss is 1,000,000 times more powerful than the previous one. All I want to say is that my master is my eternal god. Master is awesome. I'm awesome. Tiger Mom didn't say anything, but she was filled with countless emotions. It has known Ankh for quite some time. At the time, it firmly believed that its master, Ankh, did not possess such power. But now, he might be able to kill me easily. Sister-in-law, Tiger Mom, you two go and escort Leopard Mom and Little Leopard, Ankh ordered. Because the cubs were attacked, the mother leopard and her leopards haven't reached the safe rocks yet. Old Crocodile, Amon, come here and fight with me. Here I am, boss. The giant python immediately wriggled over eagerly. It is not afraid of these giant centipedes at all. Each one is only 4 or 5 meters long, while its body length is 3 or 4 times that of them. If it weren't for its ability to burrow underground, its strangulation attack would have taught the giant centipede a lesson. The old crocodile was the same. It wasn't too afraid of these disgusting creatures. I will try my best to pull them out of the ground, and then I will leave the rest to you. Ankh looked at the giant python and the old crocodile. No problem, young friend. Once they leave the ground, it's my territory. It's unrealistic for Ankh to kill them one by one. With the old crocodiles will make things more efficient. Besides old crocodile and Amon, Ankh also had Little Scar and the others assist her. Use bows and arrows to assist in attacks from a distance. In-law, Tiger Mom, and Leopard Mom protect Little Scar, King Kong, and Cow Mom, in case these guys launch a surprise attack from the rear. With everything arranged, all that remained was for the giant centipede to attack. Outside the live stream, viewers were both surprised and delighted. They had been worried that Ankh and his group would be successfully ambushed by the giant centipede. This resulted in losses for members. But as it turns out, Bossin is still Bossin. He can do things that others cannot. He actually had a way to deal with the giant centipede that everyone thought was almost impossible to handle. The foreigners were dumbfounded, especially the dog country, which also suffered an attack by giant centipedes. To eliminate the giant centipede in the live stream. As soon as the giant centipede attacked, Ankh would seize the opportunity. Pull the giant centipede out of the ground. Once pulled out, either the python or the crocodile will immediately pounce. The giant python used its enormous body to coil around the giant centipede. As it strained, the giant centipede's body began to make a crackling sound. That's the giant centipede's shell trembling. About 10 seconds later, the giant centipede's shell shattered on the spot. The force required to crush an 8-ton truck is no joke. Various white, green, and black liquids splattered on the ground, and the giant centipede died instantly. After the giant python was dropped on the ground, only its 1,000 legs moved. The old crocodile was not to be outdone. Given the chance, its gaping maw will seize the giant centipede. With a bite force no less powerful than that of a giant python, the giant centipede's exoskeleton was pulverized. The same disgusting liquid splattered everywhere, flowing from the old crocodile's mouth onto the ground. Once these giant centipedes leave the ground, they are no match for the old crocodiles and pythons, and are easily killed. In just over 10 minutes, there were already 7 or 8 giant centipede corpses on the ground. And yet we were worried about our young friend from the Dragon Kingdom. I went to Allah to pray for the safety of our athletes, and I also prayed for our young friend from China. Now it seems we were just being presumptuous. The gap between us and the Dragon Kingdom is precipitous, both in ancient and modern times. Please, Dragon Kingdom, save our nation's athletes. Let our nation be spared the punishment of the game of destiny. Chapter 151 Bamboo Forest discovered. Are there giant pandas? The dog-loving nation's contestants to the brink of a mental breakdown. However, Nku easily controlled her. Giant centipedes hiding underground? Let's pull them out and see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Ankh's move was truly astonishing. This shocked the dog-loving nation, and at the same time, it felt like seeing a savior. He frantically called the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom, begging them to let Ankh go and rescue the people who were destined to save their nation. Unfortunately, the higher-ups in China were powerless to do anything about it, since they couldn't send bullet comments this week. There was no way to notify Ankh. The citizens of the dog-owning family are somewhat desperate. They have no idea how long their nation's fate can be held. Could it be that they really can't escape the punishment of the national fate game? During the live stream, the dead leaves on the ground were covered with disgusting slime. These are all bodily fluids from a giant centipede. 3 more corpses appeared on the ground, bringing the total to 11. The surroundings have returned to silence. The giant centipede did not continue its attack. They were afraid. Their original plan was to ambush and kill Ankh and the others, and then eat them. Unexpectedly, it ended up as a one-sided massacre of them. If the attack continues, they will likely be wiped out here. Underground, only 3 giant centipedes remained. They constantly release pheromones and use them to communicate. Should we continue our offensive efforts? Attack my ass. Can that be called an attack? That's just plain suicide. Damn it, What kind of creature is that standing on two legs? It's so fierce. Whatever kind of creature it is, all we need to know is that if we see such a creature in the future, we should stay as far away from it as possible. Without a doubt, the three remaining giant centipedes chose to flee. On the ground, Ankh let out a soft sigh. They ran away. The old crocodile asked in surprise, "These bedbugs escaped?" "Yes, they fled in disarray under the boss's wild aura." As the giant python answered, it didn't forget to lick Ankh. It could clearly feel the underground tremors receding into the distance. They eventually disappeared in the direction they came from. Ankh's spider sense was thus quelled. Ugh, how boring. These bugs run so fast. I haven't had enough fun yet. The old crocodile was still not satisfied. The giant python sneered, "Old crocodile, all you can do is offer hindsight advice. If it weren't for the boss being so awesome, you'd be the one getting played right now." Don't be fooled by how easily the giant centipede was killed by the python and the old crocodile. The main reason is that they left the land. Crocodile to death with their methods. However, in reality, there are no what-ifs. Ankh looked at the giant centipede corpses on the ground and scratched his head. In the end, I decided to put them all into my personal storage space. We don't know what use these corpses will be now, but perhaps they'll come in handy later? Some giant centipedes, despite suffering fatal wounds, are still moving their bodies or legs. Ankh could only wait until they were completely dead before she could send them into her personal space. Even something on the verge of death is still considered alive, and living things cannot be sent into a personal space. The glory of victory will forever belong to the tribe. King Kong flapped its wings and stood on Ankh's shoulder. After the battle, the animals that had been on the rocks returned to the ground. Their faces were filled with the joy of victory and admiration for Ankh. In this battle, Ankh created another memorable scene that the animals will never forget. The leopard mother expressed her gratitude to Ankh. "Thank you so much, my benefactor. You have saved me and the little leopard once again." It doesn't know how to repay Ankh's kindness now. "I owe Ankh so much." "Little leopard, there's no need to say that. It's only natural for our team members to take care of each other," Ankh said with a smile. Beside her, Tiger Mom's vertical pupils darted around. It was curious whether Ankh would suffer the same danger as before if it were the mother and child who encountered such danger. Tiger Mom really wanted to know the answer and wanted to hear Ankh say yes. But being proud and aloof, it held back for a long time without saying a word. After all the animals expressed their gratitude to Ankh, the group of animals and Ankh rested again. After the battle, he felt hungry again. "Let's have another meal. I hadn't had enough to eat yet." Inside the live stream, viewers grumbled and cursed once again, and many chose to leave the room. If you can't see it, it's as if Ankh didn't eat it. Then they won't feel envious. After eating and drinking to their heart's content and resting, Ankh and her group of animals set off once again to continue exploring the island and, along the way, search for hidden rewards. Ankh originally thought she could walk out of the forest in a day. However, in reality, he was overthinking it. As the sun set, they were still in the jungle. To see how much longer it will take, Ankh decisively chose a tall tree, climbed to the top of the canopy, and checked the road ahead. After checking everything, Ankh estimated that it would take about 2 or 3 more days. Although staying in the forest didn't make him feel too good. Many places are very dark and damp. On the bright side, this could be an opportunity to collect more fruits and vegetables. There was no water source on the ground where we set up camp this time. However, this doesn't apply to Ankh. At dinner time, Ankh once again personally cooked a delicious spicy meal. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, he began to get down to business. That means making iron weapons for Little Scar and the others as well. The animals appearing in the wilderness now are clearly becoming increasingly powerful. Almost all of them have a hard outer shell. It is difficult to cause damage if the weapon is not made of iron. Therefore, iron weapons are the top priority at present. Ankh had filled a large amount of iron-containing yellow clay in her personal space. Ankh believed that the condensed iron would be more than enough to fully upgrade Little Scar's weapons. With work and sleep on my hands, time flies by. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Ankh and her group set off again. They did not encounter any further danger on the road after that. All of them are animals influenced by natural affinity and want to get close to Ankh. This allowed Ankh and the animals to explore much faster than the previous day. They thought it would take another 2 or 3 days to get out of the forest, but they arrived at the edge of the forest on the evening of the second day. The towering trees finally disappeared. Instead, there was a downhill slope covered with various rocks. It was a rocky area. At the end of the slope, Ankh saw a bamboo forest. His eyes immediately lit up. Bamboo has a wide range of uses and is used to make many things. However, it was already close to evening. Ankh decided to set up camp here first, and then head to the bamboo forest tomorrow. I wonder if we'll encounter any giant pandas. Ankh was somewhat looking forward to it. With his current natural affinity, he could definitely get close to an ordinary giant panda. While Ankh was setting up camp, a large number of fans in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room excitedly shouted, "This is where our national athletes are trapped." Chapter 152 Faceblind Saw Gang. A zombie appears. After seeing that the place where Ankh and the group of animals had set up camp was the same place where their dog-dominated country's contestants were trapped, the dog-loving citizens were extremely excited. They flocked into the Dragon Kingdom live stream room and started sending bullet comments. "Friends from China, could you please ask Boston to rescue our country's athletes? Our dog kingdom is very friendly to your Dragon Kingdom, so please help us this time. From now on, all foreign trade of our dog-dominated country will be settled in the currency of the Dragon Country. I only beg you not to punish us rich dogs. The wealthy dog has indeed treated the people of China very well, of course. I'm referring to the majority. Every country has a small number of bad apples. In their eyes, the Dragon Kingdom is a mysterious and powerful nation in the East. It not only brings them cheap goods, it also boosted their economy. Moreover, it is a very peace-loving country that never interferes in the affairs of other countries. They generally do not initiate wars against other countries, but when they do use force, it always shocks the world. Even the dog country once complained about the Dragon Country. Why do they make so much money in their country but not send troops to be stationed there? They don't protect their dog-owning country. The people of Longwo were stunned when they heard this. In the minds of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, there are troops from other countries stationed on their country's territory. Isn't this a serious provocation and a violation of territorial sovereignty? This also shows how much the Dog Kingdom trusts the Dragon Kingdom. In the live stream, many people from China also shared their experiences. It tells the story of the dog-owning people's enthusiasm for the dragon people. More than 50 years ago, I traveled to the country of the dog tycoon. When I filled up my gas tank and was about to pay, I was told that the dog tycoon had already paid for me. The dog tycoon is indeed very friendly to the dragon country. I once saw a video of Koreans doing a variety show in the country of the dog kings. At first, the dog kings thought they were Chinese, and they were all smiles. However, upon learning it was kimchi, her expression immediately changed. Hilarious. I've seen that video. I laughed so hard, and at the same time, I felt proud to be a Chinese. About 40 or 50 years ago, I visited the country of Dao. They even fought over inviting me to their home. I think the dog-rich player can definitely be saved. Yes, judging from their attitude, they really deserve a helping hand. People from China have always valued sincerity. As long as people from other countries are friendly, the people of China are never stingy with their hospitality. Therefore, the public also strongly supports Ankh helping the players from the dog-loving country. However, while the Chinese leadership has the will, they lack the power to achieve it. My comments this week, so I didn't have a chance. There was no way to notify Ankh. Therefore, the top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom had no choice but to issue a public announcement to the wealthy and powerful citizens. I sincerely apologize to them. Unable to contact Ankh. The hopes of the dog-owning citizens were shattered upon seeing the announcement. Despair was evident on their faces. However, instead of making trouble, they comforted the people of the Dragon Kingdom. It's all right. Your intentions are enough. Yes, we can only blame our bad luck. If we had come earlier, we wouldn't have encountered such difficulties. It's all right. Our Lord will protect us. I'm so sorry to have caused trouble for your Dragon Kingdom. I'm so upset. This dog-like country is actually trying to comfort us. They were clearly in despair, yet they still comforted us. Ugh, can't you save the number of comments? Exactly. That's not fair. For the past few weeks, Dragon Kingdom had not sent any bullet comments. If I could have saved it, I would have had several more chances by now. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. There are no what-ifs. During the live stream, after setting up camp, Ankh continued to rest and reorganize according to the previous plan. However, this patrol not only included the giant python, but also King Kong. In open areas, King Kong can play a huge role. The other beasts went out to hunt. However, after the incidents involving the giant python and the giant centipede, Ankh now has strict regulations. Hunting trips must be undertaken in groups. This way, they can be looked after if they encounter danger. Ankh didn't cook tonight. Instead, she planned to continue upgrading the equipment for Little Scar and the others. Weapons can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of Ankh's team. If conditions permit, Ankh also plans to make armor for tigers, leopards, and crocodiles. This will make their combat capabilities even more formidable. It was about 3 kilometers away from where Ankh had set up camp. On a huge rock, Kata, looking haggard, knelt down, and sat quietly. He was chased by a giant centipede a few days ago and hasn't eaten or drunk anything since. My lips are now dry and cracked due to lack of moisture. If this continues, I'll die. Kata murmured bitterly. To survive, I have to go down. But when he looked at the ground beneath the boulder, fear rose within him once more. It appeared calm, as if there was no danger. But Kata believed that if he went down, he would be attacked by the giant centipede. Lord, save me. Please show me a way to survive. Unfortunately, only his voice could be heard nearby. No one responded. Kata knew that his chances of survival were slim this time. I was lucky to have avoided attacks from giant centipedes several times before. But now that he's weakened, he probably won't have much good luck left. Kata had been mentally preparing himself for a day and a night. Now he must make up his mind and take action. Leave this rock. Staying here will surely lead to death, but going down offers a sliver of hope. Just as Kata made up his mind not to stay there and wait to die, suddenly a shout rang out. Holy crap! A zombie has come back to life. Froze as he climbed down the rock. I heard someone talking. Let's speak Chinese. Kata looked around under the rocks, but couldn't find a single person. He shook his head. Is he just too hungry and hallucinating? However, the sound rang out again. I'm going to tell that brat and coup, you're finished. Kata was convinced he had indeed heard it, and this time he pinpointed the source of the sound. He looked up and saw a parrot flapping its wings and flying above his head. He was muttering to himself in Chinese. Carl was immediately stunned. Meanwhile, the live stream room of the dog-owning country was in an uproar. It's King Kong. It's Jean Gang. Who's within coup? Great. It found Kata, so Boston will know. While excited, the dog-loving citizens also had doubts. What exactly is this zombie resurrection that King Kong is talking about? Could it be that this parrot mistook Kata for Fuer, who had previously invaded the Dragon Kingdom's camp? Does this bird think all foreigners look the same? Chapter 153, he's telling you to go and kill him if you dare. After the dog-loving citizens guessed that King Kong was probably face-blind, they immediately got angry. That's absolutely not possible. We're not with Fowler. Our dog kingdom would never do anything to harm the interests of the Dragon Kingdom. Don't let Boston misunderstand and mistakenly kill one of our players. Fowler's body mysteriously disappeared, and it remains a mystery to this day. The dog-owning citizens were worried that King Kong would go back to report, and Ankh really thought that Fuer had come back from the dead. Then they directly send out tigers, leopards, or even crocodiles and pythons to hunt down their players. King, hurry up and send a message to Qatar. We must make sure Kata and King Kong understand each other clearly and seize this opportunity to save their lives. How could the royal family, a powerful family, not know that their own contestant had seized the chance to survive this time? Fortunately, they hadn't used up their precious barrage opportunity earlier. The main reason is that, after discussions among the expert team, they could not find any effective way to defend against the giant centipede. Therefore, no comments were sent for a long time. Opportunity for occasional use. And now it's proven that they were right to do so. Without the slightest hesitation, Dog Dahugwo immediately sent out a barrage of comments. Inform Kata that the parrot is the pet of Ankh, the god of destiny of the Dragon Kingdom. Let him seize the opportunity and send the parrot to bring over Ankh, this god. During the live stream, Kata was still in a daze. He couldn't understand what was happening before his eyes. Why is one of the parrots speaking Chinese? He understands and speaks Chinese. That's why I found the parrot's words incomprehensible. What is meant by coming back to life? Kata received a barrage of comments from the real world. He was overjoyed at the thought. For the past few days, he has been waiting for comments from the outside world. He hopes that high-level officials and leaders outside the region can find a way to get rid of the giant centipede. It seems we've found a solution now. However, when Kata opened the live chat and saw the information inside, he was stunned. The key to solving his problem, according to outsiders, actually lies in this parrot right in front of him. It's Ankh's pet, the one who determines the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. Should we send a parrot to request help from the Dragon Kingdom's destiny leader? What shocked Kata the most was the information mentioned later. The Chinese player Ankh had already killed more than a dozen giant centipedes. Killed more than a dozen giant centipedes. Kata was dumbfounded. Is that thing killable? He knew perfectly well just how terrifying a giant centipede could be. It's not only big, but also fast. It is virtually impossible for humans to attack it. If it were outside the country, it would be easier to deal with if there were armed forces present. But when they entered the wilderness, they had nothing but their short-sleeved shirts and shorts. How did Long Guank manage to kill so many giant centipedes under these circumstances? Qatar strongly suspects that the higher-ups outside are lying to him. The goal was to allow him to ask Enku for help without any reservations or burdens. If that happens, wouldn't his plea for help be tantamount to killing Enku? Kata has always been friendly towards dragons, and he deeply loves that mysterious and powerful country. Therefore, he hesitated. They were worried that it would harm the Dragon Kingdom and Enku. The outside world, especially the wealthy and powerful citizens, were extremely anxious upon seeing this. What is Kata hesitating about? If the parrot leaves, we're doomed. He loves the Dragon Kingdom very much, and I suppose he is worried about harming the Dragon Kingdom. What a load of rubbish. In Chinese parlance, he's a complete idiot. This guy has no idea how powerful Ankh is in the Dragon Kingdom. He clearly said he killed more than a dozen centipedes, but he kept dawdling about it. So dramatic. The dog. Owning country not be anxious? Qatar is now almost at its last gasp. I'm afraid they won't make it to tomorrow. If they miss this opportunity, Qatar will die, and their dog, like nation, will also be punished. Fortunately, after some thought, Qatar, who was live on air, decided to trust the decision of the country's top leadership. He tried to communicate with King Kong, using Chinese. Hello, King Kong, who has face blindness, paused slightly after hearing what Kata said. They seemed surprised that the other person could speak Chinese. But mistaking Kata for Fuer, it immediately started barking and yelling. What are you barking about, you dog? Kata couldn't understand why Ankh's parrot was so hostile towards him. Did he provoke the bird? But he remained polite and expressed his goodwill, saying, Hello, I am a friend from the Dragon Kingdom. I love the Dragon Kingdom, and I am Ankh's friend. Could you please pass on a message to your master, Ankh? Let's say that Qatar, the player from the dog-rich country, needs his help. I am currently trapped on a boulder by a giant centipede and need his help. Of course, if he feels it's too risky or too dangerous, he can choose not to be rescued. Kata, fearing he might harm Ankh, also conveyed the danger to King Kong. The gorilla flapped its wings, looking somewhat surprised. This guy who's come back from the dead actually claims to be Ankh's friend? Could it be that this guy died once and is no longer thinking straight? After thinking it over, Jean Gang decided to report the situation here to Enku first. Ankh had repeatedly warned her beforehand that as long as she saw people. I reported it to him immediately. So King Kong declared, I'll definitely do it 1,000,000,000 times. It then flew away. This statement left Qatar completely bewildered. This bird mean by saying that? Are you not planning to relay this message to yourself? Kata wanted to say something more, but King Kong had already flown away. He had no choice but to sit back down on the rock, feeling uneasy. He wasn't worried that the parrot wouldn't understand what he was saying and wouldn't relay his plea for help. Fearing that she might relay the message, Ankh, considering the potential danger, chose to refuse. What I feared even more was that Ankh would come, only to be killed by the giant centipede. Kata was filled with inner conflict. Headquarters. Smoke curls up from the chimneys, and the aroma fills the air. The giant python, the old crocodile, the tiger mother, and the leopard mother, who had gone out, returned one after another, waiting for their meal. Because the animals here are not easy to find, they did not find any prey this time. Ankh didn't care about this at all. There's still plenty of food stored in my personal space. Even if they don't catch any prey for several days, it's enough to sustain them for a while. Just then, King Kong flapped its wings and returned. Seeing this, Enku couldn't help but tease. This bird is useless at everything, but it's number one at cooking. However, to his surprise, the parrot spoke this time. A close call. I saw someone. I saw someone. These people, in the wilderness, are more terrifying than any animal. But what's with this thrilling resurrection? Regardless, Enku's smile immediately vanished. When King Kong was in front of him, he immediately asked, Tell me, what's going on? The corpse that came back to life said in Chinese that he was a contestant from the dog-rich country and that he was my friend. King Kong said while preening his feathers. What else is there to say? If you're so capable, go and kill him. Ankh's forehead was covered in question marks. Chapter 154. Qatar is shocked. Is the difference between people really that great? A few minutes later, Ankh, the giant python, and the old crocodile set off from the camp. Is this the direction? Ankh glanced at the King Kong on her shoulder and asked. Yes, my dear master. At this moment, King Kong had a large bump on his head, looked honest and simple, and stopped spouting nonsense. Great. Let's go. Ankh embarks on a journey to rescue Kata. The crocodile and the python acted as henchmen, while the other animals stayed behind at the camp, to avoid unnecessary danger. After all, Ankh wasn't sure how many giant centipedes the other party had encountered. Other animals have gone, and we'll need to take care of them. On the other side of the boulder, Kata watched the sunset, his pupils already somewhat unfocused. He is now suffering from hunger and cold. He was not getting enough food, which caused him to become hypothermic. The gentle breeze caressing my cheeks is like a pair of nimble, graceful hands. Kata felt so comfortable and wanted to sleep. It seems that as long as I fall asleep, I won't be so tired and exhausted. More than half an hour has passed. We haven't seen any Chinese players yet. It seems the other party is no longer coming. That's good. That way he won't have to worry about harming the Chinese players. I only hope that if my country suffers a disaster, the Dragon Kingdom can lend a helping hand. Just as Kata was about to take a comfortable nap, he seemed to hear someone talking in his ear. Master, the corpse is right there. I saw it. Kata suddenly turned around. As dusk fell, a huge crocodile and a giant python were seen slowly approaching in this direction. Misfortunes never come singly. Kata's heart skipped a beat. Giant centipedes do not leave the ground. But crocodiles and pythons don't have this concern. Once they've got their eye on you, it's game over. But soon, Kata realized something was wrong. The giant python and the giant crocodile, there seemed to be a human figure standing. Because the python and crocodile were so large, he almost missed the presence of the human figure. A person walking alongside a giant python and a giant crocodile? To be precise, it should be a giant python and a giant crocodile following that figure. Oh Lord, am I starting to hallucinate? Kata strongly suspected that he was hallucinating. It seems he really is on the verge of death. Kata shook his head and gave a bitter smile, accepting his impending death. But at that moment, he clearly heard a greeting. Hello, my friend. The voice was so clear that Kata was taken aback. Is it not a hallucination? He looked closely and saw a handsome and refined young man standing not far away, waving and greeting him with a smile. Kata was overjoyed. It's not a hallucination, it's real. Moreover, based on his facial features and speech, he was certain that the person in front of him was a contestant from China. But he quickly looked worried. My friend, those two enormous creatures next to you. Kata was worried about Ink, fearing he would be swallowed whole. Ink waved her hand worriedly. No need to worry. They are all my companions. Kata, with giant pythons and crocodiles. Kata's CPU burned out. What kind of international joke is this? Ink ignored Kata's reaction and instead asked, Kata, can you determine how many giant centipedes are nearby? Kata quickly replied, 1. My friend, you must bear the consequences. But before he could finish speaking, Enku said, there's only one. What a pity. I was hoping to collect more centipede shells. Ink discovered that centipede shells, after being processed, are excellent for use as trays. It can be used not only to hold things, but also to cook. There's only one spot left, and it's a pity that the Dragon Kingdom player got on the field. Kata didn't know what expression to make for a moment. Ink easily stepped into the nearby danger zone. Then he strolled back and forth as if taking a leisurely walk. Kata watched with trepidation. In his eyes, Ink's actions were undoubtedly like dancing on a tightrope. Giant centipedes are very fast at attacking. Humans have very little reaction time. Ink could easily die like this. Kata decided to remind Ink that he couldn't just stand by and watch her court disaster. But the next second, Ink moved. They're here. He immediately dodged to the side. The next second, a giant centipede burst out of the ground right beneath Ink's feet. So fast. Kata was stunned, doubting his own eyes. Even the giant centipede couldn't keep up with Ink's speed. Before the centipede could even emerge, Ink had already reacted, as if she had anticipated it. What Kata didn't know was that Ink had anticipated this. Spider sense clearly tells Ink that the giant centipede is attacking. After dodging, it's the same old routine. Ink immediately used her natural affinity ability to make the giant centipede stiffen for a moment. That moment of stiffness sealed the fate of this giant centipede. The giant centipede is dead. After being pulled from the ground by Ink in the same way, he was strangled to death by the giant python. The battle lasted less than 10 seconds. All right, you're safe now, my friend. Ink clapped her hands and said calmly to Kata. At this moment, Kata seemed to have crashed, his mouth agape and his eyes wide with disbelief. Is that all? The giant centipede that had tormented him for days and nearly killed him was finally killed. The comments from the higher-ups flashed through Kata's mind. Long Guang killed more than a dozen giant centipedes. Now Kata was completely convinced. This wasn't just bragging. Thank you for saving me, my friend. Kata's eyes were filled with gratitude. Ink's actions not only saved him, but also the entire Dog King Kingdom. Such gratitude is beyond words. We're all friends, so it's only right to help each other out, Ink said with a smile. Kata wanted to say something, but suddenly everything went black before his eyes, his body went limp, and he fell straight off the boulder. Fortunately, Ink reacted quickly and caught Kata. That's how he wasn't harmed a second time. When the danger came into contact, and his constantly tense nerves relaxed, Kata's body could no longer hold on. He was able to persevere because of his beliefs and sense of responsibility. My friend, you have saved me again. Kata paused to recover, then gave a weak laugh. Aang chuckled. You'd better not talk. Save your energy. Come back to my camp with me first, and I'll treat you to a meal. Kata wanted to refuse. In the wilderness, food is the most precious thing. What if Aang treats him to this meal, leaving him without any food? However, after thinking about it, he decided to accept Aang's kindness despite his weakness. I'll repay and coup once I recover. Come on, let me help you onto the old crocodile's back so it can carry you. Kata's expression froze instantly. He slightly turned his neck to look at the enormous crocodile beside him. He estimated that the crocodile was at least 8 meters long, about the size of a small truck. With such a giant crocodile, wouldn't you really be swallowed whole on the way? Kata was somewhat resistant. It was too terrifying. Chapter 155 arrived at the zoo. In the end, Kata lay on the old crocodile's back. The old crocodile carried them back to the camp. Kata's feelings were very complicated throughout the journey. I can't understand how this young contestant from China managed to do that. Taming a parrot is easy to understand, but he couldn't understand how they could tame giant pythons and crocodiles. However, little did Katar know that his shock was only just beginning. About 10 minutes later, Aang's soft laughter rang out. Kata, welcome to my camp. Kata struggled to his feet, curious about what Anko's camp was like. However, this sight left him stunned on the old crocodile's back. Many animals surrounded him. There were tigers, leopards, cows, monkeys. Without exception, all of these animals stared curiously at him, the outsider. What's going on? I've come to the zoo? Kata strongly suspected that he had come to the zoo or a circus. And Aang's friend, this. Kata stammered this, for a long time. Don't worry, they are my partners too. They won't hurt you. Aang said calmly. Kata was completely stunned. Are they all your partners? Are you really that good at making friends? Indeed, the mysterious great power in the East possesses incredible abilities, living up to its reputation. People from China, awesome. Little Scar, arrange for a few monkeys to help the guests down, Aang said to Little Scar. Yes, your majesty. Little Scar immediately summoned several strong monkeys to personally carry the weakened Kata down. Watching several monkeys hopping and jumping around, they came over and carried me down. Kata was both shocked and curious. Good heavens, these monkeys are incredibly intelligent. Can you understand human speech? After Kata came down, Aang handed him a glass of water. Have some water first, and then I'll have the monkey get you something to eat to tide you over. Then I will personally cook for you, my guest. Aang cooked the dish herself because she planned to stir-fry Boletus adulis for Kata to try, showcasing the hospitality of a great nation. Aang was worried that the monkeys wouldn't cook it properly. Don't wait until the servants are safely rescued, only to die from poisoning. Aang has an immune system to all poisons, but Kata does not. Friend, you're too kind, Kata said sincerely. As expected, the people of China are as warm and welcoming as ever. Back when I was at Xiamen University, I loved your country very much. Kata recounted his past experiences studying in China. This also made Aang understand why Kata speaks such fluent Chinese. Soon, Little Scar and the others brought out a small piece of roasted meat. Kata was shocked to discover something. That means there's a group of monkeys having a barbecue in the camp. He had been surprised that Aang would say she would cook herself. Wow, turns out he doesn't usually need to cook himself. There is a group of chef monkeys who can grill meat. Kata was stunned. Are monkeys this strong now? That's just outrageous. Kata had no idea how many times he had been shocked since meeting Aang. The performance of the Chinese player Aang exceeded his expectations, causing him to lose his sense of right and wrong. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Kata, it's either in shock or on its way to being in shock. Hilarious. He's so weak. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on if he gets shocked again. By the way, why did Boston only give us this little bit of grilled meat? Exactly. This is how we demonstrate the strength of a great power. Give Kata some more roasted meat and shock him again. During the segment, Guest Faye saw many comments on the screen saying that Katar should have more meat. She immediately smiled gently and explained. Aang isn't being stingy or reluctant. She's saving Kata. Sa Baining praised. Louis Fei is right. I also have some knowledge in this area. When a person has been starving for several days, they should not eat too quickly or too much. If you eat too quickly, your body may not be able to handle it, which could lead to a life-threatening situation. Aang let Kata eat something first to avoid any danger to him. This is the significance of the official establishment of this column. Sometimes, misunderstandings arise because people don't understand each other. The guests and experts in the program can then provide correct guidance. This will prevent unnecessary misunderstandings. Never underestimate the stupidity and ignorance of some people. During the live stream, Kata was trying to calm himself down. He couldn't handle too much turmoil right now. Taking the meat from the plate, Kata smiled and thanked Little Scar and the others. He just felt extremely awkward. He still couldn't accept that a monkey was serving him food. Forcibly suppressing his strangeness, Kata took a sip of water to moisten his throat. Then we started preparing to eat the barbecue. The kebab was only the size of a fist, which was far from enough for Kata, who had been starving for days. However, he knew very well that Ankh was not stingy. Rather, they were afraid that he was too hungry and would harm his body by wolfing down his food. She's alive again. Eating the barbecue, Kata finally felt a sense of hope for survival. But then he suddenly realized a problem. He was surrounded by animals. The tiger and leopard scrutinized him curiously with their vertical pupils, occasionally letting out low growls. It seems they want to eat him up. There were also 2 large crocodiles, who were looking at him sideways and occasionally making noises. What truly sends chills down Katar's spine is Oman. This giant python, nearly 17 meters long, coiled up like a mountain. It flicked its tongue, its eyes fixed on him. Kata broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if he could become these animals' meal at any moment. He couldn't understand why Ankh kept so many animals. Isn't he afraid? Kata's heart was pounding. He scanned his surroundings, searching for Nku. When he saw Ankh cooking in the camp, he immediately became cautious. This place is definitely not a place I can stay. If he stays any longer, he'll get a heart attack. After getting up, Kata carefully took steps to avoid touching the beasts and being attacked by them. Fortunately, the animals did not react to his actions. However, Katar dared not let its guard down at all. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he reached Nku's side. Lord, I have survived again. At this moment, Ankh was stir-frying Boletus adulis and pork kidneys. Watching Ankh cook, Kata once again deeply felt the gap between them. He still has no fixed abode, but Ankh has the leisure to cook here. Are the differences between people really that big? Huh? Kata, what brings you here? Ankh asked in surprise when she saw Kata. You can just sit and rest. Kata chuckled dryly. My friend, it's been too long since I've talked to anyone. Let me chat for a bit. Sitting and resting? Are you kidding me? Chapter 156. News about giant pandas? Even if you kill Kata, he won't go back to rest. Even if there is no danger to your life, being surrounded by a group of animals like being watched as a monkey is not a pleasant experience. Oh, I see, Ankh said, indicating her understanding. Humans are social animals, and problems can easily arise if no one speaks to them for a long time. Ankh didn't have this feeling because she had a group of animals she could communicate with. They made a lot of noise every day, enriching Ankh's life. My friend, how do you manage to be with so many animals? To become partners? Kata couldn't suppress his curiosity. Oh, that's simple. Just exchange sincerity for sincerity, Nku replied casually. Kata's lips twitched. He certainly didn't agree. Can sincerity be exchanged for sincerity? If he did that, a wild beast would probably eat his heart. This must be Ankh's secret. Kata also realized that Ankh wouldn't tell him the real answer. So they changed the subject. Curious, she asked. By the way, with so many animals, can you keep them all? Those ferocious beasts outside, if you pick one out, are all big eaters. Can Ankh handle all of this combined? It's passable. Nku replied, seeing that the handheld acupuncture needles were already prepared. He poured it out and placed it in a container. Speaking of meat, perfect timing. You're right here. See what kind of meat you like to eat. There are taboos associated with wealthy dog owners. I don't eat pork, and I don't drink alcohol. There are also some personal factors, so Ankh is unsure what kind of meat Kata doesn't eat. Kata shook his head and chuckled. Oh, my friend. We're already in the wilderness, so why worry about anything else? I'll eat whatever meat you have. In the wilderness, having anything to eat is already a blessing. Who cares about all that anymore? Of course. Mainly, Kata felt that Anko wouldn't have too many kinds of meat. After all, this is the wilderness, not a large fresh food supermarket. However, Ankh's next words left Kata speechless. There are too many kinds. I can't possibly give you a little bit of everything, can I? Nku said calmly, then paused before continuing. How about this? I'll take out all the meat I have, and you can pick some. After saying that, Nku waved her hand. He simply took the meat out of his personal storage space. Take a portion from each category. Kata stared wide-eyed at the array of various kinds of meat laid out before him, standing motionless. So, it's really a fresh food supermarket? Pork, mutton, beef, and rabbit, pheasant, and all kinds of fish and seafood, and even a giant python. Kata opened his mouth, but couldn't speak for a long time. Don't be shy. You can have any kind of meat you like. Ankh sighed. Seeing that Kata still hadn't spoken, he offered a suggestion. I think you should try python meat. It's incredibly delicious. It's a bit like chicken, but not quite the same as chicken. Anyway, you'll see once you try it. That giant python over there ate it and has been thinking about it ever since. Katar froze once again. Did the giant python eat the other python's flesh and then never forget it? Okay, that's a snake. It is normal for snakes to eat their own kind. Kata's chest heaved violently. He tried to calm himself, but it was difficult. He seriously suspected that he and Nku were actually playing the same National Destiny game. Why was he displaced and starving for 2 days out of 3? How could Aang possess so many reserves? In the live stream, viewers from China burst out laughing. Was shocked by Bossin again. Kata. Family, does anyone know? Did the Chinese player bring a whole supermarket? Kata. You big spender me? Aang is the one who's in charge now. I have to say, I feel so proud. Indeed. Bossin is bringing glory to our Dragon Kingdom in Versailles. This is similar to the Olympics. The national team represents not just individuals, but the entire country and all its people. Therefore, the people also felt proud. Shocked by Bossin's ability to conjure flesh out of thin air. There's nothing wrong with that, right? After all, the global announcement that Bossin obtained the portable space was heard by other national leaders as well. That's right. The audience was absolutely right. Kata found it novel but not particularly surprising that Aang could conjure up so much meat out of thin air. The sight of various kinds of meat, some of which were dripping with tears, made Kata's mouth water. He swallowed frantically to avoid losing his composure. He then smiled and said, Since you recommend python meat, let's give it a try. I guarantee you'll like it, my friend. Aang smiled brightly. Just make some fish head soup for you to nourish your body. Don't end up alone and not getting enough nutrition. Kata nodded and smiled. Since you're so hospitable, I won't stand on ceremony. Kata secretly clicked his tongue as he watched Aang cut the giant python's flesh with an iron knife. He hadn't even noticed. He didn't expect Nku to have ironware. Comparing yourself to others can be incredibly frustrating. Kata was filled with emotion. 1 stir-fry, 1 grilled meat, and 1 stew. Is this definitely in the wilderness? Am I really not back to reality? Honestly, Kata was extremely grateful to Aang and didn't know how to repay her. But at that moment, Kata had a flash of inspiration. He thought of something. By the way, Your Excellency Aang, Kata used a respectful title. I saw your country's national treasure, the panda, in the bamboo forest before. Oh, Aang's eyes lit up as she cooked. His first thought upon seeing the bamboo forest was whether he might encounter a panda. Surprisingly, it actually exists. Outside the live stream, the viewers were in an uproar. Pandas. There are pandas. Doesn't this mean that Bossin might have a chance to tame a giant panda? Haha, I can't wait. I hope this can materialize, so that the Dragon Kingdom can have pandas again. Yes, let our national treasures return to the world. Harsh environment, mass extinction of species. Pandas, which are already endangered, naturally couldn't survive. It went extinct more than a decade earlier than the Bodhi seed. As a national treasure, the Chinese people's enthusiasm for pandas is beyond doubt. Therefore, most people pray that the giant panda can be manifested. During the live stream, Aang inquired about the details of Kata's encounter with the panda. Unfortunately, he forgot the exact location. After all, he didn't dare get too close at the time. Aang nodded, indicating that she understood. Wild giant pandas aren't cute at all, they're definitely bears. Its bite force is comparable to that of a tiger. It's a true ferocious beast. Moreover, legend has it that it was Chi Yu's mount. This shows how fierce he is. Aang decided to enter the bamboo forest tomorrow to search for the giant panda. He wanted to experience what it felt like for Chi Yu to ride a panda. About half an hour later, all 3 dishes are now complete. Kata sat on a simple wooden seat, looking at the steaming hot food. His eyes were red. He really wanted to say, "Do you know how I've been spending this time?" Chapter 157. Erecting a statue for the hero Aang? Kata swears he really wanted to cry. The game, National Fortune, has been open for a month now, and tomorrow will mark exactly 1 month since then. This is the most lavish meal he's had in the past month. It tastes similar to chicken, but is chewier and more tender and juicy python meat. No wonder Lady Aang said that even the giant python became addicted to eating it. Who wouldn't get addicted? What moved Kata the most was that mushroom. The first time he tried it, he found it incredibly delicious and fell in love with it. Your Excellency Aang, what are these mushrooms? They taste amazing. I've never eaten anything like this before. Kata pondered his words, but paused for a long time. Finally, he thought of a very useful adjective for the Dragon Kingdom. He then added, I've never eaten such amazing mushrooms before. Aang was both amused and exasperated. It has to be said that those who studied at Shaman University are truly different. He grasped the essence of the Dragon Kingdom. This is the Rednet Boletus. For Ankh, who possesses top-notch wilderness knowledge, reciting the scientific names of various plants and animals is a very simple matter. Kata immediately said that he would definitely collect them if he came across them in the future. Ankh kindly reminded her, this kind of fungus is poisonous. It's difficult to guarantee that they're fully cooked in the wild, so it's best not to eat them. Even the slightest hallucination can be fatal to wilderness survivors. However, to Ankh's surprise, Kata heard that fungi could cause poisoning, but they didn't take it seriously. He waved his hand dismissively and said, actually, all food has some degree of toxicity. Eat it and you'll live. If you don't, you'll die. It's so delicious, I don't want to miss it. If I really get poisoned, it's not the mushroom's fault, but my own poor cooking skills and that they weren't cooked thoroughly. Ankh didn't know what to say. She could only say that this guy was ruthless. Katar ate his meal with his mouth greasy. He hadn't eaten so heartily in the past month. Your Excellency Ankh, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude to you. Kata said from the bottom of his heart. You not only saved my life, but also treated me to such a sumptuous meal. Outside the studio, inside the live stream, many foreigners who are on good terms with China couldn't hold back anymore. I couldn't hold back when I saw the contestants from the dog-rich country eating with their mouths full of oil. I wish our country's athletes could meet them. Our white goose contestant hasn't eaten anything since eating a cornbread bun this morning. It's similar in Pakistan. We ate a rabbit for lunch and still don't dare to eat the leftovers. To prevent going hungry if we haven't caught any prey by tomorrow. Even I, a person in the real world, drooled when I saw the dinner that Boss Long Goen was treating us to. I really want to go in and ask Bosson to treat me to a meal too. God, tell me, who is really trying to survive? Foreigners are eager for their country's athletes to meet Ankh. This can greatly improve the survival rate. The meal Ankh treated us to should last us at least 2 or 3 days. Now, many countries have decided to make it their goal for the contestants to meet Ankh. I hope to get help from Ankh. Even just a little bit of food would be nice. During the live stream, despite Kata's profuse thanks, Ankh waved her hand dismissively. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. My friend, there's no need to be so polite. Have you forgotten? I still have plenty of grain reserves. You've only eaten less than 1/10 of my food reserves. Kata's expression of gratitude instantly froze on his face. He believed Ankh was in Versailles, but he had no proof. She recalled the various kinds of meat that Ankh had taken out from her personal space before. The variety of goods is dazzling, just like a fresh food supermarket. Kata was filled with envy, and he looked around again. At this time, the animals in the camp also began to eat. The giant python was eating a large piece of its own meat with relish. Meanwhile, tigers, leopards, and their cubs were also feasting on the meat. Both crocodiles also had a large piece of roasted meat to eat. Although it was grilled until very charred, it was still real meat. The parrot is eating fish, the hamster is eating nuts, and the cow is eating grass. At this moment, Kata couldn't hold back anymore. These animals live better lives than he does. Honestly, he even wanted to turn into an animal and follow Ankh. The differences between people are simply too great. While others are struggling to survive, Ankh is here on vacation. How about we build a zoo while we're at it? All right, my friend, you can wander around the area as you like. I have to go now. Having eaten and drunk her fill, Ankh planned to continue refining iron. Kata didn't take any chances and didn't actually choose to wander around the camp. After all, this is Ankh's home turf, and he might do something that the other party doesn't like. Wouldn't that offend Ankh, this great goddess? Now that Kata-zun Ankh is a god, he doesn't want to offend him. So Kata followed Ankh to the kiln and quietly watched Ankh work without disturbing her. Watching Ankh put the yellow clay into the kiln. Then he carefully fanned the flames, heating it at a high temperature. Katar immediately asked curiously, Your Excellency Ankh, are you making ceramics? He remembered that when he first entered the National Fortune game, Ankh obtained top-level ceramic making technology by completing the task first. At the time, he was still congratulating the Dragon Kingdom. Enku shook her head and smiled. It's not about making ceramics. Instead, it is the condensation of iron. Kata's eyes widened. Iron can be extracted from yellow mud? That works. As long as the yellow clay contains iron, it's fine. Ankh explained. Kata looked intently at Ankh, his eyes filled with adoration. Your Excellency Ankh has an incredible amount of knowledge. This was the first time he had ever heard of it. No wonder they can live so comfortably in the wilderness. It's perfectly reasonable. Your Excellency Ankh, I am utterly devoted to you. Katar said it from the bottom of his heart. He then said with a wry smile, I reckon I'll never be able to get my hands on any ironware in my lifetime. Unless you're lucky enough to find iron ore. Ankh looked at the self-deprecating Kata and laughed. Kata, once you lead me to the giant panda, I will give you an iron dagger. As a Chinese, I have a natural affection for giant pandas. If Qatar can help him find the giant panda, what's the big deal about giving away an iron dagger? Kata was overjoyed. Your Excellency Ankh, I promise to do everything in my power to find the giant panda for you. Iron daggers can be very useful in the wilderness. It can be used not only as a tool, but also as a weapon. When he parted ways with Enku, this dagger would be his greatest ceremonial weapon. It wasn't just Qatar that was delighted. The people outside the country who love dogs are also delighted. Lord Ankh is a hero of our dog-like country. That's right. I suggest that the royal family erect a statue for Ankh. Agreed. A statue must be arranged for Lord Ankh. The public's enthusiasm for Ankho put pressure on the royal family. Chapter 158 Mighty Bird. Lighthouses, kimchi. People in these countries immediately became restless. They dare not criticize China now, but they would dare to criticize other countries. Don't you feel ashamed that your country erects statues for people from other countries? Don't you feel ashamed of the great men who sacrificed their lives for the country in the past? As expected, a bunch of rich dogs have no national integrity whatsoever. They deserve to be bullied by the squid for so many years. A lowly people who only know how to flatter and rely on external forces. Lighthouses, kimchi, these are things that the Northern Y country doesn't hold back at all. They trampled on everything from the nation and its people to even religious beliefs. This infuriated the people, who were considered dog-owning citizens. You exploitative capitalists dare to criticize us. We just like it, so what? By saving our country's athletes, Your Excellency Ankh has saved millions of our citizens. We not only want to erect a statue for His Excellency Ankh, but also to record him in history. That's right. Go ahead and bite us if you dare. Look at the ugly faces of you capitalist powers. Are you getting angry because you saw how well Lady Ankh treated us? I'm panicking. The atmosphere in the live stream room of the big dog was tense. However, the royal family of the powerful dog family soon met its end. The online arguments between netizens can only be considered minor squabbles. Only intervention from high-level officials can truly define the nature of the incident. Royal family, a dog-loving family. Our dog kingdom has decided to erect a full gold statue of His Excellency Ankh in front of the royal palace. He is a hero of our dog-rich country. Heroes know no borders. Dog King celebrates. They were satisfied with the royal family's strong performance. The dog-owning family has always been bullied by the Northern Y powers and treated like an ATM. It's time to wake up and fight back. China is a powerful nation that loves peace and does not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. These are the friends who are truly worth making. Dragon Kingdom live stream room. The audience was a bit dumbfounded. For a moment, I didn't know whether Boston was from the dog country or our dragon country. It feels like the dogs in that country are even more proactive than we are. Calling the authorities. We can't fall behind. Yes, we should also make a full gold statue of Boston. Mr. Lee, don't call. It's already underway. Holy crap. They even brought Old Lee out in person. Awesome. Old Lee actually got involved himself. Don't call? That's hilarious. Grandpa Lee keeps up with the times. Hello, Grandpa Lee. Long live Grandpa Lee. Old Lee. Long live the people. Sobbing. I'm tearing up. This reminds me of a great man from the past. Me too. I'm tearing up. The phrase, long live the people, resonated deeply with the people of China. That was truly the first time that great man uttered the phrase, long live the people in the world. He loved the people like his own children and helped the Dragon Kingdom through its most difficult period. Top politicians, thinkers, military strategists, countless accolades. Now, as the Dragon Kingdom faces a crisis, another person has emerged who is capable of turning the tide. Ankh single-handedly shouldered the fate of the entire Dragon Kingdom, bearing the burden of over 1 billion Chinese citizens. The Dragon Kingdom is a magical country. Throughout history, whenever a nation has fallen apart, there have always been people who have stepped forward to save it from collapse. Then a unified empire was formed, passing on the brilliant flame of civilization. God bless the Dragon Kingdom. In the live stream room, the night was unusually peaceful, with no beast attacks. Kata stayed behind for the time being because he wanted to take Ankh to find the giant panda. He swore it was the craziest night of his life, because he slept under the same roof as tigers, leopards, crocodiles, and pythons. If Ankh hadn't been there, he would have run away without hesitation. However, despite his fear, he couldn't resist the urge to fall asleep. Qatar soon fell asleep. It's worth mentioning that the current tiger mom, leopard mom, and old crocodile have been with Ankh for a long time. It also changed my biological clock. Rest at night and stay awake during the day. Of course, some animals also take turns standing guard. However, because there are many animals, each animal only needs to stand guard for 1 hour, without any pressure. Ankh, on the other hand, would sleep soundly until dawn as long as no unusual events occurred. Meanwhile, in Qatar, he would wake up suddenly after only a short while. He then looked around in a panic. His recent experiences in the wilderness have made him overly sensitive. Looking at the animals sleeping soundly around him, and the tiger left outside to guard the area, Kata secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Kata was a little flustered when he saw the tiger, he is no longer afraid. He knew these animals wouldn't harm him. Kata turned his head and looked at Ankh, who was fast asleep on the bed in the distance. He felt genuine envy once again. That's great. Countless nights, Kata slept in fear. I don't dare to actually fall asleep, because it is possible that he may truly fall into a permanent, complete slumber. However, Ankh was different. He can sleep soundly without any worries. The animals would take turns keeping watch at night to protect his safety. If I could, I would truly wish to stay by Lady Ankh's side. However, Qatar knew this was impossible. National survival is not just about the athletes surviving. There are also athletes who need to save the nation's destiny. If he stays with Ankh all the time, then he will be unable to bring a 1,000-fold manifestation to the large country. After all, he didn't think he could have the upper hand in front of Nku. Therefore, it is difficult for players to cooperate with each other. After all, both sides represent a country. Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted Kata's thoughts. Then, for some reason, the parrot he had first encountered flew to the edge of the pool where the two crocodiles lived. Although Kata thought the crocodile was unlikely to eat the parrot, but he couldn't help feeling worried for the parrot. Or should I remind her myself? Don't let the crocodile get so sleepy that it accidentally eats the parrot. But just as she was thinking this, she heard the parrot yell at the crocodile in the pool. Old Deng, come out here. Kadar understands Chinese, so his expression was slightly taken aback. So this parrot went looking for the crocodile on its own initiative. While Kata marveled at King Kong's fluent Mandarin, he wondered what King Kong, this bird, was planning to do with the crocodile. The old crocodile got up from his sleep, somewhat impatiently saying, King Kong, what do you want from me, old crocodile? Thank goodness you didn't wake my wife, or your life would be over. My wife is a tigress. Hearing this, the tiger mom, who was on night watch, turned her head and glared at the old crocodile. The old crocodile chuckled, hee hee. Tiger mom, just kidding, just kidding. Kata looked completely bewildered. My God, why does this crocodile have an embarrassed look on its face? However, before he could finish wondering, an even greater shock made Kata's eyes widen in disbelief. Even the national essence of China has come out. Holy crap. Is that bird a strongman? Chapter 159 King Kong, Routine Operation. Don't be silly. Kata swore his worldview had crumbled. The body of an 8-meter-long giant crocodile. Then it used its wings to lift the giant crocodile up. That's right. It was lifted up. Kata was stunned by this scene and suddenly stood up. My God, did you see Satan? Lord Ankh, Lord Ankh. Kata, disregarding the fact that he might disturb Ankh, quickly called out to him. Ankh may seem to be sleeping soundly, but in reality, he can immediately sense any disturbance. Although animals are on guard at night, it is still necessary to be vigilant against danger at all times. After all, some animals are masters of concealment and may be able to deceive the eyes and senses of other animals. Ankh opened her eyes the moment Kata called. As his thoughts raced, an axe appeared in his hand. Ankh, gripping her axe, looked sharply at Kata and asked, what happened? He found it strange that the spider sense hadn't been triggered. There shouldn't be any danger. Kata looked at Ankh, who was holding an axe, and at her imposing and sharp aura. It put him under immense pressure. He asked cautiously, Your Excellency Ankh, you don't have morning grumpiness, do you? Ankh looked at her iron axe and understood why Kata had asked that question. He couldn't help but chuckle and said, Don't worry, I won't cut you. Kata breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said to Ankh, Your Excellency Ankh, please go outside and take a look for yourself. Your bird. King Kong. Nku asked in surprise. He quickly walked out and was equally surprised. The small body of King Kong was seen supporting the enormous body of the old crocodile. Then, moving up and down, it was like practicing weightlifting. Crocodile, who had been on tenterhooks by King Kong, was also bewildered. Old crocodile, have I lost weight recently? That's not right. Even if it's thin, it's still too big for a small bird to lift. Upon seeing Nku, Jean Gang immediately said smugly, Routine operation. Do not press 6. External live stream. The screen was filled with 6,666 comments. People who stay up late may feel like they're hallucinating because they've been staying up too late. King Kong was the second animal that Aang tamed. Everyone knows it very well. My impression of it is that it talks a lot of nonsense, is a scout bird, and also loves to eat large yellow croaker. The large yellow croaker is called Crazy Thursday. But when did this bird, which is usually so cheerful, become so strong? That's unreasonable. Many people who were already asleep were woken up from their dreams. At first they were very reluctant, but when they saw King Kong's feet, they were all shocked. Is this sled on drugs? Whose drugs, once finished, allow them to lift a multi-ton crocodile? Exactly. If there were such a medicine, I would buy it right away. High-level meeting room in the Dragon Kingdom. The senior management had all gone to rest. But at this moment, all the big shots simply put on a coat. Then he rushed to the conference room. Even Old Lee arrived in a hurry, wearing a military overcoat over his pajamas. When people saw King Kong's incredible feats in the live stream, these bigwigs, who were still half asleep, immediately became wide awake. Everyone was utterly shocked. What's going on? Why can King Kong lift an 8-meter-long crocodile? What happened while we were going to sleep? The bigwigs looked at the staff member who was responsible for monitoring the live broadcast room at night. The staff members also looked bewildered. I don't know what happened either. After King Kong suddenly woke up from his sleep, he ran to find the crocodile. After the crocodile came out, King Kong lifted it up. The big shots were completely baffled. What was all this about? Could it be that King Kong's strength increases dramatically while he's asleep? The group of big shots, eager for an answer, all turned to look at Xiao Liang. He was also woken up by his staff and rushed to the office. Xiao Liang, why are you all looking at me again? I don't know. Whose pet wakes up in the middle of the night to lift weights while sleeping? Everyone, please don't make things difficult for Xiao Liang. At this moment, Old Lee spoke up, helping Xiao Liang out of the predicament. This kind of thing is already beyond our understanding. It cannot be explained by science. The little boy nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice, exclaiming, Old Lee is absolutely right. It's not that he's incapable, but rather that the National Destiny game itself cannot be explained scientifically. Old Lee looked around and then said, have you ever heard the term spiritual energy revival in novels? All the senior executives present were dumbfounded. Why did Old Lee suddenly bring up fantasy? Could it be that the sudden increase in power of the Vajra was due to the revival of spiritual energy? Old Lee's expression remained unchanged. He smiled faintly and said, of course, I am referring to someone else, not saying that what happened in the game of National Destiny is the revival of spiritual energy. Think about it. In the beginning of the National Destiny game, the animals were all normal. Of course, except for the animals Aang encountered. The group of bigwigs nodded. Indeed, at the beginning, all the animals that appeared in the game were normal. The only abnormal thing was the animals that Aang encountered. The animals seemed eager to get close to him and be affectionate with him. But later on, the animals that appeared became larger and more intelligent. Some of them are even animals that went extinct hundreds of years ago. A small country once encountered a short-faced bear. That kind of bear is an extinct animal. I think it's probably a challenge arranged by the National Destiny game, which makes the animals gradually become stronger and larger. Even animals are getting smarter. Don't you think this situation is very similar to the revival of spiritual energy? A deathly silence fell over the scene. After careful consideration, they found that what Old Lee said made a lot of sense. But it also instilled fear in the senior management. If that's the case, then wouldn't that mean that as time goes by, will there be more ancient, larger, and more intelligent animals? It's terrifying to think about. What if a giant dinosaur appears? It is important to know that the river of history has submerged many things. Even national-level expert teams have many unsolved mysteries. For example, the 2+1 star piles, the pyramids, and some unknown animals whose fossils have not been found. There is a high possibility that an unexpected and powerful enemy, or even a ferocious beast, will appear. People are filled with anxiety about the future. Actually, the guesses of the bigwigs in China are somewhat close. The animals in the game of National Destiny are becoming increasingly ferocious. However, it cannot be used on Vajra, because the changes in King Kong have nothing to do with the fate of the nation or its survival. It's related to Aang, not Aang. But even Aang herself doesn't know this yet. Chapter 160, Level 4 Affinity Ability. After lifting it about 10 times, King Kong simply threw the old crocodile off its wing. The old crocodile crashed heavily to the ground. This annoyed it. Couldn't you have put me down gently? Do you really have to throw it away? No way. I'm exhausted, King Kong said bluntly. The old crocodile swore it wanted to strangle King Kong. This is thanks to the fact that it is a reasonable and civilized crocodile. If it were his wife, King Kong would be traveling inside a crocodile's belly by now. Ankh was speechless at the carefree King Kong. He let out a soft breath and asked, King Kong, what exactly happened to your body? Why did you become so strong? King Kong chattered incessantly. I'm exceptionally gifted. I'm exceptionally gifted. Ankh was speechless. Soon, King Kong became obedient again. The bump on my head hadn't gone down by evening, and now another one has appeared. I don't know. King Kong answered honestly. I just woke up from my sleep, and I felt like I had inexhaustible energy. So I gave it a try. I never thought I could actually lift the old crocodile. The viewers in the live stream were having a good time. Hilarious. King Kong speaks so politely. It's not like we're used to it. Ha ha. I still prefer its witty and sarcastic style. Seriously, did King Kong get stronger while he was sleeping? Inside the live stream room, Ankh was also somewhat puzzled. That doesn't make sense. How could a normal animal suddenly become strong while sleeping? Could it be that the animals in the National Destiny game can evolve? But if it can evolve, its appearance should change, right? Wait a minute. What if King Kong's changes weren't due to arrangements made in the National Destiny game? Then there's only one possibility. That's his system. Don't forget, when Natural Affinity was upgraded to level 2 before. Natural Affinity endows Ankh with the ability to communicate with animals. Subsequent upgrades allowed him to use his Natural Affinity to intimidate animals. This means forcibly issuing commands beyond one's level, causing the beast to momentarily freeze. Now that his Natural Affinity has been upgraded to level 4, it's possible that he'll gain new features. No nonsense. Ankh immediately looked at her system panel. Natural Affinity, level 4. Assign attribute points to animals. Macaw, parrot, strength plus 200. Next time, grant Sanmao, the hamster, 500 points to its hardness attribute. Waiting time, for days. Natural Affinity experience progress, 32.6%. The upgrade is estimated to take about 10 days. Really, it's a problem with his system. Ankh's eyes suddenly lit up. Could she grant animals attribute values? Isn't this just like giving an animal a boost to become stronger? King Kong gained 200 points of strength this time, enabling its small body to lift a crocodile that is more than 8 meters long. He even lifted it more than 10 times. It's unbelievable just how powerful King Kong's attacks are now. His own against the old crocodile. And 200 attribute points can provide this kind of boost. Next time, give Sanmao 500 points of hardness. How hard will its body become? It's probably harder than a brick. Iron 3 hairs. If you use it to hit someone, you're guaranteed to hit them squarely every time. This system is awesome. And Ku was overjoyed. After reaching level 4, you can grant animals incredible attribute bonuses. What about 10 days later? What new abilities will I gain after upgrading to level 5? And Ku is looking forward to it. Your Excellency Ankh, do you know what's going on? Kata's voice pulled Ankh back to reality. Quietly, it's impossible for him to reveal his system. He patted Kata on the shoulder and laughed. This is normal. It's all right. Go back and rest. You still look tired. You've got dark circles under your eyes. This is normal. The Qataris were dumbfounded. Is it normal for a parrot to suddenly be able to lift an 8-meter-long crocodile? Am I going crazy? Or is this world just too crazy? Live broadcast room. Don't say the people of Qatar are stupid. I was dumbfounded when I heard what Boston said. Crazy. Everyone's crazy. It's good to be a little crazy. By the way, how powerful is Saw Gang now? I'm very curious too. Being able to lift a giant crocodile repeatedly is quite an achievement, almost like a mini Superman. Upstairs, you're mistaken, it's little Super Bird. Ah yes. Although I don't understand why King Kong suddenly became incredibly strong. But since Boston said it's a normal phenomenon, the audience should just treat it as a live event. In any case, King Kong's immense strength would be entirely beneficial to Ankh. Everyone began to look forward to King Kong's future performance in the battle. It used to be the one that was constantly bullied. The first time, I was entangled by a python and almost died in its mouth. The second time, she was pinned under the leopard mother's paws and given to Ankh as a gift. Later on, there were also incidents of being pinched by foreign players, having the tiger mom steal the win, and having 2 bumps on the head from Ankh. It can be said that after the animals joined Ankh's team, they no longer felt like they were walking on thin ice. Only King Kong was constantly injured. But now things have changed. This sassy bird has gained power. Flamboyant and frivolous than before. People naturally had high expectations for it. Live broadcast in progress. Having figured out the reason, Ankh went straight back to sleep. Anyway, there are still 4 days left to assign attributes. Just wait. Tomorrow we're going to the bamboo forest to look for giant pandas, so I need to be well rested. The next day, Aang got up very early in the morning. In the camp, many animals had also gotten up. If this had happened before, the tiger mom and leopard mom would definitely have gone out hunting. However, it is currently migration season, and they will wait until they have re-established their camps before going out to hunt. But Aang discovered that King Kong was missing. This surprised him greatly. Where did this guy go? Last night, King Kong's power surged. Aang was a little worried that this neurotic bird might do something outrageous after gaining power. So he asked around to see if any of the other animals had seen King Kong. Unfortunately, all the animals shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. And Ku frowned. Could it be that King Kong chose to leave after gaining power? Just as Aang was lost in thought, suddenly a shout came from the sky. Your Muscle King is back. Needless to say, the person who said that must be Saw Gang. Sure enough, a dazzling golden carp flapped its wings and returned from the sky. To everyone's surprise, King Kong also brought back an animal that was 2 or 3 times its own size. The animal had 2 pairs of wings, but no feathers. It has a long, thin neck that makes up about half of its body, and a huge head with a sharp mouth. That thing is, Kata's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Pteranodon. The world was in an uproar. Chapter 161 Wind God Pterodactyl. The outside world was shocked. Holy crap. Hey, dinosaur. Are you kidding me? Why would there be dinosaurs? Weren't dinosaurs extinct? Doesn't that mean there's a real possibility that there are also Tyrannosaurus rex and other similar creatures? My God, is this island taken from Jurassic Park? If humans encountered dinosaurs without firearms, they would surely die. Show its head and it's gone in a flash. Inside the high-level meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom, the senior executives were equally shocked. They all turned to look at Oldly. One of the senior leaders said in a deep voice, Oldly, you were right after all. The first ancient creature has appeared. The appearance of the first one definitely means that a second and a third one will appear. Xiaoliang, do you know what species of pterosaur this is? A bald executive looked at Xiaoliang. Xiaoliang. He really wanted to take his name tag and hold it up in front of the leader. Then ask him what name was written on it. He studies modern biology, not ancient biology. You should ask an archaeologist or biologist what type of dinosaur it is, right? However, Aang provided the answer during the live stream. King Kong, why do you have a Quetzalcoatlus baby? Quetzalcoatlus. Kata, standing to the side, was slightly surprised, not expecting that Lady Aang would actually recognize what kind of dinosaur it was. You have such broad knowledge. However, what Katar and everyone else were unaware of was, Aang wasn't actually sure if this thing was a Quetzalcoatlus. He was given this name because it was the only pterosaur name he knew. Quetzalcoatlus is the largest of all pterosaurs discovered. So Aang remembers. Given Nku's current status and the extent of public admiration for him, no one doubts him. King Kong tossed the pterosaur's carcass directly to the ground, then arrogantly declared, If a bird attacks me, I will smash it. So, you're flying in the air and they come to harass you? Aang said, Your solution is simply ingenious. Absolutely ingenious. King Kong exclaimed. Nku shook her head speechlessly. Jean Gang, you're courting death. Pterosaurs are very vengeful creatures. You have clearly killed a cub. When its parents find that their child is missing, they will definitely seek revenge on you. King Kong is now incredibly powerful. He's the mighty King Kong. What's there to be afraid of? This little bit of trash is not worth mentioning. Back in the day, I used to carry 2 watermelon knives. They hacked their way from Nanchaman to Penglai East Road, back and forth for 3 days and 3 nights. It was a river of blood, but I just wielded my knife, swift and decisive, without even blinking. Kata stood to the side, dumbfounded. Is this bird really that powerful? The other animals around them reacted differently to King Kong's witty remarks. Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom couldn't be bothered to pay attention. If this bird hadn't belonged to its owner, benefactor, it would have died long ago. Now you're showing off here? That the Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom ignored her, the crocodile sister-in-law also stopped paying attention to them. Now it has formed a sisterhood with Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom, and they love each other very much. The mother and daughter cows seemed mysterious and impressive. Only the old crocodile spoke first, raising a question. Little bird, do you even have hands? King Kong. At this moment, Sanmao, who was standing on Aang's shoulder, also had doubts. Its little hands held a nut, and its cheeks puffed out as it asked, I'm a little curious. Aren't your eyes tired from being open for so long? King Kong. The old crocodile's questioning had already made it unhappy. Unfortunately, although King Kong is now very strong, he is still not confident in fighting the old crocodile. So I just put up with it. But hamsters are different. You can easily handle a tiny hamster. So what if my eyes are dry? Or so what if they're not? Is this the main point of its pretentious act? The key point is clearly that it's incredibly powerful and kills without blinking an eye, okay? King Kong immediately went berserk, flapping its wings as if to teach San Mao a lesson. San Mao was so frightened that he quickly hid behind Ank's neck. Master, please save me, the mouse. This bird's gone mad. All right, stop fooling around. Ank immediately stopped the enraged King Kong. The power of the Vajra now is too great. San Mao's small body couldn't withstand it. Although King Kong has indeed become somewhat arrogant and haughty since gaining power. However, it still dared not act recklessly in front of Anku. Hey King Kong, what are you doing running off to if you have nothing better to do? You have inexhaustible strength. King Kong, unusually somber, shook its head, looking utterly old-fashioned. Master, you don't understand. I was just dealing with an old matter. The rocky area is not very long. It's about 3 kilometers. Beyond the rocky slope lies a vast expanse of lush green bamboo forest. Anku looked up at the towering bamboo and felt inexplicably moved. In the culture of China, bamboo represents an indomitable spirit. Therefore, many literati and scholars have a fondness for green bamboo. Most of the animals around me were setting foot in the bamboo forest for the first time. Crocodile, who travels frequently, was seeing the bamboo forest for the first time. Unlike the forest, although the bamboo grove is dense, but sunlight was filtering in. Even so, the bamboo forest was still very cold and gloomy. And it's different from the forest. The towering bamboo stalks almost completely blocked the view ahead. The most terrifying thing is that sometimes when you turn your head, you might think someone is standing there. Navigating this kind of environment requires strong mental fortitude. Once fear takes hold, one will be doomed. The human heart is a strange thing. If you don't actively think about scary things, you won't feel anything. But once you start thinking about scary things, you can't stop. It's commonly known as scaring yourself. Your Excellency Ank, I think we should go around to the outer perimeter, Kata suggested. He felt it would be safer to walk around outside. Once he reached the location where he had previously seen the giant panda, he entered the bamboo forest. This is the best choice. However, Anku disagreed. It's all right. Let's go straight into the bamboo forest. Besides giant pandas, there are many other small animals in the bamboo forest. There are also many kinds of fungi. Besides looking for pandas, Ank also plans to replenish her food supplies on this trip. Bamboo groves where visibility is obstructed are indeed dangerous. But he has the spider sense. Ank is always the first to know if there is any danger. Seeing Ank's response, Kata fell silent. He decisively began to lead the way. This way, Your Excellency Ank. Led by Kata, Anko and a group of animals stepped into this emerald green ocean. Meanwhile, about 7 or 8 kilometers away from Ank and the others, a giant panda is running through a bamboo forest. A group of savages wielding spears were chasing it frantically from behind. Chapter 162 split into 2 groups. However, Ank and her group encountered trouble before they even officially entered the bamboo forest. The old crocodile couple had difficulty entering the bamboo forest because of their large size. Even if they managed to squeeze in, the intricate bamboo made the old crocodile couple very uncomfortable. Ank then suddenly realized the problem. However, in order to find the giant pandas, he couldn't take a detour. So he decided to have the old crocodile couple take a detour, bypassing the bamboo forest from the outside. Then everyone gathered on the east side of the bamboo forest. The old crocodile couple hesitated. Young friend, is there really no other way? Sister Crocodile asked. The old crocodile nodded repeatedly, asking, yes. Young friend, we don't feel safe separated from you. What if this separation is forever? A warm feeling flowed through Nku's heart. The old crocodile couple were friendly to him from beginning to end. This friendliness does not stem from natural affinity. Back then, the first time I met the old crocodile, Ank's natural affinity level is too low to affect it. It's naturally docile and friendly, of course, and it also has a peculiar taste. However, Ank wasn't worried about the separation at all, because Saw Gang was there for her. Don't worry, King Kong has telepathy and can find your location. Don't worry about not being able to reunite. Upon hearing this, King Kong flapped its wings and said, GPS is already on. We can locate you anytime. The old crocodile couple were finally relieved after hearing Ank's words. The original intention was to bypass the bamboo forest on one's own. At this moment, Amon, who was standing to the side, also spoke up. Boss, little one, we might also need to follow the old crocodile and the others on a detour. Ank was surprised, even though the python was large. However, the bamboo forest has no effect on its body structure. The giant python quickly explained to Ankh. Boss, I don't know why either. When I entered the bamboo forest, I felt uncomfortable all over. I felt panicked and had difficulty breathing. Is this claustrophobia? The dense bamboo grove gives one a feeling of being confined. Therefore, it can easily make people who like spaciousness feel uncomfortable. If it's a short period of time, it's fine, but if it's a long period of time, mental problems can easily arise. However, this bamboo forest is quite large. Ankh had looked down from the slope after leaving the forest. It will take at least 3 or 4 days to get out of this bamboo forest. The search for giant pandas will also take longer. A python with claustrophobia certainly wouldn't be able to stay there for that long. Ankh looked at the giant python speechlessly. Do snakes also suffer from claustrophobia? But thinking about it, it seems normal. After all, the animals in the National Fortune game have a high level of intelligence. The higher one's intelligence, the greater the probability of developing psychological problems. Even humans, who are at the top of the food chain, can suffer from mental illness and psychosis. Alright, on. You follow the old crocodile couple around to the eastern exit of the bamboo forest to meet them. After a pause, Ankh decided to have the cow and her daughter follow the old crocodile couple, while the python and the others would take a detour. The path through the bamboo forest is undulating and has a relatively steep slope. It is not suitable for mother and calf cows to walk on. My benefactor, I don't want to be separated from you. The cow mother was reluctant to part with Ankh. Hee, little sister, don't be afraid, I'm a good crocodile. The old crocodile bared its fangs and chuckled. A giant python nearby flicked its tongue and echoed. That's right. Sis, you don't need to worry, we won't hurt you. Even before I met the boss, I rarely ate beef. In the end, I'll only eat 1 cow a year, which is very little. Besides, you're our partner now. Don't worry, don't worry. The python flicked its tongue and chuckled as it comforted the mother and daughter cows. Originally, the mother and daughter cows were not afraid. After all, Ankh had been alone with these beasts before when she went out. They have accepted these beasts as their companions. But looking at the old crocodile and the python's current expressions and the words they spoke, the mother and daughter cows were somewhat uneasy. They seem like human traffickers. No, they're cattle traffickers. Ankh was speechless. These two should have been more at ease if they hadn't tried to comfort her. Instead, their attempts only frightened the mother and daughter cows. Don't they ever look in the mirror and see how ugly they look? However, before Ankh could speak, her sister-in-law crocodile stepped forward. It started cursing at the old crocodile and the giant python. You two are so ugly. Why don't you come out and scare people? Get out of my way. After scolding her, sister-in-law crocodile immediately changed her tune and spoke to cow mom in a gentle tone. Sister, with your mother here, you and your daughter can rest assured. Although the old crocodile and the giant python are a bit ugly, they are not bad at heart. You and your daughter don't need to worry too much. With sister crocodile standing up for her, cow mom is definitely feeling much more at ease. Although she still didn't want to separate from Ankh. But in order not to become a burden to Ankh, cow mom finally agreed. Only the old crocodile and the giant python looked completely innocent. Are they really that ugly? He's clearly very handsome, okay? Great. Then I'll leave the mother cow and calf in your care, sister-in-law, Ankh said with a smile. Don't worry, young friend. Sister-in-law crocodile said confidently. You, on the other hand, should also be careful. Then it looked at the tiger mother, the leopard mother, and little Scar, and the others. I'm entrusting my young friend to your care, sisters, little Scar Monkey King. Of course, sisters. Sister, even if you don't tell us, we will still protect our benefactor. Little Scar raised his bow and arrow. Whoever dares to harm the king will die. On Ankh's shoulder, King Kong wasn't having it. It was furious that the crocodile had asked it for help. That's looking down on it. King Kong immediately flew down and came to the old crocodile. Old crocodile, lift it up for me. If I don't show off my muscles, people will think I'm made of clay. No. The old crocodile immediately refused. Last night it lifted King Kong up, and afterwards, the guy just threw it on the ground. Now, old crocodile would rather die than let King Kong lift it. This is outrageous. If you won't do it, plenty of others will. King Kong cursed and decided to switch his target to the giant python. However, Ankh stopped it from continuing its mischief. Among the group, Kata stared in disbelief at everything before him. He had seen Ankh interact with animals before, but I haven't seen such frequent exchanges like we do now. He had always assumed that the animals understood what Ankh was trying to say through his gestures and movements. Most of the time, it felt like Ankh was talking to herself, and I didn't think the animals could really understand her. It now appears that Ankh and the animals can communicate with each other without any barriers. Lord, how did Lady Ankh manage to do that? Could it be that this mysterious Eastern power possesses such an incredible ability to communicate with animals? Kata vowed that once he returned to reality, he would definitely go to the Dragon Kingdom to become an apprentice and learn martial arts. Chapter 163 Wealth and Honor begged from Lord Ankh. At this point, Enku and her group split into two groups outside the bamboo forest. An old crocodile couple, a giant python, and a mother and daughter cow circled around the bamboo forest. Meanwhile, Ankh, Jean Gang, Sanmao, Tiger Mom, and Leopard Mom and their cubs entered the bamboo forest. While continuing eastward, Kata will lead the search for giant pandas. As for the bees, they moved from the old crocodile's back to the tiger mother and leopard mother's fur. Although it doesn't have the flat back of an old crocodile, it's still pretty good. It is worth mentioning that the old crocodile planned to recite a poem before the two parted ways. It expresses their sadness at parting with Ankh. But after holding it in for a long time, he finally said only one sentence. "Young friend, I look forward to meeting you at the right time." Ankh was speechless. Are you translating? If we don't have advanced cultural knowledge, let's just speak politely. The crocodile couple, the python, and the mother and daughter cow did not leave immediately. Instead, he watched Enku and her group disappear into the bamboo forest before reluctantly turning away. Embark on your own journey. Although sunlight streamed into the bamboo forest, it still felt damp and chilly. Ankh harvested quite a few bamboo shoots as soon as she entered. The same goes for Katar. He was being chased by a giant centipede and was in such a panic that he didn't have time to grab any bamboo shoots. Now I finally have the time. After the two harvested an average of about 20 bamboo shoots each. An announcement for the game, National Fortune, has been released. Congratulations to the #1 contestant from Dragon Country and the #1 contestant from Dog Country for achieving the 1000x realization condition. The Dragon Kingdom and the Dog Kingdom will each have 1000 bamboo forests of the same size. The entire nation of Dragon Kingdom rejoiced. This bamboo forest is quite large. It has added many more oases to our Dragon Kingdom. Bamboo is one of the plants that our country's great Confucian scholars greatly admire, representing the culture of our Dragon Kingdom. I don't know about culture, I only know that there are bamboo shoots to eat. Ha. Food is the most important thing for people, no doubt about it. We have the bamboo. All we're missing is the giant panda. Hopefully, Boston will find the giant panda soon. Finding the giant panda does not mean that the conditions for its manifestation have been met. We are already praying that Boston can meet the conditions for manifesting the giant panda. Speaking of which, what exactly are the conditions for realization? Has the official research clarified this? The top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom was also quite helpless. They simply cannot understand the existing conditions. Because there is no unified standard. It seems that you can only rely on luck to fulfill the hidden conditions and then manifest it. Once it has been realized once, the conditions will change again. How can we study this and understand it? The realization of 1000 bamboo groves undoubtedly adds another touch of green to the land of China. However, the people of China are no longer as excited and jubilant as they were back then. However, the situation is different in the country of the Dog King. They haven't manifested 1000-fold yet. This was their first time. Therefore, their emotions reached their peak, and the whole country was in an uproar. Lord Ankh is indeed a hero of our dog-owning nation. Wealth and honor can be found in Lord Ankh. 1000 bamboo groves, unimaginable. The Lord cannot save us in our time of crisis, but Lady Ankh can. I've decided that from now on I will follow Lord Ankh's teachings. Anyone want to join? I want to join. Aye. After Kata followed Anko, he helped the Dog King Kingdom manifest 1000-fold. Influence in the Dog Kingdom to reach its peak once again. The people of the dog-owning family worship, admire, and love him. For these believers, their faith is extremely devout, even fanatical. If Ankh were to say now, the Dog Country will become an administrative region of the Dragon Country in the future. The people of a powerful dog-owning family will inevitably obey and change the country and region. Other countries, like the dog-owning tycoon, were incredibly envious of China's friendly relations with the Dragon Kingdom. God, why didn't our country's athletes face Ankh? I'm so envious. I wish it was a Pakistani athlete with Ankh right now. The Dog Country is so lucky, commented a Russian netizen. Jealousy has made me unrecognizable. Why do wealthy dogs get divine favor? In the past, when resources were not scarce, the country was incredibly rich because of oil. In this era, thanks to meeting Ankh, I've achieved 1000-fold increase in my lifespan. What is manifested is still 1000 bamboo groves. No, I think we should change our strategy and focus on finding Boston. I think so too. Instead of figuring out the conditions for realization, it's better to follow boss and realize it without even realizing it. It has become 1,000 times more real than the dog owning nation. More countries are becoming more determined to find Anko. Even if it's just staying by your side for a few days, it still has 1,000 times greater chance of success than surviving alone. This result led to a further increase in China's international influence. It is so large that it frightens many Western countries. They had to stand up and undermine the confidence of countries that were friendly to the Dragon Kingdom. Most of the Dog Kingdom is desert, so what use is a bamboo forest? Exactly. Bamboo cannot grow in high temperatures and water shortages. It manifests now, but it will die in a few days. It's ridiculous. The Dragon Kingdom has provided you with something useless, yet you revere it as a god. Do you live up to your beliefs that have lasted for thousands of years? The dog-owning citizens were furious, but didn't know how to respond. After all, the lighthouse, kimchi, what they said makes a lot of sense. Although it has been manifested 1,000-fold. But how long can bamboo survive in the desert? They might soon die from lack of water. Although the whole world is currently experiencing a water shortage. But it's completely different in arid regions. It's not just that the topsoil is dry. There is no water underground. In that case, how long can 1,000 bamboo groves last? Although the life force of plants and animals is very strong. But the essence of life has not changed. The dog-owning nation began to worry. This is the purpose of countries like the lighthouse, kimchi, etc. If we can't criticize China, then we'll start elsewhere to undermine its growing influence. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Kata was initially shocked, then overjoyed. He made a gesture of prayer on his chest and forehead. Then I felt a heartfelt gratitude towards Ankh. Lord Ankh, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to manifest 1,000-fold. Thank you for the good luck. If it weren't for Ankh, he would have been dead. Even if we assume he wasn't chased by the giant centipede. Even if he enters the bamboo forest, he may not be able to fulfill the conditions for realization. After all, he couldn't possibly pick that many bamboo shoots at once. He didn't have a portable space like Ankh. At most, and then pick more after we've finished eating them. How could the conditions for realization be met in this way? Therefore, Kata was extremely grateful to Ankh. It was because of Ankh that he was able to unintentionally meet the conditions for realization. Chapter 164, Deceiving the Captain. Director Zhang. After Qatar vented his excitement, Ankh and her group set off once again. As the group ventured deeper into the bamboo forest, mist began to rise. Although it was just a light fog, it made the already poor visibility even worse. Fortunately, Qatar can still find its way. This made Ankh admire Kata's awesomeness. Even in that escape situation, he could still remember the way. Strangeness. At this moment, Kata frowned, feeling puzzled. Why are there so many small animals around? Kata couldn't understand what had happened when he first entered the bamboo forest. I've never seen so many small animals before. Now, however, small animals are almost everywhere, appearing all around. They even lingered around him. This made Kata feel inexplicably uneasy, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ankh and say, "Sir, something's not right about this bamboo grove. Should we observe first before proceeding?" Inside the live stream, the people of China were delighted. Look how scared the child is. His face has turned pale. He doesn't know boss and S basic tactics yet. Haha. Nature does judge people by their appearance. These animals are not many at all. If they were released into the forest, Kata would probably be terrified. The reason this happens is undoubtedly due to natural affinity. The small animals that appeared around us were different from those we had seen in the forest before. The quantity is indeed much smaller. This also shows that there are far more animals in the forest than in the bamboo forest. Basic operation. Don't be silly. King Kong looked at the panicked Kata, raised his head, and straightened his chest. Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom also looked at Kata with the same eyes they would use to look at a country bumpkin. What's there to panic about? Following your owner is a natural thing to do, right? Kata also noticed the way the animals were looking at him. He was a little confused. Was this just basic stuff? What does that mean? Ankh patted Kata on the shoulder and comforted him with a smile. Don't be afraid. These animals are just here to keep us company, so we won't be lonely. Just keep going. Ankh's words left Kata speechless. Are these animals here to keep them company? Kata looked at the bamboo viper on a bamboo stalk, swallowed hard, and then asked, "Is this green viper also here to keep us company?" Ankh smiled and nodded. Kata broke out in a sweat and gave a dry laugh. "Don't worry, it won't bite you," Ankh reassured her. Kata just gave a dry laugh, unsure how to respond. To be with Lady Ankh. But sometimes, it's really crazy. However, seeing the tigers and leopards around him. Then I thought of the giant python and the giant crocodile, as well as the scene of Ankh communicating with the animals. Kata ultimately believed in Ankh, thinking that these small animals wouldn't hurt him. The group walked for about a kilometer. More and more small animals gathered around. There were so many that it made Katar outrageous. The period when I was struggling to survive on my own. He was constantly troubled by hunting, feeling that there were too few animals in the National Fortune game. However, now Katar realizes that the animals in the National Fortune game are missing. It's clear he just didn't see it. As more and more animals gather, the variety of species also increases. Many people have seen animals that were already endangered in times of abundant resources. It's a pangolin. I remember pangolins have been extinct for 70 or 80 years, right? Yes, they've been extinct for over 60 years. The last pangolin died alone in the zoo. It could have lived a few more years, but due to the staff's mistake, it was exposed to the sun and died. Holy crap, that staff member is a real jerk. How adorable this animal is. He was covered in armor, just like a fully armed warrior. I don't understand why pangolins, with their thick shells, would become extinct on Earth. It shouldn't have any natural enemies, right? Because some people say that pangolins are very nutritious, and their shells can even replenish milk. Huh? That's right. Pangolin meat is extremely nutritious. It was already expensive before, and it will definitely be even more expensive now. Each one will cost at least several million. I really wish I could materialize a pangolin, so I could achieve financial freedom. Fuck your mother. Are the people upstairs a bunch of idiots? At this hour, you're still planning to hunt pangolins. What a load of nutrition. It was just something a bunch of poachers hyped up before, and you actually believed it? In the program, even Professor Wu and Coach Zhao couldn't stand it anymore. The message was a verbal warning to those in the live chat who wanted to poach. However, since they are experts and scholars, their warnings are ineffective and lack substance. This, Lu Yifei immediately became a mouth mug. People who think pangolin shells are highly nutritious, why don't you just bite your own fingernails? The ingredients are all the same, so isn't it also a supplement? What a bunch of ignorant and pathetic fools. Lu Yifei's loss of composure on the show did not draw criticism. Instead, it was applauded by most viewers. Scholars have previously studied and analyzed this. The pangolin shell is actually similar to a human fingernail. It has absolutely no nutritional value. However, due to the ignorance of some people, pangolins are still facing extinction. Ultimately, this led to their complete extinction on Earth. Pangolins eat pests like ants. A single pangolin can protect 300 acres of forest or a dike from termite infestation. The extinction of pangolins has led to a termite infestation in many parts of Earth. Pangolins haven't even been discovered yet. Those poachers would be eager to act if it actually materialized. What crazy things would these guys do for profit? While angrily denouncing poachers in the live broadcast room, suddenly someone had an idea. Wait, the National Fortune game has materialized the bamboo forest 1,000-fold. Does this mean that the animals in the bamboo forest have also materialized? Holy crap, that's right. Since it manifests the exact same bamboo forest, does that mean these animals also manifested? It's very possible that I saw fish in the manifested stream before. Does that mean that all the animals that appeared in the live stream now exist in our Dragon Kingdom? Really, I'm not well educated, so don't try to fool me. Official, come out and explain. We ordinary people want to know, do animals also manifest in this way? The people of the Dragon Kingdom are eager to know the answer. Under strong public pressure, the authorities had no choice but to issue an explanation. Director Zhang, oh dear, I'm telling you guys, if you're just watching a live stream, why ask so many questions? Besides, the National Destiny announcement said that the bamboo forest has materialized. What does the bamboo forest have to do with animals? As for more detailed and specific matters, this old man who is about to retire doesn't know too much either. The audience couldn't help but laugh when they saw Director Zhang come out. Chapter 165, The Shocking Golden Silk Monkey. Director Zhang has already come forward to explain, so everyone understands, right? Director Zhang is right. What does the bamboo forest have to do with animals? He's an old man who's about to retire. It's not easy for him either, so please stop asking. Don't ask. There isn't one. When Director Zhang stepped down to speak, everyone understood perfectly. This also caused a stir among the people of China. It turns out that many of the animals they longed to manifest had already manifested along with the bamboo forest. Kata said he had seen pandas in this bamboo forest. Pandas have distinctive features, and foreigners would never mistake them for other animals. This means that there are pandas in 1,000 bamboo forests. This news naturally stirred up excitement throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Besides giant pandas and pangolins, The live stream also featured many other animals that have long since disappeared from history. That pheasant that looks like a phoenix is a silver pheasant. How beautiful, dressed in white as snow. It is precisely because they are beautiful that they are hunted. And the long-tailed pheasant too. Their tails are also very beautiful. I remember in the old Journey to the West, the decoration on the head of the Monkey King was his tail. Look at that. What's that? Why are there two holes on its top? It looks a bit scary. Yes, it looks scary, like an alien species. In the program, the hosts, including Sa Baining, were also somewhat curious. What is this animal that looks like a deer? This is a yellow muntjac, Professor Wu explained. The holes in their eyes are their tear glands, which can open and close. And the hole on its forehead is a gland. Sa Baining, Kong Hui, and the others suddenly realized. Outside the live broadcast room, the audience also learned a lot. Oh, it's a yellow muntjac. I've heard from the older generation that the meat of the yellow muntjac is very delicious and has extremely high nutritional value. It is rich in protein and essential amino acids, and tastes extremely delicious. Again, damn it, can you please stop eating every animal you see? Although there are quite a few bamboo forests that have materialized, the number of animals won't be too many. If you hunt one, I hunt one, and he hunts one, won't they become extinct again? Oh dear, since it's materialized, it's here to enjoy it. Anyway, we have Bosson. We can just reappear after they're extinct. Holy shit. Investigate. You absolutely must investigate. People like this should be monitored. That's disgusting. This kind of person should be arrested and stripped of their citizenship. Inside the high-level meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom, the executives naturally saw the comments in the live stream. All the senior executives had somber faces and furrowed brows. Ankh worked so hard to gradually restore the ecology of the Dragon Kingdom, but a small number of people did not know how to cherish it. If these larger animals were to be hunted, the population of the Dragon Kingdom would quickly become extinct. At the head of the table, Old Li's expression remained largely unchanged. He looked at the commander and the general. Have the station troops already set off? Reporting to Elder Li. The army has already set off, the commander said earnestly. At the very least, they can be protected by the army within an hour. At the very least, they can be protected by the army tomorrow. What is being protected is the tangible bamboo forest. Very good. Old Li nodded in satisfaction. The oasis has been protected by the military, and entry is prohibited without permission. Although Ankh is the embodiment of the Dragon Kingdom, the resources belong to everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. However, every country has a small number of bad apples. They act solely based on their own interests and desires, without considering the feelings of others. This is unavoidable. However, Old Li doesn't want to let these people go now. Minister Chun. Old Li looked at Minister Chun. He is the top leader in internet regulation. Ankh carries the weight of the hundreds of millions of people in our Dragon Kingdom and has powerfully turned the tide for our nation. To bring a bright future to the people of our Dragon Kingdom. Yes, Minister Chun said with utmost seriousness. He understood that Old Li was about to make a big move. However, some people only care about their own feelings and don't consider the interests of others. How do you think such people should be dealt with? He should be sentenced and locked up. Minister Chin thought for a moment and then replied. Old Li smiled upon hearing this. That's how it's done in peacetime. In these special times, such practices will not have a deterrent effect. After all, if we lock them up, we still have to pay for their food. A single nutrient supplement isn't cheap. Minister Chin pondered for a moment. Then, Elder Li, what do you plan to do? Establish a national censorship system. Anyone who posts inappropriate remarks online will be investigated. Give a warning the first time, and arrest and educate them the second time. If there is a third time, revoke their Chinese citizenship. Never be allowed to regain Chinese citizenship. The new Dragon Kingdom that Ankh brings us does not need people who do not have their motherland in their hearts and are grateful. There is no need for selfish people who would harm the interests of others for their own benefit. Many high-ranking officials present were deeply shaken. The commander and general applauded and cheered. In this special period, revoking Chinese citizenship and losing Chinese citizenship is definitely the most severe punishment. More painful than being sentenced to prison. Because this means that from now on, Ankh will manifest all the resources for the Dragon Kingdom. And the attribute rewards obtained for the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom have nothing to do with them anymore. Don't forget, countless countries around the world are now desperate to obtain Chinese citizenship, but none of them have the chance. Minister Chen readily agreed. Yes, sir, Elder Li. Mr. Li's actions were already very kind. They didn't pry into anyone's privacy. They only caught people during the live stream. And the first time it was discovered, Only a verbal warning was given. The second time he made inappropriate remarks, he was simply arrested and given a verbal warning. Only after 3 offenses will a citizen be stripped of their citizenship. This is so typical of China. As the saying goes, things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. They've already been given 2 chances to correct their mistakes, and they still don't appreciate it. He had to be so sarcastic, and in the end, he was stripped of his Chinese citizenship. Whose fault is this? Adults must take responsibility for their actions. Being stripped of one's citizenship doesn't just mean losing the opportunity to receive attribute bonuses in the future. This also means that the markets that China will open up in the future will have nothing to do with them. Once the production capacity of the plants and animals that have materialized is sufficient, the Dragon Kingdom will open its market for sale. To buy it then, you'll need to use your citizenship. Only those with Chinese citizenship are eligible to purchase. Those who have been stripped of their citizenship can only continue to obediently purchase nutritional supplements. They continued to live a life of torment. Inside the live stream room, Kata was numb to the sight of countless animals around him. It's normal. Anything can happen with Lady Ankh. Calm down, calm down. Just then, a soft voice rang out. Here's some fruit for you. Ankh, who was touching the pangolin, subconsciously turned her head. Then a golden monkey handed him a string of fruit. Little Scar's eyes were glued to the side. Chapter 166. Little Scar is moved. Because of Ankh's natural affinity, Ankh attracted many animals to the bamboo forest. One of them was a golden monkey. It has beautiful golden fur all over its body, with a darker outer layer and a lighter belly. Although it was in the wild, its fur was soft and shiny. Its face is white, and it is lively and cute. Golden monkeys are beloved by people because most of them have a docile temperament. Sure enough, viewers in the live stream were very excited when they saw the golden monkeys appear. So cute. It's all gold, which makes it look noble and auspicious. If the monkey who caused havoc in the heavenly palace back then was this kind, even the Jade Emperor would have forgiven Sun Wukong. Why do I find golden monkeys to be so handsome/beautiful? Bro, you're hungry. While golden monkeys are indeed quite beautiful, but hey, look at Little Scar. During the live stream, Ankh took the fruit from the golden monkey and thanked it. He also reached out and rubbed its head. The golden monkey enjoyed the process and allowed Ankh to pet it. She seems obedient and submissive. Kata, seeing this, was also drawn to the golden monkey. What a cute and well-behaved monkey. Let me touch it too. Kata felt that the other party did not resist Lord Ankh's caresses. Most likely, they are not afraid of people, especially family members. So I also plan to try stroking it. However, before he could get close, the golden monkey gave Kata a disgusted look. He then moved away from Kata. Kata's smile froze, and his raised hand seemed lost in midair. Is this the difference between people? Ankh laughed and rubbed the golden monkey again. Still a cool and aloof little princess. The golden monkey spoke softly. This young lady is not a princess. Then, glancing at the fruit in Nku's hand, he said again, Brother, please eat this fruit. It tastes very good. I brought this especially for you. Nku was taken aback when he heard the golden monkey call him brother. Although it felt strange, I didn't care too much. Since the golden monkey sister gave me a gift, I should also give the golden monkey sister a gift. Just then, Little Scar suddenly rushed out. It has been waiting for its chance to appear for a long time. Your Majesty, please entrust the gift for this beautiful monkey lady to me. Little Scar pleaded. Ankh looked at Xiaoba with surprise. He had never seen Little Scar so emotionally unstable. What's wrong? Have you taken a fancy to that golden monkey girl? Ankh looked at Xiaoba, who was eager to prove himself. I couldn't help but ask, do you have any good gifts? Little Scar quickly rummaged through his body. Your Majesty, I have it. I have it. On one hand, he was also giving the golden monkey a fawning smile. Beautiful lady monkey, please wait a moment, hee. But after searching around, Little Scar found that he didn't have anything good on him at all. He only had a snakeskin armor, a bow and arrow, and a spear. That's all. For a time, Xiaoba pinned his hopes on Nku. It quickly pulled Ankh aside and pleaded, Your Majesty, you must help me. Give it some gifts. Ankh looked at the anxious Little Scar and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He whispered, Hey Scarface, you already have 8 wives. Why are you still eyeing this one? Then what about your 8 wives? I only have 6 wives now, Little Scar passionately defended. He used to have 8 wives, but due to various reasons, he now only has 6. Nku couldn't help but laugh, and he couldn't help but look at the female monkey in the troop. Most of them are the mates of the Monkey King, Little Scar, that is, his wives. Now, Little Scar openly shows interest in other monkeys right in front of them. Aren't they angry? The female monkeys seemed not to see anything, giving off an air of indifference as if it were none of their business. Ankh raised an eyebrow. It seemed the female monkeys had no objections. Indeed, we cannot judge the moral standards of animals by human moral standards. However, what Ankh didn't know was, in the past, the female monkeys would definitely have been unhappy. But now their object of admiration has changed. A small scar? The Monkey King? It's not even worth a single finger of the king. So now the little scars can do whatever they want, and the animals don't care at all. Little Scar was still pleading desperately. Ankh simply said, "All right, so what gift are you planning to give it?" Little Scar was overjoyed. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for granting my wish. After it's done, I'll catch fleas for the king." Ankh was amused once again. Normally, catching fleas is a task performed by those of higher status in a monkey troop for those of lower status. But because Ankh always made the monkeys catch things for him, gradually, it became something that subordinates did to superiors. "Okay, then think about what gift to give," Ankh said with a smile. Little Scar started to think hard. Seeing this, Ankh gave it an answer directly. "Send honey and milk." Little Scar nodded repeatedly. "Your Majesty is wise. It, along with other monkeys, also enjoys eating honey and milk. I imagine that beautiful lady monkey would like it too." After receiving the milk and honey that Ankh took out from her personal space, Little Scar rushed over to the golden monkey. It groomed its fur and then said in a very gentlemanly manner, "Beautiful lady monkey, these milk and honey are a gift for you." The golden monkey didn't even glance at her, its eyes fixed on Enku. Xiaoba was a little embarrassed for a moment. How could a dignified monkey king have such a hard time finding a mate? Miraculously, it didn't get angry. "Don't get discouraged, keep repeating the process. Little Scar, swear on my life, you'll definitely like it." All around, King Kong, Sanmao, and the mother and cub of Tiger and Leopard watched all of this with great interest. They wanted to see if Little Scar could successfully make the golden monkey its ninth wife. Qatar was equally interested. However, he was a little annoyed when he saw the milk and honey. The gift the monkey casually offers is what he desires. If a bamboo forest does not exist, even if the entire nation of dog-like country were to mobilize its resources, it would likely struggle to obtain honey and dairy cows. This time, the golden monkey finally glanced at Little Scar. This greatly excited Little Scar. It looked at me. It finally looked at me. It must like me, the king. However, this triple illusion is often the beginning of sadness. The golden monkey did not accept the gift from Little Scar. Instead, she said calmly, "I don't want any gifts from you. I want the gift my brother gives me." Then it looked at Ankh. Viewers in the live stream were unable to hear the animals' conversations, but you can get a general idea from their behavior. Was Little Scar rejected? Poor Little Scar. So even the Monkey King's confession failed. I feel better now. Upstairs. Have you forgotten that Little Scar had 8 wives before? Damn it. I'm feeling resentful again. Chapter 167, Unprecedented. Pterosaur Stew. Originally, everyone felt sorry for Little Scar. It's like offering a warm face to a cold backside. But when they realized it had 8 wives, everyone's expression changed. "No way. Little Scar, you already have 8 wives. Why are you still messing with them? He's so handsome and looks like he's never been through anything. Little Scar, don't you feel guilty at all?" Everyone hoped that the golden monkey would remain aloof and ignore Little Scar. Inside the live stream room, after a moment of disappointment, Little Scar cheered up. It was when it was the Monkey King. They find it very easy to find a mate. Now that its courtship has encountered a challenge, it has become somewhat excited. Its favorite thing is a challenge. Little Scar chuckled and said to the golden monkey, "The milk and honey were obtained from the king. It can also be considered the king's possession. Beautiful lady, just consider it a gift from the king." However, the golden monkey still did not accept it. But this time he refused outright, instead saying to the Little Scar, "If you do as I say, I will accept this gift." Little Scar was overjoyed. "Beautiful lady, just tell me, and I'll definitely do as you say." Under the guidance of the golden monkey, Little Scar came to Ankh's side. "I'm already standing beside the king, so what?" Little Scar laughed. Then the golden monkey came over. Then he reached out and put the milk and honey from Xiaoba's hand into Enku's hand. The golden monkey then took it from Ankh. It didn't look at Xiaoba the whole time, only at Ankh. Finally, he said to Ankh, "Thank you for the gift, brother." Little Scar's mouth opened slightly. Was this really necessary? It's all the same thing anyway, so taking it from me won't make a difference, will it? You straight-laced monkey. Do you even know what a sense of ritual is? After the incident, with Kata leading the way, Ankh and her group set off once again. The thin mist still lingers in the bamboo forest. Looking at the bamboo forest shrouded in mist, Kata couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful. It gives people a hazy, dreamlike beauty." Ankh smiled and said, "She is beautiful, but she is very disadvantageous to us. Bamboo groves don't offer a wide view to begin with. Now, with an added layer of mist, visibility is further obstructed. Indeed, Kata had initially been appreciative, but now all that appreciation is gone. In such a situation, it is easy to get lost or be attacked by wild animals. But for some reason, Katar wasn't worried at all. With Nku and her group following behind him, he felt very safe. With Lady Ankh here, any danger can be averted. Katar's idea was correct. Ankh wasn't worried about getting lost or being attacked by beasts at all. Or perhaps it goes without saying that their fighting strength is off the charts. The former is no problem at all for Ankh, who has top-notch wilderness survival knowledge. He has hundreds of ways to determine direction. Even if they do get lost, the food reserves in their personal space will be enough to keep them worry-free for the next few days. There is also a simple and direct method. That is to make Vajra stretch mountains with its might. No, it should be bamboo. At this moment, King Kong is playing with the bamboo. No unexpected events occurred during the remainder of the journey. Ankh also collected many plants along the way. There are vegetables and medicinal herbs, such as yams and potatoes. This left Kata, who was standing to the side, completely dumbfounded. Ankh found the collected plants useful, though he didn't recognize many of them. So this place was originally full of gold? Your Excellency Ankh, your knowledge is truly remarkable. Katar sincerely admires him. Soon, it was noon. It's lunchtime. Ankh had been looking forward to lunch for a while, because he planned to make pterosaur soup. It can be said that this soup is unprecedented and will never be repeated. When he shared this idea with the animals and Kata, the animals were very interested. King Kong was the first to get excited. I want to taste the flavor of my ancestors. Sandmouse spat out the nuts that were stored in her cheeks. Me, you little mouse, I'm eating a dinosaur. Tiger Mom smiled and said, I wonder what this kind of bird, which I've never seen before, tastes like. The leopard mother nodded, but the composed creature had more on its mind. Could this bird carry any poison? Because nobody knows anything about pterosaurs. It's uncertain whether it's poisonous. Ankh smiled and said, don't worry. Pterosaurs are not poisonous. King Kong is actually right. Dinosaurs are the ancestors of birds. So you can think of it as eating a new species of bird. Little Scar tilted his head and chuckled as he spoke to the golden monkey. Madam, if you like it later, I'll give you mine too. The golden monkey said calmly, no need. I want what my brother gave me. The animals were very curious about the meat of this entirely new species of pterosaur, finding it quite novel. Of the entire audience, only Kata felt awkward. What's wrong? Eating dinosaurs? I never imagined that he would have the chance to eat dinosaur meat in his lifetime. Outside, the audience was really excited. Holy crap, Bossin and the others want to eat pterosaur meat. This should go down in history, the first person to eat dinosaur meat. Isn't that obvious? Dinosaurs on Earth have been extinct for so long. You can't even eat them if you want to. Even the world's richest people and top celebrities don't have this kind of opportunity. I wonder if dinosaur meat tastes good. I really want to try it. I don't ask for much. I just hope to be able to eat pork as soon as possible. Almost everyone is curious whether dinosaurs are actually tasty. Inside the live stream room, Kata frowned as he looked at the dense bamboo forest around him. Your Excellency Ankh, I'm afraid we won't be able to set up camp for the next few days. There was simply no space nearby for Ankh to set up a campsite. It would be completely unnecessary to cut down all the bamboo around them. After all, they were only taking a short break and wouldn't stay here for long. Nku, however, didn't seem to care. Isn't that simple? King Kong, clear out a space. Upon hearing this, King Kong immediately perked up. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Ever since it gained its power, he can't suppress his desire to show off at any moment. It had been waiting for Ankh to give it a command. Now we finally got this opportunity. Vajra soared into the sky. Then its claws grabbed one of the bamboo stalks. With a powerful tug of its wings, the bamboo was pulled out by tremendous force. However, King Kong did not pull it out completely. Because bamboo has a complex root system. The rhizomes, commonly known as bamboo rhizomes, can produce a bamboo shoot every so often. Therefore, when you see a dense bamboo forest, it is very likely that it is just a single bamboo plant. This is also why Ankh did not use her personal space. Although the portable space can directly store plants, but it can store the entire plant. Once Ankh stores bamboo, it's highly likely she'll destroy the campsite within the storage space. To exaggerate a bit, what if this whole bamboo grove consisted of just one bamboo stalk? If you put it in your personal space, it will definitely damage the camp. Chapter 168, Wildman Footprints Discovered? Ankh was actually very confused. Why is there something like gravity in the portable space? Shouldn't it be a storage space without any gravity? If Ankh puts a patch of grass into her personal space, and then puts animals in there. It's like a small world. A small world of 50 square meters. It's a pity that you can't put any living creatures in it. Bamboo roots are intricate and complex, making it difficult for a giant hammer to uproot it by force. Therefore, we need Aang's help. Split the bamboo and its roots with an axe. The workload is not very large. After all, both Aang and Jean Gang possess brute strength. Now, Aang's strength is comparable to that of 4 or 5 adults. Thanks for proficiency. With Aang and Jean Gang working together, a clearing quickly appeared in the bamboo forest. Aang immediately took out the campsite from her personal space. As soon as the camp appeared, the bees immediately buzzed and flew to their hives. They didn't stop along the way. The worker bees were constantly collecting nectar. Once the camp appears, they will collectively put the honey back into their nests. The female monkeys immediately went into the kitchen and began their cooking duties. For the animals, the little leopard and the little tiger were jumping and playing in the living room. This is where they usually play. After playing for a while, the 2 kittens got a little bored. Sigh, the little tiger sighed. Without Sister Cow, there are no cows to play the role of mother. The little leopard nodded in agreement. They often play house with the calves on ordinary days. The leopard cub is the father, the calf is the mother, and the youngest tiger cub is the offspring of both animals. How about this? This time you play the child who has lost her mother, the little leopard suggested. Now I, as your father, am passing on this terrible news to you. All you need to do is grieve and cry. The little tiger's eyes lit up. It found it all very novel. In a second, it got into character, its little mouth pursed, and then it burst into tears. Oh my God, you died such a terrible death. How can I live without you? Wah, Mommy, don't leave me. I don't want you to die. But soon, the little tiger who was acting actually cried. By the tiger mom. Aang, on the other hand, did not pay attention to the situation at the camp. He followed the cooks to the kitchen. I made pterosaur soup myself. He planned to use the yams he had just harvested to make a yam and pterosaur stew. In order to control the taste, Aang decided to cook herself. First, boil the water. Then Aang began to dispose of the pterosaur hatchling's corpse. Don't let its size fool you. It's quite large. It is about 2 or 3 times larger than the macaw. That is, King Kong gained 200 points of strength attribute. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be able to defeat this pterosaur. Pterosaurs had feathers on their bodies. However, it wasn't on the wings, but on its neck. It was most likely used to keep a slender neck warm. It's a pity we don't have the ingredients. Otherwise, such a long neck would be perfect for making something like duck neck. Of course, at that time, it couldn't be called a duck neck anymore. It should be called a dragon neck. Although I have never dealt with pterosaurs. However, the steps are largely the same. First, remove the hair and clean the surface of the skin. The next step is to remove the internal organs. Then you can directly add it to the stew with the yam. In addition, add some ingredients that can remove the fishy smell, such as substitutes for cooking wine and ginger slices. Aang began to wait. Honestly, it's a little exciting. I wonder what this stuff tastes like. About 10 minutes later, the boiling soup emitted an enticing aroma. Kata was pacing around, trying to recall the direction from which he had first seen the giant panda. Aang has helped him so much, he can't let her down. We must help Aang find the giant panda. However, at that moment, Kata's pupils suddenly contracted as he observed the ground. His heart began to pound. There were several footprints on the ground not far away. Those are human footprints. Judging from the various aspects of the footprints, this thing was left not long ago. Are there other national fortune holders nearby? Without saying a word, Kata immediately ran to find Aang. Your Excellency Aang. Aang, who was simmering soup and stir-frying vegetables, saw Kata rushing over. He chuckled and said, "Did you smell the fragrance?" Kata paused, looking down at the soup that was worthy of being recorded in history. The aroma immediately filled the air. It smells so good. Kata was also amazed by the aroma of the pterosaur soup. However, he shook his head and quickly said, "Your Excellency Aang, something terrible has happened. I've seen human footprints. It is highly likely that someone who has been involved in the national fortune has been in the vicinity." Upon hearing the footprints, Aang's smile vanished instantly. Leopard Mom, who were waiting for their meals at the camp, also got up and looked over here. King Kong flew over at lightning speed, shouting, "Where is he? I'm going to strangle him." Aang decided to have Kata take her to see it. Before leaving, he made sure to ask the mother monkey to watch the soup for him. Soon, Aang arrived at the footprint. After taking one look, he said, "If you're not one of the nation's Destiny players, you're most likely a native of the nation's Destiny game." Kata was surprised. "Your Excellency Aang, are you so sure?" He looked at it from every angle, but couldn't see anything unusual. I don't understand what Aang's basis for judgment is. The viewers in the live stream were also very curious. How exactly did Ankh determine that the footprints were those of a savage and not those of other people who had changed the fate of the nation? Because you weren't wearing shoes? But it's also possible that the shoes of those who bring about the nation's destiny are broken. It's very simple. During the live stream, Ankh explained, this footprint is very deep, which means that the owner of the footprint often walked barefoot. And because of this, the degeneration of the little toe is quite severe. Therefore, the mark on the little toe is very faint. Kata listened to Ankh's judgment and was filled with admiration. Lord Ankh, you're practically a detective. And Ku chuckled and shook her head. I'm nowhere near as good as a detective. He only has top-notch wilderness survival knowledge. If he were to actually investigate a case, he would have to question the witnesses. After all, a witness doesn't necessarily have to be a person. It could also be an insect. What should we do now? Kata asked with some worry. Savages are incredibly powerful fighters. What's most terrifying is that they possess extremely high intelligence. Fighting on their home turf, even special forces might not be able to defeat them. Eat what you want, drink what you want. Ankh got up and turned back to look at the soup she had been cooking. Kata was taken aback. Was this a sign that they weren't going to get involved? But after thinking about it, Kata agreed. Although there are no crocodiles or pythons, Ankh still has two fierce warriors, tigers and leopards. There are also the tribe of small scars and the incredibly strong King Kong. Even without these animals, Ankh's own combat power is off the charts. He's a ruthless guy who can take on a giant centipede head-on. Chapter 169, The Arrival of the Wind God Pterodactyl. Qatar simply stopped caring. With Ankh around, what are savages? Kill one if one comes, kill two if a group comes. About half an hour later, yam and winged dragon soup is served on the table. The rich aroma immediately filled the entire camp. This has left many animals eagerly waiting. It smells so good. I'm so hungry I could cry. Samao's mouth was watering. He couldn't wait any longer. King Kong hopped and skipped to the front, afraid of missing out. Don't rush, don't rush. Everyone gets one. Ankh chuckled and then began distributing the pterosaurs. Although all the animals were already drooling with envy. However, they still reserved the fleshiest breasts for Ankh. They eat the other parts. As a guest, Kata received a decent share, a piece of meat from the wing. He was flattered and thanked them repeatedly. Kata and the animals were the first to receive the pterosaur meat, but none of them ate it first. Instead, he waited until Ankh finished distributing the food, then sat down and took the first bite. Kata and the other animals then opened their mouths. The moment the pterosaur meat entered my mouth, the aroma that filled the air exploded in my mouth. The aroma was so strong that it sent shivers down one's spine. It smells amazing, an indescribably wonderful fragrance. It feels like someone who has been starving for days finally getting their first bite of delicious food. The soup is like the first sip of water for someone who has been walking in the desert for days. Unbelievable. Kata's face was filled with shock. I never expected pterosaur meat to taste so good. Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom ate with their mouths full of oil. After finishing their meal, the two big cats, one proud and the other steady, both lost their composure. Do all birds taste like this? Tiger Mom was extremely surprised. I don't know. I hardly ever hunt birds, the leopard mother said. If all birds taste like this. As Leopard Mom spoke, she looked at King Kong. Tiger Mom also looked at King Kong. King Kong sensed danger and immediately turned to look at Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom. Seeing the look in the eyes of the two big cats, King Kong immediately got angry. Are you trying to test my muscles? Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom exchanged a glance, somewhat helpless. They might actually be no match for this bird now. Even if they ultimately win, they will suffer significant injuries. Seeing that the Tiger Mother and Leopard Mother were not watching him, King Kong grunted and ate a piece of pterosaur meat. The next second, the entire bird, King Kong, began to shake excitedly. So the flesh of my ancestors tastes this good. King Kong used to like eating grilled yellow croaker. But now, I've decided this is the new product from Crazy Thursday. Outside, in the live broadcast room. Is pterosaur meat really that delicious? Even King Kong has changed its favorite flavor. My mouth is watering uncontrollably. I really want to try it. Family members, does anyone understand? This is clearly a survival show. How come it always turns into a food show? Why didn't the pterosaur materialize? I want to eat pterosaur meat. Plus 10,010. During the live stream, Ankh ate with her mouth full of oil. I never expected pterosaur meat to taste so good. Unfortunately, there was only one, so each person received a very limited amount of meat. I wasn't satisfied with the meal at all. Honestly, Ankh is now more than happy to send King Kong to kill another pterosaur. The best option is for a pterosaur to come to you on its own. Just as Ankh had the idea, a fierce wind was blowing across the sky. Darkness seemed to descend at that moment. Ankh and her group, who were eating, looked completely bewildered. What's going on? Kata asked in surprise. Is it getting dark? That shouldn't be the case, it's only noon now. The next second, a bird's chirp rang out. The sharp, piercing sound made Kata and the animals present instinctively cover their ears. At this moment, everyone ran out of the camp and looked up at the sky. The scene in the air left Kata speechless, and terror crept up from the depths of his heart. So many pterosaurs. In midair, countless pterosaurs circled in the void. They resembled small airplanes, giving one the creeps. Two of the pterosaurs flapped their wings and hovered in midair at the gap in the bamboo forest. Just two of them almost filled the entire gap. One can imagine how large these two pterosaurs would be if they spread their wings. They would resemble a giraffe with wings. How could Qatar not be terrified in the face of such a colossal aerial object? If you encounter a giant centipede, you might still have a chance to escape. However, there is almost no chance of escaping when encountering them. Hello, Lady Ankh. Kata's voice trembled. What should we do now? Outside world. Inside the live stream room. The audience was chilled to the bone by what they saw. I was also very shocked. This is the awe-inspiring sight of the world's largest flying animal, the Quetzalcoatlus. The head alone must be 3 or 4 meters long, right? That mouth is so sharp, getting pricked by it is certain death. So many. Can Boston and the others handle them? Tigers and leopards have no good means of fighting against these aerial overlords. Let alone tigers and leopards. Even Boston is not easy to deal with. Even with 2 jumps, it wouldn't be enough to deal with this group of Quetzalcoatlus. We can only rely on King Kong and Little Scar. We only have a limited number of arrows, and there must be at least 30 or 40 pterosaurs in this group, right? The appearance of the Quetzalcoatlus made the audience hold their breath for Ankh once again. Of the group, only King Kong possesses aerial combat capabilities. But could King Kong, a single bird, face so many pterosaurs? The answer is clearly no. The power of Vajra is indeed great, but it is not very long-lasting. That night, it lifted the old crocodile 7 or 8 times before putting it down. Clearly, King Kong could no longer lift it. Otherwise, given Saw Gang's personality, he would definitely do 100 repetitions if he could. During the live stream, a terrified Kata turned to look at Ankh, wanting to see what the other woman planned to do. However, he could clearly see Ankh's excitement. And Ku was delighted. Speak of the devil, and he appears. He was still hoping that the Quetzalcoatlus would come to him. Unexpectedly, it actually came to us. However, the number was somewhat unexpected. They must be from the same ethnic group. Even so, Ankh was not afraid at all. The bamboo forest terrain limited the pterosaurs' attack capabilities. They had no way to deal with Ankh and her group. If they launch a forced attack, then the advantage will lie with Ankh and her group. Tiger Mom, Little Leopard, let your cubs go into the camp first, Ankh said to the 2 big cats. I've already made arrangements, my benefactor, Leopard Mom replied calmly. Upon discovering that it was a group of pterosaurs, the mother leopard immediately called her 2 cubs back to camp. To prevent pterosaurs from carrying them away, Ankh praised him, and then had Kata take Sanmao back to the camp. After all possible accidents have been prevented, Ankh then took a step forward and looked at the 2 wind god pterosaurs that were staring at him angrily. Hello everyone. What can I do for you? One of the male Quetzalcoatlus gritted its teeth and said, What's up? Don't you yourselves know that? Give us back our children. Chapter 170, The Vajra Cosmos Explodes. Ankh had long anticipated the appearance of the Quetzalcoatl. It's because King Kong brought back their children. I just don't understand how these Quetzalcoatlus found them. But none of that matters. Ankh looked at her enraged pterosaur father and nodded. Since you want your child, I'll go and get it back for you. Beside them, the leopard mother, the tiger mother, and Kata from the camp, along with the other animals, were all stunned. Didn't we eat its children? How can Ankh return her child? Outsiders and viewers in the live stream were also completely baffled. Could it be that Ankh can come back to life? But wasn't all the meat eaten? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ankh walked up to the pot of stew, then scooped out the buttocks. Because of the abundance of food, animals nowadays are quite picky eaters. No animals eat my butt. Ankh, holding the pterosaur cub by its rear end, approached the pterosaur couple. He said to the surprised look on the other side, Get out of here. Ankh simply threw her backside to the pterosaur in the air. The pterosaur immediately detected the aroma of the meat. Its eyes visibly brightened. It smells so good. This was a scent it had never smelled before in its entire life. Without saying a word, the male pterosaur bit down on the piece of flesh on its rump with its long snout. Then tilt your head back and swallow that piece of butt meat. The rich aroma explodes on its taste buds. This allowed the Quetzalcoatlus to experience a taste of unprecedented deliciousness. It even trembled because it was so delicious. It's so delicious. Ha ha ha. The pterosaur laughed heartily and looked down at Ankh. Little one, the food you brought is delicious. I like it very much. The surrounding area, including Kata and all the animals, was stunned. What kind of move is Ankh making? Are you taking someone else's child and feeding it to them? Judging from the pterosaur's reaction, it seems to be enjoying its meal very much. What would its reaction be if it knew that this thing was actually the child it was looking for? Outside the live stream, viewers were equally stunned by Ankh's actions. Is Bossin a devil? I'm afraid the pterosaurs will be even angrier when they find out the truth, right? This is like dancing on steel bars. Ankh's actions left the show's host and guest, Louis Fei, speechless. I wonder if Quetzalcoatlus would be furious if it knew. I don't think so. After all, they are animals. Professor Wu said hesitantly. During the live stream, the murderous aura on Pterosaur's face had diminished considerably. It was very satisfied with the food that Ankh had given it. Little brat, even if you handed over my child, I would still kill you. But since you're being sensible, I've decided to spare your life. If you just hand over my child and give me this delicious food every day, you won't have to die. How about it? Were you moved by my kindness? Below, Ankh looked speechless. Touch my ass. Besides, I've already returned your child to you, Ankh said to the male winged dragon. The latter was taken aback upon hearing this. Did the little one return its child to it? Where? The male pterosaur also glanced at the female pterosaur beside him. However, the mother pterosaur shook her head, looking completely bewildered, indicating that she did not. The male pterosaur felt that Ankh had openly deceived it and was very unhappy. It is the patriarch of the pterosaur family. This move was undoubtedly disrespectful to it. It was about to speak, but then it quickly realized a possibility. The other party said they returned the child to it. Could it be? The male pterosaur's eyes widened little by little, and a sense of savagery rose in its heart. However, it still restrained its anger and asked, Little one, do you mean that meat was my child? The pterosaur's rage terrified Kata. It seems a fierce battle is about to unfold. The golden monkeys were equally terrified, trembling all over. It lives in the bamboo forest, but has never seen such a terrifying animal. That's terrifying. Don't be afraid, ma'am. Little Scar stood resolutely in front of the golden monkey. I will definitely protect you. As long as I live, no animal can kill you. The golden monkey simply didn't believe it, given Little Scar's physique. I'm afraid if I go out, I'll be treated like a dessert. They're not even in the same league. Outside the camp, Ankh stood at the very front of all the animals. Facing the enraged Quetzalcoatl, he calmly nodded and said, Yes, that's your son. Didn't you tell me to return it to you? I've already returned it to you, so don't blame me for eating it. Listen to this. What kind of talk is this? The male winged dragon's eyes were bloodshot, and he was furious to the extreme. What do you mean by, you've already returned the child to me? Is that still its child? You killed my child, I will make you pay with your blood. Flapped its enormous wings, creating a fierce wind. He immediately ordered, Kill him. As the clan leader, it disdained to do it itself. The next second, the mother pterosaur swooped down on Ankh. Ankh scoffed, Well done. Since the male pterosaur isn't making a move, he won't either. You can't afford to lose in terms of class. King Kong. Move. VME 50. King Kong exclaimed excitedly. I want to eat Crazy Thursday. When the male pterosaur saw the tiny King Kong, it burst into laughter. What can this little thing do to our Quetzalcoatl family? Behind the male pterosaur, a group of pterosaurs also burst into laughter. They recklessly mocked King Kong. Are they trying to be funny? Isn't this kind of bird one of the birds on our menu? You could swallow it in one gulp. It's probably just a last-ditch effort. We just need to wait and see if he wets his pants. All pterosaurs looked down on King Kong. In their view, they could devour King Kong in one bite. The female pterosaur also sneered repeatedly. I could swallow you whole. It opened its mouth wide, aiming at the oncoming King Kong. I'm not a dentist. As King Kong approached, it flapped its wings and began to spin. Like a small tornado. While dodging the mother pterosaur's massive jaws, it launched its attack. King Kong kicked the mother pterosaur's mouth hard with its claws. The immense force flung the mother pterosaur's head to one side, while pain spread throughout her body. A woo! The mother pterosaur let out a painful roar, and the terrifying force sent it crashing heavily into the bamboo forest. Not far away, the bamboo forest suddenly began to sway violently. King Kong didn't stop and immediately gave chase. The other party doesn't have a V-50 yet. High in the air, the entire pterosaur family was dumbfounded. All the pterosaurs were stunned by Kong's awe. What the hell? Did that little bird knock our companion away? Is that thing really that powerful? I ate one before, exactly the same, but the other side doesn't have that kind of power at all. Shocked, stunned, bewildered. This became the dominant theme of the pterosaur family. Chapter 171. The pterosaur family is shocked. King Kong's power astonished all the pterosaurs, including the mother pterosaur. At this moment, the mother pterosaur stood up from the ground in the bamboo forest. It felt a sharp pain in its mouth. The mother pterosaur then noticed that the spot where the little bird's claw had attacked had a crack and a dent. This shocked it immensely. How could that little bird be so destructive? Their pterosaurs had very hard beaks. After all, those are their weapons. Generally speaking, few animals can cause damage. But the bird, thousands of times smaller than it, destroyed its most formidable weapon. While the mother pterosaur was still in shock, a whooshing sound came from above. The mother pterosaur suddenly looked up and saw King Kong rushing towards them. V me for 50. V me for 50. The mother pterosaur was filled with shock and rage upon seeing this. We must avoid the bird's attack. The female pterosaur dared not take King Kong's attack now. It can't take a hit if it gets hit. The surrounding terrain was not conducive to its takeoff. Therefore, the female pterosaur could only jump onto the bamboo quickly. Then, using the bamboo as a springboard, they leaped to the top of the bamboo canopy. It can only take flight without the constraints of bamboo. But King Kong would never give it such an opportunity. It's going to beat a dog when it's down. No. The mother pterosaur was both shocked and furious when she saw that there was no chance to take off again. You can't do this. If you're so capable, fight me fair and square. If I hadn't underestimated you, would you have defeated me? Madam, I am King Kong. King Kong did not hesitate and began to attack the mother pterosaur. Pterosaurs are the masters of the air, but once they land, they are nothing. Moreover, this was in a narrow environment like a bamboo forest. It simply cannot stretch out. However, smaller King Kongs will not be affected in any way. Although the female pterosaur was quite strong and had a huge, sharp beak. But it was no use at all. He was beaten back by King Kong and blood flowed from his mouth. In contrast, King Kong was only a little tired, without any injuries whatsoever. The mother pterosaur knew that if no one helped her escape from the bamboo forest, she would surely die today. So it roared, trying to get the male pterosaur to lead its people to rescue it. Chieftain, please come and save me quickly. This bird is almost out of strength. If you make a move, you can easily take down this bird. As the mother pterosaur spoke, she even gave King Kong a cold laugh. Little bird, your strength truly surprises me. But you can't kill me in a short time. You'll be the one who dies in the end. The mother pterosaur was very confident. Its mate is the patriarch of the pterosaur family. Given this identity, how could a male pterosaur possibly watch it die? However, to the female pterosaur's utter surprise, the male pterosaur did not offer any assistance. Not only did they not send any, they also did not send any members of their tribe to support it. The mother pterosaur was furious and demanded angrily, Chieftain, what do you mean by this? Hurry and save me. This bird is dying. In midair, the male pterosaur remained unmoved. It said emotionlessly, Wife, I really want to save you too. But this environment is too unfavorable for us. That bird is indeed almost out of strength, but that doesn't mean the others aren't. Once we go down there, we will be playing on their home turf, and the losses could be even greater. The male pterosaur was still talking, but the female pterosaur had stopped listening. It never expected that its mate wouldn't come to its rescue. Very risky. But you gave up without even trying? Damn it. The mother pterosaur roared. What happened to avenging the child? What? Are you backing down now? You keep saying you're doing this for your people, but what about me? Am I not one of our own kind? In midair, the male pterosaur spoke calmly. It's just that we didn't expect our opponent to be so strong. Don't worry, honey. I will definitely avenge the child, and you. It's just not today. King Kong's fighting power exceeded the expectations of the pterosaur family. This forces them to be wary of Ankh and other animals, who also possess formidable fighting abilities. That means we can no longer continue fighting here. The mother pterosaur serves as a cautionary tale. Once knocked down from the bamboo forest, they will be powerless to fight back. Therefore, we cannot start a war here. An open area must be chosen. Or perhaps it's a cliffside area. The latter is the best. The male pterosaur ignored the female pterosaur. He regained his composure from his rage and looked at Ankh. Little one, your men are very capable. It really impressed me. Do you want an autograph? Ankh asked with a half-smile. Gong Yilong was taken aback, then frowned and pondered. After a moment, he spoke. I don't understand what you're talking about, and I don't care to understand. You only need to remember one thing. You'd better never leave the bamboo forest for the rest of your life. Otherwise, the day you leave the bamboo forest will be the day you die. I will avenge my children and my wife. Aang's smile remained unchanged. I'm really looking forward to it. Don't worry, I won't kill you all at once. Kill one at a time, and then cook it into various delicacies to satisfy your cravings. You should have more children, so we don't run out of food. The male pterosaur's face was extremely gloomy, and he was about to spew out anger again. That's way too arrogant. Treating them as a buffet? Calm down. The other party is trying to provoke me and lure me into a trap. The male pterosaur suppressed its rage and regained its composure. We cannot start a war with Aang here. Humph. The male pterosaur snorted coldly. Once you leave the bamboo forest, I'll make you regret it. Let's go. The male winged dragon decisively ordered, leading his people away. It feared that if it stayed here any longer, it would be provoked by Aang and fall into her trap. The other pterosaurs remained silent. They had originally come to avenge their people. Unexpectedly, not only did they fail to avenge their comrade, but they also lost a companion. They actually really wanted to save the mother pterosaur. But falling into the bamboo forest is too dangerous. The people who went to rescue them might also lose their lives. Since that's the case, we might as well obey the clan leader's orders. We'll look for another opportunity next time. No, you can't do this. The mother pterosaur watched her people leave, her face filled with despair. But its voice soon disappeared, replaced by terror. Aang arrived in front of the mother pterosaur. He said irritably, King Kong, aren't you being way too slow? You've been fighting for so long, and you still can't kill him? King Kong landed on Aang's shoulder, slightly out of breath. Out of mana, need to rest for a while. Aang shook her head and chuckled. It seems I have to make you a custom weapon. Otherwise, you have great strength but no good means of attack. Aang looked at the mother pterosaur. I'll take care of you. After saying that, an iron axe appeared in his hand. The female pterosaur trembled all over and immediately begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I'm willing to let you ride me. Silver Arc appears. Chapter 172. We meet again. However, Aang soon stopped holding the iron axe. The mother pterosaur was so frightened that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. When it saw that the silver axe had not fallen, it was overjoyed. The female pterosaur, with tears streaming down her face, exclaimed, From now on, you are my chieftain. If you want me to go east, I will never go west. The mother pterosaur felt that Aang had spared its life by not killing it, because it can be used as an aerial mount. However, Aang shook her head. You've misunderstood. I have absolutely no interest in using you as a mount. The mother pterosaur's heart skipped a beat. In facing it, this means that it has no value to the other party. Is a lack of value far from death? So you mean? The mother pterosaur probed. I hope a miracle will happen. I just have one question, Aang said with a smile. Did you, or any of your people, carry away a corpse before? Aang had this idea when King Kong killed the pterosaur. Was the foreigner's body carried away by a Quetzalcoatlus? They are enormous and capable of flight, and can indeed carry away corpses without leaving any trace. The mother pterosaur looked bewildered. Was it a corpse? What corpse? The pterosaurs carried away quite a few carcasses or animals. Aang suddenly realized that he hadn't explained it very clearly. So he added, a human corpse. In a clearing in the southern jungle. Upon hearing this, the female pterosaur fell into a deep silence, stammering. It seems like they are afraid. And Ku smiled and reassured him. Don't be afraid. He's my enemy. Even if you take him away and eat him, I won't be angry. I might even spare your life this time. The mother pterosaur was overjoyed upon hearing this. Really? You really will spare my life? Really? And Ku nodded, her sincerity unwavering. I won't kill you this time, but I won't show any mercy next time we meet. You better pray you never see me again. The mother pterosaur was both surprised and delighted. Thank you. Thank you. It vowed to stay far away from here from now on. This tiny human is terrifying. It's even more terrifying than a Tyrannosaurus Rex. My lord, the corpse in the jungle was indeed carried away by our clan, and that dragon just happened to be me. My lord, rest assured, your enemy has been torn to pieces by our clan and is dead without a complete corpse. The mother pterosaur continued to shower her with compliments. Aang nodded, finally solving a long-standing mystery. The remaining unknowns are the traps by the sea, the enormous dung on the grassland, and the gaze from the moon. Aang believed that he would eventually find the answers to all of them. At this moment, Sir, may I leave now? Fearing that Aang might change her mind, the mother pterosaur quickly asked. Aang grinned. I'm a person who values integrity the most. Beside him, the King Kong bird looked on with regret and lament. So today is a nightmare Monday. Time to go to work. Behind them, the tiger mother, Leopard Mother, Sanmao, and the Little Scars tribe, among other animals, were unwilling to let the pterosaur go. But since Ankh has made a decision, they have no choice but to obey. The golden monkey put down the gift in its hand and said, "I never expected my brother to be this kind of person. You really disappoint me." When facing an enemy, the best option is to eliminate them completely. The golden monkey planned to leave. Kata also felt that Ankh's actions were inappropriate. Pterosaur meat is so delicious. Why let it go? Moreover, it could very well incite an enemy. But he is a guest. Ankh is the true host here. He had no way to say anything. Perhaps this is Ankh's inherent kindness. It was because of this kindness that I chose to save him. If it were any other Chinese person, even if he were a friend of China, he would very likely ignore his plea for help. Of course, they also lack the ability to save him. Outside world. It seems that the pterosaur did indeed kill Fowl's body back then. When I first saw the pterosaur, I thought it would be like this. Hindsight is 20/20. What brings you here? Is Boston really planning to let this pterosaur go? It seems highly likely. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? This guy is an enemy. After they leave, they are very likely to retaliate again. There's nothing we can do about it. Boston has already made this decision. No one is perfect, and besides, this isn't really a flaw, it's more like kindness. Indeed, perhaps this is the charm that allows Boss and to tame so many animals. Inside the Dragon Kingdom conference room. Alas, this lad is still too young. He has no idea of the evil inherent in the nature of living beings, the general sighed. I can understand subduing the giant python, but I can't understand releasing the pterosaur. It came here seeking revenge. I hope this incident won't be a boomerang that hits me right on the forehead. Head of the table. Mr. Lee remained non-committal, as no one could definitively say whether something was right or wrong. What if, in the end, Ankh is saved by this female pterosaur in a moment of crisis? Of course, it's also possible that Ankh will die because of what she did today. No one can predict the future or judge whether it will be good or bad. All I can do is pray for Ankh. Hopefully his good deeds will be rewarded. During the live stream, seeing Ankh turn around, the mother pterosaur was about to leave. After confirming that the other party was indeed going to let him go, it was completely relieved. That's great. That's great. I never thought I'd survive today. It intends to climb to the top of the bamboo and then leave this place of trouble. Suddenly, Ankh turned around and looked at him. The female pterosaur immediately gave a fawning smile. Sir, is there anything else you need? Before it was freed from the bamboo forest's constraints, it would treat Ankh with utmost respect. Ankh's lips curled up little by little. Then it raised its hand, as if to greet the mother pterosaur. It was indeed a greeting. And Ku exclaimed, "Oh, what a coincidence. We meet again." The mother pterosaur was taken aback, somewhat surprised. The giant dog on the shoulder was equally confused and tilted its head. Inside the camp, Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom exchanged a glance. They're still there, aren't they? Why did the master/benefactor say that they met again? Little Scar originally wanted to persuade the golden monkey to stay. But at this moment, the golden monkey stopped on its own. Sanmao was washing the 3 tufts of brown hair on the top of his head. He seemed indifferent to his surroundings. Outside world. In the live stream, the barrage of comments miraculously appeared to be interrupted. In the column, Kong Hui, Sao Baining, Liu Yifei, and Professor Wu all looked bewildered. High-level meeting room in the Dragon Kingdom. All the senior executives present frowned, not understanding and Ku's meaning. A moment later, the commander and generals, veterans who had experienced countless battles, had their eyes light up. Could it be that? Head of the table. Old Lee also realized what was happening, and he widened his experienced eyes. That kid in Ko. Chapter 173 Humans Slaying a Dragon. Hidden Reward. Live stream. The mother pterosaur looked at Ankh's increasingly amused smile, completely bewildered. He quickly realized what was happening. And Ku said that he would definitely not hold back next time they met. And he had just greeted him. This indicates that this is the second time the 2 parties have met. What kind of pterosaur joke is this? Turn around, and then turn back, and that's considered the second time we've met? The female pterosaur was really tempted to curse. But there's no time to worry about that now. Because Ankh had already rushed up. No, you can't do this. What happened to keeping your promise? Is your promise just empty talk? The mother pterosaur was filled with shock and rage, and roared wildly. And Ku didn't stop walking, and scoffed. Aren't I very trustworthy? I told you I'd kill you the second time we meet. Indeed, it was only on our second meeting that we made our move. The mother pterosaur was almost spitting blood from anger at Ankh's sophistry. A genius. You're a real genius. The mother pterosaur was utterly enraged. Anger masked its fear. I'm going to kill you today. Are you some kind of bird with superhuman strength? The mother pterosaur's expression was contorted with rage. It launched an attack on Ankh, who was charging towards it. Its hard and sharp beak pierced towards Ankh. Ankh leaped up from the ground and soared into the air. Seeing this, the mother pterosaur sneered. Without wings, you are a weakness in the air. Its claws, which were attached to its wings, swept across Ankh in midair. Although Quetzalcoatlus's claws were very small. But how could an arm used for flight not have power? If this attack hits Ankh, she will be either dead or crippled. Kid, you'll soon learn what regret is. A sinister glint flashed in the mother pterosaur's eyes, and she let out a cold laugh. But the next second, its smile froze. Its attack missed. Why? The mother pterosaur was bewildered. The other party is clearly in the air. The other party clearly doesn't have wings. Why can it change direction in the air? It was as if the opponent had stepped onto the ground and then jumped again. Seeing Ankh approaching, the mother pterosaur's fear returned. Why? Why can you still jump in the air? In the air? Ankh used inertia to plummet rapidly. You talk too much. The silver arc, which had stopped earlier, did not stop this time and landed on the mother pterosaur's head. A burst of power, a violent outburst. The combined strength of 4 or 5 adult men pierced the pterosaur's hard skull. Red and white splattered everywhere. The mother pterosaur screamed in agony. It struggled frantically, shaking its head. But that doesn't change the outcome. The mother pterosaur is dead. He died in shock, fear, and deep incomprehension. He was hacked to death by Ankh with axe. The enormous body crashed heavily to the ground. Ankh landed smoothly on the ground. At the same time, he pulled the axe out of the hard bone. He flicked the blood off his axe and looked at the mother pterosaur's corpse. Saliva begins to be produced. King Kong, standing on the bamboo, tilted his head. It was originally on Ankh's shoulder. But Ankh suddenly launched an attack, startling it so much that it quickly flew away. It tilted its head. Oh, today was supposed to be Crazy Thursday again. At the same time, Jean Gang also taught by example, and was amazed by Ankh's move. This move is so disgusting to the opponent. It's practically tailor-made for it. King Kong decided that he would definitely use Ankh's move if he had the chance. On the other side, the tiger mother and the leopard mother looked at each other again, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. So, the master never intended to let this pterosaur go in the first place, Tiger Mom realized. He then couldn't help but chuckle. This pterosaur is too pitiful. It even had to be angered to the point of vomiting blood by its master before it died. Leopard Mom nodded with a smile. Although it's bad, I like it. If Oman were here, he would probably be even more obsequious to his benefactor in the future. They both begged for mercy, but the results were different. On the other side, Little Scar's eyes gleamed with golden light. His admiration for Ankh grew even stronger. Your Majesty is so handsome. We can have delicious barbecue again. Little Scar quickly turned to look at the golden monkey. It wanted to continue persuading the other party to stay, but it didn't speak, and the golden monkey returned to its position on its own. It picked up the gift Ankh had given it once again. What a cunning man. However, I like it very much. The golden monkeys once again became little fans. On Qatar's side, he was drenched in sweat. He had just thought that Lady Ankh was kind. What kind of kindness is this? Not only are they unkind, they are also extremely disgusting. Kata put himself in the pterosaur's shoes and felt that Ankh didn't need to do anything himself. He was so angry he died. Turn around, then turn back, and we'll meet again? How could such a thing happen? Kata was relieved. Thank goodness. The relationship between the dog tycoon and the dragon kingdom is fairly good. Otherwise, given Ankh's personality, she wouldn't have acted if she knew he was in danger. They just came to the neighborhood to eat melon seeds and watch the show. That's terrifying. When all the animals in the camp were stunned by Anko's actions, Sanmao belatedly realized what was happening, raised its head, and looked around in confusion. Completely bewildered. What happened? Outside world. Ankh's actions also stunned the entire dragon kingdom. You shouldn't say the whole world. Lighthouses, kimchi. People from these countries just felt their scalp tingle. They had always treated Nku with kindness and gentleness. Even when facing an intruder like Fowler, he remained very calm afterward, seemingly without any temper. No matter how strong such a person is, the foreigners don't take him seriously. Anyway, they're easy to talk to. Even if you offend them, it's no big deal. You just have to apologize. However, now, shattered the foreigner's naive ideas with her actions. Ankh is not someone to be trifled with. Not only are they not easy to mess with, they are also extremely disgusting. It is terrifying to have such a person as an enemy. Previously, the indigenous nation had even tried to hunt down Anko, but now they regret it. It would be best to enshrine Ankh, this great Buddha statue, if possible. Even if you can't worship them, you should at least avoid them. However, since they had already sent the comments, They didn't have the chance to send any more this week. Therefore, the leaders of the indigenous country could only tremble with fear and frantically pray that their players would not encounter Ankh. Inside the highest meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom, the commander and the general both burst into laughter. Interesting. Absolutely fascinating. Old Lee, once we return to reality, you must give me this little guy and Ko. Let him come to the army, the commander said. Mr. Lee also had admiration for Nku. There was no excessive or undue kindness. It was quite good. This means he is capable of handling important tasks. Perhaps he can be groomed to be a successor and lead the entire Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing the commander's words, Old Lee couldn't help but smile. That depends on whether he chooses you or me. The moment those words were spoken, everyone present was taken aback. And just then, an announcement from National Fortune Game played in the live stream room. Congratulations to the Chinese player for completing the hidden achievement, the first human to hunt a dinosaur. Award. Chapter 174 Brainpower Development. Congratulations. Dragon Kingdom's #1 contestant, Nku, has completed the hidden mission. Hidden Quest Reward. A pterosaur that has been domesticated and manifested 1,000-fold in the Dragon Kingdom. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Physique +1, lifespan +5, brain development +10%. The announcement rang out in global live broadcast rooms, reaching the ears of athletes in every country. All the athletes in the national team were shocked. A contestant from the Dragon Kingdom hunted a dinosaur. Are you kidding me? Do you think you can just hunt dinosaurs like that? How did the Chinese player manage to do that? Was the opponent that strong? Fuck. It takes me more than 10 minutes to kill a wild boar, and the Dragon Kingdom is already killing dinosaurs. It must have been a small dinosaur, right? It must have been a small dinosaur. Otherwise, humans could not have defeated such ancient behemoths as dinosaurs. The indigenous team sighed. He was also very surprised when he heard that Ankh had killed the dinosaur. But he quickly calmed down. If we use human intelligence, it's not impossible to hunt dinosaurs. He was confident that he could hunt dinosaurs if he made thorough preparations. After all living things are flesh wrapped in bones, and none of them are more noble than the others. Thinking of this, the indigenous contestant sneered. Let me seize all the resources that the Dragon Kingdom has manifested. At that time, the country with the most manifestations of the world's 1,000-fold will be the indigenous country. With that in mind, the indigenous contestant stepped into the bamboo forest. He had mentioned this in a message sent to him by a high-ranking official. Ankh's base camp is in the jungle to the south. He's getting closer and closer now. Although Ankh has several ferocious beasts by her side, they are still just animals. All you have to do is use traps to hunt down the animals one by one. Outside world. The entire nation of China is in an uproar. 1,000 times the size of a pterosaur? Doesn't that mean we have a chance to eat pterosaur meat? I saw Boston eating so deliciously in the live stream before, and it made my mouth water. Finally, I have a chance to try. It doesn't matter if we have to wait a few more years, since our lifespan has increased anyway. I can now easily jump over a meter vertically, and with a running start, I could probably surpass 2 meters. I want to dunk. I want to sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. What era are we living in? Still playing games like this? Speaking of which, if the World Cup were to be held again in the future, our national football team should have a chance now, right? It's hard to say. Can we please refrain from mentioning the national football team at this time? We couldn't even eat sea cucumbers before, let alone now that there are none to eat. Improving physical fitness is not the key this time. The key is brain development plus 10%. I spent 10 minutes reciting the entire memorial on dispatching the troops. I can recite the entire Li Saw by heart. Holy crap. I feel like my brain is just like a computer now. If I look at something a few times, it's just copy and paste. The enhanced intellectual development of all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom has made many foreigners grit their teeth in envy. This is not just a matter of national scientific and technological development. There are also questions about racial superiority. Foreigners are concerned about their own race and believe that their race is the most superior in the world. Looking at the comments in the live stream room of China, many ethnic groups chose to swallow their anger. But there was one race that refused to accept this. We squid are the most intelligent species in the world. That's right. Our race is small in number, but we own 20% of the world's wealth. And most Nobel laureates are also squid people. So what if the Dragon Kingdom gives you a 10% boost to brainpower development? Still not as good as a squid. Intelligence will always be our defining characteristic as squid. The squid race has always had a strong sense of racial identity. They have always believed that they are the most superior race in the world. They have noble blood. Therefore, seeing the improvement in brainpower development in China, they naturally couldn't sit still. What the hell are those squid guys doing jumping out like that? We didn't target anything, but you yourselves couldn't wait to jump out. This proves an old saying. The more you lack something, the more you care about it. Hilarious. It really is. No wonder it has been wandering the world for thousands of years and is disliked by people. There is a reason for it. A race that is only interested in profit and is ungrateful. It is terrible to regard one's own baseness as the wisdom of one's race. Damn it. My right hand is itching to get moving. West Sea. The mere mention of West Sea sent the squid race shivering, their faces turning ashen. They were angry, but they couldn't find a compelling reason to argue their point. If it were another race, another country. If they're unhappy, they can just fight, or even wage financial war. But they can't do anything about the Dragon Kingdom. All that's left is impotent rage. Meanwhile, during the live stream, Ankh waited until the pterosaur completely died. He then tossed the pterosaur into his personal storage space. The delicious pterosaur soup is ready again. Ankh grinned. If only she had to hurry on her journey to find the giant panda. He'll definitely make another pterosaur soup. Let's go, King Kong. Ankh called to King Kong, and they walked back to the camp. Mission accomplished. King Kong flapped its wings and landed on Ankh's shoulder. Inside the camp, the animals were excited about Ankh's triumphant return. Congratulations on your triumphant return, my benefactor, Leopard Mom said with a smile, apologizing for not being able to help throughout the process. Ankh waved her hand, completely unconcerned. Although you are not big enough to be swallowed whole by a pterosaur, but it is also difficult to cause them effective damage. From now on, we can leave the flying creatures to King Kong. The Vajra on its shoulder seemed to have received the highest honor, standing tall and proud. From now on, I'll protect you guys. Even though King Kong is now incredibly strong, the animals still choose to ignore his words. If you give him too much face, he'll definitely get carried away. Little Scar and the other monkeys swarmed around Ankh, congratulating her. The king's performance remains consistently strong. I wonder when we will be as powerful as the king. Speaking of this, Ankh suddenly thought of assigning attribute values to animals. A few days later, the diamond's hardness attribute will increase by 500. Next, it will probably be the monkey's turn. Of course, but it might not be. Regardless, the monkeys will definitely have a chance to improve their attributes. Ankh began to feel a sense of anticipation. I wonder what attributes these monkeys will be given. Ankh is hoping for speed. How about a bunch of Quicksilver monkeys? At this moment, Kata came up. He was so shocked that he was numb. Your Excellency Ankh, I am deeply moved by your great power. You're like a superhero from a movie, so cool. Ankh's combat prowess greatly shocked Kata. That's incredible. He's already quite the little Superman. No matter how hard humans push their limits, they can't create the kind of power that Ankh possesses. However, Katar still has some concerns. Lord Ankh, the pterodactyl race is likely a problem. Chapter 175 Aerial Combat Training. Although King Kong and Ankh are very strong, but the bamboo forest was the only reason we were able to kill a pterosaur without taking any damage. Bound by the dense bamboo, the pterosaur's combat power decreased by at least half. When we left the bamboo forest and came to the open space, we found ourselves in a clearing. That's the home turf of the pterosaur family. Moreover, there were so many pterosaurs. Anku remained calm, saying, I'm actually afraid they'll be too scared to continue their revenge. I'm really craving their delicious meat. Kata was speechless for a moment. Goodness, only Ankh could say something like that so easily. The other side is a dinosaur. Once the dominant force in the skies. So disrespectful? For some reason, however, Kata felt that Ankh was capable of doing it. This is unconditional trust in him. Kata smiled, genuinely surprised. He had only known Anku for a short time, yet she had left him with such a profound memory. Your Excellency Ankh, rest assured, I will fight alongside you. I will leave after I have wiped out the pterosaur race. Kata spoke from the bottom of his heart, making bold statements, expressing his desire to fight alongside Ankh. Ankh saved his life. They saved the dog-owning country. It was even because of his status as a wealthy dog that he was able to manifest 1,000-fold for the first time. I think you just want to keep eating and drinking here for free, don't you? Anku laughed. Upon hearing this, Kata's expression immediately changed, and he quickly replied respectfully. Your Excellency Ankh, I have no such intention. I truly want to be with you. Okay. I was just joking, Anku said with a smile. Once we find the giant panda, your mission will be complete, and you won't need to come with us on this adventure. Katar is too weak. Once he leaves the bamboo forest, the pterosaur swarm will retaliate, and he will certainly be injured or even killed. Kata wanted to say something more, but in the end, he kept quiet. He smiled and said, I understand. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Ankh. If I am lucky enough to live to see the end of the National Fortune game, I will definitely visit you in the Dragon Kingdom. I want to express my gratitude to you properly. Ankh raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, Kata, how much money do you have in the real world? Kata chuckled softly. It's nothing, nothing at all. I don't really have any business acumen. All my wealth was left to me by my father. So how much is it? Seeing that Ankh was interested, Kata thought about it seriously. Then he said, I'm not interested in money, so I haven't calculated it carefully. It's probably around 50 billion. Ankh nodded, then patted Kata on the shoulder. Kata, you must come and visit me then. Kata laughed heartily. Definitely, definitely. Your Excellency Ankh, you can choose any gift you like. Up to 2 billion is not a problem. After the joke, Kata let out a long sigh. I don't know if I'll have a chance to return to reality then. After slaying a female pterosaur, Ankh and her group set off together. As the fog thickened, everyone's progress slowed down. By evening, Ankh and her group still hadn't reached the place in Qatar where they could see the giant pandas. However, Qatar confidently stated that they would definitely arrive tomorrow. So Ankh and her group set up camp once again. Another area has been cleared out in the bamboo forest. Dinner was still pterosaur soup. Ankh wanted to cook again, but the female monkeys confidently stated that they had already learned how to make soup. There's absolutely no problem handing it over to them. So Ankh gloriously retired from her position as a chef. It turns out that the female monkeys have an amazing talent for cooking. The pterosaur soup I made tasted almost as good as Ankh's. It was still delicious. Tonight is another exquisite dinner. After dinner, Ankh called the parrot, intending to try out one of his ideas. Mission accomplished. King Kong climbed onto Ank's shoulder and tilted his head, asking, Master, what imperial decree do you have? Fly up, and then try to pull me up, Ankh said. Jean Gang was a little confused. Use it as a crane? However, it still had to do as it was told, and it grabbed Ankh and lifted her into the air. However, King Kong's claws are relatively small. Ankh felt very uncomfortable with it gripping her hand. So he grabbed King Kong's feet instead. Now I can finally feel better. King Kong, do you feel any obstruction to your flight? Ankh asked. All is well, King Kong replied. Great, Ankh said happily. In this way, he was able to indirectly achieve flight. The next step is to test our aerial combat capabilities. Thinking of this, Ankh immediately released Jean Gang's foot. It immediately fell from a height of about 10 meters. Ankh's heart wasn't pounding, and she wasn't panicked at all. Given his current physical condition, he wouldn't die from a fall from that height. He immediately stomped his foot while in midair. The direction of her fall changed, and Ankh rushed forward. At the same time, an iron axe appeared in his hand, and he swung it forward. The bamboo stalk snapped in two. Ankh was about to step on it again, but he quickly frowned slightly. This time, he missed his chance. In other words, the step he took in midair was considered a double jump. That's exactly what I was thinking. King Kong. Ankh calls out to King Kong. My youth is back. King Kong sprinted forward. Ankh seized the opportunity to grab King Kong's foot and was once again pulled into the air by King Kong. Very good. King Kong was faster than he had imagined. At such a low height, King Kong was still able to catch him. Needless to say, it's even more so at high altitudes. With her thoughts settled, Ankh let go once again. Then try a double jump. This time, he once again stepped into midair and changed direction. Ankh was overjoyed. In other words, as long as he has a point of leverage after using the double jump, then you can perform a double jump again. At the camp, Qatar was amazed. In the case of King Kong and double jump, Ankh thus acquired aerial combat capabilities. Clearly, this was a test conducted in preparation for dealing with the subsequent swarms of pterosaurs. Ahead, Ankh landed back on the ground. I feel happy. Kata was right. Anko's training was indeed aimed at dealing with the pterosaur swarm. King Kong is indeed very strong, but its endurance is lacking. When facing the mother pterosaur, the first attack completely stunned her. They forcefully knocked that enormous creature to the ground. After that, King Kong's attacks became inadequate. It causes some damage, but not much. Such a 3-second burst is no match for the pterosaur race. Ankh only needs to take the stage herself. With air combat resolved, there's still one problem. That's a problem with the strength of the axe. Ankh picked up the iron axe and examined it. The axe blade above is already somewhat dull. We must find a way to forge stronger iron. But the technology and equipment are limited, Ankh said helplessly. To smelt high-quality iron in the wilderness. Actually, the bones of real pterosaurs were not very hard. Even most of their bones are hollow, in order to allow for better flight. But the pterosaurs in the game National Fortune are clearly not like that. Their bones are very hard. Just then, Anku's eyes suddenly lit up. At the camp, San Mao, who was sitting on the ground grooming his fur, suddenly trembled. Chapter 176. The spider sense has not disappeared. Aang thought about 4 days later. The hamster's hardness attribute will increase by 500 points. No, that's not right. To be precise, it should be more than 3 days later. By the time they left the bamboo forest, San Mao must have already acquired the attribute of hardness. He could just use San Mao as a brick to smash her. Aang was delighted. Just thinking about that scene makes me laugh. If you tie San Mao to a bamboo pole, that would be equivalent to a hard hammer. Aang thought this idea was excellent. However, the hamster doesn't have a hardness rating yet, so there's no rush to tell it. Inside the camp, San Mao, sitting on the ground, looked around. Why did I feel a chill down my spine? Evenings are Aang's time for making tools, mainly ceramics and ironware, and some miscellaneous small tools and gadgets as supplementary items. Since I have a portable space, I can just put it in once it's made. Take it out when needed. It is worth mentioning. Now, Aang no longer needs to do the iron smelting herself. They are already capable of handling small scars. However, little Scar skipped class tonight and is trying to please the golden monkey. However, the golden monkey ignored it. Instead, he quietly stayed by Aang's side. Nothing more was said that night. The next day, distance from hamster plus 500 hardness attribute, 2.8 days. Estimated time to increase nature's affinity level, 9 days. Stunned after getting up. The fog in the bamboo forest was even thicker than it had been yesterday. 5 meters away, everything was almost completely obscured. When the animals saw that Aang had woken up, they immediately gathered around her. My benefactor, this is the first time I've ever seen such a thick fog, Mother Leopard said in a deep voice. It seemed somewhat uneasy. Not only it, but the tiger mom is the same. In this environment, our sense of smell is also greatly affected. It makes us feel like we're blind. Aang suddenly realized why tiger mom and leopard mom looked so uneasy. The most crucial sense of smell has failed. How could they possibly maintain a good mindset under such circumstances? San Mao was also affected. I can't smell anything around me anymore. It's so scary. Master, I want to stay by your side all day today. Stick to Aang today. Your Excellency Aang. At this point, Kata came up after the animals had finished greeting each other. Do we still need to continue our journey today? Aang looked carefully outside. A hazy, dreamlike scene, as if one were in a fairyland. But this fairyland is fraught with danger. Can you continue searching for a location? Kata nodded. Okay. Then let's go, Aang said decisively. Because of the density of the bamboo forest, once fog rolls in, it is difficult for it to dissipate. By the time the fog clears, a week may have already passed. The old crocodile couple, the giant python, and the mother and daughter cow are still waiting for him. We can't waste time on this. Although the fog greatly affected the animals. However, Aang's spider sense does not work. He can detect any danger immediately and take appropriate action. As for the possible existence of wild men, they will certainly be affected by the fog, so there's nothing to fear. The animals naturally obeyed Aang's every whim. They will do whatever he says. Kata nodded. Okay, I'm very close to where I met the panda. It will definitely arrive before noon. In this environment, Kata actually felt that he should avoid going out if possible. But since Nku decided to go out, he naturally wouldn't object. Anyway, with Aang, this little superhero, around, it won't be too dangerous. A decision has been made. After washing up and eating something to tide them over, everyone set off. On this trip, everyone moved even slower. Because of the fog, Kata had to stop and figure out the direction for a while each time. Even so, Aang and her group still followed Kata's advice. We arrived at the place in Qatar where we encountered the pandas before noon. This is it, Lady Aang. Kata was overjoyed to have successfully completed the mission. He immediately ran over to point out where the panda had been. However, Nku grabbed him. The pull was so strong that it dragged Kata to the ground. Kata was startled. Still shaken, he said, Your Excellency Aang, you. What's wrong with you? Outside the studio, inside the live stream. The audience was also taken aback by Aang's sudden action. Bossin do this. Could it be that there's danger? It's all foggy all around. I can't see anything at all. Don't do that. If a giant centipede appears at this time, the situation could be very bad. Can you please stop jinxing me? The thick fog severely reduced Aang and her group's visibility. The audience watched with bated breath. At the same time, I'm curious about what Aang discovered. Livestream. The tiger mom and the leopard mom immediately became alert. My benefactor, is there any news? Where is it? The troop of scarred monkeys also prepared for battle immediately. The former even shielded the golden monkey behind him. Madam, please stay behind me. It will be safer that way. I feel a calling from the heavens. King Kong shouted. Aang watched the animals react immediately. I am very satisfied. However, This time the danger is not the enemy, but... As Enka spoke, he looked down at his surroundings. Amidst the puzzled looks of the animals and Kata, he picked up a stone. Then he threw it forward. The stone landed, and the seemingly ordinary ground immediately collapsed. A huge trap appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. The trap was at least 5 or 6 meters wide, and inside were sharp bamboo spikes. When Kata saw this, he was terrified. A trap? Such a big trap? The animals nearby also felt a chill run down their spines. If you accidentally step on it, the consequences could be disastrous. Especially large animals like tiger mothers and leopard mothers. Once pierced, it's basically a death sentence. Inside the live stream room, the audience broke out in a cold sweat. Such a vicious trap? If it weren't for Ankh, I wouldn't have noticed that there was a trap there at all. I didn't find it either. If it were me, I would definitely be stupid enough to step on it. Dog-rich citizens. Lord Anko has once again saved Qatar, and saved us, the dog-rich. Fortunately, Lady Ankh is with Kata. I'm still shaken. Was this trap made by savages? It must have been made by savages. Is it placed here for hunting giant pandas? Damn it. If it's true, those savages deserve to die. Pandas are so cute. Why would they hunt them? This kind of scourge in the wilderness should be eradicated. During the live stream, Kata was extremely grateful. If it weren't for Ankh, he must have stepped on it just now. Given the sharpness of the trap, he was doomed. What puzzled Kata was that Ankh was still frowning. Chapter 177. The trap strikes again. The mist swirled around, as if veiling the entire world in a veil. Through a gap in the bushes, several pairs of eyes were watching Ankh and her group not far away. They are savages hiding in the shadows. At this moment, the faces of these savages were filled with astonishment. How did that guy from the outer tribe manage to spot our trap? That shouldn't be the case. Our traps are extremely well made and highly concealed. They shouldn't have been discovered. Yes, I don't understand it either. You know, even people from our own tribe sometimes get killed by traps they set themselves. The savage did not show any sadness when he said those words. It was as if this were a perfectly normal thing. I even felt a little proud. This is the only way to prove how perfect the traps their tribe made were. But the more this is the case, the more. Ankh's discovery of the trap only surprised the savages more. They had just seen Kata, this outsider, walking towards the trap. I was incredibly excited. They were looking forward to seeing the fallen men die on the spot. They can also enjoy the painful cries of the outsiders. For the hunter, the more the prey struggles, the more excited and joyful they become. However, he didn't expect that another young outsider would see through his plan. That is, Ankh. It seems this relatively young outsider is quite formidable. Yes, I noticed that too. The other party knows the direction of the trap very well. Also, the animals around them seem to be closer to that young outsider. He must have tamed these wild beasts. When it comes to animals, the wild men find it even more unbelievable. When I first saw Ankh and her group, I was quite surprised by the combination of humans and beasts. Why would two ferocious beasts walk together with humans? Parrots and monkeys are easy to understand. After all, the risk is relatively low. With the right methods and human intelligence, they can be tamed. But why are wild beasts like tigers and leopards tamed? Why should I? The difference in physique between the two sides was so obvious. Even these big guys couldn't guarantee they could tame these two beasts. That's outrageous. The savages thought that Ankh and her group were acting like an animal tribe. However surprised. But the savages didn't take it to heart. One of the savages even licked his lips. His eyes were fixed on Enku and her group, and he swallowed hard, saying, "Actually, the more animals there are, the better for us, isn't it?" The other savage also looked excited. That's right. More animals mean more food. My mouth is watering again. Many of the savages silently grinned. In their eyes, neither the outsiders nor the wild beasts were anything special. They're all prey. Fortunately, they hadn't managed to spot another giant panda. Capturing Enku and her group would allow them to atone for their crimes. After returning, there's no need to fear punishment from the clan leader and the other adults. The savages dreamed of the future. They killed Ankh and his party and took them back to the tribe. Then came the scene of him being praised by the tribe chief and several adults. Just thinking about it makes me excited. But at that moment, one of the savages looked surprised. He sensed something was wrong and immediately lowered his voice to say to his companions, "Hey, look, has that young outsider discovered us? How could that be? We hid it so well. Wait, he seems to have really discovered us. They're watching us. Why? Why is this happening?" In the sight of the wild people at this time, Ankh's sharp eyes were fixed on them. This is because the spider sense has not disappeared. The source was precisely in the direction he was looking. There was some creature there watching him. Kata, still shaken, noticed Ank's expression. He asked in surprise, "Your Excellency Ank, what are you looking at?" "There are creatures watching us over there," Ank said calmly. This sentence undoubtedly sent chills down Qatar's spine. My heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly started pounding wildly again. He nervously looked in the direction Anku was gazing. Due to the thick fog, visibility was not very good. However, one can still vaguely make out a dense thicket of bushes and several large rocks. It was quiet there, without any movement. There seemed to be no living creatures at all. But the more this happened, the more uneasy Qatar felt. He unconditionally believed in Ku's words. Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom, who were standing nearby, also became alert after hearing what Ank said. They all looked in the direction Anku was pointing. I took a sniff, but unfortunately the fog obscured the scent, making it difficult to distinguish the contents. The savages lurking in the shadows were even more incomprehensible. In their eyes, Anku looked directly at them without saying a word. It was as if they already knew they were here. This action gave the few savages a strange chill down their spines. To describe their feelings at this moment using modern thinking, it's like playing a bizarre survival game. They hid inside the closet without making a sound. However, Ank, this ghost, locked onto the cabinet without saying a word. He turned his head and looked over. It's impossible not to feel a little uneasy. The savages immediately realized this. This young outsider is exceptionally powerful. They possess strong insight. However, the savages were only briefly frightened before they quickly calmed down. So what if they're good at it? Not to mention that their physiques are at least twice as large as Ank's. He could easily kill the petite Ank with his physique alone. Even the most ferocious beasts were no match for the stone axe. Moreover, they were hunting another panda. Many traps have been set up here. They didn't even need to lift a finger to kill Ank and the others. One of the savages said to the other, "Activate the trap. As long as we hunt them all down, it doesn't matter whether we bring back the other panda or not." He, the savage who was called out, let out a low, eerie laugh. He immediately pulled the rope that had been prepared beside him. This rope is connected to an extremely terrifying trap. Even if Ank and her group are not in the best location, it's fine. Scream. Howl. The savage whispered like a demon. The next instant the rope is pulled. A voice suddenly broke the silence of the bamboo forest. The trap has been set. Ank's spider sense immediately went off. The highest level is a warning that can threaten life. He suddenly looked up. Two huge flat plates came crashing down on either side of them. The flat board is made of bamboo arranged in a combination. It is at least 10 meters long. It is covered with sharp bamboo spikes. Around me, the animals also realized what was happening. Kata's face was filled with terror. Outside, the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room was in an uproar. Chapter 178, This Young Man Knows Witchcraft? The danger struck very suddenly. Two enormous spike traps crashed down on Ank and her group from both sides. Kata froze on the spot, unable to move, because he knew that even if he used all his strength, there was no way to avoid it. That's too fast. In that instant, he felt death approaching. Tiger moms and leopard moms, being felines, react very quickly. The two mothers immediately slapped their children away. The little leopard rolled several times on the ground. The little tiger, meanwhile, stuck out its rear end and used its furry face to break. In this situation, the two mothers didn't care whether their children would get hurt. After doing all this, he turned around and rushed over to protect Anku. But it was all too late. The trap is near. Little Scar also immediately wanted to rush over to protect King Ank. Actually, it really wants to protect the golden monkeys. However, King Ank is the best choice. Golden monkeys are protected by other monkeys. The monkeys were all wearing armor made of python scales. But at this point, it's completely useless. Although the thorns are bamboo. However, the faster the speed, the greater the kinetic energy. The greater the kinetic energy, the greater the destructive power. In this situation, even the giant python and the old crocodile couple, these animals, could not withstand it. Ank also saw these animals who gave up their chance to escape in order to protect themselves. He felt genuinely warmed. Ank grinned. In this situation, they shouldn't be the ones protecting her. Rather, it's because he's the one who protects them. Trap. This thing isn't a life. Since it's not life, Ank smiled, a smile of utter ease. However, he can only deal with one of the two spikes. There's another one that needs to be handled by someone else. Unfortunately, it will take Sanmao more than 2 days to get the 500 hardness attribute. Now we can only rely on parrots. This guy is now stronger than both Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom. It's time to put it to use. As for how to deal with the traps, Ank could only leave it to King Kong to decide. Ank quickly charged straight towards the square spike on the left. At the same time, he grabbed the King Kong from his shoulder. With a forceful swing of the arm, it was flung to the other side of the spikes. Take care of it. And Ku simply gave a low shout, issuing this command. The king, thrown out, looked terrified. Are you a devil? But it can't care about anything else right now. After adjusting their posture, they quickly charged towards Feng Xiai. It knew that if it couldn't withstand the attack, its life was certainly in danger afterwards. Ankh will definitely keep track of the costs. So King Kong mustered all his strength and charged toward the spiked trap. In the shadows, the instigators, the savages, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Has this outsider been kicked in the head by a donkey? You actually intend to use your petite body to shield yourself from the trap? You'll see him covered in bamboo splinters in a bit. The funniest thing was when he threw out that parrot, wasn't it? Is this an attempt to use the parrot to fend off another trap? My God, this outsider must be insane. He even performed a joke for us before he died. How thoughtful of him. But soon, the group of savages stopped laughing. The Vajra, with over 200 points of strength, was the first to arrive at the spiked trap. It certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to use its body to block bamboo spikes. Instead, it uses its claws to grab the spineless edge of the square spike and then uses all its strength. The huge spikes themselves were very heavy. In addition, there is strong inertia. This makes it even harder to push forward. However, this is a Vajra with 200 points of added power. Its immense force, the thorn came to a sudden stop. It's not over yet. King Kong flung it away with all his might. Goodbye, Mom. I'm setting sail tonight. Feng Xiai was flung away by Jingang. Because of the dense bamboo, it did not fly very far. It slammed heavily onto the bamboo and fell to the ground. Dark place. The savages all stared wide-eyed. The scene was so shocking that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. But their shock didn't end there. On Ankh's side, his actions were even more outrageous. When the trap was within a meter of him, a thought struck him. The trap disappeared. Learn the correct way to use your personal space. Crisis averted. The savages lurking in the shadows, at this moment, were practically bulging out of their sockets with their eyes wide open. Its mouth was opening wider and wider. Ankh's move stunned them. Outside, inside the live stream, the chat was buzzing with comments. The crisis is over. That's great. Boston is truly awesome. They actually thought of using a personal space. Boston's actions have truly broadened my horizons. Yeah, haha, so clever. Only Boston could have come up with this idea. Ankh's actions were nothing short of miraculous. It left the audience in awe. Although the audience now knows that Ankh is a little superhero. In all aspects are extraordinary. However, when faced with a rapidly descending trap, a moment's carelessness can lead to disaster. You will get hurt. Therefore, Ankh's actions can be described as making the most of her abilities. It was a thrilling experience for everyone present. I never imagined that my personal space could be used to disarm people. Aside from Ankh, everyone else was also very satisfied with King Kong. King Kong has done a great job this time too. Without this incredibly strong bird, Tiger Mom and Little Scar would probably be in danger. He's cheeky, but kind of likable. Although everyone was puzzled by King Kong's sudden power. But who cares, it's beneficial to Ankh anyway. As long as it benefits China. Besides the people of the Dragon Kingdom being overjoyed, there was also the Dog Kingdom. Ankh saved Kata once again. This averted the punishment imposed by the dog-owning country. The people of the dog-owning family worshipped Ankh even more, and their love for him became even more fanatical. Dragon Kingdom Conference Room. Li Lao and several other prominent figures from the Dragon Kingdom were also delighted that Nku had escaped danger. But they had more in mind. They were not basking in the joy of the crisis being averted. The presence of a trap indicates that someone is nearby. In other words, Ankh and her group are very likely to encounter wild men. You can use tricks to deal with animals. However, they also know how to use tricks when dealing with savages. This is why humans can sometimes be more terrifying than wild beasts. We don't know if the enemy is nearby. What Elder Li and his companions didn't know was that the enemy, lurking in the shadows, had only just recovered their senses. During the live stream, Dark Place, the savages recovered from their deep shock. They looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Hey, one of the savages said in a low voice. Am I dreaming? Another savage looked bewildered. I also feel like I'm dreaming. A small parrot can fling a giant spike trap away. Is this something a bird could do? Even we might not dare to do it. But the most outrageous one is that young outsider. The trap actually disappeared right in front of him. Chapter 179 War Begins. Savages deserve to kill. Dark Place. The savages were completely baffled. Why did the trap that was aimed at Ankh disappear? That makes absolutely no sense. Such a big thing, just disappeared like that? At this moment, a wild man spoke, somewhat uneasy. You Do you think that young outsider tribesmen might use witchcraft? I've heard many such legends. For example, there are old corpses in the mountains and all sorts of strange and bizarre stories. Could it be that supernatural abilities exist in this world? No, that can't be, right? If that's impossible, then how do you explain what just happened? And that parrot? Parrots are only about 40 centimeters long. These little birds can easily fling away traps that are 5 or 6 meters long. That's completely unreasonable, isn't it? Moreover, it was a trap that was falling rapidly. It is impossible to do without absolute power. The savages felt they had seen a ghost. If this event were recorded by these savages today, if it were to be passed down to later generations, it would likely become a myth. What should we do now? One of the savages said in a low voice. The wild people fell into a brief silence. At this moment, a savage spoke up in an annoyed tone. What do you mean, what to do? There are more of us. Are we afraid of them? I don't want to miss out on so much food. Besides, maybe if we eat them, we can also gain these incredible abilities? The savage's words made the other savage's eyes light up. The previous apprehension vanished instantly. That's right. Since the other side can use witchcraft, perhaps we should eat them. They themselves can also use witchcraft. Thinking this way only made them more eager to capture Enku and her group. Shall we continue? The savage who had just pulled the rope asked. In order to hunt down another giant panda. This isn't the only trap they've set here. I want to see what kind of witchcraft that young outsider tribesman has. The more there is, the more excited I get. Hee hee. With a grotesque laugh, he pulled the rope again. On Ank's side, Qatar was still shaken. He looked at Ank with gratitude. Ank saved his life once again. Before he could speak, another commotion broke out. His heart, which had just calmed down, clenched again. Again? Suddenly, bamboo spears that had been arranged all around rained down on Enku and his group. Outside, in the live broadcast room, just as the audience was happy that Enku and the others had escaped danger, another danger arose. The successive trap attacks enraged the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The barrage of comments kept urging Ank to kill the mastermind. Even if the savage is human, he or she is killed on the spot. One should not be soft-hearted when dealing with enemies. During the live stream, Ank had long anticipated that there would be more traps. After all, the spider sense had clearly told him that the enemy was nearby. So, right after the first trap ended, he immediately took out the shell of a giant centipede from his personal storage space. Ank used the unbroken outer shell as a stove and tableware. It can be used for stir-frying or as a food container. Now they have new uses. It can be used as a shield. After the little scars obtained the centipede shell, they immediately assembled to form a huge square formation, just like a giant shield. Meanwhile, all the other animals and Kata hid in the back. But soon Kata and the animals discovered that Anko had not hidden inside. Lord Ank. Kata's expression changed drastically. Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom were also surprised and hurriedly asked Ank to come and hide with them. However, Ank turned a deaf ear. The iron axe appeared out of thin air in his hand. He turned his back to the animals, narrowed his eyes little by little, and said, I'm very angry right now. The series of traps made Ank a real sensation. If it weren't for his various methods, many animals would probably be dead today. Since the other party has already drawn their sword, then you must be prepared to be killed by someone else. King Kong. Enku shouted in a low voice, follow me to fight the enemy. After saying that, he rushed out. King Kong was one of only 2 contestants who did not hide behind the armor. With its speed, it could easily dodge these bamboo spears. Upon hearing Ank's command, King Kong flapped its wings. The invincible Muscle King has arrived. It shot off like an arrow, following Ank. Dark place. The savages were startled. Those foreign tribesmen who know witchcraft are charging in. Did you see that? A weapon appeared out of thin air in his hand. I saw it. Let us turn him into a soul beneath the stone axe. Eat his flesh and blood to acquire his witchcraft. Kill. The savages crawling on the ground no longer hid. Actively greet Ank and Jean Gang. The once quiet bushes began to shake violently. Soon, 2 tall and burly savages rushed out. They wielded enormous stone axes and swung them down at Ank. Ank raised an eyebrow when she saw the 2 savages. Very unexpected. Later, Kata was greatly surprised. A savage is actually this tall? What's going on? Shouldn't they be the same size as us? He couldn't understand it. Outside, in the live broadcast room. Savages. It's a savage. Is it that tall? Shaquille O'Neal, basketball player, my God. He's at least twice my size. That shouldn't be the case. Weren't the footprints that Boss Un and the others saw similar to those of normal people? That's outrageous. This is getting dangerous. The footprints that Kata had previously discovered led viewers to mistakenly believe that the savage was the size of a normal person. But to everyone's surprise, the wild man was actually so tall. With such a physique, his strength is probably no less than in Kuz. The most dangerous thing is that they also use weapons. With the aid of weapons, they are even more difficult to deal with. This battle is a bit risky. During the live stream, after a moment of surprise, Aang quickly calmed down. He didn't think about why it didn't match the footprints. Just know that the enemy has appeared. A savage with bronze skin and wearing bamboo leaves came up to Aang. With a loud shout, he brought his stone axe down. The language they speak is not the language of any particular country. Surprisingly, Aang could understand it. That's understandable. Humans are living beings too. The savage said, "Go to hell." And Ku laughed. "You?" He leaped up. Another savage immediately slammed into Aang from the side. They worked together seamlessly. The two savages were surprised that this outsider knew their tribe's language. But their coordinated attacks are just as fast. So what if it's us? The two savages grinned maliciously. In their view, Aang was already dead. But the next second, in midair, Aang once again took a step forward to dodge the attack from the side. Double jump. This caused the combined attack of the two savages to miss. What's going on? Why can this guy jump in midair? What leverage does he have? The two giants were dumbfounded. Chapter 180: The Way to Break the Stalemate. The two savages were bewildered. Aang has already jumped to get behind a savage. The iron axe in his hand gleamed with a cold light. Careful! From the bushes, a wild man roared and charged out. He held a long spear made of bamboo in his hand. The spearhead was also made of polished stone. Seeing that his companion was unable to dodge in time, he decided to help his companion and force Aang to retreat. "Your grandfather is here." King Kong swooped down and kicked the savage's body. The savage did not flee. What could a bird do to him? His target remains Aang. However, the savage was soon shocked. His burly body was sent flying backward by the kick from Jean Gang's small feet. This bird possesses such terrifying strength. The savage is unbelievable. Now I understand why the bird was able to shake off the trap. In confusion and incomprehension, he fell heavily to the ground. It only stopped after hitting the bamboo. "Well done, King Kong," Aang sneered. His iron axe slammed down on the savage's nape. This made Aang exclaim, "It's like Attack on Titan." However, the savages reacted very quickly. In this critical moment, he quickly raised his arm to defend himself. Uft! Bright red flowers bloomed in the air, accompanied by the painful howls of savages. "Ouch! My hand! My hand! No! Why?" But soon, the savage's pain was replaced by terror. After severing his arm, the axe did not stop, but continued to fall towards his neck. Another blood-red flower blooms. However, the flowers soon turned into a fountain. The savage's head rolled on the ground. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief and fear. The savage beside him turned pale instantly. He was beheaded? In the shadows, the savages were equally astonished. They never expected Aang to be such a small dwarf. It has such immense strength. After severing the back of the hand, it can also be used to decapitate. Damn it! What did they eat to grow up like that? Let's all go together and take him down. If we turn them into food and eat them, we can also gain divine power. The savages hiding in the shadows stopped hiding and all rushed out. They were tall, and each of them carried a cold weapon. There were 7 people in this group of wild men. One of them was instantly killed by Aang, leaving only 6 people. 4 of them surrounded Aang. The 2 of them are fighting against King Kong. Although the wild man was smaller than the pterosaur. However, as a terrifying upright ape, its most threatening features are its agile movements and the weapons it wields. Without a thick, hard protective shell, once hit by a weapon, the injury will be severe. "My benefactor, I'm here to help you." The leopard mother pounced. The savages have all appeared, and there are no more traps now. The leopard mother no longer needs to hide. Tiger Mom rushed over too. "Master, I'm here to help you too." The 2 large felines, Leopard Mom and Tiger Mom, can take on the burden of 2 people as soon as they appear. Don't forget about the little scars too. Although they seem insignificant in the face of wild men, the enormous savage could pinch the little scars with just one hand. But they will shoot. Whoosh whoosh. Arrows were shot at the savage. The wild men were terrified and quickly took cover. However, a few were unable to dodge in time and were hit by arrows. The cries of the savages rang out once more. The savages who were shot were both shocked and furious. Why can monkeys shoot arrows? The savages could not understand. This is something that only highly intelligent beings could do, yet they would do it for a bunch of little monkeys? This is unbelievable. These outsiders and these animals are all too abnormal. Despite the shock, the savages remained ferocious. Even though several of them were hit by arrows, their fighting strength was not diminished. For these giant savages, unless they are shot in a vital area, they will not fall. In ancient times, even generals on the battlefield could be hit by multiple arrows and still fight bravely against the enemy, let alone these savages who were over 4 meters tall. To them, the leopard mother is like a normal human facing a mastiff. Tiger mom is better, at least she's the size of a minivan. They're almost like savages. But then they faced savages with weapons. Leopard moms and tiger moms must be very careful. However, don't forget the leopard mother. The tiger mother also has bees on her. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bees began to swarm out from under the tiger mother and leopard mother's fur. The swarm of thousands of them is as tall as a wild man. The savages were dumbfounded. Why are there bees under the fur of leopards and tigers? What's going on? Even bees have been domesticated? This is ridiculous. To the wild men, bees were much like mosquitoes. However, if the quantity is large enough, they still pose a threat to them. No matter how enormous they are ultimately just carbon-based life forms. It will cause pain. With the help of the bees, the leopard mom and tiger mom gained the upper hand. They began to suppress the savages' attacks. On King Kong's side, it faced 2 savages. For a time, the 2 sides were locked in a stalemate. King Kong is difficult to kill, and even savages have difficulty effectively attacking it. King Kong is too fast. The immense power brings with it terrifying speed. This infuriated the savages, just like an annoying mosquito. On Aang's side, he was also facing 2 savages. Although his height of over 1.8 meters was not impressive in front of the savages. However, the overall attribute boost from proficiency still gives him a fighting chance against savages. Combine this with spider sense and double jump. He single-handedly suppressed 2 savages. However, Aang has now revealed all her cards. It was difficult to kill the savages for a while, and no breakthrough could be found. Aang tried sending the savage's stone axe into her personal space. Unfortunately, it failed. This made Aang learn about another rule. In a sense, one cannot put items belonging to others into their personal space. We must break the deadlock. Anku's heart tightened slightly. Although King Kong is now incredibly strong, this guy is a 3-second bird. Their stamina is terrible. Once King Kong was powerless, the 2 savages were no longer restrained. They're doomed. As for the little scarred monkey troop, tiger cubs, and leopard cubs, in such battles, they play a limited role. Once the arrows are all fired, the main combat capability is basically lost. Aang didn't want little Scar and the other monkeys to get caught. Then he was slammed to the ground by the savage. Deadlock. But soon, Aang caught a glimpse of the bushes where the savages had been hiding. There are also several huge rocks there. In that instant, Anku had an idea. Chapter 181 Turning the Tide. Shinra Tensei? Inside the livestream room, the audience watched as Aang and her group fought against the savages. Everyone was on edge. His eyes were full of tension and worry. They prayed, hoping that Aang would defeat the savages. In the column, Sa Baining, Kong Hui, Lu Yifei, Professor Wu, Coach Zhao. Everyone clenched their fists and remained silent. They silently cheered for Aang in their hearts. Go King Kong, Tiger Mom, and Leopard Mom. Apart from the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, there are also countries like the Dog King, the Bear, North Korea, and the White Goose that genuinely wish to befriend China. They prayed sincerely for Aang, hoping he would win. Previously, the foreigners who had been holding back have once again resurfaced. This crisis is something they welcome. Ha. I hope the savage can kill the brat from the Dragon Kingdom. I remember they used to erect statues for the little devils from the Dragon Kingdom, right? If the savages can kill the Dragon Kingdom's brats, we'll erect statues for them too. It's only a matter of time before that brat Aang dies. Once that silly bird is no longer able to fight, Aang's side will completely collapse. I enjoy seeing other people's pained expressions the most. Countries like the United States and South Korea desperately hope to see Aang collapse. Aang is now the spiritual pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. Once he dies, the Dragon Kingdom will collapse without a fight. By then, wouldn't the resources that the Dragon Kingdom had previously manifested 1,000-fold be theirs? The thought of being able to seize 1,000 times more resources than the Dragon Kingdom was conceived. The foreigners were delighted. Hey, the little devil from the Dragon Kingdom is starting to run away. Ha. It really is. Is it unable to hold on any longer and is planning to abandon the animals and escape on its own? So all that kindness and righteousness before was just a facade. You bigwigs, take a good look. This is the little devil from your dragon country, whom you call a hero. Your player has also been dropped. During the live stream, Aang quickly ran towards the bushes. Seeing this, The two savages also thought he was about to run away. Trying to run, one of the savages grinned. You think you can escape? Become our food. Another savage chased after Ankh and charged at her. The two savages' faces were filled with excitement. For a hunter, it's seeing his prey begin to flee. It is something to be happy about. And scoffed, run away? He wasn't running away. Utilized the high mobility of the double jump. Ankh quickly arrived at the two boulders in the bushes. The boulder is about 2 meters high. There's another one that's quite large, over 3 meters tall. Ankh stopped and looked at the two savages chasing after her with a smile. The savage was completely unaware of what Ankh was planning to do. Seeing Ankh stop, he couldn't help but grin maliciously. Little one, why did you stop? Another savage smiled enigmatically. What? Giving up? Does he know he can't escape our grasp, and is trying to curry favor with us? At this point, the savage became fierce, revealing a devilish smile. It's probably too late. We could have given you a quick death, but you killed our people. We will not kill you easily. We will let you die in fear and pain. Moreover, fear and pain can make the meat more delicious. Enku shook her head and sneered as she listened to the two savages' inhumane words. You guys are truly devils. And he's a self-righteous devil. To deal with devils like you, I have no choice but to use devilish methods. With that, Ankh sent both boulders into her personal space. The two savages were stunned as they watched the boulder disappear. This little one is using witchcraft again, said a savage. The magic that can make a boulder disappear is truly remarkable. Hee hee. The savage laughed from the other side. His eyes were expectant. After we eat him, we will be able to use witchcraft. I can't wait. Let's all attack him together, beat him severely, and then take him back. After saying this, the savage rushed forward. He was clearly eager to devour Ankh. Ankh's ability to make objects disappear. It greatly interested him. For these savage people who don't have a high level of understanding, they believe that you are nourished by what you eat. Since Ankh possesses these witchcraft skills, they can acquire them by consuming them. Ankh shook her head. I've never seen guys like you who are so eager to come and die. When storing items in your personal space, they must be within 1 meter of Ankh. The furthest distance from which you can take items out of your personal storage space is 1 meter. This distance is centered around Ankh. Since that's the case, he only needs to jump into the air. This allows an object to appear in space and then begin to fall freely under the influence of gravity. The heavier an object is, the greater the destructive force it generates during free fall. It can be used as a means of attack. And that's exactly what Ankh is planning to do now. He rushed out quickly to meet the savage. The savage swiftly swung his stone axe sideways. Before Ankh could jump to avoid it, another savage had already rushed over. He grinned maliciously, already prepared to counter Ankh's double jump. The double jump is indeed very strong. But once the second jump is completed, he is no different from an ordinary person. Ankh jumped again. There here, who was on guard to the side, was overjoyed. He was waiting for Ankh to jump again. If Ankh jumps again, he will be at Ankh's mercy in the air. However, what the savages could not understand was, this time, Ankh's double jump actually propelled her into the air. It's like doing a vertical high jump. The two savages were dumbfounded. What is Ankh planning to do? What for? To perform a standing jump for them? It must be said that this little guy is indeed physically strong. Despite being over 1.8 meters tall, he jumped over 6 meters. But so what? What you jump up will eventually land. It can't fly. Kid, prepare for the pain to come. The two savages grinned maliciously, anticipating what was to come. They looked like two crocodiles with their jaws wide open, waiting for the food to fall from the sky. Suddenly, two shadows loomed over the two savages. Suddenly, two giant rocks appeared out of thin air beside Ankh. The giant rock that was just added to my personal space. In that instant, the two savages' sinister smiles froze. Their pupils dilated little by little, and blood rushed to their heads. This. Why are there two stones here? Run for your lives. If you get hit, you'll definitely die. Even if the stones are not as big as them. Even if the stone only fell from a height of about 8 meters. But you'll still die. The two savages were shocked and enraged, and immediately lunged to the side to avoid the two huge rocks. Soon, two muffled thuds were heard, accompanied by swirling smoke. Chapter 182: The Savages' Defeated Struggle. Those who frequently get hit by boulders know this. As long as the quality is sufficient, even if it is not high, its destructive power is still terrifying. Although the two savages pounced on him immediately. However, one of them was still hit and died on the spot. It didn't even make a squeak. The other savage avoided the vital points. But the boulder struck his lower body. His lower body was immediately covered in blood, a bloody mess. He lay on the ground, howling in pain. In midair, Ankh landed back on the ground. Joy filled my heart. He had a sudden flash of inspiration and came up with this method of causing massive damage. And you know what? It actually worked. By using their own leaps, they can make the boulder lethal. If it weren't for the need to store the campsite, Ankh would have loved to install a 50-meter-wide boulder. Whenever you encounter a formidable enemy, bring out this boulder to teach them a lesson. How about learning about Shinra Tensei? The constant wails interrupted Ankh's thoughts. He looked down at the still-living savage. His lower body was smashed to pieces and bleeding profusely. If not treated promptly, the person will definitely die from excessive blood loss. At this moment, the savage looked at Ankh. The arrogance he had shown just moments before was gone from his eyes. There was only terror, fear of unknown forces. The appearance of two giant rocks out of thin air was something that the savages, with their limited knowledge, could not comprehend. It was nothing short of a miracle. That is, what they call witchcraft. The savages of today can only regret it. If I had known he was so strange, I wouldn't have provoked him. Oh dear, Ankh exclaimed. Why did you hide? Look at your friend. Isn't he sleeping very comfortably now? No one has to suffer. The savage was so angry at Ankh's words that he almost vomited blood. Is that what you call sleeping? You just smashed the person to death, okay? However, the savage was now somewhat envious of his companion. He is now living a life worse than death. He looked at Anku with a pained expression. He struggled to speak. Why do you know witchcraft? Ankh couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Do these savages consider his portable space to be witchcraft? That makes sense. Where had these savages ever seen such supernatural methods? Because I'm a sorcerer. After Ankh finished speaking, she walked away. The savage was immediately taken aback, thinking that what Ankh said was nonsense. But it also makes a lot of sense. The reason someone uses witchcraft is because they are a wizard, but something still feels off. Is this what he wanted to ask? Ankh did not end the life of the savage. He wanted the other person to slowly feel their life slipping away. Let him die in fear of death. Furthermore, Ankh now needs to deal with the other savages. All around, the remaining 4 savages were terrified. No, weren't their companions chasing after them at first? How could one person die and another be seriously injured in the blink of an eye? The witchcraft of this outsider is terrifying. It can actually summon 2 giant rocks directly? Damn it, how are we supposed to fight like this? What's the point of fighting? We need to get out of here. You're right. Damn it, I shouldn't have made a move. Why bother the other panda when we can just keep watching the other one? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry back and report what happened here to the clan leader and the other elders. Ankh's supernatural abilities shock the remaining 4 savages, instill fear in them, and make them lose their will to fight. Perhaps if they continue fighting, they will meet the same fate as their comrades. Keep in mind that the 2 sides have been fighting for less than 10 minutes. The savages began to turn and flee. Nku's heart skipped a beat, and he roared at the animals, "Stop them!" He had just noticed a few key points in the savages' conversation. First, they needed to report what had happened here to the clan chief and several other adults. This means that there is a tribe behind this group of savages. Moreover, it can be inferred that the scale is not small. Small tribes typically have only 1 chieftain, and at most 1 second in command. However, there are still a few adults in this tribe. This proves the size of the tribe. Once there are too many savages seeking revenge, Ankh and her group couldn't hold out either. Therefore, it is absolutely crucial to prevent the other party from returning to the tribe to deliver the message. The second key point. They said they were originally staking out another giant panda. Does this mean that they already have a giant panda in their hands? These various issues led Ankh to decide to capture and interrogate the group of savages. Yes, master. Tiger Mom rushed forward and stopped the savage she had just fought. Block his escape route. Leopard Mom wasn't going to back down either, even without Ankh saying anything. It wouldn't let these savages leave easily either. They would have been in danger if it weren't for Ankh and King Kong. The leopard mother nimbly pounced, intending to attack the savage from behind. The savages ahead seemed to have been waiting for the leopard mother to pounce. He stopped immediately and swung his stone axe behind him, made a crisp, piercing sound as it cut through the air. The leopard mother had no choice but to abandon her attack and instead dodge it. But this was just a savage tactic. Seeing the leopard mother avoid him, he immediately turned and ran. He has no desire to continue fighting. Escaping is the priority. What if we get targeted by that witchcraft-wielding outsider? Wouldn't we be doomed? Sudden, a voice rang in his ear. The savage turned around instinctively and saw his nightmare. Ankh rushed towards him. The savage was terrified. Damn it, why are they staring at me? There are still so many people. The savage felt he had been extremely unlucky. He was very reluctant to fight Nku. but they had no choice but to fight. Swung his stone axe down, intending to repeat the same strategy he had just employed. However, he encountered Ankh, who was also a terrifying upright ape. Captain Levi slaying a monkey, how about you? Ankh smiled. Because of his handsome appearance, his smile seemed very sunny. The kind that captivates 900 million girls. But to the savages, it was the smile of a devil. Ankh did not dodge, he sidestepped the giant's attack. There was no time to wait for the feet to touch the ground. His body had already shot forward. Double jump. Anko's body brushed past the giant's arm. With terror filling the other's eyes, he swung his iron axe straight at the savage's neck. The savage immediately retreated. Fatal slash, leaving only a bloody gash on his neck. The savage breathed a sigh of relief. They dodged it. The next second, he felt a pain in the back of his neck. The leopard mother had already seized the opportunity to bite the wild man on the back of the neck. Ugh! The savage panicked. He raised his hand to grab the leopard mother. However, Ankh had already landed and attacked again. This savage never once considered fighting to the death. All I wanted was to get away as soon as possible and escape from here. Therefore, the outcome was already predetermined from the very beginning of their confrontation. However, just as Ankh was about to slit his throat, his attack suddenly changed. The back of the axe struck his head. Chapter 183 Savage First Kill Reward. Tiger Mom also achieved a great victory. With the help of bees, the savage had his throat bitten. Sharp teeth pierced the savage's neck, and blood gushed out. The savage struggled, frantically pounding his fists on the tiger mother. But my strength is getting weaker and weaker. I'm going to strangle you. King Kong looks like a small fighter jet. It flew towards the two fleeing savages. Although it was said to be pinching, it actually turned around and kicked the savage. The savage gritted his teeth and crossed his arms to block. The immense force struck, and the savage slid back about a meter. Damn it! The savage was really angry. He couldn't understand why such a small bird could have such great strength. Although no one was injured, this delay. What if we can't escape later? The savage planned to have another companion come to help. Join forces to completely get rid of King Kong. However, when he saw his companions running away without looking back, he was furious and roared at his companion. There was even a hint of, I dare not, I dare not. Enraged, he gritted his teeth and ignored King Kong's attack, charging directly at his companion. I never expected you to be this kind of person. The savage above saw his companions charging angrily toward him. He wanted to explain that the incident happened so suddenly that he didn't have time to react. But to his surprise, he was met with an axe. What you do? The words came to an abrupt halt. Only the red stains on the ground brought this matter to a close. The savages who caught up from behind used stone axes to slit the throats of their companions. His partner, with an incredulous look in his eyes, knelt on the ground. He stammered, wanting to ask a question. However, what he saw was his companion leaving. Seeing that King Kong was not pursuing them, the savage who had killed his companion seized the opportunity to pounce into the bushes. It quickly disappeared into the mist. Rear. King Kong didn't catch up. It was because it was stunned. King Kong never expected that the other party would actually kill his own partner. He's actually the sixth oldest? Just then, Nku's voice came from the side. King Kong, you let someone escape. King Kong snapped out of his daze and immediately bristled. We're doomed. We're doomed. Ankh had just ordered them to stop the savage, but one of them managed to escape from its grasp. If Ankh gets angry about this, she might roast the bird. Jean Gang fears neither heaven nor earth, except for Nku. It immediately shouted, Master, please consider that I am your bird. I'll spare your bird's life. Ankh was immediately speechless. Couldn't they have used a different word? Get out. Get out. Ankh said irritably. All right, Master. King Kong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Since Ankh told it to get lost, that means everything is all right. King Kong immediately rolled away, and really rolled away. It dared not act rashly in front of Nku. Ankh ignored the bird King Kong, and instead looked at the savage lying on the ground. He was lying motionless in a pool of blood. Ankh shook her head. How pitiful. He did not die at the hands of his own enemies. He died at the hands of his own comrades. Is there any outcome more terrifying than this? He averted his gaze. Ankh then looked in the direction the savage had fled. There was a serious look in his eyes. It looks like trouble is brewing. I don't know how many people are in that tribe. Ankh planned to interrogate the captured savage. If there are too many people, Ankh planned to have Jean Gang find the giant python. In that case, we'll just have to make do with this claustrophobic python. Of course, Ankh thinks it's best not to fight the savage tribe. It's too dangerous. Ankh gathered her thoughts and looked at the captured savage. There were 7 savages in total. At the very beginning of the battle, Ankh instantly killed one person. Later, they used stones to kill another person on the spot. The other person is now in a coma due to excessive blood loss. In this situation, coma is equivalent to death. The savage who was pounced on by the tiger mom and had his neck torn apart. His neck was bitten off by the tiger mom. There was no way around it. The other side was resisting too fiercely. If the tiger mom doesn't kill him, the consequences could be disastrous if she retaliates. The remaining 3 savages. One was killed by his own comrade. One escaped. The last one was knocked unconscious by Ankh. Ankh decisively took out vines and tied the savage tightly to the boulder. Outside, in the live broadcast room. We've won. Boston has won. Boston certainly didn't disappoint us. Another unexpected and incredible move. Ha. That's right. Who would have thought that Boston would use his personal space so skillfully? When I was reading online novels, I never saw any protagonist with a portable space use this kind of technique. All I can say is that Boston is incredibly quick-witted. If it weren't for Ankh's unexpected move, the outcome may change. Once King Kong was exhausted, the 2 savages were free to do so. The savages could easily defeat Ankh and his group one by one. However, Ankh's move directly determined the outcome. Ankh's victory not only thrilled the people of the Dragon Kingdom, but also made them stand even straighter. The Chinese people have retaliated tenfold against the foreigners' previous mockery. The key point is that the foreigners don't dare to talk back at all. How should I respond? Ankh slapped their faces until they were swollen again. They repeatedly made unexpected moves, changing the outcome. However, the people of China nowadays don't really care about foreigners anymore. After all, the current national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom is number 1, and its manifestation is number 1 1,000-fold. The physical condition of people from China is the best in the world. It can be said that the Chinese people are now the number 1 ethnic group in the world. When a country becomes powerful and prosperous to a certain degree, some clowns have already stopped bothering with it. The crowd began to discuss it. Hey. You said there's a kill reward for killing a savage for the first time. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. There was a reward for the first time we killed a pterosaur. I suppose there should be some among those killed this time, right? Just as everyone was filled with anticipation, the national fortune announcement sounded. They're here. Ha. There really is a reward. Awesome. I wonder what the reward will be this time. Congratulations to Ankh, Dragon Kingdom's number 1 player, for achieving the first kill with the wildling. Rewards received. The Dragon Kingdom now possesses tens of thousands of acres of fertile land, which can be harvested indefinitely without the need for sowing or fertilizing. All that is needed is a water source. The harvest cycle is monthly, unaffected by the seasons. Boom! At this moment, top leaders from all over the world stood up. They stared in shock at the national fortune announcement. Damn, isn't this reward a bit outrageous? Said a high-ranking official from South Korea. Fuck, how can there be such a reward? This is not scientific. Lighthouse. Chapter 184 Universal Upgrade Card. The first kill reward for defeating the savage shocked the world. How could I not be shocked? In this era of resource and food scarcity, what does 10,000 mu of unlimited fertile land mean? Moreover, it is not affected by the 4 seasons and can be harvested once a month. Any point, no matter which, is enough to shatter the entire world and drive it crazy. Dragon Kingdom livestream. Holy crap. Holy crap. Unlimited growth. We'll finally have a chance to eat rice. In the short term, the distribution will definitely be uneven. After all, our great Dragon Kingdom has a large population. But the fertile land is right there, which means that one day, each of us can eat it all. I don't want to take nutritional supplements anymore. Those things taste awful. You can harvest every month, which means you can harvest 12 times a year. 100 acres of fertile land can support several hundred people. 10,000 acres of fertile land can support 300,000 people. The cycle has been greatly shortened, and this manifestation, in a sense, could support millions of people. Awesome. Boston is awesome. Wait until next year. Maybe each of us will be able to eat a mouthful of rice. I see the door to a return to prosperity has been opened. No fertilizer, no seeds, just water. It's amazing. The entire Dragon Kingdom was in a state of jubilation, celebrating with joy and celebration. If it's just about giving everyone a taste of something new, giving everyone a bite to eat to savor the flavor of a prosperous era. In just a few years, every person in China will be able to taste the flavor of rice. This undoubtedly greatly boosted the morale of the nation. The flame of hope is spreading. Countries that are on friendly terms with the Dragon Kingdom have offered their congratulations. More and more countries are beginning to defect. They began to establish friendly relations with the Dragon Kingdom. The idea of all countries is simple. We must cling to the coattails of the Dragon Kingdom. When the Dragon Kingdom becomes more resource-rich, they will also be able to get a share of the profits. High-level meeting room in the Dragon Kingdom. The commander personally led the troops to the present-day Liantian region. Protect it. The greater the value of the reward, the more likely it is to attract the enemy's clutches. In addition to stationing troops, they also began to build air defense facilities. It must be understood that in such an era, the construction of any facility would require the depletion of the national treasury's reserves. You could say that using a little bit reduces the amount available, but it was all worth it. It's not over yet. The announcements for National Destiny Games are still ongoing. Reward. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom gain +1 to physical constitution, +5 to lifespan, and +200 to physical attractiveness. Reward. Dragon Kingdom's #1 contestant receives a universal upgrade card, which can upgrade all previously acquired abilities. Livestream room. Huh? How did I become handsome? Holy crap. I've fallen in love with myself in the mirror. I am now the most beautiful woman in the world. Haha. I used to dislike my nose, but now it's very straight and prominent. Family. Who understands? I actually like ugly people. Pung by fish per person? Oh dear. I don't think this appearance reward is very useful. We might as well continue to improve our physical fitness. I think so too. I'm off. I'm going to look in the mirror first. This moment of China are the most beautiful in the world. Don't be fooled by the fact that such rewards may seem to have little effect in the short term, as they are not as effective as directly improving physical fitness. However, this attribute boost has given countless people confidence. It instilled a sense of strength in people who used to only dare to keep their heads down and were insecure and introverted. Many people no longer waste their energy on various problems. The days of being ridiculed and ostracized because of one's appearance will be over. Everyone can feel the goodwill from the world. Many years later, historians look back on the past. Everyone says this reward is of extraordinary significance. It makes everyone love this world. It brought a nation's confidence and cohesion to an unprecedented peak. The era of national self-confidence has begun in the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the average lifespan of people in the Dragon Kingdom has reached 100 years. Because of improved physical fitness, if there are future Olympic Games, the Chinese will dominate all competitions, except football. During the live stream, Hank's eyes lit up. This time, the reward was actually a universal upgrade card. It can be used to upgrade previously awarded abilities. Hank previously received the rewards of top-tier bow and arrow crafting technology and top-tier ceramics crafting technology. Spider sense, invulnerability to poisons, ocean affinity, portable space, double jump. Hank immediately ruled out the first two rewards. The top-tier version is sufficient. No further upgrades are needed. The best option is naturally to use it to upgrade superpowers. Hank also plans to exclude immunity to all poisons and affinity to the ocean. The former is also sufficient. The latter is not very useful in the current environment. So, if you want to upgrade, Hank will choose from Spider Sense, Personal Space, and Double Jump. Speaking of which, Hank suddenly had an idea. So, can the Universal Upgrade card be used to upgrade abilities from the system? For example, Natural Affinity. Currently, the upgrade for Natural Affinity is estimated to be available in 7 days. It may be earlier or later. If possible, could we upgrade to level 5? Upgrade to level 6 immediately? Hank was eager to try. His greatest strength lies in his Natural Affinity. Natural Affinity. Each level offers additional features. Currently, level 4 can grant animal attributes. What features will level 5 offer? What features will level 6 have? Hank was filled with anticipation. At this moment, the noise interrupted Hank's thoughts. Knocked unconscious by Hank woke up. He was covered in injuries at this time. The area where the bee sting started to turn red and swollen. He groaned in pain as he looked at Nku and her group. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a muscle man before? King Kong immediately shouted. However, the savages couldn't understand it. Hank was speechless at Son Yao's words. He put aside his thoughts of upgrading and decided to wait until he had some free time. Now he intends to interrogate the savage in front of him. Hank stepped forward and approached the savage. The savage trembled slightly the moment he saw Hank. But soon, he gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Nku. Hank grinned, not caring at all. Do you want to live? The savage continued to stare at Hank without saying a word. I can spare your life, as long as you obediently answer my questions. The savage finally spoke. The warriors of the tribe will not yield. Kill or torture them as you please. Nku frowned slightly, sensing the thorny situation. Surprisingly, this guy has quite a bit of backbone. If it were someone who killed their partner and escaped, they would definitely be willing to cooperate. But Ankh didn't want to give up. He planned to extract useful information from the savages. In this case, the only option left was to use torture to extract a confession. But torture is definitely useless. Ideally, it should be a punishment that causes mental breakdown. Soon, an idea came to Ankh's mind. Chapter 185 One of the Tortures. Laughter Torture. The savage was unwilling to reveal certain information. Anku had no choice but to resort to torture to extract a confession. He came up with a perfect punishment, the laughing torture. Laughing torture was considered one of the cruelest forms of torture in ancient times. It can cause prisoners to suffocate to death while laughing. Seeing Ankh's expression, the wild man guessed what he was planning to do. They wanted to use torture to extract confessions. He sneered, "Evil wizard, I will absolutely not reveal a single word to you. Pain means nothing to the warriors of our tribe." Ankh nodded. Yes. Since pain means nothing to you. And what about laughter? The savage was clearly stunned upon hearing this, not understanding what Ankh meant. What is laughter? Isn't laughter an expression of happiness? Instead, he snorted coldly and said resolutely, "No matter what punishment you use, it won't work." Ankh ignored the savage and began searching his surroundings. Kata, standing to the side, was completely stunned. He was secretly surprised that Lord Ankh could communicate with the savages without any obstacles. To Kata, the savage's words were, "It was practically gibberish. I had no idea what he was saying." But Ankh seemed to be able to communicate with him normally. Really knowledgeable? However, Katar is no longer as surprised as it used to be. I think this is the only reasonable way. After all, Lady Ankh can even communicate with animals. I even interacted with pterosaurs before. Keep a calm mind. The animals nearby began to rest, quietly watching what Ankh was about to do. Soon, Muntjac jumped out from a bush. It approached Ankh and rubbed against her. Immediately afterwards, a second yellow Muntjac appeared. It also took the initiative to approach Ankh. She let Ankh stroke her, seemingly acting coquettishly. This scene was perfectly normal to Kata and the other animals. This left the savage completely bewildered. What's going on? Why can this guy command animals? Do all the animals want to be close to him? Honestly, the savage was a little envious. If he also had such an ability, wouldn't he not need to go through the trouble of hunting? Animals will come near you simply by standing there. Then his status in the clan would still be that of a low-level person. Wizards are terrifying. Everything that savages cannot understand is considered witchcraft. However, aren't these outsiders going to use torture to extract confessions? He going to do with two yellow Muntjac? On Ankh's side, he interacted with the two yellow Muntjac for a while, then brought them to the wild man. In ancient times, goats were used as a form of torture for laughing. Then they would smear honey and salt water on the prisoner's feet and let the goat lick the soles of the prisoner's feet. There are no goats in the bamboo forest, so a yellow Muntjac deer is used instead. It can also have the same effect on their tongues. As for applying honey or salt water, Ankh, with her natural affinity, has no need for that at all. As soon as he gives the order, the yellow Muntjac will lick the soles of the savage's feet. The yellow Muntjac hopped and skipped behind Ankh as they arrived in front of the savage. Upon seeing the wild man, the yellow Muntjac instinctively showed fear. However, the thought that Ankh was right next to them made them less afraid. One of them even slapped the savage onto his body, then turned its rear end towards his face. Before the savage could recover, the yellow Muntjac kicked him in the face. Amidst the latter's cries of pain, the yellow Muntjac slipped behind Ankh. The savage was enraged, roaring and struggling wildly. However, the vines bound him tightly, and he was unable to break free. "Damn it, you bunch of bastards dare to bully me?" Anku frowned slightly, then sneered. Still very energetic, not bad. "Yellow Reeves, you two lick the soles of his feet." Ankh gave the order. The two yellow Muntjac didn't understand why they were doing this, but they still obediently followed Ankh's commands. Upon seeing this, the savage immediately burst into laughter. Ha. What? This is the torture method you came up with? Let two beasts lick the soles of my feet. What kind of severe punishment is this? The savage laughed so hard his whole body shook. His face was full of sarcasm and disdain. He was already prepared to be abused by Ankh, so why would he be afraid of this? Do savages think licking the soles of feet is? Outside, in the live broadcast room, the viewers in the live chat suddenly realized that they didn't understand what Ankh was planning to do at first. Now everyone understands. Ankh is planning to use the laughing torture. Laugh. This savage won't be laughing soon. Ha. I'm afraid my laughter will be uglier than my crying later. This is one of the ancient cruel punishments, which makes prisoners die laughing. I can't understand why laughter could kill someone. Yes, if laughter could cause death, wouldn't we have died countless times already? Any emotion, when it reaches its extreme, will put a burden on the body. Haven't you ever heard of laughing until you choke? Laughing torture utilizes this principle. Let the prisoners suffocate while they laugh. And when laughter reaches a certain point, it's no longer about being happy, but about feeling pain. Why explain so much? Just watch what Masterin does. During the live stream, under Ank's command, the yellow muntjac began licking the soles of the savage's feet. The savage immediately felt an itch on the soles of his feet and couldn't help but burst into laughter. He instinctively struggled, instinctively wanting to pull his feet back. However, because his whole body was bound by Lao Lao, he couldn't do it at all. Just like what the people in the live stream chat said. When an emotion reaches its extreme, it can put a burden on the body. It causes people to feel pain. It can also be said that things will turn into their opposites when they reach an extreme. Ha 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 ha. The savage laughed wildly, but the laughter turned into pain. His snot and tears started streaming down his face. Laughter put a huge strain on his body, and he began to experience difficulty breathing. At that moment, the savage was terrified. He originally thought this kind of punishment was nothing serious. What threat could two animals on his diet pose to him? But now, the word savage signifies the horror of this punishment. This form of punishment does not cause pain. It is indeed more torturous than pain. At least you can grit your teeth and endure the pain. But this kind of torture cannot be endured by gritting your teeth. King Kong, watching from the side, found it quite amusing. Big Muscle Man requests to join the team. It flew onto the head of the wild yellow muntjac. Then he plucked a feather from his own body and joined in the tickling. The savage laughed louder and louder. He's really seen something new. Even laughter can be so painful. Finally, the savage could no longer hold back. Ha ha, stop. Stop. Ask away, ask away. I'll tell you anything you ask, ha. Please, please, wah wah. The savage was terrified. Chapter 186 The Great Tribe. 76 people. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The savage, bound to the boulder, was panting heavily. He was covered in sweat, and his nose and eyes were full of snot and tears. At this moment, he was like a stray dog, utterly pathetic. The savage hung his head, utterly exhausted, and at that moment he felt an urge to cry. Finally, I don't need to laugh anymore. After the savages surrendered, Ank ordered the yellow muntjac to stop. Ank gave a half smile. Didn't you say that the warriors of the tribe never surrender? Why did you give in? The savage was still panting and did not answer. He really wanted to tell Ank, you really are a devil. How could you toy with me like this? Don't you know the truth? But in the end, he didn't say anything. He was afraid of offending Anku and then being tortured again. Ank didn't continue to mock him. He actually didn't like mockery. In his view, mockery is a sign of weakness. Why would a strong person deign to mock? Next, I'll say the answer and you answer, Anku said directly. If you don't answer any questions, you will no longer have a chance. The punishment continues. If you dare to lie. Ank chuckled and looked at the savage. You know that. I am a wizard. The savage felt his heart pounding. If the other party is a wizard, they will definitely be able to detect lying witchcraft. The savage's expression remained ambiguous. After a moment, he spoke. If I cooperate, you must spare my life. I will not answer any questions unless you agree. Either way, we're going to die. Upon hearing this, Nku's eyes darted around, and she smiled, saying, No problem, I promise you. The savage chuckled, seemingly guessing Ank's thoughts. He continued, Also, your animals cannot harm me. Don't say anything like, you agreed, but your animal didn't agree. Wow. As expected of the terrifying upright ape, it's quite intelligent. The reason Ank agreed so readily was because of this. He agreed, but he didn't say his animals agreed. We'll let Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom take action and kill them. Unexpectedly, this savage was actually on guard. In order to appease the savages and extract useful information. Ank nodded. Okay. However, let me make this clear first. I won't hold back next time we meet. I'll let you off this time, but I won't let you off a second time. Upon hearing this, King Kong's eyes lit up. Around them, Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom pretended to be very busy and knew nothing. The little leopard and the little tiger were playing carefree. It's safe now, time to have some fun. San Mao lay on little Scar's head, watching it flirt with girls. Lady, wasn't I handsome just now? The golden monkey only had eyes for Ank. Without turning his head, he said, You didn't do anything at all. That stupid bird is more useful than you. Xiao Scar was dissatisfied. It just worked really well, right? They erected a large shield for the monkey troop, protecting the safety of all the animals behind them. The reason for this was because of the protection efforts undertaken by it and the monkeys. The savages did not attack them, but instead took them hostage. The bound savage heard this. He grinned. I couldn't be happier. The savages couldn't be happier. If Ankh lets him go, he will definitely kill her without hesitation the next time they meet. Wash away the shame. Therefore, the savages agreed to Ankh's condition. King Kong's eyes shone even brighter. Ankh suppressed the urge to laugh. They have some intelligence, but not much. How many people are in your tribe? The savage hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head and said, 76 people. So, there are 70 people left now. Ankh asked. The savage nodded. However, a third of them are children. And Ku's eyes flickered. He seemed to understand why the footprints he had seen before looked like those of a normal person. It's highly likely that it's a child from a savage tribe. Ankh did not underestimate the fighting power of the wild child. If the enemy comes out in full force, then we must be prepared to deal with 70 people. Next question. Did your tribe capture a giant panda? This problem has arisen. The live streamers outside the city were in an uproar. What? Did these savages capture a giant panda? It's highly likely that Boston discovered some clues, which is why he asked that question. Damn it. I really want to kill them with my own hands. As China's national treasure, the panda is naturally loved by people. The fact that wild men were hunting giant pandas undoubtedly touched a raw nerve with the Chinese people. During the live stream, I don't know, the savage replied. And Ku frowned, somewhat displeased. Upon seeing this, the wild man immediately explained, we came here to stake out the other giant panda before we caught it. I'm not sure if he's been captured by my tribe yet. Ankh remained silent for a moment and did not pursue the topic further. If the giant panda has indeed been captured, they are most likely dead. The savages would never leave it alive. They would most likely kill it and eat it. Next question. Ankh continued. Where is your tribe? The savage fell into an even longer silence after a moment. He said, in the cave to the north. West. After listening, Ankh nodded slightly. In this way, it doesn't overlap with the eastward direction he's heading. He can avoid the savage tribe. The savage tribe now has 70 people, which is not something Ankh and her group can handle at present. Therefore, it's impossible for Ankh to actually confront the savage tribe head-on. This could very likely lead to the animal's death. Ankh didn't care whether the other animals died or not. But Little Scar and the others, the tiger and leopard mother and daughter, King Kong, Sanmao, they can't be harmed. Ankh has finished asking her questions. Next, we will leave this place. Otherwise, if that escaped savage were to return with his men, Ankh and her group would be in danger. The savage saw that Ankh seemed to have no problem. He said in a deep voice, now you should keep your promise, shouldn't you? Actually, the wild man was a little worried. Ankh nodded. Of course. I'm a person who keeps my word the most. We'll be leaving here soon. My parrot will stay and untie you. The savage understood Ankh's purpose in doing this, and he chuckled softly. Is it necessary? Seriously, I can't beat a wizard like you by myself. So, I will absolutely not launch a surprise attack on you. Wild men certainly didn't have that idea. To kill Ankh, they would definitely need to rejoin the main force. Then they joined forces to hunt down Ankh and his animals. Better safe than sorry. And Ku replied, then stood up. He said to King Kong, King Kong, the rest is up to you. You know what to do, right? King Kong had been waiting for this moment. I know. It's my turn to put on a show. It flapped its wings and said happily. Ankh laughed heartily, then turned to the other animals and said, everyone, hang in there a little longer. We'll rest once we're a bit further away from here. The animals naturally listened to Ankh. The same applies to Qatar. He knew that this was not a place to stay for long. Chapter 187 King Kong. My turn to pretend. The bound savage watched as Ankh led a group of animals away. It disappeared into the mist. His lips curled up in a smirk. What a naive fellow. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't let any enemy go. What if they retaliate? The savage looked at the King Kong in front of him. At this moment, King Kong was preening his feathers, showing no fear of the savages. The savage narrowed his eyes. Should I kill the bird now that it's untied? However, after thinking about it carefully for a while, ultimately, the savages abandoned the idea. This strange bird is too eerie. It has extraordinary strength. I have no idea what it ate to grow up like that. The savage admitted that he could not defeat King Kong without weapons. Besides, he was injured. At first, a bee sting's not hurt too much. But now it's starting to burn and hurt. It's all over my body. Fortunately, for these tough, savage people, it's not a big problem. I can tough it out. The savage remembered the direction Ankh and her group had left in, eastward. Oh, even witchcraft cannot determine its authenticity. That direction is the direction of death. A cold glint flashed in the savage's eyes. Then he looked at King Kong. Little bird, your owner has gone far away. Shouldn't you untie me? Kong, who was grooming his feathers, looked up. This is because Ankh uses natural affinity to enable her to communicate with the wild people. Therefore, King Kong can now understand the language of the wild men. This is why different animals can communicate with each other around Ankh. King Kong, having raised his head, said to the savage, "Oh, what a coincidence. We meet again. Wild man?" Ankh and her group continued their journey eastward. It is highly likely that the savage tribe hunted the panda. However, with 70 people still remaining on the enemy side, Ankh did not plan to attack the savage tribe. She's just asking for trouble. We will continue eastward as planned, then leave the bamboo forest. With the old crocodile couple, the giant python, and the mother and daughter cows. It's been a while since we last met, and I miss you even more. After walking for a while, Ankh stopped. Just then, King Kong flapped its wings and caught up. Despite the dense fog, it was nothing compared to its incredible ability to communicate telepathically. Catching up with Ankh is not a problem. Except for the master. Your grandfather is back. As soon as the gold was released, it started soaring. The two big cats, Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom, stared at King Kong. What is this guy saying? King Kong, on the other hand, looked completely indifferent. If you're not convinced, let's have a one-on-one fight. Who's afraid of who? San Mao, perched on Ankh's shoulder, said upon hearing this. My grandpa, Mouse, accidentally dug to the bottom of the lake and drowned. King Kong landed on Ank's shoulder and said irritably, I'm your new grandfather. Is it all done? Ankh asked. All done, King Kong said, grooming his feathers. Ankh rubbed her head speechlessly. Sometimes I really want to chop this bird down. Suppressing their inexplicable impulse, Ankh and Jean Gang began to clear a space. Because of the thick fog, the sky had already darkened before nightfall. It's not advisable to continue traveling. Just then, Ankh decided to use the universal upgrade card. So we'll set up camp here today. A camp appeared on the open ground. The animals happily entered the camp. Every time I see the campsite, I feel like I'm coming home after being away. The little leopard continued to invite the little tiger to play house. The little tiger immediately shook its head and refused. It would never play again. On the monkey's side, the female monkeys habitually went into the kitchen to prepare dinner for the evening. San Mao lay on Ankh's head and began to fall fast asleep. Ankh leaned against the wall. The experiment has begun. He plans to try using the universal upgrade card to see if he can upgrade natural affinity. Unfortunately, there was nothing that could be done. The universal upgrade card rewarded by the National Fortune game cannot be used on natural affinity. Anku felt somewhat helpless. In this way, he can only wait for natural affinity to upgrade on its own. Ankh looked at the system. Natural affinity, current level 4. Current experience level, 46.9%. The upgrade is estimated to take 6.9 days. Ankh was pleasantly surprised. It happened much faster than she had expected. Next is Ankh's proficiency. Strength proficiency, level 5. Endurance proficiency, level 6. Speed proficiency, level 4. Combat proficiency, level 5. Proficiency, a densely packed area. It's impossible to finish watching it all. Fortunately, the proficiency stat can be collapsed, so there's no fear of it taking up space on the system panel. Of course, you can also leave it unfolded. With just this thought, you can browse the next property panel. After Ankh folds the proficiency section, continue browsing the next section. Macaw, parrot, current attribute increase, strength plus 200. Next time, give it to the animal. San Mao, hamster, hardness plus 500. Waiting time for attribute assignment, 2.6 days. Ankh was filled with anticipation. His iron axe is now dull. Due to equipment limitations, the iron's hardness was not consistently sufficient. There's no point in continuing to make new iron axes. When the time comes, we'll just use San Mao as a weapon. With a hardness of 500, the three-haired catkin is much stronger than an iron axe. Use it as a hammer. Above him, San Mao, who was fast asleep, suddenly jolted awake. I woke up immediately. It looked aggrieved. Master, I had a nightmare. Ankh quickly comforted San Mao's head. With his comforting words, the hamster fell fast asleep again. Ankh then continued. This time, he will choose to upgrade his abilities. After upgrading Spider Sense, you will be able to predict an enemy's attack 3 seconds in advance. Sharp. Absolutely sharp. Predicting an attack 3 seconds in advance is completely different from anticipating the enemy's attack trajectory. The former is even more terrifying. This means that he can know in advance about any attack on Ankh and take action accordingly. For example, an enemy might shoot an arrow at Ankh. 3 seconds before the arrow could be deflected, Ankh already knew its ultimate trajectory. He can move ahead to avoid it. Not to mention close combat. Knowing something 3 seconds in advance allows one to manipulate all living beings at will. To be honest, Ankh immediately upgraded her spider sense. But he forced himself to restrain himself and waited to see the effect of the next ability upgrade. Double jump after the upgrade. After completing the double jump, you can stay in the air for 3 seconds. Lightness skill. Ankh's eyes lit up again. After the double jump, you can stay in the air for 3 seconds. This is an incredible, godlike skill. Now, Ankh was in a dilemma. I don't know which one to choose. Whether it's spider sense or double jump. All of these can bring him a huge boost. There's also a personal space. Let's take a look first. Ankh decided to take a look at her personal space. Then make the final decision. After the upgrade of the portable space. Chapter 188 Giant Panda appears. After the upgrade, the space will expand to 70 square meters. Ankh touched her chin. Upgrading your personal space will expand its capacity. It has no other function. Although the space expands, Ankh can accommodate larger objects. The more powerful the move you used in the fight with the savages, the better. However, the technique Shinra Tensei is an example. It's not true that the bigger the stone, the better. Because once the stone is too big, it means there are more uncontrollable factors. What if friendly forces are accidentally injured? No animal could withstand the crushing weight of the boulder. No, maybe Sanmao can do it in a little over 2 days. After careful consideration, Ankh ultimately ruled out the portable space option first. For now, I just need enough personal space. That leaves you with only 2 choices, spider reaction or double jump. Both upgraded skills are incredibly powerful and greatly enhance Ankh's current abilities. After a brainstorming session, Ankh ultimately chose to upgrade spider sense. Ankh used the upgrade card. Soon, the voice belonging to the National Destiny game rang in Ankh's mind. Do you want to upgrade spider sense? Yes. Anku replied in her mind without hesitation. At the same time, I don't know how I got it. He instinctively asked, who are you? The announcement from National Fortune Games seems to have ignored Ankh's words. Reply to Ankh to a predetermined degree. Spider, sense upgrade complete. Spider precognition, level 2. The next upgrade requires 2 upgrade cards. I hesitated for about a second. Although National Fortune Games did not respond to Ankh's announcement. But he could sense that the National Fortune Game was hesitant. It was as if she paused in shock after hearing Anku's words. Who is the person behind the National Destiny game? Advanced civilization? Or perhaps it refers to high-latitude organisms. Can you answer me this once? Ankh asked tentatively again. He even tried to provoke him. For example, they could say something like, your National Fortune game isn't working. Look at me, how comfortable and carefree I am. But in the end, Ankh still didn't speak. What if the other party gets really angry and increases the danger level of the National Fortune game by several notches? If you don't court death, you won't die, since we can gain benefits from the other party. That's enough. Furthermore, all of this was based on his own guess. What if this really is just a prearranged procedure? Wouldn't he have wasted his expression for nothing? Gathering her thoughts, Ankh stood up. He first handed the female pterosaur over to the cooks to handle. Because of its large size. Therefore, the cooks had to process the pterosaurs outside the camp. Afterwards, Ankh planned to use the time before dinner to test her upgraded spider precognition ability. King Kong. Who is calling me, Grandpa? Amidst the swirling mist, a massive bamboo village stands atop a high slope. Many small bamboo houses surround the bamboo village. Many bronze-skinned savages come and go, working diligently. During the visit, you can also see a lot of livestock kept in enclosures. At this time, an angry roar erupted from the massive bamboo fortress, startling the domesticated livestock. They started running around aimlessly, filled with fear and anxiety. Inside the bamboo village. Ha 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 ha. A burly savage, clad in animal skins, sat on a high-back chair made of various animal bones. He was taller and more imposing than the savage next to him. His muscles were as solid as a rock. He was the chieftain of the savage tribe. At this moment, the clan chief burst into laughter. His eyes were filled with a perverse pleasure. Look at this beast, he's getting angry. All around, the savages sitting on both sides and those standing all burst into laughter. They showered the clan chief with flattery. In the society of the savages, the chieftain is like a god. He can decide the life or death of any tribe. Just impotent rage. Chief, I'll go pull out its teeth and see if it still dares to be so arrogant. The clan leader is the clan leader. It took others a long time to catch this black and white cat, but you took it down yourself. Among the savages, a giant panda, about 6 or 7 meters long, was bound hand and foot and lying on the ground. Despite being captured, the giant panda showed no fear whatsoever. Like an indomitable warrior, He stared intently at all the savages present, especially the clan chief sitting at the head of the table. It bared its teeth and kept making low moans. Damn it! How dare they be so disrespectful to our chieftain? A savage sitting in a chair exclaimed in disapproval. After standing up, it kicked the giant panda directly in the stomach. The giant panda, in pain, immediately turned its head and tried to bite the wild man. But then he was kicked hard in the nose. The nose is a sensitive spot for many animals. The kick caused the giant panda to wince in pain and let out a painful roar. At the same time, blood was flowing out. Damn it! You think you're worthy to bite me? The savage who stood up roared fiercely. I'll teach you to bite me. I'll teach you to bite me. It kept kicking the giant panda. The giant panda was kicked so hard it was in great pain, and there was even more blood on the ground. Enough! Ding! At this moment, the clan chief at the head of the group finally stopped his men. I plan to tame this guy and make him my mount. Don't kick it and break it. The subordinate named Ding immediately smiled apologetically and said, I'm so sorry, clan leader. I didn't know you wanted to use this beast as a mount. The clan chief waved his hand. It's all right. It's good to teach this beast a lesson and suppress its bestial nature. Taming is, by its very nature, extinguishing the bestial instincts of wild beasts. Hee hee. The clan chief is right. Ding chuckled, extremely respectful. He then quickly returned to his position. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside. Chieftain, chieftain, something terrible has happened. A person rushed in a panic. He was covered in blood and looked disheveled. Scars and swollen bumps can be seen everywhere. This man was none other than the savage who had killed his own companion and escaped from King Kong. The wild men were quite surprised to see him in such a disheveled state. What happened? What about his other companions? Could it be that their attempt to ambush the panda failed and they were attacked instead? However, judging from the wound, it doesn't look like it was attacked by a panda. The head of the table. The clan leader frowned slightly and then said, What happened? What happened? Who beat you up so badly? Where is your partner? Swallowed hard and bowed respectfully. Then he replied, Minister, we were originally staking out another giant panda. But we encountered two outsiders along the way. One of the outsiders is terrifying. He's suspected to be a wizard with bizarre abilities. He killed all my tribesmen. Chapter 189. The savages are shocked. Witchcraft. Two outsiders. One of them is also a wizard. Did they use witchcraft to kill all the people from 6 tribes? These words silenced all the savages present. Everyone was astonished, including the chieftain who wore animal skins. The savage in the first row of side seats spoke first, raising an eyebrow and asking, Tell me about it. Yes, lordy, the savage began. Those who can sit in this bamboo village are basically important figures in the tribe. The clan leader and 9 adults. They are referred to as Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gong, Exine, Ren, and Gue, respectively. The clan leader is Jia, followed by 9 adults. The order of status is from highest to lowest. The title is not fixed for a savage. They can seize power by force, replacing the original adults, or even the clan chief. In primitive societies, force was the authority. Other ordinary savages are not allowed to have any titles. Handslaying, the savage began to recount what had just happened. When we were staking out another giant panda, we encountered 2 outsiders. However, their group was quite strange, as they were accompanied by a group of animals. There were leopards, tigers, parrots, and a group of monkeys. The savage paused, then seemed to remember something. Oh, right. There's also a swarm of bees. He didn't see Sanmao, so he didn't know there was actually a hamster. After all, Sanmao's presence in battles is now extremely low. Several tribal leaders present were surprised. How did these 2 outsiders manage to tame so many animals? Parrots and monkeys are understandable, but taming tigers and leopards? These outsiders do have some tricks up their sleeves. Actually, this doesn't prove anything. If you raise them from a young age, they can also tame wild beasts. The adults nodded, finding this explanation reasonable. Lord E raised an eyebrow and smiled. Are there any young wild beasts with the 2 outsiders? Slaying, the savage for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Yes, there are indeed 2 ferocious beast cubs. At the head of the table couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. It turns out that they were tamed by raising wild beasts. These beasts often lack their wild instincts. I would never stoop to taming wild beasts in this way. What I want are beasts with animalistic instincts. The chieftain's face was full of mockery as he spoke, glancing at the giant panda lying on the ground. The giant panda was lying on the ground, looking quite disheveled. But its eyes remained fierce, showing no sign of submission. The clan chief chuckled. Yes, yes, yes. That's the kind of beastly creature I want. Only by conquering this beast can I feel a sense of accomplishment. As he spoke, the chieftain stepped on the giant panda's head. The latter tried to struggle and resist, but was pinned down by the clan leader's foot and unable to move. The clan leader chuckled, his arrogance like that of a king. Then, looking at the savage who had killed him, he said, "What about the wizard you just mentioned?" The hand-slaying savage seemed to recall something unpleasant, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "The clan chief, he can make objects disappear out of thin air. At the time, we planned to hunt them and bring them back for food. So a trap was used. They used large bamboo spikes. Just when the hunt was about to succeed, the young outsider used witchcraft. Completely lost one of the square spikes. The clan leader's face was initially relaxed, but upon hearing this, he couldn't help but look surprised. The other adults also showed surprise. Lord E frowned and spoke first. Disappeared without a trace? What does that mean? The thorn disappeared right in front of him. Such a thing actually happened. Lord Wu exclaimed incredulously. Such things that transcend comprehension can indeed only be explained by witchcraft, another adult said. I originally thought that witchcraft was just something legendary, something that ancient people made up based on their imagination. I never imagined it actually existed. The chieftain withdrew his foot from the panda's head. He grinned and said, "Interesting. So, that guy used witchcraft to make both spikes disappear?" The savage shook his head. No, that wizard's magic should have a range limitation. And it's very close. I should be able to use it within 1 or 2 meters. Oh, Lord Xin asked curiously. Did the other spike trap succeed? No. The hand-killed savage shook his head again. It must have been held back by a tiger or a wild leopard, said Lord Gue, the lowest-ranking official. Unless they are wearing armor, it's impossible for them to withstand the spikes from below unscathed, Lord Rin retorted. The other adults nodded in agreement, agreeing that it made sense. But this left them wondering who had dealt with the other large spike trap. Could it be that another outsider also practices witchcraft? The chieftain and all the adults focused their attention on the savage who had been slain by hand. Swallowed hard as he thought about slaying the savage. Some stammered. Yes, they are parrots kept in captivity by outsiders. It forcefully flung the second spike trap away. What? E, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Geng, Xin, Ren, and Gue all exclaimed in shock. The clan chief also looked surprised. He frowned, his voice somewhat low. Are you kidding me? A parrot can throw away a large spike trap? Is that parrot extremely large? Only when the size is large enough can a large spike trap be flung away. However, considering the speed at which large spike traps fall, how big does that parrot need to be? Slay the savage with your bare hands, he said, taking a deep breath. That parrot wasn't very big. On the contrary, it is very small. It's only about the size of our palm. The adults all had the same expression, as if they were saying, Are you kidding me? Clan leader, gentlemen, I am not joking. That parrot was incredibly strong. None of us present could withstand its immense power. The scene fell into dead silence. The savages exchanged glances and looked at each other blankly. They couldn't imagine that a parrot the size of their palm could be so strong. But even so, it's impossible for you to be the only one to come back out of the 7 of you, right? The clan chief's tone grew increasingly somber. That wizard also has a very terrifying method. The hand-slaying savage began to recount Aang's bizarre methods. It can recreate objects that have vanished into thin air and use them for attacks. The hand-killed savage naturally concealed the fact that he had murdered his companion. They blamed all the deaths on Enku and her group. The savages, upon hearing of Aang's ability, they were even more shocked by Aang's methods as a wizard. Chapter 190 The live stream goes crazy. The panda finally appears. It can make objects disappear, and it can also make objects appear. The adults felt a strange sense of fear. How did he acquire such an incredible ability? Are those outsiders, like us, still human? That's a bit scary. Will he invade our tribe next? Some of the adults had some concerns. Upon seeing this, Lord Ding glanced at the clan leader. He spoke coldly. What do you mean by this? Are you disgracing our tribe? There are only 2 people and a few animals on the other side. What's there to be afraid of? The adults who had just shown fear lowered their heads and remained silent. Lord E glanced at the clan chief again. He then said, Clan leader, I don't think the outsiders are anything to fear. Not only are we not afraid of him, I think we should take revenge on him. Then eat his flesh and blood. At this point, Lord Yi's face turned cold and stern. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. If you eat that wizard, you might be able to obtain his magic, chieftain. Hearing that he could acquire the other person's witchcraft, the clan chief's eyes lit up. If he could obtain those strange witchcrafts from the other party, so why would he be afraid of losing his position? In the future, who in the tribe would dare to challenge his authority? Thinking of this, the clan leader became excited, and the greed in his eyes almost burst forth. Ding, do you have any good suggestions? Lord Ding nodded slightly, then said to the clan chief, according to this tribesman, I think the witchcraft of that outsider has flaws. He must use the height to make the objects he conjures lethal. So when he jumps over our heads, we can get out of the way immediately. In that case, he will have no way to deal with us. As for that parrot, and those 2 tigers. Lord Ding grinned, seemingly unconcerned. Which warrior in our tribe hasn't fought wild beasts? With weapons, wild beasts are nothing to worry about. Oh right, and that swarm of bees, it's quite a nuisance. But it's not fatal for us. Once we kill the wizard from the outside world, everything will be over. The fog is thick outside right now, which is a good opportunity for us to launch a counterattack against the group of outsiders. Their tribal chief, Ning, lived in the bamboo forest and was already accustomed to the foggy environment. The clan chief nodded in satisfaction. Ding, I am very satisfied with your analysis. In that case, how about you personally lead the troops to hunt down that outsider? Upon hearing this, Lord Ding's eyes subtly shifted. He immediately replied, no problem, clan leader. I'll send Exhaustion, Run, Gui, and 10 more warriors to hunt down the group of outsiders. Chief, you only need to wait for my good news in the tribe. The minister smiled. Lord Ding also smiled. The reason he agreed so readily was that he planned to hunt down Enku and his group. He wants to eat Ankh directly to obtain witchcraft. As long as you can obtain the other party's witchcraft, he can then challenge the clan chief. At that time, he will rise from Ding to Jia and become the new chieftain of the tribe. And Exhaustion, Ren, and Gui are all his people. They have a very close relationship. This ensures that he can successfully eat Ankh after hunting him down. Without further hesitation, Lord Ding led his men away from the bamboo village. Night fell. In the bamboo forest, a fire illuminates the surrounding area. Crazy Thursday. Crazy Thursday. King Kong excitedly bit into the pterosaur meat. The tiger and leopard mother and her cub ate with gusto, their mouths glistening with oil. The little tiger, in particular, had a human-like smile on its face as it ate. It's so delicious. Following the master means you get to eat delicious food every day. After eating a large piece of meat, the little tiger felt it wasn't enough. So he ran over to ask for another piece of pterosaur meat. Tiger mom glanced at the tiger cub. Now, its son is even bigger. It's almost turning into a sphere. This made her realize that things couldn't continue like this, so she spoke up. Come back, you can't eat anymore. The little tiger stopped, somewhat displeased. Why can't we eat anymore? Brother Wild Leopard also ate 2 big pieces. The little leopard had already taken one. Everyone's eating, they're all growing, Tiger Mom said, showing little curiosity. And you? You grow horizontally. If you eat any more, you'll have trouble walking later. Upon hearing this, the little leopard straightened its body proudly. It eats a lot, but it doesn't get fat and is very healthy. It's worth mentioning that the little leopard has grown considerably larger. I don't care, I still want to eat. The little tiger immediately started to slack off. What's the point of living if you can't eat such delicious food? Losing weight. You'll never lose weight. Tigers are born to eat and drink. Seeing that the tiger cubs were disobedient, the tiger mother's tone turned cold. Do you want your butt to swell up again? The little tiger immediately wilted, lowered its head, and walked to Ankh's side. She planned to seek comfort from Ankh. Master, my mother is abusing me, boo-hoo, the little tiger said, choking back tears. Ankh looked down at the little tiger. Looking at its round body, it looks just like a gas cylinder. I couldn't help but laugh. Ankh rubbed the little tiger's belly and said, it's true that it can't eat anymore. Otherwise, you won't be able to find a girlfriend in the future. Upon hearing this, the little tiger could only lower its head and say, all right then. Then I'll listen to my master. I'll be full when I'm about 80% full. At this moment, King Kong bounced over. It held a large piece of pterosaur meat in its mouth in front of the little tiger. Then he bounced around, chanting, Crazy Thursday. Wow, it smells so good. After saying that, it took a big bite right in front of the tiger cub. Then a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Holy crap, that was awesome. The little tiger immediately got annoyed. Little bird, are you tired of living? The gas cylinder stood up angrily. King Kong, however, didn't seem to care. You're not convinced? Let's have a one-on-one fight. I'm the invincible Muscle King. The little tiger's whiskers twitched, to be honest. It can't beat King Kong now. At this time, me, little mouse, time to dig in. Sanmao also joined in the fun, holding a large piece of meat and eating it in front of the little tiger. Soon, Sanmao's voice cried out for help. Master, master, save me. I want to get my butt spanked and sit on until I die. Aang shook her head speechlessly. He was both bad at the game and loved to play. But things will be different the night after tomorrow. At that time, no matter what you do, Sanmao will be fine. Just as the atmosphere at the camp was getting pleasant and harmonious. Suddenly, both the leopard mom and the tiger mom stood up. Little Scar, who was trying to please the golden monkey, also raised his head. Kata watched as Aang and the others seemed to be having a great time. Hearing a noise coming from the bushes, he immediately became tense. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a panda emerged from the grass. It was equally vigilant and cautious. Chapter 191 Panda. Flower. During a cozy dinner, a giant panda appeared before everyone. Outside world. The appearance of the panda caused a sensation throughout China. After seeing the bamboo forest, everyone had been eagerly anticipating the giant pandas. When they met Kata, they confirmed with him that there were indeed giant pandas in the bamboo forest. The people of the Dragon Kingdom eagerly awaited the peak. Everyone hopes to see giant pandas soon. Then you can see that there is a giant panda in Aang's group. Now, the long-awaited dream has finally come true. The panda has finally appeared. Panda. The panda I've been waiting for has finally appeared. Bossin, quickly subdue this giant panda. I can see giant pandas every day from now on, haha. By the way, look at this giant panda, doesn't it have no neck? It looks good that there is no neck, and the body shape is like an equilateral triangle. Looks like the food is pretty good. Isn't that obvious? It's such a large bamboo forest. Look at the giant panda, it seems to have something on its mind. I can see that. Could it be that you have some urgent matter that you need to ask Bossin for help? During the live stream, Aang could also tell that the giant panda seemed to have something urgent to do. It was clear that it was somewhat wary and afraid of Enku and her group. This surprised Aang. I don't understand why level 4 natural affinity has no effect on pandas. This panda doesn't look that big. Its size is about 2 meters. It truly lives up to its name as the iron-eating beast. Beside me, the tiger mom and the leopard mom both walked out of the camp. The 2 large cats shielded Aang behind them, coldly staring at the uninvited panda. He made a low moaning sound. The little leopard and the little tiger stood next to Aang, mimicking their mother by baring their teeth in a warning. The former bared his teeth and shouted, "Get out of here right now, or my mother will be very rude to you." Sanmao was sitting on the little wild leopard's head at some point. It looked down at the little leopard. "I'm so curious. Why was it your mother who was impolite, and not you?" The little leopard declared confidently, "Because I'm afraid of dying." The gas cylinder next to it was baring its teeth and claws. "If you dare to be rude to your master, I'll sit on you and kill you." King Kong was even more arrogant, taking the lead and standing at the very front of the group. "Girl, aren't you leaving now? You'll then know how powerful my big muscle man is. You'll be crying and begging for it tonight." This giant panda is clearly a bit timid. The tiger mother and her group of animals were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly. They wanted to disappear into the bushes and escape. Seeing this, Enku quickly said, "Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you." After saying that, he told the tiger mother and the other animals to calm down and retreat to the camp so as not to frighten the panda. At the same time, Aang stepped forward. He raised his foot and kicked King Kong directly. "Stop talking nonsense." Regarding Saw Gang, Enku showed no mercy. King Kong was kicked away, and feathers fell to the ground where he landed. As it flew backward, it shouted, "I will definitely come back." The panda on the other side was clearly stunned when it saw this. It looked at the parrot that had crashed hard to the ground and thought, "Won't this bird be kicked to death?" However, Aang's actions did indeed stop the panda from running away. It felt a little scared and worried as it watched Aang walk over. Because it was humans who shattered its peaceful and happy life with its brother. But I don't know why. The panda felt a strong urge to get close to the person in front of it. Like an older brother, it is a family member it cannot live without. That's why Panda's sister made the decision to come out and meet Aang and the others. Of course, there's another reason. When Panda's sister saw Aang and her group kill several brutal humans, she realized that Aang was not one of them. "Heh, what are you thinking about?" Aang approached the panda sister. He then squatted down and ruffled the other person's fluffy head. The fluffy fur is very smooth and feels great to the touch. However, her fur was a bit dirty and messy, making the panda sister look a little disheveled. The panda girl felt her heart melt when she was touched like that. It seemed like my brother was right in front of me. The person in front of me is the closest person to me besides my brother. Wrong. The little panda didn't want to admit it, but deep down she had a feeling. It wanted to be closer to the person in front of it. The little panda was startled by her own thought and shook her head. He then spoke. "Excuse me, may I ask?" The panda sister spoke very politely, raising her eyes to look at Ankh. Its round head and upward-looking expression make it even cuter. The Chinese viewers watching the live stream were completely charmed. This also includes Ankh. In her previous life, Ankh had only ever seen giant pandas in videos. Now I've finally seen the giant pandas in person, just as I'd always dreamed. For some reason, he couldn't help but call out, "Hua hua." The panda sister was taken aback, but quickly realized that Ankh was addressing her. It did not resist, but accepted it gladly. It will like whatever the person in front of it calls it. "Speak, what is it?" Ankh said gently. Hua hua asked, "Are you planning to go to that tribe of barbarians? If you're going, could you also help me rescue my brother?" Upon hearing this, Ankh frowned slightly. I don't quite understand what Hua hua said. At this moment, the two big cats, Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom, also came over. Upon hearing this, they exchanged a glance. Tiger Mom spoke first. "Hua hua, we have no intention of attacking the barbarian tribe." Leopard Mom nodded. "Although we killed several barbarians. But the number of people on the other side was beyond our expectations. Our attack is too dangerous." Hua hua was clearly very surprised when she heard this. "I don't quite understand." Ankh clearly sensed something was wrong and asked, "Hua hua, why do you think we're going to attack the barbarian tribe?" Ankh is heading east. They were clearly trying to avoid the savage tribe. Although the wild men were hunting giant pandas, Ankh was very unhappy. However, Ankh did not intend to confront the savage tribe head-on. There are too many savages. Going to war could very likely lead to the deaths of animals. They were even wiped out. The risk level is too high. I've spent so much time with Tiger Mom, Leopard Mom, and Little Scar. Ankh would never put other animals in danger just for the sake of the giant panda she wanted. Furthermore, what if Hua Hua's brother really falls into the hands of the savages? They are most likely dead. How could a savage possibly let any prey escape? At this moment, Hua Hua spoke. "Isn't that so? But the direction you are heading is the land inhabited by barbarians. So, I thought you were going to kill the rest of the barbarians." Hua Hua finished speaking. Her eyes turned completely lifeless. There was no hope left. Ankh and the animals exchanged surprised glances. "That damned savage lied," Mother Leopard said angrily. Chapter 192 Hidden Cave Quest. And the second phase of the game? As Leopard Mom said, "That damned savage lied." There was nothing that could be done about it, even though Ankh was being tortured beforehand. He has the ability to detect lies when used to threaten someone verbally. However, that was not actually the case. If the other party is really lying, Ankh will have no way of knowing. This is human cunning. Animals, on the other hand, don't have much cunning. If it were a licking python, it would be eager to betray all its companions in order to save itself. Tiger Mom also spat. "They even deceived us by telling us we were in a cave in the north. I really wish it could come back to life and bite me to death again." Hua Hua was startled when she heard what Tiger Mom said. "You must not go to the caves in the north. It's very dangerous there. My brother told me that once any animal goes in there, it can't get out." Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom were quite surprised. No animal can get out once it goes in. What's inside the cave? Could it be a large carnivore? At this moment, King Kong landed on Ankh's shoulder, its head feathers a little messy. She chattered on, saying, "I told you, I would definitely come back." "What are you talking about?" "A man-eating cave. Should I, big muscle man, go in and find out what's going on?" The current King Kong possesses immense strength and is fearless. It dares to act recklessly in front of any creature, except Ankh. Ankh gets a headache every time Jean Gang speaks. He said irritably, "You'd better take it easy. What can trap an animal inside doesn't necessarily mean it's an animal. It could also be various dangerous natural phenomena, such as biogas. There are far too many things to be careful about." After saying that, Ankh sneered, "That savage is truly treacherous and cunning." He now felt that letting the savage die was too easy. If he had known this would happen, he would have definitely kicked the savage into that cave. While Ankh was still speculating using scientific ideas, a sudden announcement of national destiny rang out. A hidden quest has been triggered. You can choose to complete this quest or not. Explore the unknown cave. Once you reach 100% completion, you will receive a hidden quest reward. Hidden quest reward. Exploration progress will be directly increased to 10%. Additionally, if you successfully complete the unknown cave, you will receive a treasure chest reward inside. Announcement to all. When the exploration progress of those with National Destiny reaches 10%, the National Destiny game will enter its second phase. The sudden announcement shocked the public. A hidden cave. Could this be the hidden reward that was mentioned before on the islands? Damn it. It's not given to us directly, but we have to explore for it. This is such a ripoff. I wonder what kind of scary animals are in that cave. It feels too dangerous. Yes, I think it's best not to go in. Anyway, exploring outside will increase the exploration level to 10%, so there's no need to take any risks. But there are extra rewards inside the cave if you complete the exploration. What good is a reward? Survival is the most important thing. Indeed. By the way, what's with the National Destiny game, starting its second phase? There was no mention before that there would be a new stage when the exploration level reaches 10%. Could there be even more terrifying animals? The announcement of triggering the hidden reward can only be seen by viewers in Ankh and Lungwa's livestream. The following announcement, the second phase of the National Destiny game will begin, is a global notification. It has been causing quite a stir. What is the purpose of the second phase of the National Destiny game? Enhanced animals? Or the emergence of even more ancient species? God, could it be a mythical creature? No way. This is a wilderness survival game, not an exploration game. Yoshi, can we select more players for this new phase? The Japanese aren't all dead yet. They're really tenacious. Haha, are you Japanese so eager to go in and die? If you fail this time, not only will your country cease to exist, but your entire nation may also cease to exist. Baka, our great Japanese empire will not perish. As long as we can get some players in, we will definitely rise again. Regarding the start of the second phase of the National Destiny game, some are looking forward to it, while others are worried. The unknown means there is still danger. What if too many powerful and ferocious beasts appear in the second phase? Although after this period of training, the surviving contestants all have the ability to stand on their own. Moreover, it has manifested itself 1,000-fold for the nation several times. However, without firearms, they were doomed to perish when faced with powerful beasts. During the live stream, Enku immediately frowned. Explore the caves of the north. He never imagined that the man-eating cave was actually a hidden mission. To be precise, it's a hidden copy. If you successfully explore the cave, your exploration progress will immediately increase to 10%. Obtain exploration progress rewards. This also means that as long as the copy can be completed, Ankh will receive 3 rewards. To be honest, I'm a little tempted. However, the unknown dangers made Ankh hesitate. Nobody knows what's inside the cave. The second phase of the game? At that moment, Kata behind him spoke up in surprise. He hurriedly came to Enku's side. Your Excellency Enku. You. Did you hear that? Enku snapped out of her thoughts and nodded. I heard you. What will the second phase be? Kata was clearly worried. He almost died in the first stage, let alone the second stage? I don't know either. Ankh shook her head. Who knows what the mastermind behind National Destiny game is planning to do? There was no prior mention that reaching 10% exploration progress would trigger the second phase. It was obviously something that was done on short notice by the mastermind behind the scenes. Of course, all of this is just Ankh's own speculation. What if this was originally the setting for this National Destiny game? It's just that everyone's exploration progress was less than 1% before, so there was no announcement. Now, more than a month has passed. Those who have persevered in exploring the nation's destiny have certainly already surpassed 1%. That's what triggered this announcement. Your Excellency Ankh, what should we do? Kata asked. Ankh shook her head. What else can we do? Let's take it one step at a time. We are not the planners, so we have no way of knowing what the dog planners will do next. Kata gave a helpless, bitter smile and said nothing more. Ankh is right. They were just chosen players. To put it bluntly, they are just pawns. How can a chess piece control its own chessboard? We can only take it one step at a time. Ankh stopped thinking about the announcement that had just been made. The key is the current situation. According to Hua, they are now heading towards the tribe of the savages. We might encounter savages again soon. This is a bit troublesome. Just then, Hua's voice came. I'm sorry. I disturbed you, brothers. If I have the chance, I hope to see you again, brother. Chapter 193 Hua. I really have no appetite. After saying that, Hua prepared to leave. Wait. Ankh promptly called out to it. Hua stopped and tilted her round head, saying, Brother, is there anything else? Are you planning to go find your brother? Ankh asked. What if he's already been caught? Then I'll go save it, Hua said resolutely. Although I don't want to discourage you, if your brother really gets caught, I'm afraid. Ankh didn't finish speaking, but basically all the animals present understood what he meant. Given the wild man's nature of treating anything as food, Hua's brother was captured. He must be dead already, used as prey. My brother isn't dead yet. Hua suddenly raised her voice. Seemingly realizing it had lost its composure, it softened its voice again. You might laugh at me if I told you. I can feel that my brother isn't dead. He's still alive. No, but it's in a lot of pain right now, and it seems to be badly injured. It must have been captured and abused. I have to go and save it. Young man, intuition is often the opposite, King Kong said, shaking his frizzy head. No, my brother is definitely not dead, Hua Hua retorted, her voice trembling with emotion. Jin Gang wanted to speak, but Enku forcefully knocked him on the head, forcing him to shut up. Enku smiled and said, I believe you. After all, siblings are of one heart. But have you considered this? You're just a lone panda. How are you going to rescue your brother? If you just give them an extra piece of meat, they'll most likely burst out laughing. Hua Hua remained silent for a while after hearing this. Then, its expression remained resolute. Even so, I will go and save my brother. It was because of me that he was caught. Otherwise, given its power, it could definitely escape. After saying that, Hua Hua turned around and prepared to leave again. It originally thought that after Ankh and her group killed those barbarians, they headed towards the barbarian tribe. It was to attack the barbarian tribe. Surprisingly, they didn't have that idea at all. Since that's the case, it has no choice but to go and save its brother itself. Actually, Hua Hua isn't sure yet whether her brother has really been captured by the barbarians. Just had a vague premonition. What it hoped for most was that its brother had escaped the clutches of those barbarians. After the two siblings reunited, they left the bamboo forest together to find a new safe haven. Hua Hua, don't you want us to go and rescue your brother together? Enku said with a half-smile. Hua Hua's steps faltered. The round body suddenly turned around, somewhat incredulous. Brother, what did you say? Hua Hua wondered if she had misheard. Ankh's brother said he wanted to go with him? Is it true or false? I said, don't you want us to help you rescue your brother? If it really gets caught. But, Hua Hua began. Brother, didn't you say you wouldn't go to war with the savages? Why do you want to do it again now? Hua Hua couldn't understand it. This will put you in danger as well. Ankh smiled and said, consider it a reward for your courage. His purpose in entering the bamboo forest this time was to find giant pandas. Add another giant panda to the group so it can be used as a mount. Now giant pandas have appeared. Ankh didn't want to miss this opportunity. They need to head east. The barbarian tribes were also in the east. Since that's the case, it's not a big deal to rescue Hua Hua's brother as well. Of course, if Hua Hua's brother has unfortunately died, Ankh would then leave with Hua Hua. As for the other side, they still have 70 people. Ankh felt it was time to let these savages experience the terror of nature. Hua Hua was excited, and its round body stood up. Then he tackled Ankh. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. In its excitement, it kept licking Ankh's face, letting the latter experience the feeling of having her face washed with saliva. Okay. Ankh felt a little itchy and pushed Hua Hua away. If you keep licking, my face will be ruined. Fortunately, Ankh's physique has improved, and she has become tough and resilient. The barbs on Hua Hua's tongue. Of course, there's also the reason why Hua Hua deliberately restrained herself. However, before that, let's confirm whether your brother has been arrested. Although siblings are said to be of one mind, intuition often reveals everything. Don't underestimate your sixth sense. Although it has no scientific basis, it is often very accurate. But even intuition can be wrong sometimes. Therefore, it's best to first confirm whether Hua Hua's brother has been caught. If we get caught, then we'll see if we're still alive. Hua Hua nodded. Ankh looked at King Kong. King Kong, it's your turn to make your appearance next. Find the savage tribe and find out about Hua Hua's brother. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. King Kong flapped its wings and flew into the air, quickly disappearing into the horizon in the thick fog. Hua Hua raised her head, seemingly intending to wait for King Kong to arrive. Ankh patted Hua Hua's head and comforted her. Let's wait at the camp. You need to eat something to have energy. Hua Hua lowered her head, looking a little dejected, and said, I don't want to eat. I have no appetite. Ankh nodded, understanding Hua Hua's feelings. After all, it and its brother, another panda, depend on each other for survival. A sudden change of events put its closest relatives in danger. You must be feeling very down right now. But we still need to eat, Enku said. What if you don't have the strength to save your brother? Come here, I'll give you something delicious to eat. Hua Hua wanted to refuse again. But after thinking about it, I realized that what Ankh said made a lot of sense. Instead of just waiting here, we might as well eat something and replenish our energy. It hasn't eaten for several days since the incident. Brother, you don't need to give me anything to eat. Hua Hua said, I'll just eat bamboo shoots. Pandas eat bamboo, and this is another bamboo forest. Food is everywhere. What's so delicious about bamboo? Come and eat this. Ankh arrived at the camp and then picked up a piece of pterosaur meat. Try this, I guarantee you'll like it. Hua watched as Enko brought over a large piece of meat. I was going to refuse, thinking I could just eat a little bit. However, the aroma soon wafted over. Hua sniffed it, and her round eyes immediately lit up. It smells so good? This was the first time Hua had ever smelled such a fragrance. It smells even better than bamboo. Hua originally felt very sad and worried. It's impossible to eat too much. But now it feels it can at least eat a cow. The delicious taste even made it forget its worries and sadness. No, you can't think like that. I have to pretend to continue being sad and worried. Otherwise, how can I face my brother? My brother spoils me rotten. Nothing tastes as good as my brother's. Smack smack. Hua's chubby hands grabbed the pterosaur meat, her face glistening with oil as she ate. It smacked its lips and then gave Ankh a thumbs up. With a satisfied smile, she said, "Brother, this meat is so delicious." Chapter 194 King Kong. Your sister is in my hands, you know what I mean? Hua, who was initially worried about her brother's safety, changed her mind after eating pterosaur meat. Then it seemed as if they had forgotten everything. They ate until their mouths were greasy. Whenever it gets excited about eating, its round head will nod little by little. Round eyes will curve into crescent moons. Hua sat there, looking just like a ball of glutinous rice, which was very cute. Outside, in the live broadcast room, the audience exclaimed that it was adorable. Hua fulfilled all my fantasies about pandas. Hilarious. How can someone be so round and chubby? It doesn't seem to have a neck, does it? Hua, you don't have a neck. Your whole family doesn't have necks. Judging from what Boston said earlier, wasn't Hua worried about its brother? Now, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem worried about its brother at all. Is it eating so well that it forgot about its brother? Foodie? Livestream. Ankh looked at Hua, whose face was covered in grease from eating, and couldn't help but chuckle. Didn't I just say I had no appetite? Judging from this, it doesn't seem like she has no appetite at all. Hua has very good teeth, or maybe she was really starving. It quickly finished the entire large piece of pterosaur meat. After finishing its meal, it even licked its paws with its tongue. Lick off all the remaining fragrance. After doing all this, Hua raised her head and looked at Enku. Brother, can I have another piece? Enku looked at the isosceles triangular rice ball and laughed. Of course. Anyway, once we leave the bamboo forest, there will be plenty of pterosaur meat to eat. Of course. That is, assuming they actually retaliate. Ankh asked the cooks to bring another piece of pterosaur meat, about the size of a basketball. Hua's eyes lit up when she saw the delicious meat, which was even bigger than before. At this moment, Tiger Mom, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, suddenly spoke up. It was a little confused. Hua, didn't you just say you had no appetite? You don't seem to have no appetite at all. Samao was also watching the show from Tiger Mom's head. Was curious about this newcomer, Hua. I'm so shocked. If you can eat this much even when you have no appetite, then when you do have an appetite, you could eat an entire old crocodile. So scary. Hua's smile froze instantly. It scanned its surroundings. It discovered that all the animals in the camp were watching it. In an instant, Hua realized that she had lost her composure. It had just been completely bewitched by the delicious food. Thus, she forgot about her brother, whose whereabouts were still unknown. No, I absolutely cannot do this, Hua said firmly in her heart. My brother is definitely still in danger, and he probably hasn't eaten anything yet. How can I enjoy myself here? I'll wait for that parrot to come back and see if it can bring back news of my brother. Hua here. Here's some pterosaur meat for you. At that moment, Ankh returned with pterosaur meat. He handed it to Hua while speaking. Lost in a brainstorming session, Hua immediately looked up and exclaimed, "Ooh, thank you, brother." Hua happily accepted the pterosaur meat and began to devour it once again. It's so delicious. A few hours later, as night fell, the bamboo forest was shrouded in darkness. The swirling mist further enhances the eerie atmosphere, making this place resemble a mysterious sea. It seems to be filled with all sorts of demons and monsters. However, on a cleared area to the east, several flames faintly illuminated the surroundings. This is the tribe of the wild people, the site of a huge bamboo fortress. Inside the bamboo prison below the bamboo village, the giant panda is lying on the ground. Its injuries made it difficult to move, and it would feel excruciating pain if it moved even slightly. In addition, it hadn't eaten for a while. Exhausted both physically and mentally, it could only suppress all its animalistic instincts. I wonder how my sister is doing now. The giant panda stared blankly in the south. It was separated from its sister there. I wonder if my sister escaped the clutches of these barbarians. Are they hungry again? It must be hungry. The panda's eyes were full of heartache. Its sister is very picky about food. They only eat fresh bamboo. They can't eat any of the older bamboo. Previously, its older brother would carefully select the items for it. Without it by my side, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat or sleep well. The giant panda looked at the bamboo cage that bound it. It desperately wanted to rush out, but it simply couldn't right now. But just then, the giant panda was slightly taken aback. It discovered that a parrot was standing outside the bamboo cage at some unknown time. The parrot's head was somewhat ruffled, indicating it had likely been attacked. At this moment, the parrot is tilting its head and looking at the panda. Hey kid, wanna buy some cheats? The panda was stunned again. Buy a cheat? What does that mean? But, whatever the meaning, the priority is to lure the other party in first. The pandas are starving right now. Lure this parrot in, then eat it. Even if you can't eat your fill, it's good to have something to eat. But before the panda could speak, King Kong asked first, do you have a younger sister? Upon hearing the words sister, the panda's emotions immediately fluctuated, and it promptly abandoned its plan to eat King Kong. It quickly asked, how did you know? King Kong strolled leisurely in the bamboo cell. Your sister is in my hands, you know what I mean. The panda's first reaction was anger. It wanted to roar at King Kong, demanding to know what it had done to its sister. But soon, the panda came to its senses. Wrong. What could this tiny parrot possibly do to its sister? No matter how clear-headed and foolish its sister may be, she shouldn't be threatened with her life by a parrot. Therefore, this parrot was most likely sent by its sister to find its brother. After figuring out the cause and effect, the panda immediately confirmed it with King Kong. Little bird, do you mean you were sent by my sister to find me? Ah, right. King Kong paced back and forth outside. As it paced, its head would dart in and out. The panda was overjoyed. So my sister is all right. It wasn't captured by the barbarians? You are truly wise, King Kong said. I have been ordered by my lord to descend to earth to check on your safety. Now that I know you are imprisoned in the dungeon, my lord will surely thrash you. Until then, just try not to die. The giant panda was speechless. It was now a prisoner. Whether it dies or not, is that something it can decide? But none of that matters. The important thing is that the bird seems to be implying that it will come to its rescue. Although the panda didn't understand what tataka meant, it could still get the general idea from the words. Given its sister's personality, she will most likely come along too. The panda immediately panicked. It quickly said to King Kong, little birds, you don't need to come and save me. All you need to do is quickly take my sister away from this bamboo forest. Please don't come to save me. Chapter 195 I'm a pigeon now. In Huahua's brother's opinion, how could King Kong and his companions possibly save it? What can a flock of birds do? Even if there are hundreds or thousands, they'll just be food for the barbarians. The barbarians will most likely be overjoyed. Didn't you see that even this giant panda has been captured? These barbarians who wield weapons are not easily defeated by any animal. Therefore, the giant panda hoped its sister wouldn't come to rescue it. Leave the bamboo forest and head to another safe place. As for itself, then let fate decide. Perhaps, through sheer resilience, they will become food on the barbarians' table. They might eventually give in and endure humiliation to become the barbarians' mouths. Living in humiliation, waiting for a chance to escape. Outside the bamboo prison, King Kong continued pacing. It doesn't listen to what the panda says at all. Battery only 2 left, time to stop chatting. The panda was speechless at the strange words spoken by the bird in front of it. What on earth is this all about? Little bird, can you hear me? Never let my sister come to save me. Tell my sister I won't die. Those barbarians wanted to use me as a mount. I will temporarily submit to those barbarians for it, and then look for an opportunity to escape from here. The panda planned to first try to comfort its sister with words. If the younger sister knew that it was not in immediate danger, she probably wouldn't risk coming to save it. The battery is down to 1%, I can't hear you. King Kong paced back and forth, chattering away. This infuriated the panda. It seriously suspected that the bird in front of it might have mental problems. What he said was mostly nonsense, and he didn't answer the questions. You idiot, did you even hear me? Panda couldn't help but curse. Don't come to save me, do you hear me? To put it bluntly, you birds are like mosquitoes in front of barbarians. No matter how many come, they're just food for the barbarians. Outside, King Kong was still pacing back and forth. It seems they didn't listen to what the panda said at all. Damn it, the panda roared in impotent rage. Little bird, you dare come in. The panda was so angry it gritted its teeth and decided to give King Kong a good beating. This guy is seriously out of his mind. But then, the panda's expression suddenly changed drastically. Ignoring the pain, it jumped up in a flash. He yelled at King Kong, "Watch out behind you, little bird." While reminding King Kong, the panda suddenly stood up and roared towards the outside of the bamboo cage. Woof! Behind King Kong, two savages were stealthily approaching. They were overjoyed to find King Kong. If we can catch this bird and keep it from being discovered by the chieftain and the adults, they can have an extra meal tonight. Therefore, the two approached King Kong silently. Inside the bamboo cage, the panda roared. This was to intimidate the two men and prevent them from getting too close. At the same time, it was also intended to remind the bird that knew its sister. Let it leave. However, what the panda couldn't understand was, despite his reminder, the Vajra outside the bamboo prison remained standing motionless. They seemed completely oblivious to the danger approaching from behind. The panda was getting anxious. It needed King Kong to go back and deliver a message to its sister. Tell your sister not to come and save it. If this bird is killed by barbarians, then we'll be in big trouble. Damn it. Little bird, are you an idiot? I already told you there was danger behind you. Why didn't you hurry up and leave? Damn it. You're seriously out of your mind. You idiot. I really want to slap you to death. The panda struggled desperately despite the pain it was in. Unfortunately, the shackles on his body bound him tightly. It already had injuries on its body. The more I struggled, the more pain I felt. Before him, King Kong calmly said, "Calm down, calm down. Look how anxious you are." Honestly, at this moment, the panda felt like vomiting blood. If it weren't for needing the other party to relay a message, does it care whether this mentally challenged bird lives or dies? Everyone else is coming after you, and you're still calm? The panda roared. But when it saw that two savages were already standing behind King Kong, it slumped to the ground in despair. It was too late. This bird was killed by its own stupidity. At this moment, the voice of the Vajra outside the bamboo prison rang out. Big Muscle Man never plays when he has an advantage. I like to turn the tide when things are going against me. The panda was about to curse King Kong, that stupid bird, but the next second it froze. Just then, a savage came down with a bamboo pole, aiming it at King Kong's head. King Kong moved. Tap tap open. King Kong chirped and raised its wings. It actually withstood the attack of the bamboo pole. The barbarian who launched the attack thought he would have an extra meal tonight, but he didn't expect his attack to be blocked. He was stunned. What the heck? Is this bird really that strong? Inside the bamboo cage, the panda was also stunned. It was well aware of the barbarian's power. It was immense. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been captured. Unexpectedly, this silly bird actually managed to block it with its wings? True and false. What are you doing? Kill it right now. Another savage, not understanding what was going on, urged his companion on. If it runs away, we'll have nothing left. The savage who was striking the door nodded, also realizing that he must have been striking it incorrectly. He raised the bamboo pole high again and struck the Vajra once more. This time he used even more force. A popping sound in the air. Call. Try flashing R. King Kong has begun his counterattack. It was very fast and flew up to the face of the savage who was attacking. The speed was so fast that the savage's face still retained the ferocity he had shown during the attack. The fierceness gradually turned into astonishment. As he struck the target with his bamboo pole, it missed and made a crisp sound. A golden wing brushed against his face. The immense force deformed the savage's face, sending him flying backward. It even spun halfway through the air before crashing to the ground. Oh! A cry of pain rang out from the savage. The savage standing to the side was dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed at his companion on the ground. No, are you just playing me here? Getting knocked away by a bird the size of your palm? Are you kidding me? Inside the bamboo cage, the panda, who had been furious, was now completely stunned. Completely bewildered. What just happened? Why did that savage suddenly collapse? Pandas could never imagine that the wild man's fall was related to King Kong. Outside world. Another savage reached out, intending to grab King Kong directly. In front of the savage, King Kong looked like a tiny bird the size of a palm. An animal that can be crushed with a single slap. But as soon as he reached out, he immediately felt dizzy. The savage felt himself being lifted up by a tremendous force and then slammed heavily to the ground. The pain struck instantly, making the savage grimace. Before he could recover, King Kong landed on his stomach. It paced back and forth, making coo-coo-coo sounds. I'm a pigeon now. Chapter 196, The Angry Clan Chief. Inside the bamboo prison. The giant panda was now completely certain that the wild man's fall was entirely the work of that silly bird. Its mouth was slightly open, which was quite unbelievable. How did that idiot bird do that? In the eyes of a panda, King Kong is only the size of a palm. How could a bird the size of a palm have such strength? Even so, it is something we need to understand. It would also be difficult to simply throw a savage into the air. Moreover, it's about making it do a backflip in the air. At most, it would just pounce and knock the savage down. This silly bird is actually that strong? Outside, the savage watched King Kong pacing across his chest, pretending to be a pigeon making coo-coo sounds. I was furious. He gritted his teeth and slapped his own chest. But King Kong immediately retaliated, stomping on his face. Young people should just lie down and sleep. The back of my head. The savage cried out in pain and clutched the back of his head tightly. Meanwhile, another savage recovered. He picked up the bamboo pole and attacked King Kong once again. He feels extremely ashamed now. He actually got knocked down by a bird. How will he ever be able to face the tribe again if word gets out? From now on, whenever people meet him, they'll say, "That's the guy who got beaten up by a bird." Ah! King Kong kicked the savage. The savage's body arched like a shrimp, and he flew backward. He also felt pain and clutched his stomach. At the same time, clench your teeth. Damn it! What the hell is this bird? He couldn't understand why a bird could have such incredible strength. That's completely unreasonable. The commotion finally caught the attention of the other villagers in the bamboo village. More and more wild men began to arrive at the bamboo village. At the same time, Chief A and several other adults quickly went out to check what was going on outside. When they saw their tribesmen lying on the ground, all the savages became alert. Has a wild beast invaded our home? No way. We've already hunted down many ferocious beasts in the bamboo forest. What other ferocious beasts could there be? Did that panda escape? The clan chief initially thought the giant panda in the bamboo cage had escaped. So he had someone take torches and shine them into the bamboo prison. The giant panda was found to be properly restrained. It's not a panda. The pandas are still here. What is that? Lord E approached one of the fallen savages and shouted, "What animal attacked you?" Facing Lord E, the savage immediately endured the pain and replied, "Yes, sir, it is a bird. To be precise, it's a parrot." A bird, a parrot? Bewildered by the answer. They had originally imagined it to be a large, ferocious beast. It's also possible that another giant panda was trying to save its own kind. But to my utter surprise, it turned out to be a parrot. "Fool, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lord E couldn't help but curse. How could a parrot have done this to you? Lord Ding didn't believe it at all, and seriously doubted that it was because of the dark night and the heavy fog. The two savages were mistaken. "Sir, we are not mistaken. It really is a parrot. It's right there." As the savage spoke, he looked around. King Kong was soon spotted in the air. He quickly pointed to the Vajra in the air and said, "That's it. It's this bird. It possesses terrifying strength." The savages all looked up. Sure enough, they spotted King Kong flapping its wings in midair. After encountering too many savages, King Kong immediately chose to fly into the sky. Although it likes to be carefree and pretend, it's not stupid. But I also understand the principle that two fists can't beat four hands. There are too many people on the other side. One wrong move and something bad could happen. Bewildered when they saw King Kong. "Is that the bird? Could such a small bird possibly hit both of you? Are you sure you're serious? I feel like I could slap it to death." "Hilarious. You two are so weak. A mere bird could have beaten you all up like this?" The savages who arrived later spoke with mockery of their companions. They simply couldn't imagine how a little bird could defeat their own kind. "Useless," Lord Bing roared at the two savages who had been knocked down. "You've been toyed with on the ground by a bird. You've disgraced our people." The two savages were deeply aggrieved by the insults, but dared not utter a sound. They themselves found it unbelievable. "I don't understand how a bird could knock them down." "Shut up." The clan leader suddenly spoke. The savages were all astonished. The clan leader looked up at the Vajra in the sky. Immediately, he said to Lord E beside him, "E, get me a bamboo spear." "Yes, sir." Soon, the bamboo spear was handed to the clan chief. Didn't one of the clansmen report this before? "The outsider who killed 6 of our people had a very strong parrot with him. I think this is the one." With that, the clan chief scoffed. "Anyway, we'll see when we try." The words were spoken. The clan chief threw his spear with all his might. Shot towards Vajra like an arrow released from a bow. In the air, King Kong planned to have some more fun. It quickly sidestepped the spear, dodging it and moving to its side. With a grab of its claws, it intended to forcefully stop the spear. But King Kong was soon surprised to discover that the spear was incredibly fast. This shows how powerful the savage who threw the object was. However, King Kong is no less impressive when it comes to showing off. It unleashed its immense power, determined to throw the spear back. After being carried several meters away by the spear, King Kong abruptly stopped the spear. Then it yelled, Go. The spear was thrown back by King Kong, aimed straight at the chieftain's face. It's been thrown back. This bird actually stopped the lance that the chieftain threw. Is he that strong? Oh, how terrifying. The person who becomes the chieftain must be the strongest in the entire tribe. In the era of cold weapons, strength meant great power. The chieftain was the strongest person in the entire tribe. Which bird could stop, making the savages shudder? This means that the bird is stronger than all of them combined. The adults were alarmed when they saw the spear flying toward the clan leader and warned him to be careful. The clan leader frowned and dodged the spear attack by sidestepping. The spear was stuck in the ground. The clan chief, his face grim, looked up at King Kong. In the air, King Kong chattered. The fresh food supermarket called you. I'm telling you, your cooking is absolutely top-notch. Having said that, King Kong, beaming with pride, flapped his wings and prepared to leave. Below, the clan leader's face was gloomy and he was extremely annoyed. Although I don't know what King Kong meant, but I always felt like it was mocking him. Now that this bird is leaving, how could the chieftain possibly be willing to accept it? Little bird, come back here if you dare. I challenge you to a one-on-one fight. King Kong didn't want to pay any attention to the clan leader and left. But it suddenly remembered what the savage had said earlier. Anyone who kills the chieftain can become the new chieftain of the tribe. Chapter 197. Look. There's a UFO. Back then, the captured savage was about to be killed by King Kong. I told King Kong something. That means you can become the chieftain of a tribe by fighting the chieftain one-on-one and defeating him. Now that the tribal chief has challenged it to a one-on-one duel, isn't this the perfect opportunity? If it defeats the chieftain of the savage tribe then what will happen if you lead a group of savages to find Ankh? What is King Kong's personality like? It's flamboyant and shameless, and loves to show off. Now that an unprecedented opportunity to show off is presented to it, how could King Kong possibly let it pass by? Although the chieftain of the savage tribe was very powerful, it is the most powerful among the savages. But it's not like it's without a chance. Keep a backup plan so that you can escape if you are outmatched in a crucial situation. With its flying speed, the savages simply couldn't catch up. He won the battle and became the chief of the savage tribe. If you lose, just leave. It's a win-win situation no matter how you look at it. King Kong was excited. There was once a chance to show off in front of me. I can't let him get away with this. It immediately stopped moving forward and turned back. Originally, the savages thought they couldn't catch King Kong. After all, the other party can fly. But to my surprise, it came back on its own. The parrot is back. You actually dare to come back? Aren't you afraid of dying? Are they trying to mess with us? Damn it. If we catch it, we'll skin it alive and tear it apart. Inside the bamboo prison, the giant panda had just seen King Kong about to fly away and was about to yell at it. Make it remember to pass on a message to its sister. Tell your sister not to come and save it. However, to everyone's surprise, King Kong actually flew back. Why did this bird come back? Are you looking for death? The giant panda was completely bewildered. I know you're good, but you can't do this, can you? King Kong's power is indeed formidable, but now all the savages have come out. No matter how powerful you are, you can't possibly withstand a large wave of barbarians, right? That stupid bird. The panda cursed again. It really had a lot of opinions about King Kong. I have absolutely no idea what kind of thought process this bird has. Outside the bamboo prison, the savages all coveted King Kong. The clan chief grinned, revealing a sinister smile. He never expected that his words would actually bring the bird back. The chieftain admitted that King Kong's power was indeed unexpected. He was a very powerful bird. But it was just a foolish bird. I'll make soup out of this guy later. Little bird, I admire your courage, the chieftain said as he slowly approached King Kong. By the way, did your wizard master send you? Are you planning to have me come over and get a feel for the situation first? After witnessing King Kong's terrifying power, the chieftain confirmed that it was the parrot belonging to the outsider. King Kong stopped on a house. When asked the chieftain's question, it chirped, "You're too ugly to answer." After saying that, it spoke. "You just said we should have a one-on-one fight. I agree to a one-on-one fight with you, you ugly monster. But you must stake your chieftain's name." King Kong's words froze the chieftain's sinister smile on his face. The surrounding savages were also quite surprised. Does this bird mean it wants to compete with the clan leader for the position? Are you kidding me? A bird thinks it can be our chief. Little bird, your thought process is truly unique. Did some animal kick your brain? It's a joke. You think you can go toe-to-toe with our clan leader? I'm dying of laughter. This bird really dares to say that. The adults almost burst out laughing. It was truly eye-opening to see a bird propose a duel for the position of clan leader. Let's not even talk about whether the clan leader agrees or not. With the clan leader's strength, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill this bird? King Kong is indeed strong, but the clan leader is even stronger. Inside the bamboo prison, the panda was utterly astonished. If it could say holy crap, it would definitely swear. This bird is really crazy. The chieftain is the strongest in the tribe. What makes him think he can fight someone else? The giant panda had previously experienced the terror of the barbarian chieftain. His physical condition is top-notch in every aspect. Even this ferocious beast was somewhat outmatched in the fight. Outside the bamboo prison, the clan chief burst into laughter as if he had heard a joke. Thief, ha! He burst into laughter. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard I'm crying. Was this a method your wizard master came up with? You naively think you can seize the position of chieftain and rule my tribe. I used to be somewhat wary of your master, but now I only feel contempt for him. King Kong looked at the laughing savage and said irritably, fuck your mother. Just tell me if you dare or not. If you don't dare, just say so. There's nothing shameful about it. At most, I'll just laugh at you. The clan leader suppressed his smile. Would he dare not? How could I not dare? Your name is Big Muscle Tyrant? The clan leader pointed at King Kong and spoke in a low voice. All right, I accept your challenge for the position of clan leader. All around, the savages were astonished by the chieftain's decision. But then I thought about it again. It's nothing. The clan leader will definitely be the one to win in the end. It's highly likely that the clan leader was bored and wanted to find something to do. Perfect timing. They're bored too. They can watch a match. Watch how the patriarch beats up this parrot. King Kong was overjoyed to see the clan leader agree. I, the muscle-bound tyrant, will take this position of clan leader. The clan chief sneered. How arrogant. Don't cry out loud later. Someone, bring me my warhammer. The chieftain's weapon was a massive warhammer made of solid rock. Basically, no animal can withstand a direct hit. If you get hit even once, you'll be practically crippled. The huge stone hammer was quickly carried up by two savages. The clan leader then swung the weapon with one hand. Little bird, do you need a weapon? Don't blame me for using weapons if you lose later. It's not fair. King Kong waved his hand. To deal with you, this muscle-bound tyrant is more than enough with his bare hands. You are not worthy of this muscle-bound king using weapons. The clan chief's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. He vowed in his heart that he would make this arrogant little bird die a very painful death. If that's the case, then get down here, and let's begin our duel. All around, the savages cheered on their clan leader. Everyone had a smile on their face and seemed relaxed. No savage believed their chieftain would lose the challenge. Inside the bamboo prison, the giant panda shook its head. It had become numb to King Kong's presence. Hoping it will carry a message to his sister is less desirable than hoping the savage will suddenly release him. At that moment, the battle outside began. As soon as King Kong came down from the bamboo house, the clan chief immediately launched an attack. He dragged his enormous stone hammer, which slid a deep crater into the ground, and roared as he charged toward King Kong. King Kong soared into the air, then looked behind the clan leader with a surprised expression. Look, a UFO. Chapter 198. You're so smart. The clan chief didn't actually know what a flying saucer was, but he still looked back at the sky with surprise. The reason for this is that King Kong's acting was just too realistic. Its bird face showed surprise at first, as if it had seen something. Then came surprise, followed by shock and intense curiosity. It was as if something extraordinary and incomprehensible had actually appeared in the air behind the clan leader. So, the clan leader finally turned back. It stopped attacking and turned its head away, curious yet wary. Not only the chieftain, but even the wild men present turned their heads, including the giant panda in the prison. They all looked in the direction King Kong was looking. The sky there was shrouded in a layer of fog, a hazy gray, and nothing could be seen at all. Everyone was confused. Where's that thing called a flying saucer? They didn't see it at all. While everyone was still in shock, King Kong had already launched his attack. King Kong aimed at the chieftain's elbow, the arm holding the stone hammer, and kicked it down with all his might. Under normal circumstances, the human elbow is very strong. It is one of the commonly used attack methods by humans. Even if someone kicks you, it won't be a big deal. At most, it will hurt for a while, but you can just bear it and it will pass. Even if you're armed, it's the same. However, this time was an exception. Because the chieftain's weapon was extremely heavy, it was a huge stone hammer. This creates a fixed point, and the clan leader's own body is also a fixed point. To put it bluntly, at this moment, the clan leader's arm was like a stick hanging horizontally in the air. As long as a huge force is applied to the middle of this stick, then you can break the stick. That's exactly what King Kong is doing now. It mustered all its strength and kicked at the chieftain's elbow. The next second, click. A tooth-grinding sound rang out. Then came the clan chief's agonizing screams. "Ah!" The clan chief clutched his right elbow tightly, the pain contorting his expression. Now he finally realized he had been scammed. There's no such thing as a flying saucer. It's all a scheme by this bird. Damn it! Damn it! The chieftain's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at King Kong. The screams startled the people watching the flying saucer, who all turned their heads to look. "What's going on? Clan chief, what happened to your hand? It looks like I got hit by that bird. I think I just heard a bone breaking. Could it be that the clan leader's arm was broken by a kick? So, what that bird was saying about UFOs was a lie. Damn it, that bird is so cunning. As a bird, how can you be so cunning? Doesn't your conscience bother you?" The challenge for the position of clan leader must be fair and impartial, a one-on-one challenge. What are you calculating using such intrigue? It can be said that King Kong's actions disgusted the savages. That's so despicable. This is a complete disgrace to the solemn and dignified confrontation of the patriarchal challenge. Inside the bamboo prison, the giant panda seemed slow to realize what was happening, and its expression was somewhat blank. Holy crap, this bird is actually so despicable. But then again, wasn't that bird's acting just a little too good? It deceived everyone present, including itself. The giant panda secretly vowed that it would never believe a single word that silly bird uttered again. Although the other party is a bit dim-witted, they are extremely ruthless and shameless. Despite looking down on them, the giant pandas still felt great. After all, King Kong broke the patriarch's arm. Even if it's not completely severed, its combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. Outside the bamboo prison, King Kong remained indifferent to the scorn of the crowd. "I misread it just now. Is there a problem?" He was distracted during the fight. Who can he blame? And I was the only bird that made a move the whole time. No one else did. Tell me, is this Muscle King fair and just? The surrounding savages were speechless. That makes a lot of sense. If the bird misjudged the situation during the duel, that's its own problem. The clan leader could have taken this opportunity to launch an attack. The fact that the clan leader chose to stop and not continue the attack is the clan leader's problem. At this point, was the other party wrong to attack? Right? But something just feels off. The clan chief was furious. "You despicable, damned bird. You're clearly just making excuses." In fact, the clan chief himself thought it made a lot of sense. But how could one possibly admit to something like that? Anger spread through the clan chief's heart. He wanted to kill the bird, to trample it underfoot. "You stinky bird, I can kill you with just one arm." The chieftain grasped the stone hammer with his left hand. Then, with a loud shout, the veins on his neck and forehead bulged. He actually swung the stone hammer up from the ground and then slammed it down heavily. This scene truly shocked the entire audience. It instilled fear in the wild men. The reason they dared not challenge the clan leader's authority was because the clan leader's power was too terrifying. The clan chief displayed his muscles in this way. Then, he chuckled sinisterly. "See that, you stinky bird? I can kill you with one hand. You've successfully angered me." The clan chief grinned maliciously, like a demon in the night. Filled with rage, the clan leader launched another attack. King Kong remained calm, even preening his own feathers. Then, he suddenly looked up and said to the savage behind him, "Oh my God, your brother is on top of your wife." The patriarch's sinister grin continued, and his attacks relentless. "You stinky bird, do you think I'd fall for that again? Thief, ha! Go to hell." The chieftain roared and grinned maliciously, preparing to deliver the final blow to King Kong. King Kong still didn't make a move, but it happens when the clan leader gets close. It revealed a smile that it had been waiting for, a smile that finally showed its scheme had succeeded. "Master, we've finally waited for you." These words caused the clan leader's expression to change drastically. His heart skipped a beat. Of this stinky bird arrived? In other words, the opponent's challenge to a duel was initially just a conspiracy, so that they could create an opportunity for their hidden master? At that moment, the clan leader understood everything. No wonder this stinky bird dared to turn back alone. It turns out that everything was the damned wizard's scheme. He abruptly stopped attacking King Kong, instead swiftly turning around and swinging backward. "I'm so smart," the clan chief said quietly. However, he soon realized that the attack had hit thin air. There was nothing there. The patriarch's pupils dilated little by little. At the same time, King Kong's voice came from behind. "You're so smart." Chapter 199 Little Scar. I'm enjoying it. This side of the camp, Ankh and the female monkeys are making bamboo arrows. Bamboo arrows are a rudimentary version of bows and arrows, although they are made entirely of bamboo. While not as lethal as stone arrows or iron-tipped arrows, they are superior in that their production process is very simple. Many can be made in a short time. At this time, the The bamboo arrows beside them had piled up like a mountain, numbering at least 100. Brother, I finished making another bamboo arrow. Take a look. The golden monkey handed the bamboo arrow it had made to Ankh for him to inspect. Anku glanced up. The bamboo arrows were made with great care, and the arrowheads were made very sharp. The quality is quite good. He was just about to say something in praise when little Scar ran over. It exclaimed, Madam, the arrow you made is the first arrow in history. It's just too perfect. If I use your arrow, I can definitely kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The golden monkey's initial desire to receive praise from Ankh immediately vanished. It glanced at little Scar and said irritably, Your praise makes me feel like I could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Don't force yourself to flirt if you don't know how. After the golden monkey finished speaking, it turned around and sat back down in its original position to continue making bamboo arrows. Little Scar wasn't embarrassed at all and quickly said, Madam, I'm telling the truth. More genuine than pearls, this is not flattery. Ankh shook her head, both amused and exasperated. To be honest, he also felt that Xiao Ba's praise was a bit exaggerated. This isn't how you pursue someone of the opposite sex. Ankh plans to teach Xiao Ba some flirting techniques. So he stood up and said to Scarface, Scarface, come here for a second. Coming, your majesty. The little scarred monkey followed Ankh excitedly to the outside of the camp. Ankh glanced around, and, after confirming that the golden monkey wasn't paying attention, he just opened his mouth. Little Scar, do you want me to teach you the secrets to flirting with girls? Otherwise, you'll get very tired, won't you? Little Scar immediately exclaimed in surprise. Your majesty, I'm not tired. I'm not tired at all. On the contrary, I'm enjoying it. I think this is very challenging and interesting. It always makes me feel excited. And Ku had 1,000 words to say, but for a moment she didn't know what to say. Enjoy it. Is it challenging? Is it interesting? What kind of talk is that? Could it be that little Scar has masochistic tendencies? While Xiao Ba was silencing Ku, the other party suddenly lowered their voice and spoke. It also glanced at the golden monkeys in the camp out of the corner of its eye. Just then, the golden monkey turned its head to look at Ankh, and then its eyes met those of little Scar. Little Scar immediately flashed a bright smile and waved to the golden monkey. The latter pursed his lips, turned his head away in annoyance, and refused to look at little Scar anymore. Unlucky. Little Scar looked satisfied before continuing what he hadn't finished saying. Besides, your majesty. Actually, I feel that Miss Golden Monkey has feelings for me. They're only treating me like that because they're embarrassed. Oh, and Ku was surprised and somewhat unable to understand. Why does little Scar think the golden monkey likes him? Does it have feelings for him? The other person clearly doesn't like Xiao Ba, right? Ankh became interested and leaned down to listen to Xiao Ba's explanation. Little Scar whispered in Ankh's ear, If the golden monkey lady doesn't like me, why does she only give me the cold shoulder? It must like me to treat me with such a unique attitude. Even other monkeys don't get this treatment. Your majesty, do you think what I said makes sense? And Ku. He straightened up and nodded silently. Little Scar, as long as you're happy. Happy? Of course I'm happy. Little Scar monkey laughed. Ankh took a deep breath, admiring Xiao Ba's open-mindedness and optimism. This is a good thing. He stopped dwelling on the matter and instead asked, Is the platform all set up? Little Scar also put away his playful nature and nodded seriously in reply. Your majesty, all 10 platforms have been set up. Very good. Ankh nodded. Actually, I think 10 is still too few. But there's no other way. Time is limited. At this moment, the tiger mother, the leopard mother, and their cubs came over. My benefactor, the pits you requested have all been dug, leopard mom said first. Master, I dug a super deep hole. The little tiger reported happily. Yeah, the little wildcat chimed in, sounding rather annoyed. You dug so deep, but you couldn't climb out yourself. It was so hard on me. Little tiger, you really need to lose weight. Xiaohu immediately said, No way. Isn't Sister Hua Hua round and chubby too? Upon hearing this, the tiger mom immediately smacked the little tiger's round bottom. What nonsense are you talking about? Watch out, Sister Hua Hua will beat you up. The little tiger shut its mouth and cautiously looked towards Hua Hua. At this moment, Hua Hua sat on the open ground, looking up at the gray sky. They did not hear what the little tiger said. It is waiting for King Kong to return. Waiting for it to bring back news about my brother. Seeing this, Tiger Mom looked at Ankh and said, Master, by the way, that bird has been gone for so long. Is it all right? The leopard mother was also a little worried. It used to treat King Kong as a reserve food, but after spending so much time together, it has come to regard him as a partner. Should I go out and look for it? If that bird gets into danger, that would be troublesome. Sanmao, perched atop Tiger Mom's head, interjected. I don't think we need to worry at all. That slutty bird runs very fast. And Ko laughed and said, San Mao is right. Although that bird is cheeky and cunning, it is very conscious of its life. It will run away immediately if there is any danger. Besides, you don't have King Kong's telepathic abilities. It would be even more troublesome if you got lost in the foggy bamboo forest. Tiger Mom and Leopard Mom nodded upon hearing this and said nothing more. All right, Ankh spoke again. What we need to do next is to complete the traps and then wait for the possible retaliation. Hua Hua, you take Xiaohu, Xiaobao, San Mao, and the monkeys and hide. Hua Hua turned her head and nodded. Understood, Master. Yes, Your Majesty. Understood, Benefactor. Master, I will obey your commands. Everything Ankh arranged tonight was to prevent possible retaliation from the savages. Although I don't know if they will come tonight, I'm just afraid of the worst-case scenario. As for Kata, he has left the team after being persuaded by Ankh. After all, Kata's mission was completed, and Ankh found the giant panda. The next step will most likely involve continued fighting with the savages. Katar is too dangerous for an ordinary person. Ultimately, after being persuaded by Ankh, Kata gave up the idea of fighting side by side. They headed to the camp where Ankh had initially stayed. There are plenty of resources there, so there's absolutely no need to worry about food. As for wild beasts, that's where the Leopard Mom and Tiger Mom stayed for a while. How could there be any wild beasts there? Chapter 200: The Indigenous Nation. Danger. Just as Ankh and her team were setting up the final trap, somewhere in the bamboo forest, a native athlete named Agar is walking carefully through the bamboo forest. The swirling fog forced him to stop from time to time to determine his direction. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? Lord, can you please make this fog disappear quickly? At this moment, Agar was a little impatient, because he knew that a tribe of wild men lived in this bamboo forest. The key point is that these savages are all tall and strong, like giants. Agar didn't want to face these savages. He was confident in his ability to deal with wild beasts, but he had absolutely no confidence in dealing with the savages. Even if modern humans are smarter than savages, so what? Without firearms, a short human like him could not possibly defeat a tall and mighty savage. Even if you manage to kill one savage, there will definitely be a continuous stream of savages to follow. The wild man's bamboo village that he inadvertently passed by, the number of wild men must be at least more than 50. If he were hunted down by savages, he would surely die. Therefore, he planned to travel through the night and get as far away from the savage tribe as possible. At the same time, try to leave this bamboo forest as soon as possible. Aga raised an eyebrow. He suddenly noticed that the fog was gradually dissipating and was no longer as thick as before. This is undoubtedly a good thing for him. Once the fog is gone, he won't need to stop frequently to determine his direction. Lord, can you feel my devout prayer? Agar was very happy. The Lord clearly heard his prayer and is blessing him. Otherwise, why would the fog start to dissipate? With this in mind, Agar prayed again. Lord, in a few days I will be hunting down the contestants from the Dragon Kingdom. Please bless me once again. Outside, in the indigenous country's live broadcast room. Please stop right now. Lord, please make our country's athletes stop this suicide attack. Hunting Inc. It's better to confront the savage head-on. I think the chances of winning are much higher. I feel like if the main character were to step in and help, he would be beheaded by Ankh. I just came back from the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room. Their player Ankh is in this bamboo forest. Please don't let Agar and Ankh meet. Even if we meet, I hope that, like in Qatar of the dog country, at least we can still make a living. Bullshit. Which idiot in the higher-ups ordered the hunt for Inko? Get out here and give us an explanation. That's right. High-level meeting room of the indigenous nation. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the indigenous nation were all drenched in sweat. Who gave the order? It can be said that everyone present had a part. But back then, no one imagined that Ankh would be so powerful. The leader swallowed hard and began to speak. How many days until the number of bullet comments is refreshed? One of the officials quickly replied. The count will be refreshed tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the leader's eyes lit up. Very good. If we pray that Agar doesn't meet Anko before midnight tonight, we can resolve this crisis. Around them, other high-ranking officials also felt a surge of hope. Although Agarjan Ankh is in the same bamboo forest. But now, with the fog so thick, Agar is moving very slowly. The probability of meeting before 12 o'clock is not very high. If we immediately give Agar the order to stop hunting Anko, we can resolve this crisis. At this moment, another official spoke up. Not only can we resolve the crisis, but we can also benefit from Ankh. Oh, the heads of state and officials present all turned to look at the official who had spoken. The official grinned. revealing a meaningful expression. Previously, Aang from the Dragon Kingdom actually hosted Kata from the Dog Country. This shows that the other person is kind-hearted by nature. It's understandable. After all, the other party is young, and young people don't have the same kind of hostility as older people. So we'll have Agar show goodwill to Longwa Aang, and I think he'll receive us. Kata gained benefits from Aang and manifested a bamboo forest. Perhaps we can also benefit from this. At the very least, they can at least give us a good meal, or even send us some food. Of the indigenous nation, all nodded in agreement. I think what the official said makes a lot of sense. If we can get a free meal from Aang, we'll make a fortune. If I could be as lucky as Kata and receive 1,000 times the manifestation, that would be even more profitable. Very good, the leader declared decisively. When the time comes, tell Agar that he has met Aang in the live chat. Change tactics, curry favor with Nku, and extract benefits from him. But at that moment, an official suddenly exclaimed. His face filled with terror as he exclaimed, Agar is in trouble. Upon hearing this, the senior executives in the conference room immediately looked towards the live broadcast room. During the live stream, after determining the direction, Agar originally intended to continue forward. But just then, he noticed a noise behind him. The bamboo swayed and rustled. At the same time, there were heavy footsteps and sounds of conversation. At that moment, Aga's scalp tingled. He identified them as savages. Moreover, judging from the number of footsteps, there were at least nearly 20 people. Damn it, just what I feared most has come to pass. Agar's heart suddenly began to pound violently. An unprecedented fear gripped him, making his entire body tense. He quickly scanned his surroundings and thought for a few seconds. Finally, Aga took a few steps back, then accelerated, using the momentum to quickly climb up a thick bamboo stalk. His body was like a monkey's, incredibly agile. In no time, they climbed to the top of the bamboo, at least tens of meters high. Outside, in the indigenous country's live broadcast room, the indigenous nation breathed a sigh of relief. Someone grinned and said, Agar is indeed a warrior of our native nation, haha. This is the advantage that our indigenous people have over people from other countries, another senior official said with pride. If it were another country, would they have the same agility as our Agar? That's right. Ha ha ha, they could only run away with their tails between their legs, and then they were caught by the savages and mercilessly hunted down. So what if those foreigners are economically developed? Their physical fitness is being destroyed day by day, and they can't compare with us natives at all. The group of high-ranking officials from the indigenous country were smug. But their smugness didn't last long. During the live stream, the savages appeared. They walked through the bamboo forest and came to the bottom of the bamboo where Agar was. These savages were tall and carried various kinds of weapons. Stone axes, stone hammers, spears, etc. The number is approximately 15 or more. Aga held his breath, not daring to make the slightest sound. He stared intently at the savages walking below. Agar breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the savages about to leave. Then, suddenly, one of the savages seemed to sense something and stopped in his tracks. At that moment, Aga held his breath.